Name Shen Lang. Gender male. Age 21. Occupation planner and escort specialist for the transfer of life support materials. Evaluation ruthless and action dark at heart blood cold. When Shen Lang groggily regained consciousness, he discovered that he was lying inside an empty little wooden cabin. Yesterday afternoon, his explosive temper got the better of him, and unable to hold back, he beat up a brat who had maliciously given him a bad review, smashing a brick down on the man's head. The result was naturally a trip to the station, compensation, admonishment, and detention, without a single one spared. Shen Lang, with no family and no ties, a lone wolf, had no one to bail him out, and spent last night in the holding cell. What kind of damned place was this? It clearly did not look like the station. Shen Lang pushed himself up from the ground, casting a suspicious glance around, then moved toward the door, intending to open it and see what was going on outside. He had taken only a few steps when an icy voice sounded right beside his ear. Welcome to the Ninth World. This is a slaughter realm where ferocious beasts roam, demons run amok, and myriad races stand side by side. Here, through endless slaughter, you will have the chance to obtain transcendent power, perhaps even eternal life. Likewise, you may fall at any moment amid the killing. Now please register for yourself a resounding nickname and embark upon your new journey in the Ninth World. The corner of Shen Lang's eye twitched. Had he, from reading too many novels, finally caught up with the trend of transmigration? Judging from the voice, this so-called Ninth World seemed to resemble a fantastical online game. As a die-hard web novel reader, he was thoroughly familiar with such tropes. In the very next instant, a prompt box floated into existence before Shen Lang. Please speak the nickname you desire. Shen Lang drew in a deep breath, more or less accepting that he had already transmigrated. There was nothing to be done, and in the thousands of web novels he had read, he had never seen a transmigrator sent back simply because he refused to accept reality. After a brief silence, Shen Lang said, Dark Knight. After verification, the nickname Dark Knight is not duplicated and may be used. Dark Knight, based on your existing four-dimensional attributes, your personal information has been generated. Please pay close attention. The regional chat channel has been opened. You may now communicate with other players within the chat. As the prompt tone faded, a semi-transparent light screen appeared before Shen Lang's eyes. On the left was his personal information panel, and on the right the regional chat channel. Shen Lang reached out and tapped the personal panel, upon which another page popped open. Nickname Dark Knight. Level 10100. Strength 16, Agility 15, Constitution 16, Spirit 14. Talent not yet awakened. Skills none. Combat Power 1 star, 8 segment. After sweeping his gaze over his initial attributes and failing to glean much, Shen Lang then opened the regional chat channel. The chat window popped up, and at the very top was a simple introduction to this regional channel. Novice Village No. 114116. Current number of surviving individuals 1000. Below that, lines of messages were rapidly scrolling. What is going on? I got up this morning, opened the bathroom door, and no one has explained it to you. This is the Ninth World. We have all been brought into this slaughter realm. I heard a voice introduce this world, but it still feels extremely dangerous. Are we going to die? Doesn't anyone think this is just like playing a game? Everyone's played games. In games, only the character dies. Here we are participating with our real bodies. If we die, we truly die. Who said everyone is doomed to die? The prompt clearly said we might gain transcendent abilities, even eternal life. Did you just ignore that? For all we know, we could become superhumans, even immortals. Everyone take a good look at your four-dimensional stats. My strength is 9, agility 7, constitution 8, spirit 9. Are these stats complete trash? I'm about the same as you. Me too. Not a single stat above 10. My strength is 19, agility 15, constitution 19, spirit 16. You're a bit of a monster. Everything above 10A and your strength and constitution are nearly 20. Tell us, what's your combat power? Which segment of 1 star are you? 1 star, 9th segment. Damn, I'm only 1 star, 3rd segment. You're practically at 2 star already. Big shot. What? It barely counts as a third-rate free-fighting boxer. I fought professionally for 2 years. No wonder. These four-dimensional stats must be a data-based representation of our original physical condition. The higher the four-dimensional stats, the higher the combat power. I'm dying of envy. Damn it, if I had known, I'd have trained more instead of being a shootin'. By the way, what does your talent section show? Mine says, not yet awakened. Same here. Talent not yet awakened, skills not. I have a feeling this talent thing is far from simple. Isn't that obvious? Even in games, talent governs a character's growth and combat prowess. Reading through the chat, Shen Lang roughly pieced together the situation. First of all, he was not the only one transported here. This seemed to be the classic web novel scenario of nationwide transmigration. In other words, perhaps a large portion of humanity from Earth had been brought into this Ninth World, all participating in this fantastical online realm. For now, he was merely in one novice village containing only 1,000 people. According to the usual web novel pattern, there were bound to be many other novice villages elsewhere, filled with more Earthlings transported into the Ninth World. There might even be beings from other worlds joining the game. Next came the relationship between the four-dimensional attributes and combat power. From the chat, it appeared that the average stats for an ordinary person hovered around 10, with most people fluctuating near that mark. Those who were strong and well-built had higher four-dimensional attributes and naturally higher combat power. Although Shen Lang's stats could not match that professional fighter in the chat, they were not far behind, placing him ahead of 99% of the players. This was likely due to his childhood spent brawling and the recent years he had spent clad in the yellow delivery uniform, climbing stairs in wind and rain day after day to deliver orders. A glorious member of the labor force could not possibly have poor physical fitness. At that moment, the icy voice once again resounded in every player's ears. Announcement! 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 Attention all players! Attention all players! Your talents are about to be awakened. Talent abilities are ranked from weakest to strongest as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, 9 tiers in total. An SS rank talent is a 1 in 10,000 transcendent gift and possesses uniqueness. Each player's talent, whether strong or weak, will be awakened at random. Talent awakening will now commence. 10, 9, 8. Listening to the countdown, even Shen Lang could not help feeling a surge of expectation. He wondered what kind of talent he would awaken. The thought had barely formed when a milky white radiance blossomed within the wooden hut and in an instant merged into his body. In the next moment, the prompt tone echoed in his ear. Dark Knight, congratulations on awakening an SS rank talent, supernal extraction. Shen Lang froze for a heartbeat, then could not restrain his wild joy. He had actually awakened an SS rank, an SS-Grade talent, super god extraction, and it is even a unique talent. In other words, within this 9th world, only Shen Lang possesses such a gift. It was certainly formidable, but he had no idea what its concrete effects were. Shen Lang opened his personal information panel and hurriedly looked toward his talent column, where a description immediately surfaced. Super God extraction. All things under heaven and earth may be extracted. Through extracting different target objects, you may obtain gains including, but not limited to, attribute points, talents, skills, items, and more. The description was extremely detailed and easy to understand. He decided to try it at once. Unfortunately, there was nothing inside the wooden hut. He could not even find something with which to test it. Shen Lang lifted his leg to leave the hut and looked for something to test his talent on, but just as he opened the door, an information prompt appeared before his eyes. Name: Beginner's Wooden Hut. Introduction: Every beginner's wooden hut has been blessed by the Tao and serves as a player's private dwelling in the novice village. Other players cannot force their way inside. While resting in the wooden hut, a player's stamina and energy will be restored to a perfect state within 1 minute. Current status: before the assessment quest begins, you may not leave. We can't go out. And there is even an assessment quest. Shen Lang curled his lip and could only wait a while before trying again. Just as well, he could see what talents others had awakened. He immediately opened the regional chat channel. Haha, mine is a Grade talent berserk. My 4 basic attributes can double. Mine is enhanced hearing. I can hear sounds from farther away. Damn it, it's just a trashy Grade support talent. Hey, mine is a Grade talent earth elementalization. I can control earth elements and my body can turn into soil. I'm also Grade gravity field. I tried it. Under reversed gravity, I actually flew. This world is so incredible it feels like everyone is about to become a superhuman. I'm so envious. Mine is only in a Grade strength augmentation. Although it's not the very bottom, it's still trash. Science Grade bottom tier talent passing by. It was clear that by now everyone had awakened their own talents. Some rejoiced because their talent grade was high, while others sighed and lamented over weak talents. Oh, joy and sorrow intertwined. Shen Lang scrolled through the chat log, wanting to see whether anyone else like him had awakened an SS grade talent. At that moment, the cold voice of the Tao once again echoed in everyone's ears. Announcement! 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 Novice Village 114116 has a total of 100 people, and all have successfully awakened. Among them, there are 3 talents of grade and above, 6 grade talents, 14 grade talents, 116 grade talents, and 861 grade talents. In 3 minutes, the beginner assessment quest will commence. Oi, please prepare yourselves. After hearing the prompt, an involuntary smile appeared on Shen Lang's face. Nearly 90% of the players possessed only the lowest grade talents, and there were fewer than 10 with grade and above. As for grade and above, there were merely 3. The Tao was cunning. It did not reveal the exact number of players with grade and above, allowing these 3 individuals to maintain a certain air of mystery. There was no doubt that he was one of them, and moreover, he possessed the strongest SS grade talent. As for the other 2, what grades were their talents? Thinking this, Shen Lang once more turned his gaze to the regional chat channel, wondering whether those 2 would reveal themselves. Damn, more than 800 people are grade talents. That's so miserable. As an grade talent holder, I suddenly feel like it doesn't hurt quite as much anymore. Didn't they say there are also 3 people with grade and above? I wonder if there is an SS grade talent. There probably isn't. SS grade talents are super god tier. Anyone who awakens such a talent is the chosen child of fortune. Don't even mention SS grade. Even grade would already mark someone as a child of fortune. True, we only have 1,000 people here. Who knows what the situation is like in other villages? It's probably about the same. After all, no matter where you are, ordinary people are the majority. You can't just casually bump into a lucky Euro King. By the way, won't the 3 grade and above talents say something? They could also be sisters, you know. Haha, fine. Then the 3 grade and above brothers or sisters come out and say hello, so we can all get acquainted. Exactly, we're all in the same novice village. Big shots should take care of us more. I'm a grade talent shadow manipulation, handle nice. If we get the chance, we can team up. No way, shadow manipulation. Real life Nara Shikamaru. Nice big shot, please look after me. I'm in a grade talent strength recovery, a proper healer who can help you restore and treat. Brother Nice, little sister has already added you as a friend, please accept he. After this player called Nice revealed his grade talent, he received a flurry of praise and recruitment. Nice said, no rush everyone. Once the beginner assessment quest starts, we can all form parties together. By the way, aside from me, aren't there 2 other friends with grade and above talents? Why aren't they coming out to show their faces? However, the other player with a grade and above talent seemed entirely disinclined to reveal themselves and never appeared. After waiting a while, Shen Lang simply exited the chat channel. He did not show himself either. Even with people one knows, you may recognize their face, but not their heart. At any moment they might stab you in the back, let alone a crowd of complete strangers. His talent was SSS-Grade. If that were exposed, what if he became a target? The jealousy in people's hearts must never be underestimated. Right now his combat strength was only at 1-star 8th stage. If other players ganged up on him, he would be finished on the spot. Perhaps it bordered on persecutory paranoia, but only by thinking this way could he avoid needless harm. This was one of Shen Lang's guiding principles. That was no matter who it was, he would always assume the worst of them. He would never give others the chance to hurt him. If they had such intentions, he would strike first. Announcement. 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 The assessment quest has officially begun, and all players may now freely enter and leave their beginners' wooden huts. Assessment content: raise your personal level to level 10. Assessment time: 7 days. Those who pass the assessment will receive corresponding rewards based on their level ranking and performance. Those who fail, failures are unworthy of a future and will be erased. Beginner equipment has been distributed. Good luck to you all. As the notification ended, a flash of light flickered before Shen Lang's eyes, and a wooden sword about half a meter long appeared floating in front of him. Beginner's wooden sword, tier 0, is strength 2. Standard issue for beginner players, cannot be equipped more than once. Shen Lang reached out and grasped the sword. The strength column among his 4 attributes immediately rose from 16 to 18. Can this thing be extracted? Acting on the thought, Shen Lang immediately held the wooden sword and said, extract. Target object is too ordinary. Forcing extraction will damage the object. Super God extraction has been terminated. Seeing this, Shen Lang felt a bit helpless and could only step outside first. Now that he could leave the hut, he did not hesitate and walked over to open the wooden door. However, just as his hand closed around the door handle, his movement suddenly halted, and he turned back with a suspicious gaze to survey his wooden hut. In the next instant, Shen Lang unleashed Super God extraction on his own beginner's wooden hut. Super God extraction successful. You have obtained SSS-Grade passive skill, Dao's Blessing. Upon hearing the prompt, Shen Lang's expression momentarily froze. He had acted on a whim, thinking that the novice wooden house offered protective effects to players, and decided to give it a try. To his surprise, it actually succeeded. Not only had he extracted a skill from the novice wooden house, but it was also an SSS-level passive skill. Shen Lang's face lit up with joy as he hurried to check the skill's effects. Dao Blessing SSS-level passive skill: regardless of consumption, your energy, stamina, and injuries will all recover to perfect condition within 1 minute. Doesn't that make me a human-shaped novice wooden house? The effect of the novice wooden house prevents outsiders from forcibly entering and restores the player's stamina and energy within 1 minute. The skill Shen Lang extracted is precisely the recovery effect of the novice wooden house. With this Dao Blessing passive skill, he hardly needs to worry about his consumption, as if he possesses infinite firepower. Even if he were to collapse on the spot, he could immediately bounce back to life after 1 minute. The sage time lasts only 1 minute. Using the super extraction talent for the first time, he managed to draw an SSS-level skill, which made Shen Lang's heart bloom with joy. The SS-level super extraction talent is simply astonishing. One word: impressive. At this moment, the sounds of chatter came from outside, clearly indicating that other players were nearby. Shen Lang calmed his emotions, gripped his wooden sword, and pushed the door open. Looking up, he saw a series of wooden houses surrounding his novice wooden house, emitting a faint golden light. Shen Lang glanced back at his wooden house, which lacked any golden light. This golden light must be the Dao Blessing. My novice wooden house has been extracted, and thus lost the effect of Dao Blessing. However, this was not a big issue. Shen Lang no longer needed the recovery effect of the wooden house. He could recover anywhere within a minute. He continued to observe his surroundings, noticing that people were emerging from each wooden house. Men and women, young and old, a diverse array of people emerged. Those who exited the novice wooden houses curiously examined their surroundings, eager to understand the environment they found themselves in. Shen Lang was no exception, his gaze scanning the area. 100 meters in front of the dense cluster of novice wooden houses appeared to be a wide square where many players were already heading. Meanwhile, a cacophony of discussions arose from the crowd. If you can't reach level 10 in 7 days, you'll be eliminated. That's too brutal. This isn't just a game, it's a matter of life and death. Once you arrive here, do you have a choice? Just grind it out. Early death means early rebirth. Whether you die or not is a gain. In the game, leveling up in the early stages isn't hard. Reaching level 10 in 7 days should be doable. By the way, how do we level up here? Isn't it obvious? You grind monsters, and then find NPCs to do quests and enter dungeons. It seems like we players are the only ones in the novice village. I haven't seen any NPCs. Then well, just grind monsters. That's definitely not a problem. Killing monsters will surely level us up. This isn't a slaughtering world. Killing monsters will definitely help us level up. Hey brother, let's team up. I'm a bit scared. No problem, don't worry. I'm well versed in all kinds of online games. I'll take care of you. I'm a professional at bringing girls along. As the crowd moved toward the square, each person held a wooden sword granted by the Dao. However, Shen Lang did not immediately follow the crowd, but discreetly approached another wooden house next to his. If his novice wooden house could extract, what about others? This had to be tested. The wooden house was already empty, and most players had left, so no one paid him any attention. Without hesitation, Shen Lang activated the super extraction. Super extraction successful. You have gained the SSS-level passive skill, Dao Blessing. Detected that you already possess this skill, stacking reinforcement in progress. Reinforcement successful, your Tao blessing skill has been upgraded to S level. Further reinforcement can elevate it to SS level. Seeing this, Shen Lang was overjoyed. In someone else's novice wooden house, he not only extracted Tao blessing, but could also stack and reinforce it with the previous skill. If S can be further reinforced to SS level, can it not also be reinforced to SSS level A? When Shen Lang glanced at other players' novice wooden houses again, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This was no longer just a novice wooden house, it was clearly an SS level skill point. S level Tao blessing allows him to recover to perfect condition within 1 minute. How long would it take for the SS level Tao blessing? Thus Shen Lang began to fervently extract from other novice wooden houses. His efficiency was astounding. He merely had to walk briskly past the novice wooden houses and activate the super extraction. The stacking reinforcement was accomplished independently. Almost all other players had left the novice wooden houses, and reinforcement successful, your Tao blessing skill has been upgraded to S level. Further reinforcement can elevate it to SS level. Reinforcement failed, your Tao blessing skill remains at S level. Reinforcement successful, your Tao blessing skill has been upgraded to SS level. Further reinforcement can elevate it to SSS level. Reinforcement successful, your Tao blessing skill has been upgraded to SS level. Further reinforcement can elevate it to SSS level. Reinforcement successful, your Tao blessing skill has reached SSS level. The highest skill level is SSS. Further reinforcement is no longer possible. In less than 5 minutes, Shen Lang's Tao blessing skill had successfully risen to SSS level amidst a flurry of successes and failures. Shen Lang could not recall exactly how many novice wooden houses he had extracted from. In any case, since the beginning, at least 300 novice wooden houses had lost their Tao blessing's golden light. As for the players returning and losing the recovery ability of Tao blessing, what did that have to do with him? Shen Lang quickly opened the skill panel, and the information about the Tao blessing skill immediately appeared before his eyes. Tao blessing SS level passive skill, your stamina and energy will maintain a perfect state every second. In other words, Shen Lang truly became a being of infinite firepower akin to a perpetual motion machine. Starting with an SS level talent plus an SS level skill, don't mention the 114116 novice village, there might not be another like it in the entire ninth world. A divine start exhilarating to the core. Shen Lang, fully satisfied, closed his personal information, grinned widely, and quickly went to catch up with the scattered players. When he arrived at the square, it was already packed with people. Shen Lang looked ahead. At the end of the square lay a phantom light curtain, which was presumably the protective barrier of the novice village. Beyond it lies the true ninth world, a world of slaughter. However, the protective barrier made the space somewhat blurry, preventing anyone from clearly seeing the scene outside. Out of fear of the unknown, although the crowd was noisy, no players dared to step out of the novice village just yet. After all, no one knew exactly what awaited them outside, and no one was willing to risk their life as a test stone. Shen Lang stood amidst the crowd, showing no intention of stepping forward, quietly surveying the players around him. This ninth world resembled a game world, yet it was no different from reality. At least no nicknames or levels were displayed above the players' heads. In other words, no one recognized anyone else, even if they had chatted for a long time in the messaging channel before. Moreover, this was a mass transmigration, with billions of people arriving in this ninth world. The 114116 novice village had only 1,000 of them, making the chances of encountering someone familiar from reality extremely slim. Facing the unknown crisis outside the village, the players around whispered among themselves. The assessment task has begun. Shouldn't we go out? No rush. Who knows what the situation is outside? Let's wait for the bold ones to go out and take a look first. That's right, with fierce beasts and demons out there, it's better to be cautious. What did that saying go? The bird that sticks its neck out gets shot. But it seems everyone has the same thought. You're not going out, and I'm not going out. Are we all staying in the novice village? There will always be someone wanting to show off. Just wait and see. The players chattered, yet none dared to step forward to scout the path. Suddenly Shen Lang heard someone shout, "Hey, nice, you're of great talent with great strength. Why don't you lead us?" As soon as this was said, others immediately chimed in. "Yeah, boss, you're one of the strongest in our village. We support you. Nice, we beg you to show yourself. We need you. With nice leading, count me in. I have great talent, strength enhancement. Sure, count me in too." Amidst the growing clamor, a slender young man around 25 with a wry smile on his face felt a sense of dread. If I had known, I wouldn't have self-detonated. A look at my big mouth. He was the one everyone called nice, awakened with great talent. Shadow manipulation, one of the only 3 players in the 114116 novice village with talent above grade. Without a doubt, Nice hid in the crowd to avoid danger. However, if he didn't step forward now, how could he blend in the village once his identity was exposed? Yet he feared the crisis outside, otherwise he would have gone out already. After a moment of silence, Nice forced a smile and said loudly, "I am Nice right here." With a typical grin on his face, he thought inwardly, "MMP." However, stepping forward now, while it felt a bit like becoming a scapegoat, would also be beneficial for his status in the village. To his surprise, as he heard the flattery from everyone, he felt a sense of pride. Once Nice took the initiative to step forward, a crowd immediately gathered around him. "Boss, so you were here? You're so handsome. No wonder you awakened great talent. Nice, what do you think of our proposal to have you lead? With great power comes great responsibility. Boss, you are the hope of our village." Exactly, the other 2 great talents are hiding away, which is too unfair. I'm so envious of you, great talent. Listening to the jumbled words of the crowd, Nice raised his hand to interrupt them and continued, "The current situation is quite troublesome. How about this, you two come out with me to scout the way and contribute to everyone?" "I think that's a good idea. Who just said they wanted to go out with Nice?" "Come here." "I will." "Me too." With Nice stepping forward, the two did not hesitate and immediately stood up. "I have grade talent strength enhancement. When activated, my strength attribute can rise from 9 to 18. I also have grade enhancement talent, but I enhance speed. When activated, my speed attribute can reach 16. The two shared their talents, indicating their strength. Indeed, they were not weak, both having grade talent. After all, there were only 14 grade talents in the entire village. Nice glanced at the two and nodded, saying, "All right, then the three of us will go out and take the lead." Soon the three arrived at the protection barrier of the novice village. At that moment, all eyes, including Shen Lang's, were quietly fixed on the three of them. "Be careful, let's go." Nice exchanged glances with the two beside him, then they shoulder-to-shoulder passed through the protection barrier. Before long, the sounds of fighting erupted outside the protection barrier, accompanied by terrifying beast roars that resembled. This left the players in the village exchanging glances, realizing there were indeed fierce beasts outside. "Oh no!" A piercing scream echoed through the novice village's protection barrier, reaching everyone's ears in the square. At the same time, a system notification echoed in their minds. Player I am Young Dad was killed by a level 1 fierce beast stray dog. In an instant, the players' faces were filled with horror and fear. Someone had died so soon. Someone really had died. Just in the short time the three had been out, less than 15 seconds, one person was killed by Moreover, the player killed was a grade talent, so he was not weak. Shen Lang frowned slightly. According to the system notification, the one who killed the player was just a level 1 fierce beast. Is a mere level 1 fierce beast this strong? The next moment, two figures stumbled back into the novice village's It was Nice and another player. Both were gasping for breath, their faces filled with terror, and their clothes were stained with blood. Undoubtedly, this was the blood of the deceased player. A crowd immediately surrounded them, eagerly questioning what had just happened. After a while, the two finally regained their composure. Nice, still shaken, said, "As soon as we went out, a fierce beast ambushed us. It was too strong. The three of us combined were at least equal to a 2-star, yet we were no match for it, and one of us was killed. I estimate that this fierce beast's combat power has even reached 3 stars. If we hadn't run fast, we would have died too." Another player, pale-faced, replied. Hearing their words, everyone fell into silence. If a level 1 fierce beast had 3-star combat power, wouldn't they be walking to their deaths if they went out now? Fortunately, at that moment, Nice added, "However, I observed just now that there aren't many fierce beasts outside. I can only see a few stray dogs in sight. I suggest everyone form teams and go out together. The more of us, the stronger we become, and we can cooperate to fight our way out and survive. Let's team up and charge out. We can't just hide in the novice village and wait to be wiped out in 7 days. Yes, if a level 1 fierce beast has 3-star combat power, we can't possibly fight it alone. I agree with Nice. If we go out, we must form teams. Exactly, we can only level up by going out and defeating monsters. Let's reveal our attributes and talents. Those who can cooperate should team up and then fight our way out." Nice's proposal received support from the crowd, and everyone began to form teams. As a grade talent, Nice, along with those with C and grade talents, naturally became the focus of other players. However, some like Shen Lang did not rush to team up. Forming teams required revealing personal talent attributes, and he did not want to expose his SS-Grade talent and SS-Grade skill. As for others who were unwilling to form teams, they had their own reasons. Before long, over 100 small teams were formed, and a massive group of 1,000 surged towards the barrier. Those who did not team up mixed in as well. To avoid drawing attention, Shen Lang also walked over, trailing at the back of the crowd. However, once everyone had exited, Shen Lang stopped, leaving the vast square with only him remaining. Shen Lang perked his ears, and soon the sounds of fighting and screaming erupted outside, clearly indicating that these people had encountered stray dogs. After a while, the noise outside grew quieter, and the clamor gradually faded away. While stray dogs were strong, as Nice said, if there were only a few, they couldn't withstand being besieged by 1,000 people. When Shen Lang could no longer hear anything, he finally passed through the village's protection barrier. Stepping outside the village, he sniffed and detected a strong smell of blood, while also taking in his surroundings. At the village entrance lay a patch of weeds, beyond which was a forest, and further away were towering mountains. Shen Lang scanned around and immediately spotted a bloody beast carcass about 40 to 50 meters away. He tightened his grip on the wooden sword and cautiously approached. Upon getting closer, he could see clearly that it was indeed a dog's corpse with numerous holes in its black fur, and blood had stained the grass. This should be the stray dog that was beaten to death by the players earlier. With his SS-Grade talent super extraction, he could extract from anything, including fierce beast corpses. This was also the reason why Shen Lang waited until everyone left before coming out. After all, he didn't want to expose his SS-Grade talent. Squatting next to the stray dog's corpse, Shen Lang immediately activated super extraction. Super extraction successful. You have gained 2 points of strength attribute. As the notification rang, a faint glow surged from the stray dog's corpse into his body, making him feel warm all over. The next moment, he felt his strength grow slightly. It's actually attribute points strength attribute. Shen Lang quickly opened his attribute panel, and his strength attribute had risen from 16 to 18. If the other players killed the fierce beast, and the corpse didn't disappear, can't I just follow them and directly loot the corpses? Wait, can I extract from player corpses too? When Nice and the others had just come out, one player named I am Young Dad was killed by the stray dog. Shen Lang stood up, his gaze scanning the grass for any signs. Soon he spotted a human corpse nearby. Upon approaching, he recognized it to be that of I Am Young Dad. It was a grim sight. Only half of the body remained, with the insides already hollowed out, and bite marks were visible on the arms and legs. Suppressing his nausea, Shen Lang activated super extraction on the corpse. Super extraction successful. You have gained grade talent strength enhancement. Shen Lang was both surprised and delighted. Indeed, super extraction allowed him to extract the player's talent. Shen Lang opened his talent panel, and indeed a new talent appeared along with its detailed description. Talent SS level super extraction level strength enhancement. Strength enhancement doubles the strength attribute based on the original attribute. After extracting a first-level ferocious beast, the stray evil dog Shen Lang gained 2 points in strength attributes, bringing his strength attribute to 18. After doubling, it becomes 36, a figure nearly 4 times that of an average person. This is impressive. By the way, why is my combat power still at 1-star 8 segments? As if sensing Shen Lang's confusion, a prompt box suddenly popped up in the combat power section. This personal combat power evaluation is limited to the player's 4-dimensional attribute assessment and does not include talent bonuses. So that's it. If calculated, my actual combat power should be more than just 1-star 8 segments. With the enhancement of strength enhancement, my average 4-dimensional attributes have already exceeded 20, so I should have at least 2-star combat power, right? A first-level ferocious beast has 3-star combat power. Hunting it alone without a team would be quite challenging, but it seems I don't have to kill it myself. Shen Lang closed his personal information, his eyes flickering slightly, as he already had a plan for his next actions. He would seek out players or the corpses of ferocious beasts to continue extracting. The 2 corpses of players and ferocious beasts had already given him a significant boost. What if there were more player corpses and ferocious beast bodies? Just now everyone had just left the novice village, so there would definitely be no shortage of corpses. These corpses were of no use to other players, but Shen Lang could extract talents and attribute points from them, enhancing his personal combat strength. Moreover, during the corpse scavenging there would be no danger at all. With his mind made up, Shen Lang did not linger and chose a route that looked to be frequented by many. With more people, there would be more ferocious beasts to kill and consequently more deaths. More corpses would surely follow. Sure enough, not long after Shen Lang set out, he discovered another first-level stray evil dog's corpse. The state of death was similar to the previous one, having been stabbed to a pulp with almost no intact places. After observing the surroundings for any abnormalities, Shen Lang quickly jogged over and crouched down to activate super extraction. Super extraction successful. You have gained 2 points of energy attribute and 1 iron dagger. How, aside from attribute points, he actually extracted a piece of equipment. As the prompt sound faded, a small dagger appeared in Shen Lang's hand, and the information about the dagger also surfaced. Iron dagger level 1 weapon attack 5 tip. When using this weapon, attack power is converted 1/1 to attribute points, stacking onto strength attribute. Looking at these prompts, Shen Lang quickly understood. When he used this dagger, it would add 5 strength attribute points, meaning it wouldn't increase unless used. 5 points of attack power isn't high, but at this stage it's already quite good. Other players only have basic wooden swords with no strength enhancements at all. Additionally, this extraction also yielded 2 points of energy attribute, bringing Shen Lang's energy to 16. The continuous gains left Shen Lang exhilarated. However, at that moment a series of screams came from afar, followed by a loud announcement. Player Kiching is my wife and was killed by a level 1 ferocious beast, the saber-toothed cat demon. Player Permission Dog was killed by a level 1 ferocious beast, the saber-toothed cat demon. Another death. And Shen Lang turned to look in the direction of the sound, where there was a small grove. While others might be frightened by the player's death, Shen Lang had other thoughts. Another target for super extraction. Who knows, he might extract 2 talent abilities. He had already extracted from 3 corpses, 2 were from ferocious beasts, and 1 was from a player. The ferocious beast corpses yielded attribute points and weapons, while the player's corpse yielded talent abilities. Of course, this was just Shen Lang's speculation, and whether it was true remained to be seen. However, Shen Lang did not rush over immediately. Instead, he waited until the commotion in that direction subsided before cautiously approaching the grove. After 10 minutes, Shen Lang reached the edge of the grove. However, the branches in the grove were dense, and the ground was covered with weeds and thorns, making it hard to see what the situation inside was. But the air was filled with the smell of blood and a foul stench. Shen Lang bent slightly, tiptoeing into the grove, quickly discovering scattered footprints and signs of a struggle. After traversing a distance of over 10 meters, he finally saw 2 corpses. One was an old man dressed in a white training outfit, and the other was a plump middle-aged woman. Both corpses had been shredded, with the surrounding vegetation stained with blood, and the smell of blood was extremely strong. Looking at the 2 corpses, Shen Lang felt a bit excited. If his deduction about extracting talent abilities from player corpses was correct, then he would soon be able to acquire 2 more talent abilities. However, just as Shen Lang was about to approach the corpses, his expression suddenly changed. Something's not right. There are only player corpses and no saber-toothed cat demon corpse. Damn it, these guys didn't kill the saber-toothed cat demon. Crap, the saber-toothed cat demon is still alive. Without any hesitation, Shen Lang decisively turned and ran, choosing to abandon the 2 corpses. That little team had at least 7 or 8 members and couldn't kill the saber-toothed cat demon. After losing 2 members, they all fled. Shen Lang considered himself not weaker than other players, but he also didn't believe he could solo a first-level ferocious beast. It wasn't worth risking his life for 2 talent abilities. However, just as Shen Lang turned and ran a few steps, he had to stop, his expression turning grim. Because at that moment a ferocious beast was crouched about 4 to 5 meters in front of him, staring intensely at him with fierce eyes. This beast was gray all over, and over a meter long. It resembled a leopard more than a cat. From its 2 fangs, which were longer than Shen Lang's iron dagger, it was clear that this was the saber-toothed cat demon that had killed the 2 players. It was apparent that this saber-toothed cat demon had already noticed him and had snuck up behind him. Holding the iron dagger, Shen Lang prepared himself, quickly calculating how to escape the imminent danger. A first-level ferocious beast with 3-star combat power was not to be underestimated. However, at this moment, he could not turn and run again, a lesson learned from years of fighting. Facing an enemy, turning your back to them meant relinquishing all initiative, especially when it was a fierce beast that preferred to ambush from behind for a one-hit kill. Thus a standoff ensued with 1 person and 1 beast glaring at each other. The saber-toothed cat demon stared at Shen Lang, making rumbling sounds in its throat, yet it did not initiate an attack. Was it warning him to leave its territory? Shen Lang keenly noticed this oddity. The saber-toothed cat demon's behavior was illogical. The saber-toothed cat demon was stronger, and he was weaker. Shouldn't it have crushed him immediately? There was definitely something wrong with this saber-toothed cat demon. Shen Lang tightened his grip on the dagger, adopting a fierce posture as he began to reassess the saber-toothed cat demon. Thud! Just then, to Shen Lang's astonishment, the saber-toothed cat demon collapsed onto the ground. Moreover, bubbles of blood kept bubbling from its mouth, and its body was twitching violently, almost as if it were dying. So it was injured. The saber-toothed cat demon lay on the ground, and Shen Lang could clearly see its condition. Its waist, abdomen, and thighs were riddled with holes, especially a 10-centimeter-long gash in its abdomen, with blood-soaked intestines spilling out in a struggle. Shen Lang had already noticed the blood on the saber-toothed cat demon. At that time, he subconsciously thought it was from the 2 dead players and didn't think much of it. He never expected that it was the saber-toothed cat demon itself that was gravely injured. Under Shen Lang's watch, the saber-toothed cat demon's struggles weakened until only its abdomen slightly twitched, fading into a state of near death. Seeing this, Shen Lang let out a long sigh of relief. He had been prepared to fight for his life just moments ago. It turned out the saber-toothed cat demon was done for a false alarm indeed. Right, the saber-toothed cat demon still had a breath left. If he delivered the finishing blow, it should count as his kill, right? Killing ferocious beasts could earn experience and level up. With this in mind, Shen Lang regained his focus, gripping the dagger cautiously as he approached the saber-toothed cat demon. When Shen Lang reached the saber-toothed cat demon, it opened its mouth to cry out, but the blood froth in its mouth prevented any sound from coming out. As for the saber-toothed cat demon's body, it twitched a few times, clearly unable to move. Without a second thought, Shen Lang raised his hand and plunged the dagger into the saber-toothed cat demon's throat, twisting it as he did. The saber-toothed cat demon's throat was crushed, its 4 legs stiffened, and its head fell heavily to the ground, dead beyond measure. The saber-toothed cat demon, which had claimed the lives of 2 players, was easily slain by Shen Lang with a finishing blow. Congratulations. You have successfully killed a level 1 ferocious beast, the saber-toothed cat demon. Experience gained 30. Simultaneously, Shen Lang's level section within his personal information appeared. Level 1, 30,100. Killing a level 1 ferocious beast gives 30 experience points. That means if I kill 3 more level 1 ferocious beasts, I can level up to level 2. Never mind, let's extract first. Shen Lang glanced at the corpse of the saber-toothed cat demon beside him, feeling. Speaking of which, that player team must have beaten the saber-toothed cat demon into this state, and then fled. Probably not, because they truly couldn't defeat it. Rather, the saber-toothed cat demon killed 2 of their teammates, scaring them off. After all, until today, everyone had come from a relatively peaceful era. How many could face life and death with composure? It was normal for them to run. But it was better for them to run, benefiting Shen Lang, allowing him to gain experience from a ferocious beast for free. With the activation of super extraction, the prompt sound resonated. Super extraction successful. You have gained 2 points of agility attribute. Shen Lang's agility attribute and his 4-dimensional attributes increased from 15 to 17, second only to his 18 points in strength. There are still 2 player corpses. Shen Lang stood up and quickly walked towards the 2 players' corpses. He wondered if he would extract talent abilities from the player corpses, just as he speculated. Shen Lang first approached the old man's corpse and immediately activated his Super God Extraction talent ability. Super God Extraction successful. You have obtained a level talent agility enhancement. Agility enhancement doubles the agility attribute based on the original baseline. Shen Lang was overjoyed. He was right, the extraction result from the player's corpse was indeed a talent ability. However, why is strength enhancement a level talent, while agility enhancement is only an A-level talent? Strength represents attack power, while agility represents speed. Could it be that strength is more powerful than agility? This is a bit hard to understand. Nevertheless, Shen Lang did not have the time to ponder these questions. He turned and walked to the female player's corpse to initiate Super God Extraction. Super God Extraction successful. You have obtained level talent Hearing Enhancement. Hearing Enhancement hearing ability will be enhanced tenfold. Although it was only the lowest level F talent, Shen Lang was not disappointed, as it was unrealistic to expect to always draw something good. Gaining something means it's not a loss, not losing is a gain, it's all a buildup of strength. Moreover, this hearing enhancement is not without its merits, it is actually a quite useful auxiliary talent. With tenfold hearing, Shen Lang could perceive his surroundings more clearly or avoid certain dangerous areas. Without a doubt, after acquiring 2 talent abilities, Shen Lang's overall strength had increased a bit more. Shen Lang wasted no time and quickly left the small grove. The novice assessment task only had 7 days to complete, and he needed to raise his personal level to 10 within that time, or he would be obliterated by the Great Tao. Shen Lang's plan was simple. For now, his direction was to find corpses for super god extraction. His combat power assessment remained at 1 star and 8 segments, and with the enhancement from various talent abilities, it was only about 2 stars and 1 or 2 segments. Such strength alone was still insufficient to contend with first-level feral beasts. He needed to accumulate more 4-dimensional attribute points and talent abilities to rapidly enhance his combat power segments from these 2 aspects. Once his actual combat power reached 3 stars and 4 stars, soloing feral beasts would then become a piece of cake. Shen Lang did not team up with others. Soloing feral beasts allowed him to monopolize the experience, ensuring his leveling speed would outpace everyone else. Of course, the premise is that he has the ability to solo feral beasts. Next, Shen Lang's luck was quite good as he found 2 corpses of stray vicious dogs in the jungle. From the first stray vicious dog's corpse, he successfully extracted 2 points of constitution attributes along with a first-level iron dagger. The second extraction, however, failed. When extraction fails, a reminder from the Great Tao appears. For the same type of low-level feral beast, one can extract at most 3 times. For the same type of low-level feral beast, does that mean high-level feral beasts can be extracted more than 3 times? Indeed, the extraction in the novice village goes beyond 3 times. Shortly after leaving the novice village, Shen Lang had extracted from 2 stray vicious dog corpses, and including the one just extracted, he had already done so 3 times. The last stray vicious dog corpse was wasted. However, this was not a big deal, as during this period the Great Tao announced that more than a dozen players had died killed by various feral beasts. This indicated that the variety of feral beasts in this area was abundant, and even if the same type of feral beast could only be extracted 3 times, Shen Lang would not lack extraction materials. Just as Shen Lang put away the iron dagger and prepared to leave, he noticed a slight movement in his ear and heard voices behind. "Old Zhou, is your injury serious?" "It's nothing, just a scrape, not deep." "Thanks to you, Old Zhou. If it weren't for you sacrificing yourself to lure away the other saber-toothed cat demon, we wouldn't have been able to catch up and defeat it. If we had faced 2 saber-toothed cat demons, our team would have been wiped out by now. Encountering 2 feral beasts at once was our bad luck, but the key is that the feral beasts ambushed us, disrupting our... If I find out which team killed the saber-toothed cat demon we injured, they will definitely pay for it." Exactly, our small team lost 2 people, yet we only gained the experience from 1 saber-toothed cat demon. What a loss. Experience lost is just lost. It's just a shame about Old Huang and Aunt Chen. To be honest, they were an old man and a woman, and teaming up with them kind of held us back. The voices grew fainter as they seemed to be passing by and did not head towards Shen Lang's direction. From the conversation, Shen Lang could guess that this was the team that had surrounded and killed the saber-toothed cat demon, but had lost 2 players in the process. Initially, Shen Lang thought these people were too cowardly, scared off by the dead, but unexpectedly they had gone to hunt down another saber-toothed cat demon. It seemed they had killed the other saber-toothed cat demon and returned to find the one they had injured. As a result, when this group returned, they found that the saber-toothed cat demon had already been finished off by someone else. No wonder some of them were so angry. This was just a small episode and did not affect Shen Lang's continued search for corpses. The hearing enhancement proved to be highly effective during this process. Shen Lang could hear voices from further away, allowing him to understand the movements happening in the distance. For instance, where battles were occurring, players talking about where they had killed feral beasts and who had died where, etc. With this information aiding him, Shen Lang's speed in finding corpses increased significantly. In the following 2.5 hours, he found a total of 18 corpses, 1 player's corpse, and the rest were feral beasts. From the player's corpse, Shen Lang extracted another level talent, smell enhancement. Like hearing enhancement, it could enhance his sense of smell tenfold. Among the 17 feral beast corpses, there were stray vicious dogs, saber-toothed cat demons, furry toads, jungle black wolves, iron-skinned, wild boars, and several others. These feral beasts also provided Shen Lang with 18 points of 4-dimensional attribute points and 3 iron daggers. The reason it was not 34 attribute points was that some of these feral beasts had already been extracted 3 times and could not be extracted again. Under a large pine tree, Shen Lang leaned against the mottled old bark and opened his personal information. Nickname Dark Knight. Level 1, 30,100. Strength 22, Agility 21, Constitution 24, Energy 20. Talents: SS level Super God Extraction, level talent Strength Enhancement, a level talent Agility Enhancement, level talent Hearing Enhancement, level talent Smell Enhancement. Skills: SS level Passive Great Tao Blessing. Combat Power 2 stars 1 segment. All 4-dimensional attributes reached above 20, which raised his combat power to 2 stars and 1 segment. Of course, this does not account for the boost from talent abilities. Including the Strength Enhancement and Agility Enhancement talents, his average 4-dimensional attribute value is 32.5, which is already at 3 stars and 2 segments. Additionally, there are the Hearing Enhancement and Smell Enhancement, as well as the SS level passive skill Great Tao Blessing. After enhancing his sense of hearing, Shen Lang acquired the talent of Heightened Smell. With a 10-fold increase in his sense of smell, he could easily detect various scents in the air. For instance, he had previously tracked 2 beast corpses by following the scent of blood. Now the fragrance he had just detected was filled with a delightful aroma reminiscent of fruits fermented into wine. No, there's another scent. This is the smell of the jungle black wolf. Earlier Shen Lang had extracted the corpse of a jungle black wolf and could immediately discern the wolfish scent mingling with the fruity aroma. Both scents were drifting from the same direction. Shen Lang listened closely but heard no sounds of fighting or commotion. The wolfish scent is faint. It must be a lone wolf. After a moment's thought, Shen Lang proceeded toward the source of the aroma. At present his actual combat power approached 4 stars, and facing a jungle black wolf posed no danger to him. During these 3 hours, Shen Lang had deduced the types of ferocious beasts in this jungle based on the prompts from players being killed. These included the 5 previously mentioned types, all classified as first-tier ferocious beasts: stray, evil dog, saber-toothed cat, demon, furied, toad, jungle black wolf, and iron-skinned wild boar. Shen Lang had fully extracted the first 3 types of beasts 3 times each and no longer needed their corpses. However, he had only extracted the jungle black wolf twice and needed 1 more. As for the iron-skinned wild boar, Shen Lang had yet to encounter one. He had only heard its name in the prompts. With traces of the jungle black wolf in sight, he would not let this opportunity slip by. As Shen Lang moved forward, the sense of wolfish odor and fruit grew increasingly stronger. The fruit fragrance was particularly refreshing, making one's mouth water. Shen Lang approached cautiously, keeping a close watch on his surroundings to avoid any unexpected surprises. In this world, no caution was too much, otherwise death would be a reality. After about 10 minutes, Shen Lang arrived at a thicket brimming with thorns, and through the gaps, he could see a small mound ahead. The mound was also covered with various thorny vines. Amidst these vines, a splash of red caught Shen Lang's eye. Gently pushing aside the weeds, he saw more clearly that it was a fist-sized red fruit resembling a ripe apple. It was clear that the fruity scent he had detected came from this red fruit. However, Shen Lang did not reach for it, as he had also spotted the jungle black wolf lurking outside the thicket. This jungle black wolf was currently pacing back and forth outside the thicket, occasionally glancing at the red fruit, seemingly eager to savor it. Yet the thicket was dense, filled with sharp thorns, preventing the jungle black wolf from getting close. This fruit must be extraordinary. It could very well be a spiritual fruit from the novels. Shen Lang mused silently, his gaze locked onto the jungle black wolf. He certainly wanted the red fruit, but he also wanted the jungle black wolf, as this beast could provide him with 2 attribute points. Thus Shen Lang lowered his body, gripping an iron dagger, and continued to approach. The jungle black wolf circled the thicket, and Shen Lang followed closely behind, gradually closing the distance. After circling twice, Shen Lang was now less than 5 meters away from the jungle black wolf. Just then the jungle black wolf suddenly turned around, its eyes gleaming with green light, glaring fiercely at Shen Lang in the woods. In the next moment, the jungle black wolf leaped high, lunging towards Shen Lang. He had been spotted. Shen Lang's expression changed slightly, but he did not panic or attempt to flee. 5 meters was more than enough. Shen Lang pressed down hard with his feet, gripping the dagger tightly, and actively charged toward the oncoming jungle black wolf. With the enhancement of his agility talent, Shen Lang's agility attribute doubled to 42 points, surpassing the 4-star evaluation. This allowed his body to transform into a blur in the air, moving even faster than the jungle black wolf. Thus, when he approached the jungle black wolf, it was still midair. With a thrust, the power enhancement talent doubled Shen Lang's strength attribute to 44 points. Coupled with the dagger's 5 points of attack bonus, he boasted nearly 5-star attack power, effortlessly piercing through the jungle black wolf's hide and severing its carotid artery and trachea. Blood sprayed several meters away, and the jungle black wolf fell helplessly from the sky, convulsing a few times before breathing its last. Shen Lang halted at the edge of the thicket, glancing back at the corpse of the jungle black wolf with a satisfied smile on his face. Whether it was his reflexes or the precision of his strike, he handled it remarkably well. It was a seamless execution, a one-hit kill. Although Shen Lang had previously killed a saber-toothed cat demon, that creature had been severely injured and on the brink of death, presenting no challenge. This was Shen Lang's first solo kill of a ferocious beast, achieving an almost perfect execution. Of course, this was also thanks to the various enhancements Shen Lang had experienced over the past few hours. Whether in speed or attack, he was superior to the jungle black wolf, making its swift demise a matter of course. With the jungle black wolf lying dead, the prompt from the system sounded rapidly. Congratulations on killing the first-tier ferocious beast. Jungle black wolf experience gained 40. A warm surge of energy coursed through Shen Lang's body, invigorating him. Meanwhile, his personal level display changed to level 1, 70,100. The experience from the previous saber-toothed cat demon was 30 points, while the jungle black wolf gave 40 points, perhaps because the jungle black wolf was a bit stronger. With 70 experience points, if I kill another ferocious beast, I can level up to level 2. Shen Lang closed the level information with a smile, feeling that his decision to enhance his combat power was very wise. If he had been like others teaming up to farm monsters upon leaving the village, the experience he gained would have been far less than what he had now. At most, he would have gained only 20 points. When teaming up to kill ferocious beasts, the experience is distributed according to everyone's contributions, essentially a labor-based allocation. A first-tier ferocious beast provides 30 to 40 experience points. How much can each person get? Unlike Shen Lang, who acted independently, soloing the ferocious beasts and enjoying the experience himself, Shen Lang glanced at the red fruit in the thicket before turning to approach the corpse of the jungle black wolf. Super Divine Extraction. Super Divine Extraction successful, you have gained 2 agility attribute points. Instantly Shen Lang's agility attribute in the 4-dimensional attribute panel increased from 21 to 23. With the agility enhancement talent, it reached 46 points, nearing 5 stars, further boosting his overall combat strength. After extracting from the jungle black wolf's corpse, Shen Lang returned to the edge of the thicket, eyeing the alluring red fruit. The fruit tree was not tall, with hardly any branches, just a trunk the size of a thumb. The leaves were sparse, and at the very top was that enticing red fruit. The red fruit was undoubtedly a valuable item, but he wondered if he could eat it and what benefits it might provide. The small hill was overgrown with thorns, making it difficult for the black wolves of the forest to reach the red fruit without getting hurt. However, for those skilled with tools, it posed no challenge. Shen Lang extracted several first-tier weapons, specifically iron daggers, from the carcass of the fierce beast. He took out 2 daggers and quickly cleared a path through the thicket, arriving effortlessly in front of the fruit tree. Up close, the red fruit appeared plump and fragrant, tempting one to take a bite. However, Shen Lang resisted and placed the fruit into his bag after picking it. Before knowing the effects of this fruit, he dared not eat anything carelessly, no matter how appetizing it looked. What if this fruit is only safe for fierce beasts to consume and not for humans? In a world where death lurked around every corner, one could never be too cautious, especially with these strange and uncontrollable things. After picking the fruit, Shen Lang was about to leave, but after taking a few steps, he turned back to look at the fruit tree bearing the red fruit. A tree that can bear such fruit must be no ordinary tree. Can it be extracted? Shen Lang, being action-oriented, decided to try it out and immediately initiated a super extraction on the small fruit tree. Super extraction successful, you have obtained 1 drop of first-tier herbal essence. This thing can indeed be extracted, and it can enhance my physical attributes. Shen Lang exclaimed with joy, looking at the green droplet that appeared in his palm before swallowing it whole. The herbal essence spread across his lips and teeth, exuding a rich fragrance, while his entire body felt pleasantly tingly and refreshingly invigorating. You have consumed 1 drop of herbal essence. Physical attributes 2. Shen Lang's physical attribute was already the highest among the 4 dimensions, previously at 24 points, and now it had increased to 26 points. Glancing at the fruit tree that had withered after the super extraction, Shen Lang couldn't help but think of the fruit he had just picked. If the tree could be extracted from the fruit, surely could as well. It was just a matter of what could be extracted. If it could be used, he would use it, and if not, he would let it be. After all, there was no danger in not having to personally taste it. Shen Lang immediately took out the fruit he had placed in his bag and activated the super extraction. Super extraction successful, you have obtained 1 drop of fire poison fruit essence. Fire poison fruit red and toxic, consuming it will burn and lead to death. Fire poison fruit essence toxicity, removed concentrated fire poison essence, swallowing it can improve physical attributes, granting immunity to all poisons. Hiss, it truly is toxic. Upon seeing the successful extraction description, Shen Lang felt relieved that he hadn't consumed the red fruit directly. Caution may lead to long-lasting safety. Disasters often come from the mouth, and the ancients were not wrong. If he had given in and eaten that fruit earlier, he would likely have turned to ashes by now. However, although the juice of the so-called fire poison fruit was toxic, the essence obtained through super extraction yielded the opposite effect. Consuming it could change his physique, transforming him into one immune to all poisons. With the endorsement of super extraction, Shen Lang had no more reservations and raised his hand to swallow the fire poison fruit essence. There was no particularly special sensation, just a slight burning in his throat that quickly faded. You have consumed the fire poison fruit essence and have transformed into one immune to all poisons. At that moment, Shen Lang's personal information appeared before his eyes. Nickname, Knight level 1, 70,100 strength, 22 grade talent strength enhancement agility, 23 grade talent agility enhancement physique, 26 immune to all poisons energy, 20 grade talent hearing enhancement, grade talent smell enhancement, innate talent SS-Grade super extraction, special talent none. The innate talent section had changed to show only the SS-Grade super extraction, with the original talents categorized under innate talents. Additionally, beneath the innate talent, there was now a special talent section. If Shen Lang's guess was correct, these talents could not be categorized under the 4 dimensions and would all be special talents. For instance, the grade talent shadow manipulation from Nice is clearly a special type of talent, as well as the gravity field and earth element manipulation mentioned in the chat channel. Unfortunately, Shen Lang had yet to obtain a special talent. However, this was not a significant issue. Given his current extraction progress, he believed it would not be long before he acquired a new talent. I can no longer continue extracting from the corpse of the black wolf. Apart from player corpses, the only remaining ones in this forest are the furried toad and iron-skinned wild boar corpses that I can still extract. Next, I will continue searching for corpses to initiate super extraction. If I encounter these fierce beasts, I will take the opportunity to kill them for leveling up and extraction. With his comprehensive combat power nearing 5 stars, Shen Lang was fully qualified to say such a thing. As long as he didn't run into a pack of fierce beasts, dealing with 3 to 5 would not be too difficult for him. Shen Lang quickly left the thorny small hill and chose a direction that had a strong bloody scent. Before long, Shen Lang found another fierce beast corpse. Unfortunately, it was the carcass of a saber-toothed cat demon, which was no longer useful to him. After continuing forward for another 10 minutes, Shen Lang heard a series of deep frog croaks. Quack, quack, quack. Quack, quack, quack. Quack, quack, quack. After listening for a moment, Shen Lang's face lit up with joy. The source of the croaking was likely the furried toad, which he had not yet encountered. Among the 5 types of fierce beasts in the forest, he had yet to extract from the furried toad and the iron-skinned wild boar. This meant he could still extract from the furried toad 3 more times. About 200 meters away, Shen Lang estimated the distance and cautiously made his way towards the direction of the... To his surprise, just a short distance away, a flicker of golden light appeared in Shen Lang's vision. What could it be? Could it be another spiritual fruit similar to the fire-poison fruit? After pondering for a moment, Shen Lang decided to temporarily change direction and move towards the location of the silver light. Soon he arrived at the source of the silver light. A small chest. On the ground before Shen Lang lay a golden treasure chest the size of a head, emanating a faint... Shen Lang looked around and saw no signs of ambush or danger. He cautiously approached the treasure chest, took out his iron dagger, and easily picked the lock. In the next moment, the silver light flickered and the treasure chest vanished before Shen Lang's eyes. At the same time, a notification sound from the Tao appeared. Congratulations, you have opened the golden treasure chest and obtained this great skill, Eye of Insight. Shen Lang was overjoyed. Unexpectedly encountering a treasure chest on the road and gaining its great skill was truly extraordinary luck. By the way, what is the use of this skill? At the very beginning, Shen Lang extracted from the novice cabin, earning his first skill, the SSS-Grade passive skill Tao Blessing. Through the continuous accumulation and evolution of the super extraction, it ultimately strengthened into an SSS-Grade skill. Although the golden chest that burst open did not yield an SSS-Grade skill, it still produced an SSS-Grade skill far superior to ordinary skills. Without further ado, Shen Lang hurriedly checked the relevant introduction for this skill. Eye of Insight, SSS-Grade active skill. Upon activation, you can perceive the essence of all things information. So it's this skill. In many of the novels Shen Lang had read, numerous protagonists possessed similar skills, some even considered as their unique trump card. For instance, seeing hidden information, identifying opponents' weaknesses, and so forth. Consequently, many readers had wildly criticized this phenomenon, saying something like the flow of protagonists, the ironclad Eye of Insight. Shen Lang had also made similar complaints while reading, but now it was truly delightful. With the Eye of Insight, encountering things would no longer leave him in the dark. He would be able to recognize everything. Just like the fire-poison fruit he had encountered earlier, with the Eye of Insight, he could spy on its essential information. Whether it was poisonous or not, and what specific uses it had. He could know all this clearly. I never expected that in this 9th world there would be an operation to open treasure chests. The location of this chest doesn't seem special, it should appear randomly. In this case, there must be treasure chests in other places too, but I wonder if others have discovered them. However, a golden chest that can yield an SSS-Grade skill should not be of low quality, right? Shen Lang thought to himself, feeling quite pleased, calming his emotions before turning to walk towards the sound of croaking. His encounter with the treasure chest was purely by chance, he hadn't planned to search for one. For now, hunting fierce beasts to level up and extracting the corpses of beasts and players remained his primary goals. As Shen Lang continued on, the croaking sound became clearer. He even used this to pinpoint the location of the furried toad, which was in a relatively low-lying depression. Shen Lang slowed down slightly as he noticed some scattered footprints indicating that someone had been here before. Strangely, Shen Lang did not hear any sounds of human activity nearby. However, there was a faint trace of the unique scent of humans in the air. With some doubts, Shen Lang tried to tread lightly as he approached the edge of the depression. He half-squatted outside the bushes, peering through the gaps in the foliage, and finally spotted his target. In the middle of the depression, there was a large stone covered in moss beneath, which was a toad of a dull gray color. The toad was covered in lumps of various sizes and was about the size of a water buffalo. The furried toad had 4 amber-colored eyeballs on its head, clearly indicating that it was a level 1 fierce beast. However, at this moment, Shen Lang's focus was on the toad's mouth. Although the furried toad's mouth was closed, Shen Lang could clearly see a half-eaten human leg hanging from it. The black pants, white socks, and the missing shoe were evident. Clearly, this furried toad had just eaten a person and had not fully swallowed them yet. Shen Lang concealed himself behind the bushes and stealthily activated the Eye of Insight on the furried toad. In the next moment, a glowing screen appeared before his eyes. Fierce beast furried toad, level 1 skill, none description. The lumps will explode and form toxic gas, which is highly corrosive. Its tongue is its most powerful weapon. Combat power assessment, 3 stars 9 segments, drop rate 0. Once seeing the detailed information about the furried toad, Shen Lang couldn't help but marvel at how useful the Eye of Insight was. However, this level 1 furried toad possessed combat power equivalent to 3 stars and 9 segments. Advancing further could enable it to become a level 2 fierce beast with 4-star combat power. No wonder some people had been swallowed. Of course, with such combat power, Shen Lang had no intention of retreating. After all, his overall combat power had reached a 5-star level, outclassing the furried toad by a substantial margin. Taking a deep breath, Shen Lang crouched and stepped into the depression. The depression had standing water, and stepping on it created a sound of air compressing. Before long, the furried toad noticed Shen Lang. At this moment, however, Shen Lang was already less than 10 meters away from the furried toad. The instant the toad spotted him, he suddenly accelerated, splashing large amounts of muddy water from the depression. His speed was nearly at 5-star level, even surpassing the jungle black wolf, which specialized in speed, let alone the fleshy furried toad. In an instant, Shen Lang was within 5 meters of the furried toad, needing just one more dash to close the distance. However, Shen Lang did not advance further because as he landed, a long spiked tongue came whipping towards him. Shen Lang dodged swiftly, causing the stone behind him to be struck by the long tongue, instantly shattering. As the stone exploded, the furry toad's tongue retracted and was hurled at Shen Lang once more. Such speed. Shen Lang's expression changed slightly. He bent down and rolled on the spot to avoid the tongue attack, while getting closer to the furry toad. In his hand, the iron dagger flew like a throwing knife, shooting straight toward the furry toad's eye. At a distance of 3 to 4 meters, the furry toad simply couldn't evade it. With a sharp sound, the iron dagger precisely pierced the furry toad's eye, bursting forth a large stream of yellow-green liquid. The furry toad cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground and emitting deep croaking sounds. Its claws pressed against its head frantically, trying to remove the dagger lodged within. As for the tongue that had attacked Shen Lang, it had naturally been retracted. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Lang lunged forward, circling around to the back of the furry toad, using the stone to propel himself high into the air. In his hand, another dagger had appeared, which came straight down onto the furry toad's skull. With various enhancements, a 49-point strength attack instantly sliced through the furry toad's bumpy scalp, penetrating into the bone and brain. Croak. The furry toad let out a miserable cry, thrashing and struggling on the ground. The force of its death throes was so great that even Shen Lang was thrown off. Meanwhile, the lumps on its body exploded one after another, releasing gray-green smoke that enveloped Shen Lang. The Eye of Insight had indicated that the lumps on the furry toad were highly toxic, and Shen Lang naturally could not ignore that. However, he still chose the most efficient close-quarters kill, since his body of 100 poisons was immune to the furry toad's toxic mist. After a while, the gray-green toxic mist dissipated, revealing Shen Lang and the furry toad. Shen Lang was unharmed, only a bit muddy. The furry toad lay on the ground, no longer struggling, its tongue hanging out, already dead. Nearby, there was a sticky corpse that looked like a man, with its head having been corroded into a skull. This was the human player that the furry toad had just swallowed, regurgitated during its desperate struggle. However, Shen Lang did not pay attention to this. The system notification was ringing incessantly in his ears. Congratulations on killing the level 1 fierce beast furry toad. You have gained 40 experience points. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 2. Your strength attribute has increased by 10. Your agility attribute has increased by 10. Your vitality attribute 10. Your energy attribute 10. You have gained 5 free attribute points to allocate. The hints of the Tao continuously echoed in Shen Lang's mind, and he could feel himself rapidly becoming stronger. He could truly sense this process of enhancement, as his physical quality and spirit were both on the rise. After all, with a comprehensive increase of 10 points in all 4 attributes, such an enhancement is quite normal. After a while, Shen Lang became accustomed to this sudden surge of power, his face revealing joy. I didn't expect leveling up to be this easy. If other players heard this, they would probably spit blood on the spot. At this moment, his 4 attributes had all surpassed 30, with an average value reaching 32.75. This was already the basic combat power of a 3-star second tier. With the enhancement from several talents, the relevant attributes doubled, and the average value even reached 49 points 4-star 9th tier. In terms of overall combat power, Shen Lang's strength was between 5-star and 6-star. And 5-star strength was already the power that only a level 3 ferocious beast could possess, while a level 2 ferocious beast barely had 4-star strength. This means that for ferocious beasts below level 3, Shen Lang could easily slay them. Of course, this is just a numerical assessment. The actual combat power displayed would still be influenced by the actual combat opponent. For instance, with the toxic mist of the furry toad, if Shen Lang did not have a body immune to all poisons, even if his power surpassed its own, dealing with it would still be troublesome. Moreover, this upgrade also granted him 5 free attribute points, which Shen Lang could allocate to the desired 4 attribute. Once allocated, his strength would increase significantly. First, let me extract from the corpse. Shen Lang did not immediately allocate points, instead walking to the corpse of the furry toad for a super extraction. Super extraction successful, you gained energy attribute points too. In Shen Lang's 4 attributes, the energy attribute was currently the lowest, and now it had just caught up, rising to 32 points. Next, Shen Lang looked at the player corpse that had been spit out by the furry toad. Now, apart from being immune to all poisons, I don't have any enhanced talents for my physique. Shall I get one? Thinking silently, Shen Lang activated the super extraction on the player corpse covered in slime. Super extraction successful. You have obtained grade talent, visual enhancement. Visual enhancement, grade talent, 10-fold enhancement of vision. There is a bit of regret, as it is not the physique enhancement Shen Lang desired, but rather an energy attribute-related visual enhancement talent. Shen Lang smiled, and shook his head, not getting too hung up on it. What he couldn't get now he would eventually obtain. The game had just begun. Besides, killing a furry toad and obtaining a player corpse was already a great profit for him. Shen Lang returned to pull out the 2 daggers from the top and eyes of the furry toad's corpse, washed them clean in the puddle, and however, upon seeing the corpse of the furry toad, Shen Lang had another thought. The lumps on the back of the furry toad had burst, leaving some green sludge, clearly indicating that it was poisonous. This substance was useless to him, but it could be beneficial to other ferocious beasts and players. It must not go to waste. Thus, Shen Lang took out a dagger and coated its blade with the furry toad's venom. The dagger, now infused with venom, gleamed with a layer of green, ghostly light, somewhat mesmerizing. Shen Lang did not coat the other 4 daggers with venom. He kept these daggers with the intention of possibly trading them for other resources with other players later. 1 dagger coated with poison for personal use was enough. There was no need to give others a bargain. After securing the dagger, Shen Lang searched around the surrounding area of the puddle and found plenty of footprints on the other side. The footprints were neatly arranged similar to those he had discovered earlier, but there were no signs of a struggle. This made Shen Lang somewhat curious. Since there had been no battle here, how did the furried toad manage to consume a player? With some doubts, Shen Lang followed the footprints. Not long after, sounds of a fight emerged ahead, accompanied by the familiar scent of the furried toad. Shen Lang swiftly moved through the jungle and arrived at another damp puddle. Through the gaps in the trees, Shen Lang stood at a vantage point, clearly observing the battle situation in the puddle. Indeed, there was a furried toad here, and it was evident that this ferocious beast preferred to inhabit humid, swampy areas. In addition to the furried toad, there were 8 players nearby currently besieging this furried toad. The furried toad had already sustained multiple wounds during the assault. Moreover, the lumps on the furried toad's body were all ruptured, clearly having sprayed its toxic mist without harming these players. From the look of things, the furried toad was clearly at a disadvantage. Shen Lang glanced at those players, and his gaze quickly landed on a young man in sportswear. He was handsome with the potential of a pretty boy and was evidently the leader of this group. Players who could be team leaders typically had decent awakened talents, at least grade, if not grade. However, Shen Lang did not know this person. At that moment, the young man stretched his hands forward, creating 2 visible whirlwinds that charged towards the furried toad. The furried toad jumped to evade, but its large and heavy body was still swept into the air by the whirlwinds. Seeing this, Shen Lang understood that this person's awakened talent was likely wind-based. No wonder the furried toad's toxic mist was ineffective against these individuals. It must have been blown away by this person after being released. The furried toad was lifted into the air by the wind, soaring to a height of 20 to 30 meters before crashing heavily back to the ground. Boom. The several hundred-pound furried toad crashed down onto the swampy ground, splattering mud and water everywhere. The furried toad's breath instantly became even weaker, its 4 legs kicking around, failing to overturn its body for a moment. The young man looked a bit pale and shouted loudly. Everyone charged together. It was evident that blowing the several hundred-pound furried toad into the air was not as easy as it appeared. Upon hearing his words, the other 7 players wasted no time, brandishing their novice wooden swords and rushing towards. They also knew that the furried toad's tongue was quite formidable, so they all aimed for the area behind the furried toad, stabbing their wooden swords into its abdomen, and in an instant the furried toad's belly was soaked in blood. Before long, the furried toad was pierced to death by this group of players, blood flowing everywhere. When the furried toad perished, faint white light began to rise from each of the 9 players. Shen Lang knew that this was them gaining experience points for killing the ferocious beast. 4 points of experience. I got this. I only got 3 points, but I should have stabbed it a few more times. I got 6 points. Some received more experience while others received less. It was allocated based on their participation and contribution. This furried toad at most had 40 points of experience, so the division was naturally quite meager. The young man with wind-based talent was the leader of this battle, contributing the most, and the light surrounding him was much brighter compared to the others. He probably received around 20 points of experience. Of course, this was still inferior to Shen Lang, who could claim the full 40 points of experience for soloing the furried toad. Regarding this, Shen Lang was not too concerned. His gaze had already fallen on the corpse of the furried toad. He was just waiting for these players to leave so he could extract from the ferocious beast's corpse again. At that moment, the young man with wind-based talent joyfully exclaimed, "I've leveled up to level 2. Ah, Tianyu is awesome, already level 2. Congratulations, Tianyu. Tianyu has a grade wind talent. We rely on him every time we hunt ferocious beasts, so it's about time he leveled up. Haha, with Tianyu leveling up, his strength will increase, making it easier for our team to hunt ferocious beasts." The others congratulated the young man, their words filled with envy. Not far away, Shen Lang was also somewhat surprised. This was his first time seeing a player above level 2. Including those previous ferocious beasts, they were all only level 1. I just leveled up to level 2. Oh, I wonder how big the gap is between him and me. Shen Lang thought to himself, then activated his insight, looking once again at the player named Tianyu. Under the eye of insight, the information panel of this level 2 player appeared before Shen Lang. Nickname Tianyu. Race human. Level 2. Strength 22, Agility 21, Constitution 20, Stamina 19. Talent unknown. Skills unknown. Combat power 2 stars first segment. The talent and skills are marked as unknown. When using the eye of insight on the fierce beast, the skills section displayed as none. The player showed as unknown. Perhaps this is the protection of the Tao for players. However, Shen Lang did not focus on this for the time being. His gaze swept over Tianyu's attributes, slightly stunned. At level 2, his combat power was only 2 stars first segment. Even with the awakened talent, the overall combat power would probably only be around 3 stars. He could just barely fight against a level 1 fierce beast, and whether he could win was still debatable. Compared to Shen Lang, Tianyu's attributes were all at least 10 points lower. Despite both being level 2, the gap was astonishingly large. If it came to a fight, Shen Lang could easily lift Tianyu with one hand. Of course, this was also thanks to the super god extraction. Other players had to gain attribute points either by leveling up or defeating monsters to obtain certain attribute points, while Shen Lang only needed to continuously use super god extraction. At this moment, a woman in the team spoke up. "Captain Tian, shouldn't we go look for spicy hot pot?" After a pause, the woman continued, "He hasn't caught up yet. He might have just fallen behind." Hearing this, Tianyu pondered for a moment. "All right, let's turn back and look for him." He was currently the captain of the team and had become the backbone among these people, possessing great prestige. Spicy Hot Pot was one of his teammates in this team. However, half an hour ago while searching for Fierce Beast, Spicy Hot Pot had gone to the restroom and hadn't returned. Tianyu and the others were originally going to turn back to look for him when they happened to encounter the furry toad. In fact, Tianyu thought that Spicy Hot Pot might already be in dire straits. However, now that the furry toad had been killed by them, it was indeed time to look for him lest it hurt the morale of their teammate, which would not be beneficial for him to lead the team. Shen Lang listened to all this discussion clearly. If he wasn't mistaken, the furry toad he killed earlier might be the one that devoured the player they referred to as Spicy Hot Pot. After Tianyu and the others decided to search for their teammate, who had fallen behind, they walked towards the exit of the swamp together. Shen Lang's target was the corpse of the furry toad. Naturally, he had no intention of revealing himself, waiting to extract it after they left. However, coincidentally, the direction Tianyu and the others turned meant that Shen Lang's hiding place was their only path. Due to the close distance of only 20 to 30 meters and the sparse underbrush, it was not easy for Shen Lang to sneak away. After some thought, Shen Lang stood up and walked straightforwardly towards Tianyu and the others. Rather than being discovered by them, it was better to reveal himself. With him appearing alone, they wouldn't suspect him of having ulterior motives or consider him a threat. Moreover, even if these people had any ill intentions, they wouldn't be enough to take him on. As soon as Shen Lang stood up, he was indeed noticed. Who is it? Tianyu and the others looked at him, their expressions filled with vigilance. As Shen Lang had anticipated, upon seeing only him, their expressions relaxed a bit. After a moment, they approached him together. Tianyu looked Shen Lang up and down and asked, "Is it just you?" "Oh," Shen Lang replied calmly. Before Tianyu could speak, another man stared at him and asked, "How did you end up here?" Shen Lang glanced at him and said honestly, "I happened to pass by nearby and came to check when I heard the sounds of fighting." "How about it? Weren't we impressive, taking down a furry toad in no time?" A woman interjected. Shen Lang smiled and said, "Impressive." The woman, seeing that Shen Lang was somewhat handsome, said to Tianyu, "Captain, this handsome guy must not have found his team. Why don't we help him join our team? It would be safer for him to follow us." Tianyu did not deny it and asked Shen Lang, "Tell us about your talent and attributes." With Spicy Hot Pot possibly in dire straits, having someone to fill the vacancy in the team was a good choice for Tianyu. "You really picked up a stroke of luck running into us. You haven't gained any experience yet, right? Our captain has already leveled up to level 2. Following us, you will level up quickly." They all thought Shen Lang would not refuse a team with a level 2 captain, smiling as they spoke to him. However, Shen Lang simply smiled and said, "Sorry, I have no plans to join a team for now." After saying this, Shen Lang turned around and left, presenting them with his back. Seeing this, Tianyu and the others exchanged glances, their minds momentarily bewildered. This person actually rejected their kind offer to form a team. In this perilous ninth world, he actually wanted to be a lone wolf, or was he out of his mind? Simply ungrateful. Tianyu frowned and said, "If he doesn't want to, then forget it. Let's go find Spicy Hot Pot." Soon after, the team left the swamp. Just after they left, Shen Lang's figure reappeared in the swamp, walking towards the corpse of the furry toad killed by Tianyu. Joining a team was definitely out of the question. He could only wander around looking for corpses to extract from. Killing fierce beasts alone and enjoying the experience. Wasn't that delightful? Super God extraction successful. You have gained strength attribute points too. As the prompt sound fell, Shen Lang's original 32 points of strength turned into 34 points, a small increase. I have already extracted from 2 furry toads, and there's still 1 left to extract. After that, I might have to leave the jungle to search for new fierce beasts. Shen Lang thought to himself and did not linger in the swamp, his figure quickly disappearing into the jungle. Meanwhile, at the place where Shen Lang had slain the furry toad, they saw the corpse of the furry toad and the player whose head had been mostly corroded. "It's Spicy Hot Pot." Through the clothing and figure, they recognized the identity of the deceased as their teammate Spicy Hot Pot. A look of sadness appeared in everyone's eyes. After all, they had known each other for only a few hours, and half an hour ago, he was still lively, and now he was gone. Tianyu took a deep breath and said, "From now on, no one is allowed to act alone. Even if you need to go to the restroom, 2 people must go together." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, deeply convinced. At this moment, a middle-aged man was walking around the 2 corpses, seemingly checking something. Seeing this, Tianyu couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Luo, what's wrong?" The player called Uncle Luo had been a police officer before entering the 9th world, very sensitive to unusual environments. Uncle Luo turned to look at Tianyu and said, "Captain, there aren't many footprints here, and they are all the same size, which should belong to 1 person." Tianyu was not foolish, his expression slightly changed. "Are you implying that this furry toad was killed by 1 person? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to Uncle Luo. The notion that 1 person could kill a furry toad was completely unacceptable and hard to believe. After all, it took their 9-person team nearly 20 minutes to kill that furry toad. Moreover, if not for Captain Tianyu being able to blow away the poisonous mist, they might not have been able to kill it. Facing the doubtful gazes of the crowd, Uncle Luo did not answer Tianyu's question directly, but pointed to the footprints on the ground, continuing his analysis. Based on these footprints and the traces of battle at the scene, the entire process of that person killing the furry toad likely took no more than 3 minutes. Tianyu's eyes twitched, frowning. That can't be possible, right? A level 1 fierce beast has combat power above 3 stars. Even after leveling up to level 2, he wouldn't dare claim he could kill a furry toad alone. It should be said to be absolutely impossible, not to mention killing it in just a few minutes. Some teammates also spoke up. "Old Luo, are you mistaken? Could a new player kill a furried toad solo? Exactly, with 3-star combat power, and killing a furried toad in 3 minutes, wouldn't that require 4 or 5-star combat power? We've only been in this world for a few hours. How could anyone have raised their combat power to 4 or 5 stars? By the way, Captain Tianyu, you're now level 2. How many stars is your combat power? Tianyu hesitated for a moment, but still answered, just reached 2 stars 5 segments. To enhance his prestige within the team, he unconsciously exaggerated his combat power a bit. The one who had just spoken looked a bit envious, and then turned to Uncle Luo saying, did you hear that? Captain Tianyu is only 2 stars and 5 segments at level 2, not even a match for the furry toad. According to your claim, unless that person is above level 3, it would be impossible to solo kill a furry toad. Uncle Luo shrugged and said, the scene and the corpse won't lie. Oh, look at the wounds on the furry toad, one on its eye and another on its head, which means that the person killed this furry toad in just 2 strikes. At this point, Uncle Luo looked at everyone and said, if it were a team, would the corpse of the furry toad be so intact? Everyone looked at the corpse of the furry toad and thought about it. It seemed to make sense. Just like the furry toad they had killed, they all stabbed it together, and it had at least 3 to 5 dozen blood holes. Could it really be that someone solo killed the furry toad? How strong would they have to be? The crowd exchanged glances, utterly shocked. After a moment, someone softly said, could it be one of those 2 players with awakened grade talents? Reminded by this person, Tianyu and the others finally reacted. In the new player village 114116, there were 3 players who had awakened grade talents or higher. Among them, only Nais was known to everyone. His awakened grade talent was shadow manipulation. As for the other 2 players with grade talents, no one knew who they were. The stronger the talent, the stronger the individual, and the faster they level up, this is certain. Yes, awakened wine control talent was only grade, far surpassing that of other teammates. How strong would a grade talent be? If it truly was a player with grade talent, it seemed acceptable that they could solo kill a furry toad. At this moment, the woman who had previously suggested letting Shen Lang join their team suddenly exclaimed, oh right, didn't we just encounter a lone wolf? That handsome guy, oh my, could it be that he killed this furry toad? Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but think of Shen Lang, who had refused to join their team. Then, recalling Shen Lang's demeanor at the time, he had seemed composed and calm with no sense of crisis at all. They had actively invited him to form a team, yet he had refused without a second thought. Hiss. Now that you mention it, there is indeed a possibility. He could kill a furry toad alone, which explains why he didn't want to team up with us. Wow, a player with grade talent. Too bad we didn't add him as a friend. Sigh, I wonder what his talent is. At least grade talent, perhaps even above grade. In any case, he is very strong. They spoke one after another, their faces revealing a look of realization. Including Captain Tianyu, he also chuckled to himself. Earlier, when Shen Lang had rejected the team invitation, he had inwardly criticized Shen Lang for being ungrateful. But in the end, the fool was actually him. At this moment, the Dao prompt sound suddenly echoed in the minds of all players in the new player village. Announcement! 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 The sound of the Daos prompt resonated clearly in the minds of every player in the novice village. Moments later, the previously quiet chat channel of the area erupted into excitement. Forget everything else for now, level up. Level up to get the treasure chest rewards. Yes, level up. Not aiming for the top 3 or 10, at least we should aim for the top 100 to get a black treasure chest. Hey, reaching level 10 to obtain the treasure chest reward is a great opportunity to widen the gap with other players. Everyone work hard for those treasure chests. Let's go. By the way, who was the first to reach level 3? Who else could it be but the great talent Nays? Look at the leaderboard. The first place is indeed Nays. Nays is amazing. There are also 2 other players with grade talents, aren't there? I don't know their nicknames, but I bet they have reached level 2. There are already 12 level 2 players on the leaderboard. Who cares about them? Just focus on yourself. They have grade talents. What do you have to worry about? That's true. Kill, level up, level up. Players in the chat channel were all excited. Undoubtedly, the leaderboard rewards were an encouragement from the Dao to all players. No one wants to miss the chance to quickly level up to 10 and earn the treasure chest rewards, thereby widening the gap with others. They were still just in the novice village. Who knows what dangers they would encounter beyond it? Now, who wouldn't want the opportunity to become stronger? In the jungle, Shen Lang had just extracted a furry toad that had been slain by an unknown team. He received 2 vitality attribute points, increasing his vitality from 32 to 34. He naturally also heard the Daos prompt regarding the leaderboard and treasure chest rewards. At this moment, Shen Lang was checking this so-called leaderboard. First place, Nays level 3. Second place, Black Humor level 2. Third place, Eating Grapes Without Spitting the Skin level 2. Fourth place, Only Smoking Red River 88, a level 2. Fifth place, My Son Wong Tung level 2. Sixth place, Sunshine Beautiful Girl level 2. Seventh place, Your Melon Ripens level 2. Eighth place, I Licking Dog Must Die level 2. Ninth place, Dark Knight level 2. 10th place, Tanyu level 2. 12th place, Please Call Me Ling Ling Chi level 2. 13th place, Snowflakes Falling level 1. Shen Lang looked down from the top of the leaderboard and found his nickname in 9th place. It seems that I cannot slack off on leveling up. Shen Lang frowned slightly. Since leaving the novice village, his primary goal had been searching for corpses to enhance his combat. So far, he had only killed 3 level 1 ferocious beasts, among which the saber-toothed cat demon was a lucky find. Considering the treasure chest rewards, Shen Lang had to temporarily change his plan. He was not sure if others had found treasure chests, but he had indeed received treasure chest rewards. The golden treasure chest he had obtained earlier contained SSS-Grade active skill Inside Eye. According to the DAO statement, the first player to reach level 10 would receive a golden treasure chest reward. This means that it is highly likely to be another SSS-Grade skill. Indeed, it is a stray vicious dog, but it is an elite level stray vicious dog. Although its level remains at 1, its combat power has already reached 4 stars and 9 segments, surpassing that of the furried toad by a whole star. With a combat power of 4 stars and 9 segments, it falls into the category of second-level fierce beasts. Currently, Shen Lang's basic combat power is only 3 stars and 4 segments, yet his overall combat power has exceeded 5 stars. This means he is confident in dealing with this elite stray vicious dog. Additionally, the loot drop rate of this elite stray vicious dog is noteworthy. The previous furried toad had a drop rate of merely 0.1, while this stray vicious dog has a drop rate of 2. Perhaps it could yield something valuable. 300 to 400 meters away, the elite stray vicious dog was licking its fur when it suddenly raised its head and looked in the direction where Shen Lang was. With its keen sense of smell, it caught the scent of Shen Lang. The elite stray vicious dog stood up on its 4 legs, gazing coldly at Shen Lang in the distance, growling ominously. A mere second-level human dares to intrude upon its territory. Truly, it must have a death wish. Well, no need to hunt, a meal has come to its door. In the next moment, the elite stray vicious dog transformed into a blur, leaping swiftly down the slope towards Shen Lang. Shen Lang's expression tightened. Its speed was astonishing. In mere moments, the elite stray vicious dog had crossed hundreds of meters, pouncing towards him. By his estimation, this elite stray vicious dog's agility attribute must have reached at least 60 or higher. Fortunately, Shen Lang was not slow either. With his agility-enhancing talent, his agility attribute also exceeded 60. At a critical moment, he evaded the foul-smelling jaws of the elite stray vicious dog. However, its fangs grazed his shoulder, almost touching flesh and blood. Had he been bitten, he would surely have lost a chunk of. Of course, the elite stray vicious dog's target was his neck, and he merely evaded it. The tumterlong elite stray vicious dog soared past in the air and landed quickly, turning to pounce at Shen Lang again. Shen Lang did not lag either. 2 iron daggers appeared in his hands. One dagger aimed at the elite stray vicious dog's sharp-toothed maw, while the other dagger lunged towards its right neck. Swoosh! Shen Lang moved swiftly, driving the dagger into the elite stray vicious dog's neck first. However, the sound that echoed was not the sound of flesh tearing, but rather a hissing noise as the dagger slid across its fur. Protected by its fine soft fur, the iron dagger could not harm the elite stray vicious dog nor breach its defenses. At this moment, the dog's claws struck, landing directly against Shen Lang's other dagger. The immense force transmitted through made Shen Lang's palm tingle, almost causing the dagger to slip from his grip. Simultaneously, the rancid maw lunged towards him, targeting Shen Lang's throat in an attempt to deliver a fatal blow. Naturally, Shen Lang would not wait for his throat to be ripped apart. He bent backward, abruptly bracing himself on the ground, while his right leg shot up like a spring. Bang! This kick landed squarely on the elite stray vicious dog's jaw, sending it flying. With his enhanced strength, Shen Lang's power doubled to 68 points, making his attack formidable. Taking advantage of this, Shen Lang moved away from the elite stray vicious dog. After landing, the elite stray vicious dog shook its head, which was swimming with stars, and took a while to regain its composure. When it looked back at Shen Lang, who was crouching with daggers in hand, there was already a hint of surprise in its eyes. How could a mere second-level human possess such formidable strength? Just that one kick nearly dislocated its jaw, and it was still somewhat dizzy. This human was extraordinary. The elite stray vicious dog paced back and forth, its amber eyes fixated on Shen Lang, no longer with the earlier disdain. Shen Lang, too, remained vigilant, constantly calculating how to deal with this elite-level stray vicious dog. This stray vicious dog has incredibly strong defenses. Its thick fur means that relying solely on daggers might not be sufficient to breach its defenses. The eyes and the mouth are the only 2 places without fur, and the abdomen, where the fur is short and sparse. These are the 3 weak points of the stray vicious dog. Just then, the elite stray vicious dog charged at him again, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Its sharp fangs bared a foul odor, assaulted him. This time, the stray vicious dog aimed to bite Shen Lang's neck, but its claws were also in motion. The crescent-shaped claws were several centimeters long, striking directly towards Shen Lang's chest with lightning speed. If hit by these claws, a single swipe could gut Shen Lang, inflicting severe injury. Shen Lang dared not confront it, and he hurriedly tilted his body to evade, launching one of his daggers like a flying knife towards the stray vicious dog's eye. Seeing the dagger aimed at its right eye, the elite stray vicious dog had no choice but to raise its paw to swat away the iron dagger. An opportunity has come. Seizing the moment as the elite stray vicious dog withdrew its paw, Shen Lang almost circled around its body, the other dagger slicing straight towards the dog's abdomen, and he exerted extra force as the dagger made contact with its flesh. Thud! This time, without the protective buffer of fur, the dagger's tip successfully pierced into the dog's flesh. With a forceful thrust, the dagger was fully embedded in the elite stray vicious dog's abdomen. Woof! The elite stray vicious dog let out a cry of agony, struggling violently, simultaneously turning and slapping Shen Lang's shoulder with a paw. Shen Lang suffered a heavy blow, his shoulder dislocated, and his body was sent flying. Yet despite this, he did not release the dagger in his hand. Swoosh! The dagger cut a long gash across the elite stray vicious dog's abdomen, reaching down to its rear. The elite stray vicious dog rolled on the ground, its intestines spilling out, and it frantically fled into the distance, leaving a trail of blood. Does that mutt still want to escape? It isn't dead yet. Shen Lang smiled coldly, then reached for his dislocated shoulder, yanking it back into place. Crack! The dislocated arm was instantly set back. Having spent years in fights, such minor tasks were second. After shaking his now mobile arm, Shen Lang leisurely pursued the direction where the elite stray vicious dog had, with its abdomen completely sliced open, and its intestines spilling out. Where could it escape to? Moreover, let's not forget that Shen Lang's iron dagger was coated with the poison of the furied toad. This elite stray vicious dog would find it difficult to survive. As expected, after pursuing for just a few minutes without even catching sight of the elite stray vicious dog, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations on killing a first-level fierce beast. The elite stray vicious dog experience points 100. Congratulations on killing a first-level fierce beast. The elite stray vicious dog. You have obtained a black treasure chest. A black iron treasure chest. This elite stray vicious dog actually dropped a treasure chest. Shen Lang was overjoyed and his pace quickened. However, the system notification was not finished. After a brief pause, it continued to sound. The sound of the Tao reverberated in the ears of all players, announcing yet another village-wide notice. Announcement. 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 Congratulations to the novice player Anya for slaying the elite-level first-tier ferocious beast, achieving the first kill in the 114116 novice village. The luck system has officially been activated. The novice player Anya triggered the luck system, earning a luck value reward. Luck value. When the luck value accumulates to a certain amount, one can receive the Daos luck blessing, becoming the child of luck in the novice village, and even the child of luck in the entire ninth world. The conditions for distributing luck values are based on being the first to accomplish what ordinary people cannot. Upon hearing the Daos explanation of the luck system, Shen Lang naturally felt pleased. This concept was easy to understand. The higher the luck value, the better his luck would be here. In the fantasy novels he had read, there were numerous characters known as the Children of Luck, all of whom could easily break through the boundaries of their realms simply by eating and sleeping, or found various divine artifacts and skills just by stepping outside, attracting the attention of many beauties. In short, it meant being extraordinarily lucky, with the entire world aiding him in becoming stronger. However, Shen Lang did not take it too seriously. After all, the luck value system had just been activated, and he only had 2 points of luck value. Thus, Shen Lang continued to follow the blood trail on the grass, tracking the corpse of the elite-level wandering evil dog. He did not mind this matter, but the information in the regional chat channel was buzzing. Just got a level leaderboard, and now there's a luck system. Why does it feel so complicated? Not complicated at all. Just think of this luck as good fortune. Oh, I see. The higher the luck value, the better the luck. By the way, can someone explain what elite-level ferocious beasts are? It's obvious you're a gaming novice. Elite-level ferocious beasts are those whose combat power exceeds their level. Got it. So a first-tier beast has the combat power of a second-tier beast. While a first-tier beast with 3-star power, so an elite first-tier beast must be at least 4 stars. How can this Anya be so powerful, able to kill a beast with 4-star power? Your reflexes are a bit slow. I've already checked. This player named Anya is 6th on the level leaderboard, a real expert. To be able to slay a beast with 4-star power at level 2 is really impressive. You guys must be crazy. How could a level 2 player have more than 4-star power? I have a clever talent 5th on the leaderboard, and I only have a combat power of 2 stars and 5 segments. Anya must have gotten help from the team to kill the elite beast. That makes sense. It's acceptable for a group to kill an elite-level ferocious beast. By the way, the experience provided by elite-level ferocious beasts should be more right. Where can we find elite-level ferocious beasts? I haven't encountered one yet. If anyone finds one, let me know. As they chatted, these players became interested in elite-level ferocious beasts and clamored to hunt them. Shen Lang, of course, was unaware of this. He had already found the corpse of the elite-level wandering evil dog. The body lay in a small ditch. Next to its head was a black chest. It was about the same size as the previous golden chest, clearly the treasure dropped by the elite-level wandering evil dog. The black chest was merely the lowest level of chest. He wondered what it might contain. Shen Lang hurriedly approached, not immediately extracting the corpse of the wandering evil dog, but instead opening the black chest first. As the light flickered, the chest suddenly vanished, and the notification sound rang out. Congratulations. You have opened the black chest and received a second-tier weapon, blood-cutting dagger. Blood-cutting dagger, second-tier weapon, made of fine iron, hard and sharp. Its wounds can cause continuous bleeding. Attack power 15. The moment the notification finished, a blood-red dagger appeared in Shen Lang's hand. About 80 centimeters long, 3 fingers wide, and weighing around 13 to 14 pounds. This weight was naturally nothing to Shen Lang. He stroked the blood-cutting dagger, his face beaming with joy. To his surprise, the black iron chest had yielded a second-tier weapon. His luck was truly extraordinary. Previously, Shen Lang had extracted a weapon from a beast's corpse, which was the iron dagger he had been using. However, compared to the blood-cutting dagger, the iron dagger was vastly inferior. The iron dagger was only a first-tier equipment, adding just 5 points of attack power, while the blood-cutting dagger was a second-tier weapon that could increase attack by 15 points. In addition, the blood-cutting dagger had a bleeding effect equivalent to continuous damage. Not bad, it's a fine dagger. Shen Lang admired the blood-cutting dagger in his hands, feeling a bit attached to it. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be the only player in the 114-116 novice village with a second-tier weapon. This undoubtedly enhanced his overall strength significantly. After playing with it for a while, Shen Lang removed his outer clothing, wrapped the 5 iron daggers and the blood-cutting dagger together, and tied them around his waist. Then Shen Lang placed his left hand on the hilt and crouched down to perform a super extraction on the corpse of the elite-level wandering evil dog. Super extraction successful, you have gained 4 points of strength attribute. Another pleasant surprise. Ordinary level 1 ferocious beasts yield 2 attribute points, but the elite level's reward was doubled. Shen Lang's strength attribute increased from 34 to 38. Nickname Anya level 2, 110,300. Luck value 2, strength 38, level talent strength enhancement, agility 33, a level talent agility enhancement, physique 36, resistant to all poisons, energy 34, level talent auditory enhancement, level talent olfactory enhancement, inherent talent SS level super extraction, special talent none, skills SS level passive Tao blessing, level active skill Eye of Insight, combat power 3 stars, 5 segments available, free attribute points, 5 items, blood cutting dagger 1, iron dagger 5. Shen Lang turned and clicked on the level leaderboard, discovering he had risen from 9th to 6th place. Undoubtedly, this was due to the elite-level wandering evil dog's contribution. Slaying this elite-level beast had granted Shen Lang a total of 100 experience points. Shen Lang did not linger in the spot, quickly leaving the gully and searching for other ferocious beasts on the grasslands. Not long after, he was drawn in by a series of notification sounds. As all players began to leave the novice village, notifications of players being killed appeared one after another. After several hours, at least 50 or 60 players had fallen prey to ferocious beasts. However, it was the first time that 3 players were killed by ferocious beasts almost simultaneously. Particularly, one of the players among those killed was at level 2. Players who could reach level 2 at this point must possess considerable strength with awakened talents of at least grade D or above. After all, out of nearly 1,000 players, there were only a handful at level 2, and they were not weak. At that moment, the sound of player death notifications rang out again. Level 1 novice player Ku Hahai was killed by the level 1 elite ferocious beast Prairie Gale Wolf. Level 1 novice player My Wife is Ruewin was killed by the level 1 elite ferocious beast Prairie Gale Wolf. Level 1 novice player Super Mario was killed by the level 1 elite ferocious beast Prairie Gale Wolf. Once again, 3 players fell in quick succession, making a total of 6 players killed by ferocious beasts within half a minute. Prairie Gale Wolf, a level 1 elite ferocious beast. Shen Lang clearly heard the content of the player death notification, and his heart stirred slightly. If nothing unexpected occurred, these 6 players who were killed should be from the same team, otherwise they wouldn't have died so neatly together. Perhaps this team accidentally encountered an elite-level ferocious beast and nearly faced total annihilation. Of course, Shen Lang was not focused on that. After extracting the corpse of the elite-level wandering evil dog, he had wandered around the plain for quite a while without finding any other ferocious beasts. What Shen Lang wanted to know now was where these Prairie Gale Wolves were. A level 1 elite ferocious beast grants 100 experience for each kill, which is significantly faster than killing ordinary ferocious beasts. Shen Lang immediately opened the regional chat channel to see if there were any survivors from this team who might mention the location of the Prairie Gale Wolves. The consecutive deaths of 6 players had already caused a stir in the chat channel. Damn. Who said that level 1 elite ferocious beasts can be killed in teams? 6 of them just died like that. An esteemed level 2 player just died. This is really tragic. Prairie Gale Wolf, are there such ferocious beasts in the jungle outside the novice village? I've never seen one before. The end of the jungle is just to the east. Beyond that is a vast plain, so the Prairie Gale Wolf should be over there. Damn, our team just passed the edge of the jungle. We almost went to the plain. Thank goodness we didn't. Help, brothers. I'm the only one left in the team. The captain and the others are all dead. Hiss, what do you mean? What's your situation? I'm from the team that's cursed to die, and I'm currently fleeing. I don't even know if the Prairie Gale Wolf is still chasing me. I'm running towards the jungle. Is there any nearby team? I'm begging you to come and rescue me. I don't want to die. Were you really? This isn't scientific. There were 7 people in your team, and even a level 2. How could you be killed like this? The Prairie Gale Wolf is too strong. I can't believe it without seeing it firsthand. Our captain has a grade C talent and can double his attributes after activation, nearly reaching 4-star combat power, but in front of the Prairie Gale Wolf, he had his neck bitten in just a few hits. Damn, so terrifying. A 4-star combat power player with a grade D talent can't even escape from the Prairie Gale. I'm begging brothers to come rescue me. I'm injured in the leg, and if the Prairie Gale Wolf catches up, I'm done for. By the way, we entered the plain from the northwest direction of the jungle. I'm currently fleeing back the same way. I'm begging you come. However, in the face of this survivor's plea for help, everyone fell silent. A level 2 captain with grade C talent leading 6 level 1 teammates had nearly been wiped out by the Prairie Gale Wolf, who would dare to go over. While others hesitated, Shen Lang, who saw the chat records, had already set off without any hesitation in the direction mentioned by the survivor. The Prairie Gale Wolf needed no introduction. It was an elite-level ferocious beast that could provide a large amount of experience. In addition to experience, the Super God extraction could also extract double the attribute points. If luck was on his side, he might even find treasure chests. Moreover, this Prairie Gale Wolf had killed 6 players, so if he found their corpses, Shen Lang would still have a chance to extract new talent abilities. For other players, it was filled with the threat of death. but for Shen Lang it was undoubtedly a pig farm. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the novice village jungle close to the plain outside a thicket, a battle not particularly fierce had just taken place here. A saber-toothed cat demon lay dead on the ground, having lost its. Next to the corpse of the saber-toothed cat demon, a few members of the Tianyu team were discussing the information from the chat channel. My goodness, this elite-level ferocious beast is too fierce. Oh, a whole team couldn't withstand it. We were just saying we should go check out the plain, but let's forget about that. What do you think, boss Tianyu? Team leader Tianyu nodded in agreement, saying, let's not go for now. Oh, let's continue to grind these ordinary level 1 ferocious beasts in the jungle. We'll talk about going after our strength has increased. At least I need to be level 3, and you all need to be level 2 to go. A grade C talent player leading a team was almost wiped out. If they went, wouldn't they just be delivering food to the ferocious beasts? At that moment, the woman who had previously invited Shen Lang suddenly spoke again, saying, if this team can't handle a level 1 elite ferocious beast, what kind of strength does the one who can kill a level 1 elite ferocious beast Dark Knight possess? No need to think, it must be one of those 2 grade B talent holders. Someone said with certainty. The woman's mind flashed with Shen Lang's figure again. Hesitating, she said, do you think Dark Knight might be a lone wolf? Did he kill that elite level ferocious beast all by himself like that fierce person we encountered earlier who could solo the furried toad? You mean that person is Dark Knight? Tianyu frowned and said it's not impossible. A man spoke up, it could also be the team of another grade B talent player. Forget about them, let's just take care of ourselves, Tianyu said as he looked at everyone. Others being strong is their business. Only being strong ourselves belongs to us. Let's go and continue leveling up. Soon they left the original spot and headed to other areas of the jungle. Meanwhile, Shen Lang, under the enhancement of agility, raced along the edge of the jungle towards the northwest. After nearly an hour, he finally arrived at the approximate location mentioned by the survivor. Fortunately, he had the SSS-Grade passive skill blessing of the Great Way, which allowed him to maintain perfect energy status at all times. Otherwise, this journey would have taken more than 2 hours. Arriving at his destination, Shen Lang began to search the area. With visual enhancement, he saw that there were no ferocious beasts around, only a sea of green. However, in the gentle breeze, Shen Lang caught a faint scent of blood and the smell of wolves. It should be this way. Shen Lang sensed the wind direction and continued to rush towards the source of the bloody smell. A man and 2 women no more than 20 meters apart. All 3 had fatal injuries to their necks, with their tracheas and carotid arteries bitten through, yet their bodies bore no other wounds. This was vastly different from the other players' corpses Shen Lang had seen. The bodies of other players could not remain so intact. Even if their blood and flesh were untouched, their internal organs would have been ravaged by the ferocious beasts. Did they kill 6 at once and discard the leftovers? Shen Lang pondered for a moment, but did not delve deeper, immediately starting the super extraction. The first extraction was of a man in a suit who appeared somewhat older, in his 40s. Super extraction successful. You have acquired a level talent. Physical enhancement. Very good, a promising start. The first corpse yielded a talent that enhanced his 4-dimensional attributes. Moreover, it was the physical enhancement talent that Shen Lang had never extracted before. As a result, his strength, agility, constitution, and energy attributes all received talent enhancements, doubling in value. Shen Lang had seen similar talents in the chat channel, specifically the Clevel Talent Frenzy. In other words, with the enhancements to his 4-dimensional attributes, Shen Lang nearly possessed a Clevel talent. In the 114116 novice village, there were only 6 such Clevel talents. Of course, now there were only 5 left, as one had just been killed by the prairie gale wolf. Shen Lang continued toward the next female corpse to initiate super extraction. Super extraction failed. Hearing the failure prompt, Shen Lang was somewhat taken aback. Aside from the initial failure to extract the novice wooden sword, he truly had not encountered any failures since. However, upon reflection, it seemed that the introduction to super extraction did not state that every extraction would succeed. Even an SS level talent could have instances of failure. Shen Lang silently criticized this in his heart, then helplessly shook his head and walked towards the last male corpse. Super extraction successful. You have acquired level talent. Strength enhancement. Detected that you already possess this talent, enhancing further. Enhancement success. Your strength enhancement talent has been upgraded to D level. Further enhancement can elevate it to C level. This extraction succeeded, yielding another strength enhancement level talent. Moreover, it automatically triggered the stacking enhancement of the talent ability, raising Shen Lang's original strength enhancement talent to D level. D level talent strength enhancement can increase strength attributes by 220. From this description, it can be seen that one stacking enhancement boosted strength enhancement by 2. With the calculation, if he stacked enhancements 4 more times, he could potentially elevate the level strength enhancement to Clevel strength enhancement. However, this was merely a possibility, as stacking enhancements also involved a risk of failure. When he initially enhanced the Dao blessing to SSS level, there were many failures along the way. However, being able to extract a level talent indicated that the player before him had certainly awakened a level talent during their lifetime. Players with level talents could serve as captains in other teams. A Clevel talent leading with a level talent teammate, both of whom were slain by the prairie gale wolf, further highlighted the beast's power. It might even be stronger than the elite rogue dog he had slain himself. First find other corpses, then look for the prairie gale wolf. Shen Lang had not forgotten that the Clevel talent frenzy's captain also died at the jaws of the prairie gale wolf. Perhaps he could directly extract that talent ability from his corpse. Including the other 2 deceased players, he could extract 3 more times. Shen Lang then left the water ditch, utilizing his enhanced sense of smell and hearing to search for the other 3 players' corpses. According to the prompts from the Tao regarding their deaths, the intervals were not long. Logically, the other 3 corpses should not be too far away, yet Shen Lang found no sign of any bodies within a radius of several hundred meters. However, on a hillside, Shen Lang did find some chaotic footprints and bloodstains. This should be the battlefield, but where did the body? Shen Lang carefully surveyed the surroundings and finally discovered a pressed mark on the grass extending towards the other side. He sniffed the air and indeed detected the smell of blood and wolf musk from that direction. Did they carry the bodies back to their lair for a meal? Thinking of this, Shen Lang immediately pursued in the direction of the drag. If he delayed, and the prairie gale wolf devoured the corpses, he would suffer the loss of 3 talent abilities for nothing. This chase lasted over 10 minutes, covering more than 10 miles from the battlefield. At this moment, the terrain visible to Shen Lang was completely different from the surrounding grassy environment, filled with large black stones. The smaller stones were the size of millstones, while the larger ones stood like small hills. The ground rarely supported plant growth, consisting solely of fine gravel, with only a few patches of green grass in the cracks and depressions of the large rocks. Following the scent, Shen Lang arrived near a black giant stone that was about 30 meters high and nearly 100 meters long. Strangely, there was a gap in the middle of this black stone that was over 2 meters wide, appearing dark and eerie within. Taking a deep breath, Shen Lang confirmed that this was indeed the lair of the prairie gale wolf. From this distance, he could distinctly smell the strong musk of wolves emanating from the crevice. There were also remnants of the players' scents from the battlefield. Undoubtedly, the prairie gale wolf had moved the bodies of those 3 players into this dark stone crevice. Shen Lang cautiously approached the black stone crevice, but refrained from impulsively charging in. Generally, wolves being carnivorous animals tend to be social, with lone wolves being rare. If there were only 2 or 3 prairie gale wolves in the cave, Shen Lang believed he could take them down. However, if there were more, 10 or 8, he would have to flee, as it was not worth risking his life for 3-player corpses. Nevertheless, theoretically elite ferocious beasts could not be found in groups. Even if this was a wolf pack, there should only be 1 elite prairie gale wolf, with the rest being ordinary ones. The only threat to Shen Lang would be this elite prairie gale wolf. As for other level 1 or 2 prairie gale wolves, even if there were 10 or 8, Shen Lang could easily slaughter them. Just as Shen Lang hesitated on whether to enter the crevice for a closer look, his expression hardened, and he quickly retreated several meters. Within the black stone crevice, 4 pairs of eyes appeared with gray-white pupils. 4 pairs of eyes peered through the dim cracks in the stone, 2 pairs in front and 2 pairs behind. The irises, grayish-white, swirled with a spiral pattern, appearing extremely eerie. Soon the owners of these 4 pairs of eyes emerged from the crevice. At the same time, Shen Lang clearly saw their forms. They were 4 tall gray wolves. This was indeed the lair of the prairie gale wolves. But aren't wolf eyes usually blue or green in the dark? How could they be swirling grayish-white? Moreover, as they stepped out of the dark crevice, their eyes remained grayish-white. Almost instantly, Shen Lang activated his grade skill, Eye of Insight. Fierce Beast, Prairie Gale Wolf, Elite Skill, Wind Blade, Breath. Description: they are incredibly fast, but don't just focus on their fangs and claws, their skills are even more lethal. Combat Power Assessment: 5 stars. Drop Rate 2. At a glance, Shen Lang's face revealed astonishment. The data for the 4 Prairie Gale Wolves was identical. This meant that all 4 Prairie Gale Wolves were elite-level fierce beasts. As Shen Lang had suspected, their combat power was indeed stronger than that of the elite Stray Dog, reaching 5 stars. Moreover, these Prairie Gale Wolves possessed skills. This was Shen Lang's first encounter with fierce beasts that had skills. Oh, no wonder that small team had been nearly wiped out. What surprised Shen Lang even more was that above the attributes of these 4 Prairie Gale Wolves, there was a prompt message. Tip: this fierce beast is in a semi-dead state and is being controlled by an unknown entity. Shen Lang suddenly looked at the 4 Prairie Gale Wolves approaching him, his gaze flickering unpredictably. The Prairie Gale Wolves were on the brink of death, being controlled. This explained why the eyes of these 4 Prairie Gale Wolves appeared so strange. But was the one controlling them a human? One thing was certain: this controller was definitely not weak. After all, they could manipulate 4 fierce beasts with 5 stars. If possible, Shen Lang would not have stayed, but now he had no way to escape. After the 4 Prairie Gale Wolves emerged from the crevice, they instantly split apart, surrounding him from the front, back, and both sides. Since he couldn't escape, he would kill these 4 beasts. Although all 4 Prairie Gale Wolves had 5-star combat power, Shen Lang's overall combat power was not weak either. He could still fight. Shen Lang cautiously stared at the 4 Prairie Gale Wolves, slowly drawing the blood-draining short blade from his waist. Just then a sharp whistling sound pierced his ears. The 4 Prairie Gale Wolves opened their massive jaws, simultaneously unleashing arc-shaped wind blades that flew towards Shen Lang from all directions. Even though the Prairie Gale Wolves were being controlled, the controller could still use their bodies to unleash wind blades. Shen Lang dared not think too much. He held the blade with both hands, swiftly turning his body to slash, shattering all 4 wind blades just as they were about to reach him. At that moment, the 4 Prairie Gale Wolves had already leaped high into the air, pouncing towards him. Shen Lang naturally did not know any sword techniques. Facing the biting Prairie Gale Wolves, he could only rely on his past combat experience to fight. When brawling, Shen Lang liked to focus on one enemy and beat it down, taking one out at a time. The same principle applied now. He focused on one Prairie Gale Wolf ahead and struck heavily at its head. Clang! The blood-draining short blade struck the top of the prairie gale wolf's head, producing a sound like metal clashing. Shen Lang's strength was immense, with a base attribute of 72 points in strength due to his innate enhancements plus 14 points from the blood-draining blade, totaling 86. His single attribute had nearly reached an attack power of 9 stars. The wolf's skull was the hardest part of its body, yet Shen Lang's full-force strike directly severed half of the prairie gale wolf's head. The force transmitted through the blade also sent the prairie gale wolf crashing to the ground. Shen Lang ignored the other 3 prairie gale wolves, swiftly getting up and raising his blade towards the neck of the prairie gale wolf that had just landed. Although the prairie gale wolf had lost half of its head, it was not dead yet, and attempted to escape from under the blade. Whoosh! Shen Lang would not give it a chance to escape. A red shadow flashed through the air, and the prairie gale wolf's head soared into the sky. Shen Lang had severed the head of the prairie gale wolf, but at the same time his body was violently hurled away. The closest prairie gale wolf struck him hard on the back with its paw. However, because of this, the other 2 prairie gale wolves missed their attack, causing Shen Lang to distance himself from them again. Shen Lang crashed to the ground, rolling over 10 meters before stopping, feeling as though his internal organs had been torn apart and his back was burning. But in an instant these feelings lessened. His internal organs quickly returned to their place, and the scratches on his back healed rapidly. By the time Shen Lang got up from the ground, he had fully recovered, with both internal and external injuries healed. This was also the reason why Shen Lang dared to endure the attacks of the prairie gale wolves. He had an SSS-Grade passive skill, Blessing of the Tao. Under the protection of the Blessing of the Tao, he could maintain a perfect state at all times. Even if he suffered serious injuries, as long as he was not instantaneously killed or had limbs severed, he could immediately recover. An SS-Grade skill was simply absurd. This desperate fight was indeed effective, as Shen Lang instantly killed a prairie gale wolf, significantly relieving the prey. Looking again at the 3 prairie gale wolves approaching him, Shen Lang actually charged forward, not giving them a chance to unleash wind blades from a distance. As before, he focused on one prairie gale wolf and swung his blade. However, this time he did not endure the prairie gale wolf's attack. Although he could recover from injuries immediately, the pain of being injured was still felt, so he chose to avoid injuries whenever possible, otherwise it would just be self-inflicted suffering. Shen Lang charged forward, first kicking one prairie gale wolf in the abdomen, using the force to collide with another prairie gale wolf, sending it flying. He then rolled on the ground several times to evade the attack of the last prairie gale wolf. Due to inertia, the prairie gale wolf could not stop in the air. When it landed and turned, it saw a blood blade appear before its eyes, and then its vision went dark. The blood blade pierced through its right eye and emerged from its left eye. Die for me. Shen Lang gripped the hilt with one hand and pressed down hard on the blade's back with the other, smashing the prairie gale wolf's head to the ground. Crack. The skull of the prairie gale wolf shattered, and Shen Lang seized the opportunity to raise the blood-draining short blade and chop off the wolf's head. Shen Lang did not dare to slack off and immediately turned to look at the other 2 prairie gale wolves, only to find that these 2 beasts had not pursued him. In the next moment, it was as if they received some command, and they turned to retreat back into the dark stone crevice. Shen Lang wiped the blood off his face and sneered, "You run pretty fast." However, Shen Lang had no intention of rushing into the dark stone crevice just yet, as a series of Dao prompts had already sounded. Congratulations. You have killed a level 1 fierce beast prairie gale wolf elite, gaining 120 experience points. Congratulations. You have killed a level 1 fierce beast prairie gale wolf elite, gaining 120 experience points. You have killed a level 1 fierce beast, gaining 1 black treasure chest. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 3. Your strength attribute 10. Your agility attribute 10. Your constitution attribute 10. The elite prairie wind wolf is 1 tier stronger than the elite wandering evil dog, yielding more experience upon defeat, with each one granting 120 experience points. If Shen Lang slays 2 elite prairie wind wolves at once, he gains 240 points. Coupled with his existing 110 experience points, he directly breaks through the 300 experience barrier, elevating him from level 2 to level 3. As before, with his level up, his 4 primary attributes each increased by 10 points, and he also received 5 free attribute points to allocate. The boost in level caused a slight change in Shen Lang's appearance. His height increased by nearly 1 centimeter, and the muscle lines beneath his clothing became more defined, devoid of any excess fat. As for his strength, it has significantly improved. Whether in basic combat power or overall strength, he has undeniably enhanced by at least 1 tier. Now he dares to challenge beasts with 7 or 8-star combat power. Of course, there was also a pleasant surprise. One of the 2 prairie wind wolves dropped a black treasure chest. 2 elite beasts with a 2-drop rate yielded 2 treasure chests. How could he not be delighted? Without hesitation, Shen Lang immediately approached the corpse of the first prairie wind wolf he had slain and picked up the black treasure chest that had dropped. A flash of light passed the black treasure chest, vanished, and a prompt sound rang out. You have opened the black treasure chest and obtained a 2nd-tier equipment, Spatial Ring. Spatial Ring, a storage functional equipment with an internal capacity of 100 cubic meters, cannot contain living beings. As the prompt faded, a small silver ring appeared on Shen Lang's left pinky finger. In the next moment, it fused with his finger and disappeared from sight. Yet Shen Lang could feel the presence of the spatial ring. The spatial ring is indeed a storage ring. For Shen Lang, this was undoubtedly a great item. After all, this 9th world seemed like a game, but lacked built-in spaces like inventory slots. He He had to carry everything himself, such as the blood-breaking short blade, and those iron daggers which he tied around himself, proving to be quite inconvenient. With a thought, Shen Lang felt a vast space. Store. With his silent incantation, the blood-breaking short blade and 5 iron daggers appeared within the spatial ring. With another flash of thought, the blood-breaking short blade reappeared in his hand. It was incredibly convenient in certain situations. He could even launch a surprise attack using it. After playing with it for a moment, Shen Lang put away the blood-breaking short blade and activated his innate talent Super Divine Extraction on the 2 prairie wind wolf corpses. Super Divine Extraction successful. You have gained 4 points in Constitution. Super Divine Extraction successful. You have gained 4 points in Agility. Like the elite wandering evil dog, these 2 prairie wind wolves also yielded 4 attribute points each. Shen Lang's Constitution attribute successfully broke through the 50-point threshold. Let's check my personal information. Shen Lang opened his personal information, and a light screen immediately appeared before him. Nickname Dark Knight, level 3, 50,600. Fortune value 2, strength 48, D-grade talent strength enhancement, agility 47, E-grade talent agility enhancement, constitution 50, E-grade talent constitution enhancement, immune to all poisons, energy 44, F-grade talent hearing enhancement, F-grade talent smell enhancement, innate talent SSS-grade super divine extraction, special talent none skills, SSS-grade passive, great Tao blessing S. Grade active skill, Eye of Insight, combat power 4-star 7. Segments, free attribute points available 10 items, spatial ring, blood-breaking short blade, X1, iron dagger X5. The experience required for the next level has doubled, now needing 600 points. My basic combat power has also reached 4 stars at 7 segments, and my overall combat power should be close to. This is without using those 10 free attribute points. For now, there's no urgency to use them. I can allocate points at crucial moments depending on the situation. By the way, let's take a look at the level leaderboard. With that, Shen Lang opened the level leaderboard next to his personal information. First place, nice, level 3. Second place, eating grapes without spitting the skins, level 3. Third place, dark humor, level 3. Fourth place, only draw red river, 88, a level 3. Fifth place, dark night, level 3. Sixth place, sunshine beautiful girl, level 3. Seventh place, are you sure your melon is ripe? Level 2. The strong remain strong, and the rankings of the top few have not changed much, with Nice, who possesses shadow manipulation talent, still holding first place. There are indeed more level 3 players now, as the top 6 have all advanced to level 3. There are also quite a few level 2 players, with the top 35 basically all being level 2. Shen Lang's rank only increased by 1 from 6th to 5th, with 4 players still above him. This was unavoidable since he had slain too few beasts. If he had remained in the jungle fighting ordinary beasts, he might have already reached level 4, or even 5. However, doing so would waste his super divine extraction talent, making it not worth it. Being behind is only temporary, he will soon catch up. At least in terms of combat power, Shen Lang felt he could easily take on the top 4 alone. Of course, leveling up and claiming the top spot remains imperative, as the first place receives a golden treasure chest as a reward. Closing the great Tao screen, Shen Lang turned to the nearby Blackstone Rift, looking contemplative. Those 2 elite prairie wind wolves ultimately escaped back inside, which meant 240 experience points and 8 attribute points. However, the one controlling the prairie wind wolves must also be hiding within the Blackstone Rift. This controller is certainly strong, and it is currently uncertain whether they are human or beast. Their power is also an unknown. If it were earlier, Shen Lang might have simply turned around and left, unwilling to provoke such an existence. But now, with his greatly enhanced strength, he felt confident and ultimately decided to go in and see what the situation was. After all, this is just a novice village, no matter how strong the opponent is, they shouldn't be too formidable. Moreover, if the opponent were truly overwhelmingly strong, why withdraw those 2 prairie wind wolves? Why not show themselves? Shen Lang was never one to hesitate. He immediately walked toward the Blackstone Rift. Arriving at the entrance, Shen Lang took out the blood-breaking short blade from the spatial ring, adjusted his breathing, and cautiously stepped into the rift. The rift was quite dim, and visibility was limited to about 10 to 20 meters ahead. As soon as he entered, the foul, decaying, and damp odors invaded Shen Lang's nostrils, making him feel nauseous. However, this was nothing to Shen Lang. He had once hidden in a garbage heap for a day and night when he encountered tough opponents. The path within the rift was not flat, but rather sloped downward, becoming increasingly dark. After walking about 100 or 200 meters, Shen Lang came to a halt, because at the end of his line of sight a glimmer of light appeared, resembling a vortex. Along the way, Shen Lang did not detect the presence of any ferocious beasts. Only that swirling light orb appeared in his line of sight, resembling the eyes of the prairie gale wolf. Shen Lang stepped forward, steadily, cautiously approaching. It was a rugged stone wall, and the swirling light orb was right on it, looking like a teleportation portal from a game. Shen Lang frowned and activated his insight eye directly. Beginner's Spirit Realm Portal, a gateway to traverse into the Spirit Realm. Spirit Realm, an alternate space, not within the monitoring range of the novice village. Opportunities and dangers coexist within the Spirit Realm. Please choose carefully whether to enter. The introduction was simple. It truly was a teleportation portal, and it also had a danger warning. Shen Lang poked the Spirit Realm portal with his blood-breaking short blade, encountering no obstruction, and upon withdrawal, there was no damage, indicating that he could come and go freely. After pondering for a moment, Shen Lang picked up a large stone from the ground and threw it forcefully into the Spirit Realm portal. In the next moment, Shen Lang held his blade and swiftly entered the portal. As light and darkness alternated before him, Shen Lang found himself in a deep ravine. On both sides were sheer cliffs with sparse trees growing, and a small river flowed noisily through the canyon. The air was fresh and natural, resembling a paradise. It was truly the spirit realm. As Shen Lang stepped inside, the stone he had thrown landed, and 2 prairie gale wolves rushed towards it. Just as I expected, they were waiting for me. Shen Lang smiled, coldly relieved he hadn't rushed in, or he would have been ambushed by those 2 prairie gale wolves. At this moment, the 2 prairie gale wolves also realized they were chasing after a stone, and realizing they had been deceived, immediately turned their attention to Shen Lang at the entrance. However, they quickly ran towards a white, jade-like stone platform, as if guarding something. Shen Lang focused his gaze and saw a creature with a wolf's head and a human body sitting cross-legged on the platform. Its fur was dry and yellow, with many areas showing signs of neglect, and its skin was wrinkled and emaciated. Werewolf. The name of this creature involuntarily popped into Shen Lang's mind. Looking closer at the wolf-head humanoid, Shen Lang noticed its eye sockets were sunken and its eyes were closed as though it were dead. However, beside this werewolf, there were 5 bleeding corpses. The blood spilling from the bodies was converging towards the werewolf, being absorbed little by little. This scene was simply too eerie. Shen Lang's expression suddenly grew serious, and he immediately activated his inside eye skill on the werewolf. Race: Werewolf. Stasis state: Level 5. Combat power: 7 stars. Stage 1. Talent: Unknown. Skills: Unknown. Background: from an outer world tainted by the power of the gods. Human blood can revive him from stasis. Seeing this information, Shen Lang's face turned extremely grim. Without any talent skills, this werewolf already possessed 7-star combat power. With talent skills, wouldn't it be 8 or even 9-star combat power? Such combat power was only stronger than his own, not weaker. Moreover, there were also 2 elite prairie gale wolves nearby, eyeing him covetously, serving as the werewolf's aide. He needed to escape immediately. However, just as this thought surfaced in Shen Lang's mind, the werewolf on the stone platform suddenly opened its eyes. What do I smell? The scent of hot blood. I'm so weak. Is this a level 3 human ant from this small world? His words were filled with disdain, yet the werewolf's eyes grew brighter, fixating greedily on Shen Lang. He had nearly died in battle against humans and fell into this spirit realm, forced to enter a state of stasis to preserve his life. Before this, the werewolf had controlled 4 prairie gale wolves to search for humans to capture and absorb their blood for revival. However, many years had passed, and so far the prairie gale wolves had only dragged back a few human corpses. Human blood could revive him from stasis, but what he needed was the blood of the living. The blood of the dead was minimally effective. For this, the werewolf felt helpless, as in stasis he could not venture out himself, and had to rely on the prairie gale wolf. Who would have thought that suddenly a human would be delivered to his mouth? The hope of rebirth was near. The werewolf grinned, and a glimmer of ghostly light flashed in its eyes. Its eyes resembled black holes, seemingly capable of absorbing a person's soul. Shen Lang's expression changed drastically, feeling as if a giant hammer was striking his head, causing his consciousness to blur. At the same time, the 2 prairie gale wolves below the stone platform swiftly lunged at him. However, Shen Lang's consciousness was nearly dissipating. How could he dodge? He couldn't even move. In other words, he could only allow the prairie gale wolves to knock him down, watching helplessly as they bit into his throat. But just then a wave of coolness surged through Shen Lang's mind. It was the effect of the Tao blessing passive activating. In that moment of clarity, Shen Lang fell straight backwards. Although the 2 prairie gale wolves had not yet reached him, the wind blades they exhaled were already about to pierce his throat. Swish! Even though Shen Lang managed to dodge just in time at the critical moment, he still had cuts on both sides of his face from the wind blades, leaving 2 bloody gashes. Seeing Shen Lang suddenly make a move to evade the werewolf on the stone platform flashed a look of surprise. His talent was mental enhancement, and his skill was the accompanying soul snatch technique. To think that a mere level 3 human from a small world could break free from his soul snatch skill in the blink of an eye. A level 3 human from a small world would be lucky if their energy attribute even reached 40, while his energy attribute boosted by talent had long exceeded 100. The gap was so vast that it should have been impossible to escape. Shen Lang was oblivious to the change in the werewolf's gaze, and he couldn't even care about the wounds on his face, as the 2 prairie gale wolves had already arrived. He had no time to get up before the 2 prairie gale wolves knocked him to the ground. One bit at his forehead, while the other aimed for. The prairie gale wolves themselves weighed hundreds of pounds, and with their pouncing force, Shen Lang was completely unable to break free, only managing to rely on his blood-breaking short blade to barely fend off their jaws. Allocate free attribute points to strength. At this life-and-death moment, Shen Lang did not hesitate to use his attribute points, allocating all 10 free points to strength. Strength allocation complete. Your current strength attribute is 58. With 58 points in strength, he was at D-level talent 2. With a double enhancement to his strength, it surged directly to 127. The sudden increase in attributes instantly boosted Shen Lang's strength, and he gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Get away." In the next moment, the 2 prairie gale wolves were actually pushed away by him. The werewolf on the stone platform once again showed a look of astonishment. The 2 5-star battle power prairie gale wolves combined possess a strength exceeding 100. This means that this human just unleashed over 100 points of power in an instant. How is that even possible? Even at his peak with skill enhancement, he could barely achieve such statistics. Yet he is at level 5, while this human is merely at level 3, or a full 2 levels apart. to withstand his mental attack and unleash such formidable power exceeding 100. This human must either possess an extraordinary innate ability or have a skill that amplifies battle power. In any case, at the same level, he is certainly no match for this human. Having fallen into this spiritual realm heavily injured, both his body and soul have been in a state of obliteration for many years. Even if he is reborn today, complete recovery will still take a long time, as his physical form is nearly desiccated and requires countless nourishment of flesh and blood. However, if he could seize this human's body, he would instantly acquire a flawless physical form. He could also take everything from this human, including his innate skills. As he contemplated these matters, a glint of greed flickered in the wolfman's eyes as he gazed at Shen Lang. At this moment, after forcefully pushing away the two prairie gale wolves, Shen Lang had already stood up again. Suddenly pushing off the ground, his body shot towards the nearby prairie gale wolf like a cannonball. The blood-red long knife, carrying an attack power of 131 points, struck directly at the top of the prairie gale wolf's head. With a whoosh, the front half of the prairie gale wolf was cleaved in two, blood and flesh splattering into the air. Without hesitation, after slaying the prairie gale wolf, Shen Lang turned and charged towards the other prairie gale wolf. The prairie gale wolf, just sent flying by Shen Lang, had just managed to stand after crashing into a stone by the riverbank when it saw the blood-red short knife already rushing towards it, the wolf's grayish-white eyes momentarily freezing. But just at that moment, the blood-red long knife suddenly stopped at its forehead, trembling violently. It was the wolfman launching another mental attack on Shen Lang at a critical moment. Just like before, Shen Lang quickly recovered after a brief moment of dizziness. However, the prairie gale wolf took this opportunity to escape. Seeing Shen Lang once again effortlessly resist his mental attack, the wolfman on the stone platform grew increasingly excited. This human's body he was determined to possess. Although he was now left with only one prairie gale wolf, he was completely unperturbed. This human could resist his mental attack, but he was not entirely immune, as it could only limit him for about half a second. As long as the prairie gale wolf seized the opportunity, it could control Shen Lang, allowing him to take over. Shen Lang, regaining his senses, continued to chase after the fleeing prairie gale wolf without pause. However, as he turned, his rapidly moving gaze intentionally or unintentionally swept over the wolfman on the stone platform. Why wasn't this wolfman making a move? He had already killed 3 of the 4 prairie gale wolves, leaving just one. Why hadn't it personally attacked him? From the beginning to the end, this wolfman had only made one move to launch a mental attack on him. Was it because it couldn't move its body and could only use mental power? Thoughts flashed through Shen Lang's mind, but he still charged at the prairie gale wolf, engaging in battle in the blink of an eye. With his current strength, killing this prairie gale wolf would take at most 3 to 5 strikes. Yet Shen Lang did not do so. Instead, he was waiting for an opportunity for the wolfman to launch another mental attack on him. After about half a minute, sure enough, the wolfman initiated another mental attack. Shen Lang's movements froze, and the prairie gale wolf, controlled by the wolfman, promptly charged forward, colliding heavily with Shen Lang's chest. The wolfman wanted to seize Shen Lang's body, so naturally he could not damage it, only incapacitating his fighting ability. Shen Lang was struck hard in the chest and was sent flying. The direction he flew was not elsewhere, but precisely towards the stone platform where the wolfman sat cross-legged. This was not a coincidence, it was intentional. While entangled with the prairie gale wolf, he had always positioned himself at an angle toward the wolfman. No matter how the prairie gale wolf attacked him, he would be sent crashing towards the wolfman on the stone platform. Using his insight, upon realizing the wolfman's great strength, Shen Lang's first thought was to exit this spiritual realm. However, after noticing the wolfman's peculiarity, he changed his mind. He wanted to eliminate this wolfman. Yet Shen Lang did not show it, as he merely speculated that the wolfman could not move and there was bound to be some other means. Thus, Shen Lang thought to use the prairie gale wolf to approach the wolfman for a sneak attack. In a flash, Shen Lang's body crashed onto the wide edge of the stone platform, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha, blessings from the gods, I the Grey Butcher will surely. Just as the wolfman spoke these words, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he cried out in alarm, "Gale wolf, save me." Because at that moment Shen Lang had somehow already rolled onto the stone platform, without any hesitation swinging his knife towards the wolfman. "Quick, save me." "Oh, no." The wolfman screamed in terror. The blood-red blade swept horizontally, and the wolfman's head was instantly severed and sent flying into the air. The blood-red blade then vertically struck down, and the wolfman's headless corpse was instantly cleaved in two. At this moment, the prairie gale wolf had arrived, leaping onto the stone platform, but with the wolfman slain, its body immediately collapsed onto the platform. With a whoosh, Shen Lang swung his knife to behead it as well. Breathing heavily, Shen Lang gasped for air, gritting. The chest that had just been struck by the prairie gale wolf was genuinely impacted, with cracks appearing in his heart and lungs. Phew, turns out it's just a paper tiger, gave me quite a scare. Shen Lang spat out a mouthful of blood, kicking the wolfman's severed head into the river nearby. It wasn't that Shen Lang didn't guard against the wolfman still being alive, it was simply unnecessary, as the system had already confirmed the wolfman's death. You have killed a level 1 fierce beast prairie gale wolf, gaining experience 120. You have killed a level 1 fierce beast prairie gale wolf, gaining experience 120. You have slain the wolfman in obliteration state, gaining experience 240. Experience surged to 480, directly raising Shen Lang's experience to 530,600, just 70 points away from leveling up to level 4. I can also extract innate skills, and I wonder what kind of skills I can extract from this wolfman. Hiss, I chopped it up too finely, it should still be extractable, right? Looking at the wolfman's desiccated corpse, Shen Lang was about to initiate an extraordinary extraction. But at that moment, the previously absent system notification sounded again. You have killed a polluted being of the gods, the wolfman, in obliteration state, gaining slaying god experience 10. Congratulations, you have triggered a hidden profession and have been promoted to level 1 slaying god envoy. Shen Lang's 4-dimensional attribute points were skyrocketing, each increasing by 20 points. Typically upgrades would Shen Lang's 4-dimensional attribute points were skyrocketing, each increasing by 20 points. Typically upgrades would only increase the 4-dimensional attributes by 10 points. This time, however, the increase was 20 points, equivalent to Shen Lang having advanced 2 levels at once. The boost of 20 points in his attributes significantly enhanced Shen Lang's strength, prompting him to open his personal information panel. Nickname Dark Knight. Level 3, 530,600. Profession, Level 1 Godslayer. Luck value 2. Strength 78, D level talent strength enhancement. Agility 67, E level talent agility enhancement. Constitution 70, E level talent constitution enhancement, immune to all poisons. Energy 64, F level talent auditory enhancement, F level talent olfactory enhancement. Innate talent SSS level super divine extraction. Special talent none. Skills SSS level passive Tao blessing, S level active skill Eye of Insight. Combat power 6, star 9th stage. Free attribute points available 0. Item storage ring blood breaking short knife X1, Uo iron dagger X5. His basic combat power had surged directly from 4 stars to 6 star 9th stage, nearing a breakthrough to 7 stars. In terms of overall combat power, he could contend with 10 stars. Feeling the surge in his strength, Shen Lang was immensely grateful that he hadn't chosen to flee but had taken the risk to slay the werewolf. Otherwise, he would have missed out on the benefits of the hidden profession of Godslayer. Shen Lang chuckled contentedly and initiated the super divine extraction on the werewolf's corpse. Fortunately, even though the corpse was mangled, the extraction was a success. Super divine extraction successful. You have obtained a D level talent, mental enhancement. Super divine extraction successful. You have obtained a C level skill, beast mastery. Shen Lang was overjoyed. Not only had the extraction of the werewolf's corpse succeeded, but he had also obtained 2 items in one go. He had drawn the werewolf's talent ability along with its skill, mental enhancement, and beast mastery skills. He had witnessed both of these abilities being used by the werewolf before. Mental enhancement was self-explanatory. The werewolf was able to attack him due to its powerful mental strength. Beast mastery was even more formidable, a C-level skill. The werewolf's control over the primal gale wolves had caused him quite a bit of trouble. And that was with only 4 primal gale wolves. If he could control 10 or 100, the scene would surely be magnificent. Unfortunately for now, he could only fantasize about it. Beast mastery required the crafting of a beastmaster ring. He had no idea what materials were needed or how to forge it. Does the werewolf have such a thing? Shen Lang immediately began searching the werewolf's 2 halves, but found nothing. He also searched around the primal gale wolf's body, but there was no sign of a beastmaster ring indicating that it was likely a one. He could only wait for another opportunity. He had already secured the skills, so there was no rush. Shen Lang jumped down from the stone platform and began the super divine extraction on the 2 primal gale wolves. Super divine extraction successful. You have gained 4 agility attribute points. Super divine extraction failed. 1 primal gale wolf's extraction was successful, but the other one failed. However, Shen Lang didn't mind too much. A failure was just failure. After all, today's gains were already substantial. There were still 5 player corpses on the stone platform. Returning to the stone platform, Shen Lang glanced at the several corpses, and his expression suddenly shifted to one of surprise. Among these 5 corpses, there was actually 1 black man and 1 white man. Our novice village doesn't have foreign nationals. Shen Lang furrowed his brow slightly, then looked around the spiritual realm. Could it be that this place connects to other novice villages? In the next moment, Shen Lang used the Eye of Insight on the 2 corpses. Race human dead state. Level 2. Combat power 3 star 1st stage. Talent unknown. Skill unknown. Background new player from novice village 12,135. Race human dead state. Level 1. Combat power 2 star 5th stage. Talent unknown. Skill unknown. Background new player from novice village 12,135. From the information, it was clear that these 2 foreigners indeed came from another novice village. The white man was level 1, while the black man was level 2. Clearly Shen Lang's guess was correct. Other novice villages could also enter this spiritual realm. Novice village 114116, all are Huaxia people, and these 2 are also from novice village 12,135. Shen Lang shook his head and smiled, pondering why nationality matters in novice villages. As long as they are players, they can extract talent abilities. He first initiated super divine extraction on the black man. Super divine extraction successful. You have obtained the D level talent, agility enhancement. Detected that you already have the E level talent agility enhancement, automatically replaced with D level talent agility enhancement. Agility enhancement. D level talent enhances agility attributes by 3 times. Shen Lang was somewhat surprised that this black man had actually provided him with a D level talent ability. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, the black man was level 2, and those who could reach level 2 had talent abilities that were not too shabby. Next, Shen Lang began to extract from the bodies of the other 3 players. Super divine extraction successful. You have obtained the D level talent, water element control. What the heck, this white man also has a D-level talent. Shen Lang beamed with joy. This way he now possessed 3 D-level talents. D-level talent, strength enhancement. D-level talent, agility enhancement. D-level talent, water element control. Shen Lang suppressed his excitement and swept the eye of insight over the other 3 corpses. Among the 3 corpses, which one was the loser who died a dog's death? According to what the survivor said in the chat channel, this person was their captain and his talent was a C-level frenzy. With this talent, the 4-dimensional attributes could double, equating to an enhancement talent for all attributes. Filled with a bit of anticipation, Shen Lang began to perform Super Divine Extraction one by one. Super Divine Extraction successful. You have obtained the F-level talent, Visual Enhancement. Detected that you already have this talent. Automatic stacking enhancement failed. Your visual enhancement talent remains at F level. Super Divine Extraction failed. Super Divine Extraction failed. Except for the first extraction being successful, the other 2 corpses surprisingly failed. The visual enhancement talent extracted was already one he possessed, and the stacking enhancement failed. Damn, he just suffered a 3-time failure. The C-level talent frenzy slipped through his fingers. Shen Lang pouted, somewhat helpless. He did the Super Divine Extraction decide to drop the ball at a critical moment, fearing he became too strong. However, now that he had enhanced all 4-dimensional attributes, it was actually no weaker than the C-level talent frenzy, and might even be stronger. Gained it by luck, lost it by fate. Shen Lang no longer dwelled on it, quickly jumping down from the stone platform to reassess this spiritual realm. As for the injuries he had just sustained thanks to the effect of Tao Blessing, he had already recovered to a perfect state. In this spiritual realm, opportunities and crises coexisted. The crisis had been safely navigated, and the benefits were all extracted from the corpses due to his own talents. But what about the original opportunities in this spiritual realm? Surely there must be some. Shen Lang walked along the river for a while, but found nothing of use. Could it be that he was mistaken, and the opportunities in this spiritual realm came from slaying werewolves? For instance, the hidden class of the god-slaying envoy. It makes sense. This hidden class brought immense benefits to Shen Lang. There was only one spot among 1,000,000 beginner villages, which meant he was ahead of 1,000,000,000 players. Splashing sounds. Before long, Shen Lang arrived at the bottom of a waterfall. The waterfall wasn't tall or wide, just about 10 meters high, with the white water flow not very turbulent. At the bottom of the waterfall was a pool with mist rising from the water surface, resembling a fairyland. What does that smell like? Shen Lang sniffed vigorously. He seemed to catch a unique fragrance in the humid air. It was faint and delicate, but indeed present. Shen Lang was instantly energized. This aroma was familiar and somewhat similar to the fire poison fruit he had discovered in the jungle. In other words, there must be spirit herbs and fruits somewhere in this spiritual realm. However, the surrounding air was humid and the wind was swirling in the valley, making it difficult for Shen Lang to locate the source of the fragrance. Shen Lang searched around the gorge, but there was no scent anywhere else. Only near this waterfall could he catch a whiff. Returning to the base of the waterfall, Shen Lang frowned and carefully examined his surroundings. How strange. There were some stones around the pool covered with ferns and other plants, but the fragrance clearly didn't come from these. After pondering for a long time, Shen Lang picked up a fist-sized stone and threw it straight at the waterfall. The stone instantly sank into the white torrent, and Shen Lang closed his eyes, activating his enhanced auditory talent to the extreme. The next moment, Shen Lang opened his eyes, his face lighting up with joy. This waterfall has a problem. After the stone entered the waterfall, it did not immediately make a crashing sound. Instead, it took several seconds before a noise was heard. It wasn't a crashing sound, but the sound of something landing. Although the noise of the waterfall was chaotic, Shen Lang could hear clearly that the stone he threw landed on the ground. Without further ado, Shen Lang leaped onto a huge rock next to the waterfall, wielding his blood-breaking longsword, and charged into the waterfall. Aside from the impact of the water flow, there were no other obstacles. Shen Lang easily passed through the waterfall. Wiping the water from his face, he cautiously glanced around, unable to suppress a smile. Inside the waterfall, it was indeed a hidden paradise. It was a cave of about 10 square meters with beams of sunlight filtering through the cracks, illuminating the cave and making it not so dim. On some rock walls inside the cave, various flowers and fruits were growing. The air was filled with an intoxicating fragrance far more potent than outside. Shen Lang glanced around and saw at least 30 varieties of spirit wood and grass. It was clear that these spirit woods and fruits were the greatest opportunities in this spiritual realm. The werewolves didn't count. That was something Shen Lang had earned with his life, but these spirit woods and fruits were all free for the taking. Shen Lang grinned, feeling euphoric. He quickly approached the nearest spirit plant, which was a blue flower resembling a half-bloomed rose. Activating his insight eye, the information about the flower appeared before him. Name: Blue Demon Flower, Tier 1st Tier Spirit. Wood description: the flower blooms, but does not bear fruit. Both its petals and roots can be used in medicine and alchemy, possessing the effect of enchanting the soul. As Shen Lang did not know alchemy, he directly initiated a super extraction on it. Super extraction successful. You have obtained 1 drop of Blue Demon Flower Essence. Blue Demon Flower Essence toxins have been removed. Consuming it can increase your energy attribute by 2 points, enhancing mental power. Shen Lang looked at the essence in his hand and immediately raised it to his mouth, swallowing it down. You have consumed Blue Demon Flower Essence Energy Attribute 2. In his personal information panel, Shen Lang's original 64 points of energy attribute directly transformed into 66. At the same time, he could feel a slight increase in his mental power. Shen Lang turned to the second spirit plant, activating his inside eye before performing super extraction again. Name soul-breaking grass tier first tier spirit. With description: the entire plant is highly toxic and can be used to create a deadly poison pill. Super extraction successful. You have obtained 1 drop of soul-breaking grass essence. Soul-breaking grass essence extremely poisonous. Consuming it will corrode the body from the inside out, ultimately leaving only bones. Wow, that's toxic. Shen Lang nearly dropped the vial of poison he was holding. However, this was also a valuable item, and it would be a shame to discard it. Besides, it seemed he was immune to all poisons, but Shen Lang found a white stone and used his dagger to carve out a small bowl, placing the soul-breaking grass essence inside before putting it into his storage ring. Next, Shen Lang continued to extract the spirit woods and fruits in the cave. He ate everything edible, and for the inedible ones like the soul-breaking grass essence, he also stored them in small bowls in his storage ring for future use. There were a total of 23 inedible plants. Most were highly toxic or had other peculiar effects. For example, there were several odd effects like indestructible gold gun and enthralling joy, and there were a good 5 or 6 of those. As for the edible ones, there were 14 in total, granting Shen Lang a total of 28 attribute points. The increase in his attributes raised Shen Lang's base combat power assessment to the 7th star level. His overall combat power had already reached a starting point of 10 stars. It must be said that this journey in the spiritual realm had yielded rich rewards. First, he obtained the hidden class of God-slaying envoy, and secondly, his innate skill attributes had significantly increased. Not to mention his experience level, which had also risen to level 3. Now, he was only 70 points away from leveling up to level 4. I wonder if I'm in first place. Shen Lang opened the main screen, intending to check the level leaderboard, only to be greeted with a prompt message. Notice the spiritual realm belongs to an alternate space, and is not within the monitoring range of the beginner village, thus the beginner village level leaderboard cannot be accessed. Upon seeing this reminder, he recalled that he had been informed of this when entering the spiritual realm. If I can't see it, then so be it. With these stats, I must be either first or second, right? Moreover, even if I'm temporarily in first place, it doesn't matter. The target level for leaderboard rewards is level 10, which is still far off. Shen Lang's gaze fell on the adjacent regional chat channel, and he promptly opened it. Although everyone was busy grinding monsters and leveling up, some people still found time to chat. However, most of the chat content revolved around everyone's level ups. Shen Lang skimmed through the chat history and inferred that there were already more than 10 players above level 3. There were currently no players at level 4, otherwise someone would definitely be boasting. Just then, a player named Ben Chao Gang Mu suddenly dropped a bombshell message. Everyone, the first place on the leaderboard may soon change hands. The information from the compendium of Materia Medica instantly sparked heated discussions among other players. Isn't the first place held by the great Nai? He has been in first place since the beginning. Oh, how could he easily fall? Exactly when I looked just now, Nai was still in first. The compendium of Materia Medica replied, "Are you all just looking at the first place? Check the changes behind. Look at the changes behind. The Sunshine Beauty, she dropped from 6th to 10th, and in just a few minutes, she surged from 10th to 3rd. Wow, now second. She's about to take first place." The chat channel fell silent for a moment. Clearly, everyone rushed to check the leaderboard. Soon messages in the chat box began to jump rapidly. Damn, she really is second. I'm 9th, and just noticed this Sunshine Beauty. She surpassed 8 people in just a few minutes. That's too exaggerated. Sunshine Beauty, looking at the nickname, is she a female player? So fierce. I heard she's one of the other 2 players with great talent. Incredible. I want to cling to her. At this explosive speed, she might really surpass Nai and become first. Just then a player named Heisei Umo spoke again. Heisei Umo said, "Don't even think about surpassing Nai. He is only 250 experience points away from leveling up to level 4. He was ranked 3rd, just recently 2nd, and has always been among the top of the leaderboard, so everyone was very familiar with it. While this is the grade talent master, I'm so envious. Only 250 away from leveling up. Doesn't that mean 350,600? That's enough for me to level up 3 times. Nai will give birth to your monkey, take me along, okay?" As Heisei Umo said, the Sunshine Beauty did not continue to push Nai down after surging to 2nd place. In the water curtain cave of the spirit realm, Shen Lang looked at these messages, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Just as he was about to close the chat channel, he noticed someone mentioned him. By the way, why has the Great Dark Knight's ranking been dropping? It's down to 12th. That shouldn't be. Didn't he just kill an elite? How could he fall so quickly? Hey, maybe he's just had bad luck. They say he's grade talent, but I think he should be around grade. No matter what, he's still level 3. You should be careful with your words. Don't you fear offending him? I'm also level 3 with grade talent. Oh, what am I afraid of? Sorry, my team just killed a level 1 elite ferocious beast. Alright, you're incredible. Seeing his ranking drop to 12, Shen Lang was somewhat surprised. It seems everyone's enthusiasm for leveling up has really been ignited. They are all rapidly advancing. However, Nai only needs 250 experience to level up, while he only needs 70. Who is truly first is becoming quite clear. That Sunshine Beauty climbing to 2nd place in just a few minutes is worth noting. Perhaps she really is another player with above grade talent, but I wonder what level of talent it is. Is it grade a grade, or even S-grade? It can't possibly be SS-grade, right? Otherwise, having 2 SS-grade talent players in a starter village would surely dominate all starter villages. SS-grade talent is incredibly rare. Even 10 starter villages might not produce one. Closing the chat channel, Shen Lang stepped out of the water curtain cave only to find that the sun was already setting, indicating that it was nearing evening. Shen Lang rubbed his belly, realizing he hadn't eaten anything all day. Although the blessing of the great Tao keeps his spirits and body in perfect condition, it won't fill his stomach. Food is still necessary, or he could starve. As it stands, the increase in level and power only makes him more resistant to hunger. He is far from the state of fasting. First, let's fill my stomach. Shen Lang thought for a moment and headed towards the place where he initially fought, soon dragging the carcass of a prairie gale wolf to the riverside. When he was a child and had nothing to eat, Shen Lang had even eaten field mice, so wolf meat was naturally not a problem. Skillfully skinning and cleaning it, he had it tidied up in no time. Shen Lang searched around for some dry wood and branches, built a fire pit with stones, and then cut off 2 wolf legs to place them on the branches. As for the lack of fire starter, it was not a big issue. Shen Lang took out a small bowl from his storage ring and poured a bit of red liquid from it. The red liquid dripped onto the dry wood leaves immediately, making a sizzling sound, and soon flames ignited. Flame vine liquid, upon contact, it ignites with fierce flames capable of burning anything. This was a spirit wood potion extracted from a vine plant in the water curtain cave, which Shen Lang was using as a portable lighter. Before long, the flames blazed brightly and the wolf leg meat began to sizzle. Shen Lang occasionally flipped the wolf leg until the skin turned golden brown and a fragrant aroma wafted out. Only then did he cut a small piece and put it in his mouth. To be honest, it smelled really good, but unfortunately it lacked flavor. If only there was some salt and spice. Shen Lang sighed, ultimately chewing and swallowing the tasteless wolf meat. Now is not the time to worry about taste. Filling his stomach is the priority, especially since there are tough battles ahead. After finishing a wolf leg, Shen Lang burped, filled with a strong gamey smell. While eating, it wasn't much, but the satisfaction of the burp was truly uncomfortable, nearly making Shen Lang vomit. Just then the great Tao notification sounded in his ear. You have consumed cooked meat and are digesting it. Your stamina and spirit are recovering 1. You have consumed cooked meat and are digesting it. Your stamina and spirit are recovering 1. The continuous notification rang out, and Shen Lang was momentarily stunned. With the blessing of the great Tao, his stamina and spirit had hardly been depleted. What was there to recover? However, Shen Lang seemed to have discovered something. Eating food can restore stamina and spirit. To be precise, unfortunately this is useless to me, but can only fill my stomach. Shen Lang, with his passive skill of the blessing of the great Tao, found this discovery somewhat pointless. But at that moment, the great Tao notification sounded again, and it wasn't just for him. It was an announcement for the starter village. Announcement. Announcement. New player and Yi discovered that eating ferocious beast cooked meat can quickly restore stamina and spirit. As the first discoverer, the new player is rewarded with 2 luck value. The voice of the great Tao echoed in the minds of all surviving players in the dusk. In an instant, the external players were somewhat bewildered. Even Shen Lang stood there in shock, thinking, what the hell can this really? Roasting wolf meat is a task that can be extremely unpleasant. Unexpectedly, I obtained a fortune value that few have achieved. Who could have imagined that? In an instant, the chat channel in the novice village was filled with players discussing this event. Eating cooked meat can restore stamina and spirit. Wow, this is just like the red and blue potions in the game. Here comes the Dark Knight big shot again. Is the fortune value so easy to obtain? They've already gotten it twice. I was just joking about our team leader roasting that beast pig when I was hungry. Oh, what a huge loss. Haha, is your team leader crying in the bathroom now? Who could have thought of this? Everyone was focused on leveling up by defeating monsters. Who would think to cook these beasts? To be honest, I'm really hungry. I was still worrying about what to eat, but now it's time for barbecued lamb chops. May I ask, do you have fire? Well, that's true. We have meat, but no fire. This is quite a pain. Ha, you guys are really unfortunate. Our team leader has a great talent in fire element control and can easily conjure small fireballs. Don't worry, we can use the old ways to start a fire. While everyone was busy discussing how to ignite a fire, another announcement chimed in. Announcement. Announcement. To facilitate resource coordination among novice players, the regional trading channel has been officially activated, allowing players to engage in free trade. Finally, the trading channel has appeared. I told you this game couldn't possibly lack a trading system. I thought this was a game, but so many people have already died. How can it still be a game? Then let's call it a real-life game, since this is indeed a game mode. New novice village included, where we grind monsters to level. What can we trade at this point? I don't have anything on me. By the way, can fire seeds be traded? Isn't that guy's team leader a fire element controller? Throw me a small fireball. Your thinking is impressive, but I don't think that's possible. How can a fireball be traded? It would be better to trade cooked meat directly. Wow, you're right. The trading channel can trade cooked meat. Your thinking is impressive, but I don't think that's possible. How can a fireball be traded? It would be better to trade cooked meat directly. Wow, you're right. Announcement. 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 The novice player Dark Knight is the first to list a product in the trading channel, rewarded with 2 fortune value. Hearing this announcement, the players were somewhat stunned. They were still discussing the trading channel, and suddenly someone had already listed a product. Was it really that fast? Not only that, but they also received fortune value. Haha, that person who just said they were going to roast meat got 2 fortune value, and you were only 0.01 centimeters away from them. I can't believe it. Why is it always so unexpected? Is fortune value really that easy to obtain? The product listed by the Dark Knight Big Shot is cooked wolf meat. Hurry and buy it. What are you buying? You should check what the Dark Knight Big Shot is trading. It's the corpse of a second level beast. Damn, I'm only level 1. What can I do with a second level beast corpse? 5 pounds of roasted wolf meat for a corpse of a second-level beast weighing hundreds of pounds. The Dark Knight Big Shot is making a killing. What can we do? If we want to eat meat, we have to be butchered. Enough of this, I'm going to buy it. Just then the announcement chimed in again, and this time it was still directed at the novice village. Announcement. 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 Novice player Sunshine Beauty and novice player Dark Knight completed the first transaction after the trading channel was activated. Novice player Sunshine Beauty 2 fortune value. Novice player Dark Knight 2 fortune value. A series of announcements came in, shocking the other players, and they were about to go crazy. Oh, I can get fortune value like this. I was already clicking to trade, but was too slow. I don't know why, but I want to laugh, yet tears are welling up in my eyes. Damn, the Dark Knight Big Shot has already accumulated 8 fortune value. Isn't he the fortune child of our novice village? Is the Dark Knight Big Shot watching the chat channel? I only have a level 1 beast corpse. Can I trade it for some cooked meat? The chat channel was buzzing with players wanting to buy cooked food. Some players with fire seeds expressed that they were preparing to cook meat, causing envy and jealousy among many. Meanwhile, Shen Lang, still in the spiritual realm, had no interest in the chat channel. When the announcement reminded him about the trading channel activation, he instinctively thought of his roasted wolf meat. For him, this was merely a means to fill his stomach, but for other players it was a valuable item to restore stamina and vitality. Eating cooked food is far more convenient than staying in the novice wooden house to recover. After all, only by returning to the novice wooden house can one quickly restore stamina and spirit, but cooked food can be eaten anytime and anywhere. Thus, Shen Lang unhesitatingly listed a batch of roasted wolf meat. Accidentally, he got a first-time product listing and earned 2 fortune value for free. By chance, he also received a first-time transaction, earning another 2 fortune value for free. To sum it up, it was simply, he was now more powerful and wealthy than all the players, but the only thing he lacked was second level or above beast corpses, and the more the better. As long as he had beast corpses, he could perform super extraction. Therefore, Shen Lang decisively set the target material for trading his cooked meat to be second-level beast corpses. This way, any player who wanted to eat his cooked meat would have to trade him a second-level beast corpse. Some players had fire seeds and could cook their own meat, but such players were few. Most players couldn't start a fire to cook meat, and some lazy ones could only trade with Shen Lang. Besides, they had to hunt beasts anyway, and the corpses of beasts were useless to them. It was perfect to exchange them for cooked meat. After Shen Lang extracted the beast corpses, he could roast them again and sell them to other players, making a huge profit. At this moment, in front of Shen Lang was a large black wild boar. This was the first transaction with Sunshine Beauty exchanged for 5 pounds of cooked wolf leg meat. However, Shen Lang did not immediately perform the super extraction, but instead examined the corpse of the iron-armored wild. The iron-armored wild boar was not actually clad in armor, but rather it was covered in a layer of tree sap and mud, forming a thick armor over time. It was clear that this iron-armored wild boar had high defense, and its battle power was likely between 4 to 5 stars. There are 2 fatal wounds. One is the anus. Hiss, this Sunshine Beauty is ruthless, attacking even there. She has potential. It was clear that this iron-armored wild boar had high defense, and its battle power was likely between 4 to 5 stars. There are 2 fatal wounds. One is the anus. Hiss, this Sunshine Beauty is ruthless, attacking even there. However, finding the weak point and utilizing it to kill are 2 different concepts. After all, the iron-armored wild boar wouldn't just stand there for you to kill, it would fight back. A pig, 2 bears, and 3 tigers are fiercer than even bears or tigers when they get aggressive. Sunshine Beauty was undoubtedly overpowering the iron-armored wild boar, perhaps with a total combat power between 5 and 6 stars. No wonder she could rise to second place on the level leaderboard. Shen Lang smiled and raised his hand, easily slicing through the thick armor of the iron-armored wild boar. If he encountered an iron-armored wild boar, it would only take him 1 strike. Shen Lang nodded in satisfaction, storing the blood-soaked short sword back into his spatial ring, and then proceeded to perform a super extraction on the iron-armored wild boar. The extraction succeeded. You have gained 2 in Constitution. The tough-skinned iron-armored wild pig has granted Shen Lang 2 points of Constitution, increasing his Constitution attribute to 82. Shen Lang kicked the iron-armored wild pig to the riverbank, planning to deal with it later. He then opened the trading channel again. The wolf leg he had just roasted weighed over 80 pounds. Besides the few pounds he had consumed, he tossed the rest into the trading channel. The trading channel was indeed very convenient. Shen Lang only needed to initiate the trade, and the system automatically divided the wolf leg meat into several portions of 5 pounds each. Meanwhile, another wolf leg was already roasting on the fire. Total items listed: cooked wolf meat, 5 pounds 16 portions. Trade volume: cooked wolf meat, 5 pounds 4 portions. Remaining stock: cooked wolf meat, 5 pounds 12 portions. Exchangeable materials: Level 2 Ferocious Beast Red-Ringed Viper 2, Level 2 Ferocious Beast Prairie Black Wolf 1, Level 2 Ferocious Beast Red-Haired Ape 1. Without further ado, Shen Lang immediately retrieved the 4 ferocious beast corpses. A flash of light appeared beside the campfire, and 4 ferocious beast corpses manifested in the clearing. Shen Lang did not inspect the corpses further and directly began the extraction. Extraction successful. You have gained 2 in energy attribute. Extraction successful. You have gained 2 in agility attribute. Extraction successful. You have gained 2 in energy attribute. Extraction successful. You have gained 2 in energy attribute. Another 8 points of attributes were credited to him. This feeling of waiting for others to deliver attribute points to his door was simply delightful. Shen Lang continued to roast wolf meat and monitor the trading channel. As long as there were ferocious beast corpses received, he would extract them immediately. In less than 2 hours combined with the 5 he had extracted earlier, Shen Lang had extracted a total of 18 level 2 ferocious beasts. This does not mean that Shen Lang only traded for 18 ferocious beasts. In fact, he had obtained 29 ferocious. However, there were species of ferocious beast corpses that had been repeated more than 3 times, reaching the upper limit for extraction, so he could not continue. He wasted over 10 ferocious beast corpses, but it wasn't a big deal. He could roast them all later and sell them. It is worth mentioning that not only did he extract attribute points from these ferocious beast corpses, but Shen Lang also obtained 3 iron daggers. However, by this time the trading volume had decreased. It was evident that for other players level 2 ferocious beasts were not so easy to kill, and they couldn't produce more level 2 ferocious beast corpses. Taking this opportunity, Shen Lang opened his personal information. Nickname Dark Knight. Level 3 530,600. Profession level 1 Godslayer. Luck value 8. Strength 91D level talent strength enhancement. Agility 88D level talent agility enhancement. Constitution 90E level talent constitution enhancement resistant to all poisons. Energy 86 F level talent hearing enhancement F level talent smell enhancement D level talent mental enhancement F level talent sight enhancement. Innate talent SSS level super extraction. Special talent D level talent water element manipulation. Skills SSS level passive great blessing S level active skill Eye of Insight C level skill beast control. Combat power 8 stars 8th stage. Available free attribute points 0. Item storage ring blood-breaking short knife 1, iron dagger 8. After this round of extraction, Shen Lang's basic combat power directly rose by a star, reaching 8 stars 8th stage. This was no different from passively increasing combat power, and it felt incredibly satisfying. Shen Lang then opened the trading channel and changed his trading rules. From the level 2 ferocious beast corpses obtained through the current trading, Shen Lang learned that there were only 6 types of level 2 ferocious beasts, including iron-armored wild pig. All 6 types of level 2 ferocious beasts had already reached the 3-time extraction limit, making it useless to trade for them. Thus, Shen Lang changed the trading rules to exchange 10 pounds of cooked meat for 1 level 3 ferocious beast corpse or 1 level 2 elite ferocious beast corpse. Other level 1 elite ferocious beast corpses, except for the prairie gale wolf, could be exchanged for 5 pounds of cooked meat. At the same time, Shen Lang also listed new items for trade: iron daggers. The iron dagger is a first-level weapon. He did not use it to exchange for ferocious beast corpses, but rather to trade for various spiritual plants, spiritual medicines, and spiritual fruits. 1 iron dagger could be exchanged for 5 first-level spiritual plants, spiritual medicines, or spiritual fruits, or 1 second-level spiritual plant, spiritual medicine, or spiritual fruit. However, he only put up 6 daggers for trade. The remaining 2 were poisoned, and Shen Lang kept them, thinking they might be of use in the future. Unfortunately, after waiting for quite a while, there were no transactions. Shen Lang couldn't help but open the chat channel to see what was happening. Dark Knight, are you overestimating us? A level 3 ferocious beast corpse is something we can kill now. So miserable. Our team just killed a red ring viper, and now Dark Knight won't take it. I'm dying. Don't panic, everyone. Ooh, I also have cooked meat ready. Does anyone have a first-level weapon? 30 pounds of cooked meat for a quick trade. What? You think 30 pounds of cooked meat is enough for a first-level weapon? Are you dreaming? Exactly. Our team has killed so many ferocious beasts, and we've only looted an iron dagger. Hee, then how about this 100 pounds of cooked meat for a first-level weapon? Not trading, not trading. How about you trade me a corpse? I have a batch of level 1 ferocious beast corpses. Would you trade for 10 pounds? What good is a ferocious beast corpse to me? I only want a first-level weapon. By the way, Dark Knight, what do you want the ferocious beast corpses for? You wanted level 2 ferocious beast corpses before, and now you want level 3 ones. Who knows? But the person above mentioned weapons. Dark Knight just listed several first-level weapons. While there are indeed, the drop rate for weapons in the newbie village is low. How could he have so many? It's a pity that Dark Knight is not trading ferocious beast corpses, but spiritual plants, spiritual medicines, and spiritual fruits. I don't have those either. Our team encountered a spiritual fruit, but Dark Knight wants 5 to trade. Looking at these chat messages, Shen Lang understood why no one was coming to trade. He had been so focused on his own power-up that he completely forgot about the struggles of other players. In the entire 114-116 newbie village, how many players could easily slay level 3 ferocious beasts besides him? Even teaming up was incredibly challenging. The combat power of elite level 2 ferocious beasts was not weaker than that of level 3 ferocious beasts. However, elite level 1 ferocious beasts could still be expected, as everyone had gained some strength now, and killing elite level 1 ferocious beasts was still possible. As for spiritual plants, spiritual medicines, and spiritual fruits, not everyone could discover dozens of them like Shen Lang did. Just then a message suddenly popped up in the trading channel. Trading reminder: newbie player Tion, you exchanged a second-level spiritual plant Luo Yun fruit for your first-level weapon. Seeing the pop-up transaction notification, Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. He had just thought that there wouldn't be any transactions in the short term, and yet here it was. The ID Tianyu rang a bell for Shen Lang. It seemed to belong to the captain of the initial team that invited him to team up. This team wasn't very strong, and Tianyu only had a great talent. To his surprise, this team managed to find a second-tier spiritual fruit, which could only be attributed to their incredible luck. However, that luck had now turned in his favor. Shen Lang quickly opened the trading channel and retrieved the second-tier spiritual fruit. The fruit was pink, about the size of a fist, resembling a dragon fruit, and exuded an enticing fragrance. Immediately Shen Lang activated his inside eye, and the information about the fruit appeared before him. Name: Luoyan fruit. Rank: second tier, spiritual fruit. Description: non-toxic and can be consumed directly, can also be used in medicine and alchemy, enhances energy attributes. Although it could be consumed directly, Shen Lang still opted for a divine extraction, obtaining the medicinal liquid from the Luoyan fruit. Luoyan fruit medicinal liquid, second tier, spiritual fruit. Liquid consumption increases energy attribute points by 8. The ability to enhance by 8 points was indeed worthy of a second tier spiritual fruit. If Tianyu found out about this enhancement effect, he would probably regret it deeply. However, Shen Lang understood the other party's thoughts. They were likely as uncertain about the toxicity of this fruit as he had been with the fire poison fruit. Tianyu did not possess the inside eye, so he couldn't discern the specific effects of the Luoyan fruit. Not daring to consume it, they might as well trade it for a first-tier weapon to enhance their strength, which would be more beneficial for upgrading against fierce beasts. I guess this is a bargain for me. Shen Lang smiled widely, directly swallowing the Luoyan fruit medicinal liquid, and after absorption, his energy attribute surged to 94 points. Among the four-dimensional attributes, the energy attribute leaped to become the strongest. Next, Shen Lang obtained 2 elite-level fierce beast corpses, extracting 3 points each of agility and strength attributes. From this point on, Shen Lang's four-dimensional attributes fully broke into the 90s, and his basic combat power reached the second stage of 9 stars. The elite-level second-tier and third-tier fierce beast corpses had yet to be traded. Aside from Tianyu, no one else was using spiritual plants or fruits for trades. Although this method of gaining power while lying down was quite enjoyable, Shen Lang was growing a bit impatient. Firstly, there were no transactions, and secondly, he couldn't fall behind in leveling up. Strengthening was undoubtedly crucial. However, the golden treasure chest from the level leaderboard was also something he couldn't afford to miss. Thus, after roasting 700 or 800 pounds of cooked meat and packing it into his storage ring, he prepared to leave. However, just as Shen Lang was about to step out of the spiritual realm, the long-absent notification sound finally rang. Announcement! 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 The 12135 Novice Village has obtained the Village Battle card and has now initiated a village battle against the 114116 Novice Village. Village Battle, a contest of strength between novice villages. Winning side: the winning novice village's resources increase by 50, and all players' four-dimensional attributes increase by 5. Losing side: the losing novice village's resources decrease by 50, and all players' four-dimensional attributes currently detecting the overall strength comparison of the two novice villages. The specific details of the village battle will be officially announced to both novice villages in half a minute. The content of the announcement echoed in the minds of all players in the 114116 novice village. In an instant, the players were shaken. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Shen Lang halted his steps to leave the spiritual realm and frowned. A village battle between two novice villages was not unusual. However, the penalties were too harsh. The losing novice village would see their resources halved, effectively cutting off the upgrade paths of most players. What was upgrading reliant upon? It was resources like those fierce beasts. If they failed the village battle, the number of fierce beasts would be halved, making it impossible to find enough fierce beasts for leveling up. However, the initiating novice village 12,135 seemed somewhat familiar. Shen Lang raised an eyebrow. He recalled that the 2 corpses he had found in this spiritual realm were from the 12135 novice village. At that moment, half a minute passed, and the notification sound arrived as expected. The details of the village battle have been generated as follows. Village battle content: as long as a player reaches level 5, first the novice village to which that player belongs will win. Additional reward: the player who secures victory for this village will receive 40 freely assignable attribute points and 1 white treasure chest. Tip 1. The leaderboard cannot be viewed during the village battle. Tip 2. During the village battle, both regions can view each other's chat channels, but cannot speak across regions. The village battle will officially begin in 5 minutes. All players should prepare. Wow. This reward is quite impressive. The players who win the village battle not only receive public rewards with each attribute increasing by 5, but also gain 40 freely assignable attribute points. Combined, that's a total of 60 attribute points. Additionally, they will receive a white treasure chest. Of course, this is all contingent on successfully helping the novice village achieve victory in the village battle. Shen Lang pondered for a moment and then opened the regional chat channel. The chat channel was already buzzing with excitement as messages were flying by rapidly. Is the 12135 novice village just being foolish? Starting a village battle on the first day? How can we even focus on leveling up? If we win, it's fine, but if we lose, it's over. Each attribute will decrease by 5, which amounts to 20 attribute points. What's more critical is the resources. If we lose, our resources will be halved, making it even harder for us to level up. Don't forget, we still have the novice assessment. If we don't reach level 10 within 7 days, we will be eliminated. Damn, I almost forgot about that. That damn 12,135 novice village. I say, are you all too optimistic? The village battle hasn't even started yet. Who says we will definitely lose? They actively initiated the village battle against us. They must have some confidence. The village battle is about to start. Oh, what's the use of discussing this now? We can only fight to win. Exactly, but clearly we can't rely on ourselves. Most of us are still level 1 or 2. We'll have to depend on the top 10 level 3 experts. Yes, especially the awesome players and the Sunshine Beauty, we're counting on you all. Damn it, we can't see the leaderboard, oh we won't know who is first. This system is really messing with our heads. Anyway, great players will always be great. I believe awesome players can do it. We can see the chat channel of the 12135 Novice Village. Hurry, let's go and check it out and provide intel for the awesome players. In the Beginner Village 12135, the regional chat channel was bustling. Players were causing quite a stir in the chat, much like in Beginner Village 113116. However, unlike in Beginner Village 114116, these players communicated using English letters. This truly is a new village descended by nationality. Shen Lang gazed at the screen full of gibberish who, apart from recognizing a few words, the rest was just incomprehensible symbols. Oh, there's a translation function. Next to the chat channel, Shen Lang spotted the translation button and clicked on it immediately. To his surprise, it could translate After scrolling down a few times, Shen Lang finally found the option for Chinese and clicked confirm. Instantly, the entire chat channel's content transformed into Chinese. Shen Lang let out a long sigh of relief. Our square characters are much more visually appealing, while the other gibberish made his eyes feel dizzy. With a smile, he once again turned his attention to the chat channel's information box. Who initiated the village conflict, you son of a b? Do you know the seriousness of losing? The village's resources will be halved. Damn it, if we lose, our beginner village is finished. We won't even reach level 10 in 7 days, well, all be dead. Why doesn't the Great Path respect human rights? Even if a village conflict is to be initiated, it should be decided by a vote of all of us. I protest. Ladies and gentlemen, I suggest we all strip and sit in protest in the beginner village to demonstrate to the Great Path. Seeing this, Shen Lang nearly choked on the wolf meat in his stomach from laughter. Stripping to protest to the Great Path. Was this serious? However, after observing these conversations, he could basically confirm that the players in this beginner village 12135 were likely from the beautiful country. Everyone outside was arrogant, and they remained so even after arriving in the ninth world. They still thought of protesting against the Great Path. It was simply speechless and could only be described as eye-opening. Ladies and gentlemen, haven't you checked out Beginner Village 114116? Haha, this beginner village is filled with people from the Huaxia country. Is it that country filled with short people and squinty eyes? That's right, it's that country. This time we are guaranteed to win the village conflict. With their small stature, how could they possibly compare with us? Aren't they supposed to be good at martial arts? Very impressive. You fool, that's from movies, it's all acting. I can take down 10 of them with one hand. Although the chances of winning are high, that doesn't stop me from opposing the idiot who initiated the village conflict. He has infringed on my freedom. At that moment, a player named Delta Cobra spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I am the initiator of this village conflict. You can call me Colonel Howard. Upon seeing someone step forward to admit it, the other players immediately began to curse angrily. Damn it, so it's you bastard. My goodness, Delta Cobra, are you the one who ranked first in our beginner village? So it was you who initiated the village conflict? No wonder you dared to do it. Delta Cobra Colonel, are you part of the special forces of our beautiful country's military? Delta Cobra replied, you're not wrong, I am indeed ranked first, and also an officer in the military special. Even so, you cannot infringe on our human rights by unilaterally initiating a village conflict. Exactly, you should have informed us first, sought our opinions, and decided by vote. By the way, Colonel, what level are you now? Do you have confidence in winning? Delta Cobra replied, just now I reached level 4320-1200. Do you think I can win? Oh my god, how did you level up so fast? You're already level 4. No wonder you're a special forces officer, impressive. Then winning is guaranteed. I looked at the chat records from Beginner Village 114116. They don't even have a single level 4 player yet. Howard, you can only wash away your sins if you win, otherwise with your infringement of our human rights you will be our public enemy. I agree, human rights and freedom come above all else. Delta Cobra said, rest assured ladies and gentlemen, with me Howard, our beginner village will surely win easily. Everyone get ready for the attribute points and a 50 increase in beginner village resources. The celebration moment for our beginner village is about to arrive. Although I don't like you, I still hope you can do your best to win the village conflict before discussing anything else. Go Howard. Remember to take us along to level up after winning the village conflict. My sister and I are willing to fly with you. Howard, keep us updated on your experience information at any time. Howard is just one level away. We can basically declare that our beginner village 12135 has won the village conflict. With an increase of 20 attribute points, my strength will rise significantly. Although these people were shouting about human rights and freedom, upon learning that Howard was already level 4, they all changed their tunes. Shen Lang quietly closed the chat channel for beginner village 12135 and turned to reopen the chat channel for beginner village 114116. Compared to the imminent victory of beginner village 12135, the players in 114116 appeared somewhat flustered. Damn, the players from that beginner village are already level 4. That's unfair. Our highest level is only 3. At this point, let's not talk about fairness. The village conflict is about to start, and we need to find a way. It's already evening. It's more dangerous than during the day. Whether searching for beastly foes or killing them, the difficulty has skyrocketed. At this moment, the top-ranked player Nice also spoke up. Nice said, killing beastly foes is not a problem. The real challenge is finding them. I hope everyone can help by providing the locations of the beastly foes. I will do my best to kill them and level up to secure victory in this village conflict. You want us to find the beastly foes. What if we don't kill them? The person above is insane. If you kill them now, what's the use? If we lose the village conflict, won't you lose your attribute points? Resources will also be halved. Yes, that's right, we can support Brother Nice for now. Sure, our team is in the plains, we'll go help Brother Nice find the beastly foes now. By the way, Brother Nice, what level are you now? Nice replied. I'm ashamed, I'm still over 100 experience points away from level 4, 439,600. You're still a bit short, but that's okay. Unity is strength. If we work hard together, we might not lose. Let's go, damn it, we can't lose people, or the battle. If we win, we get to enjoy good food. If we lose, we'll have to endure the northwest wind. Right, we can't let those foreigners look down on us. They really think they're guaranteed to win. Nice said, thank you all. Oh, I will do my best to the best of my ability. By the way, Sunlight, beautiful girl, are you here? Your talent must be level or higher, and there's another friend. If possible, the three of us can team up to kill beastly foes. This way, we can level up faster. That's right, there are two other big shots. Where are they? Why aren't they showing up at this time? I'm begging the two big shots to show up and help us through this tough time. Neither Sunlight, beautiful girl, nor Shen Lang showed any intention of appearing. Some players were dissatisfied, but if people didn't show up, they had no choice, yet this did not affect the enthusiasm of all players. Under the threat of outside enemies, the players displayed an unexpected level of unity. Many teams that were originally returning to the beginner village in the night had also gone out to help Nice team find the beastly foes. Meanwhile, Shen Lang, who had already exited the chat channel, left the spirit realm and returned to the beginner village. In fact, Nice's suggestion was quite good. If the three of them teamed up, they would certainly be able to slay the beastly foes more quickly to gain more experience. But that was assuming Shen Lang had only a level talent and battle power similar to Nice. Now Shen Lang's base battle power had already reached 9 stars, and he could slaughter beastly foes of level 6 or 7. Why bother with level 2 or 3 beastly foes with Nice? However, Shen Lang did not let his guard down. After all, Delta Cobra had already reached level 4, leading over him. Just as Shen Lang stepped out of the spirit realm, the announcement of the Great Path also arrived. Announcement. 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 The village conflict between Beginner Village 114,116 and Beginner Village 12135 has officially begun. In this village conflict, the distribution map of beastly foes below level 10 in the Beginner Village will be open to all. Under the echo of the grand announcement, the village battle between the two novice villages officially began. Shen Lang, however, was not concerned about the announcement and directly opened the beast division map of the novice village. This is a valuable resource. With the map, he wouldn't have to waste time searching for beasts, allowing him more time to farm them. Players from both novice villages were quickly browsing the map. In the 114116 novice village, Nice spoke in the chat channel, urging everyone to search for beasts in the area where the level 3 beasts were located. Do not disturb the beasts when you find them, just mark their location and we will rush over immediately. Level 1 brothers, you need not go. The level 3 beast zone is too dangerous for you. Stay safe in the novice jungle to level up or rest. Everyone must pay attention to safety. Players above level 2 quickly obeyed the instructions and hurried to the level 3 beast area to assist Nice in searching for beasts. The level 1 players were not idle either. They were too preoccupied to level up or rest. Some conveyed information in the chat channel, while others went to the 12135 novice chat channel to gather intelligence for Nice. It must be said that Chinese players are remarkably united in crucial moments, able to come together as one. The atmosphere in the 12135 novice village was starkly different. These players, filled with heroism, were gossiping in the chat channel, waiting for Howard to single-handedly challenge the 114116 novice village. In the night, Shen Lang's figure flickered across the grassland. Through the beast division map, he realized that his position was right in between the level 3 and level 4 beast zones. Without hesitation, Shen Lang chose the direction of the level 4 beast area, as the higher level beast division areas were all located near the level 4 beasts. Indeed, Shen Lang's target was not merely the level 4 beasts. He aimed to slay the level 7 and level 8 high-level beasts. The higher the level of the beast, the greater the experience gained, which would enable him to catch up and surpass Howard in the shortest time. He must win the village battle. The rewards for the victor must also be his. Shen Lang possessed the talent for visual enhancement, making his night vision capabilities exceptional. The darkness had little effect on him. About half an hour later, Shen Lang arrived at the level 4 beast area on the map. As soon as he stepped into the area, he heard a deep beast roar seemingly not far from him. You are out of luck. A flash of fierce light crossed Shen Lang's eyes as he dashed towards the source of the roar. Within a minute, he arrived at the location of the roar and swiftly decapitated a male lion. Level 4 beast Redman White Lion. The 6-star combat power Redman White Lion offered no resistance under Shen Lang's blade. Congratulations, you have slain the level 4 beast Redman White Lion, gaining 150 experience. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 4, 801,200. Congratulations, your attributes have increased by 10. Congratulations, you have gained 5 distributable free attributes. Shen Lang was only 70 experience points away from leveling up, and by slaying the Redman White Lion and gaining 150 experience, he naturally advanced to level 4. The increase in attributes elevated Shen Lang's base combat power to a new level, finally breaking through to 10 stars. Shen Lang grinned, not getting lost in the joy of leveling up. He would celebrate after winning the village battle. He quickly approached the corpse of the Redman White Lion for a super extraction. Super extraction successful, you gained 2 strength attributes. Shen Lang frowned. Why did the attribute points gained from extracting a level 4 beast not even match those from a level 1 elite beast? However, he didn't have time to ponder this. Any gain was a profit. After completing the extraction, Shen Lang rose and headed towards the level 5 beast area, wasting no time. As a result, his route was a straight line, which caused him not to encounter any beasts for a long time. He nearly reached the level 6 beast area before encountering a rhinoceros-like beast in the level 5 beast zone. Level 5 beast, tailless golden-horned rhinoceros. Even though it was a level 5 beast with 7-star combat power, it was easily slain by Shen Lang on the spot. Congratulations, you have slain the level 5 beast tailless golden-horned rhinoceros, gaining 190 experience. The experience from the level 5 beast was even greater, reaching 190. Shen Lang's experience level also became 270-1200, getting closer to Howard from the 12135 novice village. But this was still not enough. He could not relax until he had reached level 5 and secured victory. Shen Lang glanced around. He realized he was basically in the level 6 beast area. Super extraction successful, you gained 2 energy attributes. The super extraction from the tailless golden-horned rhinoceros still only yielded 2 attribute points. Shen Lang speculated that perhaps only elite beasts could provide more attribute points. Mere levels did not matter. At least for now, it appeared to be the case. 2 points were just 2 points. It was inconsequential. The most important thing now was to level up. Shen Lang wiped the blood from his short knife and continued walking. He needed to pass through the level 6 beast area to reach the level 7 beast area. By now, more than 2 hours had passed since the village battle began. In the chat channel of the 114-119 novice village area, Nise finally spoke up. Nise, with everyone's help, I have killed 2 level 2 beasts and 1 level 3 beast, and I have leveled up to 391,200. Look, this is the power of unity. Nise has reached level 4. How far can level 5 be? Nise, why kill level 2 beasts? Just go for the level 3 beasts. Easier said than done. Oh, it's hard to find level 3 beasts at night. Nise, we have a level 3 beast here. The coordinates have been sent to you. Check your private messages. Nise, okay, it's not far, we'll be there soon. Everyone has done what they could, the rest is up to Nise and the heavens. I think our chances of winning are quite high. Nise has our help, while 12135 is just watching the show. It's a bit funny. Those people actually said that if they lost they would protest to the grand announcement to have Howard stripped of his players. Protesting to the grand announcement. Stripping his status. Do they think this is a presidential election? As the players debated, Shen Lang had already arrived in the level 6 beast area, nearing the entrance to the level 7 beast area. I must say it was indeed a bit difficult to find beasts at night. During this time, Shen Lang paid attention to the surrounding beasts, as level 6 beasts should provide over 200 experience, and encountering one would be worthwhile. In the end, he didn't meet a single beast, though this was also due to him not actively searching. Forget it, let's go to the level 7 beast. Shen Lang abandoned the idea of searching for beasts in the level 6 area, and decisively headed towards the level 7 beast area. Just then a gentle breeze swept past him. Shen Lang involuntarily halted, his nostrils twitching slightly, and a look of delight appeared on his face. The wind carried the stench of snakes along with a familiar fruity aroma. Many serpents possessed musk glands, emitting an acrid, nauseating stench, often a foul, fishy reek. The wind carried precisely such a stench, pungent and thick, yet within it drifted a faint, incongruous note. Though subtle, the scent proved unmistakable to Shen Lang's acute olfactory sense. Coincidentally, the wind blew directly from the direction of the level 7 savage beast territory, the very region he intended to enter. Shen Lang immediately quickened his pace, racing toward the source. Minutes later, he arrived at a secluded mountain hollow, still on the fringes of the level 6 savage beast territory, not yet crossing into level 7. His gaze first fell upon a radiant golden hue strikingly vivid against the night. It was a slender golden tree over a man's height, with a trunk as thick as an arm and sparse gnarled branches that coiled like a sinuous golden serpent. A few centimeters below its crown hung a fist-sized golden fruit shaped uncannily like a dragon, complete with a distinct head, claws, and scales etched across its rind. Together, the tree and its fruit glowed as if forged from pure gold beneath the starlit sky, shimmering with lifelike brilliance, as though 2 miniature golden dragons spiraled in silent embrace. The fruit's fragrance did more than soothe the senses. Shen Lang could feel his own blood surging faster, pulsing with sudden vitality. Such a visceral reaction was beyond any ordinary spirit fruit. Even its aroma alone stirred his body's deepest currents. Coupled with its extraordinary form and hue, this could not possibly be mundane. So Shen Lang instantly activated his inside eye. Name: Dragon Transformation Fruit, tenure and tier, 3rd tier. Description: a rare tier spirit fruit capable of bestowing divine dragon bloodline upon scaled aquatic beings, gradually enabling them to undergo true dragon transformation. The older the fruit, the stronger its effect. Consume a 10th Ascendier Dragon Transformation Fruit, and one may ascend directly into a celestial dragon soaring across the 9 heavens and 10 realms. In heaven above, divine dragon bloodline. Full transformation. In celestial dragons command wind and rain, wield peerless might, and rank among the primordial divine beasts. This modest fruit possessed the power to grant divine dragon lineage, even direct transformation. And of course the description clarified that instantaneous ascension required a million-year specimen. This one was merely 10 years old. Yet even a 10-year dragon transformation fruit qualified as a third-tier spirit fruit. Shen Lang had gathered many spirit plants and fruits before, having consumed second-tier specimens, but never once encountered a third-tier rarity. A 10-year dragon transformation fruit. Direct transformation is out of the question, but it may still impart divine dragon bloodline. Scaled aquatic beings. I wonder, would it affect humans? Why ponder so deeply? Extraction will reveal all. And though he spoke thus, Shen Lang made no reckless rush. The reason was simple. Coiled around the dragon transformation tree lay 3 colossal iridescent serpents, and the fetid stench he detected earlier emanated solely from them. Their miasmic odor had simply been masked by the fruit's intoxicating fragrance near the tree. Indeed, where rare treasures dwell, rare guardians inevitably abide. Moreover, for serpents and scaled creatures, this fruit held unparalleled allure. What slithering beast would not dream of ascending into a celestial dragon of the 9 heavens? Judging by the surrounding terrain, these 3 serpents had guarded this tree for years. Clearly they understood the fruit's youth rendered it premature. Thus they waited patiently, preserving its potency until its cultivation matured. That they had held vigil here for so long, at the volatile border between level 6 and level 7 savage beast territories, attested to their formidable strength. Otherwise, such a priceless treasure would long since have drawn fierce competition from countless other savage beasts. Shen Lang remained motionless, his gaze sweeping slowly across the trio while activating his inside eye skill. The 3 serpents formed a perfect triangle around the dragon transformation tree. Their 4 bodies were coiled tightly, yet their tails intertwined seamlessly, forming an impenetrable ring that enclosed the tree entirely. Any disturbance would trigger immediate synchronized response. The first serpent rested to the tree's right, a massive patterned head resting atop its barrel-thick, vibrantly striped body. Its long, flickering tongue probed the air ceaselessly, sensing molecular traces even with eyes closed. Only Shen Lang's position downwind, and his considerable distance, had spared him detection thus far. In savage beast tiger stripe thunder serpent tier level 6 in skill, thunderous breath innate talent frank, strength amplification 1. 2. Description: a colossal lightning wielding serpent of prodigious might, its venomous fangs equally fearsome. In combat rating 8-star 9th segment drop rate 5. In Shen Lang's breath caught slightly upon reading the data. This tiger striped thunder serpent possessed not only a skill, but also an innate talent. Such a combination was unprecedented in his prior encounters. Though its official combat rating stood at 8-star 9th segment, the synergy of skill and talent elevated its true power well beyond the 9-star threshold. And this was no elite class savage beast, merely an ordinary one. Shen Lang shifted his focus to the serpent on the left. Its statistics mirrored those of the one on the right almost exactly. Both wielded thunderous breath and shared the same frank strength amplification talent. And so the level 5 savage beasts I slew earlier possessed skills alone. Perhaps innate talents manifest only from level 6 onward. Some talents enhanced combat prowess, others conferred no direct advantage. Yet for players, either outcome spelled greater peril. Savage beasts inherently surpass their tier in raw power, thus leveling up in the level 6 zone would grow exponentially more arduous for ordinary players. Yet this posed no dilemma for Shen Lang. His combat strength far eclipsed his personal level. These 2 serpents, though mighty, would fall to him in mere sword strokes. Shen Lang steadied his breath and turned his gaze back to the hollow's center, to the 3rd tiger-striped thunder serpent, facing him directly. This one stretched over 20 meters, its girth vastly exceeding the others. Most striking was its head. 2 prominent bulges rose atop its skull, the unmistakable precursors of nascent dragon horns. Under the inside eye, its data unfolded. Savage beast thunder serpent sovereign elite, sovereign in tier level 6 in skill, thunderous breath innate talents E rank, strength amplification 1. 6 E rank, bloodline surge. Description: the sovereign elite among tiger-striped thunder serpents, on the cusp of draconic evolution, ferocious and indomitable. In combat rating 12-star 5th segment drop rate 50. In not merely an elite savage beast, but an elite sovereign. Shen Lang had anticipated great strength, but never imagined such staggering power. At level 6, its combat rating reached 12-star, equivalent to an ordinary level 10 savage beast. Its immense combat strength also inflated its drop rate to an astonishing 50. Shen Lang's eyes gleamed with sharp anticipation. Why venture into the level 7 territory now? First, eliminate these 3 tiger-striped thunder serpents. 3 striped thunder pythons, each providing at least 200 experience points. The elite king level striped thunder python can even offer more. Moreover, the elite king striped thunder python has a 50 drop rate. It might even drop treasure chests or high-level weapons. In addition, there is a 3rd-tier spiritual fruit here, making it just as enticing as going to the area of level 7 ferocious beasts. Despite the strength of the 3 striped thunder pythons, Shen Lang remains unafraid. Though his base combat power is only at 10-star 2nd stage, under the enhancement of various talents his strength is at least equal to that of the elite king. Determined, Shen Lang quickly made his way towards the mountain hollow. The 3 striped thunder pythons formed a triangular formation, making it impossible to hide once he approached. Shen Lang had no intention of hiding, walking boldly towards them. As he neared the mountain hollow, the 3 striped thunder pythons simultaneously raised their massive heads, their crimson eyes fixed on Shen Lang's position, glinting with vigilance. However, in the next moment, the elite king striped thunder python lowered its head again, barely glancing at Shen Lang. Such a weak human didn't even provoke a desire to move. The other two striped thunder pythons shifted their vigilant gaze to one of curiosity and mockery. This is a level 6 ferocious beast area. How could a level 4 human come here? Are the beasts before them really that useless? This is also the territory of the Snake King. Even the usual level 10 ferocious beasts dare not come here. An ignorant and weak level 4 human has come to serve as their snack, barely enough to fill their tooth gaps. The elite king was too lazy to move, but the two subordinates had to act, slithering towards Shen Lang. The two striped thunder pythons moved neither quickly nor slowly, clearly not taking Shen Lang seriously. Shen Lang found it somewhat amusing. Was he being underestimated by these snakes? However, with just two ordinary striped thunder pythons attacking, it was actually a good thing for him. After all, the combat power of the elite king striped thunder python at 12 stars was indeed not weak. If they attacked together, it might truly require more effort from him. But with just these two striped thunder pythons, how many blows could they withstand? Shen Lang tightened his grip on the blood-drenched dagger, suddenly exerting force with his feet and charging towards the two slithering striped thunder pythons. The two striped thunder pythons were somewhat bewildered as they saw Shen Lang charging at them with his dagger. Have humans become this brave now, wanting to fight them instead of fleeing upon seeing two level 6 ferocious beasts? Buzz. Whoosh. One of the striped thunder pythons lightly flicked its tail, creating a sound as it swung towards Shen Lang at full force. Unfortunately, as its tail was just swung out, it heard a voice beside it. Your speed is too slow. Then the striped thunder python saw that the tiny human had somehow appeared beside it, and it realized that it was getting further away from its own body. The blood-colored blade flashed under the moonlight, and with a splatter of blood, a snake head soared into the air. Shen Lang's strength and agility attributes had already surpassed 100, exceeding 200 under talent enhancement. The moment the striped thunder python moved its tail, he instantly accelerated, crossing dozens of meters in distance, appearing before the striped thunder python, and before it could react, he severed its head with a single strike, killing it on the spot, without even using a skill. Boom! At this moment, the striped thunder python's tail heavily slammed down to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Having slain one striped thunder python, Shen Lang did not pause, but quickly stepped to the right to evade. Roar! Amidst the roar, a blue light illuminated the night sky, and a ball of lightning fell where Shen Lang had just stood. The ground immediately erupted into a large pit with surrounding plants set ablaze by the lightning. As Shen Lang dodged the raging lightning breath, the other striped thunder python charged towards him, opening its massive mouth, aiming to swallow him whole. Shen Lang smiled coldly, and the ground beneath him collapsed. He then leaped into the air, holding the blood-drenched dagger with both hands, unleashing a flurry of strikes towards the striped thunder python's head. The overwhelming strength required no technique. He simply needed to chop. Before long, the body of the striped thunder python slumped lifelessly to the ground, its head reduced to fragments, becoming a headless giant python. Congratulations, you have killed a level 6 ferocious beast, the striped thunder python. Experience gained 220. Congratulations, you have killed a level 6 ferocious beast, the striped thunder python. Experience gained 220. The two striped thunder pythons provided him with a total of 440 experience points, bringing his experience to 710-1200. With about 500 more experience, he would level up to 5. Shen Lang initially wanted to take this opportunity to extract the corpses of the two striped thunder pythons, but it was already too late. Suddenly, a sharp shriek rang in his ears, the sound waves emitted by the elite king striped thunder python raising its head. Shen Lang turned to look and was instantly shocked. He had estimated that the elite king striped thunder python was about 20 meters long, but now its raised body was already 10 meters high. Coupled with the writhing snake body on the ground, it was at least 50 meters long. The thickest part of that colorful snake body was thicker than a grinding wheel. As the elite king striped thunder python writhed and extended its body, the ground trembled violently, stirring up a whirlwind. Shen Lang steadied himself, gazing up at this colossal creature, instinctively swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Damn it, he didn't even have a scale as large as that thing. The elite king striped thunder python's eyes, as large as bronze bells, were filled with a mix of anger and astonishment. It was enraged that this tiny human had effortlessly slain its two subordinates before it could even intervene. It was astonished that a mere level 4 human could possess such formidable strength. Even when two 8-star striped thunder pythons teamed up, a level 10 human would not be able to so easily slay them. And this level 4 human had done it in less than 10 seconds. After all, as an elite king level ferocious beast, its intelligence was higher than that of other beasts, and it was both alarmed and furious, but also extremely serious. This human was no ordinary one. His strength was incredibly powerful, perhaps even a threat to its life. A glance swept over the nearby transformation fruit tree. A fierce glint flashed in the elite king striped thunder python's eyes. Having finally discovered such a rare spiritual fruit, it could not afford to die. It needed to consume the transformation fruit, shedding its snake form to become the 9 heavens divine dragon, transforming into a divine beast. Roar! The elite king striped thunder python suddenly raised its head and let out a roar. In the next moment, its serpentine massive body shimmered with golden scales. Amidst the scattered golden scales, arcs of lightning flickered. Compared to before, the aura of the elite king striped thunder python surged several times, becoming incredibly violent and bloodthirsty. Shen Lang was greatly shocked and quickly activated his Eye of Insight. Ferocious beast, thunder python king, elite king status, bloodline, boiling talent, activated combat. Power multiplied, duration 10 minutes. Combat power 13 stars, 9th stage weight. We haven't even started fighting, and you've already activated your talent. Just moments ago you looked down on me. How come you suddenly seem so composed now? With the grade talent bloodline surging, the combat power of the Elite King Thunder Pattern Python skyrocketed, elevating it from 12 stars at the 5th stage to 13 stars at the 9th stage. With the enhancement of 2 more talent abilities, the combat power of the Elite King Thunder Pattern Python undoubtedly exceeded 14 stars. After a brief moment of speechless astonishment, a strong desire for battle arose in Shen Lang's heart. Based on his estimation, he felt his overall combat power might have already approached 20 stars, but this was merely. After all, with the increase in levels and the enhancement of various talent skills, combat power could no longer be simply measured by attribute points. Thus Shen Lang had no good reference for how strong he truly was. The Elite King Thunder Pattern Python before him was just the right opponent to gauge his actual combat strength. Roar! The Elite King Thunder Pattern Python roared again, its body surrounded by arcs of lightning and golden light, making it look like an ancient mythical beast. Crackle! Thick bolts of lightning shot from its mouth towards Shen Lang. Shen Lang did not wish to be struck by lightning and became a celestial being on the spot. He moved quickly, darting through the gaps like a nimble monkey. At the same time, he was constantly trying to close in on the Elite King Thunder Pattern Python. The massive body of the Thunder Python King was one of its advantages, granting it unmatched strength. Yet this was also its limitation, as Shen Lang was simply too small compared to it, not even being the size of a single scale. The closer Shen Lang got, the harder it was for the python to attack him. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning struck the ground, sending countless clods of earth and rock flying, raising clouds of dust. The 2 Thunder Pattern Pythons were mostly hit by the lightning, some turned to charcoal, others had flesh torn apart. Shen Lang, however, quickly approached the Thunder Python King, aiming to leap onto its back. Just as he dodged one bolt of lightning and leaped into the air, a tail glowing with golden and blue light shot straight at him. It moved with incredible speed, appearing in front of Shen Lang in the blink of an eye. Shen Lang's expression changed. Without a second thought, he raised his hand and struck the tail of the Thunder Python King with his blade. Clang! A series of sparks flew, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. The scales of the Thunder Python King were as hard as fine steel. The bloodshot blade merely left a shallow mark on its surface, failing to penetrate its flesh. Instead, the force of the tail sent Shen Lang and his blade flying. At the same time, a thick bolt of lightning shot from the Python King's mouth, heading straight for Shen Lang as he was sent tumbling. Damn it, so quick to react. Shen Lang cursed inwardly. If struck by this lightning, he wouldn't lose his life, but he would certainly suffer serious injuries. Water come. With a cold shout, walls of water immediately condensed before Shen Lang. This was the grade talent he had extracted from a foreigner's corpse, water element manipulation. However, due to the scarcity of water elements around and the lack of a water source, the hastily assembled water walls were thin and shattered upon impact. But with that collision, Shen Lang regained his balance and forcibly twisted his body to evade the lightning attack. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Shen Lang landed, the Thunder Python King's frenzied lightning breath struck again, giving him no chance to catch his breath. Left with no choice, Shen Lang had to dodge once more. The frenzied lightning breath of the Python King arrived in an instant. Even if he found a gap to approach, the python's tail would block him. If he couldn't even get close, how could he kill it? While evading the frenzied lightning breath, Shen Lang pondered how to break the deadlock. Unintentionally, Shen Lang's gaze swept over the Dragon Transformation Fruit tree, and an idea flashed in his mind. In the next moment, he abandoned the Thunder Python King and turned towards the Dragon Transformation Fruit tree. Seeing Shen Lang charge towards the Dragon Transformation Fruit tree, the Python King's eyes glinted with ferocity as it roared in anger. Not only did it unleash its frenzied lightning breath to bombard Shen Lang, but its massive body also began to move towards the direction of the fruit tree. The Dragon Transformation Fruit tree had been its guarded spirit tree for many years, bearing fruit. Only a decade ago, it absolutely could not be taken by this human. However, with its movement, the previously impenetrable defense revealed gaps on both sides. This was the opportunity Shen Lang was waiting for. He quickly changed direction, shooting like an arrow, and maneuvered from the abdomen of the Python King to its back. Roar! The Thunder Python King realized it had been outmaneuvered, and with a roar swung its tail towards Shen Lang. But it had just extended its serpentine body. Attacking Shen Lang from afar would take at least 2 seconds. 2 seconds was enough time for Shen Lang to accomplish many things. He crouched steadily on the back of the Thunder Python King, and with his bloodshot blade at an angle aimed straight for the gaps in the Python King's scales. Thrust. The gaps had no scale defense. With an attack power exceeding 200, the bloodshot blade merely paused for a moment before piercing through. Get lost! Shen Lang shouted, gripping the blade's handle tightly and pulling it back forcefully. That scale, larger than Shen Lang himself, was flung aside, exposing the flesh beneath. Roar! The Thunder Python King let out a painful cry as the scale was forcibly removed, its body shaking violently. The tail that had been aimed at Shen Lang was now thrashing wildly on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Shen Lang held tightly to the bloodshot blade still embedded in the Python King's body, ensuring he was not flung away. After the pain subsided, the Thunder Python King twisted its head and lunged angrily at Shen Lang. Without hesitation, Shen Lang withdrew the bloodshot blade and began to run on the back of the Thunder Python King. In doing so, the Thunder Python King naturally could no longer bite Shen Lang. No matter how agile the Python King was, it couldn't possibly reach its own nape. Seizing the moment, Shen Lang took a few steps to remove another scale from the Thunder Python King, stabbing it fiercely several. Roar! The Thunder Python King howled in agony, yet it couldn't attack that minuscule human ant. In no time, over 100 scales were ripped from its front half. If it were just the scales being removed, it would be merely excruciating pain. However, these wounds were also gushing blood. Indeed, it was not just bleeding, or it was spurting blood. This was the effect of the bloodshot blade, which caused the wounds to bleed profusely and remain unhealed. It wasn't solely the blade's effect, as Shen Lang was also utilizing his water element manipulation talent. After all, over 80% of blood is composed of water. With his ability to manipulate water elements, Shen Lang could naturally expedite the flow of the Thunder Python King's blood from its wounds. With hundreds of wounds spouting blood like fountains, the Thunder Python King could not withstand it. This spontaneous tactic Shen Lang employed was proving to be remarkably effective. Moreover, as time passed, the bloodline-surging talent of the Thunder Python King ended after a few minutes. With a massive loss of blood and the skill becoming ineffective, the Thunder Python King's aura dropped significantly, and its struggles grew weaker. Shen Lang had already reached the top of the Thunder Python King's head, plunging his knife downward. After several attempts, he finally succeeded in embedding it. Whimper, howl. In a weak, mournful cry, the Thunder Python King's towering head fell heavily to the ground. Gazing towards the direction of the Dragon Transformation Fruit Tree, it closed its eyes in despair. Shen Lang jumped down from the Python King's head, panting heavily. This long creature was indeed difficult to kill. Congratulations, you have killed the level 6 Thunder Python King Elite, gaining 460 experience points for leveling up. Congratulations, you have slain the level 6 Thunder Python King Elite, earning 1 black treasure chest. The experience points provided by the Thunder Python Snake King are nearly double that of an ordinary Thunder Python. A total of 460 experience points elevated Shen Lang's experience to 1170, just 30 points away from leveling up to level 5. A mere 30 points of experience, killing another beast will suffice. In addition to the leveling experience, Shen Lang also gained 3 luck points, bringing his total luck to 11 points. The 50 drop rate of the Thunder Python Snake King did not disappoint Shen Lang, though. It was still just a black treasure chest, not a silver one. Nevertheless, having something is better than having nothing. Shen Lang approached and directly opened the black treasure chest, which immediately vanished into nothingness. Congratulations, you have opened the black treasure chest and acquired the Thunder Light Armor. Thunder Light Armor, 3rd tier equipment crafted from the golden scales of the Thunder Python Snake King, providing 100 lightning resistance and 30 defense. Looking at the dark golden armor that appeared in his hands, Shen Lang was overjoyed. What a great harvest. It turned out to be a 3rd tier weapon. Its effects are impressive, not only boosting defense by 30, but also granting 100 lightning resistance. Defense corresponds to physical attributes, meaning that wearing this armor will directly increase his physical attribute points by 30. Shen Lang donned the armor, which fit perfectly and felt light and unburdened. This is a big one, ha. By the way, I haven't extracted from the corpse yet. Shen Lang immediately conducted a super divine extraction on the Thunder Python Snake King's corpse. Super divine extraction successful. You have gained the level talent, Bloodline Boiling. Bloodline Boiling stimulates the latent bloodline, increasing 4-dimensional attributes by 20,100 for a short time. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the boost. Huh, it's actually a talent ability. Shen Lang was somewhat surprised that this was the first time he had extracted a talent from a. Thinking back, it seems reasonable. The low-level beasts he previously extracted from had no talents, so of course, he couldn't extract anything. Regardless, another level talent has been acquired, a great fortune. Shen Lang leisurely walked towards the 2 corpses of the Thunder Pythons to conduct a super divine extraction. These 2 corpses yielded him an additional 2 agility points and 2 strength points. After extracting from the corpses, Shen Lang hurried towards the Dragon Transformation Fruit Tree that had just been guarded by the Thunder Pythons. As usual, unless necessary, he would directly extract the medicinal liquid. Super Divine Extraction successful. You have obtained Dragon Transformation Fruit Medicinal Liquid 1. Dragon Transformation Fruit Medicinal Liquid Essence of a 10-year-old Dragon Transformation Fruit. Consuming it can enhance 4-dimensional attributes, and has a 1 chance to grow a segment of Dragon Transformation Bone. Dragon Transformation Bone. Growing a segment of Dragon Transformation Bone allows the marrow to create dragon blood possessing the dragon bloodline. Can the marrow of Dragon Transformation Bone actually produce dragon blood? So powerful. Even that 1 chance seems too low. Regardless, let's consume it first. Shen Lang glanced at the Dragon Transformation Fruit Medicinal Liquid and directly put it in his mouth. As soon as the medicinal liquid entered, it was absorbed, and then Shen Lang's body erupted with crackling sounds, flashing with bursts of golden light. When the golden light gradually dissipated, the notification sound immediately rang out. Congratulations, you have consumed the Dragon Transformation Fruit Medicinal Liquid, 4-dimensional attributes 6. Congratulations, you have consumed the Dragon Transformation Fruit Medicinal Liquid. A segment of Dragon Transformation Bone has grown in your spine. No way. It really grew a segment of Dragon Transformation Bone, and I hit that 1 chance. Shen Lang was ecstatic, carefully sensing his spine. It seemed that the very last segment of his tailbone had undergone some change. But he couldn't quite pinpoint what the change was. It felt as if a strand of power that originally did not belong to him had appeared in it. Without a doubt, this must be the dragon blood. Have I finally acquired the dragon bloodline? Shen Lang thought of the bloodline boiling talent he had just obtained and immediately activated it. In an instant, a golden light radiated from Shen Lang's body, accompanied by a faint sense of pressure. However, it only lasted for a brief moment before the golden light and pressure extinguished. Nevertheless, Shen Lang was still filled with excitement. The activation of bloodline boiling was enough to prove that he truly possessed the dragon bloodline. The reason it dissipated so quickly is easy to understand. The dragon transformation bone had only just grown. Even if it produced dragon blood, it might only be a tiny bit, and being able to boil for a moment was already quite impressive. As time passes, the dragon transformation bone will surely produce more dragon blood, gradually altering his bloodline. This blood will slowly lead to a transformation of his physical body, ultimately becoming a dragon body. Of course, this process may take countless years and cannot be achieved overnight. If I consume more dragon transformation fruit medicinal liquid and grow a few more segments of dragon transformation bone, it should speed things up. Shen Lang thought to himself, if he had the chance in the future, he could seek out more dragon transformation fruits to consume. By the way, let me check my current stats. Shen Lang had not forgotten that the 114116 novice village was still engaged in village battles with 12,135. Nickname Dark Knight level 4, 11701200. Class level 1 Godslayer luck points 11 strength 114 D level talent strength enhancement agility 109 D level talent agility enhancement physique 10630 E level talent physique enhancement immune to all poisons energy 112 F level talent hearing enhancement F level talent smell enhancement D level talent spirit enhancement F level talent vision enhancement innate talent SSS level super divine extraction special talent D level talent water element control E level talent bloodline boiling skills SSS level passive great Tao blessing S level active skill insight IC level skill beast mastery combat power 11 stars 7 stage distributable free attribute points 5 items spatial ring thunder light armor 1 blood break short sword 1 iron dagger 7 my base combat power is almost at 12 stars just 30 experience points away from leveling up. I wonder how they are doing. Just as Shen Lang was about to open the regional chat channel, the great Tao notification suddenly rang. Trade reminder newbie player Tion you exchanged a second tier spirit wood sand thornvine for your first tier weapon iron dagger. It's Tion you again, and it's the second tier spirit wood. This guy is too lucky continuously encountering second tier spirit fruits, and spirit wood simply his own fortune bringer. Shen Lang immediately took out a pale yellow vine from the trade channel. Super divine extraction successful, you gain 6 energy attributes. Compared to the 8 attribute points from the second tier Luoyan fruit, this sand thorn vine extracted 2 points less. It shouldn't be due to the fruit itself. Shen Lang shrugged it off with a smile. How could he complain about attribute points that came to him? Moreover, even these 6 points of energy attributes had raised his base combat power by 2 small stages, reaching 11 stars 9th stage. Soon after, Shen Lang opened the chat channel of the 12135 novice village. In the 114116 novice village, there were basically no suspense. Even if Nice had help from other players, the hope of leveling up to level 5 before Howard was slim. Now it all depended on how. It was nearly dawn, yet the chat channel of newcomer village 12135 was still buzzing with banter. After all, the village battle concerned everyone's interests, and everyone was eager to see the outcome as soon as possible. Coincidentally, as Shen Lang entered the chat channel, he saw Howard bubbling up to report on his experience progress. The Cobra of the Delta, rejoice ladies and gentlemen. My experience points have reached 610-1200. I'm just around 600 points away from leveling up. Wow, Howard, you're amazing. You've gained nearly 300 experience points in just a few hours. My goodness, at this speed we will achieve victory in the village battle before dawn, right? Based on Howard's progress, that's very likely. Howard, if we achieve victory before dawn, I will do anything you ask, anywhere you choose. The Cobra of the Delta before dawn. No problem. Let me tell you, I can now slay level 4 ferocious beasts. Each of these beasts provides 150 experience points, and if I kill 4 more, I will definitely level up. My god, a level 4 ferocious beast, all by yourself. Howard, your strength fascinates me. Those weak Huaxiao folks are still hunting level 3 ferocious beasts. Haha, if I could speak over there, I would urge them. The Cobra of the Delta, can anyone tell me how they are doing over there? They are far behind. We've got this, Howard. Those Huaxiao folks are strange. Many players are helping a player named Nice, but Nice is only at 230-1200. The gap is too large. There's no way they can catch up. Exactly, we've got this. They can only hunt level 3 ferocious beasts, while Howard can hunt level 4. The gap will only widen. Attribute points. 50 resources. Howard, I now admit that your initiation of the village battle was the right choice. The Cobra of the Delta. Haha, I've heard the roar of a level 4 ferocious beast again. I must end this chat. See you at the moment of victory, friends. Howard exited the chat channel while the other players continued to have a lively discussion. Some praised Howard and his country, while others belittled Huaxia and the players of newcomer village 114,116. In short, they all believed that victory in this village battle was within reach. Shen Lang's eyes were somewhat cold. These guys were indeed arrogant, and Howard was incredibly cocky. Still nearly 600 experience points away, and they were jumping with joy. However, this was fine, and the more excited they were now, the more desperate they would be later. Shen Lang exited the chat of newcomer village 12135 and took a glance at newcomer village 114,116. In comparison to newcomer village 12135, this side was indeed gloomy, especially after the players brought over Howard's experience progress. Damn it, how did they get so far already at 610-1200? There's nothing to be done. that guy can already kill level 4 ferocious beasts, and each one provides 150 experience points. It's over. Boss Nyes is only at 230, 1200. The gap is really too big. What are you talking about? Haven't we not lost yet? Everyone is trying hard. Nyes just barely avoided injury. What negative talk are you spreading? Did Nyes get hurt? Doesn't that make leveling up even harder? Damn it, can you be a decent person? Alright, stop arguing. As long as the village battle isn't over, we still have a chance. Exactly, only one person is killing level 4 ferocious beasts while Nyes is killing level 3. With so many of us helping, we just need to kill more. Brothers, hurry and search for level 3 ferocious beasts. The key now is finding more of them. Looking at the chat messages, Shen Lang secretly sighed. Nyes' leveling progress was indeed quite touching. After all, it was of great talent. Could it really be this week? Shen Lang turned off the chat channel and glanced around. It was time to end this uneventful village battle. But just then the system prompt echoed in Shen Lang's ear once again. Trade reminder: new player Sunshine Beauty exchanged a level 4 ferocious beast, the Fong Tiger Lion, for 20 pounds of cooked meat. Sunshine Beauty, a level 4 ferocious beast. Shen Lang quickly took the Fong Tiger Lion's corpse out of the Looking at the numerous wounds on the Fong Tiger Lion's corpse, a look of surprise appeared on Shen Lang's face. Sunshine Beauty, like him, was likely a solo player. Using a level 4 ferocious beast's corpse to exchange for cooked meat at this time indicates that the other party also possesses the strength to single-handedly slay a level 4 ferocious beast. Everyone is helping Nyes, but if I'm not mistaken, Sunshine Bowtie's leveling progress should have already surpassed Nyes. Shen Lang muttered to himself, then immediately performed a super extraction on the Fong Tiger Lion, gaining 2 points in constitution attributes. Following that, his figure swiftly vanished into the night, searching for ferocious beasts. Now the level ranking is not visible and Sunshine Bowtie's leveling progress is also unknown. He must not let the extra rewards for the village battle be snatched away. Although this possibility is small, it is always better to secure the victory in the village battle early to avoid complications. Therefore, Shen Lang temporarily did not go to the area of level 7 ferocious beasts, but instead looked for traces of ferocious beasts nearby. The area of level 6 ferocious beasts was no longer a plain, but had become a jungle dense with trees cold, and Shen Lang's figure darted through the woods unpredictably with enhanced visual, olfactory, and auditory senses, allowing him to clearly perceive the surroundings. As a result, his speed in searching for ferocious beasts was much easier compared to others. After about 10 minutes, Shen Lang caught a strong odor reminiscent of a dog's musk. Before long, he found the source of the scent. A few hundred meters away, he spotted his target, which turned out to be a national treasure with black and white fur. With a sweep of his insight eye, he confirmed it to be a level 6 ferocious beast, the iron-eating beast. Of course, compared to the national treasure, this iron-eating beast stood 10 meters tall, resembling a small hill. Moreover, it was exceptionally fierce, nothing like the clumsy charm of the national treasure. When Shen Lang discovered it, it also noticed this intruder lying on the ground with cold eyes fixed on Shen Lang. Ferocious beasts above level 6 have a strong territorial awareness. They will ruthlessly chase away any life that invades their territory. Roar! The iron-eating beast let out a high-pitched roar and charged straight at Shen Lang, knocking down large swathes of trees. Shen Lang smiled slightly and also rushed forward with his sword. Soon the man and the beast clashed together, shaking the mountains and the ground as countless trees snapped and crashed down. Meanwhile, a short-haired woman a kilometer away in the area of level 5 ferocious beasts was madly fleeing, looking extremely distressed. A black panther was hot on her heels, quickly closing the distance. Damn it, I shouldn't have been curious enough to come over here. As the short-haired woman fled, she bitterly laughed, wishing she could slap herself. Previously, she had been in the area of level 4 ferocious beasts, successfully slaying a level 4 ferocious beast, the Fong Tiger Lion. She originally planned to farm level 4 ferocious beasts until she safely advanced to level 5 and secured victory in this village battle. Her leveling progress was at 720, 1200, even higher than Howard from Newcomer Village 12135. Winning the village battle was just a matter of time. However, just after she killed the Fong Tiger Lion, she saw a burst of golden light flashing in the direction of the level 6 ferocious beast area on the map. Driven by curiosity, she wanted to go check it out. After all, that golden light resembled the treasures described in online. However, she had exhausted considerable stamina and energy fighting the Fong Tiger Lion and traded some cooked food with the player knight for sustenance. Yes, this short-haired woman is Sunshine Beauty. As Shen Lang suspected, Sunshine Beauty could already slay level 4 ferocious beasts, though it wasn't easy. After recovering her stamina and spirit by eating the cooked food, Sunshine Beauty crossed the area of level 4 ferocious beasts and headed towards the area of level 6 ferocious beasts. She thought that since ferocious beasts were rare, now finding one would be difficult, and she shouldn't encounter any ferocious beasts on the way. Little did she know, contrary to her expectations, the moment she stepped into the area of level 5 ferocious beasts, she was unfortunate enough to run into a level 5 ferocious beast. It was the Black Panther chasing her, a level 5 ferocious beast, the Windchaser Crimson-Eyed Panther. Sunshine Beauty could kill level 4 ferocious beasts, but against the level 5 Windchaser Crimson-Eyed Panther, with its 7-star combat power, all she could do was run. She might not even be able to escape. The Windchaser Crimson-Eyed Panther was too fast, and perhaps in another 2 minutes it would catch up to her. As she saw the Windchaser Crimson-Eyed Panther getting closer, Sunshine Beauty felt both despair and reluctance. She was in grade talent. Higher than that grade talent Nais whom the players praised by 2 whole levels. Among thousands or tens of thousands there might not even be one grade talent. As long as nothing unexpected happened, she would undoubtedly become the strongest in the newcomer village and thrive in this night. Yet now, due to a moment of curiosity, she found herself in a life-and-death crisis. The saying, "Curiosity killed the cat," was indeed about her. Online novels have misled me. Before long, Sunshine Beauty gritted her teeth, stopped running, and turned to face the Windchaser Crimson-Eyed Panther. "Come on, beast. I'll fight you to the death." Sunshine Beauty shouted fiercely, wielding a silver longsword, which was a second-tier weapon she had obtained from slaying ferocious beasts. Since she couldn't escape the jaws of the panther, she decided to make a desperate gamble. Even if she died, she couldn't let the Windchaser Crimson-Eyed Panther have it easy, as she needed to stab a few holes in it. The Windchaser Crimson-Eyed Panther also stopped mockingly gazing at this human woman. This woman disturbed its dreams in the dead of night, and had it chase her for so long, should it eat her head first or her entrails? Just then a deep roar of fury from a beast echoed from afar. Roar! The Windchaser Crimson-Eyed Panther's fur stood on Ingot recognized this roar as that of the level 6 iron-eating beast. Who provoked that giant beast that goes on a rampage and kills indiscriminately? The Windchaser Crimson-Eyed Panther's red eyes were filled with fear, and it completely ignored Sunshine Beauty, tucking its tail and bolting away. Sunshine Beauty. She was already prepared to fight for her life, and yet it ran away. Oh, what did that mean? The next moment the system prompt echoed in her ears. Announcement. 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 New player Knight from Newcomer Village 114116 has advanced to level 5. This village battle has ended. The player in Yi has advanced to level 5. Has the village battle ended? The Sunlight Beauty still holds the silver longsword, as if frozen in this moment. As the announcement echoed through the 2 novice villages, whether it was the players from 114,116 or 12,135, the surviving over 1,700 players were all stunned like the Sunlight Beauty. How could it suddenly be a level 5 promotion? There was no warning, not even a hint of psychological preparation. At this moment the voice of the great Tao continued with announcements ringing out one after another. The novice player in Yi belongs to the 114,116 novice village. Congratulations to the 114116 novice village for winning this village battle. As the victorious side, the 114116 novice village sees a 50 increase in resources, and all players have their 4-dimensional attributes increased by 5. As the defeated side, the 12135 novice village sees a 50 decrease in resources, and all players have their 4-dimensional attributes decreased by 5. The novice player in Yi is the first to advance to level 5. Achieving victory for the 114116 novice village, gaining 10 luck value. The novice player in Yi received an additional reward, 40 freely allocatable attribute points, and a silver treasure chest. As the announcement echoed, areas of the 114116 novice village lit up with white radiance. All players had their 4-dimensional attributes increased by 5 points, totaling an increase of 20 attribute points. At the same time, the geographical environment of the novice village also changed. The earth began to shake violently, as if a creator were opening up a world. Centered around the novice village's wooden house, the surrounding jungles and grasslands were expanding outward. Some small streams became rivers, and larger rivers extended more tributaries. In areas where ferocious beasts roamed, various types of ferocious beasts appeared out of thin air, with their overall numbers sharply increasing. Other resources such as spiritual plants and spiritual woods manifested as well. This is the reward for winning the village battle, with all resources in the village doubling by 50. The players from 114116 were shocked by this sudden change, but soon the chat channel erupted in cheers. I thought I misheard. We won. Huh. We really won. My 4-dimensional attributes have increased. They all increased. Everyone increased. Huh. The resources are doubling. I saw a big tree in front of me grow to dozens of meters high. I was about to jump over a small stream, but I fell directly into the river, almost drowning me on the spot. To be honest, I thought we were definitely going to lose, but unexpectedly, we won. Suddenly, the feeling of a turnaround in a desperate situation is too exhilarating. Let's not say anything else. The Great and Yi is mighty silently leading us to victory. Great and Yi is amazing. Oh, the Great and Yi didn't even announce it beforehand. We had to be on edge for so long. You don't understand. The Great and Yi wanted to give us a surprise. Thank you, Great and Yi, for preserving my attribute points. I absolutely love this surprise. From now on, you are my idol. Where is the Great and Yi? Why isn't he showing his face at this time? The joy of victory in the village battle made the players of the 114116 novice village feel incredibly excited. In contrast, the situation in the 12135 novice village was completely different. All players had 20 attribute points deducted, and all visible and invisible resources in the village completely disappeared by half. In the regional chat channel, players were wailing incessantly. Why did we lose? How could we lose? No, this isn't real. My attribute points, damn it, I just reached level 2, now deducted by 20 points. My 4-dimensional attributes have all returned to level 1. I was still killing ferocious beasts, about to kill them, but now they're gone. God, tell me why you favor the people of Huaxiao. Why can they win against us? Howard, it's all your fault. You useless one, why did you initiate the village battle? We were all harmed by you. We taxpayers pay so much money every year, and this is the result. This is so disappointing. Damn, You stupid son of a bitch, don't let me meet you, or I'll kill you. This is the price of human rights and freedom being violated. Well, oh my god, with so many resources gone, can we still complete the novice task assessment? Howard, fuck you. If I don't complete the novice assessment and get killed, I'll curse you to hell. Just like Shen Lang thought, the players from the beautiful country who were once so happy were now in utter despair. If I don't complete the novice assessment and get killed, I'll curse you to hell. Just like Shen Lang thought, the players from the beautiful country who were once so happy, like the players from the 114116 novice village, he also received the overall reward, with all four-dimensional attributes increased by 5 points. Additionally, he gained 40 freely allocatable attribute points and a silver treasure chest. What Shen Lang valued most was this silver treasure chest. The Eye of Insight came from the golden treasure chest, so the items from this silver treasure chest should also be good, right? Without even extracting the corpse of the iron-eating beast, Shen Lang opened the treasure chest first. Congratulations, you have opened the silver treasure chest. You have obtained a tier 5 weapon, Blood Drink Mad Blade. Blood Drink Mad Blade, tier 5 weapon, indestructible, unassailable. Attack power 100, heavy injury effect 100, armor piercing 25. As the prompt sound fell, a long sword appeared in Shen Lang's hand. It was 5 meters long palm with blood red patterns all over the blade, making it look terrifying. It's actually a tier 5 weapon. Huh. Shen Lang swung the Blood Drink Mad Blade, his heart brimming with joy. Without any hesitation, Shen Lang directly tossed the Blood Drink short blade into the storage ring to collect dust, then strapped the Blood Drink Mad Blade to his Thunderlight armor. The back of the Thunderlight armor has a special buckle for swords perfectly fitting the Blood Drink Mad Blade. It could have also been placed in the storage ring, but Shen Lang thought carrying it on his back looked cooler and more stylish like a swordsman. Next, Shen Lang extracted 2 constitution attributes from the iron-eating beast's corpse. Adding the 10 free attribute points I just gained for leveling up, I now have a total of 55 attribute points. It would be a bit wasteful not to use them. He glanced at his 4-dimensional attributes, noticing the differences weren't significant, so he added them evenly. Soon after, all 55 attribute points were exhausted. With the addition of attribute points, Shen Lang could clearly feel the enhancement of his various strengths. Nickname and Yi. Level 5, 230, 3000. Occupation, level 1 Godslayer. Luck value, 21. Strength, 136 D tier talent strength enhancement. Agility, 127 D tier talent agility enhancement. Constitution, 12830 E tier talent constitution enhancement, immune to all poisons. Energy, 136 F tier talent hearing enhancement, F tier talent smelling enhancement, D tier talent spirit enhancement, F tier talent vision enhancement. Destined talent SSS-tier super god extraction. Special talent D tier talent water element manipulation, E tier talent bloodline boiling. Skills SSS-tier passive great Tao blessing, S tier active skill Eye of Insight, C tier skill beast mastery. Combat power 13 stars stage 9. Freely allocatable attribute points 0. Items storage ring Blood Drink Mad Blade X1 Thunderlight armor X1 Blood Drink Short Blade X1 Iron Dagger X6. Without mentioning other talent abilities, just the 30 defense of the Thunderlight armor and the 100 attack of the Blood Drink Mad Blade are enough to elevate his combat power beyond 15 stars. With the highest level and the highest combat power, how could he not soar? After emerging from the spiritual realm, Shen Lang was constantly occupied with matters concerning the village battle. He was either on the road or engaged in fierce battles with ferocious beasts. He certainly wasn't fatigued, as his SSS skill Divine Blessing wouldn't allow him to be. However, prolonged high-intensity combat had left him feeling empty in his stomach. It was evident that as his strength increased, so did his capacity for digestion. He had already advanced to becoming a big eater. The trading channel still had hundreds of pounds of cooked meat that Shen Lang could claim for himself, but he didn't touch any of it. It wasn't that he was reluctant, but who could refuse a bear paw larger than a wash basin? The national treasure, the iron-eating beast, was indeed a bona fide bear, wasn't it? Moreover, with Shen Lang's identity and reality, he had only heard of bear paws, let alone seen or tasted one. Now he finally had the chance to try it and satisfy his cravings. Half an hour later, by a small river 3 kilometers from the original location of the iron-eating beast, a bonfire had already been set up with 2 massive charred bear paws sizzling and dripping with oil. By the riverbank, there were also 2 well-prepared bear legs, exuding a strong metallic scent that mixed with the aroma of grilled meat wafting away with the wind. Shen Lang leaned against a rock, idly browsing the regional chat channel. The victory in the village battle had left the players of the 114116 novice village still immersed in the joy of bountiful harvests. 20 attribute points, nearly a 5-tier increase in strength, exhilarating. Also, ferocious beasts are no longer as hard to find as before. Although it's night, we encountered 3 saber-toothed cat demons on our way. My previous battle power was at 2-star 8 tiers, and now I've only reached 3-star battle power. I can solo level 1 ferocious beasts. Village battles are truly wonderful, but we need someone like the Dark Knight Big Shot to make it work, otherwise if we lose it will. I was in the chat channel when the 121135 novice village was closed. Howard was cursed like a dog. We must thank him for sending us attribute points and resources. Thank him and his ancestors for me, every last one of them. By the way, where is the Dark Knight Big Shot? We've called for him countless times, and he still hasn't come out to greet us. Hey, the Dark Knight Big Shot must be opening treasure chests. The village battle gave him an extra 40 attribute points and a silver treasure chest. Wow, a silver treasure chest, I wonder what he will get. Anyway, it's bound to be good stuff, sigh, I'm feeling envious. Feeling envious won't help, or if you had the prowess of the Dark Knight Big Shot you could have it too. Hee, if only there were a few more village battles, it would be fantastic. The Dark Knight Big Shot would carry us while we lay back and boost our stats. Dream on. A leveling up still relies on oneself. I'm off. I'm almost recovered time to continue hunting monsters. Exactly, just boosting attribute points without leveling up means it's all over once the 7 days are up. I have a weak question, or it seems my novice wooden house no longer has a recovery effect. What's going on? No way, did you make a mistake? Seeing this message, Shen Lang immediately closed the chat channel, feeling a bit uneasy. However, watching the players boast about themselves, he couldn't help but feel a bit secretly pleased. Just then the system alert sounded. Transaction alert: newbie player Nice exchanged a level 4 ferocious beast, the fong-toothed tiger lion, for your 20 pounds of cooked meat. Nice can kill level 4 ferocious beasts now. Shen Lang chuckled. It seemed Nice had not relaxed after the village battle ended and was still hard at work leveling up by hunting monsters. It was quite normal considering he was the initial hope for victory in their village battle. After all, Howard, who lagged behind at 12135, was saved by Shen Lang during the crisis. He must have felt it. Shen Lang didn't mind. Leveling up was just leveling up. Catching up with him was impossible. Extracting the fong-toothed tiger lion after the super divine extraction, Shen Lang gained another 2 points in constitution. By the way, what about that Sunshine Girl? Shen Lang quickly opened the level leaderboard and indeed saw the Sunshine Girl ranked above him in second place. As for Shen Lang himself, he was undoubtedly in first place. What he didn't know was that when he had just slain the iron-eating beast, the Sunshine Girl was only a few kilometers away. Moreover, he had inadvertently become her savior. If it weren't for him startling the iron-eating beast into a furious roar, causing that wind-chasing reed leopard to flee in terror, and strength player with such a talent would have been lost there. As for the Sunshine Girl, after escaping from the leopard's jaws, she had decisively returned to the area of level 4 ferocious beasts, which is why the two had not met. Shen Lang just wanted to verify his suspicion and then closed the level leaderboard, preparing to dig into the bear paw. The bear paw from the iron-eating beast was thick and fatty. While it surely wasn't fully cooked inside, the outside was definitely edible. Shen Lang took out the unused iron dagger, sliced off a small piece of bear paw meat, wrapped it in some chili sauce he found on a stone nearby, and tossed it into his mouth. The chili was something he discovered while on the road. He had casually picked it and stored it in his spatial ring. Scanning it with his insight eye, it turned out to be ordinary chili. The bear paw wrapped in chili sauce wasn't particularly delicious, but at least it was more flavorful than plain grilled meat. Still, it lacked salt, otherwise it was just dry and spicy. After eating several pieces, Shen Lang had to find some water, but unfortunately, he had no kettle to boil water. No big deal. Shen Lang immediately transformed into a stone sculptor, swiftly crafting a decent-looking stone pot and several stone cups. Before long, a pot of water was boiling. Just as Shen Lang picked up the stone pot and poured water into the cups, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Finally arrived, have you? In the jungle by the river, a pair of green, glistening eyes were intently watching Shen Lang, as well as the blood-scented bear leg meat. This was the level 6 ferocious beast, the fire hound, named for its fiery red fur. Shen Lang had already noticed the presence of this beast, however, as it cautiously approached him, he chose to ignore it. It was clear that this creature was attracted by the grilled meat and bear leg meat. However, the fire hound was naturally wary. Even after arriving, it did not pounce immediately, but began assessing Shen Lang, this human. When it realized he was merely a level 5 human, its eyes displayed less caution. As an 8-star level 6 ferocious beast, it shouldn't be afraid of a level 5 human. That would be embarrassing for a level 6 ferocious beast. Woof! The fire hound let out a deep growl from its throat, transforming into a red shadow, and pounced directly at Shen Lang. With one hand holding the stone cup, Shen Lang swiftly drew the blood-drink frenzy blade from his back. Clang! The blade flashed, and Shen Lang sheathed it again. Looking at the level 6 ferocious beast, the fire hound, it had been neatly sliced in half. One half lay by the bonfire, while the other half flew to the riverbank, blood and entrails flowing into the stream. The entire process took less than a second, and not a single drop of hot water spilled from Shen Lang's cup. Congratulations, you have killed the level 6 ferocious beast, the fire hound. Experience points 220. Shen Lang calmly took a sip of water before stepping forward to extract the fire hound's corpse, gaining another 2 points in agility. Inhaling the strong scent of blood in the air, Shen Lang felt that he no longer needed to seek out ferocious beasts. He could simply wait for them to come to him. This fire hound was a prime example. Thus he could eat without wasting time or hunting monsters for experience. Thinking this, Shen Lang returned to the bonfire, leisurely enjoying the bear paw meat. A few minutes later, indeed, ferocious beasts came, and not just one. The result was obvious. The level 6 ferocious beasts couldn't withstand a single strike from him, becoming nothing but attribute points and bait. He killed as many as came, soaring with joy. Beasts are always beasts, and even with a slightly higher level, they cannot possess normal intelligence. In the face of blood, they cannot control their primal instincts. As a result, more and more corpses of beasts piled up beside the campfire, staining the water downstream of the small river with blood. There were no less than 20 bodies, both large and small. However, the good fortune of waiting for prey has its limitations. Bloodthirsty instincts are innate, but when faced with a pile of corpses, even the most bloodthirsty will feel fear. Fear is also an instinct of beasts. At this very moment, there was no sign of Shen Lang around the campfire. but not far away in the jungle the glint of blades could be seen. Roar! Amidst the screams of the beast, Shen Lang struck down the head of a beast with a single blow. This beast had been drawn by the scent of blood, but upon seeing the corpses of several 6th-level beasts, it decisively turned to flee. After all the effort to lure the beast, how could Shen Lang let it escape? After extracting the attributes from this beast, he shouldered the blood-drink mad knife, and swaggered back to the campfire to continue eating meat. After almost 3 hours, Shen Lang reaped tremendous rewards. He personally slayed more than 10 6th-level beasts and extracted over 20 corpses, gaining a substantial amount of experience and attribute points. As for the number of beasts extracted being greater than the number slain, it was because some players were trading cooked meat for beast corpses. Besides the attribute points and experience, these beasts also dropped 4 daggers. While enjoying some bear paw meat, Shen Lang checked his level and attributes. Level 5, 28703000, Strength, 150 Agility, 139 Constitution, 140-30 Energy, 148 Combat Power, 15 stars. Stage 1 My combat power has risen by 2 stars. Experience is decent too. If I can slay another 6th-level beast, he'll be able to level up to 6. After that, Shen Lang waited for another half an hour, but no more beasts came to offer him experience. Perhaps Shen Lang had already killed all the nearby beasts. I can't rely on this method to level up to 6 anymore. Forget it, I won't waste time here, I'll change locations. With a sigh of regret, Shen Lang packed his things into his storage ring, preparing to actively seek out beasts. Before leaving, he checked the leaderboard for a moment. First place, Yi level 5. Second place, Sunshine Beauty level 4. Third place, Nice level 4. Fourth place, Black Humor level 3. Fifth place, Eating Grapes Without Spitting the Skin level 3. Aside from Shen Lang, there were only 2 level 4 players in the 114116 Novice Village, but these 2 should be close to leveling up to 5. Looking further down, there were quite a few level 3 players, close to 30. The rest of the leaderboard was filled with level 2 players. Based on this situation, there should be about 1/3 of players in the entire Novice Village above level 2. I can only say it's not bad. After thinking for a moment, Shen Lang opened the trading channel and modified his trading rules. Then he entered the chat channel and began his first message. Although it was already late at night, various messages were still constantly being refreshed in the Novice Village chat channel. Shen Lang, I am Yi. If anyone wants cooked meat and weapons, you can check out the new rules in the trading channel. I need beast corpses, the more the better. Of course, the higher the level the better, but no more than 3 of each type. Once it exceeds 3, I can no longer trade. My trading rules are automatically set. I also need various spiritual plants and fruits. If you have them, feel free to trade with me. When Shen Lang's message appeared in the chat channel, players immediately erupted in excitement upon seeing his ID. Who did I see? I saw who? Yi the Great One. Haha, the Great, Yi finally showed up front row to watch the Great One. Brothers, hurry out. The Great Yi has appeared. I just checked in Yes trading rules. He only wants corpses of beasts. Hiss. Level 4 beasts aside from a few Great Ones. Can our little team kill them? Not a big problem, we just killed one, but then 2 more level 4 beasts appeared, and we didn't dare to take the corpses. This is all in Yes' fault. He increased our Novice Village resources by 50. Hey, there are no other Novice players here, we don't need to show off like this among family. Shen Lang was still somewhat surprised to hear that a team had truly killed a level 4 beast. In fact, he was still thinking about trading with high-level players like Nice and Sunshine Beauty, as they could slay level 4 beasts. But now that other teams could also kill them, it was undoubtedly good news. Since Shen Lang's combat power was too high, he really had no time to hunt low-level beasts. His current target was beasts above level 10. However, this would waste the attribute points from extracting low-level beasts. Now that these player teams could already hunt level 4 beasts, they would soon be able to hunt level 5 and 6 beasts. The corpses of low-level beasts that Shen Lang had not killed or had extracted from less than 3 times could all be provided by these teams, perfectly filling the gaps. Just as everyone was discussing Shen Lang's trading rules, suddenly another person appeared. It was none other than Sunshine Beauty, the second on the leaderboard. Sunshine Beauty, Yi, I have something that dropped from a beast I killed. Are you interested in trading? As soon as she appeared, the players in the chat channel erupted again. After all, she was level 4, and when the leaderboard was reset, she was also ranked 2nd. This shows that during the village battles her ranking was even higher than Nice. In other words, Sunshine Beauty had already become the 2nd strongest in the village in the eyes of the players. First is Shen Lang, and the 2nd is Sunshine Beauty. Originally regarded as the first, Nice can only feel aggrieved in 3rd place now. Wow, what a night, both Great Ones have appeared. Sunshine Beauty, Great One, are you a girl or a guy? Please clarify. What do you want upstairs? She's a girl from now on. Sunshine Beauty is my goddess. Of course, with a name like that, she must be a goddess. Have you ever seen a burly man naming himself Beauty? That seems to be true. Oh, let's call her the Great Goddess from now on. Goddess, do you need someone to run errands? Alright, don't interrupt. Haven't you seen the goddess has something to say? Oh right, goddess, what do you want to trade with the Great Yi? Please share. After Shen Lang asked his question, the chat channel fell silent. This was both a sign of respect for the powerful Shen Lang and a fear that his words would be drowned out by other messages. Moreover, they were curious about what the Sunshine Beauty had obtained. It seemed that the Sunshine Beauty was busy, and after a few seconds her message finally popped up. Sunshine Beauty Village Battle Card. As this term appeared before everyone, the chat channel erupted back into excitement. No way, my heavens, the goddess actually dropped a village battle card. Remember, before the village battle started, the hint from the Great Tao was that the newbie Village 12135 acquired the village battle card, initiating the village battle against us. Got it, with this thing we can initiate a village battle against other newbie villages. Wow, this is a great item. Haha, I just said earlier that a few more village battles would be fine, and it really came. The goddess directly activated the village battle card, and with a powerful ally in the Dark Knight we are sure to win, and we can get attribute points again. Yes, let's activate it directly. I think we should be cautious if we encounter a strong newbie village and lose. It hasn't even started, yet you jinx, hurry up, and peh. Shen Lang did not expect that newbie village 114116 also obtained a village battle card, and it was in the hands of the Sunshine Beauty. After thinking for a moment, Shen Lang asked, why don't you activate it yourself? Even if the Sunshine Beauty activated the village battle card, Shen Lang would find a way to win the village battle for the attribute points and treasure rewards. He believed that the Sunshine Beauty understood this as well, but she still wanted to trade with Shen Lang. If Shen Lang guessed correctly, activating the village battle card might have special requirements that the Sunshine Beauty could not meet. Or perhaps the Sunshine Beauty wanted to obtain something else from him. Sunshine Beauty, the village battle card, only you can activate it, I can't use it. Just right, I need an iron dagger. Her response also confirmed Shen Lang's suspicion. Shen Lang, so you want to exchange the village battle card for my iron dagger? Sunshine Beauty, yes, but I need 6 of them. Shen Lang raised an eyebrow. This girl had quite the appetite, wanting to exchange 1 village battle card for 6 of his iron daggers. At this time, Shen Lang still had 10 iron daggers which he could definitely give up. For him, the iron daggers were not very useful. He intended to trade them for some spiritual herbs or fruits. The village battle card was indeed a valuable item. If he could hold it in his hands, he could choose the timing to initiate a village battle against other newbie villages based on his specific situation. If utilized properly, it could maximize the benefits of the village battle. Weighing his options in his mind, Shen Lang replied, alright, you go list the item and he'll trade with you. He did not ask the Sunshine Beauty why she needed so many iron daggers. Even if he asked, she might not answer. After a few seconds, Sunshine Beauty, I have listed it. Shen Lang immediately opened the trading channel, found the trade initiated by the Sunshine Beauty, and agreed to it. In the next moment, 6 iron daggers disappeared from his storage ring. At the same time, Shen Lang took out a card from the trading channel roughly the size of a playing card. The material of the card was unknown, feeling icy to the touch, with alternating gold and silver patterns on the back, and a large red character on the front. Battle. Special item village battle card description. Activate the card to initiate a village battle against other newbie villages. Requirement: rank first in the village level leaderboard. Reward: punishment 1. Victory in the village battle grants 50 resources to the newbie village and 5 to the 4-dimensional attribute points of the village players. Defeat in the village battle results in a 50 resource penalty for the newbie village and 5 to the village players' 4-dimensional attributes. Reward: punishment 2. Victory in the village battle grants 10 to the 4-dimensional attributes of the initiator. Defeat in the village battle results in 10 to the 4-dimensional attributes of the initiator. Reward: punishment 3. If the initiator wins the village battle, they receive an additional 100 attribute points as a reward. Sunshine Beauty was not lying, if for now only Shen Lang could use this village battle. This was because the requirement was that the village must be ranked first in the leaderboard. There was not much else to say, considering that Shen Lang had also experienced a village battle once. However, under conditions of victory in the village battle, the initiator could enjoy double rewards. This was something similarly, if he failed, he would also bear double penalties. The double penalties would mean a deduction of 40 attribute points, which was almost equivalent to losing a level. But what Shen Lang was more concerned about was still the doubled rewards for the victor. In the previous village battle with newbie village 12315, he had received an additional 40 freely allocable attribute points. Doubling that meant 80 points, equivalent to the effect of leveling up 2 times. What a pity that this doubling only applied to attribute points, not to treasure chests, otherwise it would have been 2 silver treasure chests. With my speed of leveling up, initiating a village battle should be a guaranteed win, right? But I cannot afford to be careless. After all, there are so many newbie villages, and I cannot rule out the existence of someone on par with me. After contemplating for a while, Shen Lang temporarily placed the village battle card into his storage ring. Although he wanted to initiate a village battle immediately, it was not the best time or place yet. At this moment, there were no fierce beasts around him to kill. He at least needed to wait until he entered the level 10 fierce beast area to discuss this, so he could level up quickly. In the chat channel, upon learning that Shen Lang had obtained the village battle card, everyone was discussing it fervently. Dark Knight boss, have you obtained the village battle card yet? When will the village battle start? I can barely wait. Dark Knight boss. Haven't seen him. Dark Knight boss, please tell us, give us a bit of mental preparation. At this late hour, it shouldn't start now, right? Isn't it just perfect at this late hour? It's the perfect time to catch other newbie villages off guard and increase our chances of winning. Having experienced the benefits of victory in a village battle, these people were eagerly anticipating Shen Lang to initiate the next village battle. Shen Lang said in the chat channel, there's no rush, so everyone can take a break for now. I will let you know when I initiate the village battle. So it's not starting right away. I thought it would be a village battle soon. If the Dark Knight boss isn't in a hurry, why should you be? Exactly, the outcome of the village battle depends on the Dark Knight boss. Whenever it starts, it's up to the Dark Knight boss. Stop the nonsense. Oh, just wait patiently for the Dark Knight boss news. Looking at these players who regarded him as their leader, Shen Lang smiled, and then closed the chat channel. Strong individuals are always heeded by many. This is an unchanging truth. Just like certain successful people in reality, casually sharing a bit of wisdom can be revered by countless as life philosophy. Transaction notification: newbie player Tion You exchanged 10 first-tier spiritual herbs and fruits for your 2 iron daggers. Hearing the hint from the great Dao, Shen Lang was slightly taken aback. Again it was Tianyu. Again it was spiritual herbs and fruits. And this time it was a total of 10 at once. Did this player Tian, you have a built-in radar for scanning spiritual herbs and fruits. 10 spirit plants and spirit fruits exchanged for the last 2 iron daggers on Shen Lang's body. After extracting the medicinal liquid, he gained 14 attribute points, 3 of which were inedible. The extracted medicinal liquids were stored in his spatial ring. Having settled these matters, Shen Lang stepped over the corpses of ferocious beasts and headed towards the opposite side of the small river. On the other side was the area of level 7 ferocious beasts, and further ahead lay the area of level 10 ferocious beasts. It was around 3 or 4 in the morning. He had to enter the level 10 ferocious beast area before dawn. Once the resources of ferocious beasts were determined, he would immediately launch a village battle. A player in the chat channel was right. Attacking other novice villages under the cover of darkness could catch them off guard. The time before dawn is when people feel the most fatigued. Even with the recovery from the novice wooden house, no matter how good his spirits were, he wouldn't be very alert during this time. This is also the reason why most people love to sleep in. Crossing the small river, Shen Lang quickly entered the area of level 7 ferocious beasts. After a little more than half an hour, he encountered a level 7 ferocious beast and swiftly killed it. For Shen Lang, at present level 7, 8, A, and 9 ferocious beasts were essentially no different from level 6 ferocious beasts. It was usually a one-hit kill, or at worst 2 hits. Congratulations, you have killed the level 7 ferocious beast, the Corpse Eater Beast, gaining 260 experience. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 6. Congratulations, your 4-dimensional attributes have increased by 10. Congratulations, your discretionary attribute has increased by 5. Before this, Shen Lang was only 30 experience points away from leveling up, so he smoothly reached level 6. Without pausing, he extracted the corpse of the ferocious beast and continued towards the level 10 ferocious beast area. As for level 7, 8, and 9 ferocious beasts, Shen Lang did not actively hunt them. He would only attack if he encountered them on the way. After all players at that level would provide him with corpses, and the attribute points would eventually come. 2 hours later, Shen Lang finally arrived at the edge of the level 9 ferocious beast area. During this time, apart from the initial Corpse Eater Beast, he only killed 4 ferocious beasts. Among them were 1 level 9 ferocious beast, 1 level 8 ferocious beast, and 2 level 7 ferocious beasts. He also traded with players for cooked meat, exchanged for 8 level 4 ferocious beasts, extracted 2 daggers, and gained 16 attribute points. It was evident that other players were also busy diligently slaughtering ferocious beasts to level up. To gauge his own strength, Shen Lang checked his personal information before entering the level 10 ferocious beast area. With the level increase and continuous extraordinary extractions, his base combat power reached the 17th star segment 1. Thus he felt more confident when facing ferocious beasts of level 10 and above. Half an hour later, Shen Lang, clad in dark golden lightning armor, finally appeared in the area of level 10 ferocious beasts. Unlike other ferocious beast areas, the level 10 ferocious beast area had a special name, the Moon Worship Wilderness. At this time, the eastern sky was faintly brightening, revealing a grayish haze. Fallen dry giants and remnants of structures were scattered everywhere, with weeds and withered vines dominating the landscape. In certain open areas, there were a number of skeletal remains of fierce beasts, each several dozen to hundreds of meters long. The entire environment appeared quite desolate and eerie, as if one were in the ancient wilderness. Caw, caw. Shen Lang's arrival startled a flock of crows that had been resting on the giant beast's bones, flapping their wings and flying away into the distance. Upon arriving here, Shen Lang regained his focus. He had to concentrate on hunting ferocious beasts. In just a few leaps, his figure had already landed atop a bone over 30 meters high, likely a rib of some giant beast. His auditory, olfactory, and visual talents were activated, finally sensing the surrounding environment. The sound of the wind whistled, and the chirping of insects was incessant. The air was filled with the scent of decay and dampness, along with various foul odors. Within his line of sight, some small crawling beasts were foraging, but no signs of ferocious beasts were detected. This place is a bit strange. Shen Lang frowned, jumped down from the bone, and chose a direction that looked relatively. After more than 10 minutes, Shen Lang stopped in his tracks. About 7 or 8 meters in front of him, there were clusters of eerie blue flames floating in the air. Will-o'-the-wisps. Let's go take a look. After hard-won discovery of something unusual, Shen Lang immediately rushed towards the direction of the floating will-o'-the-wisps. However, after getting within about 300 meters of the group of will-o'-the-wisps, Shen Lang suddenly stopped, a look of joy appearing on his face. What he saw were not will-o'-the-wisps, but pairs of eyes. In that valley, a pack of giant wolves lay crouched. Those will-o'-the-wisps were the eyes of these giant wolves. Strangely, these giant wolves measured 3 to 4 meters in length, yet their bodies had few patches of intact fur, with most areas exposing their stark white bones. Their eye sockets lacked flesh and eyeballs, only flickering with 2 clusters of eerie blue flames. However, the aura emanating from these giant wolves was incredibly strong, surpassing all the ferocious beasts Shen Lang had encountered so far. Moreover, these giant wolves were all on their front limbs, as if kneeling in the same direction. Shen Lang curiously looked up towards the direction they were kneeling, where a slightly dark red moon hung amidst the drifting thin black clouds. The Moon Worship Wilderness, a pack of wolves worshipping the moon. In awe, Shen Lang immediately activated his insight eye to scan these giant wolves. Ferocious Beast, Undead Bone Wolf, Elite Level 10 Skills, Netherfire, Burn, Death, Corrosion Talent, Rank Talent, Undead Howl, Rank Talent, Fire Element Enhancement. Description: once a pack of ordinary prairie gray wolves, they were corrupted by the power of the gods, becoming polluted and sinisterly powerful. Combat Strength Assessment 15 stars 9 segments. Looking at the information on these giant wolves, Shen Lang was instantly taken aback. Damn, 9 heads of level 10 elite ferocious beasts. Each undead bone wolf's combat strength exceeds 15 stars, not to mention, they all possess dual E-rank talents and dual skills. However, what caught Shen Lang's attention more was their description. Corrupted by the power of the gods and transformed into pollutants. The terms gods and pollutants were not unfamiliar to Shen Lang. In the background introduction of that werewolf in the spirit realm, there was a similar description. It was also because he had slain that werewolf in the spirit realm that Shen Lang gained the extremely rare hidden profession, Godslayer. And the task of the Godslayer is to seek out and slay all beings tainted by the power of the gods. Is this just a blind cat pretending to be a dead mouse? Shen Lang was filled with joy, looking at the pack of undead bone wolves, excitement shone in his eyes. The Godslayer profession can also level up, and each time it levels up, the increase in 4-dimensional attribute points is double that of personal level increases. With 9 heads of level 10 pollutants here, could it make him a second-tier Godslayer? The experience gained from slaying gods is additional and does not affect the normal personal leveling process. In other words, the personal experience that should be gained will not be diminished. Looking at the 15 drop rate, Shen Lang had a strong intuition that this pack of wolves would bring him tremendous rewards. He drew his blood drink mad blade and shouldered it as he approached the wolf pack. There was no need for concealment. Though the 15-star battle power of the bone wolf was formidable, Shen Lang had a comprehensive battle power that exceeded 17 stars. With 9 headless undead bone wolves charging in, Shen Lang showed no signs of fear. The sound of his footsteps immediately attracted the attention of the wolf pack. Pairs of blue flame eyes all turned to look at the human intruding their territory. However, in the next moment, the wolf pack ignored him and turned back to continue their devout lunar worship. Only the last undead bone wolf stood up, towering over 3 meters high, emanating a furious and powerful explosive. How dare the weak and ignorant humans disturb their clan's lunar worship ceremony? This was a desecration of the moon god, truly deserving of death. The flesh and blood of this human must be used as a sacrifice to the great moon god. The enormous figure looked down at Shen Lang, transforming into a shadow as it lunged towards him. Shen Lang smiled faintly. This scene felt somewhat familiar. Previously, the tiger-striped thunder python also underestimated him, and its corpse was likely devoured by other ferocious beasts by now. Shen Lang continued forward, ignoring the charging undead bone wolf. As it rushed at him, the blue flames in its eyes trailed behind like a long tail, and its entire body was engulfed in blue fire. This was one of the undead bone wolf's skills, the netherfire burn. Other flames were merely scalding hot, but this netherfire was chillingly cold. Before the undead bone wolf could approach, Shen Lang felt the temperature around him drop significantly, as if he had suddenly fallen into an ice cave. Not only that, but a thick aura of death also assaulted him. Under the dual effects, Shen Lang found his body becoming somewhat stiff. Especially the overwhelming aura of death made it feel as if his very life was slipping away. At that moment, the undead lone wolf had already taken a few steps closer to Shen Lang, its skeletal jaws snapping viciously at him. Shen Lang smirked, and the blood drink mad blade on his shoulder moved as well. A crimson glow flashed in the air. Under the enhancement of the grade talent, Shen Lang's attack power approached 340. Coupled with the 100 attack provided by the blood drink mad blade, this single strike exceeded 400 in attack power. Let's not forget the blood drink mad blade has a 25 armor piercing effect. The mere 15-star battle power of the undead bone wolf likely had a defense of less than 200. How could it possibly withstand this blow? Swish! The head of the undead lone wolf was cleaved in half as easily as tofu. Its massive body, propelled by inertia, suddenly fell to the ground, skimming past Shen Lang. An elite level 10 beast could only be instantly killed under Shen Lang's blade. Congratulations, you have slain a level 10 elite beast, the undead bone wolf, gaining leveling experience 1100. Congratulations, you have slain a level 10 elite beast, the undead bone wolf, gaining slaying god experience 20. Congratulations, you have slain a level 10 elite beast, the undead bone wolf, gaining a fragment of the undead wheel 1. Congratulations, you are the first to slay a level 10 elite beast, gaining luck value 4. Personal leveling experience 1100, slaying god experience also 20, in addition to gaining 4 points of luck value. As for the fragment of the undead will, it should be an item dropped by the undead bone wolf. Just killing one undead bone wolf resulted in such a bountiful harvest, Shen Lang was immediately overjoyed. Shen Lang originally wanted to see what that fragment of the undead wheel was, but at that moment the group of undead bone wolves worshipping the moon all stood up. Ow! The pack of wolves howled at the sky, their bodies ablaze with eerie blue nether fire. Simultaneously, a deluge of death energy along with the chilling aura of the nether fire inundated Shen Lang. Shen Lang's expression changed slightly as he was forced back 2 steps by the impact of the nether fire and death energy. In the blink of an eye, frost flowers began to form on his skin, and the ground around him was entirely covered in frost. What was more horrifying was that Shen Lang's life force seemed to be rapidly draining away as if a dam had broken. His once black hair visibly turned to white. In the blink of an eye, Shen Lang seemed to have aged decades, transforming from a young man into an elderly figure. What the hell was the death aura from the undead howling this corrosive? Fortunately, the blessing of the Great Path had been passively activated, and a gentle power spread through his body, turning his hair back from white to black. In an instant, Shen Lang returned to his peak state. The speed of the death aura's corrosion could not keep up with the recovery speed of the Great Path's blessing. An SS-grade skill, so unreasonable. Shen Lang immediately felt at ease and charged toward the 8 undead bone wolves. The wolf pack, having their lunar worship ceremony interrupted and losing a companion, were now filled with rage, all pouncing at Shen Lang. 8 15-star battle power undead bone wolves attacking together would devastate an ordinary level 15 player. Ow! Ow! Amidst the howls of the wolf pack, they charged at Shen Lang from all directions, intent on tearing this detestable human apart. Shen Lang stood with his blade horizontally spinning in place to evade the attacks of 2 undead bone wolves. The blood-drink-mad blade in his hand was not idle. With a vertical slash, he cleaved one undead bone wolf into midair. With a powerful strike, the undead bone wolf was severed, leaving a long scar on the scorched earth. At the same time, Shen Lang grabbed one undead lone wolf by the calf, using it as a club to smash into the other undead. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of collision were incessant as Shen Lang finally slammed the undead bone wolf to the ground, his figure darting past as he struck down its head with a single blow. In a fluid series of movements, he effortlessly took down 2 undead bone wolves. The other 6 bone wolves were knocked flying, tumbling across the ground and kicking up clouds of dirt. As they got up, crawling with their upper bodies, they gazed at Shen Lang in astonishment. This human was only level 6. How could he be so powerful? They had teamed up to ambush him, and in the blink of an eye 2 of their companions had been killed in retaliation. And this weak human remained unscathed. When did humans become so strong? The wolf pack was still in shock, but at that moment the human was already grinning and rushing back at them. Awesome. Huh. Come at me again. Seeing the situation, the wolf pack seemed to realize they were no match for this human and immediately scattered in all directions. Shen Lang would not let these experienced machines escape, chasing after them with his blade. Puffed, puffed. Ow, ow. In terms of dimensional attributes and battle power, Shen Lang was crushing this group of undead bone wolves, simply slaughtering them. Before long, the wolf pack was completely wiped out, with only 2 fleeing in panic. After continuously killing 4 undead bone wolves, the reminder of harvest from the Great Path echoed incessantly in Shen Lang's mind. Shen Lang did not pay attention to these for the time being, continuing to pursue the 2 fleeing undead bone wolves. The meat he had in his mouth could not just fly away. During this furious chase, Shen Lang's figure suddenly came to a halt. In the next moment, his body felt as if it had collided with a spring, and he was sent flying backward. Shen Lang was flung dozens of meters away before coming to a stop. Even with his current strength, he felt dizzy, and his blood surged uncontrollably. After a strong recovery from the Great Path's blessing, it took him a while to regain the strength to turn over and get up. Shen Lang wore a confused expression, and when he redirected his gaze forward, he couldn't help but reveal an uncertain. In his field of vision, the 2 fleeing skeletal wolves had vanished without a trace. Yet at the spot where Shen Lang had just crashed and been sent flying, a wave of ethereal ripples was gradually settling. Moments later, the ripples disappeared as if they were merely an illusion. What on earth was that? Shen Lang blinked, cautiously approaching with the blood-drink frenzy blade in hand. A distance of several dozen meters was not far for him at all, and soon he arrived at the spot where the ripples had stirred. There was nothing ahead, just the ashen ground. However, Shen Lang was certain he had not been mistaken. There had definitely been something here. Even if he had misseen it, how could he explain being sent flying? Shen Lang hesitated for a moment, raised the blood-drink frenzy blade, and gently thrust it into the space ahead. Not long after, he felt an obstruction. At the very tip of the blood-drink frenzy blade, a small light circle emerged and gradually expanded. Then more light circles appeared from the blade's tip, spreading outwards and forming a vast illusory light screen. Shen Lang tentatively withdrew the blood-drink frenzy blade, and soon the illusory light screen quickly returned to calm. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out his palm towards the front. Just like with the blood-drink frenzy blade, when his palm encountered resistance, ripples began to ripple beneath it. Shen Lang focused his gaze, and within the illusory light screen it appeared he saw remnants of broken walls like reflections cast upon water. Though the view was unclear, it didn't seem fake. Among those rippling waves were vast ruins, seemingly silent for countless eons, eerie and desolate. Shen Lang exerted a slight force with his hand, attempting to see if he could penetrate through, but was met with a rebounding force instead. However, this time it merely pushed his palm away, lacking much power. Clearly, the rebounding force of the light screen was related to the strength of the attack. The more force used, the stronger the rebound. Shen Lang focused on the vanishing image of the light screen and immediately activated his inside eye. Ancient ruins, intermediate spirit realm description, a high-risk alternate space, fragments from the ancient battlefield of the undead. High danger, high reward. Please choose to enter cautiously. Entry condition 1, consume 1 undead light wheel. Entry condition 2, the ruins are only accessible at. Seeing the information revealed by the inside eye, Shen Lang's expression brightened, feeling quite excited. Yet another spirit. Moreover, it was an intermediate spirit realm, a higher level than the one he had encountered before. In the previous spirit realm, Shen Lang had gained substantial rewards. Not only did he acquire the hidden profession of Godslayer, but he also gained a significant amount of experience points, and even unearthed a mountain cave filled with spiritual plants. This spirit realm before him was intermediate, undoubtedly containing even more resources. Yet the accompanying description also used the term high risk, indicating that there were enormous dangers hidden within. The previous spirit realm could be accessed through a teleportation portal, while this one had a name and entry conditions highlighting its unusual nature. Undead Light Wheel. I seem to have obtained fragments of this item just earlier. After defeating several skeletal wolves, it appeared that each had dropped a fragment of this item. Not sure if he had collected enough. With this thought in mind, Shen Lang immediately turned towards the nearest skeletal wolf corpse. Above this wolf corpse floated a fragment the size of a palm, resembling half a gyroscope. Item Undead Light Wheel Fragment Level No Rank Description: Gather 5 pieces to automatically synthesize the Undead Light Wheel, allowing passage through specific spirit realm spaces. This specific spirit realm space must be the ancient ruins. However, needing only 5 pieces to synthesize the Undead Light, while having killed 7 skeletal wolves, he should have enough, right? Shen Lang looked up and indeed saw that each skeletal wolf corpse was floating with an Undead Light Wheel fragment. Yet just then a ray of light shot forth from the horizon. Turning to look, it was the light of the rising sun. Clearly dawn was approaching. Shen Lang was taken aback, then bitterly scolded, "Damn it, can't you wait a little longer for the sunrise?" The entry conditions for the ancient ruins were consuming the Undead Light Wheel and being at night. This meant that entry was only possible at night, not during the day. Now Shen Lang could only pick up the Undead Light Wheel fragments to synthesize the Undead Light Wheel, but of course dawn was breaking. I can only wait until tonight to come back. I hope no one else gets there first. The spirit realm not only connects to one novice village, other novice villages could also potentially enter. However, at this moment, everyone had not been in the 9th world for even 24 hours. It did other players have the strength to venture into level 10 beast zones. Even if someone had the strength to enter the level 10 beast zone, it would be quite a stroke of luck to discover the ancient ruins. With this thought, Shen Lang felt somewhat reassured. He looked down at the skeletal wolf corpse and prepared to begin the super extraction. However, the system prompt sounded announcing his Godslayer profession. Congratulations, you have accumulated 140 Godslayer experience, 150,100, reaching the upgrade conditions. Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 2 Godslayer. Congratulations, your 4-dimensional attributes 20. Shen Lang grinned, his hidden profession had indeed leveled up. Each 4-dimensional attribute increased by 20 points, totaling 80 points, equivalent to 2 personal level increases. Undoubtedly his strength had risen significantly. However, the system prompt did not end there, it continued to sound. Congratulations, you are the first to discover the intermediate spirit realm, gaining 5 luck value. Congratulations, your luck value has exceeded 30, becoming the luck child of Novice Village 114,116, gaining Novice Village luck bonus. Congratulations, your 4-dimensional attributes 5. With a flurry of sounds, Shen Lang's attributes once again increased by 5 points each, adding up to 20 points. The sensation was indescribable, like riding a rocket, exhilarating. Hey, I still have 3 chances for super extraction. Shen Lang suppressed his excitement and began the super extraction on the skeletal wolf. Super extraction failed. Shen Lang's lips twitched and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Wasn't he the luck child? This was just the first corpse, and he had already failed to extract. Shen Lang hurried to the next skeletal wolf corpse with a cold expression as he initiated super extraction. Super extraction successful, you have gained a level skill, Soul Flame Burn. Super extraction successful, you have gained 2 Constitution attribute. Super extraction successful, you have gained 1 black treasure chest. Listening to the consecutive prompts, Shen Lang was momentarily stunned, then his whole being erupted with joy. 1 beast corpse, and he directly hit a triple extraction. It turns out that the luck of the luck child was waiting for him here. Attribute points are nothing surprising, not extraordinary at all. Except in the case of a failed extraction from a super divine beast, other beast corpses can always yield results. However, extracting skills and treasure chests from beast corpses is quite rare. The A-rank skill Soul Fire Burn was previously used by the Undead Bone Wolf, and its power is quite impressive. As for the black treasure chest, although it is the lowest tier, the items Shen Lang obtained from it were never disappointing. He did not open the chest immediately, but first extracted from another Undead Bone Wolf corpse. While lucky, he hoped to draw another skill talent. Compared to the Soul Fire Burn skill, Shen Lang desired another talent of the Undead Bone Wolf, which was Death Corrosion. This skill directly siphons away vitality, making it exceptionally powerful. If it weren't for Shen Lang having the protection of the Great Taoist Blessing, it could have posed significant trouble for him. Super Divine Extraction successful, you gain 2 in the energy attribute. However, there is a slight regret. From this extractable Undead Bone Wolf corpse, he only obtained attribute points with no skills or treasure chests. Nonetheless, extracting skills and treasure chests from 1 beast is already quite good. Shen Lang consoled himself and immediately picked up the treasure chest on the ground, reaching out to unlock the clasp. Congratulations. You have opened the black treasure chest and obtained a tier 3 equipment, Boots of Swift Movement. Boots of Swift Movement tier 3 equipment, movement speed 30. The black treasure chest vanished, replaced by a pair of dark golden battle boots adorned with cloud patterns. Shen Lang was overjoyed. The black treasure chest actually yielded tier 3 equipment. The luck of the chosen one in the novice village was indeed remarkable. Without hesitation, Shen Lang kicked off his dirty sneakers and put on the boots of swift movement. The moment he wore them, he felt his entire body become lighter, able to leap several meters with a single step. With a 30 movement bonus from these boots, it was equivalent to increasing his agility attribute by 30. Shen Lang looked down at the boots of swift movement, growing more satisfied the longer he gazed. I must say the dark golden cloud patterns and trimmings on these boots matched perfectly with his thunder armor looking like a complete. In a great mood, Shen Lang glanced at the sky. It was just dawn, and it seemed he could take the opportunity to initiate the village fight. Winning the village fight would bring in a large number of attribute points and silver treasure chest rewards. However, before starting the village fight, he needed to first understand the distribution of beasts in the level 10 beast area to avoid wasting time looking for beasts to slay. Thus, Shen Lang donned the boots of swift movement and swiftly traversed the level 10 beast area, moving as fast as if he were riding the wind. As he departed, Shen Lang noted the coordinates of this place. There was still a spiritual realm waiting for him. However, before Shen Lang could find the beast, the announcement sound of the great Tao echoed in the minds of all players in the 114116 novice village. Announcement! 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 The 114116 novice village has had 3 players level up to level 5, thereby qualifying to enter the regional chat channel. This must be the Sunshine Beauty and Nice leveling up to level 5, right? Shen Lang opened the level leaderboard and indeed found that these two had reached level 5. There were several players at level 4 now, and the top 100 were mostly at level 3, clearly showing that everyone had made significant progress overnight. Of course, this was also thanks to Shen Lang. Winning the village fight had doubled the village's resources. But what is this regional chat channel? The next moment, the great Daos announcement continued, providing a detailed explanation of this regional chat channel. Regional chat channel, a comprehensive chat channel composed of 1000 novice villages. Rules: the number of daily speaking opportunities for players corresponds to their personal level, e.g. 5 times for level 5. Please arrange your speaking opportunities wisely. The 114116 novice village is connecting to the chat channel of Area 9. Please wait a moment. This regional chat channel actually had speaking limits, unlike the novice village's own chat channel. Thinking about it, it's quite normal for such a large chat channel composed of 1,000 novice villages to have an initial count of exactly 1 million. Even if some were killed by beasts during this time, at least over 900 survived. With so many people chatting simultaneously in the regional chat channel, if there were no speaking limits, the information would probably scroll past so fast that it would be unreadable. While searching for beasts, Shen Lang also entered the novice village chat channel, waiting for the regional chat channel to connect successfully. With 1,000 novice villages in the regional chat channel, it would also allow him to understand the progress of other villages. The village chat channel was buzzing with activity, everyone discussing the regional chat channel. The regional chat group has so many novice villages, now we can see what other novice villages are like. Haha, exactly. There must be other countries as well. It takes 2 players above level 5 to open the regional chat channel. That's not a high requirement, so the region probably isn't full yet. Who knows? Whatever, we'll find out once we get in. By the way, I almost forgot to congratulate Nice. Congratulations on leveling up to level 5. That's right, Nice is awesome. Since Shen Lang and the Sunshine Beauty rarely spoke in the chat channel, many players were still quite. After a round of flattery, Nice also chimed in saying thank you everyone. However, I leveled up quickly thanks to the attribute points and resource doubling from the village fight, for which I must also thank Anya. Thank you, Anya. Well, I leveled up to level 4 thanks to Anya too. Thank you, Anya. Thank you, Anya, for helping us win the village fight. But speaking of which, why isn't Anya starting the village fight yet? Anya is busy leveling up. He's already at level 6. Then there's no rush. Oh, let's wait for Anya to level up comfortably. The higher the level, the better the chance to win the village fight. Oh, but leveling up will slow down from here on. Do you want to know how much experience is needed to level from 5 to 6? Quick, tell us so we can prepare ourselves mentally. Nice, 3,000. What the hell, you're not joking, right? That's so much. I need 600 experience to level up to 3. 3,000 experience is enough for me to level up 5 times. If Anya is already level 6, does that mean I'm a fifth of Anya? You think too highly of yourself. The higher the level, the stronger the combat power grows exponentially. Ooh, just you. You wouldn't even compare to 50 of them. Cough cough, I was just talking about level experience. Damn, the experience required is getting higher and higher. Leveling up is. That's why I said the subsequent leveling will slow down. It takes 3,000 experience to level from 5 to 6. How much for leveling from 6 to 7? Then any leveling speed is likely to slow down. But that's not a big problem. I believe that as long as Anya initiates the village fight, we will definitely win. Watching Nice comments, Shen Lang quietly looked at his own experience points. Level 6, 7, 8, 3, 0, 8, 0, 0, 0. Will leveling up become increasingly slow? It doesn't seem to feel that way. He could easily reach level 7 by taking down. At that moment, the great Daos announcement reverberated once more in the players' ears. The 114116 novice village has officially connected to the chat channel of Area 9. Players can now proceed to the regional chat channel to speak. After the notification sound, the players discovered a new chat channel for District 9 beside the village chat channel. In an instant, the players of the 114116 novice village eagerly clicked to enter, including Shen Lang, who quickly clicked into the District 9 chat channel. As soon as he entered, a message popped up floating across the channel page like a barrage. Congratulations to the 114116 novice village for becoming the 36th member of this district. Shen Lang grasped the meaning of this message, and his heart quivered slightly. The 114116 novice village is the 36th member to join District 9, which means that 35 novice villages have joined before it. The condition for merging into a larger district is that the novice village must have 3 players above level 5. Clearly the other 35 novice villages already have 3 or more players above level 5. However, high levels do not necessarily mean anything, it only indicates faster leveling. If Shen Lang wanted to level up quickly, he could just slay low-level beasts in the area. Let alone level 5, he might even max out at level 10. Moreover, there are 1,000 positions in the larger district, and only 36 have entered now, so the 114-116 novice village isn't doing poorly. With this thought in mind, Shen Lang hurriedly looked at the information box in the chat channel. At this time, the district chat channel was bustling due to the arrival of players from the 114-116 novice village. Haha, which village are you from, folks of the 114-116 novice village? Is there anyone from Huaxia? We're from Huaxia. Oh, another novice village has joined District 9, welcome. You took so long to join the district chat channel. It seems your novice village isn't very strong. Huaxia people. It seems this is the second Huaxia novice village to join the district, right? It's been almost a day and night, and you only have 3 level 5 players. Our novice village had 6 level 5 players a few hours ago. Sorry, the top 2 in our novice village have already reached level 6. I forgot to mention him from the Neon Country. Being the 36th to enter is already quite good after all, it's a Huaxiao village. What's your problem? Did we Huaxiao people offend you? As soon as we entered you mocked and belittled us. Sorry, we're not targeting your village, just targeting you Huaxiao people. Haha, friends from abroad, another Huaxiao village has arrived, who still has village battle cards. Let's go after them. Players of the 114-116 novice village, be careful of these foreigners, they harbor animosity towards us. Huaxiao players from the 143-56 novice village, do you dare to show your faces? Are you afraid of another village battle where resources will be halved again? Isn't that too much? If we win again, there may not be many Huaxiao players left to pass the novice assessment. What's there to be afraid of? I just enjoy wiping out Huaxiao people. Did we Huaxiao people offend your ancestors? Damn it, what a joke, you're just trash. The district chat channel is quite user-friendly. There's no need to click for translation, as the words of players from other villages are automatically translated into the local language. The speakers each have their novice village number prefix in their nicknames. Players from the 114-116 novice village happily entered the district chat channel to greet others, but instead they drew a barrage of mockery. Shen Lang looked at the chat records, feeling a surge of anger within. The players from other novice villages seemed very arrogant and appeared to harbor significant hostility towards the Huaxia people. From the chat messages, he saw that a Huaxia novice village had entered the district earlier and had lost after a malicious village. Why are people from these countries at odds with Huaxia? Shen Lang thought for a moment and easily arrived at the answer. In the real world, Huaxia has risen with determination, achieving rapid advancements in various aspects, overtaking people from these countries are unhappy, but have no way to compete with Huaxia. Now arriving in the 9th world, a lawless and immoral killing ground, they can vent their predatory desires. Ultimately, it's jealousy at play. Unable to succeed in reality, they seek to reclaim their sense of existence in the 9th world. In the district chat channel, players from the 114-116 novice village continued to argue with other villages. When it comes to arguing, no Huaxiao person has ever feared anyone. Whether it's on forums or in games, keyboard warriors can hurl dozens of insults at you in a second, and each one is unique. Other countries have only a few phrases to insult each other. It's either "fuck you stupid bitch" or "arsehole," completely lacking in technical content. So the 114-116 novice village, you're finished. You're finished. What a bunch of rude stinky monkeys. How can you be so vulgar? I, the Empire of the Rising Sun, am ashamed to be in the same district as you. Friends from the Empire of the Rising Sun, rest assured, we will take care of these Huaxia people. That's right, Lord Kirin said he is heading to the level 8 beast area, and once he arrives he will initiate a village battle against this village. Is Curry Country about to take action? Then we the Westbar Country will wait for the next round. We the beautiful country support you. These Huaxia people are too unreasonable and deserve a severe lesson. No problem, Curry Country will certainly not disappoint. You silly thing, drinking water has ruined your brain. You're in another world, yet still acting like a dog. Your servility won't change, no wonder you still live in a feudal society. Comrades, let's say less and avoid provoking them. Let's endure. Who can endure this? What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just a village battle? We just defeated a novice village from the beautiful country last night. Exactly, come at us. We the 114-116 novice village are ready. What? You actually defeated our great beautiful country novice village? That's unacceptable. Curry Country, Westbar Country, and Neon Country's novice villages, I command you all to cripple this novice village. I want you to make all the resources of their novice village disappear and ensure that all of them fail the novice assessment. Rest assured, friends from the beautiful country, once Curry Country takes action, we will continue the village battle against this village. We the Westbar Country are next. Once Westbar Country takes action, we the Neon Country will continue. Let's wipe out these Huaxia people. Then let Curry Country take the lead. Lord Kirin said that within 10 minutes, he will initiate a village battle against the 114-116 novice village. Great, looking forward to your good news. Seeing that they had provoked everyone's anger, players from the 114-116 novice village calmed down, but felt a bit anxious. It felt great to insult them, but these people seemed serious about a relentless onslaught. At this moment, they also remembered that these novice villages had entered the district chat channel before them, and their levels would be ahead of theirs. They had previously won the village battle solely thanks to the efforts of the Night Shadow alone. Now facing so many village battles instigated by foreign novice villages, could the Night Shadow handle it? However, Shen Lang was not thinking about these things. He wore a strange smile on his face. Since Curry Country was going to initiate a village battle against them, it seemed unnecessary for him to use his own village battle cards. These novice villages are eager to come and offer resource attribute points. They must be good people. If resources are delivered to your doorstep, refusing them would be a disservice to their goodwill. Shen Lang smiled, though there was a chill in his grin. Regarding the insults and mockery from the foreign newcomers in the village, Shen Lang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet he did not dwell on it. This was the ninth world. There was no need for verbal sparring or public opinion manipulation. As long as a slap lands on their faces, they would all have to shut their mouths. If they wish to eradicate the 114116 newbie village, then let's see who drives whom to extinction. Since the Curry Country newbie village wants to be the first to take action, let them be the sacrificial lamb. They shall learn why the flowers of Huaxia bloom so brightly. Shen Lang continued to traverse the area of level 10 ferocious beasts, having already found several traces of the beasts, though he had yet to make his move. Just waiting for the Curry Country's newbie village to initiate the village battle. Minutes later, the 12342 newbie village from the Curry Country indeed launched an attack on the 114116 newbie village. The rules and rewards were the same as last time with hardly any differences. The chat channels of the two newbie villages were also connected, and the leaderboard function was temporarily unavailable. However, last time's target for the village battle was level 5, and this time it was changed to level 8. This meant that whichever side of the two newbie villages had players who reached level 8 first would win this battle. Players, please prepare yourselves. In 10 minutes, the village battle will officially commence. At this moment, Shen Lang was observing the chat channel of the 12342 newbie village. That Kirin could enter the level 8 beast area, indicating that his strength must be considerable. Shen Lang was quite curious about this person's level and combat power. In the translated chat channel of 12,342, he could see the excited chatter of the locals. The village battle is about to begin, especially against those Huaxia people who just thinking about it is exhilarating. Our Curry Country has the largest population in the world. How could the Huaxia people be our opponents? Victory is assured. It's a pity there's no Ganges here, otherwise I would take a bath to celebrate in advance. Right, and let's smear some holy cow dung on our faces. Just now I didn't pay attention. Does anyone know Lord Kirin's level? I saw the village battle announcement earlier. He's already at level 7. So impressive, already at level 7. Lord Kirin truly deserves to be a noble Brahmin. That Huaxiao village has just entered the major region. Their strongest might only be level 5. I can already imagine their tragic fate. I heard that Lord Kirin awakened more than one talent. Yes, when he first left the newbie village, I teamed up with Lord Kirin. He awakened 2 great talents at once. High castes are indeed different. Even in another world, they are favored by the Tao 2 great talents. Don't be envious. With Lord Kirin leading our newbie village, us Shudras can also bask in his glory. Indeed, long live Lord Kirin. Looking at the information in the chat channel, Shen Lang was a bit surprised. That Kirin actually had dual talents and both were grade. No wonder he had already reached level 7 at this time. But it's just that even 100 grade talents would not compare to his SSS-Grade talent. Unfortunately, these people hadn't revealed how much experience was needed to level from 7 to 8. Level 6 to level 7 requires 8,000 experience. Leveling from 7 to 8 would definitely be over 10,000 experience, possibly even double. Shen Lang thought to himself, and switched the chat channel back to the 114116 newbie village. Meanwhile, in the chat channel of the 114116 newbie village, chaos was also rampant. Brothers, this is a bit impulsive. Those locals seem quite powerful already at level 7. His level 7. If I had known, I would have listened to the 14356 newbie village and held back. Not only is he level 7, but he also awakened 2 great talents. Damn it, why does the Tao favor those locals with 2 talents? It all depends on our Dark Knight boss now. But the Dark Knight boss is only level 6 right now. It feels like the chances of losing are quite high. Actually, losing once isn't a big deal. At most we just take back what we won in the last village battle. I'm just afraid that other newbie villages will really initiate another village battle. Yeah, if that happens, we would be truly doomed. If we lose several times, it would be the end for us. There's no helping it. The village battle is about to start, and our only hope now is our Dark Knight boss. Dark Knight boss, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have mocked those idiots. We just couldn't help it. Let's give it our all. We can't give up before it even starts. That's not the spirit of us Huaxia people. Let's unite and fight. Yes, damn it, Dark Knight boss, do you need any help? Just let us know. Exactly, we must do this, just like we supported Nai's back. Then, everyone should work together to help the Dark Knight boss. Are we going to look for ferocious beasts like before? I'm fine with that, I just don't know what level of beast the Dark Knight boss wants to hunt. Level 5 or 6, or 7. Dark Knight boss, please show yourself and give us some instructions. Let's fight together. At this moment, Nai's, the great talent player, also stepped forward to speak. Nai's, Dark Knight boss, if you're willing, we can team up. Although I'm not as strong as you, I'm still a level 5 great talent player, and I can help you a bit. If we join forces, we should be able to hunt more ferocious beasts. Including the usually reclusive Sunshine Beauty, who also appeared in the chat channel at this moment. Sunshine Beauty, count me in if we are teaming up. After all, we cannot lose. The chat was filled with requests for the Dark Knight boss to show himself. Shen Lang thought for a moment and decided to respond. Even though he could handle the village battle alone, this group of players couldn't just leisurely wait to reap the rewards. Since everyone wanted to contribute, he would let them do a bit of work to give them a sense of achievement. After organizing his thoughts, Shen Lang spoke in the chat channel. I understand how you all feel, but I don't need a team. However, if you want to help, that's fine too. I still need a large number of ferocious beast corpses and spiritual plants. Since everyone's level is not high, the ferocious beast corpses you provide might not meet my requirements, so please help me find the spiritual plants. I will modify the trading rules shortly. Spiritual plants and fruits can also be exchanged for cooked meat. Upon seeing Shen Lang appear, the chat channel instantly erupted. While the Dark Knight boss finally showed up. Spiritual plants and fruits. No problem, we'll go look for them right away. What cooked meat trade? The Dark Knight boss is also doing this for our village. Oh, we'll give it for free. Our team can kill level 5 ferocious beasts. We'll hunt the beasts and try to bring as many ferocious beast corpses to the Dark Knight boss as possible. We're not even level 3 yet, so we'll go look for spiritual plants and trees. Nise reappeared saying, Dark Knight boss, do you really not need a team? I still think leveling together would be faster. Shen Lang replied, no need. With a level 5 player like Nise going with him to the level 10 ferocious beast area might mean the beasts could kill him in one bite. There's no chance of helping, he'd just be a burden. Shen Lang continued, rest assured everyone, we will not lose, we will definitely win. Just then the announcement sound of the Dao arrived as expected. The village battle between the 114116 newbie village and the 12342 newbie village has officially begun. The second village battle officially began, and Shen Lang no longer wasted words, decisively exiting the chat channel. Now there was no need to worry about anything else. He would focus entirely on slaying the ferocious beasts. Previously, Shen Lang had found several locations occupied by ferocious beasts, and now he rushed towards one of the nearby spots. His speed was already impressive, and with the enhancement of the boots of speed, he left behind a trail of afterimages. Before long, Shen Lang appeared in a patch of broadleaf forest. In the Baiwei wilderness, most areas were flat ground, and it was rare to see even moderately sized trees, let alone small forests. Although Shen Lang had never been here before, he caught a glimpse of a ferocious beast darting past the small forest from a distance. He couldn't see it clearly, but it had long legs covered in barbs. Shen Lang quickly approached the small forest, heightening his senses to their utmost, always alert to any movements within the woods. His strength was formidable, yet caution was paramount. Though referred to as a small forest, it merely indicated the area of the woodland, not that the trees were small. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, Shen Lang found himself surrounded by towering trees over dozens of meters high, with some so large that even 10 people could not encircle them. The leaves were thick and dense, blocking the nascent sunlight, and giving the area a sinister appearance. The ground was covered in a thick layer of decayed leaves and branches, and deeper inside a faint green mist lingered, resembling toxic miasma. There's a smell of blood and a pungent sour odor. Shen Lang drew his blood-drinking blade, and cautiously entered the forest, seeking a relatively open area. The outskirts were relatively bright, with sunlight filtering through, yet there were no signs of ferocious beasts. Shen Lang did not expect to encounter one right outside, so he continued moving forward, quickly stepping into the area, shrouded in miasma. With his immunity to poisons, Shen Lang naturally did not worry about the miasma harming him. However, the density of the miasma affected his vision, and its sulfurous scent also muddled his sense of smell. Shen Lang became increasingly cautious, slightly slowing his advance. Whoosh! A thick white thread suddenly shot out from the miasma with a sharp sound. I've been waiting for you. Shen Lang, possessing extraordinary hearing, had already detected the commotion and immediately swung his blade at the incoming thread. With a swift motion, he easily severed it. Without pausing, Shen Lang dashed toward the direction from which the thread had come. The severed white thread quickly retracted, but its speed couldn't compete with Shen Lang, who caught up in just a few steps. Come out. Shen Lang reached out and grabbed the thread, pulling forcefully behind him. However, he ended up pulling nothing. The ferocious beast did not emerge, and instead his excessive force caused him to stumble backward. Interesting. Shen Lang smirked coldly, discarding the sticky thread, and continued forward along its path. After walking another 40 to 50 meters through the miasmic fog, Shen Lang finally discerned the situation ahead, and his expression turned solemn. Before him lay a massive spider web spanning several dozen large tree trunks, approximately 300 to 400 square meters wide. In some parts of the web, various bones hung, resembling a chaotic graveyard with no less than 100 skeletons. At that moment, a furry claw sliced through the miasmic fog, aiming straight for Shen Lang's back. The claw was covered in black and white spots with barbs on its inner side. Just as it was about to pierce Shen Lang's back, he slightly tilted his body to evade, countering with a strike at the claw. Crack! The claw broke with a sharp sound, releasing a torrent of black liquid from the severed end. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A pained cry echoed from the miasmic fog, accompanied by several furry legs flailing within the mist. Shen Lang charged forward, getting a closer look at the ferocious beast. Indeed, it is a spider. Upon seeing the web, Shen Lang immediately deduced that the beast that had ambushed him must be a spider. However, this spider was exceedingly large, with its two body segments magnified several times, and its spider legs each measuring over 10 meters. Its entire body was covered in a dizzying pattern of black and white spots. Taking advantage of the standoff, Shen Lang activated his Eye of Insight. Ferocious Beast, Black and White Demon Spider, level 12 skill, Silk Binding Talent, rank talent, Poison Control. Description: can condense miasma poison fog in its domain. The strength of its silk and 8 legs should not be underestimated. Combat Power Assessment 14 stars 4th segment drop rate 5. Seeing that this spider was level 12, Shen Lang slightly furrowed his brow. The Baiwa Wilderness is an area for level 10 ferocious beasts. Why is there one above that level here? However, although the black and white demon spider is a level 12 beast, its combat power is only at 14 stars, still inferior to the level 10 elite undead bone wolf. Having lost one leg, the black and white demon spider seemed to sense the strength of the human before it. After a moment of confrontation, it attempted to flee. Yet in its moment of escape, it spat out strands of silk. It was not trying to attack Shen Lang, but rather weaving it through the forest to hinder Shen Lang and buy itself time to escape. Shen Lang swiftly pursued, and under the crimson blade's light the silk could not impede him at all. Now that Shen Lang had discovered the true form of the black and white demon spider, how could it escape? In just a few leaps, Shen Lang caught up to the spider and severed 2 more of its long legs. Shen Lang targeted its right legs, and with the previous one he had severed, the black and white demon spider was left with only one leg on its right side. It lost its balance. Not only could it not flee, but it couldn't even stand, continuously spewing silk to attack Shen Lang. Meanwhile, Shen Lang's figure weaved left and right, effortlessly evading the flying silk and charging straight to the front of the black and white demon spider. Whoosh! The crimson blade cut through the air, and the black and white demon spider's head fell from its body, spraying forth a large stream of black liquid. The remaining legs of the black and white demon spider twitched a few times before collapsing to the ground lifeless. Congratulations, you have slain the level 12 ferocious beast black and white demon spider, gaining 650 experience points. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 7. Congratulations, your 4-dimensional attributes have increased by 10. Congratulations, you have gained 5 free attribute points. With the death of the black and white demon spider, the experience it provided allowed Shen Lang to smoothly advance from level 6 to level 7. His attribute points surged, elevating Shen Lang's strength to the next star, finally breaking through to 20 stars 6th segment. During this upgrade, Shen Lang also noted how much experience was needed to reach level 8. 18000. Compared to the 700 needed to rise from level 6 to 7, it was a full 100 experience points more. The most experience Shen Lang had gained from slaying beasts was from the previous undead bone wolf, which yielded 110 experience points. To reach level 8, he would need to kill 17 undead bone wolves. However, the undead bone wolves are elite ferocious beasts and not frequently encountered. In contrast, the level 12 beast only provided 650 experience points, indicating that reaching level 8 would not be easy. I need to speed up. Shen Lang muttered, wasting no time, and immediately began extracting from the black and white demon. Extraction successful, you gained 2 agility attribute points. Unfortunately, he did not extract any talent skills, but this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Shen Lang quickly left the forest and headed towards the next ferocious beast's den. Following this, he entered full combat mode, slaughtering his way to the edge of the Baiwa Wilderness. During this time, he also discovered an issue. During the first village battle, a map of the ferocious beast's distribution was provided. Maps were available from level 1 to level 10, but none for levels beyond 10. Now Shen Lang's foundational combat power has exceeded 20 stars, and naturally he desires to hunt higher level ferocious beasts. After all, the higher the level of the ferocious beasts, the greater the experience they provide, allowing him to quickly level up to level 8 and achieve victory in the village battle. However, Shen Lang did not find any ferocious beasts above level 10. He remained in the area designated for level 10 beasts. Although he encountered some ferocious beasts above level 10, the map indicated that he was still within the Moon Worship Wilderness area. He wondered whether this was the end of the novice village map, or if the Moon Worship Wilderness was truly this vast. No matter, let's level up first. Following this, Shen Lang continued to search for ferocious beasts, harvesting experience points. An hour later, 12 ferocious beasts had fallen under Shen Lang's blade, bringing him a substantial amount of experience. Regrettably, he did not draw any talent abilities, only obtaining 22 attribute points. During this time, he also traded with 114,116 novice village players for 3 spirit herbs, one of which was a toxic spirit plant. However, the other 2 provided him with 3 physique attribute points and 2 agility attribute points. He also had 6 ferocious beast corpses, from which Shen Lang extracted 12 attribute points. While searching for ferocious beasts, Shen Lang opened his personal attributes. Nickname Dark Knight. Level 7546018000. Profession Level 2 Godslayer, 50,300. Fortune Value 30. Strength 212D Level Talent Strength Enhancement. Agility 207D Level Talent Agility Enhancement. Physique 20730E Level Talent Physique Enhancement, Immune to all poisons. Energy 212 F Level Talent Hearing Enhancement, F Level Talent Smell Enhancement, D Level Talent Mental Enhancement, F Level Talent Sight Enhancement. Innate Talent SSS Level Super Divine Extraction. Special Talent D Level Talent Water Elemental Manipulation, E Level Talent Bloodline Boiling. Skills SSS Level Passive Divine Blessing, S Level Active Skill Eye of Insight, C Level Skill Beast Control, E Level Skill Nether Fire Burning. Combat Power 21 stars 6 segments. Available attribute points 10. Items: Spatial Ring, Blood Drink, Mad Blade 1, 5th tier Thunderlight Armor 1, 3rd tier Swift Boots 1, 3rd tier Blood Cutting Dagger 1, 2nd tier Iron Dagger 2. His four-dimensional combat power had increased by 1 star, and his experience had skyrocketed to 5,000. With about 120 more, he could reach level 8. Since the start of the village battle, only 3 hours had passed. The speed is acceptable, but a bit slower than I expected. Shen Lang felt somewhat helpless about this. After all, the ferocious beasts in the level 10 area were incredibly hard. Although players from the 114-116 novice village were willing to help him find ferocious beasts, they simply did not have the strength to reach the level 10 beast area. Then Shen Lang opened the chat channel starting with the 114-116 novice village chat. One must say that the people of Huaxiao are truly united at critical moments, all discussing where there are level 5 and level 6 ferocious beasts, who has spirit herbs and spirit trees. In short, they are all eager to contribute to Shen Lang's leveling up. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Shen Lang's face. He felt a sense of belonging to some extent. These players played a minimal role in the village battle, at most providing Shen Lang with some attribute points, but they were all trying their best. Shen Lang did not speak in the chat channel. It was meaningless. He turned and opened the 12342 novice village chat channel. After so much time, he wanted to know how the player Asen Kirin was doing. After all, this guy was extraordinarily lucky to awaken dual talents, both of which were B-level, so he couldn't be considered weak. In the 121342 novice village chat channel, the discussions among the Asans were fervent, of course, all regarding the 114116 novice village. That dark knight is quite strange, not allowing other Huaxiao people to help him find ferocious beasts, instead only wanting ferocious beast corpses and spirit herbs and fruits. I saw that too. The key is other players actually listen to him. Hey, isn't that how Huaxiao people are mysterious, and actually nothing special, a bunch of fools? Exactly. Clearly the population is not as large as our Curry country, yet they still claim to be a major nation. We Curry country is the populous country. Don't worry, in the future all of Asia will belong to our Curry country. Huaxiao only deserves to be our little brother. By the way, I wonder if Lord Kirin is leveling up now. Not so soon, it's only been a little over 2 hours. I heard it takes over 10,000 experience to reach level 8. It might take a day or two. Shen Lang looked at these chat messages feeling both amused and exasperated. Sometimes he genuinely wondered why these Asans were so brave. Could it be from drinking the Ganges water since childhood? At that moment, a player who seemed to be following Kirin reported his progress. Lord Kirin doesn't have time to speak, so I'll relay his message. Lord Kirin's experience progress is already 3212180000. When this player's information popped up, the Asans were ecstatic. This is our high caste. Lord Kirin is amazing. How many ferocious beasts has he killed? Truly formidable. Invincible. Haha, according to Lord Kirin's progress, this is already 1/6. In less than a day, he will level up. By the way, how are the Huaxiao people over there? Does anyone know their progress? Not sure. The one called Dark Knight has never shown up, and no one has mentioned his progress. Perhaps his progress is too slow to mention. I truly pity these Huaxiao people. If this were the real world, I would definitely send them some holy water to replenish their health. They should ask the cow dung every day. The divine cow will bless them. We are bound to win with double resources and so many attribute points. Thank you, Lord Kirin. Thank you, Lord Kirin. You are my idol. Shen Lang watched these Asans chat, feeling utterly nauseated, their confidence reaching an utterly hopeless level. Indeed, Kirin's progress was quite good, but compared to others it was far behind. Kirin had only 1/6 progress, while Shen Lang was close to 1/3. Suppressing his disgust, Shen Lang exited the 12342 novice village chat channel, determined to speed up and finish this village battle. Since these Asans are so confident, he would thoroughly crush their confidence underfoot. After leaving Asans chat channel, Shen Lang continued his search for ferocious beasts in the Baiwei wilderness. As before, apart from the jungle where the black and white magic spider resided, the wilderness was indeed a desolate land, making it difficult to see the presence of trees. It has been over 20 minutes since the last time he killed a ferocious beast. This means that Shen Lang had not encountered any ferocious beasts for a full 20 minutes, demonstrating the scarcity of such creatures in the Baiwei wilderness. Moreover, this was after the 114,116 novice village won a village battle, resulting in a doubling of resources. One can imagine that without the doubling, the number of ferocious beasts would be even lower. From this, one can also see the reasonableness of the village battle cards. If you want more ferocious beast resources, then initiate a village battle. Undoubtedly, this is a disguised encouragement for conflicts between novice villages. However, these thoughts only flashed through Shen Lang's mind. What was most important to him now was to find ferocious beasts and kill them to gain experience. The sooner he levels up, the sooner he can secure victory in the village battle. Finally, after a few more minutes, Shen Lang encountered a ferocious beast once again. Ahead on a low slope, a large bear was feasting on flesh and blood, with only a pile of white bones smeared with some blood. Looking at these bones, Shen Lang felt a pang of heartache. If only he had arrived a little earlier, he might have been able to pick up a ferocious beast's corpse for free. Just as Shen Lang noticed the large bear, the bear also spotted Shen Lang, who was quickly traversing the wilderness. The large bear turned its head, its sharp teeth still gnawing on a piece of flesh, its crimson eyes fixed on Shen Lang with a cold and fierce glare, as if the arrival of this person had disturbed its meal, making it very displeased. At the same time, Shen Lang had already activated his Eye of Insight on the large bear. Ferocious Beast Earth Violent Bear Elite Level 11 Skill A level skill Sandification Talent Earth Element Manipulation Introduction. Once an ordinary black bear, it was corrupted by the power of the gods, becoming evil and powerful. Combat Power Assessment 18 stars 9th rank drop rate 20. Seeing the information about the large bear, Shen Lang was both surprised and delighted. He was delighted that this was yet another elite level ferocious beast. Killing it would yield him over 1,000 experience points. He was surprised that the Earth Violent Bear was a beast corrupted by the gods. Moreover, it possessed a level talent for earth element manipulation and a level skill of sandification. Fortunately, the combat power of this Earth Violent Bear was not high, just at 18 stars and 9th rank, still weaker than Shen Lang. However, Shen Lang never let his guard down against any ferocious beast. After all, this was the 9th world, a place where one could lose their life at any moment. He had no right to underestimate any opponent. Until his opponents became cold, lifeless corpses. Roar. As Shen Lang assessed the Earth Violent Bear, the bear had already roared and charged towards him. As it came rushing in, Shen Lang suddenly changed his expression, and in the next moment, the blood-drink frenzy blade swiftly slashed backward. Boom. A huge earth spike had somehow condensed and was stabbing towards his back. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have been caught off guard. Fortunately, Shen Lang sensed the crisis in time, turned around, and shattered the earth spike with a single slash. But at that moment, the Earth Violent Bear had also lunged beside Shen Lang, its glimmering claws aimed directly at Shen Lang's chest. This is becoming smarter, moving so fast, and controlling the earth spikes for feints. Shen Lang cursed inwardly, his actions not slowing down as he slashed at the large bear's front claws. To his surprise, the Earth Violent Bear did not dodge or block, and its gaze towards him even held a trace of mockery. The blood-drink frenzy blade successfully cut into the bear's front limb, severing it. However, no blood flowed from the wound on the bear's limb. Instead, sand began to spill out. Shen Lang instantly realized no wonder the Earth Violent Bear did not dodge or evade. This was the bear's skill, a level sandification. Although it sounds slow, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. After Shen Lang slashed at the bear's front limb and found it ineffective, he quickly retreated to create distance. When he stopped, he witnessed a bizarre scene. He saw that the already severed front limb of the Earth Violent Bear was now flowing with sand and had actually regrown into a complete front limb. What the hell? How can I kill it? Is it truly immortal? Shen Lang's expression changed slightly, then he cursed, another trick, huh? Immediately after, he raised the blood-drink frenzy blade and fiercely slashed backward again, shattering another earth spike. Even if it's sandification, it can't truly be immortal. There must be a weakness. As Shen Lang dodged the occasionally appearing earth spikes, he fixed his gaze on the Earth Violent Bear, charging at him again, contemplating a strategy. Let's give it another try. Facing the roaring Earth Violent Bear, Shen Lang did not retreat, but instead charged forward to engage in combat. In a frontal battle, the Earth Violent Bear was no match for him. The Earth Violent Bear seemed to have absolute confidence in its sandified form, still not dodging or evading the blood-drink frenzy blade. The blade gleamed with flashes of light, as Shen Lang nearly shredded the beast's body. However, in the blink of an eye, sand flowed over the Earth Violent Bear's body, and the wounds left by the blood-drink frenzy blade instantly healed. I've tried all the vital spots, the head, the heart, everything. It was useless. Does this guy really have no weakness? Is it truly immortal? Shen Lang circled around the Earth Violent Bear, moving swiftly to evade the earth spikes it was controlling from it. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed Shen Lang's mind. Why think about the Earth Violent Bear's weaknesses? After sandification, it truly had no weaknesses. However, while the sandified Earth Violent Bear had no weaknesses, the sand itself certainly did. I refuse to believe it. I will find a way to defeat you. Shen Lang raised the blood-drink frenzy blade and swiped his hand across the blade, immediately igniting a ghostly. This was the level skill he had acquired, Nether Fire Burn. In the next moment, without waiting for the Earth Violent Bear to react, Shen Lang dashed towards it with the speed of his agility boots, swinging the blood-drink frenzy blade as he once again slashed at the bear. Roar, roar, roar. As Shen Lang had expected, the Earth Violent Bear feared the flames. After taking a few hits, it let out a painful roar and turned to flee. In fact, the Earth Violent Bear had already wanted to run as soon as it saw Shen Lang unleash the Nether Fire. Unfortunately for it, Shen Lang was too fast, it could not escape. Shen Lang focused his gaze on the bear's wounds, and his expression brightened with joy. It was indeed effective. The cuts on the Earth Violent Bear's body were not healing like before, but were crystallizing. Moreover, the Nether Fire was not only burning its wounds, but was also spreading through the wounds, continuously engulfing the Earth Violent Bear's body. The bear was trying to pat out the flames on its body as it fled, but it could not extinguish them. Shen Lang immediately pursued, slashing again, and leaving several new wounds on the Earth Violent Bear, causing the Nether Fire to blaze even more fiercely. Before long, the Earth Violent Bear fell to the ground in a strange position, completely crystallized. Congratulations, you have killed the level 11 ferocious beast Earth Violent Bear Elite, and gained 1500 experience points. Congratulations, you have killed the level 11 ferocious beast Earth Violent Bear Elite, and gained 20 God-slaying experience. Congratulations, you have killed the level 11 ferocious beast Earth Violent Bear Elite, and gained 6 luck points. Congratulations, you have killed the level 11 ferocious beast Earth Violent Bear Elite, and acquired item quest card 1. Listening to the notification from the system, Shen Lang was overjoyed. 1500 experience points, 20 God-slaying experience, 6 luck points, and it dropped an item. Just a single ferocious beast, and he gained almost everything, a grand slam. However, Shen Lang looked at the card floating above the Earth Violent Bear's corpse, wondering what this quest card was. It appeared similar to the village battle cards. Shen Lang hurried towards the Earth Violent Bear's corpse, eager to see what this card truly was. At this moment, the Earth-breaking bear's body was entirely engulfed by the infernal flames, turning it into a glazed state. If not for the numerous scars adorning its body, it would resemble an exquisite art statue. Above the corpse of the Earth-breaking bear, a card suspended in midair resembled the village duel card that the Sunlight Beauty had once traded with him. Shen Lang stepped forward and grasped the card in his hand. This time, without using the Eye of Insight, the information of the card directly manifested before his eyes. Special item quest card description: activate the card to receive a corresponding quest. Upon completion, rewards will be. Looking at this simple description, Shen Lang's eyes twitched. It was equivalent to saying nothing. With a name like quest card, who wouldn't know it related to a quest, yet it didn't specify what the quest was. Shen Lang examined the quest card, thought for a moment, and decided to activate it directly. Regardless of the quest, if he lacked the strength to complete it, he could just set it aside. After all, the description didn't mention any penalties. As Shen Lang activated the quest card, it gradually transformed into fragments of light and dissipated. Once the card had fully vanished, a notification sound echoed from the Great Tao. It was not directed solely at Shen Lang, but was an announcement for the Novice Village, resonating in the minds of all players in Novice Village 114116. Announcement. 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 Congratulations to the novice player Dark Knight for slaying the ferocious beast and obtaining the first quest card of this village, which has been activated. Special reward for the novice player Dark Knight Luck 6. The quest system is officially open. All players in Novice Village 114116 can activate the quest channel. In the quest channel, you can view your ongoing quests as well as unactivated quests. Please complete your quests as soon as possible. After the announcement sound faded, Shen Lang quickly opened his personal Great Tao display. Next to his personal information bar, a new button appeared, which was the quest channel. Shen Lang opened the quest channel and two options popped up: personal quests and comprehensive quests. Under comprehensive quests, there was currently nothing. However, under the personal quest section, there was an ongoing current task. Current task: find 5 sealing keys to open the Novice Village barrier. Task description 1. The Novice Village is protected by a mysterious barrier. Only by breaking this barrier can players leave the Novice Village and enter the true Ninth World, where all players' paradise lies. Task description 2. The Ninth District has yet to have any Novice Village break its barrier. Go become the first player to open the Novice Village barrier. Task hint 1. The first key is located among the Golden Lion herd in the western part of the Baiwei Wilderness. Slay the Golden Lion King to obtain the first key. Coordinates of the Golden Lion herd: 5678, 34,522. The coordinates of the second key will be updated immediately after obtaining the first key. Shen Lang looked at the task description and hints a look of realization dawning on his face. No wonder he couldn't escape the level 10 ferocious beast area. It turned out the Novice Village was indeed blocked by special powers, making it impossible to leave. And to get out, he needed to complete this task. However, this task system was quite good, as it even marked the locations of the task. Moreover, there was no time limit or penalties for this task, indicating that it didn't need to be completed immediately. It was considered a long-term task. Of course, completing it sooner would definitely be beneficial. According to the task description, none of the 1,000 novice villages in the 9th district had yet opened their barriers. If he could reach the outside world of the novice village sooner, it would surely allow him to seize the opportunity. However, judging by how Shen Lang obtained the quest card, it might take some time for other novice villages to get their hands on one. After all, there wouldn't be many who could kill their way into the level 10 ferocious beast area at just a few levels like Shen Lang. This wasn't absolute, as there were 1,000 novice villages in the 9th district with over 1 million players. It was inevitable that some prodigies would emerge. Thus, if he could complete this task quickly, he shouldn't deliberately drag his feet. I also need to slay ferocious beasts to level up and win the village duel. This has marked the coordinates of the Golden Lion herd for me. It saves me the time to find ferocious beasts. It's a win-win. Shen Lang immediately opened the ferocious beast distribution map, and as luck would have it, the coordinates of the Golden Lion herd were not too far from him. Having made up his mind, Shen Lang proceeded to extract from the corpse of the earth-breaking bear. Super extraction successful. You have obtained grade talent Earth Element Control. To be honest, Shen Lang had been more interested in the sandification skill of the earth-breaking bear. Though it seemed easy for Shen Lang to kill the earth-breaking bear in the end, it was because his skills happened to counter the bear. Otherwise, with the earth-breaking bear sandification skill, it could basically become immune to physical attacks, which was true. However, obtaining another grade talent was still quite good. After a quick cleanup, Shen Lang placed the Blood Drink Mad Blade back into the Thunderlight armor and hurried towards the coordinates of the Golden Lion herd. It seemed not far, but Shen Lang still spent more than half an hour reaching the designated coordinates. As the child of fortune in the novice village, he was quite lucky, slaying 4 level 10 ferocious beasts along the way. These 4 ferocious beasts netted Shen Lang an additional 2,400 experience points and 8 attribute points. This also pushed his experience progress to nearly 10,000, reaching 936018000, already over half. The task includes the coordinates of the ferocious beasts, which is quite considerate. Shen Lang felt very happy about it, as he no longer had to exhaust his efforts searching for the beasts. Killing ferocious beasts to level up while completing tasks is a win-win situation. However, the number of golden lions is simply overwhelming. From Shen Lang's perspective, the golden lions appeared one after another, their brightness almost blinding. 3, 6, 9, 27, 30, 33, 60, 63, 66, 69. As he counted, Shen Lang felt his mind go numb. Damn it, there were nearly 70 golden lions, all of them above level. Shen Lang looked at the 4 largest male lions from a distance. Clearly the Golden Lion King was the biggest among them. Without a second thought, Shen Lang activated his inside eye. Immediately the information about the Golden Lion appeared clearly. Ferocious Beast, Golden Lion King, Elite King, Level 12 Skill, Drank Skill, Lion King's Roar, Talent, Drank Talent, Earth Element, Manipulation, Drank Talent, Strength, Enhancement, Description. One of the rulers of the Moon Worship Wilderness. Anyone who invades its territory will be ruthlessly torn apart. Combat Power Assessment, 25 stars, 5 segments, drop, rate 100. Once again, he encountered an Elite King level Ferocious Beast. When Shen Lang first encountered the Dragon Transformation Fruit Tree, he had killed a King level Thunder Python. However, that level 6 Thunder Python compared to the Golden Lion King before him was simply worlds apart. This Golden Lion King, like a Sanji Lan, possessed dual talents. The only difference is that a Sanji Lan has dual Drank talents while this Golden Lion King only has dual Drank talents, which is still quite terrifying. Surprisingly, the combat power assessment of the Golden Lion King exceeds 25 stars. This is already several stars higher than Shen Lang's base combat power. Of course, this refers to base power. In terms of actual combat power, Shen Lang is not inferior to the Lion King. However, that's still quite terrifying. Ordinary players would have no chance of killing this Golden Lion King. Furthermore, to kill this Lion King, one must deal with the Lion Pack, which consists of another 68 golden lions. Shen Lang then directed his insight eye toward the other 3 slightly smaller golden lions. Ferocious Beast, Golden Lion, Elite, Level 12 Skill, Rank Skill, Tear Talent, Drank Talent, Strength, Enhancement, Description. They are loyal guardians of the Golden Lion King, and any being daring to offend the Lion King will become their prey. Combat Power Assessment, 21 stars, 5 segments, drop rate, 20. These are also level 12 ferocious beasts, though they are elite level, yet their combat power has reached 21 stars. Based on player levels, at least players around level 20 would have a fighting chance, and even then it is uncertain if they could win. There are 3 such elite golden lions. As Shen Lang looked at the other golden lions, those are no longer elite level. They are all ordinary ferocious beasts. Glancing over these golden lions, Shen Lang slightly shook his head. No wonder this task has no time limit. Even the initial novice assessment only requires players to level up to level 10. Even if players reach level 10, without several hundred players they would just be delivering food to the Lion Pack. One can imagine that if Shen Lang's combat power were not so far beyond, such a task card would only emerge for players. Shen Lang's power is remarkable, but he does not believe he can single-handedly take on nearly 70 golden lions. I definitely can't match the entire Lion Pack at once, but why should I challenge the entire pack all at once? A flash of inspiration struck Shen Lang's mind. He could easily take out the lions one by one without alarming the entire. After all, the Lion Pack is not all gathered together, as some of them are scattered. However, the premise is not to alert the entire pack, otherwise Shen Lang would have no choice but to run away. In fact, Shen Lang could also choose to temporarily give up and go to other places to find ferocious beasts, securing the village battle victory first. However, ferocious beasts in other places are too hard to find, wasting too much time. There is a group of ferocious beasts right in front of him. If Shen Lang were to leave now, he would be 100% unwilling. Considering the previous 11-level ferocious beasts gave over 400 experience points, and the 12-level ferocious beasts give over 600 experience points, he only needs to kill more than 10 golden lions to secure the village battle victory, especially since he is less than 9,000 experience points away from reaching level 18. Shen Lang pondered for a long time and finally decided to take the risk. High skill brings high courage. If the Lion Pack is disturbed, he could always run away with all his might. With his agility attribute exceeding 400 points due to Drank agility enhancement combined with the boots of speed, he should have no problem escaping. Shen Lang immediately began to look for a target, and soon discovered a golden lion moving around the outskirts with no other golden lions nearby, unsure whether it was patrolling its territory or simply taking a stroll in the sun. Just then the system prompt sounded again. Sensing a hint from the Dao, Shen Lang quickly concealed his figure and opened the trading interface, where another transaction had just been completed. Someone had traded 3 first-grade spirit herbs for 20 gene of cooked meat. A glance at the trader revealed the name Tian Yu appearing in Shen Lang's mind. Goodness, if it weren't for his own high fortune, Shen Lang would suspect that this fellow was the lucky child of their novice village. Clearly his abilities were average, yet he managed to obtain so many spirit herbs and fruits. Altogether, Shen Lang had acquired nearly 10 from him, which was quite an extraordinary stroke of luck. Slightly sighing, Shen Lang did not hesitate, quickly retrieving the spirit herbs from the trading interface and directly activating the super extraction. Soon he had 3 drops of spirit herb liquid in his hand. These drops were bone strengthening herb liquid, swift herb liquid, and vitality herb liquid, which could increase strength, agility, and constitution. Due to being first-grade spirit herbs, each drop of liquid could only enhance 2 points of attributes. Compared to Shen Lang's attributes, which had completely surpassed 200, this was practically negligible. But even the smallest grasshopper is still meat. His strength was built up bit by bit, so Shen Lang did not disdain them and swallowed the 3 drops of liquid. Immediately his 3 attributes began to rise. Strength increased from 214 to 216, agility from 210 to 212, and constitution from 209 to 211, plus an additional 30 points of defense from the thunder armor, officially breaking through to 241. With his power increasing once again, Shen Lang did not forget the main task, closing the trading interface and raising his gaze towards the solitary golden lion in the distance. Casting an eye of insight, the detailed information about the solitary golden lion appeared before Shen Lang once more. Fierce Beast Golden Lion Level 12 Skill E-Rank Skill Tear Talent E-Rank Talent Strength Enhancement Description Fierce and Bloodthirsty. Do not let its claws touch you or you'll lose a piece of flesh. Battle Power Assessment 15-star 5-segment drop rate 10. Looking at the specific information of the solitary golden lion, Shen Lang's eyes instantly brightened. This golden lion was undeniably powerful with a base battle power of 15-star 5-segment. Coupled with its rank talent and skill, its strength would further increase, making it far from an ordinary 12-level Fierce Beasts match. However, compared to the Golden Lion King and the elite-level Golden Lions, this solitary golden lion seemed somewhat weak. As for Shen Lang, his base battle power had already reached the 21-star level. Dealing with such an ordinary fierce beast was naturally a piece of cake, but his only concern was the sheer number of lions. He couldn't make too much noise. Thus, even though this solitary golden lion was an easy kill for him, he chose not to act recklessly, instead continuing to hide and waiting for an opportunity. As time passed, perhaps due to the golden lion dominating this area for too long, the lion pack had lost their vigilance, and the solitary golden lion gradually wandered away from the group. Seeing this scene, Shen Lang's heart soared with joy, and he cautiously approached. Although he needed to conceal his form, his speed was not hindered at all. In just a few seconds, he had closed the distance to the solitary golden lion, arriving 20 meters away. Not rushing to make a move, Shen Lang first glanced at the direction of the lion pack to confirm that no lions were paying attention to him. The next moment, he focused his gaze back on the golden lion and with a swift motion vanished from his original spot like a gust of wind. With his agility attribute already exceeding 200 paired with his talent and the boots of speed, his speed was taken to the... Now with full force unleashed, he seemed to transform into a phantom, reaching the side of the solitary golden lion in the blink of an eye, only for the golden lion to react after Shen Lang was already close. It stared with its copper bell-sized eyes, looking bewildered at the bipedal creature before it, not understanding how such a weak being could appear in the territory of their golden clan. However, before it could grasp this question, a flash of blade light cut through the air, effortlessly breaking through its defenses, piercing through its flesh and severing its head. At the same time as the blade struck, hellfire emerged, scorching the golden lion's severed neck and preventing blood from spurting. After completing all this, Shen Lang swiftly extended his left hand to support the golden lion's body and gently laid it down on the ground, facing away from the lion pack. This way, even if the lion pack turned to look, they would only see the golden lion quietly lying on the ground, as if it were asleep, utterly unaware that it had already met its demise. Though it seemed lengthy to describe, the entire process took only a few breaths, and Shen Lang had slain the solitary golden lion and set up a disguise at the scene, hiding his figure once again. Of course, he did not forget to extract from the golden lion, gaining 2 additional points of strength attribute. Congratulations, you have slain the level 12 Fierce Beast Golden Lion. Experience gained 650. Once he had completely concealed himself, the Daos prompt finally arrived, albeit a bit late. However, at that moment, Shen Lang did not pay much attention to it and began searching for his next target. He was like an excellent hunter, hiding in the shadows and patiently waiting for the opportune moment. The golden lion pack, completely unaware of the impending danger, continued to roam leisurely in their territory. Soon Shen Lang found another opportunity and used the same method to slay another golden lion. Unfortunately, this time, aside from the 650 experience points, the super extraction unfortunately failed, and he did not gain any additional attributes. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and Shen Lang had been continuously hunting down solitary golden lions. Aside from the first 2, he had killed 5 more, making a total of 7. One of the golden lions allowed him to extract another 2 points of strength attribute, raising his strength to 220. However, since he had extracted more than 3 times, he could no longer extract from the ordinary Fierce Beast level golden lions, which left Shen Lang quite regretful. Moreover, because he had disguised each golden lion's body, even after the loss of 7 lions, the Golden Lion King noticed nothing amiss. On the contrary, Shen Lang had seen his experience points soar from the 7 golden lions. Level 7, 139, 101, 8000. Just over 4,000 experience points away, he could level up to level 8 and win against Asan from that novice village. Counting it up, it was just a matter of 7 or 8 golden lions. However, the current lion pack had no solitary lions left, which was quite disappointing. If he wanted to continue attacking, he could only target those golden lions gathered in small groups. Shen Lang looked at the 2 golden lions in the distance, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, as if it were worth a try. With a decision made in his heart, Shen Lang held his breath and focused, beginning to approach the 2 golden lions that were slowly drawing near. On the plain, the 2 golden lions were frolicking and playing. However, as they played, one lion hopped onto the back of the other instantly, making Shen Lang's expression quite remarkable. What a live broadcast. Is this paid content that I can watch without spending money? Oh, it's just a lion show, then it's fine. After a moment of internal complaints, Shen Lang did not expect the 2 lions to be so playful, brazenly riding on each other in broad daylight. However, this presented a good opportunity for him. The 2 golden lions, engrossed in their lionly affairs, naturally lowered their vigilance to the minimum. At that moment Shen Lang's stealth speed quickened, and he soon found himself not far from the two lions. Concealing his figure and not rushing to act, Shen Lang swiftly cast an inside eye. Beast Golden Lion level 12 skill SSS-Grade skill roar talent, SSS-Grade talent skin enhancement description fierce and bloodthirsty, don't let its claws touch you or a chunk of flesh will be torn off. Combat power assessment 15-star level 5 drop rate 10. These two golden lions are ordinary beasts and do not reach the elite level. It was precisely because he had to deal with two at once that Shen Lang was a bit more cautious. Otherwise, with such creatures, he could take them down with a single strike each. Gradually adjusting his breathing, Shen Lang gripped the blood-drink mad blade in his right hand. For him, killing the two golden lions was not an issue. The problem was how to do it without making a sound. Thus, he needed to wait for a one-hit kill opportunity. He did not have to wait long. Soon the chance he was waiting for arrived. He saw the male lion, which had been lying on the back of the female lion, suddenly shake, and Shen Lang's eyes brightened as he focused on the two golden lions. Good opportunity. Internally exclaiming, Shen Lang no longer hesitated. He exploded into action. The blade flashed through the air, and the sharp edge effortlessly severed the head of the golden male lion. A hint of what could be considered a look of pleasure remained on its face, as it didn't even come to its senses before death. Simultaneously, the nether fire burned around the male lion's neck, sealing off the blood inside, and preventing any blood from spilling out. With one strike, Shen Lang had slain the male lion, and he did not stop. He continued towards the female lion. Compared to the male lion, which did not react at all before dying, the female lion was slightly better, perhaps not being as... Sensing the impending crisis, the female lion's ferocity erupted, and she immediately lunged forward, intending to pounce on Shen Lang. However, she forgot that she was still linked to the male lion, so her pounce was ultimately unsuccessful. In fact, due to the weight of the male lion's corpse, the female lion found herself momentarily unable to move. This granted Shen Lang crucial time, and his blade descended to sever the female lion's head. With that, Shen Lang achieved a double kill success. It could be said that in this battle the difficulty lay not in the strength of the opponents, but in how to quietly and silently kill the two lions. After all, they were not lifeless beings. They would struggle. If there was even the slightest noise, Shen Lang's ambush would fail. Fortunately, everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction, and he had succeeded. For a moment, Shen Lang felt a sense of relief. However, in this world things rarely go as planned. Just when Shen Lang thought everything was settled, suddenly the male lion's head, which was supposed to be falling, collided with the female lion as she attempted to pounce on Shen Lang. Although the impact was not strong, it was just enough to send the male lion's head flying away. Shen Lang had anticipated all scenarios for the ambush, such as not killing both lions with one strike, which would expose him, or that the two lions might make a commotion before dying, alarming the pride. He had envisioned various possibilities, but never imagined such an unexpected turn of events. At that moment, he truly understood what it meant for plans to fall apart. Bang! The male lion's head hit the ground with a... To be honest, the noise was not that loud, it was just a slight sound. However, the golden lion pride was not an ordinary group of animals. Even the smallest noise attracted the attention of several golden lions. As the distant golden lions turned their gaze towards Shen Lang, they naturally spotted the two lions whose heads had been severed. Instantly, the golden lions erupted in fury. Roar! The terrifying roar of the lion echoed, shaking the plain. All the golden lions that were originally lying on the ground were drawn to this ferocious shout. The golden lion that roared did not hesitate, immediately charging towards Shen Lang with several companions. The distance between them was neither too close nor too far, about 1,000 meters apart. Watching the rapidly approaching golden lions, Shen Lang's expression turned grim. This is troublesome. Without hesitation, Shen Lang turned and ran. He was not afraid of the few golden lions charging at him, even if one of them was an elite beast. However, he was wary of the entire pride of golden lions. Just because there were only a few pursuing him now was because the other golden lions had not yet reacted. If they all reacted, he would be in trouble. Thus, Shen Lang ran without hesitation. Even so, despite his decisiveness, he still underestimated the unity of the golden lion pride. Lions are social animals. Although the other golden lions did not understand what had happened, they could comprehend the roar. It represented an enemy attack. For lions, any creature that dared to provoke them must face devastating retaliation. Therefore, not long after Shen Lang began to flee, he witnessed more and more golden lions appearing within his line of sight. The 5 lions that had initially pursued him had already come within a few hundred meters behind him. Seeing this scene, an unpleasant expression appeared on Shen Lang's face. He understood the intentions of these lions. The other lions surrounded him from the outside, while the lions behind tangled with him, waiting for the main force to arrive before pouncing en masse. It was clear that they had made up their mind to eat him. Shen Lang did not expect the golden lions to coordinate so seamlessly without any unnecessary communication. They were already prepared for the kill. With his speed advantage, Shen Lang could still escape if he wanted to at this moment. However, his mind raced. Even if he could not handle a whole pride for now, could he not deal with these few stragglers? With that thought, Shen Lang abruptly halted his fleeing steps, turned to face the pursuing golden lions, his gaze icy cold. Since he had already alarmed the pride, he might as well take down these few lions first. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, and Shen Lang's figure vanished from its spot, once more propelled forward by a terrifying explosive force towards the golden lion. With all his strength unleashed, he transformed into a mere afterimage, completely undetectable by the naked eye. The golden lion that had been pursuing him failed to react in time as a snow-white blade flashed past. Puff! Without a chance to fight back, a golden lion was directly slain by Shen Lang's blade. Witnessing this scene, the remaining golden lions were filled with shock and rage. The leading elite golden lion let out then under its command the golden lions charged at Shen Lang without hesitation. The 4 lions leaped into the air, casting a vast shadow over Shen Lang. They attacked Shen Lang from 4 directions using their claws and mouths. The ferocious beasts were inherently brutal, and the death of their companion only ignited their innate viciousness. Watching this unfold, Shen Lang's gaze grew increasingly cold. Although he had not trained in any sword arts, his immense power combined with extraordinary speed allowed him to unleash formidable lethality with even a casual swing of his blade. As the 4 golden lions were about to pounce on Shen Lang, the ground around him suddenly trembled. In the next moment, 4 earthen walls rose simultaneously around him. The golden lion that had not yet approached Shen Lang slammed directly into the earthen wall. This wall was constructed using Shen Lang's talent to manipulate earth elements. While the earthen wall's defense was not overly strong, it effectively delayed the advance of the 4 lions. The simultaneous charge of the 4 golden lions was disrupted, establishing a sequence of attack due to the wall. Naturally, the first to break through the earthen wall was the only elite lion among the 4. The heavy earthen wall crumpled before it, as if it were made of paper, shattered by a single swipe of its paw. As dust flew, the massive form of the elite golden lion appeared before Shen Lang, its gaping maw seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. Seeing this, Shen Lang's figure moved instantaneously, his blood-drink blade transforming into a streak of light aimed at the lion's mouth. Roar! A heart-wrenching wail pierced the air as the blood-drink blade pierced through its mouth, blood splattering as the elite golden lion displayed an expression of human-like agony. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Lang pressed his advantage, clenching his left fist tightly and delivering a crushing blow to its massive head. Thud! A dull collision echoed as the elite golden lion's skull was brutally smashed flat. Thunderous! Its body fell to the ground, instinctively convulsing. The dignified elite golden lion had been killed by Shen Lang with a single blade and punch. At this moment, the remaining 3 ordinary beast-level golden lions had just managed to break through the earthen wall. However, upon breaching the wall, before they could bare their fangs at Shen Lang, they saw the elite golden lion lying at his feet. Instantly, the remaining 3 ordinary beast-level golden lions froze in place. They were fierce, but not mindless creatures. Now that their leader, the elite golden lion, had been slain by Shen Lang, how could they hope to be his match? At this moment, the 3 golden lions cowered, no longer daring to roar loudly, turning to flee. Seeing their movements, a cold smile crept onto Shen Lang's lips. "Wanna run?" Without a word, Shen Lang drew his blood-drink blade and pursued them. His speed far exceeded that of the golden lions. In a single breath, a flash of blade light cut through the air, and in the next moment, the heads of the 3 golden lions soared into the sky, spraying blood like pillars from their necks, staining the plain red. Hearing the system prompt indicating increased experience, Shen Lang paid it no mind, turning to run towards the elite golden lion. Extract. Super extraction activated. Super extraction successful. You gained 4 in strength attributes. Shen Lang had already extracted from 3 ordinary beast-level golden lions. Their corpses were of no use to him now. Thus, he only needed to focus on extracting from the corpse of the elite golden lion. As a warm current surged into his body, his strength increased slightly, from 220 to 224. Unfortunately, he did not extract any talent, skills, or items, which left him with a slight sense of regret. Composing himself, Shen Lang looked around, and his heart sank. The golden lion pack that had been closing in on him had formed a circle while he was busy eliminating the other golden lion. So fast, Shen Lang was somewhat surprised. He initially thought he could eliminate the few golden lions before the encirclement completed and escape. But now it seemed he had underestimated the efficiency of the lion pack. They had formed an encirclement far quicker than he anticipated. At present, all around Shen Lang, golden lions were advancing from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, pressing in on his position. Their speed was not fast, but they moved in an orderly fashion, creating an intense sense of pressure that even Shen Lang. Gently licking his lips, Shen Lang's gaze sparkled. He had been playing the ambush game merely to ensure a steadier outcome. This did not mean he was truly afraid of the lion pack. If given a choice, he would not engage head-on with the golden lion pack. Striking and retreating was far more comfortable. However, now that he was already surrounded, Shen Lang did not lack the courage to fight back. Gripping his blood-drink blade, Shen Lang stood tall, his expression cold, a calmness enveloping his features. He gazed steadily at the slowly approaching golden lions, fully prepared for battle. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Hearing the sound, Shen Lang turned to take a glance, and immediately spotted a massive lion 5 meters tall, gazing at him with murderous intent from a distant hillside, surrounded by dozens of elite golden lions, each around 3 meters tall. It was the Lion King of the Golden Lion Pack. As the Lion King roared, the ordinary golden lions that had already encircled Shen Lang surged towards him. Hundreds of lions charged, the noise comparable to 1,000 troops, carrying a tremendous momentum. The mere sight of this lion stampede was enough to terrify an average person to their core. However, while the lion pack was strong, Shen Lang was not weak either. Squinting his eyes, he watched the lions rushing towards him, and a fierce roar erupted from his mouth. Kill! His voice echoed across the heavens, a terrifying, killing intent sweeping over him. as he seemed like a peerless demon charging directly towards the Golden Lion pack. In terms of momentum alone, the aura Shen Lang exuded was not in the slightest inferior to the terrifying force brought forth by the stampede of the lions. The thunderous battle cries echoed across the plains as hundreds of golden lions charged fiercely towards Shen Lang. Unyielding Shen Lang launched a counteroffensive. Though he stood alone, the aura he exuded could rival that of 1,000 troops. Soon Shen Lang collided with the entire boom. A roar akin to cannon fire erupted, mingling with the lions' roars and human shouts on the battlefield. Shen Lang seemed like a divine being, unleashing terrifying power with every movement. The ordinary ferocious golden lions fell before him, unable to withstand even a single strike, continuously beheaded. At this moment, the system's notification sounded frantically in his ears. Congratulations, you have slain a level 12 ferocious beast golden lion, gaining 650 experience. Congratulations, you have slain a level 12 ferocious beast golden lion, gaining 650 experience. Listening to the ceaseless notifications, Shen Lang had no time to pay attention. If the golden lions were compared to the sea, then he was a rock within it, immovable despite the raging tides. This situation was noticed not only by Shen Lang, but also by the Golden Lion King on the distant hillside. Although it did not particularly care about the deaths of ordinary clan members, it could not bear to watch its kin being slaughtered. Suddenly, the Golden Lion King, originally standing still on the hillside, let out a colossal roar that shook the heavens, leaving Shen Lang's ears ringing. The ordinary golden lions that had been attacking Shen Lang frantically seemed to receive some command and quickly dispersed. With their retreat, Shen Lang found himself suddenly surrounded by emptiness. But before he could feel pleased, a more intense tremor surged from the ground. Shen Lang looked up to see the Golden Lion King leading a group of elite golden lions charging towards him. Rumble. The earth quaked, gravel trembled. Although there were fewer elite golden lions than the ordinary ones, the aura they exuded far surpassed that of the ordinary ferocious golden lions. Ignoring the elite golden lions, Shen Lang's gaze locked onto the leading Golden Lion King, and he cast a detection. Ferocious Beast Golden Lion King Elite King, Level 12 Skilled Class Skill. Lion King's Roar Talent Class Talent. Earth Element Controlled Class Talent. Strength Enhancement Description: one of the rulers of the moonlit wilderness. Anyone who invades its territory will be ruthlessly torn apart. Combat Power Assessment: 25 stars, 5 segments. Drop Rate 100. Even though it wasn't his first time seeing it, Shen Lang couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the Golden Lion King. With a base combat power of 25 stars and 5 segments, this strength surpassed his own. On top of that, it possessed dual class talents and a class skill, making it overwhelmingly powerful. A beast of this caliber was one he could contend with. For other players, it would be a guaranteed loss. Blinking, Shen Lang fixed his gaze on the Golden Lion King and the surrounding elite golden lions, showing no hint of. The Golden Lion King was indeed formidable, but he was no pushover either. Soon the Golden Lion King leading the elite golden lions approached Shen Lang, who without hesitation swung his blade. The blade energy tore through the void, the sharp aura causing pain to the Golden Lion King's skin. Instead of showing fear, the king's ferocity was fully ignited by the pain. It leaped into the air, raising its massive claw to strike at the Bloodshadow blade. Simultaneously, its gaping maw opened, taking a deep breath, and a terrifying roar erupted from its mouth. This was the class skill. It mastered the Lion King's roar. Not only could the roar intimidate the enemy's mental will, but it also generated terrifying sound waves that could rip apart the foe's flesh. Previously, its roar on the hillside had used this very skill. At that time, Shen Lang had been deafened from such a distance. Now facing it up close, he felt as though he had been struck in the head with a hammer, causing him to sway slightly, his mind blank for a brief moment. Seizing this opportunity, the Golden Lion King's massive claw collided with Shen Lang's Bloodshadow blade. Clang! The air rang with a metallic clash as the two forces met. The Lion King had thought it could quickly overpower Shen Lang with the surprise attack of its sound waves, but it had overestimated itself and underestimated Shen Lang. Despite Shen Lang's momentary daze, it did not affect his power. At the moment of collision, Shen Lang's body swayed slightly, while the Golden Lion King was forced back several steps. How is this possible? The Golden Lion was taken aback, its massive face showing a hint of human-like expression. It could not understand why this bipedal beast, clearly of a lower level, possessed such overwhelming strength. Taking advantage of its moment of distraction to attack did not give the upper hand. Instead, it found itself at a disadvantage. This made the Lion King, who had intended to quickly take down Shen Lang, become cautious. This bipedal beast was peculiar and should not be confronted directly. With this thought, it refrained from attacking Shen Lang and let out a lion's roar, summoning its subordinates to swarm Shen Lang, while it maneuvered stealthily within the pride, looking for an opportunity to ambush. The Lion King's caution indeed saved its life. Although Shen Lang had been momentarily stunned by the Lion King's roar, he had regained his senses after the encounter. He had intended to feign ignorance and ambush the approaching disappointment, but unexpectedly the Golden Lion King was shrewd enough to merely clash with him once, and then hide within the pride, offering no chance for a sneak attack. Seeing this, Shen Lang almost spat blood in frustration. At that moment, the elite golden lions had launched their attack, leaving Shen Lang no choice but to retaliate. Buzz! Buzz! The sound of blades ringing out echoed as terrifying blade energy erupted among the elite golden lions. Though these elite golden lions were indeed stronger than the ordinary ones, they remained insufficient when faced with Shen Lang. While they weren't completely annihilated, they were still forced to retreat. However, Shen Lang's situation was not much better. Although he was stronger than the elite Golden Lions, within their ranks lurked the Golden Lion King, who occasionally emerged to launch surprise attacks. Faced with the Golden Lion King, he couldn't afford to be careless, so he had to reserve some strength to guard against ambushes, leading to a stalemate where the Golden Lion Pride couldn't take down Shen Lang, and Shen Lang couldn't overcome the Pride either. As the situation fell into a stalemate, Shen Lang's brow furrowed slightly. He was not afraid of a protracted battle. With the SS level blessing of the Tao, even if it drained him, he could outlast this group of Golden Lions. However, he had no time to waste on these Golden Lions, as he was still burdened with the village battle mission. If it dragged on too long and led to mission failure, that would be the real joke. Therefore, seeing the Golden Lion King playing hide and seek among the lion pack, Shen Lang simply ignored it and turned his direction, charging towards the ordinary beast-level Golden Lions on the outskirts. Although the elite-level Golden Lions provided more experience for leveling up under the interference of the Golden Lion King, it would take a considerable effort for Shen Lang to hunt the elite-level Golden Lions. Ordinary beast-level Golden Lions were different. Their strength was significantly inferior to that of the elite-level Golden Lions. Even with the Lion King's interference, they would not be able to land a single hit on Shen Lang. Resolute in his decision, Shen Lang immediately changed his attack direction. With a swing of his Blood Shadow Blade, the blade energy shook the earth, sending several elite-level Golden Lions flying before him. Easily tearing through the encirclement of elite-level Golden Lions, Shen Lang stepped heavily on the ground. Boom! Instantly, a violent roar echoed as a massive pit appeared on the ground. Utilizing this explosive force, Shen Lang pushed his speed to the limit. In an instant, he broke out of the encirclement constructed by the Golden Lion King and the elite-level Golden Lions, charging towards the outer beast-level Golden Lions. Seeing Shen Lang's figure vanish, the Golden Lion King, hidden among the lion pack, was momentarily stunned. It did not expect Shen Lang to abandon the boss and instead rush to attack the smaller monsters. However, this moment of confusion did not last long, as the Golden Lion King was soon awakened by a series of terrified roars from a distance. Turning to look, it saw Shen Lang charging into the beast-level Golden Lion group, resembling a celestial deity, descending once again, entering a mode of unparalleled mowing down. The blood drink blade in his hand had now completely transformed into a blood-red hue, having drunk its fill of lion blood. Roar! Witnessing this scene, the Golden Lion King was enraged. An angry roar erupted from its mouth, and it immediately led a group of elite-level Golden Lions to pursue Shen Lang. Accompanied by the tremors of the earth, the Golden Lion King and the elite-level Golden Lions quickly closed in. Shen Lang, who was mowing down the lions, also sensed this development. However, at this moment, he had no intention of directly confronting the Golden Lion King. Instead, he utilized his speed advantage to engage in guerrilla warfare against it. With the enemy retreating as he advanced, the enemy stationed while he disturbed, the enemy fatigued while he attacked, and the enemy retreating while he pursued. Shen Lang adeptly employed the essence of guerrilla tactics, leaving the Golden Lion King spinning in circles as if walking a dog. In response, the Golden Lion King roared in anger, but it was of no use. Its speed could not match Shen Lang's. Aside from its impotent fury, it had no means to deal with Shen Lang. Seeing the frantic expression on the Golden Lion King's face, Shen Lang couldn't help but laugh. There's a saying that goes, the heavens have their cycles, good and evil will be rewarded in the end. If you don't believe it, just look up. Who can escape from heaven's judgment? Now it was my turn to play hide and seek with you. Feeling refreshed, Shen Lang's mindset became even more tranquil. He was in no rush to battle the Golden Lion King, and instead focused on pummeling the beast-level Golden Lions. There were hundreds of beast-level Golden Lions, each capable of providing 650 points of experience. Previously, Shen Lang had already hunted several Golden Lions, and he was not far from leveling up. Now, within just a few minutes, more than a dozen Golden Lions had perished at Shen Lang's hands, bringing him another substantial amount of experience. In the end, Shen Lang leveled up. Congratulations. Your level has risen to level 8. Congratulations. Your 4 basic attributes have increased by 10. Congratulations. You have gained 5 disposable free attributes. The sound of the Daos prompt echoed in Shen Lang's ears. Feeling the surge of heat within his body, Shen Lang focused his thoughts and opened the information panel. Nickname Dark Knight, level 8, 565046 Profession, level 2 Godslayer, 70,300. Luck 42, Strength 234, D level Talent Strength Enhancement, Agility 222, D level Talent Agility Enhancement, Constitution 22130, E level Talent Constitution Enhancement, Immune to all poisons, Energy 218, F level Talent Hearing Enhancement, F level Talent Smelling Enhancement, D level Talent Spiritual Enhancement, F level Talent Vision Enhancement, Innate Talent. SSS level Super God Extraction Special Talents. D level Talent Water Element Control, D level Talent Earth Element Control, E level Talent Bloodline Boiling Skills, SSS level Passive Blessing of the Tao, S level Active Skill Eye of Insight, C level Skill Beast Control, E level Skill Infernal Fire Burning. Combat Power 22 stars, 3 segments, distributable free attribute points, 15 items, Ring of Storage, Blood Drink, Blade 1 5th rank Thunderlight Armor, 1 3rd rank Swift Boots, 1 3rd rank Blood Break Short Knife, 1 2nd rank Iron Dagger. 4 Shen Lang glanced at the increased attributes on the information panel and quickly moved on. With his current strength, the attribute enhancement from leveling up was not particularly strong for him. What he truly cared about was the experience needed for the next level. Upon seeing the staggering 4600 experience points required for leveling up, even with Shen Lang's temperament, he couldn't help but let out a curse. Damn, are you kidding me? After cursing, Shen Lang took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his mindset. Looking at the large group of golden lions before him, he muttered to himself, "Come to my bowl, and all turn into experience for me." Saying that, Shen Lang swung his blade again to charge into battle, continuing to evade the Lion King. Meanwhile, in Newbie Village 114116, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped all players in the chat channel. "Sai, I just want to check on the other side, and that guy Asan is almost level 8, just over 2,000 experience away. Damn, how did that guy's experience grow so fast? I heard he found a beast lair. No way, that's too lucky. Who can deny that? Dark Knight boss, are you there? How much experience do you still need? Don't waste your effort. The Dark Knight boss is definitely not watching the chat channel. He might be busy looking for beasts." As the notification sound echoed in his ears, all players of No. 114116 fell silent in an instant. Expressions of astonishment were etched on their faces, their eyes filled with surprise. They all believed they were on the verge of losing, their faces clouded with worry, only to suddenly find themselves victorious. The abruptness of their win left them momentarily stunned. It was not until the subsequent notification sounds echoed that they snapped out of their astonishment. "New player in Yi belongs to the No. 114116 Novice Village. Congratulations to No. 114116 Novice Village for winning this village battle." As the victorious side, No. 114,116 Novice Village's resources increased by 50, and all players receive 5 to their attributes. As the defeated side, No. 12,135 Novice Village's resources decreased by 50, and all players receive 5 to their attributes. New player in Yi is the first to reach level 8, securing victory for No. 114116 Novice Village, granting 10 luck points. New player in Yi receives additional rewards, 40 attribute points to allocate freely, and a silver treasure chest X. The continuous bombardment of notifications finally made the players of No. 114116 Novice Village realize one crucial point: they had won. In the chat channel, all players were rapidly flooding the screen with their messages. Although their expressions were unseen, the excitement in their text conveyed their exhilaration. "Wow, In Yi is incredible. Not just incredible, but absolutely off the charts. What happened? How did In Yi suddenly reach level 8 without any preparation? Oh, my combat power has broken through to 3 stars thanks to In Yi. Quickly, is anyone going to the other side to watch the show? They're about to lose it over there." In the chat channel of No. 114116 Novice Village, everyone was ecstatic over Shen Lang's upgrade. Suddenly, someone mentioned the opposing team, stirring everyone's interest. He let those bastards be arrogant. Now they know how powerful In Yi is. This time I want to see how they will cry. Stop talking nonsense. If we wait any longer, there won't be any good shows left to watch. Let's go now. As soon as they entered, they were greeted with a screen full of devastated players from the opposing team. How is this possible? Lord Jylan cannot lose. I don't believe it. It's fake, it must be fake. Lord Jylan is of a high caste. How could that Huaxiao person defeat him? We refuse to accept this. We demand a ruling from the Dao to rematch. Exactly. That despicable Huaxiao person must have cheated. How could he win against Lord Jylan, who was raised on divine? Some players from the opposing team found it hard to accept the truth, and even wanted to apply for a Dao ruling to rematch. Watching this, the players from No. 114116 couldn't stop laughing, thinking they really believed the Dao belonged to them and could just demand a rematch. What made them laugh even harder was the fact that Lord Jylan was raised on cow dung. That was just too ridiculous. If only they could speak, they would definitely ask that, "Brother, are you sure you're supporting that so-called Lord Jylan and not just pretending?" Of course, aside from this group, unwilling to accept reality, many others had already started cursing that so-called Lord Jylan. Human nature is such a when you can bring them benefits, they believe everything you say. But when you harm their interests, those who once supported you wish you were dead. Especially in countries like theirs where there is a clear divide between high and low caste, the reality is that these two groups are already filled with contradictions. Now that they are here, the lower caste people are no longer willing to be dogs for the higher caste. Previously supporting that so-called Jylan was merely due to circumstance. Now that Jylan has lost the village battle, they pounce on him like hungry dogs eager to tear him apart. "You high caste pig, how could you lose? You've let us all down." Exactly, you high caste pig, get out and apologize. And you must bear all the responsibility for this defeat. You bastards. How dare you speak to me like this, you lowly Jylan was clearly hiding behind the scenes, but as he saw more and more foul language directed at him in the chat channel, he could no longer hold back and logged in to confront them. However, his appearance only intensified the conflict rather than calming it down. Those players from the opposing team unleashed a torrent of insults upon Jylan. Watching these players from the opposing team tear each other apart, the players of No. 114116 were thoroughly entertained, as refreshing as enjoying an ice pop on a hot summer day. A one word described it: delightful. Unfortunately, such a delightful scene did not last long. With the village battle concluded, resources in No. 12135 Novice Village were swiftly halved, while No. 114,116 Novice Village's resources increased by another 50. As the penalties were enforced and resources dwindled, the chat channel of the opposing team was filled with wails. Meanwhile, the players of No. 114116, who were previously engrossed in the spectacle, were now kicked from the chat channel as the village battle ended, severing the connection between the two novice villages. Yet despite this, the mood among the players of No. 114116 remained exuberant as they praised Yi and discussed the spectacle of the opposing players tearing each other apart, creating a joyous atmosphere. While the players of No. 114116 were still in high spirits over their victory on the Baiwa Wilderness, Shen Lang was also receiving his rewards. With this victory in the village battle, he received a basic reward of 20 points of free attributes and an additional 40 points totaling 60 points. Previously, he had 15 points of free attributes remaining to allocate, and this surge brought his total to 75 points. Moreover, this victory directly rewarded him with 10 luck points, bringing his luck points to a total of 52. The more he had, the stronger his luck became, making it all the more desirable. However, more than these rewards, Shen Lang valued the silver treasure chest rewarded by the Dao, wondering what good items it. Unfortunately, he was in the midst of battle and had no time to open it, so he had to postpone the matter of opening the silver treasure chest for now. He briefly checked his rewards, and not even a second had passed in the outside world. As he looked at the golden lions eyeing him hungrily, just when he planned to deal with them in one go, a sudden burst of light appeared beside the golden lions. The next second, the previously diminished pack of golden lions had reappeared in large numbers, with quite a few elite-level golden lions among them. What the hell? At this sight, Shen Lang's eyes widened as he realized something, and a curse escaped his lips. With the village battle victory, the resources of his novice village increased by 50%, and the ferocious beasts were also part of those resources, leading to a 50% increase in the lion pack. So does this mean he had just dug his own grave? Shen Lang looked at the newly added golden lions with a bit of toothache, having painstakingly worn down the strength of the golden lion clan to this extent. As a result, after the village battle victory, not only had their strength recovered to its peak, it was even stronger than during their peak period. At least at that time, there weren't as many elite-level powerhouses in the only thing that reassured Shen Lang was that although the golden lions had gained many elite-level powerhouses, at least there wasn't an additional Lion King. In contrast to Shen Lang's self-sabotage, the golden Lion King, not far from him, suddenly became excited after experiencing initial confusion. Though it didn't understand how its little brothers had increased again, the more little brothers it had, the stronger its power became, and naturally, letting out an excited roar, the golden Lion King quickly calmed down, its gaze fixed on Shen Lang, the bipedal beast that had trampled its dignity. Although this bipedal beast appeared very powerful, with so many little brothers, now the golden Lion King regained its full confidence. It vowed to tear this bipedal beast which had insulted its authority into pieces. Roar! A roar filled with aggression erupted, and soon the surrounding golden lions also began to roar, as if responding to the Lion King's command. In the next second, Shen Lang saw the golden Lion King charge directly toward him, leading all the elite golden lions. Watching the momentum like a stampede, Shen Lang did not want to clash head-on with this group of muscle-bound golden lions, so he quickly started retreating to increase the distance between himself and the golden lion herd. Of course, he wasn't just running away. While increasing the distance, he wielded the blood-drink mad blade, slashing out waves of blade energy to attack the lion herd from a distance. To be honest, the effect was quite good, and soon a regular level golden lion was cut in half by him, earning him another 650 experience points. Seeing this, Shen Lang's face lit up with joy, and he became enamored with this kite-flying style of combat, continuing to attack, while retreating, ensuring he could strike the lion herd while remaining out of their reach. This scene infuriated the golden Lion King, causing it to roar in anger repeatedly. It had no idea how many times it used the skill Lion King's roar in an attempt to slow Shen Lang down. However, the sound wave technique would have some effect if caught off guard, but with preparation, trying to deal with Shen Lang was underestimated. In the end, the golden Lion King could only watch helplessly as Shen Lang continued to kite the lion herd filled with rage. One by one, ferocious grade golden lions fell under Shen Lang's blade energy, and as time passed, the number increased, causing Shen Lang's experience pool, which had just leveled up, to soar once more. Moreover, to Shen Lang's delight, due to his relentless efforts, an elite-level golden lion also succumbed to his blade energy, though it had to endure 3 waves of blade energy before collapsing. But for Shen Lang, this was a huge gain. After all, the experience provided by an elite-level golden lion was almost equivalent to that of 2 ferocious grade golden lions. Moreover, his blade energy wasn't always hitting. The golden lion herd wasn't made of wooden stakes that would just stand there to be killed. They would also dodge and counterattack. While Shen Lang was dealing with the golden lions at that moment in the 9th District Channel, many novice villages were still awaiting the results of the village battle. Has the village battle of the Huaxiao novice village ended? Yeah, I want to ask too, it should be about over, hasn't it been a long time? Hassan, hurry up and bubble up. Has that Huaxiao novice village been stepped on? No need to say our curry country is the greatest country in the world. How can a mere Huaxiao compete with us, Hassan? This was another person from Hassan's novice village speaking. The superiority in his tone was simply overwhelming, and one couldn't help but wonder where his confidence came from. Stop disgusting people, you bunch of guys raised on cow dung. Don't think you've already won. This time our Huaxiao village. As people from novice villages around the world shouted in the World Channel, another person from the previously defeated Huaxiao novice village finally couldn't help but speak up. As the saying goes, not fighting for buns, but for breath. Until the result comes out, they would certainly support their compatriots. However, it was better for them to remain silent. Once they spoke, it was as if they had poked a hornet's nest, and other countries that disliked Huaxiao began to mock them. Huaxiao people are hypocrites. Do you really think you can win? A mere East Asian sick man living is simply a waste of food. Exactly, I agree with what the neon country said. What right do you have to look down on cow dung? What we eat is divine. Cow dung, you can't even afford it. Good job, little friends from Neon Country, well done. The Americans sent a thumbs up emoji. Thanks for the compliment, Dad. Damn you bastards, I want to see how ugly your faces will be when you lose after jumping so joyfully. Moreover, one player's comment was particularly unusual. His words not only infuriated Asan, but also made the players from other countries change their expressions, silently distancing themselves from the players of Asan. After all, who aside from Asan would enjoy cow dung? Damn it, Huaxiao people, how dare you insult us like this? Once the village battle results come out, I will launch a village battle against you to eradicate you completely. Yo, pretty daddy, that's how it's done. Oh, we should drive these Huaxiao people to extinction. Agreed, our Curry country will definitely support you to the fullest. The players from Curry country also sent messages, and as a result, once they sent their messages, no other players from other countries. Amidst the many countries targeting the Huaxiao players, suddenly Kieran's account came online in the district chat channel. Those from various countries who had been keeping an eye on his account upon seeing this began to ask about the results of the village battle. Facing everyone's inquiries, Kieran remained silent for a long time before finally sending 2 words. What? Damn it, you actually lost. As Kieran typed the words lost, the chat channel of the 9th district instantly exploded. All the countries that looked down on Huaxiao seemed like cats whose tails had been stepped on, furiously agitated. Just when they were in a furious frenzy, the first players from the Huaxiao novice village to join the district suddenly felt a chill rising from their feet to the top of their heads, and then they became completely ecstatic, posting madly. Come out and take a beating. Didn't you look down on us Huaxiao people? What do you have to say now? You from Curry country, weren't you cocky? Why aren't you so cocky now? Previously they were so arrogant, now they are being slapped in the face. For a moment the expressions of players from various countries looked as if they were constipated. Even if you Huaxiao people won by luck, it only represents the garbage of Curry country, it proves nothing. This remark immediately resonated with players from other countries. I suggest expelling Curry country from the alliance, such garbage does not deserve to stay with us. All the players from various countries stubbornly refused to admit that Huaxiao won fair and square. Finally, the players from the 114116 novice village began to make their presence felt in the district. Does it make a difference? Aren't you all in an alliance? Even if you now expel Curry country from your so-called alliance, it won't change the fact that they represented your loss. Shut up, we didn't lose. Lost, thank you. This is just like playing a game. Being bad is the original sin. If you lose, no matter what excuses you make, you still lost. Finally, a player from Little Japan, infuriated, began to curse loudly. The Huaxiao players naturally wouldn't let him off, hurling all kinds of insults, filling the screen. When it comes to cursing, Little Japan is utterly garbage. After a heated argument, a player from Little Japan suddenly spoke up. Huaxiao people, aren't you very confident? Just wait, I will have Lord Yoshikawa launch a village fight. I'm not afraid to tell you Lord Yoshikawa is already level 8, very close to level 9, and he has a great talent. This time I want to see how you Huaxiao people can win. Upon hearing this, players from beautiful country Brazil and other nations suddenly brightened up. Level 8, a top player in the entire district, and he has a great talent. Among a crowd of grade players, a great talent is simply a dimensionality reduction strike. Immediately players from various countries became excited, the sky cleared, the rain stopped, and they felt they were back in the game. A player from Little Japan excitedly said something and then went silent. Soon a player with the nickname Yoshikawa logged. I heard that you Huaxiao people are very arrogant. Is that guy called Yi here? Come out and let me see what kind of garbage you are to dare challenge my Yamato people. As soon as these words came out, the players from the 114116 novice village were instantly enraged, each one cursing furiously. You overstepped, Little Japan. They are all bastards without mothers who would teach them respect. Baka, you are looking for death. Look, he's getting anxious. Baka, I hope you can still be so arrogant when you lose the village fight. Yoshikawa was furious, but ultimately did not continue to argue with the people from 114116. He directly logged off, disappearing from the district chat channel. Haha, this made me laugh. The little Jap actually ran away. We are so scared. Village fight. We are not afraid of you at all, a bunch of little Japs. If our ancestors taught you how to fight in the past, today we will teach you how to play village fights. Let's wait and see. Lord Yoshikawa will definitely step on you. Seeing that someone ran away, the players from 114116 also left the district chat, returning to their village chat. Latest news, a guy named Yoshikawa from Little Japan intends to launch a village fight against us. Coming again. These people really aren't afraid of death. Hey, I feel like we are going to win again. No, are you all that confident? This time Little Japan is coming in strong. That Yoshikawa is said to have a great talent and has reached level 8. What's there to worry about? With Yi around, what is there to fear? The people from beautiful country wanted to bully us, they are gone. The people from Curry country wanted to bully us, they are also gone. This time Little Japan wants to bully us again. What are they? Just a bunch of scraps. I believe Lord Yi can definitely win. Exactly, I agree with the previous comments. Just a bunch of little Japs think they can defeat Lord Yi. I see them as Lord Yi, forever a god, no explanation needed. With 2 consecutive victories, Shen Lang has established an invincible image in their hearts. Not to mention a village from Little Japan. Even if several countries were to launch a village fight together, they wouldn't be afraid. In the Bayou Wilderness, Shen Lang was vigorously kite-flying a pack of golden lions. Under his extreme maneuvers, the golden lions resembled a pack of pugs continuously lured and slain by him, yet he remained unharmed. At that moment, a notification sound suddenly echoed in Shen Lang's mind. Announcement! 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 The 13385 novice village has obtained the village battle card. and has now initiated a village battle against the 114116 novice village. Village battle content: as long as a player is the first to reach level 9, the novice village of that player will win this. Hearing the sudden notification in his mind, a look of bewilderment flashed across Shen Lang's face. He had been too busy hunting the golden lions to keep up with the chat channel, and was naturally unaware of what had transpired there. This led him to feel somewhat confused by the sudden village battle information. Wait, are these guys hungry for trouble? Why are they is this never ending? He thought unhappily, but soon he smiled. Who's going to be the first to level up to 9? Nickname: Enyi, level 8, 265-004-6000. Since leveling up, he had killed dozens of golden lions, mostly of the ordinary variety, but it had significantly boosted his experience. Now the number of golden lions chasing after him was nearly the same as before the village battle victory, and there were even more elite golden lions. As long as he kills a few more, he can reach level 9. These guys are practically delivering resources to me. With this thought, Shen Lang's mindset suddenly calmed. After all, who wouldn't like good people delivering resources right to them? Ignoring the announcement in his mind, Shen Lang continued kite-flying the lion pack. He turned and struck at the lions, a fierce blade aura slicing through and killing another ordinary golden lion. He then turned to run, leaving only the furious roar of the golden lion king. This is too much. Bastard, do you dare to stand and fight me, heathen? The golden lion king roared in anger, but unfortunately Shen Lang couldn't understand him, and even if he could, he wouldn't care. Duel with you? I'm not sick. You have so many helpers, and I'm all alone. If I can kite you to death, I'm crazy if I can. While Shen Lang continued to hunt the golden lions, many players in the 114116 novice village were calling. Although they were confident, they didn't know Shen Lang's situation, so they wanted to ask if there was anything he needed help with. Enyi, are you there? Show yourself. That's right, Enyi, if you need our help, don't hesitate to say, so we will do our utmost. Enyi. Enyi. In the chat channel, everyone continued to call out, but Shen Lang still did not appear. Alright, Enyi probably isn't looking at the chat channel again. Indeed, it seems Enyi doesn't need our help, just like the last two villages. Although winning by lying down is nice, we're all from the same village, it's a bit hard to just watch Enyi struggle alone. Who says otherwise? We also feel bad. After all, the village battle is not just Enyi's business, it's our entire village. But if Enyi doesn't speak, we don't know how to help him. It's not that Enyi doesn't speak. I think it's that Enyi's strength is too great, and we're too weak to be of any help. Bro, that's harsh. Are we just going to watch and wait for Enyi to fight hard to win the village battle? Everyone, don't forget, Enyi previously said he needs the corpses of fierce beasts and various spiritual flowers and fruit. These things should be able to enhance Enyi's strength. Now those who are willing should hunt fierce beasts, look for spiritual fruits and flowers, and then trade with Enyi. Every little helps. Agreed, the one above is right. I'm going to hunt fierce beasts now. Enyi, lead the way. I'm already level 3. I can try to take on fierce beasts alone. I'm level 4. I'm level 5. The chat channel gradually derailed. They originally discussed Shen Lang, but ended up comparing their levels. Of course, more people had already started to take action hunting fierce beasts or searching for spiritual fruits, all to help Shen Lang reach level 9 quickly and win the village battle. Unaware of all this, Shen Lang had no idea that he had gained such a great reputation among the players where his silence could prompt them to actively help him search for resources. While numerous players were busy hunting fierce beasts and searching for spiritual herbs to assist Shen Lang in the level 6 fierce beast area, a young girl efficiently dealt with a level 6 elite fierce beast. Glancing at her information panel and seeing she was still short of leveling up, her gaze fell on the level ranking board beside her. First place, Enyi, level 8. Second place, Sunshine Beauty, level 6. Third place, Nice, level 6. Looking at the first ranked Enyi, her eyes were filled with complexity. She was already in level talent, truly one in a million. Yet Shen Lang was firmly suppressing her, having left her far behind. During this time, she had been diligently hunting fierce beasts, but could never catch up to Shen Lang. On the contrary, the gap between them only widened. After glancing at her own second place, the Sunshine Beauty directly closed the ranking board. As for Nice in third place, she didn't even bother to look at him. He was just a level talent, not worth her attention. Continuing to search for the next fierce beast, she muttered to herself, Enyi, what kind of talent are you? SS or E? In the 13385 novice village, while the 114116 novice village was discussing the village battle, they were also talking about this village battle. Lord Yoshikawa, do you have confidence in this village battle? That's right, the Huaxiao people are cunning. Lord Yoshikawa mustn't be careless. Rest assured, everyone. I already have level 8 with 8,000 experience. That Huaxiao person just leveled up. He definitely doesn't have as much experience as I do. I'm currently hunting fierce beasts, and will soon accumulate my experience to 10,000. With a 10,000 experience gap, that Huaxiao person, even if he fights desperately, can't possibly level up to level 9 before me, Yoshikawa confidently declared, and as soon as he finished he was met with a wave of flattery. As expected of Lord Yoshikawa, truly impressive. Lord Yoshikawa, the hope of our Yamato people rests on you. Lord Yoshikawa, I'm Na Mei Xing Zi waiting for you at cabin No. 9. Haha, everyone rest assured I will not disappoint you. And Miss Na Mei, wait for me, I'm on my way, hee. In the chat channel of Newbie Village 13385, flattered by the crowd's adulation, Yoshikawa swelled with pride. So much so that he temporarily abandoned his hunt for ferocious beasts and leveling up, choosing instead to bask in their praise. Still, he was not idle. Soon arriving at Hut No. 9, he knocked on the door. A woman dressed lightly opened it and greeted him with a sweet smile. Friends, I just visited the Chinese player's village, and they couldn't even locate their own Dark Knight. Hilarious. Ha ha ha. That Chinese player must have fled in terror at the mere reputation of our great river nation. Very likely. The Chinese are weak and easily bullied. Mere sheep no match for our great river nation. It's only natural they'd vanish at the sound of our name. The group burst into triumphant laughter. We mustn't overlook Yoshikawa's contribution. Surely the Chinese dared not show themselves upon learning he already led them by nearly 10,000 experience points. Haha, Riverbank, and you flatter me. Yoshikawa, basking once more in praise, wore an expression of smug satisfaction, yet spoke with feigned humility. Meanwhile, as they reveled in self-congratulation, Shen Lang slaughtered 8 golden lions in the moon-worshipping wilds, 3 elite tier and 5 standard tier. Each elite tier golden lion granted 110 experience points. Each ferocious tier golden lion 650. Combined, this yielded Shen Lang another 6550 experience points. Nicknamed Dark Knight, level 8, 330504600, in Newbie Village 13,385's chat channel. The flattery continued unabated. Yoshikawa, have you set out to hunt ferocious beasts yet? Not yet. I'm currently with Miss Nami, haha. Excellent. Yoshikawa truly embodies the composure of a great commander, truly our role model. Indeed, Yoshikawa's conduct merits deep study. Yet we must remain vigilant. The Chinese are exceedingly cunning, we cannot afford an opening for them. Baka, what nonsense is this, Kobayashi? How could Lord Yoshikawa ever let the Chinese slip through? The dissenting Kobayashi was sharply rebuked. My deepest apologies. I should never have doubted Lord Yoshikawa. No need for self-reproach, Kobayashi. Your concern stems from loyalty to our great river nation. Rest assured, I have full command of the situation. Yoshikawa, observing the squabble in the chat, instinctively projected magnanimity. Thank you, Lord Yoshikawa, for your... Kobayashi offered his thanks. 5 minutes passed, and inside Hut No. 9, Yoshikawa shuddered faintly, suddenly finding everything dull and hollow. After being dressed and groomed by Nami Enko, Yoshikawa entered the chat channel and declared, "Friends, I am about to depart. Pray for my success." At last, Lord Yoshikawa begins his hunt for ferocious beasts. Excellent. May he deliver a crushing lesson upon those Chinese players. Precisely, let them witness the unmatched excellence of our great river nation far beyond the capacity of such sheep. May Lord Yoshikawa triumph gloriously. Might I accompany you, Lord Yoshikawa? I beg to serve at your side in slaying these beasts. As soon as Yoshikawa spoke, a wave of sycophantic devotion surged beneath him. The land of Neon had long harbored deep-rooted subservience, worshipping strength and oppressing weakness, and this strange world had only amplified that ingrained servility to its fullest extent. Faced with Yoshikawa, the undisputed strongest among new arrivals, they strained every fiber to extol him. Ha ha ha. Thank you all for your concern, but no attendant is needed. I head for the domain of level 9 ferocious beasts, a place too perilous for any of you to tread. Gasp. Yoshikawa, you can already slay level 9 ferocious beasts. Truly terrifying. Indeed, I can scarcely fathom their power, yet Yoshikawa has already mastered them. You overpraise me. A mere level 9 beast, dispatched with a flick of the wrist. Yoshikawa declared, brimming with smug triumph. In the moon-worshipping wilds, Shen Lang slew 10 more golden lions, 5 elite tier, and 5 ferocious. He gained another 8750 experience points. Nicknamed Dark Knight, level 8, 4180046000. Well then, friends, I bid you farewell. I'm leaving the village now. Yoshikawa, radiant with self-satisfaction, spoke, and with those words departed Newbie Village 13385, racing toward the territory where level 9 ferocious beasts roamed. To be fair, Yoshikawa possessed genuine aptitude. Within mere minutes, he traversed multiple zones and arrived at the lair of level 9 ferocious beasts. And this occurred barely half an hour after he instigated the village conflict, a span most deemed insufficient for any meaningful progress, given how steeply experience requirements rose with higher levels. Yet none knew that the moment Yoshikawa reached the level 9 zone, Shen Lang had slain 3 more elite tier golden lions, adding another 330 experience points. Nicknamed Dark Knight, level 8, 45104600, gazing at his experience pool, Shen Lang lightly moistened his lips, a glint of quiet amusement dancing in his eyes. Only 2 ferocious tier or 1 elite tier golden lion remained between him and level 9. Just as he prepared to level up swiftly, he noticed something unexpected. The golden lion pack, which had dogged his every step, had ceased pursuit, and worse, was now retreating rapidly in the opposite direction. Shen Lang paused, startled, then realized the truth. His relentless slaughter, coupled with their utter inability to catch him, had broken their will. They were fleeing. Damn it, this won't do. He still needed 2 lions to level up, and the Golden Lion King's spoils were his absolute target. Letting them escape was unthinkable. Halt! Shen Lang roared, urgently, wheeling around and sprinting after them. His speed had always surpassed theirs. Otherwise, he could never have kited them so effortlessly. Distance collapsed rapidly as he pursued. The fleeing Golden Lion King glanced back, saw Shen Lang closing in, and unleashed a furious roar. Instantly, several lions peeled away from the pack to intercept Shen Lang, while the Lion King, without pause or hesitation, fled onward. Having tangled with Shen Lang for so long, the Lion King well understood his terrifying might, and even if Shen Lang turned back, it held not a shred of intent to fight. Seeing the lions blocking his path, Shen Lang, desperate to overtake the Lion King, wasted no words. 2 blinding slashes flashed, 2 ferocious deer golden lions fell decapitated. His experience pool overflowed. Nickname Dark Knight level 9, 478,000. Congratulations, your level has been raised to level 9. Congratulations, your 4-dimensional attributes have increased by 10. Congratulations, you have gained an additional 5 free attributes. Shen Lang's level officially broke through to level 9, and the sound of the Daos prompt echoed again in his mind. Unfortunately, at this moment Shen Lang was completely focused on hunting down the Golden Lion pack and had no time to pay attention to these notifications. However, just because he ignored it didn't mean others did. At this moment, as he reached level 9, the outside world was in complete uproar. Announcement! 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 The new player in Yi from Village 114116 has advanced to level 9, and this village battle has concluded. The new player in Yi belongs to Village 114116. Congratulations to Village 114116 for winning this village battle. As the victorious side, Village 114116's resources will increase by 50, and all players will have their 4-dimensional attributes increased by 5. As the defeated side, Village 13,385's resources will decrease by 50, and all players will have their 4-dimensional attributes decreased by 5. The new player in Yi has been the first to advance to level 9, securing the victory for Village 114116 in the village battle, gaining luck points 10. The new player in Yi has received additional rewards, 40 freely allocatable attribute points, and 1 silver treasure. A series of prompts echoed in the minds of players from both villages like a heavy hammer smashing down and leaving whether from the victorious Village 114116 or the defeated Village 13385. Everyone looked completely bewildered. In Village 114116's chat channel, as the sound of the Daos prompt rang out, the chat channel fell silent for nearly a minute until the first person began to speak, breaking the silence. Everyone, am I hallucinating? And Yi actually reached level 9. I must have misheard. How is that possible? The village battle just started, right? Wasn't there still an hour left? No way, and if I remember correctly, and Yi should have just advanced to level 8 not long ago. So what I heard must have been a hallucination. Upstairs, I really want to agree with you, but I also heard the Daos prompt. Could it be that I'm hallucinating too? And Yi won, the great one is awesome, and Yi forever the god. Oh, and Yi, I love you, I want to have your babies. Enough already. From today on, and Yi is my life's faith, and Yi is invincible. In the chat channel, everyone went crazy, every player was overwhelmed with excitement. In reality, it was as if all players were madmen, running, laughing, stripping, and howling. It's no wonder everyone was like this. While they believed Shen Lang would win, they never expected him to win so quickly. It was almost as if the village battle had just begun on one side and already ended on the other. This feeling was so including this village battle, Shen Lang had led them to victory in 3 village battles, not only doubling the village's resources, but also increasing their individual strengths by 15%. For Shen Lang, a 5-point increase in attributes was insignificant, but for the many ordinary players, gaining just 10 points per level meant that after 3 village battles, they averaged an upgrade of 1.5 levels. With so many benefits brought to them by Shen Lang, how could they not go crazy? It can be said that from this day on, they became Shen Lang's loyal followers. Anyone who dares to speak ill of Shen Lang would not even need him to say a word. The crowd would directly rush to tear. Just as the players on the side of Village 114116 were excited beyond compare, the scene turns back a few minutes. Kikowa hurriedly arrived at the living area of the level 9 ferocious beasts. With his grade talent, even though his level was lower, he was confident he could fight beyond his level. After spending a few minutes, he finally found a lone level 9 ferocious beast. However, just as he was about to hunt it down, the sound of the Daos prompt rang out. After hearing the Daos prompt, Kikowa was completely dumbfounded, his mouth slightly agape, eyes wide open, unable to say a complete sentence. After a long while, Kikowa gritted his teeth and said, Bakayaru, how is this possible? How could that damned Huaxiao person reach level 9 so quickly? I don't believe it. Kikowa shouted in anger, wildly slashing at the surrounding flowers and grass with his katana, even attracting the attention of the level 9 ferocious beast, which led to him being ambushed and directly beaten into a retreat. In an instant, Kikowa's situation became perilous. This frightened him into calming down, preparing to confront the enemy. However, just as he was about to deal with the level 9 ferocious beast, suddenly the beast in front of him transformed into a beam of light and vanished before his eyes. Not only that, but the mountains and rivers around him began to rapidly diminish, and the number of ferocious beasts did the same. The already sparse ferocious beasts became even more scarce. Seeing this, Kikowa was completely stunned. He knew what was happening. The punishment of the Dao had been activated. The resources of their new player village had been directly halved. In Village 13,385's chat channel, Baka, this isn't real, this isn't real. Oh, why did this I don't believe it. How could Kikowa lose? Upstairs, why are you still mentioning that useless Kikowa? It's all his fault. The prey that was right in my grasp flew away, just like that. Damn it, damn it, damn it, it's all Kikowa's fault. How could a Huaxiao person level up so quickly? This is unscientific. The Dao has already acknowledged it. What does it matter if it's unscientific? Now the resources of our new player village have been halved and our attributes have been weakened. All the strength I worked hard to gain is all because of that useless Kikowa. Useless, get out here. If you don't have the ability, don't initiate village battles. Now look, we've all been harmed because of you. That's right, it's all that useless Kikowa's fault. He should commit seppuku to atone for his sins. Seppuku. Seppuku. Atone. Atone. They had previously elevated Kikawa to such heights, but now after his failure they trampled upon him with equal fervor. Everyone blamed Kikawa for the failure, demanding he commit seppuku. In the wilderness, Kikawa, who was watching the information in the chat channel, suddenly started laughing maniacally. He didn't understand why this was happening, but the facts were right in front of him. This failure had turned him into a rat crossing the street, with everyone shouting to beat him. Seeing everyone in the chat channel shouting for him to commit seppuku, Kikawa laughed maniacally, then turned and plunged his katana into his abdomen. The intense pain surged through his head, a coldness enveloped his body, and eventually his figure collapsed in the wilderness. Ding, player Damu Kikawa has committed suicide. The sound of the Daos prompt rang out, and in an instant all players in village 13385 fell silent, their faces filled with astonishment. Kyokawakan has performed seppuku. Kyokawakan was our village's foremost martial expert, yet you drove him to his death. You all deserve to perish. In newbie village 13385, the chat channel fell into stunned silence upon learning of Kyokawa's death. Soon after, his loyal supporters erupted in furious condemnation. Meanwhile, those who had earlier blamed Kyokawa for everything now vanished into silence, afraid to surface. Kyokawa had been their village's strongest warrior. Even after losing the village duel, his irreplaceable value to the settlement remained unmatched. Now that Kyokawa had taken his own life by seppuku, those who had vilified him bore undeniable responsibility for his demise. Chaos engulfed the Japanese-themed newbie village, while across the digital divide players from Chinese-themed newbie village 114116 celebrated exultantly. A stark, almost theatrical contrast. Ugh, the ferocious beasts keep multiplying. I can't even keep up with slaying them anymore. And exactly. Just stepped out of the newbie village and stumbled upon an entire grove of tier 2 spirit fruits. Not one, but a whole grove. So annoying. Same here. I went to draw water by the river and found a black iron treasure chest. No idea who dropped it. Hey up there, enough already. Sure, our village's resources have increased slightly, but this level of exaggeration is absurd. You're overdoing it. Seriously. Still believing a slight increase means just a little. And anyway, we owe it all to Lord Anya, the legendary Shadow Sovereign. Lord Anya, are you online? I'd genuinely bear your child. Me too. I'd gladly bear yours. Though could we please relax the gender fixation a bit? And you pervert upstairs, get lost. Lord Anya would never look at someone like you. He belongs exclusively to us celestial maidens. Hey ladies, you've gone too far. Lord Anya is my spiritual anchor. I won't tolerate any scheming fox spirits coveting my idol. Amid the heated debate over Shen Lang, a sudden message flashed across the chat channel in breaking news. Kyokawa from the neighboring newbie village has committed seppuku. Whoa, seriously? Are the Japanese players that hardcore? They really slice open their bellies after losing. I don't recall seppuku being listed as a penalty in the village duel rules. Haha, it's not a rule penalty. That guy simply cracked under public ridicule. His own villagers mocked him relentlessly until he took his life. In no way. Those little devils actually forced their village's top expert to suicide. That's just how they are, utterly devoid of humanity. When benefits flow, they'll grovel like dogs and bark obediently, but if their interests suffer, expect no mercy. They're consummate double-faced schemers. Hold on, you insulted dogs. Dogs are adorable. In my apologies, I stand corrected. Indeed, those Japanese players aren't even worthy of being compared to dogs. Calling them beasts insults the very concept of bestiality. Honestly, I can't help laughing at this. What should I do? And then laugh. And ha. Meanwhile, deep within the moon-worshipping wastelands, Shen Lang remained utterly unaware of the uproar unfolding beyond his horizon. He had locked horns with the Golden Lion Pride. Having tangled with them for so long, whether driven by duty or simmering resentment, Shen Lang refused to let them slip away. Alas, the Lion King proved cunning, relentlessly dispatching waves of golden lions to impede Shen Lang's advance. Though Shen Lang's speed surpassed theirs, he remained frustratingly unable to close the gap. Damn it, you wretched coward. If I catch you, I'll flay you alive and tear out your tendons. And cursing under his breath, Shen Lang suppressed his fury and opened his status panel. This level up and victory in the village duel granted Shen Lang 60 additional free attribute points. Combined with his prior 75, his total free attributes now exceeded 135. Accumulating more would prove counterproductive. Since the Lion King was so slippery, Shen Lang decided to strengthen himself decisively, then crush the beast outright. Nicknamed Ingen, Strength 244 D-tier talent. Strength Enhancement and Agility 232 D-tier talent. Agility Enhancement and Constitution 23130 E-tier talent. Constitution Enhancement, Immunity to all poisons and Vitality 228 F-tier talent. Auditory Enhancement F-tier talent. Olfactory Enhancement D-tier talent. Mental Enhancement F-tier talent. Visual Enhancement and glancing over his current stats, Shen Lang swiftly allocated his free attributes. Strength 16,260 in Agility 68,300 in Constitution 19,250. Vitality 22,250 in. Of the 135 free attribute points, 125 were consumed, leaving 10 reserved for future use. Upon confirming the allocation, a surge of warmth flooded Shen Lang's body. His power ascended once more, elevating his foundational combat rating to 26 stars. 5th segment. His agility saw the most dramatic leap. Already swifter than the Golden Lions, he now closed the distance almost instantaneously, blurring across the wasteland like a phantom wind. The Golden Lion King recoiled in shock as Shen Lang, previously still distant, suddenly materialized behind his pride. Roaring in panic, he immediately dispatched elite golden lions to intercept. Shen Lang merely smirked, coldly raised his blade, and in mere breaths the elite lions, once formidable adversaries, were obliterated in a single stroke. Witnessing this carnage, the Lion King trembled violently, frantically summoning ever more lions to halt Shen Lang, only for Shen Lang to meet each wave with unrelenting blood-soaked fury. Meanwhile, in Sector 9's global chat channel, players from nations worldwide eagerly anticipated the clash between newbie villages 13385 and 114,116, its tension mirroring the previous duel almost exactly. Aish, hope the Chinese players haven't lost yet, and they'll lose eventually, but surely not this quickly. The Chinese rely on trickery. Winning once or twice is fine, but perpetual victory, impossible. And, well said, Britannians. Our great American nation wholeheartedly agrees. Silence. Have you forgotten your past humiliations? And, exactly. I tell you plainly, the Chinese will not fall. They will triumph, again and again. Ha ha ha, this is priceless. All bluster, no substance. And precisely. With our Yamato people's excellence, what hope do the Chinese have? Players from other Japanese-themed newbie villages sneered scornfully. Facing such coordinated hostility, the previously defeated Chinese newbie village, outnumbered and overwhelmed, burned with helpless rage. At that very moment, a player from newbie village 114116 suddenly appeared in Sector 9's global chat, laughing my guts out. Kiyakawa from the Japanese village just committed seppuku, yet you're still polishing his tarnished reputation. Are you truly idiots? As players from the 114116 novice village spoke, the originally bickering players from various countries in the 9th District's chat channel suddenly fell silent like roosters caught by the throat. After a while, a player from the Little Sun country finally spoke up. Baka Chinese, stop talking nonsense. How could the warriors of our great river nation commit seppuku? Shut up, little devils. Do you want to die? The Chinese players naturally would not tolerate the little devils, especially those from the 114116 novice village. Having won 3 consecutive village battles against foreign villages, their confidence soared, and they immediately began cursing. Bakayu, it's been barely an hour since Kichikawa initiated the village battle, and you expect to accumulate tens of thousands of experience points. Are you kidding us? As soon as this was said by the Little Sun country player, other players from various countries reacted. Indeed, it had only been less than an hour. No matter how strong the Chinese players were, it was impossible to accumulate tens of thousands of experience points in such a short time. At that moment, everyone seemed to have discovered a blind spot and became excited again. Ah, the Chinese are indeed cunning. They are trying to deceive us. Damn it, the Chinese are always scheming. Our Curry Nation players have long seen through the Chinese's plot. They are indeed. In the 9th District's chat channel, players from all over the world began to mock. Seeing their mockery, the Chinese player from the 114116 novice village couldn't help but sneer. A bunch of fools, do you think I need to deceive you? If you don't believe it, call Kichikawa out to confront me. If that doesn't work, call the players from Kichikawa village out. Do you think we Chinese are like your bandit nation that lacks decency and shame? You think you can deceive us? You don't even... The Chinese players mockingly taunted, their words filled with confidence. Their attitude also thoroughly enraged the players from other countries who all wanted to retaliate. However, even if they wanted to retaliate, they needed factual basis. Thus, everyone began calling for Kichikawa and the players from Kichikawa's novice village in the chat channel. Under the continuous calls from everyone, a player from Kichikawa's novice village quickly came online. As soon as he appeared, players from all over the world immediately brightened their eyes and began to ask questions. Someone from your village finally showed up. There's a Chinese person slandering you. Hurry and let Kichikawa come out to slap him in the face. Today we want to completely uncover the hypocritical mask of the Chinese. Many players spoke excitedly. But soon a player from the 13385 novice village said something that sent them crashing into despair. Lord Kichikawa has gone to meet the sun goddess. As soon as these words were spoken, the chat channel in the 9th District seemed to have been paused, instantly falling silent. This matter had already been mentioned by the Chinese player from the 114116 novice village. However, the players from various countries did not believe it at all holding a skeptical attitude. Given their prejudices against the Chinese, no matter what the Chinese said, they subconsciously resisted. But now it was different. A player from Kichikawa's novice village had taken the initiative to admit it. As a result, the credibility of this matter had significantly increased. But this was not something to be happy about. Everyone was some even pinched themselves hard, doubting that everything happening now was just a dream. It was too surreal. This Chinese village must be toxic. With so many national powers targeting them, they not only turned the tables again and again, but also slapped them in the face repeatedly. At that moment, thinking of what they had said earlier, players from various countries felt a burning pain on their faces. How could this? It hasn't even been an hour yet. Kichikawa, how did you lose? It must be that the Chinese cheated. I represent our great river nation in condemning you. Of you idiot, do you think we are still in reality condemning us? I'm so scared. Also, those saying we cheated are really embarrassing. If cheating is possible, why don't you show us one? Sigh, our village's resources have increased again, but so annoying. We have so many resources that we can't use them all. The Chinese player from the 114116 novice village scolded the player from the Little Sun country fiercely, then switched to a show-off mode towards the players from other countries. Watching him speak, players from various countries were trembling with anger, while players from another village turned enviously. That was another Chinese novice village. Big brother, can I go to your novice village? Our novice village's resources are halved, and now a bunch of people are fighting over a fierce beast. It's too difficult. Take me with you. Oh, I want to go too. Me too, count me in. Seeing the comments from the brother village, the show-off Chinese player suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Ahem, I want to help you, but unfortunately I can't do anything. I'm truly powerless. Hearing this, the players from the Chinese novice village with halved resources immediately sighed. Meanwhile, players from other countries, apart from feeling envious, were all turning red with jealousy. They couldn't help but mock. What's so great about that? It's just an increase in resources. The resources in our village might not be inferior to yours. That's right, it's just a village battle won through schemes and tricks. What's there to show off? After some time, when we fully grow up, let's see how arrogant you can be. Indeed, the Chinese are indeed despicable and shameless. Not only have they usurped the great nation status of our curry nation, but they are also using schemes to swallow our resources. The Chinese deserve to die. As it seemed, the 114-116 novice village was about to be drowned by the ridicule of players from various countries. At that moment, a show-off player added quietly, I forgot to tell you, our village also has a village battle card. Don't you feel unconvinced? Let's see who is unconvinced, and we'll initiate a village battle against them. Since you are unconvinced, let's all compete together. After this statement, the previously agitated players from various countries in the 9th district instantly fell silent. Everyone knew that the 114-116 novice village had given birth to a level 9 player, a level that had completely set it apart from the other novice villages. If they were challenged at this moment, they would surely lose without a doubt. Therefore, when the show-off player issued the threat, everyone immediately turned cold and did not dare to continue mocking. Seeing this, the show-off player continued, why is everyone so timid? Is everyone so trash? Didn't you say our village won through schemes? Then let's all compete. A bunch of garbage. As the show-off player made this statement, he felt a surge of exhilaration, feeling delightful from head to toe. Although he was just bluffing, as whether to engage in a village battle was not up to him to decide, seeing the other countries left speechless by his retorts made him feel every cell in his body excitedly jump. At the moment when players from various countries were left speechless by the Chinese players, Shen Lang had finally cornered the Golden Lion King in the Moon Worship Wilderness after a series of frenzied chases. The man and the lion faced each other on the plain. Compared to Shen Lang's calm demeanor, the Golden Lion King appeared utterly. After being hunted by Shen Lang for so long, its loyal subordinates either died in battle or fled in terror, abandoned. This experience could only be described as tragic. If the Golden Lion King could speak, it would have a belly full of grievances to express. Here it was living a peaceful life and raising its offspring, only to be hunted down by this lunatic. It wondered what it had done. In this dire situation, the Golden Lion King roared in anger towards Shen Lang, but ironically, as it roared, it slowly began to retreat, perfectly embodying the phrase, all bark and no bite. Shen Lang found this scene amusing. A smile crept onto his lips as he said, stop struggling, who just obediently become my experience points. Don't worry, it will be quick. After speaking, Shen Lang's expression became serious and his figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already beside the Golden Lion King, raising his bloodthirsty blade high and aiming to slice off its head. However, as a king of its kind, the Golden Lion King had some skills. At the moment of crisis, it managed to react, pulling its head back just in time to evade the deadly blow. Having dodged the attack, the Golden Lion King's fury was ignited by Shen Lang's unscrupulous ambush. It immediately lunged at Shen Lang's neck. Its massive jaws opened in midair, sharp fangs glinting ominously in the sunlight. It was clear that if it made contact, Shen Lang's head would be severed. Unfortunately, although the Golden Lion King was fast, Shen Lang was even faster. All those attribute points he had invested, not only had his speed increased significantly, but his reflexes had also doubled. The Golden Lion King's assault, though swift, appeared to Shen Lang as if it were in slow motion. Every movement became crystal clear in his eyes. At that moment, Shen Lang did not dodge. He simply tilted the descending bloodthirsty blade upwards, and with a powerful swipe, a spray of blood flew as the Golden Lion King's mouth was slashed, losing half of its jaw. The agonizing howls filled the air, and the intense pain drove the Golden Lion King nearly mad. Taking advantage of the momentum, Shen Lang did not let up. After gaining the upper hand with one strike, he swiftly turned the blade and brought it down fiercely. This time the Golden Lion King had no luck. Without any unexpected turns, Shen Lang's bloodthirsty blade sliced cleanly down its neck, causing a massive lion's head to soar into the air, while its enormous body crashed heavily to the ground with a thunderous sound. Boom! Hearing the noise and watching the still twitching corpse, Shen Lang let out a long breath. The Golden Lion King was not the strongest opponent he had faced, but it was certainly the most troublesome. Fortunately, he had finally killed this beast, and Shen Lang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he finished off the Golden Lion King, a notification from the system sounded. Congratulations! You have slain a level 12 king-tier beast, the Golden Lion King, gaining 5,000 experience points. Congratulations! As the first player to slay a level 12 king-tier beast, you gain 10 fortune. Congratulations! You have received a golden key X1. Congratulations! You have received a silver treasure chest X1. A series of notifications rang out, and seeing the various rewards, a smile broke out on Shen Lang's face. It was well worth the effort he had put in. However, he did not rush to claim his rewards. Instead, he quickly moved to the side of the Golden Lion King's corpse. Super Divine Extraction. Ding! Super Divine Extraction successful. Congratulations! You have obtained class strength enhancement. Detected that you already possess the same talent. Stacking enhancement successful. Congratulations! You have obtained class strength enhancement. Class Strength Enhancement Strength increased by 340. Seeing that the Super Divine Extraction had actually yielded a talent, Shen Lang's expression grew even more excited. His strength was already formidable, and now with the upgrade of his strength talent his power had risen dramatically. Suppressing his excitement with great difficulty, Shen Lang looked at the body of the elite golden lion not far away. Previously he had only extracted the corpse of one elite golden lion, and could still extract 2 more times. He couldn't let this opportunity go to waste. Super Divine Extraction successful. You have gained 2 to stamina. Super Divine Extraction successful. You have gained 2 to strength. With the 2 notifications, Shen Lang completed the extraction swiftly, but unfortunately, he only received a few basic attribute points. He slightly pouted, lacking even the desire to pay attention as his gaze shifted towards the distant wilderness. There on the ground of the wilderness lay numerous corpses of golden lions. Blood continued to flow, staining the wilderness red, resembling a scene from the Hell of Slaughter. Of course, what Shen Lang was focused on was not the corpses themselves, but the items that had dropped from them. Almost all of the golden lion herd, except for a few that had managed to escape, had been buried in this wilderness by Shen Lang. With so many golden lions dead, it was only natural that some equipment and weapons had dropped. However, Shen Lang had been too busy dealing with the Golden Lion King to collect them. Now that things were over, he certainly wouldn't miss out. Humming a little tune, Shen Lang cheerfully moved among the bodies of the golden lions, collecting the items that had dropped from them. To his surprise, these creatures had a fairly high drop rate, yielding nearly 20 or 30 pieces of equipment. Nickname and Yi. Level 9. Class Level 2 God Slasher 70,300. Fortune Value 52. Strength 265. Level Talent Strength Enhancement. Agility 306. Level Talent Agility Enhancement. Constitution 25330. A level talent Constitution Enhancement, immune to all poisons. Energy 260. Level talent Hearing Enhancement. Level talent Smell Enhancement. Level talent Spirit Enhancement. Level talent Sight Enhancement. Innate talent SS level Super Divine Extraction. Special talents level talent Water Element Control. Level talent Earth Element Control. A level talent Bloodline Boiling. Skills SS level Passive Tao Blessings. Level active skill Insight. level skill Beast Control. A level skill Infernal Fire Burn. Combat Power 26, Star 9 Dan. Distributable free attribute points 10. Item Storage Ring Blood Drink Mad Blade 1 5th tier Thunderlight Armor 1 3rd tier Swift Boots 1 3rd tier Blood Break Short Blade 1 2nd tier Iron Dagger 4 Gold Key 1 Silver Treasure Chest 3 Black Treasure Chest 4. Looking at his personal information panel, Shen Lang nodded in satisfaction, wanting to ask who else is there. With such luxurious data, he could hardly believe that there was any player who could rival him. Shen Lang thought smugly at this moment. He was truly feeling a bit high-spirited. Fortunately, his self-control was quite good, and soon he suppressed the restlessness in his heart, forcing himself to calm down. He could now confidently say he was at the top of the player community, but clearly he was not the only one standing at the top. Although SS-level talents are rare given the vast number of players, Shen Lang could not guarantee that he was the only one who had awakened an SS-level talent. Therefore, Shen Lang, despite being aware that his strength surpassed that of 99 of players, still did not dare to be careless. Otherwise, if he relaxed now, while others continued to strive upward, there would inevitably come a day when he would suffer greatly when encountering other SS-level players. With this thought, the restlessness in Shen Lang's heart vanished in an instant, replaced by a surge of motivation. Open the personal quest channel. Regaining his calm, Shen Lang promptly checked his personal quests, as this was the key to his early exit from the novice village and rapid growth. Current quest: find 5 sealing keys to open the novice village barrier. Key 15. Quest Introduction 1. The novice village is sealed by mysterious powers. Only by breaking this barrier can players leave the novice village and enter the true 9th world, which is the paradise for all players. Quest Introduction 2. The 9th district has not yet opened the novice village barrier. Go become the first player to unlock the novice village barrier. Quest Hint 1. The second key is held by the Iron Armored Rhino herd in the northern Bayou Wilderness. Slaying the Iron Armored Rhino King will yield the second key. Iron Armored Rhino herd coordinates 45,564, 7,586. The coordinates for the third key will be updated immediately after obtaining the second key. North Iron Armored Rhinos. I wonder how they compare to the Golden Lion King. Shen Lang muttered to himself, marking the coordinates in his mind before closing the quest channel. He did not intend to waste time and wanted to gather the 5 keys as soon as possible, but before heading north, he had one more thing to do: open treasure chests. The 2 silver treasure chests from the 2 village battle victories, plus the silver treasure chest dropped after slaying the Lion King, meant he currently had 3 silver treasure chests. Additionally, during his earlier hunt of the Golden Lion herd, they dropped a few treasure chests totaling 4 black treasure chests. These items had not received his attention before, but now that he finally had some free time, he could not let them gather dust in his backpack any longer. With a wave of his hand, 7 chests appeared before Shen Lang, 3 silver and 4 black. Looking at the neatly arranged chests, Shen Lang rubbed his hands in excitement, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Holding on to the belief that good things should be opened last, he did not open the silver treasure chests first, but instead started with the 4 black treasure chests. Standing in front of the first chest, Shen Lang rubbed his hands, and without much hesitation directly opened it. Suddenly a burst of earthy yellow light appeared, and then it directly merged into Shen Lang's body. What the hell? Shen Lang exclaimed, his expression instantly turning excited. He actually obtained a talent from the Black Treasure Chest, and it was the talent for Earth Element Control. He already possessed this talent, so the newly appeared Earth Element Control talent fused directly with his current talent, upgrading it to D. Although with Shen Lang's current strength, a level talent would not provide him with a significant boost. However, this was something obtained from a Black Treasure Chest. A level talent was roughly equivalent to getting an level talent from a Golden Treasure Chest. Having reached the limit of what the chest could provide was what truly made him happy. Looks like my luck is quite good today, let's keep it up. Shen Lang muttered to himself and continued to open the second Black Treasure Chest. Suddenly the familiar scene appeared again, and he actually opened another level Earth Element Control. Consequently, his talent, which had just fused into D, directly ascended to level talent. Damn, I truly am a lucky king today, let's continue. Shen Lang said excitedly, continuing to open the last two blocks. Unfortunately, what he got this time was quite ordinary, a second-tier dagger and a second-tier short blade. To him, these were already considered junk items. Just glancing at them, Shen Lang skillfully listed the two items on the trading channel, harvesting. Ahem, providing benefit. After sorting all this out, Shen Lang's gaze shifted, finally landing on the 3 silver treasure chests. Compared to the Black Treasure Chest, the upper limit of silver treasure chests was much higher, and for a moment Shen Lang's previously calm heart could not help but ripple with excitement. Spirits of heaven and earth, bring forth good items, open. Muttering incantations, Shen Lang suddenly opened the first silver treasure chest, and immediately a flash of flowing light appeared, revealing an item before Shen Lang. Golden Lion Armor, 5th tier armor, dropped after killing the Golden Lion King. Defense 200, damage reflection 30. The item information from the chest floated before him, and Shen Lang could not suppress the smile that was rising at the corners of his mouth. His luck today was indeed quite good. He had drawn something great. The rarity of 5th-tier equipment goes without saying. Among all the ferocious beasts he had slain, he only had a blood drink mad blade. What was even rarer was that this was a defensive piece of equipment, and for a moment Shen Lang even doubted whether he had done something to win the favor of the goddess of luck. Swiftly replacing his 3-retire armor with the 5th-tier Golden Lion armor, Shen Lang immediately felt a surge of safety within himself. With everything prepared, his gaze shifted to the remaining 2 treasure chests, filled with intense anticipation. Although he knew the probability of obtaining good things consecutively was low, Shen Lang still held onto a sense of anticipation in his heart. Rubbing his hands together without any hesitation, Shen Lang quickly opened the second white treasure chest. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed, causing Shen Lang's expression to change. Damn, another item has appeared. Surprised in his mind, Shen Lang did not rush to check the items he had opened. Instead, he gathered his energy and opened the last white treasure chest as well. Since he had consecutively opened good items, it could be said that he was in a streak of good luck if he didn't open the chest now. Sure enough, when the last white chest opened, a fiery red light instantly flew out from the chest and then dove into Shen Lang's body. At that moment, Shen Lang felt a closeness to the fire elements in the world. The last chest had actually bestowed upon him a Grade talent for controlling fire elements. With this talent, his means of dealing with adversaries had increased. He felt delighted, but Shen Lang quickly calmed down. Although the Grade talent was quite good to him, it was merely an embellishment. Hence he was happy, but not overly surprised. After calming down, Shen Lang turned to look at the items he had just opened. His gaze swept over, and a pair of boots immediately caught Shen Lang's attention. Instinctively, he activated his insight eye to check the information of the boots. Light Wind Boots, Tier 5 equipment, crafted from a wisp of breeze and precious materials from the world. Speed 200, agility 30. Looking at the attributes of the Light Wind Boots, Shen Lang couldn't help but smile. He hit the jackpot. His speed had already exceeded 300, and now, with the Light Wind Boots doubling that speed, it pushed his speed over 600, and that was without accounting for the talent. If he added the talent's enhancement, he would truly be a little flying hero. Moreover, the increase in speed also meant an enhancement in combat power. In the future, whether in battle or in escape, he could maneuver freely. In his moment of joy, Shen Lang couldn't help but let out a little giggle, much like a weasel that had successfully stolen a chicken. This time it took him several minutes to sort out his emotions. Once again sweeping his gaze across the battlefield to confirm there were no oversights, he then turned and left the territory of the Golden Lion, heading towards the northern part of the Moonlight Wasteland, the territory of the Ironclad Rhino. With his current speed, even without exerting full effort, ordinary ferocious beasts would find it hard to catch sight of him. Thus Shen Lang traveled while focusing his consciousness on the chat channel. He had been busy hunting golden lions these past few days and had little communication with the outside world. Now finally having some free time, he naturally wanted to catch up and see the situation outside. Upon entering the 114116 chat channel, Shen Lang immediately saw a group of players complaining. It's so hard. The Dark Knight expert's speed of taking off is just too fast. While we are still stuck at levels 5 and 6, that expert has already started acquiring the corpses of level 7 and 8 ferocious beasts. Who can argue with that? With our meager strength, we have no qualifications to hunt level 7 or 8 ferocious beasts. Just because we lack qualifications now doesn't mean we won't have them in the future. The Dark Knight expert has helped our village win so many village battles, we can't all rely on him alone to support us. So taking advantage of the current resource richness, everyone should hurry up and level up. If another village battle occurs, we won't even have the qualifications to rely on the expert. What the person above said is correct. Although level 7 and 8 ferocious beasts are a bit difficult, think about it. When we first arrived, we could hardly deal with level 1 ferocious beasts, but now we have lost interest in even hunting them. So everyone hurry up and get stronger. As long as you work hard enough, the ferocious beast you find dangerous now might not even withstand a single strike from you in the future. A wake-up call. Learned a lot. Enough with the nonsense. Does anyone want to team up to hunt ferocious beasts? The members of the chat channel, after hearing that from the newcomer, suddenly seemed to have been injected with enthusiasm. As a lurking party, Shen Lang couldn't help but nod in satisfaction at this scene. These players were all his workers. If they didn't put in the effort, how could Shen Lang soar swiftly? Acquiring level 7 and 8 ferocious beasts was a rule he adjusted while accepting trade items. There was no choice. He had nearly extracted all the creatures below level 7 and 8. Continuing to acquire them was futile, so he had to shift his focus to the level 7 and 8 ferocious beasts. He hadn't anticipated that raising the acquisition level would almost cause other players to collapse psychologically. He was considering whether to personally step in to encourage and motivate the numerous players. Seeing that someone in the player community had helped stabilize the situation, Shen Lang began to lurk again, playing dead. Soon after some casual chatting, someone suddenly mentioned the chat channel of District 9, where players from various countries were denouncing them. Once this topic came up, many began to curiously inquire about what had happened. The speaking player, seeing this, wasted no time and directly threw a series of screenshots into the chat channel. Damn, the Huaxiao people must have grasped the loopholes of the Great Way. Otherwise, how could they continuously win village battles? Exactly, the Huaxiao people are despicable and shameless. They may have even plotted some schemes in the village battles to win them. It's a pity that the Great Way ignores complaints, otherwise I would definitely make that guy named Dark Knight pay for it. Someone angrily said. The joint action against Huaxia has almost become the political correctness of countries worldwide. Under this hostility, Shen Lang's continuous victories in village battles not only did not earn him the favor of players from various countries, but made them even more wary. Of course, given Shen Lang's strength, they were wary, but could do nothing. All their anger could only be suppressed deep down, at most just venting their frustrations in the District 9 chat channel, tarnishing his reputation. Looking at the filthy words in the chat logs, they were all targeted at him. A cold glint flashed in Shen Lang's eyes as he secretly observed. He had no habit of swallowing his anger, since those guys were calling out so jubilantly. Then let's have another village battle. He wanted to see which novice village could contend with him. With a thought, Shen Lang flipped his palm, and a village battle card appeared in his hand. Since those players from various countries were so unwilling to accept it, Shen Lang was eager to exchange blows with them. Unfortunately, he only had one village battle card, while he wanted to deal with too many novice villages. Shen Lang looked at the village duel card in his hand, feeling a bit regretful as he thought about casually initiating a village duel, when suddenly a notification tone from the DAO rang out. Ding, it has been detected that the player Yi has won 3 consecutive village duels, specifically activating a new mode for village duel solo battle against the masses. Village duel solo battle against the masses. You can initiate village duels against more than 2 and up to 50 villages. If you win, resources will triple, and you will gain 50 points of attributes. If you lose, resources will be reduced to 1/3 and 50 points of attributes will be deducted. Do you wish to initiate the village duel? Listening to the DAO's notification, Shen Lang's eyes widened with surprise. Wow, such a good opportunity. Initiating a village duel against multiple villages means if he wins, he would soar to new heights. With this in mind, Shen Lang couldn't contain his excitement. As for losing, that word simply did not exist in his dictionary. His current level had reached 9, and his combat power was nearly 30 stars. Moreover, he had SS level super divine extraction and numerous talents. In this case, if he were to lose, he might as well find a tofu block to smash his head against. Living would be a waste. Thus, considering the possibility of losing was out of the question, Shen Lang naturally wished for as many villages to duel against as possible, which would lead to even greater benefits. Having thought everything through, Shen Lang showed no hesitation and immediately initiated the village duel. As the village duel card in his hand vanished, the DAO's notification echoed in the minds of the players in the 114116 novice village. Ding, the player Yi has initiated a village duel. Group challenge village duel. The initiator selects the targets for the village duel, choosing between more than 2 and up to 50 targets. Or also selecting more than 2 and up to 50 villages as allies. Village duel method: kill fierce beasts to earn kill points. Both sides accumulate to 1,000 kill points to win. Kill points do not count for beasts below level 5. Team kills do not count. Level 5 beasts start at 1 point, level 6 beasts at 2 points, level 7 beasts at 3 points. Rewards: the winning side receives 3 times the resources. Personal attributes 50. Punishment: the losing side receives the opposite. Special reward: regardless of winning or losing, the player with the highest kill points will receive a special reward. Looking at the rules announced by the DAO, Shen Lang raised an eyebrow slightly. A brand new mode. It shifted from comparing levels to comparing kill counts. However, it was not a big problem. He was just about to head to the gathering place of the iron-armored rhinoceros, whose level was likely similar to the golden lion pack, which generally started at level 12. 1 kill point for level 5, 2 points for level 6, which means 8 kill points for level 12. Based on Shen Lang's estimation, he was the only one capable of single-handedly killing level 12 fierce beasts. Therefore, as long as he killed quickly enough, victory was assured. With this thought, Shen Lang felt reassured. Moreover, this mode actually allowed for allied combat. This was something Shen Lang had not anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, he sent an alliance invitation to the 14356 novice village. As the only other novice village from Huaxiao apart from 114,116, which had previously lost a village duel. Shen Lang naturally had no objections to lending a hand. For him, whether or not to ally was of little concern. As long as the Tao provided this condition, his victorious resources remained the same regardless of whether he allied or not. In this case, he naturally didn't mind giving another Huaxia novice village a hand. However, whether they could seize the opportunity, after all, he was currently battling against multiple novice villages, not just one. If the players from the other Huaxia novice village lacked the courage to ally, that was not his concern. Shaking his head and disregarding these thoughts, Shen Lang began selecting the villages to challenge. This part was simple. He directly selected all the villages that had been spewing nonsense. Currently among the novice villages in the 9th district, apart from the 2 Huaxia novice villages, the remaining 38 were all novice villages from other countries. These players had been quite snide, and Shen Lang had found them displeasing for a long time. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally would not let them go and directly invited them. It is worth mentioning that the alliance invitation can be declined. For instance, the 14356 Huaxia novice village can refuse. However, the opposing novice villages cannot refuse. They will be forcibly drawn into the village duel. Just as Shen Lang was operating all of this, all the Huaxia players in the 14356 novice village received a notification from the Tao. Ding, the 114116 novice village player, and Yi invites you to join an alliance for a group challenge village duel. Will you join? As this notification rang out, the specific rules for the village duel followed. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? This guy named Yi is too fierce, challenging so many villages at once. Impressive. He is truly a good son of Huaxiao. I've long been fed up with those foreign dogs. They always complain, and it's time to teach them a lesson. This is exhilarating, too exhilarating. This player named Yi will be my idol from now on, not for any other reason, but for this dominance. Guys, now is not the time to sigh. Yi has invited us to ally. What do you think? What is there to hesitate about? We must ally. I agree. Blood brothers fight side by side. Even though we are not from the same village, we are all Huaxia people. Since that guy is so fierce, our village must help out. Most people responded affirmatively. However, a small portion spoke hesitantly. We already lost once. If we lose again, there won't be much resources left in our village. Upon hearing this, many people calmed down considerably, as this concerned their benefits. However, at that moment, a player with considerable prestige spoke up. It is precisely because we lost once that we need to help. Let's not talk about anything else. Do you think our current resources are enough? I don't know how you all feel, but I think the resources are insufficient. Finding a fierce beast requires walking 2 kilometers. If this continues, our village will inevitably be surpassed by other villages. Now, by forming an alliance with another village, it may seem like we are helping them, but in fact they might be the ones lifting us up. Don't forget, he has already won several village duels in a row. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have initiated the village duel. At this moment, if we don't take a chance, we might just be waiting for death. Once this big shots analysis was articulated, everyone immediately understood. Since the current resources were insufficient, if they didn't take a gamble now, they would only be waiting for death. In the 9th district, within the chat channel, players from various countries were initially condemning Shen Lang and the 114116 beginner village, but as the sound of the Great Daos notification echoed, the chat channel of the 9th district fell into a sudden silence. After a long while, someone finally spoke up. Damn, everyone, did you see that? That Huaxia player actually initiated a group village battle. Oh my god, I can hardly believe it. Does he intend to challenge so many beginner villages with the strength of just one village? Just to remind you, it's not one village, it's 2 Huaxiao villages challenging us together. Ha ha, these Chinese pigs are indeed overly foolish. They think that just because they reached level 9 they can challenge so many villages. It's simply arrogant. You're right, and I also noticed that the victory condition of this village battle is no longer about leveling up, but about the number of kills. This means that whoever kills the most ferocious beasts will win the match. Are you serious? With such a competition format, which Huaxiao player would dare to challenge so many villages? Is he seeking his own death? With so many of us, if each person kills one ferocious beast, that should be enough to win against him. Just pay attention to the rules. Only level 5 ferocious beasts count as kill points, and they must be killed individually, not in a team. So what? With so many villages, if each sends out 2 experts, that's more than enough. Exactly, Huaxiao people are indeed synonymous with foolishness. They dare to initiate such a village battle. I estimate they must be on the verge of breaking down now. Ha. Everyone, this time we must avenge our previous shame and teach that Huaxiao player a good lesson. Let him know that in this world we are the ones in charge, while Huaxiao people only deserve to crawl beneath our feet. That's right, we let that Huaxiao player win by chance in the previous 2 matches. This time we will win them all back, and then stomp that Huaxiao player down hard. Alright, everyone is right. For the sake of victory, let's all work hard together. Don't worry, our powerful nation is not something Huaxiao people can compare with. This time we will definitely win. And our Curry country, our high caste, has already declared that they will personally step in to defeat that Huaxiao player. And our Kimchi country this time, Sir Park, will also take action personally. And our Malaysia. And our sun never sets. And our kangaroo country. Players from various countries expressed that their strongest players would personally take action, determined to teach Shen Lang a harsh lesson. Just as players from different countries were discussing this fervently, within the 114116 beginner village, many players were also embroiled in some disputes. The Night Lord is amazing. Challenging all countries at once, so cool, truly my idol. Exactly, so full of dominance. No more talk. I'm going to pay my respects to the Night Lord. Hey, you up there, can you stop? Haven't you guys read the rules? This time the rules are not about who levels up faster, but who kills the most ferocious beasts. The Night Lord challenged so many villages at once. Oh, are you sure he can win? What are you afraid of? Isn't there still us, and another Huaxia player from the other beginner village? There are many of us too. Haha, you probably haven't woken up yet. Read the rules carefully. Only level 5 and above ferocious beasts count as kill points, and they must be killed solo, not in teams. Now tell me how many people in our village have the strength to kill a level 5 ferocious beast alone. Well, we don't have any. Other beginner villages probably don't either. No need to worry. Haha, but this time we are not dealing with just 1 or 2 beginner villages, but over 30. Even if just one person from each village can kill a level 5 ferocious beast alone, that adds up to over 30 people. Moreover, these are all beginner villages that entered the district chat channel, and their strength doesn't need further elaboration. Each of their villages has at least 3 or more individuals capable of independently killing level 5 ferocious beasts, and with more than 30 beginner villages combined, that amounts to over 100 people. This means that we and another Huaxia beginner village have only a few people capable of killing level 5 ferocious beasts, while they have over 100. Comparing like this, do you think their kill efficiency will be faster? Do you still think the Night Lord will definitely win? The player with the nickname "If You Become the Wind" spoke, and with his reasoned argument the chat channel of 114,116 fell completely silent. Everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. Of course there were those who couldn't stand "If You Become the Wind," and immediately retorted, "Even if the Night Lord is wrong, what's it to you? The Night Lord led us to victory in so many village battles before. Even if we lose this time, we'll accept it." Exactly, one must not forget their roots. When there are benefits you shout 666, and when faced with danger you start blaming this and that. Seeing that "If You Become the Wind" was about to be insulted by everyone at that moment, he began to speak again. "Haha, are you blind? When did I blame the Night Lord? Didn't you see that I used respectful language in my speech?" A player expressed their dissatisfaction. "Blaming? If you see my analysis of the strength comparison as blaming, then I just want to remind you all that this village battle is very important. We can't rely solely on the Night Lord anymore. All of us need to step up. It's no longer feasible to be a parasite letting the Night Lord carry us to victory. So I'm not blaming, I'm urging everyone. Blowing up 100 sentences in the chat channel is not as good as killing a level 5 ferocious beast and making a contribution. Aren't you also chatting in the channel? Sorry, I've already started hunting ferocious beasts to level up." After saying this, "If You Become the Wind" directly uploaded a photo of a ferocious beast's corpse with fresh blood steaming in the picture, clearly recently slaughtered. Meanwhile, Shen Lang, who was heading to the northern part of the moon worship wilderness, also noticed the commotion in the chat channel. Looking at both sides of the argument, he thought for a moment and finally spoke. "Everyone rest assured. Since I dared to initiate such a village battle, I naturally have confidence. However, what "If You Become the Wind" said also has merit. Your leveling speed has indeed slowed down a bit." With that, Shen Lang directly submerged back into silence and continued on his way. He was also somewhat dissatisfied with the players of the 114-116 beginner village. He had fought for so many resources, yet their levels and strengths had not changed much, clearly indicating that some were slacking off. A bit of urging now is good. Otherwise, if they are too weak, they wouldn't even qualify to be tools for others. If there were still some who doubted Yufeng's earlier words now after Shen Lang voiced his dissatisfaction, all players in the 114-116 novice village fell silent. Although they had never seen Shen Lang, and he rarely spoke in the chat channel, this did not diminish his prestige in the village in the slightest. Having led them to victory in 3 village battles consecutively, Shen Lang's status in the 114-116 novice village was akin to that of a deity, revered by many players. This is no exaggeration, as the saying goes, when a person is only slightly ahead of you, you may feel jealousy and resentment, but as the gap widens you can only look up in awe. However, as this gap continues to grow, eventually you lose the desire to even look up, leaving only admiration. And Shen Lang was in such a situation. While others struggled with level 5 or 6 ferocious beasts, he effortlessly slaughtered level 12 ferocious beasts. Moreover, Shen Lang rarely showed himself in the village, and no one knew his true identity. Thus, as his achievements shone brighter, being viewed as a divine being was not at all surprising. Just as everyone in 114-116 fell silent, due to Shen Lang's words, suddenly the announcement tone of the Great Way sounded once again. "Ding, the group battle has officially begun. The outcome will be determined by kill points. The kill points will be counted by the Great Way to ensure fairness and justice. The kill leaderboard is now open. Huaxia kill leaderboard: first place, I Am Just a Player kill points 5 points. Second place, Sunshine Beautiful Girl kill points 3 points. Alliance kill leaderboard: first place, Yagirli's kill points 6 points. Second place, The Best Flying Pancake kill points 5 points. Third place, The Chinese Pig Should Die kill points 5 points. The release of these 2 leaderboards immediately captured the attention of all novice villages in the 9th district. In the chat channel of the 114-116 novice village, everyone instantly began to discuss. "First place is that newcomer. Why haven't I seen him before?" "Exactly, I haven't seen him either. He's even ranked higher than the beautiful girl. That's impressive." "Hey, aren't you guys missing the point? Shouldn't we discuss why the Night Lord isn't on the list?" "What's there to discuss? The Night Lord probably hasn't made a move yet. No one seriously thinks that the Night Lord can't even get on the leaderboard, right? No way." As this was said, the person who asked the question immediately shrank back, realizing the truth of it. Given the strength the Night Lord has shown, he would definitely make the leaderboard once he makes a move. Since he hasn't appeared yet, it means he hasn't made a move. At that moment, players in the 9th district chat channel were in an uproar. "GD, you girlies, well done. You've not shamed our beautiful country. Keep leading and crush those scraps. A player from the beautiful country's novice village expressed this with excitement. However, this statement offended not only the Huaxia players, but also those ranked below Jaegerlease. Baka, our Dahe nation is the strongest. You're only temporarily ahead. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Our Asin nation is the greatest. You're the trash. Shut it. Who do you think you're talking to? Who gave you the courage to challenge our beautiful country? In the 9th District chat channel, players from various countries argued heatedly over the rankings, momentarily forgetting about the group battle with Huaxia. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. Soon someone stepped in to mediate, saying enough, stop arguing. Don't forget we are allies this time. Our opponent is the Huaxia people. Starting internal strife now only serves to entertain them. What benefit is that? In any case, let's unite and defeat Huaxia first. Upon hearing this, the players from various countries who had just been arguing began to speak up. Yoshiwell said, let's deal with the Huaxia people first. They are the most detestable. Agreed, let's take care of the Huaxia people first. We don't need to give them the satisfaction of watching us fight. Our Asin nation agrees. The Huaxia people are our enemies. Does anyone know how many kill points they have? I've checked. The Huaxia side only has 13 kill points, while we've surpassed 27 points, leading them by more than double. What about that Night Lord? How many kill points has he gotten? I'm dying of laughter. That Night Lord hasn't even made the leaderboard, meaning he hasn't earned a single kill point. Ha ha ha, this is great. Let this Huaxiao person be so arrogant as to provoke multiple countries at once. With our numbers advantage, as long as we all work together, the Huaxiao players will never catch up to us, and the gap will only widen. Exactly, everyone must unite and make the Huaxiao people pay the price. I can't wait to see the side of those Huaxiao people begging on their knees. Ha ha, me too. In the 9th District chat channel, players from various countries were ecstatic due to their temporary lead in kill points. Soon Shen Lang hid close to the armored rhinoceros, his gaze fixated on a particularly large armored rhinoceros within the herd, activating his eye of insight to probe its detailed information. Fierce Beast, Armored Rhinoceros, Elite, Level 12 Skill, a Grade, Skill Charge, Talent, Grade, Talent, Strength, Enhancement. Description: it is the loyal guardian of the Armored Rhinoceros King. Any being that dares to offend the Rhinoceros King will be trampled into meat paste. Combat Power Assessment, 23 stars, Tier 6 drop, rate 20. Not the Rhinoceros King. Where did the Rhinoceros King go? Shen Lang murmured to himself. The armored rhinoceros he was probing was already the tallest one within his line of sight. Moreover, according to the description, this elite armored rhinoceros should be by the side of the Rhinoceros King. Confused, Shen Lang continued searching for the whereabouts of the Rhinoceros King, while also checking the specific strength of other armored rhinoceroses. Fierce Beast, Armored Rhinoceros, Level 12. Description: an ordinary member of the Armored Rhinoceros Herd. Combat Power Assessment, 19 stars, Tier 2 drop, rate 1. Fierce Beast, Armored Rhinoceros Juvenile, Level 8. Description: an ordinary member of the Armored Rhinoceros Herd. Combat Power Assessment, 16 stars, Tier 1 drop, rate 1. After searching for half a day, Shen Lang still couldn't find the Rhinoceros King's whereabouts, but he had thoroughly grasped the strength of the other rhinoceroses. Overall, the Armored Rhinoceros Herd was not weaker than the Golden Lion Herd. If other players were to come, they wouldn't even be able to deal with a single juvenile rhinoceros, let alone the entire Armored Rhinoceros Herd. However, for Shen Lang, having hunted the Golden Lion Herd, the Armored Rhinoceros Herd posed little threat to him. The most crucial point was that the Rhinoceros King was surprisingly absent. This immediately piqued Shen Lang's interest. Originally, according to his plan, he intended to weaken the Armored Rhinoceros Herd's strength with a sneak attack, just like he did with the Golden Lion Herd before engaging in a direct confrontation. But now, since the Rhinoceros King was not present, he didn't need to take such detours and could just go for the kill directly. After all, the Armored Rhinoceros Herd without the Rhinoceros King couldn't stop him. Determined, Shen Lang no longer hid and stood up, openly appearing in the sight of the Armored Rhinoceros Herd. As Shen Lang appeared, the armored rhinoceroses that had been leisurely grazing all stopped their actions and turned to look in the next second, a loud roar echoed. An armored rhinoceros charged towards Shen Lang, bellowing, and then with a rush of wind from its hooves it charged directly at him. Fierce beasts possess territorial awareness. The stronger the beast, the more pronounced its territorial instinct. Any unfamiliar creature that appears within their territory will be attacked, let alone the presence of juveniles within the armored rhinoceros herd. To protect their young from healthy growth, each group would eliminate any dangers. Thus, when Shen Lang revealed himself, he didn't even need to provoke them. The armored rhinoceroses had already taken the initiative to attack him. Watching this scene, Shen Lang slightly raised an eyebrow, although the charge of the armored rhinoceros was terrifying. In Shen Lang's eyes, it was nothing special. Without even using his blood-drink frenzy blade, as the armored rhinoceros charged to his front, he immediately threw a punch. Boom! A loud explosion resonated, and a terrifying shockwave emanated from Shen Lang, collapsing the ground. The armored rhinoceros that had originally charged at Shen Lang was actually sent flying by his punch, its head bursting apart on the spot. Instantly, the area fell into a dead silence. Shen Lang was too disinterested in the weak armored rhinoceros to even speak, while the surrounding armored rhinoceros herd was simply stunned by the scene. Though they could not speak, they were wise beings. Even if they racked their brains, they could not fathom how Shen Lang, this tiny figure, not only withstood the charge of one of their kind, but also killed it with a single punch. It completely shattered their worldview of rhinoceroses. However, this silence did not last long. Soon recovering from their shock, the armored rhinoceros herd became furious. In an instant, numerous adult rhinoceroses roared and charged at Shen Lang, and looking around, dozens of 6 or 7 turtle giants launched their assault simultaneously. The visual effect at the scene was overwhelming, giving the impression that dozens of armored vehicles were charging together. Seeing this, Shen Lang flipped his palm, and the blood-drink frenzy blade appeared in his hand. Facing the charge of dozens of armored rhinoceroses, he approached fearlessly, entering slaughter mode. These armored rhinoceroses were merely ordinary fierce beasts, with combat power not even reaching 20 stars. In contrast, Shen Lang's base combat power combined with various equipment had reached nearly 30 stars in actual combat power. Such a tremendous disparity in strength had long made numbers irrelevant. Shen Lang's figure freely weaved through the armored rhinoceros, heard the blood-drink frenzy blade in his hand dancing continuously. With each swing, an armored rhinoceros would surely fall. What was originally a good battle had ultimately turned into a slaughterhouse for Shen Lang, as if the armored rhinoceroses were lining up to deliver themselves to their deaths. While Shen Lang crazily slaughtered the armored rhinoceros, heard his kill points on the leaderboard rapidly increased, almost instantly placing him at the top of the Huaxia kill leaderboard. There was no choice. Shen Lang earned 8 kill points for each armored rhinoceros killed, while for a level 5 fierce beast, he would need to kill 8 of them. The previous top player on the Huaxia kill leaderboard had only a total of 7 points, which was even less than 1 armored rhinoceros, so he was naturally surpassed by Shen Lang with ease. Moreover, Shen Lang's kill points were still skyrocketing, with 8 points continuously jumping up. In the chat channel of the 114116 Novice Village, breaking news. The Night Overlord has made a move. He has appeared on the kill leaderboard, and his kill points are the highest among us. While the Night Overlord's kill points are rising so quickly, already at 40 points. Upstairs, your news is outdated, it's already 64 points. You above, yours is outdated too, it's already 80 points. Damn, is this the power of a big shot? Not making a move is fine, but once he does, it's this impressive. I'm quite curious, why are the Night Overlord's kill points increasing so quickly? It's always by 8 points at a time. Isn't it obvious? Killing level 12 fierce beasts gives 8 kill points for each. Hiss. Are you saying that the Night Overlord is currently slaughtering level 12 fierce beasts like they are mere dogs? How terrifying. Indeed, it's quite terrifying. I really don't know how the Night Overlord reached this level. Everyone was discussing, all shocked by Shen Lang's rapidly increasing kill points. In the 114116 Novice Village within the territory of level 8 ferocious beasts, the Sunny Girl managed to defeat the level 8 beast with considerable effort, and a hint of relief appeared on her face. Level 8 ferocious beast, 4 kill points. My ranking should rise significantly now, the Sunny Girl muttered to herself as she opened the kill points leaderboard. As the most talented player in the 114116 Novice Village, apart from Shen Lang, the Sunny Girl always felt like the protagonist. After all, she possessed SSS-Grade talent. Having such a formidable gift, being the protagonist of a Novice Village shouldn't be too much to ask. However, reality struck hard as Shen Lang emerged, overshadowing everyone else's brilliance. Even with her SSS-Grade talent, she felt powerless in the face of Shen Lang's extraordinary abilities. There were times when she even felt like a mere transparent figure akin to those with a grade or grade talents, only able to shout with enthusiasm, yet lacking any real impact. Naturally, she was unwilling to accept this. As an SSS-Grade talent holder, she shouldn't be relegated to a mere transparent existence, even if she couldn't become the center of attention. Thus, she worked hard to level up and enhance her strength, all in hopes of surpassing Shen Lang one day. The introduction of the group battle mode gave her a glimmer of hope, especially when Shen Lang was not on the leaderboard, which thrilled her immensely. She secretly resolved to strive diligently, leading her village to victory with the advantage of being in first place. At that moment, the SSS-Grade talent holder would finally bask in glory. As fate would have it, through her efforts, she finally surpassed another player from a different Huaxia village who had been ranked first, successfully claiming the top position. Now, with her victory over this level 8 ferocious beast, her kill points surged into double digits. Huaxia kill leaderboard: first place, Sunny Girl kill points 25, second place, I'm just a player kill points 18. Third place, Nice kill points 15. Looking at herself ranked first, a satisfied smile spread across the Sunny Girl's face, but before her smile could fade, a familiar name abruptly invaded her sight, effortlessly claiming the first place that originally belonged to her. Huaxia kill leaderboard: first place, Dark Knight kill points 160. Second place, Sunny Girl kill points 25. Third place, I'm just a player kill points 18. Staring at the suddenly risen Dark Knight, the Sunny Girl rubbed her eyes hard, her face filled with disbelief. After a long while, her wail finally broke the silence. Damn you, Dark Knight. Have you been on steroids? How did you suddenly gain so many kill points? The Sunny Girl's emotions spiraled out of control. There was no way she could accept that after finally surpassing the original first place and sitting on the throne of victory. But just as she was about to savor the thrill of being first, Shen Lang pushed her off the top position, something anyone would find unacceptable. It was akin to inviting a girl to a hotel, having completed all the foreplay, just about to take the final step, only for her to say that her period had arrived. Such situations are utterly frustrating. At that moment, the Sunny Girl felt just that, her expression twisted in a mask of pain, deeply troubled. Especially when she saw Shen Lang's kill points rising at a rapid pace. Every second it pushed her into utter despair. This bastard, this monster, how can he compare? Ignoring the Sunny Girl's despair at the level 6 ferocious beast area, Nice looked at the suddenly risen Dark Knight, initially shocked, but soon relaxed. As the former top player of the Novice Village, Nice felt a sense of pride at first. However, after being surpassed and crushed by both the Sunny Girl and Dark Knight, he completely gave up. He understood his talent. Compared to the average person it was quite good, but compared to the array of prodigies, he was merely a Jew. Especially as Shen Lang led the village to victory time, and again Nice had long abandoned his pride, settling into the role of an ordinary player, contributing when he could, and clinging to the strong. Thus, as Dark Knight's name appeared at the top of the Huaxia Kill leaderboard apart from his initial shock, he swiftly opened the chat channel and sent a message. Dark Knight, you're the best. As he chimed in, the chat channel of the 114116 Novice Village also grew increasingly lively. Oh, Dark Knight's kill points have reached 160, while that Alliance's helper is only at 25. He isn't even worthy to carry Dark Knight's shoes. Indeed, competing with the top is meaningless. This time we are not just up against one village, but all the foreign players. That's right, we are competing based on total kill points. Wait, did you not see that Alliance's total kill points are only at 140, while Dark Knight alone is enough to suppress them, let alone we haven't even counted the total. What is that true? Let me check it out. Damn, it really is true. Dark Knight's kill points alone have crushed the entire Alliance. This is insane. Incredible, incredible. Dark Knight is amazing. It seems we are about to be carried by Dark Knight again. This feels so. Players in the 114116 Novice Village were ecstatic, while another Huaxiao village was similarly caught up. Conversely, the atmosphere in the foreign players' villages felt quite oppressive. In the 18155 Novice Village and Novice Village in the beautiful country, at this moment their chat channel was filled with various resentments. Fuck shit. Are the people from other novice villages all exactly a bunch of spoiled brats? They were boasting about how incredible they were, yet now one person is suppressed. We can't let this continue. Inform those novice village folks to step up their game, even if they have to fight to the death to surpass that Huaxiao player. Otherwise our great beautiful country will impose sanctions on them. Right, let them hurry and kill ferocious beasts. As long as they can win, who cares how many die? The people from the beautiful country retained their pride in reality, wanting others from novice villages to strive harder, while they themselves after chatting returned to drinking and enjoying women without a care. While all the players were stunned by Shen Lang's sudden surge in kill points in the northern part of the Baiwei wilderness, Shen Lang continued his slaughter without pause. With his current strength, battling this group of armored rhinoceroses was like a father dealing with his child. They had no power. Even if they banded together, it would be the same, as Shen Lang's speed was far greater than theirs. They could not keep up with him, which meant that he could strike them, while they could not land a hit on him. This led to Shen Lang being able to slaughter them at will, while they, despite their desperate counterattacks, were utterly ineffective, only able to watch as he continuously hunted their kin. Notably, despite the numerous deaths among the armored rhinoceroses, the Rhinoceros King had not appeared at all, and it was unclear where it had gone. For this, Shen Lang could not be bothered. If it didn't come out, so be it. He would finish off these armored rhinoceroses in front of him first, and then slowly search for the Rhinoceros King. As time passed, the number of armored rhinoceroses that had fallen to Shen Lang's hands had reached over 50. Consequently, his kill points had risen to 400. At that moment, a notification from the Dao rang in Shen Lang's ears. Ding, player Anya, congratulations. Your kill points have reached 400, first triggering an extra reward. After winning the group battle, you will receive an additional 30 free attribute points and a white treasure chest. Tip: if your kill points reach 800 first, the extra reward will be doubled. Taken aback by the sudden notification, Shen Lang quickly regained his composure, and his eyes instantly sparkled with 30 free attribute points plus a silver treasure chest, and if he reached 800 kill points, the rewards would be doubled. What was he waiting for? Kill. Stimulated by the Daos rewards, Shen Lang's gaze towards the armored rhinoceroses gleamed with an oily green light. They were not just fierce beasts, they were a treasure trove. With a strong conviction, Shen Lang grasped his blood-drink frenzy blade and plunged back into the fray of armored. The blood-drink frenzy blade danced in Shen Lang's hands, and due to his incredible speed, he left behind countless afterimages among the armored rhinoceroses. Under his relentless slaughter, the ordinary fierce beasts, the armored rhinoceroses, finally could not take it anymore, and they began to emit mournful cries. This intense wailing finally caught the attention of the elite armored rhinoceroses. Just as humans have classes, fierce beasts do as well, and the divisions among fierce beasts are even more blatant than among humans. Ordinary fierce beasts stay on the outskirts of the herd, responsible for protecting the herd's safety, while the food they consume is first devoured by elite fierce beasts. In contrast, elite fierce beasts remain within the heart of the herd, enjoying delicious food and being served by numerous. Their lives are comparable to those of noble lords in human kingdoms, living in utmost luxury. Thus, although the elite armored rhinoceroses observed Shen Lang's battle with the ordinary ones, they did not intervene. Only after the ordinary armored rhinoceroses suffered heavy casualties did the elite armored rhinoceroses finally decide to act. Not just one or two, but they came in a large group to surround Shen Lang. Compared to ordinary armored rhinoceroses, elite armored rhinoceroses are faster, more defensively robust, and their overall strength is significantly greater. For someone of average strength, a single charge from the elite armored rhinoceroses could potentially take them down. However, Shen Lang, particularly after just annihilating the Golden Lion group, was not someone ordinary. Watching the elite armored rhinoceroses charge at him, Shen Lang's expression remained unperturbed, calm as ever. With a further increase in speed, he relied on his incredible agility, darting like a butterfly among the elite armored rhinoceroses while they could do nothing to him. However, the elite armored rhinoceroses were indeed powerful, unlike the unparalleled aggressiveness of the golden lions, they placed greater emphasis on defense. Indeed, the defenses of ordinary armored rhinoceroses and elite armored rhinoceroses are entirely different matters. With the blood drink frenzy blade in hand, coupled with his own strength, Shen Lang could easily break through the defenses of ordinary armored rhinoceroses with a single strike. Yet against the elite armored rhinoceroses, it would take him at least 3 strikes to breach their defenses. As the number of strikes increased, Shen Lang's speed inevitably slowed, allowing the elite armored rhinoceroses to seize the opportunity. Several times he nearly got rammed, but fortunately his quick reflexes saved him. It was clear that Shen Lang was no longer able to deal with the ordinary armored rhinoceroses with such ease. Damn it, do you guys have to have such insane defenses? After dancing around for a while and killing 2 elite armored rhinoceroses, Shen Lang couldn't help but complain. If it were ordinary armored rhinoceroses, he might have already gathered enough kill points from the remaining 400. But now that elite armored fierce beasts were on the scene, it took him over 10 minutes just to dispatch 2. Moreover, the kill points were based on level, not class. In other words, killing ordinary fierce beasts grants 8 kill points, and killing elite fierce beasts also grants 8 points. You guys are forcing me. Growing more furious with each thought, Shen Lang shot a fierce glare before charging at the armored rhinoceroses again. With a thought, a wisp of eerie blue ghost fire appeared on the blade of his blood drink frenzy blade. He had utilized the ghost fire burn skill on the blood drink frenzy blade. Though it was only in a level skill, its distinctive feature was that it was very difficult to extinguish. Moreover, with Shen Lang's own strength enhancement, the damage dealt by the ghost fire was quite considerable. Thus, he once again plunged into battle with the elite armored rhinoceroses. This time, he didn't have to painstakingly hunt the elite armored rhinoceroses, he merely needed to slash one casually, letting the ghostly flames attach to them, and then he could ignore them. It was akin to permanently igniting them, or just set them alight, and wait for them to burn to death, easy and pleasant. Sure enough, after employing the ghost fire burn, the elite armored rhinoceroses that had previously been tough to kill were directly burned to death under the fire's assault. In the blink of an eye, over 50 elite armored rhinoceroses fell to Shen Lang's self-created burning method. His kill points finally reached 800, and at that moment the DAOS notification rang in his ears again. Ding, congratulations on being the first to reach 800 kill points. Upon winning the group battle, you will receive an additional 60 free attribute points and 2 silver treasure chests. 8 points of fortune. Shen Lang was taken aback for a moment, but soon a look of joy appeared on his face, unexpectedly gaining additional rewards. Just when Shen Lang thought the matter was over, suddenly the voice of the Great Path echoed again. Ding, congratulations player, and your fortune value has reached 50 points, promoting you from the Son of Fortune to the King of Fortune in the Novice Village. Ding, congratulations, you have become the King of Fortune in the Novice Village, and your various attributes will increase by an additional 20 points. With the 2 notifications ringing in succession, a hint of surprise appeared on Shen Lang's face. He originally thought it would take some time for the fortune value to show effects, but unexpectedly, he saw results in the blink of an eye. Each attribute increased by 20 points, which meant he had essentially leveled up twice. How delightful. At this moment, while Shen Lang was happy about his promotion to the King of Fortune, the voice of the Great Path also rang in the ears of many players in the Novice Village. 114,116. Ding, congratulations player, and your fortune value has reached 50 points, promoting you from the Son of Fortune to the King of Fortune in the Novice Village. Hearing this news, many people were taken aback for a moment, and soon the chat channel erupted again. Wow brothers, did you receive the notification? Anyi has become the King of Fortune in our village. Impressive, impressive. Though Anyi has always been impressive, now he has directly become our village's King of Fortune. It's simply astonishing. By the way, what exactly does fortune do? A player asked in confusion. After all, the age range of players is quite large, and not everyone understands these things. Hey upstairs, have you read any novels? In those stories, aren't all the protagonists favored by fate? If this were a novel, Anyi would definitely be treated as the protagonist. Wow, protagonist treatment. That's definitely impressive. So envious. I just want to ask Anyi, do you need any accessories on your legs? I want to cling to you. Same here, even let me be a keychain. Anyi, I'm female, fair-skinned, and beautiful with attractive curves. If you're interested, in the chat channel, everyone was discussing fervently, with the topic revolving entirely around Shen Lang, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Just then a player suddenly spoke up. Everyone, in Ye's promotion to King of Fortune is indeed impressive, but have you forgotten something? What? Someone asked. Look at the kill points leaderboard, and Yi already has 800 kill points. What? Oh my, I just noticed. How many do those foreign player alliances have? Only 150 points. Doesn't that mean we are about to win? A player typed excitedly, revealing his state. It seems that Yi has obtained 800 kill points. Although the players from our 2 villages haven't earned many kill points, they have gathered 62 points. This means that as long as we gain another 138 kill points, we can win. Damn, then what are we waiting for? Everyone, let's move and quickly give those foreign guys a decisive kill. Agreed, I'll go hunt fierce beasts right now. Upstairs, let's go together. We can't form a team, don't forget the rules. Don't worry, we won't form a team, but having more people means more support. If there's danger, someone can save us in time. This is fine. Everyone should act together. We can't rely solely on Anye's efforts. Let's move. Let's move. Realizing that victory was within reach, everyone stopped chatting and individually sought out fierce beasts to hunt. The stronger ones targeted level 6 or 7 beasts, while the weaker ones went after level 5 beasts. After all, as long as they could accumulate kill points, the players from Huaxia didn't mind. It said that every little bit counts. As the Huaxia players began to fight desperately, the total kill points on the Huaxia leaderboard slowly began to rise. Although each jump was only by a little, it was continuously moving forward. On the other hand, after Shen Lang digested the information from the Great Path's notifications, he didn't delay and threw himself back into the action of killing iron-armored rhinos. Finding the right method, the elite iron-armored rhino became as easy to kill for Shen Lang as the regular ones, though it took a bit longer to finish them off. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed, and finally Shen Lang's kill points climbed again, officially breaking through to 900 points from 800. As the kill points surpassed 900, the voice of the Great Path echoed once more. Ding, congratulations for being the first to reach 900 kill points. Upon winning the group fight, you will receive an additional 90 free attributes and 3 silver treasure chests. Seeing the sudden notification from the Great Path, Shen Lang was momentarily stunned, not expecting this task to have a follow-up. He initially thought doubling the rewards was the limit, but now it seems it has tripled. Upon realizing this, Shen Lang took a moment to glance at the kill points leaderboard to see how many more points he needed to win the group fight. To his surprise, he found that they were quite close to winning. He himself contributed 900 kill points, while the 2 Huaxia villages combined contributed 84 kill points, totaling 984 kill points. They were just 16 points away from 1,000, which meant 2 more iron-armored rhinos. Seeing this, the corners of Shen Lang's mouth couldn't help but lift, filled with joy. At the same time, he felt satisfied with the efforts of the 2 Huaxia villages. Although the 2 villages combined contributed only 84 kill points. It's important to note that it takes 1 kill point to take down a level 5 beast, which means the 2 villages had at least killed 84 level 5 beasts. Shen Lang was aware of the strength of the novice village, though very few could single-handedly hunt level 5 beasts. Although Shen Lang earned 900 kill points alone, the others clearly could not be compared to him. It would be utterly ridiculous to measure others against his achievements, as Shen Lang was not so shameless. Thus, 84 kill points were already considerable, given the strength of the 2 Huaxia villages. Closing the kill points leaderboard, Shen Lang's gaze locked onto 2 elite iron-armored rhinos, excitement flashing in his eyes as he disappeared from his spot. Die for me. As he spoke, Shen Lang appeared before the 2 elite iron-armored rhinos and slashed at the 2 beasts. The blood-drink mad blade infused with Een fire struck the necks of the 2 elite iron-armored rhinos instantly, creating 2 bloody wounds with the Een fire seeping into the rhinos' bodies through the wounds. Before long, accompanied by the mournful cries of the 2 iron-armored rhinos, they fell to the ground one after the other, and Shen Lang's kill points rose to 916, while the total points reached 1,000, completely securing victory in this village battle. Ding! The village battle has ended. Congratulations to the players of the Huaxiao Alliance for being the first to reach 1,000 kill points and winning the village battle. As Shen Lang killed 2 elite iron-armored rhinos, the combined kill points of the 2 Huaxiao villages officially reached 1,000, and the notification sound echoed in the ears of all players in the 2 Huaxiao novice villages. Instantly, the players in the 2 Huaxiao novice villages, regardless of what they were doing, all stopped their actions and cheered loud. This lively atmosphere was also reflected in the chat channels of their respective villages. Damn, we won. We won. Huaxiao is awesome. The Night Lord is amazing. Don't say that. I was just trying hard to gather kill points, and then the notification told us we won. I was just 1 sword strike away from slaying that beast. Now I can't even contribute. It's frustrating. Come on, don't be so upset. As long as we win the village battle, everyone benefits. We can't really wait for your 1 kill point. As long as we won, I actually don't care whether it was a laydown win or a standing win. By the way, are we about to strike it rich? This reward is unprecedentedly generous. Stop talking. You're making me anxious. Where are the rewards? I can't wait any longer. Don't panic. The data might be too large and is still being processed. The system might even have crashed. Crash? Do you think it's some junk computer? It doesn't crash. By the way, has anyone seen the Night Lord? We won the group battle, and yet he hasn't come out to celebrate. It's been a while, haven't you adapted to the Night Lord style? He doesn't like to join in the festivities. He's probably still out there leveling. Really? Is he working that hard? I can't compare to the Night Lord. How can anyone still be leveling up while slaying beasts? No wonder he's so strong. Who says he isn't? You can't compare. I don't know how the Night Lord can endure killing every day. The players in the 114-116 novice village were chatting excitedly, but overall their emotions were still somewhat calm. There was no helping it. Shen Lang had led them to so many victories, and these wins came in succession. They were now shocked to the point of numbness. In short, the Night Lord is amazing. However, while the Huaxiao players in the 114-116 novice village were accustomed to the feeling of victory, the players in the 14356 novice village were now immersed in a sea of joy. They were not as lucky as the 114-116 novice village, which had a powerful player leading them from the start. They had previously participated in a village battle against other 4 novice villages and lost, resulting in their resources being cut in half. This not only left them resource-starved, but also slowed their leveling progress. If nothing unexpected happened, many would likely not reach level 10 before the deadline, and only annihilation awaited them. Therefore, this period felt like the eve of apocalypse for the Huaxiao players in the 14356 novice village, with everyone shrouded in despair. Although nothing chaotic happened, the oppressive atmosphere of silence was particularly uncomfortable. Thus, this victory was not just a win for them, it was a rebirth. In the chat channel of the 14,356 novice village, players were expressing their excitement. Wow, we won. Brothers, we won. It was so difficult, I was in despair before. Our village's resources are so scarce that it's impossible for us to level up. Don't be sad, brothers. It's all in the past. We won, and soon we'll have plenty of resources. That's right. When the time comes, I'm going to slay beasts, kill them fiercely, and make up for my levels. Let's all team up together and slay quickly this time. Everyone was excitedly discussing in the chat channel. Such is the way of things. When you have something you don't appreciate it, but when you lose it you come to cherish it. I still remember when the players first arrived they despised the numerous beasts outside due to their danger. But when they lost the village battle and their resources decreased, making the number of beasts, they realized that even a single night in the novice village they wouldn't encounter half a beast, and then they fully understood that without beasts most of the people here would perish. Therefore it's understandable that everyone is feeling a bit excited about regaining what they lost. Everyone, don't forget our greatest contributor this time. How could we forget? The Night Lord, our eternal god. Exactly, he alone accounted for 916 kill points. My goodness, what kind of divine statistics are these? I'm so envious I want to cry. Why isn't the Night Lord from our village? I want to cling to him. Same here, I can't help but hey, you're acting strange. Why are you drooling? I'm a girl. Then it's alright. I know you're lusting after the Night Lord, disgusting. But I'm also lusting, hee. I wonder if it's possible to switch villages. If only the Night Lord could move to our village. Stop daydreaming. Not only does the system not support such a thing, but even if it could, do you think the other village would agree? No matter what, even if the Night Lord is not from our village, I declare that he will be my lifelong idol from now on. I warn you all, watch your words. Anyone who speaks ill of the Night Lord should not blame me for being rude. Also, the Night Lord belongs to everyone. You girls should keep your dirty thoughts to yourselves. Ugh, dirty. But I'm not afraid. You can think dirty about him. I'll bear all the filth for the Night Lord. If you think you're worthy, get lost, loser. In the chat channel of the 14356 Novice Village, the atmosphere was very cheerful. As the winning side, everyone felt quite relaxed. However, while they were happy, there were others who were not. At this moment, players from the new villages of various countries were left dumbfounded after hearing the notification sound. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, staring at the leaderboard where Shen Lang's name was at the top. Each one felt dizzy. 916 kill points, what does that mean? To win the village battle, only 1,000 kill points are needed, and Shen Lang alone accounted for 90% of the contribution. Damn it, how can that Huaxiao person be so strong? He must be cheating. I want to protest. That's right, he must be cheating. How could one person defeat so many of us? We need an explanation from the Dao. Baka, how can that Huaxiao person be so powerful? Who can tell me why? The holy war back then failed, and now we have failed again. We owe an apology to the emperor. Our country is the greatest nation in East Asia, so why does the Dao favor the Huaxiao people? Why? In the chat channel of the 9th district, players from various countries were complaining, all seeming like they had gone mad, unable to believe that so many of them were defeated by a single person, Shen Lang. But looking at the 916 on the kill points leaderboard, everyone was left breathless. This was not just a simple number, it represented the numerous fierce beasts that had perished at Shen Lang's hands. At this moment, they finally felt the oppressive aura that Shen Lang brought. Even though they were not in the same village, the overwhelming pressure from Shen Lang's nearly crushing power made it hard for them to breathe. Thus, after an unknown amount of time, the subsequent notification from the Dao finally rang in the minds of the players from various countries. Ding, unfortunately your village's group fight has failed and will receive the following punishment. Each player loses 50 attribute points, and the village's resources are reduced by 3 times. As the Dao's announcement ended, players from every country except for Huaxiao faced a severe penalty. 50 attribute points means in plain terms a loss of an entire level of power. For those at the top echelons, while the loss is serious, it is still bearable. But for players struggling at the bottom, a reduction of 50 attribute points could mean the end of their lives. Many players who were originally hunting fierce beasts and were about to kill them suddenly faced the punishment, causing a significant drop in their own power, leading to a successful counterattack from the beasts they had previously suppressed. In an instant, numerous players perished under the sudden drop in power. Moreover, besides the weakening of their strength, the threefold reduction in resources was even more despairing. All novice villages outside of Huaxiao experienced a uniform resource reduction of 90%, which was not about the quantity, but they could only afford to lose this much. Thus, besides Huaxiao, every novice village was left with only 10% of their original resources. With over 100 people vying for just 10% of resources, the competition became hellish. Just thinking about the future after the resource reduction made everyone feel a wave of despair. At that moment, the Foresight players hurried to collect resources. After all, they were about to face a resource famine. Unless they were willing to stagnate, they needed to seize the opportunity while there were still some resources left to work hard, or else they would find there would be no chance to exert effort later. However, many more were completely crushed by the impending despair, choosing to give up entirely, cursing angrily in the 9th district's chat channel. They did not curse the Huaxiao players, it was not a mutual insult. Various profanities and trash talk filled the chat channel of the 9th district. It was as if this place had turned into a trash-talking competition between countries, everyone venting their inner frustrations. At that moment, the chat channel of the 9th district completely transformed into a station for processing negative emotions filled with hostility. In stark contrast to the despair of various nations, the 2 novice villages of Huaxiao were experiencing entirely opposite fates. Ding, congratulations. Your village has won the group fight and will receive the following rewards. Each player's personal attributes increase by 50 points, and the novice village's resources triple. As the Daos announcement ended, changes instantly occurred in the two Huaxiao villages. First, regarding the players' personal strength. With a surge of 50 attribute points, the overall power of Huaxiao players was elevated to a new level. Especially for the players of Novice Village 114116, who had already won several village fights and gained substantial power boosts, each receiving another 50 attribute points caused their strength to explode. Now any random player from Novice Village 114116 could easily single-handedly slay a level 4 fierce beast. This illustrates just how strong the overall power of Novice Village 114116 has become. It must be noted that this is a single kill, not a team kill. A single kill requires the player's power to completely dominate the fierce beast of the same level. However, fierce beasts generally possess strength that surpasses players. Thus, each player from Novice Village 114116 could be said to be a fierce beast disguised in human skin. Moreover, the growth in strength pales in comparison to the joy brought by the increase in resources. Perhaps in terms of resource reduction, the Dao still showed some leniency and did not push the Novice Village players of various countries to the brink of destruction. But in terms of resource increase, the Dao completely delivered a solid boost without any cuts. Naturally, the Novice Village 114116 received the most increase. If we set the initial resources of each Novice Village to 1, then, after winning several village fights, Novice Village 114116 now has resources of 3. Now with resources tripling again, that means multiplying 3 by 3, reaching a total of 9. This shows just how tremendously the resources of Novice Village 114116 have skyrocketed. Players were even hesitant to step outside the village as the wilderness they had painstakingly cultivated was now entirely occupied by fierce beasts. Moreover, there were more fierce beasts with greater strength. Even though they possessed the ability to single-handedly confront level 4 fierce beasts, they still dared not venture out easily. Meanwhile, for Novice Village 14356 of Huaxia, although they also received the same rewards due to insufficient base data, their increases in both strength and resources were far behind those of Novice Village 114116. Yet even so, the gains from the group fight brought them immense joy. They had previously lost a village fight, but this time not only did they win, but they also regained all they had lost with interest. In an instant, the players of Novice Village 14356 were overjoyed. As the initiator of this group fight, Shen Lang naturally reaped the most rewards among everyone to the point that it made. First, there was the basic reward of 50 free attribute points. Then there was the additional reward of 90 free attribute points, plus 3 silver treasure chests. Finally, there was the special reward, which Shen Lang eagerly anticipated. The Dao did not disappoint him, quickly presenting him with his special reward. That was all his gains this time were doubled. Upon seeing this message, Shen Lang was stunned, and he could only utter one word: awesome. 50 points of free attributes doubled amounts to 100 points. 90 points of free attributes doubled equals 180 points. 3 silver treasure chests doubled means 6 silver treasure chests. In this way, Shen Lang could be said to have struck it rich. With so many attribute points gained, he naturally could not hold back and immediately began to frantically allocate his attributes. Once all the attribute points were consumed, Shen Lang's strength surged once again. Nickname Dark Knight, level 9, 156,004, 6000. Profession, level 2 Godslayer, 70,300. Luck value 52. Strength, 335. Grade talent, strength enhancement, agility, 376. Grade talent, agility enhancement, constitution, 323. A grade talent, constitution enhancement, immune to poisons, energy, 330. Grade talent, hearing enhancement, grade talent, smell enhancement, grade talent, spirit enhancement, grade talent, vision enhancement, innate talent, SSS-Grade, super divine. Extraction, special talents, grade talent, water element control, D. Grade talent, earth element control, a grade talent, bloodline boiling. Grade talent, fire element control, skills, SSS-Grade, passive, great Tao blessings, grade active skill, eye of insight, grade skill, beast control, a grade skill, nether fire burn. Combat power 34 stars, first stage, allocable free attribute points, 10 items, space, ring, blood, drink, frenzy, blade 1/5 tier, thunderlight, armor 1/3 tier, swift boots 1/3 tier, blood-breaking dagger 1, 2nd tier, iron dagger 4, golden key 1, golden frenzy, lion armor, 5th tier, light spirit boots, 5th tier, silver treasure chest 6. With 280 attribute points, Shen Lang allocated 70 points to each of the 4 attributes. This directly boosted his base combat power from 26 stars to 34 stars, which was truly terrifying. This allocation plan had been carefully considered by Shen Lang, who reality was not a game after all. He could not excessively enhance a single attribute, while letting the others remain weak. Not to mention whether his body could withstand it. Even if it could, once any attribute became excessively high, it would not only fail to enhance his strength, but might even harm him, resulting in a loss that outweighed the gain. Having enhanced his strength, Shen Lang initially wanted to continue opening treasure chests, but at that moment the ground beneath him suddenly began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. This instantly pulled his consciousness away from the system panel. He looked up ahead, and upon seeing the situation before him, he was taken aback. Before him, hundreds of armored rhinoceroses charged towards him simultaneously. What the hell? Shen Lang exclaimed, somewhat unable to react to where so many armored rhinoceroses had come from, considering he had already killed quite a few. As soon as this doubt arose, he quickly found the answer in his mind. He had won a group fight and received a triple reward for fierce beasts could be considered resources for the village, so was he digging his own grave again. Shen Lang awkwardly scratched his nose, feeling somewhat speechless. However, he was not the same as when he hunted the golden lion. His current strength was far beyond that time. Thus, this time, facing the charge of hundreds of armored rhinoceroses, Shen Lang did not flee, but instead met them heat-in with his blood-drink frenzy blade. Kill! He shouted fiercely as he leaped high into the air, brandishing his blade, and then slashing down towards the herd of armored rhinoceroses. Instantly, an extreme blade light erupted in midair, heavily striking down upon the herd of armored rhinoceroses as Shen Lang swung his weapon. Boom! A terrifying roar erupted, the ground trembled, and the charging herd of armored rhinoceroses was sent tumbling by Shen Lang's single strike. Moo! Moo! The sounds of terrified roars erupted as the herd of armored rhinoceroses was completely stunned by Shen Lang's blow. Looking at Shen Lang, confusion filled the minds of the rhinoceroses. They could not comprehend why this bipedal creature was so powerful, instilling fear in them. In an instant, the previously aggressive herd of armored rhinoceroses suddenly turned and began to flee. They were frightened by Shen Lang's strike and wanted to escape. Seeing this, Shen Lang could not allow them to escape. These creatures were walking experience points crucial for his leveling. Although there was no longer the pressure of village fights, Shen Lang was about to level up to level 10. At this moment, every experience point was precious to him. Therefore, seeing the herd of armored rhinoceroses fleeing, Shen Lang did not hesitate and immediately began to chase after. With the herd of armored rhinoceroses ahead fleeing, Shen Lang pursued from behind, continuously swinging his blood-drink frenzy blade, wildly hunting all the stragglers. One by one, the massive armored rhinoceroses fell in pools of blood under his onslaught. In the blink of an eye, over 20 armored rhinoceroses had perished at his hands in addition to the 10 or so he had already slain with his earlier strike. Suddenly, without Shen Lang noticing, his experience reached its maximum. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 10. All attributes 10. Oh, free attribute points 3. Ding! Detected that you were the first player to reach level 10, rewarding you with a golden treasure chest. Shen Lang, who had been chasing the herd of armored rhinoceroses, was momentarily stunned by the sudden notification sound and, wait, I leveled up to 10 already. Shen Lang felt a bit dazed, as if he had spent a long time in this world. But in reality, he had only just completed the beginner's evaluation. So he was still a novice. Thinking this, Shen Lang couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, almost forgetting the passage of time. While feeling a slight sense of nostalgia, Shen Lang did not stop his actions and continued to hunt the herd of armored rhinoceroses. However, unlike his previous single-minded focus at this moment, he divided half of his attention to checking the changes in his system panel after leveling up to 10. On the personal information panel, the overall changes were minimal, with only a few minor adjustments, but the most significant change was that Shen Lang discovered a friend column had been added to his personal information panel. This meant that he could add friends like in games in the future. For those who enjoyed socializing, this was a nice feature, but for Shen Lang, it was just average. After all, he was a lone wolf, and he had no need for friends. Glancing around as he exited the information panel, Shen Lang noticed a red dot on the task panel. Opening the task panel, a line of task information instantly appeared before his eyes. Comprehensive task: released village chief election. Upon seeing the task name, Shen Lang raised his eyebrows, and just as he was about to click to view the details, a burst of golden light suddenly appeared before his eyes, and the reward golden treasure chest had arrived. At that moment, while Shen Lang was examining the golden treasure chest, the players in the 114116 beginner village suddenly heard the prompt tone of the Tao echoing in their ears. Announcement! 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 Congratulations to the novice player and Yi for being the first to reach level 10 and complete the beginner task, earning a golden treasure chest as a reward. We encourage all players to keep up the hard work and reach level 10 as soon as possible. Upon hearing this news, all the players were utterly dumbfounded. They knew Shen Lang was strong, and in their minds he had gradually become almost mythical. However, Shen Lang's sudden achievement of level 10 had a tremendous impact on everyone. Only they as players understood how difficult it truly was to reach level 10. Not everyone is like Shen Lang, who can take on fierce beasts alone. Compared to the cheating Shen Lang, they were merely ordinary players. Every time they killed a fierce beast, it required a life and death struggle. The key was that they relied heavily on teamwork to kill fierce beasts. The existence that could solo a beast of the same level was among the many players extremely rare. Although forming a team was safer, the experience gained from slaying fierce beasts inevitably had to be shared among others. Even though high-level fierce beasts provided considerable experience when shared among the group, they would only gain dozens or hundreds of experience points at a time. This amount of experience seemed substantial, yet compared to the thousands of experience points required for leveling up later, it could be described as a drop in the bucket. Many were even seriously doubting whether they would ever reach level 10 in their lifetime. After all, if they couldn't reach level 10, they would have to die, making their lifespan seem quite short indeed. Because they knew how difficult it was to level up to 10, even though Shen Lang had led them to victory in several village battles, they still believed that achieving level 10 was still a distant goal for him. But now in their minds, Shen Lang, who seemed far from level 10, had suddenly reached it. It was akin to coming home one day and being told by your parents that you were born into wealth. Sudden, astonishing, and unbelievable. All these emotions were now reflected in the chat channel. And Yi has reached. How did the big guy level up so quickly? I've been tirelessly hunting fierce beasts day in and day out, and am still only. Who can blame me? I've been working hard, even risking my life several times, yet am still just at level 5. What's even more disheartening is that the experience needed for the next level is increasing, even surpassing 10,000. With our meager few dozen points accumulated at a time, how many years will it take to reach level 10? Stop talking. The more we speak, the more hopeless it feels. This world is simply not suited for ordinary people like us to survive. Our village is still doing okay, and ye led us to win many village battles, and we have ample resources. But look at those foreign beginner villages. They are in a situation that can only be described as tragic. Who can disagree? I've heard that their fierce beasts have become rare creatures. It might take a kilometer before you even see one. We at least have a bit of hope, but they have none at all. Hey, upstairs, are you feeling sympathy for those guys? Don't forget how they treated us before. It's not sympathy, but a sense of empathy for the plight of others. While we have many resources, how many among us can actually reach level 10? It's likely that many won't even make it. Once the task deadline arrives, and we are still below level 10, I don't need to say much about the outcome, right? This cruel world leaves no way out for ordinary folks like us. So I'm not feeling sympathy for those foreign dogs, while I merely see in them the fate that awaits us. This statement caused the entire chat channel to fall into silence. A sense of pessimism arose in everyone's hearts, and a vague despair began to swell. If this feeling spread, it would undoubtedly severely dampen everyone's spirits. However, this atmosphere of silence did not last long, as it was soon interrupted by a familiar face. Nyes, the first powerhouse of the 114116 beginner village. Hello everyone, I am Nyes, and I believe you all know me. I noticed the atmosphere in the chat channel was somewhat pessimistic, so I couldn't help but step in to say a few words. Where there's a will, there's a way. Heaven does not forsake those who persevere. I admit that the experience required to reach level 10 is indeed quite a lot, but don't forget, as our strength grows, the fierce beasts we can hunt become stronger, and thus the experience they provide increases as well. Although some friends may not have the ability to solo fierce beasts, the experience gained from team hunting might seem minimal. But remember, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Even if you can only accumulate a few dozen points of experience at a time, after 10 times you can gather over 1,000 points, and after 100 times you can accumulate over 10,000 points. What is our village's greatest advantage at present? It's the resources and the fierce beasts. You could say that you can encounter fierce beasts within 3 steps of leaving your home. It's not uncommon to participate in hundreds of hunts a day. Team hunting is safe and guaranteed. With daily hunts in the dozens, we could easily slay hundreds of fierce beasts. As long as you choose your targets carefully. Do you still think reaching level 10 is too difficult? Nace words flooded the chat channel, and the previously despondent players felt their confusion suddenly clear as a surge of fighting spirit rose within them. Indeed, although they may not compare to the big guy working hard, might not mean there's no hope at all. The players looked with bright eyes, their attention focused on Nyes' words in the chat channel. Challenges are great mountains. When we face them, we should not retreat in fear, but rather overcome and conquer them completely. We must always believe that what does not kill us will make us stronger. That's all I have to say, but it's up to you to choose whether to lay down or fight. After Nyes finished speaking, he logged off to ponder, leaving everyone to reflect on his words. Everyone, that's enough talk. I'm recruiting 10 teammates. Oh, let's charge together. I'm looking for 5. Oh, anyone who wants to hunt fierce beasts, come. I'm looking for a few as well. I hope everyone doesn't waste the resources that Yi has fought so hard to secure for us. What's the big deal about reaching level 10? Let's go. Together we can charge forward. I refuse to believe we can't. Shen Lang's encouragement along with Yes' motivation ignited the fighting spirit of all players in the 114116 beginner village. That day the chat channel became surprisingly quiet with no idle chatter, while outside the beginner village a large group of players was crazily hunting fierce beasts. The players of the 114116 novice village have just undergone a transformation, yet at this moment Shen Lang remains blissfully unaware. After retrieving the golden treasure chest from the reward of the great Dao, his mouth nearly watered. A golden treasure chest, such a valuable item. After all his efforts, he had only found one at the beginning, and since then he had not seen a second. His Shrank active skill Eye of Insight was initially obtained from a golden treasure chest. Now if he were to open another golden treasure chest, would he perhaps acquire another Shrank talent or skill? Filled with anticipation, Shen Lang could barely resist the urge to open the chest. However, seeing the armored rhinoceroses surrounding him, he ultimately suppressed the thought of opening the treasure chest. Unlike other players who often indulge in theatrics, Shen Lang preferred to open treasure chests quietly. Opening a chest on the battlefield was certainly not a wise choice. What if he opened a chest on the battlefield and ended up with nothing good? Thus he had to be cautious. Stowing the golden treasure chest in his inventory, Shen Lang patted his chest in satisfaction. He then opened the quest panel to check the special task he had not yet had the chance to review. Drank Quest Village Chief Election Quest details. Legend has it that within the ruins of the ancient era lies the greatest evil and pollution known to the world. This evil, born from the fall of the gods, is embodied by a creature known as the Dream Demon, which constantly watches the village, seeking to transform the last pure land of humanity into a realm of evil. To protect the village, please slay the Dream Demon. Quest rewards position of Village Chief Golden Treasure Chest. Note: the village is crucial, as it forms the foundation for building towns, cities, territories, kingdoms, and more. If the village is destroyed, all villagers will become refugees. Trust me, you definitely do not want to be one of them. Upon reading the details of the Village Chief Election Quest, Shen Lang furrowed his brow in contemplation, his mind racing as he extracted all the key information from the quest introduction. Firstly, this task is extremely dangerous and of an extraordinary nature as can be gleaned from the quest details. That dream demon, apparently a creature born from the fall of the gods. From Shen Lang's perspective, anything connected to the gods is either a great fortune or a great disaster. Clearly, he was facing the latter. Secondly, the village is extremely important. Although he still did not know what the village's specific. However, the fact that the great Tao actively prompted him already speaks volumes. What would happen if the village were lost and he became a refugee? Would he be rejected by the world? Or would his experience gain be reduced? Shen Lang pondered, but he could not arrive at a But this was not important. What mattered was that the village must not be destroyed. After all, Shen Lang had no interest in becoming a refugee. So no matter what, he wanted to confront the dream demon. However, one question loomed before him: where are the ancient ruins? The great Tao really could not provide a map or something. The task has been posted, yet it fails to inform him of the location. How is this any different from those who leave things incomplete? Feeling slightly frustrated, suddenly Shen Lang's thoughts sparked. The ancient ruins seemed somewhat familiar. These ancient ruins seemed to be the spiritual realm space he had encountered before. Glancing again at the quest description, the more Shen Lang thought about it, the more it seemed plausible. However, that place only opens at night, so he could only suppress the urge to investigate immediately. One thing was clear: this task is a public quest, not a private one. This means that besides Shen Lang, other players in the 114-116 novice village could also participate in the village chief election quest. On this point, Shen Lang was not particularly worried. Since this quest only unlocks at level 10, it signifies that one must at least possess level 10 strength. And it's not that he looks down on other players, rather at this stage their strength appeared to him as mere fodder. There simply was no possibility of competition, so even if this quest was a public one, Shen Lang was indifferent. Shaking his head, he temporarily cast the matter aside. Looking at the nearby group of armored rhinoceroses, a smile broke across his face. There was still some time before nightfall, and he could continue farming the armored rhinoceroses for a while longer to accumulate more experience. Although he had already reached level 10, experience is always beneficial. As he contemplated, Shen Lang gripped his blood drinker's blade and embarked once more on his journey to hunt the armored. Meanwhile, among the numerous players striving in 114,116 novice village, someone finally noticed the election quest for village chief displayed on the task channel. Brothers, quickly look at the task channel. The great Tao has actually released a quest for the village chief election. Come on, are you serious? Only you can see this. Why make it so widely known? Exactly. Do you think only you discovered it? We saw it long ago. Isn't it better to quietly profit? Now, thanks to you, everyone knows, and we have no idea how many competitors we might have. No way are you guys really considering running for village chief. Why not? Isn't everyone eligible to participate in this quest? Sorry to interrupt, but do you not know how this quest came to be? Let me tell you, this quest was posted on the task channel only after the Dark Knight boss reached level 10. What does this signify? It means that anyone wanting to participate in this task must at least have level 10 strength. With our current strength, if we recklessly participate, are we just courting death? You guys don't really think this world is just a game, do you? Thinking you can respawn after dying. We all have only one life. Such a clearly dangerous task is not something we should meddle with. It's best to avoid it, otherwise we won't even know how we died. While numerous players in the novice village of 114,116 were striving hard on the other side in the chat channel of the 9th district, the many foreign players who had lost the village battle were still vehemently criticizing Shen Lang and the two villages of Huaxia. It must be said that this group battle was a heavy blow for these foreign novice villages. One could say they were completely thrown back to square one overnight. The attribute points they had painstakingly accumulated through leveling up were mostly stripped away after losing the village battle. Some players even had their attribute points reduced to negative values, resulting in their immediate demise. With such severe losses, it was no surprise that those who already disliked Huaxia now harbored even more hatred, while those who previously bore no prejudice wished fervently to obliterate the two Huaxia villages. Damn it, my attribute points. I can't even defeat a level 3 ferocious beast now, when I could previously take on a level 5 beast alone. Damn it, you still have the strength to match a level 3 ferocious beast. I now have to dodge level 2 ferocious beasts, all thanks to that Huaxia person and those two Huaxia villages. If it weren't for them, how would we have ended up like this? Jim is right, it's all the fault of those yellow-skinned monkeys. They must have been prepared all along, plotting against us. Otherwise, how could so many of our villages lose the village battle so quickly? There must be a conspiracy behind this. But what can we do? With our current strength, are we really a match for the two Huaxia villages? We should even pray that these two Huaxia villages don't find any other village battle cards, or we won't stand a chance. A player spoke pessimistically. Hearing this, the crowd, who were already filled with displeasure, fell silent. There's nothing we can do. Of being weak is a sin. Their strength has generally declined, and apart from cursing here, to vent their frustrations, they dare not confront the Huaxia players directly, fearing that they still have village battle cards, and will continue the village battles to wipe them out. But just as everyone was silent due to their weakness, suddenly several lines of reminder text flashed across the chat channel of the 9th district. Congratulations to Novice Village 15242 for joining the 9th district chat channel. Congratulations to Novice Village 12546 for joining the 9th district chat channel. Congratulations to Novice Village 12365 for joining the 9th district chat channel. 3 villages suddenly joined the chat channel of the 9th district. Upon seeing these unexpected reminders, the previously gloomy atmosphere in the 9th district chat channel was immediately shattered. Newcomers have arrived. Newcomers, come out and tell us which country your village is from. Hopefully there aren't any Huaxia villages. Soon players from all 3 villages appeared and greeted everyone in the chat channel. As the people from the 3 villages spoke up, the foreign players in the chat channel immediately became delighted, for none of the 3 villages were Huaxia villages. One was from the beautiful country, one from the Little Sun country, and one from the Simida country. They were all allies from their side. Good evening, everyone. I am Colonel William, the strongest in Novice Village 15,242. From the looks on your faces, it seems you harbor great hatred for Huaxia. William from Novice Village 15242 glanced through the chat records above, and then curiously asked, after all, it was rare for so many villages to unite against one. In response to William's inquiry, the villages that lost the village battle did not hold back, immediately embellishing and recounting the grievances between them and the 2 Huaxia villages. In their explanation, the 2 Huaxia villages became despicable and shameless villains, conspiring against them and causing them to lose the village battle and the resources within their villages. Upon hearing this, Colonel William frowned. As a hawkish member of the beautiful country's military, he already held little fondness for Huaxia, and now, influenced by the words of others, his impression of Huaxia became even worse. Absurd. How can people from my beautiful country allow 2 Huaxia villages to bully us? Rest assured, I will definitely seek justice for you. Coincidentally, I have a village battle card in my hand, and I want to see just how despicable these 2 Huaxia villages can be. William spoke angrily, but after he spoke, rather than receiving support from the crowd, he faced their opposition. Colonel William, please don't. Those 2 Huaxia villages are extremely cunning. If you initiate a village battle now, you will definitely suffer a great loss. That's right, William, those 2 villages have taken so many resources from us. Initiating a village battle now wouldn't put you at an advantage. Don't act impulsively. Seeing the crowd's persuasion, a trace of hesitation flashed across William's face, and he spoke, then what should we do? Just let the 2 Huaxia villages act arrogantly over us? Of course not. The time for novice tasks has already passed, and it won't be long before the restrictions between the villages are lifted. At that time we can unite and attack the Huaxia villages together, reenacting the glorious deeds of the 8-nation alliance from the past. With so many of us, even if the overall strength of the Huaxia villages is greater than ours, we can easily overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Therefore we must be patient and must not allow the strength of the Huaxia villages to grow. You're the person above is right. We need to reenact the glorious deeds of the 8-nation alliance and once again invade Huaxia, making the Huaxia people our servants. This is something we from the Little Sun country are most adept at. When the time comes, we will implement the 3-light policy: kill all, burn all, rob all, and let the Huaxia people be exterminated. As they spoke with excitement, players from various countries could not help but become agitated, and their comments became very enthusiastic. Just as they were fantasizing about the future, a sudden comment intruded into their conversation. A bunch of bastards. Do you think it's still 100 years ago? You still want to invade our Huaxia villages and plunder? If you have the capability, come. If I don't beat you until you call for your ancestors, I am not worthy to be a Huaxia person. That's right, a bunch of foreign devils and ungrateful descendants want to lay their hands on us, Huaxia. Dream on. As long as you dare to come, we dare to kill. Huaxia people, don't be too arrogant. Wait until the restrictions are lifted. That will be your death knell. Damn, the person above your mother is dead. I'm waiting for you here. When the time comes, if you don't dare to come, you'll be a dog raised by others. The verbal battle caused quite a stir. Eventually, even Shen Lang, who was focused on leveling up, was disturbed. There was no way he could ignore it, as players from the 114116 Novice Village were constantly tagging him in the chat channel, making it difficult for him to remain oblivious. Upon glancing at the chat channel of the 9th District, Shen Lang's gaze immediately turned icy. Especially when he saw those guys planning to slaughter, burn, and loot the Huaxia village. Once the restrictions were lifted, the flames of anger surged within Shen Lang. I am Dark Knight. To those who say they will implement a scorched earth policy against Huaxia village once the restrictions are lifted, I await your arrival, hoping you will not back down when the time comes. As Shen Lang spoke, the chaotic messages in the 9th District chat channel suddenly stopped, as if everyone had been hit with a pause button, plunging the space into silence. As the saying goes, a person's name is like a tree's shadow. Despite their previous wild boasts and slanders against Shen Lang, accusing him of cheating and favoritism from the Dao, they were merely trying to save face. In reality, did they truly not know how powerful Shen Lang was? Impossible. It was only because Shen Lang had not spoken in the district chat that it had emboldened their arrogance. However, at this moment, when Shen Lang finally spoke, even a single simple sentence silenced everyone. After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Shen Lang was the first true expert among all novice villages in the 9th District. Their current state was akin to a group of keyboard warriors. When the main character did not appear, they boisterously shouted, but when the main character showed up, they instantly cowered. Originally, Shen Lang had wanted to see what the village's most fervent dancer was up to, but he never expected things to unfold like this. After waiting for a while, and seeing no one speak, he shook his head, and prepared to log off, and continue hunting. But at that moment, a notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! More than 10 players above level 7 detected in the 9th District. The district trading channel is officially activated. Upon hearing this sound, Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. The district trading channel. Previously, all villages were in a state of self-imposed isolation, only able to communicate through speech. They had little interaction or mutual interest with outside villages, but now that the district trading channel was open, things had changed drastically. With the district trading channel, the villages could now exchange resources, enriching each village and tightening their connection. However, this was not good news for the Huaxiao village, especially the 114116 novice village. There was no way to ignore the hostility from those foreign players towards Huaxiao, and the fact that Shen Lang had previously won several village battles had utterly offended most villages. Therefore, given the current situation, the opening of the district trading channel was entirely more disadvantageous than beneficial for the 114116 novice village. Of course this was said, but in reality Shen Lang did not care whether those villages united or not. As the saying goes, sheep flock together while the fierce tiger walks alone. With his current strength, even if all those villages united, Shen Lang would not fear them at all. Shaking his head and deciding not to think too much, just as he was about to exit the district chat channel, suddenly a notification sound rang out. Someone had initiated a trade in the district trading channel. Seeing this, a look of curiosity flashed across Shen Lang's face. Given his current popularity, could another village really want to trade with him? Feeling a sense of curiosity, Shen Lang opened the messages in the trading channel. Lord Dark Knight, sorry to disturb you. We are from Beibang country and would like to make a trade with you. Looking at the message from Beibang country in the trading channel, Shen Lang raised an eyebrow and replied, what trade? We have a village battle card we would like to trade with you. We wonder if you need it. The Beibang country players said cautiously. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang's eyes suddenly lit up. He still remembered how various countries had angrily berated Huaxiao before, but he had no village battle cards in hand to retaliate directly. He never expected that just as he was looking for a chance, someone would send a pillow his way. Well, what do you want in return? Shen Lang did not say whether he wanted it or not, but directly asked what they wanted. If the price was right, he naturally wouldn't mind trading. However, if they intended to ask for too much, Shen Lang would also make them regret it. We don't need anything, Lord Dark Knight. We simply request that you allow us to join you. The players from Beibang country spoke. They knew of Shen Lang's strength, and the reason they wanted to trade with him was purely to cling to his power, and they were afraid. Shen Lang, looking at the message they sent, fell into contemplation. If the district trading channel had not opened, he naturally would not have been interested in letting them cling to him. But now that the district trading channel was open, they could exchange resources. Accepting a little brother would not only provide future support, but also allow him to seize resources from that side. Thinking of this, Shen Lang immediately had an idea. However, before agreeing, there was one thing he needed to ask. You didn't participate in the previous incidents against Huaxiao, did you? No, absolutely not. Huaxiao has always been our suzerain, and we from Beibang country would never dare to target our suzerain. The players from Beibang country spoke humbly, and Shen Lang remained non-committal. Alright, since you didn't participate, I agree. Now hand over the village battle card. Yes, Lord Dark Knight. Upon hearing Shen Lang's agreement, the top player from Beibang country's 14789 novice village, Jin Minshu, immediately showed a look of ecstatic joy. He quickly listed the village battle card he had in hand for a free trade to Dark Knight. Meanwhile, at that moment, players from other countries were also checking the district trading channel. When they discovered the first trade in the district trading channel, many were curious and clicked in. They then found that the item being traded was a village battle card, and the trading party was Dark Knight. Instantly, all the foreign villages were stunned. They stared in horror at the information in the trading channel. Although the sun was shining bright, their hearts felt like they had plunged into the icy depths of Antarctica, frozen to the core. Fuck Beibang country scum, how dare you? How dare you trade the village battle card to that Huaxiao person? Bakayuru people from Beibang country, you are all dead. The chat channel instantly became lively, with everyone furiously cursing the players from Beibang country. And behind this anger, everyone was filled with fear. All of this was because Shen Lang had obtained a new village battle card. Not long ago, Shen Lang launched a village fight, not only nearly depleting the resources of their village, but also causing them to lose dozens of attribute points. Many low-level players, after having their attribute points deducted, found all their attributes reduced to zero, leading to their immediate. Such a nightmare would be hard for everyone to forget in their lifetime, and now this scenario was about to unfold once more. Just the thought of it made everyone feel heartbroken, completely enveloped by fear. A player from the Chicken Basin Kingdom spoke in a pleading tone. Baka, how can you beg for mercy from the Huaxiao people? Damn, you are unworthy of being a member of the Yamato nation. Bakayuru, you stupid pigs. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. I want to live. Baka, it's because of you damn hawks that the Yamato nation has fallen to this state. Suddenly, a player from the Chicken Basin Kingdom stood up to support the first player. As he spoke, other hesitant players from the Chicken Basin Kingdom began to angrily rebuke the two hawks. As the player from the Chicken Basin Kingdom pleaded for mercy, players from other nations seemed to have their channels opened, and they all began to plead as well. Among them, the most subservient were the people from the beautiful country. Europe has always emphasized freedom and even allowed surrender on the battlefield. At this moment, their lives were threatened, and they could no longer maintain the pride of the world's #1 power, bowing and scraping before Shen Lang. As Shen Lang observed the conversations in the chat channel, a cold smile appeared on his face. He had long seen through these guys' true colors, fearing authority without virtue. In the past, when Huaxiao reasoned with them, they did not listen. Now that they wanted to plead for mercy, it was too late. Shen Lang ignored their nonsense and directly activated the village fight card. Ding, player Anya has initiated a village fight. Group challenge village fight. The initiator selects the target for the village fight, choosing between 2 to 50 targets, or can select 2 to 50 villages as allies. Village fight method: kill ferocious beasts to gain kill points. Both sides accumulate to 1,000 kill points to win. Kill points: kills of level 5 ferocious beasts do not count. Team kills do not count. Level 5 Ferocious Beasts yield 1 point. Level 6 Ferocious Beasts 2 points. Level 7 Ferocious Beasts 3 points. Rewards: the winning side receives resources multiplied by 3. Personal attribute 50. Punishment: the losing side suffers the opposite effect. Special reward: regardless of win or lose, the individual with the highest kill points will receive a special reward. As the village fight card was activated, the prompt sound of the great Tao immediately rang in everyone's ears. Suddenly a wail arose in the novice villages of various nations. Like before, this village fight was also a solo battle against the masses. Shen Lang selected another Huaxiao village and a village from the northern Stick Nation as allies, while the remaining novice villages were all chosen as opponents. Quickly, Shen Lang finalized the lineups for both sides. Players from various nations looked at the lineups, noticing that Shen Lang's side had only 3 villages, while theirs had dozens. Had it been before, they would have laughed to death at such a lineup comparison. But this time they felt a cold wave wash over them, as if they were witnessing past failures replaying like a cycle. Just as Shen Lang set up the village fight, suddenly the prompt sound of the great Tao rang out again. Ding! This village fight has been detected as the 99th village fight in the 9th district, therefore this will be the last village fight. After this, all village fight cards will be rendered void. Upon hearing this news, most players had no reaction, and some even felt relieved. But Colonel William, who had just joined the 9th district channel, turned pale. This was because he happened to have a village fight card in his hand, one he had worked hard to obtain. In order to plunder more resources, he had not rashly initiated a village fight, but had been selecting a village with ample resources, wanting to maximize his profits. Little did he expect the village fight card would be rendered useless. Fuck. In the novice village where Colonel William resided, he angrily overturned the table in his wooden house. He had already selected the village he was ready to initiate a village fight with. It was another Huaxiao village apart from the 114116 novice village. Firstly, this village had previously won a round of village fights alongside Shen Lang, yielding abundant resources. Secondly, as far as he knew, this village did not have a powerhouse like Shen Lang in charge. He had already planned that if he lost this village fight against Shen Lang, he would immediately use the village fight card to initiate a village fight against the other Huaxiao village, recouping his losses and perhaps even making a fortune. But now the new rules from the Great Tao had completely sabotaged all his plans, leaving him in a fit of impotent rage. While he was fuming, Shen Lang had already closed the chat channel for the 9th district and continued hunting in the territory of the iron-armored rhinoceros. Similarly, not only him, the 114,116 novice village, another Huaxiao novice village, and the newly joined novice village from the northern Stick Nation were all fired up, eagerly seeking to hunt ferocious beasts. With Shen Lang in charge, everyone was confident that this time they would win the village fight just like the last. Especially the people from the northern Stick Nation, who were now feeling the benefits of holding onto a strong ally. With their big brother backing them up, they just had to work hard and victory was assured. Immediately, Jin Minshu gathered all the elites of their village to set out and hunt ferocious beasts. In contrast to their fervor, the novice villages from other nations looked completely lifeless. Previously, Shen Lang alone had suppressed them to the point they couldn't lift their heads, let alone now, with an additional village from the northern Stick Nation joining Shen Lang's team. This made their chances of victory plummet to an unprecedented low. Just thinking about this situation was already despairing. They did not possess the Huaxiao spirit of man overcoming nature. When faced with a dire situation, apart from a few unwilling individuals still striving, the majority had completely given up and started to indulge. They only thought of enjoying themselves more before their demise. For example, players from the Chicken Basin Kingdom in numerous villages were currently holding unrestricted gatherings. To put it bluntly, they had transformed from humans into beasts, with the female players of these villages becoming mere tools. Some were unwilling while others were very cooperative. The most incredible one managed to take on 26 opponents, which was simply unimaginable. In the moon-worshipping wilderness to the north, Shen Lang wielded the blood-drink mad blade, slaughtering the armored rhinoceroses with ferocity. Under his rampage, the number of armored rhinoceroses dwindled, while his experience and kill points surged wildly. After an hour of bloody battle, finally, where his gaze fell, there were no living armored rhinoceroses left, only the corpses scattered on the ground. Nicknamed Dark Knight. Level 10, 2600-012-00000. In just 1 hour, the newly leveled Shen Lang accumulated another 25,000 experience points. This number may not seem significant compared to over 100 armored rhinoceroses, but in reality, after Shen Lang reached level 10, the experience value provided by the armored rhinoceroses decreased. Previously, the beast-grade armored rhinoceroses could provide 600 experience points, but now each one only offered 200. The elite-grade beasts, which used to give over 1,000 experience points, now only provided 500. Shen Lang defeated 20 elite-grade armored rhinoceroses, earning 10,000 experience points. He also took down 80 ordinary-grade armored rhinoceroses, garnering 16,000 experience points. In addition to the experience points, the kill points Shen Lang received for defeating the armored rhinoceroses also decreased. Previously, he earned 8 points, but now it was only 5, totaling 500 points for 100 kills. Huaxia kill points leaderboard. First place, Dark Knight kill points 500. Second place, Sunshine Beauty kill points 80. Third place, Nice kill points 65. Even though the kill points earned had diminished, Shen Lang's kill points on the leaderboard remained far ahead, leaving others in despair. As for why the top 3 were all from the 114116 beginner village, isn't that quite obvious? The 114116 beginner village won so many village battles that they earned a significant amount of attribute points. Therefore, the players from the 114116 beginner village can be said to be the strongest among all villages, truly deserving the title of the number 1 village. Moreover, with the resources in the 114116 beginner village multiplying so many times and beasts being everywhere, gaining kill points became even easier. If they couldn't secure a top 3 spot under these circumstances, Shen Lang would begin to doubt whether they were hopeless cases. In comparison, the kill points from the various national alliances already past halfway spoke volumes. Their hope had been entirely abandoned, resigned to waiting for death. The total kill points of the various national alliances hadn't even surpassed 100, just 10 points higher than Sunshine Beauty. This is the total, not individual kill points. With such data, any thought of winning was simply absurd. The reason for this situation, aside from most people slacking off, was crucially that they simply didn't have enough beasts to defeat. After failing in earlier village battles, they lost 90% of their resources, leading to a situation where, aside from 3 newly joined villages, most were left impoverished. Even if they combined the number of beasts across all their villages, it would be questionable if they could gather enough for 1,000 kill points. In such circumstances, how could they hope to win? It can be said that the outcome of this village battle was predetermined from the start. They had no hope of victory. Thus, in the end, the players from various countries who initially planned to struggle began to slack off, completely taking advantage of the village battle's ongoing status to enjoy their last moments of life. Meanwhile, as the players from various nations resigned themselves to the north of the moon-worshipping wilderness, Shen Lang looked at the 6 lined-up corpses of armored rhinoceroses, excitement making him rub his hands together. The speed of his battles against the armored rhinoceroses had been so swift that he hadn't had time to perform the divine extraction on the corpses. Only now, with the battle settled, did he have the leisure to extract. Although the maximum attributes he could extract from these corpses was only a few points, and even a small perfection wouldn't significantly enhance his strength, it was still a source of enjoyment for Shen Lang. First experience, then kill points, and now attribute points. Shen Lang had thoroughly figured out these beastly creatures, squeezing out all their value. In fact, after finishing the extraction, he planned to turn the armored rhinoceroses' corpses into roasted meat, placing it on the trading platform to sell to others, thus reaping another resource. Such utilization would even make a capitalist shed tears. Of course, this time, he wasn't listing it on the village trading channel, but on the regional trading channel. Indeed, he intended to sell these armored rhinoceroses' corpses to players from various nations. While contemplating the follow-up handling of the armored rhinoceros corpses, Shen Lang began his extraction with a beaming smile. Ding extraction successful, gained strength attribute 2. Ding extraction successful, gained strength attribute 1. Ding extraction successful, gained agility attribute 2. Before long, Shen Lang completed the extraction on all 6 corpses, 5 successes and 1 failure, totaling 3 points in strength attribute, 3 points in agility attribute, and 2 points in stamina attribute. After exhausting the extraction opportunities on the armored rhinoceroses, Shen Lang began to prepare meat chunks. Yes, meat chunks, not roasted meat. Initially, he intended to sell roasted meat, but upon reconsideration, he thought, why should he sell his roasted meat to those who didn't deserve it? He would simply sell them raw meat for them to roast themselves. At that moment, Shen Lang drew the blood drink mad blade, dismembering the corpses of the armored rhinoceroses littered across the ground, and listed them one by one on the regional trading channel. As Shen Lang listed the items, players from various villages received notifications. Armored rhinoceros meat, beast meat from level 10 or above when cooked can randomly increase 1 to 0. 5 points in attributes, effective only for players below level 6. Seeing the attributes of the armored rhinoceros meat, players from various nations erupted in excitement. Eating meat to increase attributes. This was not just meat, it was a life-saving item for them. Their despair stemmed from fearing that losing the village battle would lead to insufficient attribute points, resulting in direct, but now eating meat could increase attribute points, and if they consumed enough, they would have a much greater chance of surviving the village. Realizing this, everyone began placing orders, even though the seller had a blade to their throats. Although spiritual flowers and fruits were relatively rare, given the vast number of players, there were naturally some with considerable stock. The only complaint was that Shen Lang's meat was priced too high, 3 spiritual herbs for a piece of meat. This made many from the beautiful country shout about complaints. Unfortunately, now was a genuine seller's market, and to survive, everyone only regretted not buying enough meat, paying no mind to the price. Before long, the batch of meat chunks listed by Shen Lang sold out completely. This forced Shen Lang, who had intended to take a break, to continue working tirelessly to cut more meat chunks and list them on the trading channel. In the northern part of the Baiwa wilderness, Shen Lang was busy working alone in the wild. After spending an entire hour, he finally managed to clean up all the corpses of the armored rhinoceroses. At this moment, his trading backpack contained more than 300 herbs, which accounted for nearly all the stock of those foreign. The most obvious sign was that the sales of armored rhinoceros meat had slowed down significantly, with no transactions occurring for a long time, far from the previous frenzy. Shen Lang didn't mind this. If he couldn't sell now, he could sell later. The armored rhinoceros meat could enhance attribute points, making it a constant necessity, ensuring it would sell eventually. The current lack of sales was only temporary. Once those players collected more rare materials, they would naturally come back to trade. After placing the traded herbs into his backpack, Shen Lang closed the trading interface and began extracting the medicinal liquid from the herbs. Name: purple orchid grass. Rank: First-level spiritual herb description: the main ingredient for body refinement pills, consuming it directly can increase strength attributes. After glancing at the description, Shen Lang did not hesitate and activated the super extraction to extract the medicinal liquid. Purple orchid grass liquid: consuming it can increase strength attributes by 3 points. Looking at the effect of the medicinal liquid, Shen Lang nodded slightly. It was quite good. A first-level spiritual herb that enhanced attributes by 3 points. He opened his mouth and swallowed the purple orchid grass liquid, then continued to extract the spiritual herbs. 300 spiritual herbs might not sound like a lot, but in fact it was quite substantial. Even if Shen Lang took 5 seconds to extract each herb, it took him over 20 minutes to finish all 300. Among the 300 herbs, only 83 could enhance attributes. The rest either had special effects or were poisonous, all stored temporarily in his space. Even with less than a third of the quantity, Shen Lang gained 125 attribute points. Strength 30, agility 50, constitution 25, and vitality 20 points. Such a significant boost in attributes was comparable to leveling up 3 or 4 times. Overall, this round Shen Lang felt like he had made a huge profit, even humming a cheerful tune. I'm making money. I don't even know how to spend it. Selling a Motorola with my left hand and a Nokia with my right. But as the saying goes, one should not act arrogantly. Arrogance can attract misfortune. Perhaps even the heavens could not tolerate Shen Lang's arrogance. While he was humming and singing, suddenly a roar filled with rage echoed from afar. Shen Lang turned to look and was instantly confronted with a creature as large as a small mountain galloping towards him with great speed. Its face was even filled with a human-like expression of anger. Seeing the suddenly appearing creature, Shen Lang instinctively activated his insight eye, and immediately the information about this giant creature appeared before him. Fierce beast, armored rhinoceros king, female, level 16, skill, immense strength, passive talent, talent. Diamond toughness description: it is one of the rulers of the Baiwa wilderness, generally mild in temperament, but do not provoke it, otherwise you will witness its terror. Combat power assessment: 32 stars, 6 segments drop, rate 100. Looking at the detailed information of the giant creature charging at him, Shen Lang's face changed instantly. With dual talents and skills, its base combat power had reached 32 stars. Damn, was it really that exaggerated? The Golden Lion King is also a wilderness ruler, but compared to this armored rhinoceros king, it was simply trash. Cursing silently in his heart, Shen Lang slowly drew out his blood-drinking blade, preparing to confront the enemy. Although this armored rhinoceros king was terrifying, Shen Lang was no pushover. No matter how tough this bone was, he was confident he could chew it down. But just as he was prepared to fight the rhinoceros king, suddenly, an equally furious roar came from behind him. When Shen Lang turned around, he was stunned to find another giant armored rhinoceros had appeared behind him. Damn it! Shen Lang felt a bit dazed and instinctively activated his insight eye again. Fierce beast, armored rhinoceros king, male, level 16, skill, immense strength, passive talent, talent. Diamond toughness description: it is one of the rulers of the Baiwa wilderness, generally mild in temperament, but do not provoke it, otherwise you will witness its terror. Combat power assessment: 32 stars, 6 segments drop, rate 100. Instantly the information about this armored rhinoceros king appeared before him, almost identical to the one in front of him. The only difference was that the one in front was female, while the one behind was male. Wait, so it really is true that 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain unless one is male and the other is female? Shen Lang felt a bit powerless to complain. Goodness, this armored rhinoceros king, if it didn't show up at all it would be fine, but now 2 appeared at once. Was it playing a joke? Thinking about all this with resentment, Shen Lang was very clear that this situation was mostly his own fault. Not long ago, he had won several village battles, and with each victory the village's resources increased. This time with the resources tripling from defeating many enemies. Fierce beasts were also part of the village's resources, which fell within the doubling range. Earlier, Shen Lang had suspected whether the doubling of fierce beasts would bring forth new rulers. It seemed that anything was possible. Therefore, it was not wrong to say that the current situation was directly caused by Shen Lang. The only thing that made Shen Lang feel fortunate was that he had managed to clear out the armored rhinoceros clan before these 2 rhinoceros kings appeared. Otherwise, if those armored rhinoceroses were still alive and had the help of the armored rhinoceros king, Shen Lang might not have been. Of course, due to the appearance of 2 rhinoceros kings, Shen Lang's current situation wasn't much better. If he had to deal with 1 rhinoceros king, he would still have confidence to confront it on his own. But facing 2 kings was somewhat beyond Shen Lang's capabilities. It wasn't that he couldn't fight, it was just that a strong confrontation would definitely result in injuries, posing certain risks. Thus, without saying a word, Shen Lang directly changed his battle plan and began to kite the 2 rhinoceros kings. Fireballs gathered in his hands, and then whizzed towards the 2 rhinoceros kings. The fireballs struck the rhinoceros kings, causing explosions. Once the smoke from the explosions cleared, Shen Lang saw that apart from being slightly charred, the female rhinoceros king had not even sustained a single wound. Such powerful defensive capabilities made Shen Lang gasp in awe. Thankfully, he hadn't taken the hit he'd, otherwise he would have likely suffered a setback this time. While thinking, Shen Lang continued to kite, launching fireballs at the 2 rhinoceros kings, as if they were free of charge. Although he couldn't break their defenses, he could use this opportunity to test and find their weaknesses. Boom, boom, boom. In the northern wilderness, terrifying explosions echoed continuously, accompanied by the furious roars of the iron-armored Rhino King. The iron-armored Rhino King possessed an incredibly terrifying physique, towering in size, and was truly a living tank. With such a significant advantage in physical strength, it was undeniable that they must have some shortcomings in other areas. For instance, speed and agility. Coincidentally, these are precisely the strengths of Shen Lang. Thus, Shen Lang maintained a speed that was only half of his maximum, keeping a distance that made the iron-armored Rhino King appear as if it could catch up, yet in reality, it could never close the gap. In this manner, he lured the two iron-armored Rhino Kings from a distance, and then utilizing various elaborate tactics, he continuously harassed them, with fire flooding, burying, and all sorts of chaotic methods. These tactics indeed couldn't inflict significant damage on them, but they thoroughly enraged the already furious beasts. It is known that in battle the angrier one gets the less rational they become, making them easier to handle. At this moment the two Rhino Kings were in such a state. After enduring Shen Lang's repeated harassment, they finally lost all sense of reason. Initially the two Beast Kings had a hint of coordination, but now they completely lost their tacit understanding and fought. The male Rhino King even directly separated from the female Rhino King, attempting to take a shortcut to surround Shen Lang. However, it had no idea that just after it left the female Rhino King, Shen Lang, who had been fleeing slowly, suddenly turned around and charged at the female Rhino King. The blood-drinking mad blade had somehow appeared in Shen Lang's hand, and he leaped into the air, then brought the blade down mercilessly onto the female Rhino King's head. The female Rhino King did not expect Shen Lang to turn around so suddenly, and being less agile than him, she could not evade the strike, which landed directly on her head. Immediately a pained wail filled with anguish escaped the female Rhino King's mouth. As the sad cries rang out 1 kilometer away, the male Rhino King, who had intended to take a shortcut to intercept Shen Lang, suddenly halted, revealing a flicker of human-like anxiety on its face, before turning around and charging towards the direction of the female Rhino King. Although it was still a kilometer away, as it drew closer, Shen Lang sensed its approach immediately. There was no way to ignore it. Even the ground trembled due to the male Rhino King's running, making it somewhat difficult for Shen Lang to overlook its presence. However, this time Shen Lang did not retreat as swiftly as before. He had lured these two behemoths for so long precisely to separate them and defeat them one by one. Now that the opportunity had finally presented itself, how could Shen Lang easily let it slip away? Therefore, he completely ignored the commotion behind him, his focus solely on the female Rhino King. With a strike that landed on the female Rhino King's head, Shen Lang wasted no time and swung his blade again. One strike after another, he relentlessly hacked at the female Rhino King's head. Though her defense was unparalleled, the intense shockwaves still surged into her mind. This caused her already dull brain to turn into a mush. In between, she attempted to counterattack several times, but each time before she could strike, her attempts were interrupted by Shen Lang, leading her to fall into a completely passive position. Damn, why is this turtle shell so hard? Shen Lang muttered discontentedly, not because his strength was inadequate, but purely because the female Rhino King's defense was exceptionally abnormal. Enduring so many of his strikes, even the Golden Lion King would have been reduced to minced meat, yet the female Rhino King, aside from swaying a bit and having a somewhat sunken head, bore not a single cut. How could that be? Shen Lang felt some urgency. The male Rhino King was returning, and if these two kings regrouped, he would have to flee once again. While feeling anxious, Shen Lang's thoughts remained clear. While suppressing the female Rhino King, he quickly turned his mind, contemplating a solution to the current predicament. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Name: corrosive grass juice. Rank: 3rd rank. Description: possesses a strong corrosive effect. Never touch with bare skin, or the consequences will be dire. This was one of the 300 materials he had traded previously. Since it couldn't enhance attributes, he carelessly tossed it into a corner of his backpack. Now, however, it had become the key to breaking through the enemy's defenses. While firmly suppressing the female Rhino King, Shen Lang's thoughts moved instantly, and a blob of corrosive grass juice appeared in his palm, enveloped in his chi. Even wrapped in chi, he could still hear sizzling sounds from his hand, the sound of the chi being corroded. Seeing this, a smile involuntarily appeared on Shen Lang's face. This time I want to see if you can withstand it. He coldly chuckled and waved his hand. The corrosive grass was instantly sent howling towards the female Rhino King. The still dizzy female Rhino King, unable to evade Shen Lang's sudden attack, ultimately found herself covered in all the corrosive grass juice. Sizzle. Unlike the sizzling sound of the corrosive chi was after all a form of energy. The corrosion from the corrosive grass was not particularly powerful. However, when the corrosive grass juice fell onto the female Rhino King's body, it was as if sulfuric acid had splashed onto a person. Her incredibly tough physique began to visibly dissolve at an alarming rate. A pungent odor filled the air, and a deafening scream followed. Ugh! The female Rhino King wailed in agony, her massive body collapsing to the ground, rolling about, as if trying to rub the corrosive grass juice off on the earth. However, this action not only failed to achieve its purpose, but also allowed the corrosive grass juice to spread more evenly across her entire body. Instantly, clouds of white smoke began to rise from her body, and the acrid smell in the air intensified. Witnessing such a terrifying scene, Shen Lang's eyes widened in shock. Although the corrosive grass juice belonged to him, it was his first time witnessing its specific effects, and he could only describe it with 2 words: terrifying. Of course, the original corrosive grass might not have such a powerful effect, otherwise players would find it difficult to harvest. The key was that this substance had been extracted by Shen Lang into juice, fully unleashing its inherent effects, which led to such a terrifying degree. Just as the female Rhino King was rolling on the ground in agony, a violent tremor finally came from behind Shen Lang. The male Rhino King had returned. With a fierce gust of wind howling, the male Rhinoceros King charged towards Shen Lang with its sharp horn. Without looking back, Shen Lang instinctively dodged the impact of the male Rhinoceros King, relying on his innate sense of danger. As it brushed past Shen Lang, the male Rhinoceros King did not continue to pursue him, but instead moved to the side of the female Rhinoceros King, letting out a mournful cry. The extremely weak female Rhinoceros King responded with a soft groan, but her voice grew fainter until it gradually faded away. Watching this scene, the male Rhinoceros King's eyes instantly turned blood red. A voice filled with grief rang out. Shen Lang observed this scene with a calm gaze. Suddenly, the male Rhinoceros King raised its head sharply to look at Shen Lang, staring at him with its bell-sized eyes. An aura of madness continuously emanated from the male Rhinoceros King. Sensing the violent energy radiating from it, Shen Lang's expression grew slightly serious. However, this time he did not flee. Previously, he had to avoid confrontation due to the combined efforts of the two rhinoceros. Now, with only the male Rhinoceros King remaining, although it appeared very dangerous, Shen Lang had no intention of retreating. Do you want revenge? Come on. Shen Lang gripped the blood-drink-mad blade in one hand and beckoned towards the male Rhinoceros King with the other. Seeing this, the male Rhinoceros King could no longer suppress its anger, and with a push of its legs it charged directly at Shen Lang. The ivory-hued horn atop its head shimmered ominously in the sunlight, radiating a chilling glow as if a divine weapon had been unsheathed, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Flash! As the male Rhinoceros King approached, Shen Lang did not hold back. He raised the blood-drink-mad blade high, and with an unstoppable momentum struck down towards the male Rhinoceros King. Clang! A sharp, ear-piercing sound akin to metal clashing rang out as Shen Lang's blood-drink-mad blade came crashing down on the male Rhinoceros King's head. The ferocious power of the male Rhinoceros King also surged through the blood-drink-mad blade towards Shen Lang. Crack! Crack! A series of sharp sounds echoed as Shen Lang's entire skeleton produced a cacophony of popping noises. Feeling the terrifying force transmitted from the blade, Shen Lang's complexion turned a shade of red. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured without retreating, unleashing over 300 points of strength attributes as his power-enhancing talent activated. Shen Lang weathered the charge of the male Rhinoceros King, and with a single blow sent its massive body flying. Boom! The enormous figure crashed to the ground, creating a large pit in the earth. In that moment, the male Rhinoceros King, previously blinded by rage, became instantly aware. It looked at Shen Lang with a hint of fear, its eyes filled with confusion, as it could not comprehend why this bipedal creature possessed such immense strength, even surpassing its own. Shen Lang naturally had no idea what the male Rhinoceros King was thinking. Seizing the opportunity, he pursued with renewed vigor, his speed talent activating significantly, enhancing his swiftness as he created afterimages in midair and quickly reached the male Rhinoceros King. He then unleashed a frenzy of strikes from the blood-drink-mad blade towards the male Rhinoceros King. Clang! 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 A series of sounds like iron being struck resonated. Shen Lang's assault was undeniably terrifying. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have been reduced to mere pulp. However, the male Rhinoceros King's defenses were not any weaker than those of the female Rhinoceros King. After hacking away for a while, Shen Lang had only barely managed to breach its skin. Seeing this, Shen Lang felt almost nauseous. This defense is really infuriating. Despite his inner complaints, he could not afford to give up. Not to mention the rewards for defeating two kings, just the second key that existed on them made it impossible for Shen Lang to back down. Thus, no matter how disgusting it was, he could only persist. The only regret he had was that the juice of the corrosive grass had been fully consumed on the female Rhinoceros King. Otherwise, had he unleashed it in a wave, the male Rhinoceros King would not have been able to withstand for so long. While Shen Lang was repulsed by the male Rhinoceros King's defenses, at the same time the male Rhinoceros King was astonished by Shen Lang's relentless assault. Although Shen Lang's attacks barely breached its defenses and posed no lethal threat, the pain inflicted with each strike was very real. The intense pain constantly stimulated its brain, not only completely extinguishing its rage, but also diminishing its pride as a king. Originally, the male Rhinoceros King had planned to avenge the female Rhinoceros King, yet at that moment a flicker of retreat began to rise in its heart. Beasts, after all, are not human. Their emotions may be pure, but when faced with danger, their instinct is to preserve themselves. They cannot act like humans, risking their lives for the sake of revenge. Thus, after enduring Shen Lang's consecutive heavy blows, the male Rhinoceros King faltered. At that moment, it braced itself against Shen Lang's attacks and attempted to turn and flee. As soon as it moved, Shen Lang saw through its intentions. Trying to run. Leave me behind. Shen Lang felt a surge of urgency. If this creature got away, he would not know how long it would take to find it again, and he had no time to play a game of cat and mouse. In that instant, water, fire, earth, and various elemental powers erupted under Shen Lang's control, aiming to tear apart the male Rhinoceros King's defenses. Yet the result was, as always, the male Rhinoceros King's defenses blocked all of Shen Lang's attacks. As the male Rhinoceros King was about to escape Shen Lang's attack range, suddenly Shen Lang sheathed the blood-drink-mad blade and leaped directly onto the male Rhinoceros King's back. Since he could not break through its defenses, he decided to forego that approach. Standing behind it, Shen Lang raised his fist high and struck down fiercely onto the male Rhinoceros King. Boom! With a loud crash, the male Rhinoceros King's limbs gave way and it collapsed to the ground. Then like a torrential rain, Shen Lang's fists rained down the terrifying force, continuously pounding on the male rhinoceros. Finally, a mouthful of blood erupted from the male rhinoceros king's mouth. Although its surface remained intact, Shen Lang's force penetrated through to strike its internal organs. Its internal defenses were not as formidable as its exterior, thus after enduring a series of Shen Lang's intense bombardments, its internal organs became a shattered mess. Ugh! A sorrowful howl arose as the male rhinoceros king lay helplessly on the ground, casting a glance at the nearby female rhinoceros king. Ultimately, the male rhinoceros king's eyes slowly closed. The iron-armored rhinoceros clan's two great kings have both fallen. Huff! Huff! A heavy panting echoed across the wilderness as Shen Lang sat on the corpse of the bull rhinoceros, gasping for breath. This battle was undoubtedly the simplest one he had ever experienced. It wasn't that the bull rhinoceros attacks were particularly strong, rather its defenses were overly grotesque, draining him of too much energy. Fortunately, the Tao granted him blessings, quickly helping him recover. And with the fall of the bull rhinoceros, the Tao's notification finally arrived at that moment. Ding! You have slain the two great kings of the rhinoceros clan, gaining 8,000 experience. Ding! You have slain the two great kings of the rhinoceros clan, receiving 2 silver treasure chests. Ding! You have slain the two great kings of the rhinoceros clan, obtaining the second key. A series of notifications rang out, but Shen Lang paid little attention and focused directly on the 2 bull rhinoceroses at his feet, then activated the super extraction. Extract. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the talent level talent iron bones. Ding. It has been detected that you already possess this talent. It will automatically fuse. Congratulations, you have obtained the C-level talent copperhead iron armed. Shen Lang, who was originally somewhat fatigued, suddenly widened his eyes at the notifications ringing in his ears, and in the next moment a wave of joy surged from his heart. He had just personally experienced the defenses of the 2 bull rhinoceroses, which were absolutely disgusting. Now not only had he obtained the talents of the bull rhinoceros, but he had also leveled up. At that moment he felt that everything he had endured previously was worth it. The defenses of the 2 great bull rhinoceroses, which had been so repulsive before, now felt incredibly appealing. For anyone, the more defenses an enemy had, the better, while one's own defenses should naturally be as strong as possible. With a smile at the corners of his mouth, Shen Lang eagerly activated the copperhead iron arm talent, causing a bronze glow to emanate from his body. He clapped his hands together in midair, producing a series of crisp sounds. Although he hadn't tested it before, Shen Lang was confident that his current defense exceeded that of the 2 great bull rhinoceroses. During the few minutes Shen Lang tested his own talents, the SS level skill Dao's blessing had already restored him. Now that he had obtained the second key, Shen Lang immediately opened the mission panel to check the location of the third key. Soon he found the information he needed on the mission panel. The third key was on the Fire Monkey King in the 10,000 Beasts Forest. Recognizing the direction, Shen Lang wasted no time and directly left the Baiwei Wilderness, heading toward the 10,000. The 10,000 Beasts Forest bordered the Baiwei Wilderness. Unlike the endless expanse of the Baiwei Wilderness, the forest was densely populated with tall trees. When Shen Lang arrived at the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts Forest, he was immediately struck with surprise at the scene before him. Each tree in the 10,000 Beasts Forest reached heights of over 100 feet, piercing the clouds. Due to the dense foliage, sunlight was nearly blocked, resulting in a dark environment that resembled a magical fairy tale's enchanted forest, evoking an eerie feeling. Shen Lang casually glanced around the edge before stepping inside. His figure vanished at the forest's edge, swallowed by. As he walked through the 10,000 Beasts Forest, Shen Lang remained vigilant, feeling as though he was being watched. It was as if countless eyes were fixated on him from the shadows. However, upon careful inspection of his surroundings, he found no traces of any fierce beasts. For a moment, even the usually bold Shen Lang felt a sense of caution rising within him. After walking for a while, suddenly a whoosh of air sliced through above his head. In a state of constant alertness, Shen Lang sharply sensed the direction of the sound. Without hesitation, he swung his blood-drinking madblade instinctively. Splash! A sound of splattering blood echoed, followed by a dull thud on the ground. A giant python over 10 meters long lay severed in two, crashing to the earth. Shen Lang glanced at it, instantly revealing the information about the giant python. Name: Dark Giant Python. Level 10. Talent: a level talent Dark Stealth. Description: a silent killer in the 10,000 Beasts Forest. Beware, it lurks in the dark, ready to spy on you at any moment. Looking at the information of the Dark Giant Python, Shen Lang's gaze lingered a moment longer on its talent. He then stepped forward to activate Super Extraction. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations, you have gained 2 points in strength attributes. Looking at the notification before him, a hint of disappointment flashed in Shen Lang's eyes. He wanted the talent Dark Stealth. Though this talent was only a level, it would be a perfect match for the 10,000 Beasts Forest environment. If he obtained it, his strength within the forest would undoubtedly improve significantly. Unfortunately, it seemed the goddess of fortune was on a break, as she did not bestow her favor upon him this time. Putting aside his scattered thoughts, Shen Lang continued forward, encountering several ambushes along the way. Each time he was ambushed, Shen Lang only reacted after the fierce beasts launched their attacks. Before that, he couldn't even sense that. He could only vaguely sense that creatures were spying on him. Fortunately, thanks to his immense strength, he might not have been able to identify the fierce beasts before they attacked, but he could successfully counterattack after they struck. Regrettably, in several extractions, he failed to acquire relevant talents, only gaining a few attribute points, which was After advancing for half an hour in the 10,000 Beasts Forest, he finally arrived at the Fire Monkey Clan stronghold, according to the route indicated on the mission map. The Fire Monkey Clan, as the name suggests, are monkeys that control fire. Their stronghold starkly contrasted with the environment of the 10,000 Beasts Forest. If the 10,000 Beasts Forest was a paradise for dark-type fierce beasts, then the Fire Monkey Clan was like a flickering flame in the darkness, appearing so dazzling. Even their stronghold was several shades brighter than the surrounding 10,000 Beasts Forest. Observing this scene, Shen Lang's eyes narrowed slightly and a hint of caution arose within him. He didn't know how powerful the Fire Monkey Clan was, but just the fact that they could stand out among numerous dark creatures using the power of fire indicated their strength. Shen Lang took a deep breath, carefully concealed his presence, and then entered the Fire Monkey Clan stronghold. Although he was confident in his own strength in the absence of information, he preferred to investigate first before deciding how to. As Shen Lang stepped into the territory of the Fire Monkey Clan, a wave of scorching heat immediately rushed towards him. Feeling the sweltering air, Shen Lang furrowed his brows slightly, a sense of agitation rising unconsciously within him. Although this agitation was faint, Shen Lang keenly sensed the difference. His patience, while not boundless, should not have been so easily unsettled. Why was he suddenly feeling so dry? Silently pondering, Shen Lang heightened his vigilance. This place seemed somewhat different from the outside world. While contemplating, Shen Lang continued to delve deeper into the Fire Monkey Clan's territory. Despite its oddities, he could not abandon his pursuit of the key. However, he did not let his guard down. Glancing around, he found no signs of life, and his gaze swiftly focused on the surrounding trees. Outside the Fire Monkey territory, the trees were mostly deep brown resembling black, while the trees here were predominantly fiery red. Activating his insight eye, a flash of light appeared in Shen Lang's eyes, and a wave of information suddenly emerged before him. Name: Fire Maple Tree. Description: contains powerful fire elemental energy, making it one of the favored habitats of fire attribute beasts. Be cautious, something within may be quite different. Looking at the information displayed by his insight, Shen Lang raised an eyebrow. What could be different inside? Quickly thinking, Shen Lang pressed his palm against the trunk of a fire maple tree, and a surge of hidden energy was unleashed. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the fire maple tree before Shen Lang burst apart. Instantly, a pitch-black hollow appeared before him. The tree was hollow inside. Realizing this, Shen Lang instinctively startled, but before he could think further, two scarlet lights suddenly emerged from the dark hollow of the tree. In the next moment, a shadow suddenly lunged out from the hollow, launching a surprise attack on Shen Lang. Shen Lang's reflexes were sharp. He reacted the moment the shadow appeared. Without a second thought, he struck out with a palm, unleashing a powerful force that instantly sent the shadow flying. The shadow crashed heavily against the surrounding fire maple trees, letting out a sharp, piercing scream. Following the sound, Shen Lang's gaze quickly identified the assailant. It was a fire monkey, its eyes like rubies glowing with a bloody scarlet hue. Its face with sharp features emanated a fierce aura. Even after being struck by Shen Lang, it still roared at him, defiantly dragging its wounded body. Observing this scene, Shen Lang activated his insight eye once again, and the specific information about the fire monkey appeared. Beast Fire Monkey. Level 14. Talent: E rank Heart Fire. Battle Power 15 star 4th stage. Description: an exceptionally unique tribe in the Beast Forest. They can ignite the inner flames of living beings. Any ordinary creature that approaches will self-ignite. Drop rate 5. Seeing the detailed introduction of the fire monkey before him, Shen Lang couldn't help but inhale sharply. Previously, he thought the Fire Monkey Clan was similar to other beasts, merely manipulating fire elements. Such beasts, while powerful, were not overly concerning, as Shen Lang himself possessed the talent to control fire elements. However, after reading the detailed description, he realized that the Fire Monkey Clan's talent was not about manipulating fire elements, but rather an emotional-based ability. Such a talent is quite formidable. The key is that when activated, it can be almost silent, drawing no attention. Thinking back on the inexplicable agitation that had risen within him earlier, it was likely the Fire Monkey Clan had covert. Had it not been for Shen Lang's acute awareness of his emotions, he would not have sensed the impact, and instead attributed it to his own. Realizing this, Shen Lang gazed at the monkey, still baring its teeth at him. With a thought, he swung his sword, unleashing a blade of energy that instantly decapitated it. Having completed this, Shen Lang's gaze shifted towards the surrounding fire maple trees. Surely there must be another fire monkey hiding among these trunks, and he had likely been targeted the moment he stepped into the fire. Understanding this, Shen Lang hesitated no longer. He unleashed his full power, activating the blood drink mad blade in his hand, and directly slashing at the surrounding fire maple trees. Boom! Shen Lang's full force strike caused a tremendous commotion. With a flash of brilliant blade light, the surrounding fire maple trees were severed at their bases. Indeed, as the fire maple trees broke, dark hollow centers were revealed. Subsequently, crimson figures emerged from the darkness, resembling malevolent spirits, glaring intently at Shen Lang. Seeing this, Shen Lang remained silent, calmly beckoning the surrounding fire monkeys with a gesture. In the next second, a cacophony of screeches erupted. Screech. As the fire monkeys screeched, Shen Lang felt something rise within him. His previously calm mind was suddenly flooded with fury. A desire for destruction filled his heart, compelling him to wreak havoc. This was the combined activation of the fire monkey's talents, igniting Shen Lang's heart fire. If Shen Lang truly acted on his emotional impulses to destroy the fire within him would burn ever brighter, ultimately turning from ethereal to corporeal, incinerating him. It must be said this attack targeting the spirit is indeed strange and troublesome. Even Shen Lang lacked effective countermeasures. However, since there was no way to counter it, he decided not to. Shen Lang had no intention of suppressing his emotions. On the contrary, once the desire for destruction arose, he chose to attack the surrounding fire monkeys. Immediately the battle commenced, and Shen Lang and the many fire monkeys clashed fiercely. Under the stimulation of the heart fire, Shen Lang's attacks became explosively powerful, his onslaught turning bold and unpredictable. The fire monkeys dodged while continuously screeching, aiming to further ignite the heart fire within Shen Lang. But just as the heart fire within Shen Lang reached its peak, about to ignite him, suddenly the SSS-Grade skill blessing of the Tao activated passively. A wave of coolness surged down from above Shen Lang's head. The heart fire, which was about to set him ablaze, was instantly extinguished, as if water had met fire. As the heart fire faded, Shen Lang's mind immediately became clear, and even his perceptions grew astonishingly acute, as if a dust-covered mirror had been polished to brilliance once more. The numerous fire monkeys controlling the heart fire sensed the change in Shen Lang, and an expression of astonishment flickered across their faces. They looked at Shen Lang with bewilderment, as if wondering why their innate abilities had suddenly ceased to function. As for Shen Lang, he found nothing strange about the scene before him, for it had already been accounted for in his calculations. With the blessing of the Tao upon him, he was not afraid of injury. The SS-level blessing was sufficient to help him negate any damage. Even the intangible harm of heart fire was no exception. Moreover, after enduring the scorching of the heart fire, Shen Lang keenly realized that the heart fire not only posed harm, but also brought benefits. If one were to compare a person's mind to a piece of pure crystal, then as they experience various events and age, that crystal would gradually become tainted with many impurities. These impurities would affect a person's thoughts, comprehension, perception, and various other facets. The heart fire, however, could burn away all these impurities, achieving a powerful refinement of the mind. The only flaw was that once the heart fire ignited, it was difficult to extinguish. For an ordinary person to use heart fire to refine their mind would be akin to lighting a candle in a bathroom, certain death. Yet for Shen Lang, who possessed the blessing of the Tao, it was hardly a concern, and no matter how formidable the heart fire was, it could not surpass the Tao. Thus what appeared to others as a perilous act could serve as his routine means of refining his mind. However, there remained one issue to resolve. He had not yet activated the heart fire's innate ability. Therefore, if he wished to utilize the heart fire for mind refinement, he must first extract the heart fire ability from the fire monkeys. With a glimmer of expectation, Shen Lang did not hesitate and launched another attack. The fire monkey tribe's strength could not be said to be weak. Their blatant occupation of a territory within the beast forest attested to their terror. Not to mention their already formidable combat power based solely on their innate abilities. 99 of the creatures within the beast forest were no match for them. But now their nemesis had appeared. Shen Lang, endowed with the Taoist blessing, held them firmly in check. Without the support of the heart fire, their inherent combat power was simply insufficient to challenge Shen Lang. As Shen Lang unleashed his full offensive, in just a few breaths' time, several fire monkeys fell beneath his blade. After decimating these creatures, Shen Lang did not rest. He continued to chop down the fiery maple trees, releasing the hidden fire monkeys and swiftly slaying them. Thus, the dominant race within the beast forest, the fire monkey tribe, completely became Shen Lang's source of experience. With their heart fire ineffective against Shen Lang, and their combat prowess inferior to his, coupled with their concealment within the fiery maple trees, as long as Shen Lang did not cut open the trees, they would not reveal themselves. This allowed Shen Lang to hunt the fire monkey tribe with remarkable ease. With a significant number of fire monkeys perishing, Shen Lang's experience grew rapidly, and the previously stagnant kill points. Half an hour later, a series of notification sounds echoed in the ears of all players in the 9th district. The group battle in Kuntiao village has concluded. Congratulations to the Huaxiao Alliance players for being the first to reach 1,000 kill points and winning the village battle. The Daos notification echoed in many players' minds. Instantly, aside from the 3 villages of the Huaxiao Alliance in the 9th district, the remaining dozens of novice villages all let out a wail. The Daos notification echoed in many players' minds. Instantly, aside from the 3 villages, unfortunately your village has lost the group battle and will face the following penalties. Each player loses 50 attribute points, and the village's resources decrease by 3 times. The Daos notification was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely crushing many foreign players. Numerous foreign players having their attribute points reduced to 0 died on the spot. Players hunting fierce beasts faced a reversal due to the deduction of attribute points, leading to their immediate deaths. Players who had only just managed to level up found that their strength not only failed to grow, but instead regressed significantly due to the loss of attribute points. It was foreseeable that after this village battle concluded, no novice village in the 9th district could pose the slightest threat. As the saying goes, when some suffer misfortune, others naturally find joy. The 2 villages of Huaxian needed not mention, although they were happy having won more than once, their emotional fluctuations were not very pronounced. The ones truly overjoyed were the novice village of Beibang Nation, which had recently allied with Shen Lang. With the Daos notification ringing in their ears, everyone in the Beibang novice village plunged into celebration. Congratulations! Your village has won the group battle and will receive the following rewards. Each player's personal attributes increase by 50 points, and the resources of the novice village triple. Heavens, we actually won just like that. The Dark Knight Overlord of Huaxia is so powerful. Huh. We indeed had foresight to ally with the Dark Knight Overlord in advance, otherwise we would have surely met the same fate as those foolish pigs from Nanbang. Indeed, Huaxiao people are truly impressive. I wish I could become one of them. Look at the district channel. Those foolish pigs from Nanbang are slandering us, saying we are dogs for the Huaxiao people. Just the howls of the weak. A group of losers have no right to criticize us victors. Exactly. What's wrong with being dogs for Huaxia? We willingly do so, woof woof woof. Those people are merely envious and jealous. We will be following the noble Huaxiao lords from now on. There is no need to pay attention to those defeated fools. In the novice village of Beibong, all players wore proud smiles. Having experienced failure, they understood the value of victory. Having faced despair, they recognized the preciousness of hope. Before allying with Shen Lang, they lived lives worse than that of pigs and dogs. After aligning with him, they suddenly gained honor and strength. If there were those who had reservations about siding with Shen Lang before, from now on they were simply loyal dogs raised by Shen Lang, biting whoever he indicated. While the outside world was tumultuous due to the village battle, it was of no concern to Shen Lang at this moment. He was currently searching for the trace of the king of the Fire Monkey tribe within the fiery maple leaf forest. If it were another race of murderers, there would be no need for Shen Lang to seek out their king himself. As long as he engaged in widespread slaughter among their ranks, the king would naturally present himself. However, this rule completely failed among the Fire Monkey clan. The Fire Monkey clan resides within the fire maple leaf trees. Unless the trees shatter, the hidden fire monkeys will not reveal themselves, and neither will their king. Thus, Shen Lang could not force the king of the Fire Monkey clan to emerge through the slaughter of other fire monkeys, and could only search for him slowly. Moreover, there are thousands of fire maple leaf trees, but the overall number of the Fire Monkey clan is far less, with most of the trees not even housing any fire monkeys. This naturally increased the difficulty for Shen Lang in locating the king of the Fire Monkey clan. Fortunately, Shen Lang later discovered a crucial technique. Under the scrutiny of his Eye of Insight, it would actively reveal whether any fire monkeys resided within. This saved Shen Lang a significant amount of effort, as he no longer needed to chop down every fire maple leaf tree. Thus, he sheathed his blood-drink mad blade, and began to scan the fire maple leaf trees intently. Upon detecting the presence of a Fire Monkey clan member, he would strike with a single blow. If there were none, he would simply move on. After about an hour, he finally captured the information regarding the king of the Fire Monkey clan through the Eye of Insight. Name: Fire Maple Leaf Tree. Description: contains powerful fire elemental energy, one of the favored habitats of fire. Attribute: ferocious beasts. Beware, its interior is extremely dangerous and suspected to hide a violent, ferocious beast. Seeing the information provided by the Eye of Insight, Shen Lang's eyes lit up and a smile immediately appeared at the corners of his mouth. Found you, Shen Lang muttered to himself, tightening his grip on the blood-drink mad blade. And without further ado, he swung down. A loud roar echoed, and the stout fire maple leaf tree before Shen Lang was immediately cleaved in two. At the moment the fire maple leaf tree was split, a sound of rushing air followed, and a black shadow swiftly launched a surprise attack on Shen Lang. Even though Shen Lang was not slow, he was still momentarily startled by the speed of the shadow. Damn! The sharp aura sliced through the air as Shen Lang's gaze locked onto the shadow. He was confident that as long as his attack landed, it would surely inflict severe damage. But then something astonishing happened. Just as his attack was about to hit the shadow, it suddenly twisted midair and remarkably dodged Shen Lang's strike. How is that possible? Shen Lang exclaimed in disbelief. He quickly focused his gaze back on the shadow, finally catching. It was a monkey standing at a height of 1.60 meters. While this size was only average compared to humans, it was quite tall. Moreover, the monkey before Shen Lang was not only large, but also heavily muscled, resembling a fitness enthusiast. Were it not for its thick coat of fur and its sharp-faced features, Shen Lang would have nearly mistaken it for a human in disguise. Activating the Eye of Insight, a glimmer passed through Shen Lang's eyes, and the specific information about this monkey appeared. Beast Fire Monkey King, level 16, talent class talent, Heart Fire class talent, Flowing Light skill class skill, unmatched speed, combat power 38, star 5 stage drop, rate 100. Looking at the detailed information of the Fire Monkey King, Shen Lang's eyes narrowed slightly. 2 class talents, one was Heart Fire, and the other was Flowing Light related to speed. No wonder it could dodge his attack. It turned out this monkey excelled in speed. Understanding this, Shen Lang ceased his reckless assaults and began to manipulate the earth element around him. Boom, boom, boom. Under Shen Lang's control, walls of earth erupted from the ground, creating a thunderous. The Fire Monkey King, alert to the commotion around it, was filled with wariness. However, upon discovering that these earthen walls only surrounded itself without inflicting any harm, a flicker of confusion crossed its eyes. Then it targeted Shen Lang and directly activated its Heart Fire talent. Compared to ordinary fire monkeys, its Heart Fire talent was undoubtedly more powerful. In an instant, Shen Lang's emotions turned extremely restless, and the Heart Fire was on the verge of manifesting, igniting Shen Lang from within. But before the Heart Fire could fully materialize, the Great Daos Blessing activated automatically, and a wave of refreshing aura extinguished the flames within Shen Lang's heart once again. Shen Lang was well aware of the changes within him, but at this moment he paid no mind, continuing to manipulate the earth element and erecting walls around him. soon centering on Shen Lang and the Fire Monkey King. Over 100 earthen walls were constructed completely encircling them. Seeing this, the Fire Monkey King finally sensed something was off. It suddenly leaped and charged backward, attempting to break free from the encirclement of the earthen walls. Shen Lang, who had been locking onto the Fire Monkey King, would never allow it to escape. The blood-drink mad blade was unleashed in an instant, sending a terrifying sound wave sweeping through the fire maple leaf forest. Feeling the dreadful blade light coming from behind, the Fire Monkey King quickly turned to the left without a second thought. However, what it did not expect was that Shen Lang's attack followed its change in direction. This caught it completely off guard, and in a moment it let out a panicked chattering sound. Then it urgently adjusted its position again. This time the blood-drink mad blade in Shen Lang's hand finally did not pursue it further. Instantly, it let out a triumphant laugh. However, it was evidently too early to rejoice. After failing twice in its attacks, Shen Lang did not hesitate to launch a third assault. This time, he directly hurled the long blade towards the Fire Monkey King. The long blade whistled through the air. At the same time, Shen Lang charged towards the Fire Monkey King from another direction, forming a pincer attack, with the blood-drink mad blade completely blocking off the Fire Monkey King's escape route. If it were to endure the attack, Shen Lang was confident that one strike would severely wound it. If it tried to flee aside from the directions of the blood-drink mad blade and Shen Lang's attack, the only escape route left would be towards the earthen walls he had previously erected. Although the defense of the earthen walls was not particularly strong, if the Fire Monkey King attempted to break through them to escape, its speed would undoubtedly be hindered, allowing Shen Lang to easily catch this slippery eel. It could be said that everything had been calculated by Shen Lang, and now it was up to the Fire Monkey King to decide how to choose. Shen Lang had cut off all retreat routes for the Fire Monkey King, who now realized its predicament. If it fled, its back would be completely exposed to Shen Lang. In such a situation, it would be utterly defenseless. If its speed even slightly faltered, Shen Lang would catch up, and it would suffer grievously. There was no way it could withstand the blood-drink frenzied blade. Even from a distance, the sharp aura emanating from the blade was enough to raise the hairs on its body. It certainly did not want to find out whether it could endure the attacks from the blood-drink frenzied blade. Eliminating those two options, the Fire Monkey King was left with only one choice: to confront Shen Lang in barehanded combat. The Fire Monkey King was quite confident in its own strength, although it did not understand why this fellow before it was immune to its heart. Even without the assistance of heart fire, it believed that its own strength would be sufficient to take down Shen Lang. This was not arrogance, but the confidence of a ruler of its kind. The Fire Monkey clan became the dominant race in the Beast Forest, not only due to their extraordinary talents, but also because of their immense strength. Thus, with all retreat routes blocked, the Fire Monkey King erupted with power and chose to face Shen Lang head-on. Letting out a sharp roar, the Fire Monkey King charged at Shen Lang with a fierce expression. At that moment, its speed reached its peak, its form transforming into a streak of light, as its sharp claws aimed directly for Shen Lang's heart, intent on ripping it out. Watching this unfold, Shen Lang remained unafraid, shouting loudly before delivering a powerful punch to meet the Fire Monkey King's claws. Bang! A dull collision echoed, leading to an unbelievable event for the Fire Monkey King. In their direct confrontation, it was not a match for Shen Lang. Squeak, squeak. The sharp piercing sounds rang out as the Fire Monkey King fixed its gaze on Shen Lang, as if questioning how could this be possible. Understanding the expression on its face, Shen Lang smirked and said, "Monkey, you're still far from being my match." Confidently speaking, he had the right to say such words. Those who know their own strengths understand that these rulers might have one outstanding ability, even surpassing his own. However, when it came to overall capability, these rulers combined could not match him. Take the Fire Monkey King before him, for instance. It was incredibly fast, and even though Shen Lang's speed was extraordinary, it still fell slightly short. Yet as long as he could limit its speed in every other aspect, no matter which one, Shen Lang could easily overpower it. Thus, in Shen Lang's view, the Fire Monkey King's defeat was entirely normal. If it could still match him in a direct confrontation, Shen Lang would have to question whether all his efforts had been in vain. However, while Shen Lang was confident, the Fire Monkey King was not convinced. It refused to believe it could not withstand even a single punch from Shen Lang, nor that it was no match for him. As the king of the Fire Monkey clan and the ruler of the Beast Forest, how could it possibly lose to this two-legged beast? Exuding a fierce aura, the Fire Monkey King launched another attack, this time fully unleashing its advantages. Since it could not match Shen Lang in strength, it would attack from a speed perspective. It aimed to suppress Shen Lang with its terror. However, while it thought this plan was brilliant, once it was put into action, it was met with a brutal counter from Shen Lang. Shen Lang's speed was indeed a notch below the Fire Monkey King's, but only by a slight margin. If the Fire Monkey King fled at full speed, Shen Lang might not catch it, but its attempt to suppress Shen Lang using speed was foolhardy. After just 3 exchanges, Shen Lang landed a punch on its wrist, and a sharp crack echoed as the Fire Monkey King's wrist broke instantly. Squeak! The painful howl erupted as the Fire Monkey King grimaced in pain. At that moment, it finally recognized the truth. It was indeed no match for Shen Lang, and continuing to fight would only bring humiliation. With that thought, the Fire Monkey King felt a wave of defeat wash over it. It decided not to persist any longer and immediately turned to flee. However, behind it was a dirt wall which obstructed its escape route. Yet this was clearly not a challenge for it, as it was a clan ruler, not a lone wolf. Letting out a calling howl, in the next moment the fire maple trees in the maple leaf forest exploded one by one. The Fire Monkey clan members dwelling among them awakened at the summons of their king, rushing to the battlefield. Although many of the Fire Monkey clan had been killed by Shen Lang earlier, over 100 still appeared on the battlefield's periphery. After arriving, they swiftly set to work dismantling the dirt wall. If they were allowed to continue their destruction, the Fire Monkey King might truly escape. However, since Shen Lang had erected the dirt wall, he certainly had considered the current situation. As such, while constructing the dirt wall, Shen Lang added a little something extra within it. It was nothing other than a compressed fire elemental force. This ball of fire elemental force was compressed to its utmost and wrapped within the dirt wall, stabilizing it. However, it could not withstand any external stimulus. The moment it received any external provocation, the compressed fire elemental force would lose balance and explode. Thus, when the Fire Monkey clan members broke through the dirt wall, a series of terrifying explosions erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive power of a ball of fire elemental force was not particularly great, comparable to that of a hand grenade. However, as one ball exploded, the surrounding dirt wall's fire elements were also affected, leading to a chain reaction of explosions, which was quite terrifying. At that moment, the fire monkeys that had hurried to rescue their king were swept away by the blast. Those who were lucky suffered lost limbs, while those who were unfortunate were blown to dust. The Fire Monkey King, which had already reached the dirt wall, was completely caught off guard by this turn of events and was hurled backward by the terrifying explosion. It was sent flying backwards right in the direction of Shen Lang. Seeing this fortuitous opportunity, Shen Lang wasted no time and delivered a powerful punch. Instantly, his fist easily pierced through the Fire Monkey King's chest, creating a large blood hole in its torso. The Fire Monkey King looked down at the fist protruding from its chest and emitted 2 squeaks, after which the crimson light in its eyes faded away. Meanwhile, Shen Lang slowly withdrew his fist, expressionless as he wiped the blood from his hand. Thus the Fire Monkey King. Congratulations, you have slain the Fire Monkey King and obtained the 3rd key. The prompt from the Tao resounded in Shen Lang's mind, and a joyful smile immediately appeared on his face. With the 3rd key secured, he thought to himself, just 2 more, and he would be able to break the seal of the novice village. Feeling quite. After putting away the key, Shen Lang looked at his treasure chest again. He received 2 for slaying the Rhino King, and 1 for the Fire Monkey King, which meant he had already accumulated 3 silver-white chests. There were also the 2 golden chests he hadn't opened yet, which Shen Lang was most looking forward to, wondering what good thing. Unfortunately, time was not on his side and the environment was not suitable. Shen Lang had to suppress his desire to open the chests for the time being. Of course, aside from these rewards, he did not forget his main task, super extraction. He couldn't help but wonder if he could extract the Heartfire talent. With a sense of anticipation, Shen Lang squatted beside the Fire Monkey King's corpse and silently thought, extract. The extraction was successful. Congratulations, you have acquired the Crate Heartfire talent. The prompt echoed in his mind, and Shen Lang's gaze momentarily froze. The surprise came too suddenly, catching him off guard. Was the goddess of luck back from her maternity leave? Was she starting her shift? Shen Lang's face revealed joy. He hadn't expected that. One moment, he was still in anticipation, and in the next his wish was fulfilled. This feeling was simply delightful. Having obtained the Heartfire talent he desired most, Shen Lang's mindset shifted. For the subsequent extractions, he no longer held expectations. In fact, there wasn't much to look forward to. The 3 elite-grade fire monkeys and 3 regular fire monkeys indeed did not provide anything of value, only granting him 8 attribute points, 5 in agility, and 3 in energy. After extracting from the Fire Monkey clan's corpses, Shen Lang's gains came to a temporary pause. He looked up at the sky to see the afterglow of the setting sun casting its hues across the horizon. As time passed, the glow grew dimmer, and the night began to descend. It's time to head to the ancient ruins. Shen Lang muttered to himself, then lifted his leg to walk out of the beast forest. Previously, when he harvested the fragments of the undead, he had wanted to enter those ancient ruins, but since it was dawn at the time, he had to leave temporarily. Now those ancient ruins were no longer just a relic. They were linked to the position of village chief, making it even more essential for Shen Lang not to miss out. He left the beast forest without any obstacles. Although he encountered a few minor ambushes, they were all easily dealt with by. Upon exiting the beast forest, Shen Lang oriented himself and headed towards the area where he had previously encountered the undead bone wolf. As he traveled, the afterglow of the setting sun completely vanished, and the night fully enveloped the land. Compared to the daytime wilderness, the night wilderness was more chilling and lonely, while also becoming increasingly dangerous and unpredictable. After all, many ferocious beasts roamed the wilderness, only coming out at night. For instance, just then Shen Lang encountered a troublesome creature. A centipede with 1,000 legs had set its sights on it. Beast, 1,000-legged centipede elite. Level 10. Talent, grade toxicity. Combat power, 13 stars, 5th stage. Description, wilderness assassin, top predator. Drop rate 15. This creature's strength was insignificant to Shen Lang, but looking at its numerous long legs, he couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. Then a flash of blade light streaked across the night sky, and the so-called top predator, the 1,000-legged centipede, was instantly decapitated by Shen Lang. Watching the corpse, which was over 10 meters long, still twitching due to its swift death, Shen Lang couldn't help but grimace. Indeed, a 100-legged creature dies, but does not stiffen. This was true. The night wilderness was certainly not as endearing as the daytime wilderness. What kind of monsters were these? Shaking his head, Shen Lang stepped forward to activate super extraction, gaining 2 attribute points, and then continued on his way. However, the journey was far from peaceful. From time to time, he caught sight of fierce beasts with menacing appearances and formidable strength lurking about. These beasts were generally around level 10, either regular or elite grade. Had Shen Lang not been so powerful, any other player walking through this environment would likely end up as nothing but bones within 500 meters. As time passed, half an hour later Shen Lang finally arrived at the wilderness where he had encountered the undead bone wolf. Perhaps because this had previously been the territory of the undead bone wolf, even though it had been slain by Shen Lang, no other fierce beasts dared to approach this area. Shen Lang scanned the surroundings and soon came to a light barrier along the trajectory he had previously followed. Ancient ruins, intermediate spiritual realm. Description: high-risk alternate space fragments from the ancient undead battlefield. High danger, high reward. Please enter with caution. Entry condition 1, consume 1 undead light wheel. Entry condition 2, the ruins only open at night. After reading the high-risk warning, if this had been before, Shen Lang might have felt uneasy. However, now he had no hesitation at all and directly consumed the previously fused undead light wheel to enter the ancient ruins. The moment he entered the ancient ruins, Shen Lang felt darkness envelop him and his vision was completely shrouded in black. He lost all sense of the outside world except for his own body. This sudden change startled Shen Lang, making him become alert. Fortunately, this sensation came quickly and left just as fast. Soon Shen Lang's vision returned, and his perception of the outside world began to recover. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately directed his watchful gaze towards his surroundings. However, once he clearly saw the environment, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Before him lay a wilderness that looked no different from the one he had just been in. The only distinction was a thin layer of black mist covering this wilderness. Is this really the ancient ruins? Shen Lang had some doubts, but the next moment those doubts were dispelled. A chill rose within him, and he felt his vitality slowly draining away. What the hell? Shen Lang was startled and quickly scanned his surroundings, but found no signs of life. Just then the SSS-Grade Tao blessing activated, instantly dispelling the chill within Shen Lang while restoring his vitality. Realizing this, Shen Lang let out a slight sigh of relief, then quickly activated Eye of Insight to seek the cause. Name: undead energy. Description: the aura from the undead space will continuously invade all untainted beings, draining their vitality. Staring at the black mist before him, Shen Lang felt a chill in his heart. He had yet to have a clear understanding of the dangers hidden within this ancient relic. However, upon seeing the information gathered by the Eye of Insight, a sense of gravity weighed heavily on his heart. The aura of the undead would corrode all uninfected beings, which meant that anyone entering this space was under. It was only because Shen Lang possessed the blessing of the Great Tao that he could withstand the corrosion of the undead aura. Otherwise, if anyone else were to enter, they would likely fall before they even began to explore this ancient relic merely from the corrosion of the undead aura. Shaking his head slightly to clear the distractions from his mind, Shen Lang's thoughts became calm in an instant as he began his gradual exploration of the undead space. As he proceeded silently, Shen Lang sought traces of undead creatures in this space. Yet he searched through the entire wasteland of the undead and found, strangely, not a single undead creature. Empty. Shen Lang found it hard to believe. The ancient relic he had anticipated for so long turned out to be void. No, there must be something I overlooked. Let me think carefully. Shen Lang pondered secretly, and suddenly his mind began to race. Firstly, this ancient relic could not possibly be empty, or otherwise the Great Tao would not have issued such a task. But since there must be creatures in this ancient relic, where could they be hiding? Or looking at it from another angle, why couldn't he see a single undead creature? Excluding the unreliable guess that he was simply blind, the most likely possibility was that the undead creatures were intentionally avoiding him, or they possessed some means of making themselves invisible. Yet that still didn't make sense. All undead creatures had a strong aggressiveness towards beings that had not fallen, as evidenced by the undead bone wolf he encountered earlier. If this ancient relic truly was the domain of the undead creatures, then, as an outsider, he would appear as a brilliant firefly in the darkness to them. With their bloodthirsty nature, should they discover him, they would surely come looking for him. It shouldn't be this calm. Shen Lang furrowed his brow in contemplation, various speculations flashing through his mind. However, all these speculations seemed logically flawed to him. They simply didn't add up. Surely everything before his eyes couldn't be an illusion. Shen Lang mentally scoffed, but unexpectedly what began as a casual remark sparked a flash of inspiration in his fake. It's all fake. Everything I'm seeing right now is an illusion. Shen Lang's expression changed, and suddenly a wave of enlightenment surged within him. Looking at the undead-infested plains, his mind rapidly pieced together various details. Before entering the ancient relic, he had fantasized about what the scene inside would look like. The first image that flashed in his mind was that of the wilderness plains, as he had spent the longest time there, leaving a deep impression. Thus, when envisioning the scenes within the ancient relic, he subconsciously inserted the wilderness plains scenario. The result was that when he opened his eyes, he found himself in a scene almost identical to the wilderness plains. Furthermore, when the black mist enveloped the ancient relic, Shen Lang had wondered if it was the undead aura that the undead bone wolf had previously emitted. At that moment, the thought merely flickered in his mind, and he hadn't paid it much attention. Yet as that thought surfaced, he suddenly found himself under the assault of the undead aura. If the coincidence of the ancient relic's appearance matching the plains outside could be considered a stroke of luck, then the fact that the undead aura began to corrode his body right after he questioned it was undeniable. If such occurrences continued to happen in succession, then to brush it off as mere coincidence would be utterly foolish. Shen Lang let out a cold laugh in his heart, and then suddenly a spark ignited within him. In that instant, a flame ethereal and intangible surged forth, which was precisely the heart fire talent he had recently acquired. At this moment, it was clear that he was being deceived regarding his perception of the outside world. To restore his senses, Shen Lang ignited his inner heart fire, refining the impurities deep within his soul. As the heart fire blazed, the scene before his eyes underwent a dramatic transformation. The wilderness plains that had once filled his vision vanished, replaced by a dense jungle brimming with lethal intent. Within this jungle, not only were there numerous beings infected by the undead aura, but Shen Lang even spotted the undead bone wolves he had previously driven into the ancient relic. In the face of those beings lost in the illusion, the undead creatures showed no signs of aggression, as this was merely a process of converting ordinary beings into undead creatures. However, for someone like Shen Lang, who saw through their secrets and possessed formidable strength, the undead bone wolves finally ceased their passive stance. Instead, they charged fiercely towards Shen Lang and his companions, intent on tearing them to shreds. Fierce Beast, Undead Bone Wolf, Elite Level 10 Skills, Nether Fire Burn, Undead Corrosion Talent, E-Rank Talent, Undead Roar, E-Rank Talent, Fire Element. Enhancement description: once a pack of ordinary grassland gray wolves, they were corrupted by the power of the gods and transformed into malevolent, powerful beings. Combat Power Assessment: 15 stars, 9th rank, drop rate 15. Shen Lang's eyes sparkled as the detailed information of the undead bone wolves appeared. In their previous encounter, the strength of the undead bone wolves was undeniably formidable. But now, due to Shen Lang's enhanced power level, looking back at the information on the undead bone wolves felt rather average. For an average player, this level of strength was sufficient, but for someone like him, unless their strength underwent a transformation, even a large number of undead bone wolves would merely be like a tickle. Thinking this way, feeling rather uninterested, Shen Lang's actions on the battlefield took a decisive turn. Previously, he had refrained from initiating an attack to gauge the strength of the undead bone wolves, allowing them to surround him. Now, after half a day had passed, the undead bone wolves had only increased in number with no enhancement in individual strength, leading Shen Lang to ultimately lose interest. Then, in a moment of negligence, he immediately cut through the undead bone wolves in the jungle. In the midst of the jungle, the corpses of skeletal wolves lay scattered on the ground, a rich scent of blood permeating the air. The remaining skeletal wolves, upon being targeted by Shen Lang, revealed expressions of human-like fear. Despite being corrupted, they still retained the emotions of living beings capable of feeling fear. However, this emotion constituted a minor part of their thoughts, what filled their minds more was slaughter and bloodlust. Yet when faced with Shen Lang, a being powerful enough to pierce through them, their inner fear was immediately laid bare. Just as Shen Lang was about to take action to completely eliminate the remaining skeletal wolves, a sudden violent tremor emanated from deep within the jungle. In the next moment, a series of harsh shrieks echoed, causing Shen Lang to pause, his gaze instinctively turning towards the depths of the jungle. Soon a colossal figure emerged before Shen Lang, blocking his view. Upon witnessing this, Shen Lang activated his insight eye, and a series of information flashed before his eyes. Beast, Undead Giant Elephant, Elite Level 16 Talent, Crade Talent, Unmatched Strength Skill, Crade Skill, Indomitable Force, Combat Power, 25-star 5th stage description: one of the most powerful beasts in the ancient ruins. They are a dominant species among the undead, extremely dangerous, drop rate 15. Undead Giant Elephant. Shen Lang murmured to himself, his brow furrowing as he looked at the undead giant elephant. It suddenly reminded him of the two iron-armored rhino kings that had fallen to his hand, equally immense in strength and with astonishing defense. Aside from their differing species, their abilities were nearly identical. Instantly, a hint of headache surfaced in Shen Lang's eye. He detested such powerful defensive foes; they were too troublesome. As Shen Lang felt displeased by the appearance of the undead giant elephant, it soon stepped out of the jungle, followed by further disturbances from behind it. Then another undead giant elephant emerged from the jungle. Seeing this, Shen Lang's expression tightened as he focused on the direction of the undead giant elephants. The emergence of the second one sparked an ominous premonition. These creatures could still possess a pack mentality. As it turned out, Shen Lang's intuition was correct. When the second undead giant elephant stepped out, a third and fourth followed, a continuous stream of undead giant elephants emerging from the dense jungle. After more than a minute, a total of 10 undead giant elephants emerged from the jungle. These undead giant elephants were of equal strength, standing before Shen Lang in a line, exuding a terrifying aura that swept towards him. Watching this horrifying scene, the corner of Shen Lang's mouth twitched violently, already foreseeing the difficulty of behind the undead giant elephants. The previously defeated skeletal wolves, rather than seizing the opportunity to flee, regrouped behind the undead giant elephants, seemingly intent on seeking revenge against Shen Lang. Noticing this, Shen Lang frowned slightly. Although these undead creatures were all corrupted beings, he could not believe that there were no conflicts among them. At this moment, these two entirely different species were actually teaming up against him. To suggest it was due to the undead creatures' hatred for the living was something Shen Lang could not accept. Eliminating this possibility, the only explanation left was that both the skeletal wolves and the undead giant elephants were and the one capable of controlling them must be the master of these ancient ruins. With this thought, Shen Lang immediately recalled the Nightmare Demon. He had suspected the Nightmare Demon's involvement when he fell into an illusion, and now with the undead giant elephants and skeletal wolves teaming up against him, it was clear that the Nightmare Demon had struck again. What puzzled Shen Lang was that he had no grievances with the Nightmare Demon. Though he was here to deal with it, how could it possibly know? Unable to comprehend this, Shen Lang decided to set aside his thoughts for the moment. What mattered most now was how to deal with these. Without granting them further time, Shen Lang saw the undead giant elephant remaining still and took the initiative to launch an attack. Swinging the blood-drinking mad blade, a terrifying crimson blade light erupted, slashing towards the undead giant elephant. In the face of Shen Lang's attack, the 10 undead giant elephants stood immobile like towering mountains, completely disregarding his assault, allowing Shen Lang's strike to successfully land on them. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as a deep, bone-revealing gash appeared on the massive body of the undead giant. The undead giant elephant clearly did not expect Shen Lang to break through its proud defense with a single strike, letting out an involuntary cry of pain. However, hearing the undead giant elephant's cry of pain, Shen Lang, who had successfully landed a hit, showed no sign of joy. Instead, his expression darkened. Though he had injured the undead giant elephant, given its massive size, the wound he inflicted was akin to a mere cut on a human finger. It was certainly painful, but to call it fatal was absurd. With a grim expression, Shen Lang did not halt his assault. He pushed his speed to the limit, unleashing a flurry of blade lights towards the undead giant elephant. Having tasted the pain from before, the undead giant elephants dared not continue to endure. They swung their trunks, uprooting nearby trees and hurling them towards Shen Lang. Boom! With the sound of breaking air, the 10 undead giant elephants launched their assault, not only nullifying Shen Lang's attack, but also forcing him back. Wielding the blood-drinking mad blade, Shen Lang swiftly blocked the attack from the undead giant elephants, feeling the immense force transmitted through the blade, causing his arms to tremble slightly. The strength of these undead giant elephants was simply outrageous. Even with Shen Lang's current power augmented by his talents, he felt he was barely holding his ground. Meanwhile, as Shen Lang battled the undead giant elephants, the skeletal wolves behind them finally regrouped. Howls erupted from their throats, and then the undead giant elephants, as if receiving some kind of command, began to march heavily towards Shen Lang, while the skeletal wolves scattered behind them, lying in wait for a sneak attack. Watching this scene, Shen Lang felt as if he were witnessing the coordinated tactics of infantry and tanks during World War II. It was utterly absurd. As the skeletal giant elephant and skeletal bone wolves advanced towards him, Shen Lang's expression grew considerably. He raised his hand and waved, instantly condensing the fire elements in the air into flames that howled towards the skeletal giant elephant under his command. In an instant, the raging flames filled the entire space, obstructing the advance of the skeletal giant elephant. However, before Shen Lang could feel pleased, the skeletal bone wolves behind the skeletal giant elephant suddenly opened their mouths and inhaled, devouring the blazing flames in one gulp. Seeing this, Shen Lang's mouth twitched. He had forgotten that the skeletal bone wolves also possessed a fire elemental affinity. Though it was only E-class, the sheer number of skeletal bone wolves made it easy for them to nullify Shen Lang's attack. Helpless, Shen Lang had no choice but to employ another talent. Under his control, sharp soil spikes emerged beneath the skeletal giant elephant, aiming to pierce its feet. However, for the invulnerable skeletal giant elephant, the penetrating power of the soil spikes was clearly insufficient. With a series of cracking sounds, Shen Lang's condensed soil spikes were completely destroyed by the skeletal giant elephant. At this moment, the skeletal giant elephant and skeletal bone wolves closed in within 20 meters of Shen Lang. Suddenly, the skeletal bone wolves behind the skeletal giant elephant let out a collective roar. Howl! This was the skeletal bone wolves' talent, the undead roar, which was a form of mental attack. Even though Shen Lang's mental attributes were far superior to those of the skeletal bone wolves, under the simultaneous roar of the many skeletal bone wolves, he still felt as if his mind had been struck by a giant hammer, flooded with dizziness. Just as Shen Lang fell into a daze, the trunks of 10 skeletal giant elephants immediately curled back, then shot forward like 10 massive fists. Boom! A series of sonic booms rang out. Sensing the danger while still dazed, Shen Lang instinctively gathered energy for defense. But the result was a crack. His energy defense barely lasted a second before shattering, and the trunk of the skeletal giant elephant came crashing down on him. Bang! 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 The dull sounds of collisions echoed as the terrifying force erupted against Shen Lang's chest, causing his frenzied lion gold armor to creak. 30% of the force rebounded, making the trunk retract as soon as it touched Shen Lang. Nevertheless, the residual force still sent him flying. With a loud rumble, he was hurled backward and crashed to the ground. Shen Lang painfully rubbed his chest, and then, "Damn it, do you think I'm just a sick cat because the tiger does not roar?" Shen Lang was a bit angry. Although he had been sent flying with the frenzied lion gold armor and his own substantial physical enhancement of over 300 points, he had suffered no real injuries. The key was that these creatures had actually sent him flying, which made him feel somewhat disgraced. Since he started his journey, he had fought countless battles. When had he ever been this embarrassed? Filled with anger, Shen Lang decided to abandon the flashy elemental attacks and tightened his grip on the blood-drinking. As the saying goes, with a blade in hand, I can walk the world. He was eager to see how many strikes these skeletal giant elephants could withstand. Like a flash of lightning, Shen Lang's speed reached its peak, and in the blink of an eye he closed the distance to the skeletal giant. With a sweeping sound, the blade cut through the air, instantly illuminating as it charged towards one skeletal giant. Seeing this, the skeletal giant elephants initiated their attacks. At the same time, the skeletal bone wolves behind the skeletal giant elephants also began to conjure eerie blue flames, the essence of infernal fire. As the trunk and infernal fire surged forward, Shen Lang's blood-drinking mad blade hadn't even landed on the skeletal giant elephant before he had to pivot the blade to defend against these attacks. Boom. After a series of explosions, Shen Lang returned empty-handed, forced to distance himself from the skeletal giant elephant and skeletal bone wolves. 100 meters away, he observed them with a face full of irritation. In terms of strength, these creatures were no match for him. Even though the skeletal giant elephant had good defenses, as long as Shen Lang was willing to focus, he could eventually deal with them. However, the key was that Shen Lang's target this time was not just the undead creatures, but also the nightmare demons. This ancient ruin was the territory of the nightmare demons. Once he dealt with them, Shen Lang would have plenty of time to clear the undead. But if he delayed too long here with the skeletal giant elephants and skeletal bone wolves, who knew what kind of vicious schemes the nightmare demons would employ against him. As the saying goes, the most terrifying snake is the one lurking in the dark. What Shen Lang needed to do now was to quickly eliminate the skeletal giant elephants and skeletal bone wolves, then find the nightmare demon at the earliest opportunity. Thus a paradox emerged. Shen Lang wanted to quickly locate the nightmare demon, yet resolving these skeletal giant elephants required a considerable amount of time. Just then a thought flashed through Shen Lang's mind about the attacking method of the Fire Monkey clan. Heartfire burns. Shen Lang had personally experienced heartfire. It not only attacks intangible substances, but is also quite enigmatic. The key was that it was an attack from within, making it nearly impossible to defend against. No matter how strong the surface defenses were, could one really transfer it to the internal body? The only issue was that Shen Lang was unsure if heartfire would work on undead creatures. But who cares, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, he could just spend a bit more time. Shen Lang quickly made a decision and activated the heartfire attack. As the heartfire burned, there was no visible anomaly on the surface. However, the moment Shen Lang unleashed the heartfire, the previously steadily advancing group suddenly showed signs of disorder. The 10 skeletal giant elephants, which had been calm, began to get agitated, emitting sounds of distress, as if they were losing. Similarly, the skeletal bone wolves behind them reacted in the same way. Wolves are naturally carnivorous, and now following the skeletal giant elephants, they appeared to be gazing at massive chunks of meat swaying in front of them, exuding a tempting aura. If they were not influenced, they would naturally remain indifferent. However, under the influence of the heartfire, their already aggressive and bloodthirsty natures were amplified several times. Finally, one skeletal bone wolf could no longer suppress its bloodthirsty desire and suddenly pounced onto a skeletal giant elephant. Its sharp teeth sank directly into the rear of the skeletal giant elephant. This skeletal giant elephant, already teetering on the edge of losing control, was completely pushed over the edge by the bite of the skeletal bone wolf. At that moment, the trunk of the skeletal giant elephant swung towards the skeletal bone wolf that had pounced on it. With a resounding crack, the skeletal bone wolf that was clinging to the skeletal giant elephant was sent flying by the trunk, its body snapping in midair. The movements of the undead giant elephant and the undead bone wolves seemed like the signal to commence battle. In the next moment, the undead bone wolves following the giant elephant launched their attack, with dozens of them pouncing on the giant elephant. In response, the undead giant elephant was equally unwilling to back down, each one lifting its trunk to counterattack. Their trunks whipped like whips, striking out repeatedly with terrifying power. Shen Lang stood by and watched this scene, his expression appearing somewhat dazed. He had considered that the heartfire might bring him some surprises, but he never expected this skill to be so effective, directly causing the undead giant elephant and the undead bone wolves to turn on each other. After regaining his senses, Shen Lang couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't in a hurry to intervene, continuing to guide the manifestation of the heartfire while watching the spectacle with his arms crossed. Hit, bite it. Strike it, yes, that's how to strike fiercely. Hey you, how can you bite there? That's excessive, stop attacking the sensitive areas, do you understand? Shen Lang babbled on the side, feeling like an outsider watching the show while pointing out the strategies. If two thinking beings were in their place, they would surely choose to team up to eliminate Shen Lang first. Unfortunately, the intelligence of the undead giant elephant and the undead bone wolves was not that high. At this moment, both sides were completely blinded by rage, completely forgetting that Shen Lang, who was watching the show, was their primary target. Suddenly, several undead bone wolves engaged with the undead giant elephant spontaneously ignited. Fierce flames burst forth from within their bodies, engulfing them entirely. A whoa! Panic and painful howls erupted from the self-igniting undead bone wolves as they looked at the flames consuming their bodies, filled with fear and confusion. How did they suddenly catch fire? This question rooted itself in their minds, yet they couldn't comprehend it. However, at this moment, that was not important. What mattered was to extinguish the fire. They even abandoned their entanglement with the undead giant elephant, each one rolling madly on the ground in an attempt to extinguish the flames. But they did not know that the heart fire was fueled by the impurities in their minds. Once it burned from within to the outside, it would directly consume their minds as fuel. This meant that unless they were completely burned to death or rendered mindless, the heart fire would never extinguish. Thus, their attempts to roll and extinguish the fire were futile. Instead, the flames grew stronger, and within just a few breaths, several undead bone wolves were completely reduced to char. The fate of these undead bone wolves seemed to foreshadow the destiny of their entire clan, as soon all remaining undead bone wolves spontaneously ignited. Not only them, flames also appeared on the undead giant elephant. Their reactions to the flames were fairly uniform: first fear, then attempts to extinguish the fire. However, the heart fire had no physical form. No matter how they tried, they could not extinguish the flames. Ultimately, they could only perish slowly amidst endless pain and wails. Shen Lang quietly watched this scene while the sounds of the Daos notifications continuously echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have killed an undead bone wolf experience. 500 congratulations, you have killed an undead bone wolf slayer experience. 10 congratulations, you have killed an undead giant elephant experience. 800 congratulations, you have killed an undead giant elephant slayer experience. 30. The Daos notification sounds were so loud that they gave Shen Lang a headache. In frustration, he could only turn off the notifications. Just like that, in merely 10 minutes the scene fell into an eerie silence. All the undead bone wolves and the undead giant elephant were annihilated, with even their corpses nearly burned to a pile of black dust. Seeing this, Shen Lang's expression shifted slightly, and he hurried forward to extract. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you gained 2 physique attribute points. Hearing this notification, Shen Lang immediately felt relieved. Fortunately, extraction was still possible. He almost thought it would be impossible. If that were the case, it would have been a huge loss. Shen Lang quickly found 6 corpses that had not been completely incinerated and extracted from them. Unfortunately, he only received attribute points, a total of 12 points, 5 in strength, 3 in agility, and 4 in physique. Additionally, he found 10 black iron treasure chests on the battlefield, which was better than nothing. However, these were not his greatest gains. The real rewards were the increase in Slayer experience and the level advancement of the Slayer class. Thinking of this, Shen Lang pulled up the DAO notifications he had previously muted. Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 3 Slayer. All 4 attributes increased by 20 points. Congratulations, you have been promoted to level 4 Slayer. All 4 attributes increased by 20 points. The Slayer profession, which had been silent until now, had suddenly risen 2 levels in one go. Each upgrade increased 80 points of attributes, so 2 upgrades equaled 160 points of attributes, comparable to 4 upgrades. Pulling up his attribute panel, a long string of information appeared before Shen Lang's eyes. Nickname Dark Knight, level 10, 5785, 012, 0000, profession level 4 Slayer, 650100000, fortune value 52, strength 425, level talent strength enhancement, agility 490, level talent agility enhancement, physique 40530, a level talent physique enhancement, immune to all poisons, energy 403, level talent hearing enhancement, level talent smell enhancement, level talent spirit enhancement, level talent sight enhancement, innate talent SS level super divine extraction, special talent C. Level talent copperhead iron arm, level talent heart fire, level talent water element control, D level talent earth element control, a level talent bloodline boiling. Level talent fire element control skills, SS level passive, Tao blessings, level active skill, Eye of insight, level skill, beast mastery, a level skill, nether fire burning. Combat power 40 stars, second tier allocatable free attribute points, 153 items, various potions, 451, spatial ring blood drink mad, blade 1/5 tier thunder light armor, 1/3 tier swift boots, 1/3 tier blood breaking dagger 1, second tier iron dagger 4, golden keys 3, golden lion armor, 5th tier light boots, 5th tier silver treasure chests 12, black iron treasure chests 10, golden treasure chest 1. Looking at the data on his information panel, Shen Lang nodded in satisfaction. All 4 attributes broke through 400 points, with agility approaching 500, and he had accumulated 153 free attribute points. Unfortunately, although he still received 50 free attribute points, 90 additional free attribute points, and 3 silver treasure chests from this village battle victory, he did not receive the special reward of doubling attributes. Otherwise, he would have gained more than 140 free attribute points. Shaking his head in some regret, Shen Lang casually closed the system panel. However, it seemed like it was time to open the Shen Lang temporarily refrained from allocating his free attribute points, as his current strength was already sufficient. He planned to add points strategically when the time was right, considering it one of his trump cards. Investing over 100 attribute points into a single attribute could, if utilized wisely, instantly alter the As for the treasure chest, Shen Lang decided to find a safe place first. The ancient ruins were fraught with peril, making it an unsuitable location for opening a treasure chest. Having organized all his gains, Shen Lang cast a final glance at the battlefield strewn with ashes before walking deep into the jungle without a word. He was on the hunt for the traces of the nightmare demon. Although he was unsure of its current hiding place, heading deeper into the ancient ruins was certainly the right move. Upon entering the dense jungle, the danger immediately escalated, as visibility was not as clear as in the outside world. Many threats lurked in the shadows, completely undetectable on the surface. By the time you realize the danger, it is often too late for you. Not to mention that undead creatures are inherently bloodthirsty and violent, naturally possessing greater strength than ordinary beings. If other players were to come here, they would hardly survive more than 3 minutes. Only Shen Lang, protected by the 5th grade golden lion armor externally and the copperhead iron arm internally, had formidable defensive capabilities. Any undead creature attempting to ambush him from the shadows would be killed by the 30% rebound property of the golden lion armor before he even made a move. Thus, Shen Lang safely traversed the jungle, arriving at the center where a black lake lay before him. The black lake resembled a stagnant pool utterly devoid of ripples. Typically, a regular lake would have ripples appearing on its surface from time to time, but this black lake before Shen Lang showed none. It seemed as if it had solidified, with not a single ripple breaking the surface. Watching this scene, Shen Lang immediately narrowed his eyes, sensing an aura of danger. However, the greater the danger, the more certain he was that he was heading in the right direction. If the nightmare demon truly ruled this ancient ruin, then the closer he got to it, the more perilous it should be. The logic was sound. His mind was filled with various thoughts, but soon Shen Lang cast them aside. This lake was vast, nearly bisecting the entire jungle. If he wished to delve deeper, he would have to cross the lake and reach the forest on the other side. As for his recent speculation, it was merely a guess and not a reason for Shen Lang to insist on crossing the lake. However, the situation in the lake remained unclear, and even with his boldness, he was reluctant to face the unknown risks. After pondering for a moment, Shen Lang suddenly turned away from the lake and retraced his steps into the jungle. Soon sounds of movement and a roar echoed from within. Before long, Shen Lang emerged holding a black porcupine in one hand. The porcupine was still alive, but its spine had been broken by Shen Lang, rendering it incapable of controlling its body. It could only grunt weakly. Arriving at the black lake, Shen Lang unceremoniously tossed the porcupine into the water. Splash! With a loud sound, the porcupine was thrown directly into the lake. The formerly tranquil surface of the black lake was immediately disturbed, violent ripples spreading in all directions. Suddenly the water began to churn. Before the porcupine could fully sink, a tentacle as thick as a water barrel burst forth from the surface, wrapping around the porcupine. The porcupine let out a terrified scream, but with its spine broken, it had no chance to struggle and was easily dragged below the surface by the massive tentacle, disappearing from sight. On the shore, Shen Lang frowned at this scene. Even though he had anticipated that there was something in the lake, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of fear upon seeing that enormous tentacle. That tentacle was as thick as a water barrel and extended 3 to 4 meters above the water's surface. Aside from the tentacle, he saw nothing else, which indicated that the length of that tentacle must be quite extraordinary. Otherwise, if a monster lurked beneath the surface, he surely would have sensed it. Based on Shen Lang's initial estimation, the length of the tentacle underwater should be about 3 to 4 times that above the surface. Even calculating it at 3 times that tentacle's total length would be at least 12 meters. And just one tentacle being 12 meters long left Shen Lang struggling to imagine just how massive the creature lurking beneath the water must be. In that moment, he suddenly recalled the legends from Blue Star about the North Sea Giant Demon. According to legend, the North Sea Giant Demon had tentacles over 10 meters long and a height exceeding 50 meters, making it a true behemoth. At present, the monster in this black lake could perhaps rival the North Sea Giant Demon. Shen Lang pondered uncertainly, his expression darkening. It seemed troublesome. However, no matter how troublesome, he had to deal with it. As the village chief, he was determined to claim the position. Anyone who dared to obstruct him, be it the North Sea Giant Demon or even the Demon King Lucifer, he would find a way to defeat them. With a fierce determination in his heart, Shen Lang picked up a stone from the ground and continued testing. Since he couldn't pass through the water, what about the air? While thinking this, Shen Lang suddenly put all his strength into his hand and hurled the stone with force. Swoosh! A sharp whistle sounded as the stone flew through the air like a cannonball, swiftly crossing most of the lake's surface. In an instant, a loud crash reverberated from the center of the lake, followed by a massive tentacle thrusting up from the center, bringing with it overwhelming force that obliterated the stone, reminiscent of an anti-aircraft gun swatting a fly. Watching this scene, Shen Lang felt a chill run down his spine, and he instinctively retreated, distancing himself from the black lake, fearing that the creature within might sense something and come charging at him. However, it turned out he was overthinking it. The creature in the black lake seemed only to attack things that ventured into its territory, completely ignoring him standing on the shore. This made Shen Lang breathe a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was afraid of the creature, rather he was uncertain if he could deal with it if dragged underwater. This was the first time he felt so unsure about something. Damn it! I refuse to believe I can't handle you. Muttering to himself, Shen Lang immediately focused on the treasure chest in his backpack. Initially, he intended to wait before opening it, but the creature in the lake was somewhat frightening. He decided to see if he could obtain something useful from the chest to ensure his safety. With a plan in mind, Shen Lang summoned a black iron treasure chest and opened it in one go. Instantly, a flash of light appeared, and the black iron chest vanished, revealing a row of items laid out before him. Congratulations, you have received 3 daggers, 4 pairs of grass shoes, and 3 cloth garments. The hint from the great Tao echoed in Shen Lang's ears. Although he knew that the black treasure chest wouldn't yield anything good, he couldn't help but smile wryly at the sight of these novice supplies that were mostly useless to him. Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside the pile of novice equipment before waving his hand again, causing 12 silver chests to neatly appear before him. This time, Shen Lang's attitude was not as casual as when he opened the black iron chest. After all, the value of the silver chests was much higher than that of the black iron chests, and the good items obtained could actually be useful to him. He first manipulated the water elements in the air to gather a stream of water, then washed his hands and face. In the player's terms, he was warding off bad luck. If the situation allowed, he would have liked to take a bath. After finishing his preparations, Shen Lang began to pray to the deities. He offered his respects to the 3 pure ones, the Buddha and God, hoping they would bless him with good items. The entire process resembled a ritual chant, the scene exceedingly bizarre. Once he completed a series of preparations, there was one final step, an invocation for good luck. This was the essential song for a leap into fortune. Of course, this world had no such song, but that wouldn't stump Shen Lang. He could sing it himself. Good luck, come bless me with good luck. The melodious singing echoed through the ancient ruins, accompanying the battle song, as Shen Lang began to open the chests one by one. Swish! A flash of light passed by. Congratulations, you have acquired a clever talent water element manipulation. Detecting your existing level water element talent, you have obtained a C-level talent water element manipulation. Continuing on, Shen Lang did not pause and proceeded to open more chests. Congratulations, you have acquired a clever skill water dragon cannon. Congratulations, you have acquired a clever skill water dragon tornado. At this moment, Shen Lang resembled an emotionless chest opening machine, expressionlessly opening each box. Regardless of whether the items he opened were good or bad, his face showed no signs of fluctuation, steady as a rock. Finally, after opening all 12 silver chests, Shen Lang obtained 2 clever skills and 2 clever talents in water element manipulation. The clever talent fused with his original level water element talent, directly transforming into a level talent mastery of water element. In addition to these, he also opened 8 pieces of equipment. Unfortunately, these were all 3rd-tier items which were of no use to Shen Lang, who already possessed 5th-tier divine gear. He could only keep them for future trades to obtain things he needed. After collecting all the opened equipment, Shen Lang took a deep breath, then solemnly retrieved the golden treasure chest. Looking at the golden chest radiating light, Shen Lang could no longer maintain his emotionless facade. He nervously clenched his fist, then slowly exhaled a breath of foul air before suddenly opening the golden chest. Instantly, a burst of golden light appeared before Shen Lang, the dazzling brilliance staring directly into his eyes. Yet Shen Lang did not blink as he intently focused on the item that emerged. It was a scroll adorned with exquisite patterns, looking extremely precious. However, its specific function could not be discerned with the naked eye. No need for Shen Lang to investigate himself, as the hint from the great Tao timely sounded, providing an introduction to the item. Congratulations, you have acquired an S-level talent upgrade scroll. Name S-level talent upgrade scroll. Effect: you may choose any talent below S-level and upgrade it to S-level. Upon seeing the detailed information about the scroll, a look of ecstasy immediately appeared on Shen Lang's face. A hearty laugh echoed through the dense forest. As expected, the items from the golden treasure chest had never disappointed him. Last time he had acquired an S-level skill, and this time it was an S-level talent upgrade scroll. However, which talent should he upgrade? As Shen Lang looked at the talents he possessed, a conflicted expression appeared on his face. Water element manipulation, fire element manipulation, copper head, and iron arms. After hesitating for a while, Shen Lang still couldn't make a decision, and at that moment, he noticed the Heartfire talent extracted from the Fire Monkey King. He had seen quite a few elemental and physical talents, but so far he had only encountered this one emotion manipulation talent. It's not that elemental and physical talents are inferior to emotional talents. Rather, elemental and physical talents Shen Lang could later enhance through super extraction, gradually stacking and strengthening. In contrast, the Heartfire talent was not so easy to enhance. Additionally, the Heartfire talent not only had a bizarre attack, but also possessed considerable power, and importantly, it could help refine his mind. It was a talent that could assist and also carry him through. With this in mind, Shen Lang immediately had an answer regarding which talent. Great Tao upgrade the Heartfire talent. Confirm whether to consume an S-level talent upgrade scroll to upgrade the Heartfire talent. Confirm. Shen Lang nodded. Instantly, the S-level talent upgrade scroll which he had just obtained and had yet to warm up vanished from his. At the same time, a strange feeling arose in Shen Lang's heart. He felt as if something within his body was growing, a tingling sensation spreading throughout him. The change lasted about half a minute, and finally the hint from the great Tao sounded again. Congratulations, upgrade successful. S-level talent 7 emotions and 6 desires. Description: with this talent you can manipulate the emotions of all living beings. Heartfire has transformed into 7 emotions and 6 desires with a simple description, but an incredibly powerful effect. Manipulating the emotions of all living beings without any restrictions. This effect was simply overwhelming. Shen Lang's eyes filled with surprise, and it took a while for him to calm his emotions. He then turned to look at the black lake 100 meters away. Previously, when Shen Lang gazed at the lake, he felt nothing. Now, however, he could clearly perceive that in the center of the black lake a violently extreme emotion was swirling within it. Without saying, Shen Lang knew that it must be the emotional fluctuations emitted by the tentacle monster he encountered earlier. In addition to the tentacle monster, Shen Lang could also clearly sense the emotional fluctuations of all living beings within a 500-meter radius. Wanting to test his abilities, he enhanced the inner violent emotions of a specific area he sensed in the forest. In the next second, the beasts in that area went berserk, turning on each other. Shen Lang watched this scene from hundreds of meters away, gasping in astonishment. The 7 emotions and 6 desires talent seemed even more powerful than he had imagined. After experimenting with his new talent, Shen Lang nodded in satisfaction, proving that his S-level talent was indeed incredible. For a long time, Shen Lang had lacked large-scale destructive means, otherwise he wouldn't have been besieged by a horde of Now that he possessed the ability to manipulate emotions, the tactic of overwhelming numbers would lose its effectiveness in front of him. Especially against humans, the efficacy of this talent would be even more remarkable. After all, human emotions are the most intricate. When you can freely manipulate a person's feelings, in a sense you become a god. Suppressing his joy, Shen Lang calmed himself and turned his gaze towards the Black Lake. He had completed the necessary preparations. Now, it was time to prepare to cross the Black Lake. Reaching the edge of the Black Lake, Shen Lang immediately activated his talent to control water elements. After evolving to level, this ability had significantly strengthened. Even as Shen Lang slowly entered the water's surface, the lake showed no signs of disturbance. More remarkably, once he fully submerged, he felt no discomfort at all, as if he were on land. As for his vision, with the enhancement of his sight talent, he faced little obstruction underwater. Upon entering the Black Lake, he finally spotted the tentacled monster lurking at its center. He saw a massive creature resembling an octopus towering several dozen meters high, coiled in the middle of the lake. Its body undulated continuously, as if breathing. With each breath it took, a black substance emanated from its body, filling the entire lake. Now Shen Lang understood why. Clearly it had been transformed by this tentacled monster. Besides that, the scene in the lake was somewhat different from what Shen Lang, according to his imagination, with such a powerful creature present, the lake's waters should have been devoid of life. Yet upon seeing it with his own eyes, he discovered that fish still swam in the waters. They moved freely through the lake, some even swimming right past the tentacled monster without any sign of fear. At this, Shen Lang could only marvel internally at the vastness of the world and its wonders. This monster actually allowed life to exist around it. Though he was amazed, Shen Lang did not forget his purpose. Locking his gaze onto the tentacled monster, he activated his Eye of Insight, and instantly detailed information about the creature appeared before him. Name: Canavis Divine Monster Larva. Level 20. Talent: a level talent to control water elements. Skills: Level skill Death Entanglement, a level skill Limb Rebirth, level skill Venom. Combat power 56, stars 5th stage. Description: a being that should not exist in this world, yet survived due to the whims of fate. This is a dangerous creature, it is advised to keep your distance. Looking at the detailed information about Canavis, even though he had long known this creature was terrifying, the reality before him made Shen Lang gasp in shock. Divine monster. Shen Lang's mind seemed to have sprouted 2 question marks. He felt as if fate was playing a joke on him. Wasn't this a novice area? How could such an extraordinarily powerful creature appear here? Divine is synonymous with terror. Anything related to the divine is overwhelmingly powerful. Just look at those beings corrupted by the power of the gods in the outside world. And what is a divine monster? To put it bluntly, it is a wild offspring born from a deity. To put it nicely, it is an alternative divine progeny, even more cruel, tyrannical, and powerful than the average divine offspring. This is evident from its talent, and a level talent is something Shen Lang had never seen in any creature amidst the many monsters. Beyond its talent, what was more absurd were its 3 skills. The meaning of Death Entanglement is self-evident, just from the name Shen Lang could understand. Though this skill is only level, such a skill depends on who wields it. If it were in the hands of an ant, it would be inconsequential. Shen Lang could squash it with a single step. But in the hands of a being like Canavis, even a level skill would unleash power on par with an ordinary level. It is akin to Xiao Feng, who, relying on the Taizu Changquan, defeated numerous foes at the Gathering of Heroes. Next is the level skill Venom. The name sounds quite ordinary, but a creature like a divine monster already possesses formidable combat power. Now it also has venom, making it utterly outrageous. Of course, the most absurd of all is the last skill, a level skill Limb Rebirth. It is no surprise that it belongs to a divine monster with such an inhumane skill, leaving no way for others to survive. If an ordinary player had such a configuration, it could be said that they would perish no matter how many came. Only Shen Lang, with his extraordinary extraction ability and a plethora of talents and skills, could stand a chance. Though Canavis' strength is formidable, Shen Lang is not to be underestimated. He is not incapable of facing it. Of course, he would not underestimate the creature either. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Shen Lang stared at Canavis, a formless wave suddenly emanating from him and sweeping towards Canavis. At this moment, Shen Lang activated his talent of manipulating emotions, attempting to influence Canavis' feelings. He released a tranquil emotion, trying to lull Canavis into sleep. As this emotional wave merged into Canavis' body, the previously motionless Canavis suddenly began to tremble. Filled with violent emotions, it resisted this feeling, and its body trembled instinctively. With its shudder, the tranquility of the Black Lake was immediately disrupted. A dark current surged at the bottom of the lake. The once leisurely fish nearby seemed to sense the ominous aura, panicking and fleeing. Seeing this scene, Shen Lang's heart tightened. Soon the trembling ceased. Canavis halted its movements, and through the perception of emotions, Shen Lang sensed a reduction in Canavis' inner brutality, feeling a slight relief. After waiting in place for a while, seeing that Canavis showed no signs of movement, Shen Lang finally utilized his level talent to control water elements, breaking through the currents and slowly approaching Canavis. 1 meter, 2 meters, 10 meters, 100 meters. As he got closer to Canavis, the creature appeared, increasingly towering in Shen Lang's eyes. This is no mere metaphor, it truly grew larger. At the same time, the sense of oppression Canavis brought to Shen Lang intensified, making him feel a slight pressure in his heart. Finally, after several minutes, Shen Lang arrived at the front of the Canavis. Observing this giant creature up close, Shen Lang's heart was filled with awe. The creator is indeed miraculous. Such a massive being, what on earth does it eat to grow? Shen Lang pondered absurdly, and then a conflicted expression appeared on his face. According to his original plan, he intended to deal with this giant creature. However, after understanding the specific information about Canavis, Shen Lang hesitated. He was somewhat inclined to subdue this creature. Previously, he had obtained the beast taming skill. Although taming required a beast taming ring, Shen Lang could first plant a soul mark on it to temporarily control this giant creature with his powerful mental strength, and later create the beast taming ring. The beast taming skill was somewhat awkward for Shen Lang. Most fierce beasts had average strength and growth potential, so capturing them was of little use. However, the Canavis before him was different. This creature not only had immense potential, but also possessed formidable combat power. Moreover, its identity as a divine aberration made it worthy of his attention, which is why Shen Lang developed the thought of subduing it. What worried him was whether the Grade beast taming ring could successfully subdue this creature. After struggling for a while on the spot, Shen Lang ultimately made up his mind to give it a try. He would first plant the soul mark to temporarily control this creature. If the beast taming ring failed to work once created, he could always kill it. With the decision made, Shen Lang immediately raised his right hand and slowly placed his palm on the massive body of Canvas. As his palm made contact, Shen Lang instantly felt a silky smoothness akin to fine silk accompanied by a cold sensation. Crucially, there was not a trace of the slimy feeling typical of aquatic creatures. With his palm pressed against it, Shen Lang adjusted his emotions and directly activated the beast taming skill. To fully unleash the beast taming skill's effects, the cooperation of the beast taming ring was required, but that did not mean the skill was useless without it. As long as a mark was planted deep within the beast's soul, temporary control could still be achieved. However, planting a soul mark was not something that could be done casually. Generally speaking, the higher the cooperation of the fierce beast and the lower its resistance, the better the temporary control effect after the mark was planted. Shen Lang was prompted to attempt planting the mark because Canvas had fallen silent. However, he obviously overlooked one thing: this creature was a divine aberration. Not only was it powerful, but its soul was also extraordinarily strong. Although Shen Lang's soul strength was not lacking, it still paled in comparison to that of a divine aberration. Thus, just as Shen Lang attempted to plant a mark in Canvas' soul, the creature, which had been quiet due to the influence of emotions, was suddenly awakened. With a whoosh, a pair of enormous eyes suddenly opened at the bottom of the water, and Canvas' gaze, filled with brutality and murderous intent, immediately fell upon Shen Lang, who was so close. The moment Shen Lang was locked onto, he felt a chill throughout his body, as if he were being stared at by some ancient ferocious beast. A powerful sense of crisis erupted within his heart. Roar! A terrifying roar suddenly erupted as Canvas opened its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, lunging at Shen Lang to bite him. Shen Lang's reaction speed was not slow. Even before he made a move, he had already prepared for failure. So when he sensed danger, Shen Lang's figure immediately darted away like a fish quickly escaping in the opposite direction. Boom! Shen Lang narrowly avoided Canvas' bite, but immediately after, thick, powerful tentacles under Canvas' control swept towards Shen Lang, creating towering waves at the lake's bottom. Damn it! Shen Lang cursed repeatedly, his entire demeanor becoming tense. Although he had considered the consequences of failure, he did not expect the furious power unleashed by Canvas to be so terrifying. The entire lake now seemed to be on the verge of being split apart. If Shen Lang were hit, even with the golden Mad Lion armor and copperhead iron-armed, he could not guarantee he could withstand a strike. Water Dragon Cannon. As Canvas' tentacles became more numerous, the space for Shen Lang to evade grew increasingly narrow. Naturally, he wouldn't sit idly by and immediately activated the Water Dragon Cannon. A large amount of water vapor gathered and compressed in his palms, subsequently undergoing a qualitative change. Then Shen Lang thrust his palms forward, unleashing a wave of terrifying power as a compressed water dragon bullet violently collided with Canvas' tentacles. Boom! The two collided successfully, with the water dragon bullet exploding on impact, unleashing tremendous power. Instantly, Canvas let out a painful roar as two of its tentacles were shattered by the water dragon bullet. Among humans, there is a saying that 10 fingers are connected to the heart. For Canvas, these tentacles were equivalent to its fingers, and the pain of having its fingers shattered was something even Canvas could hardly bear. At that moment, it could only quickly retract its injured tentacles, while commanding the unhurt ones to surround Shen Lang, glaring at him with an extremely fierce gaze. As Shen Lang zigzagged left and right, he inadvertently caught sight of Canvas' gaze and immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. "Hey, are you still angry? You attacked me first. What right do you have to be angry?" Shen Lang said with righteous indignation, a hint of grievance on his face, making one wonder if he had suffered some great Although Canvas was brutal, it was a divine aberration and possessed wisdom. Hearing Shen Lang's words, it was instantly furious, letting out several roars as if to say, "You still have the face to say, I was just fine here and you came to hypnotize me. Now you want to enslave me. And you still feel wrong." Naturally, Shen Lang did not admit to Canvas' accusations. In his view, he merely wanted to find a home and a master for Canvas. It was all for its own good, wasn't it? Don't think that just because you're awake, I won't be able to deal with you. Under Canvas' relentless attacks, Shen Lang continuously dodged, and after a while he began to feel displeased. At that moment, he swiftly moved his hands, drawing a seal formula in the air. The moment the seal was completed, Shen Lang shouted loudly, "Water Dragon Tornado." Instantly, a massive vortex appeared before Shen Lang, sweeping toward Canvas' tentacles. Sensing the terror of the Water Dragon Tornado, Canvas was not to be outdone and immediately activated its own skill, Death Entanglement. At once, its tentacles entwined and quickly intertwined, wrapping up the Water Dragon Tornado along with the space Shen Lang occupied. In the next moment, all of Canvas' tentacles shook simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying force that swept through the entangled space. The Water Dragon Tornado, which Shen Lang had summoned with great difficulty, was instantly shattered. The water vortex shattered instantly, and at the same moment, an indescribable terrifying force acted upon Shen Lang. A series of crisp sounds echoed from within Shen Lang as he felt unprecedented pressure under the onslaught of Carn. A breath of hot air escaped his mouth, and as the airflow shot out, it instantly transformed into a water arrow rushing towards the distance. "Break for me." Shen Lang roared, his entire body's muscles being activated in that moment. The immense power hidden within his diminutive figure erupted, and under the influence of his Grade power talent, originally his strength was already formidable, and now after being tripled, he became utterly inhuman. The sound of breaking echoed ceaselessly as the entwined tentacles of Carnavis could not withstand this tremendous power under Shen Lang's full eruption, snapping one after another. Roar! As the tentacles snapped, Carnavis let out a roar filled with brutality and pain not far away. Stimulated by the pain, his deadly embrace completely failed, and Shen Lang seized the opportunity to escape danger. As soon as he broke free, he looked at the broken tentacles of Carnavis, and a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. As the saying goes, take advantage of the sickness to claim the life. Now that Carnavis was gravely injured, Shen Lang naturally could not miss this great opportunity. He stepped into the water, a powerful force erupted, splashing water everywhere, and then his figure shot towards Carnavis like, "Die for me." He swiftly approached Carnavis. Shen Lang leapt high, and suddenly a long knife appeared in his hand, which was the blood-drinking mad blade he had previously stored in his spatial ring. Gripping the blood-drinking mad blade, Shen Lang swung it down, and a terrifying blood-red glow erupted, crashing down upon Carnavis as if to cleave it in half. But just as Shen Lang launched his attack, Carnavis, which had been roaring due to the snapped tentacles, suddenly ceased its struggles, and a stream of black liquid spurted from its mouth. As soon as the black liquid appeared, a sizzling sound echoed through the lake, and then from the bottom of the lake, creatures that had been hidden due to the battle between Shen Lang and Carnavis suddenly floated up with white eyes, instantly dead. Their bodies rose from the water, drifting to the surface. Seeing this scene, Shen Lang's expression changed slightly, and he instantly recalled the skill of Carnavis' deadly poison. The lake he was in was about 1,000 meters wide, quite expansive, yet Carnavis' deadly poison filled all the waters, almost instantly terrifying in its lethality. For a moment, Shen Lang couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. However, he soon realized that he seemed to be fine. Shen Lang paused, then belatedly reacted, realizing he apparently possessed a physique that was immune to all poisons. With that thought, he felt a sudden relief, and then without hesitation, the blood-drinking mad blade fell heavily onto Carnavis' massive body. Boom! Unlike the usual encounters with ordinary ferocious beasts, the blood-drinking mad blade had previously left marks even on the incredibly defensive iron-armored Rhino King. But now when he struck Carnavis, he could not even penetrate its skin, causing Shen Lang's expression to change slightly. Before he could launch his next attack, a sudden whistling sound arose. He saw that the tentacles of Carnavis, which Shen Lang had torn off, had somehow regrown, breaking through the water, and swiftly. Seeing this, Shen Lang instinctively retreated while wielding the blood-drinking mad blade to defend against Carnavis' assault. A sound akin to metal clanging echoed in the water. Shen Lang even saw sparks flying when the blood-drinking mad blade collided with the tentacles. Seeing this, Shen Lang felt quite frustrated. So it turned out that the blood-drinking mad blade was not as powerful as his bear. Shen Lang hadn't anticipated this, but it wasn't entirely his fault. Previously, he had faced only ordinary ferocious beasts, so the blood-drinking mad blade had seemed invincible. But now he was facing a divine aberration, and even though the information displayed by the Eye of Insight did not reveal any talents or skills related to its physical body, just by virtue of Carnavis' massive physique, it was evident that its physical strength was extraordinary. However, the strength of its body was merely a result of its growth process, not its primary talent or skills, which explained why it was not displayed in the Eye of Insight. It was like having a head and a pair of eyes. These are normal growths that no one would think to describe in detail. Carnavis was in such a situation. As a divine aberration, its lower limits were inherently higher than the upper limits of ordinary beings. Therefore, even though its physical body had only grown normally, without any special training, a mere 5th-tier weapon could not possibly break through its flesh. Realizing this, Shen Lang decisively put away the blood-drinking mad blade. With the restraint of the blade gone, his strength erupted completely. Heavy punches continuously struck against the tentacles of Carnavis, and instantly the tentacles that had seemed indestructible just moments ago broke under Shen Lang's onslaught. Hiss! A sharp hissing sound rang out, and as the tentacles snapped, Carnavis' massive body convulsed, dramatically reacting in an exaggerated manner. Shen Lang watched this scene without any surprise, instead revealing a smile of expectation. Because just moments ago, as Carnavis' tentacles broke, he activated the ability of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. This time he chose to amplify Carnavis' pain. According to his current strength, he could amplify Carnavis' pain by up to however, that was already enough. The excruciating pain in the fingers was unbearable, especially when such an emotion was magnified tenfold. That was no longer ordinary physical pain, but a pain that penetrated the soul. Every living being, regardless of intelligence, must possess the ability to feel pain, and different beings have entirely different thresholds for enduring pain. The pain of the broken tentacles, after being amplified tenfold, had evidently reached Carnavis' limit of endurance. Therefore, under Shen Lang's gaze, Carnavis' massive body convulsed for a moment before becoming still. It was because the pain had reached its limit that it fainted directly. This was quite absurd, but it also demonstrated the power of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. It truly deserved to be in great skill. Seeing Carnavis faint, Shen Lang cautiously approached its side, wary of whether this creature was merely pretending. However, after a thorough inspection, he completely relaxed. Carnavis was truly unconscious, and not just feigning it. Shen Lang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This creature was indeed terrifying. If the battle continued, Shen Lang couldn't guarantee he could subdue it. Just the regeneration of a severed limb was enough to give him a headache, not to mention that Canavis possessed an SSS-Grade innate ability to control water elements, which it had not yet used. Although Shen Lang was confident he would achieve ultimate victory according to the normal pace, even if he won it wouldn't be easy. Unlike now where he had easily subdued Canavis with the control of emotions derived from the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Once again marveling at the power of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, Shen Lang quickly composed himself and began to take care of business. He needed to imprint his soul mark on Canavis. With a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, Shen Lang placed his palm on Canavis' body once more. As the beast control skill activated, he immediately felt an invisible force spreading from his mind, surging into Canavis' head. It was the same familiar sensation, the same familiar path. Shen Lang easily invaded the source of Canavis' soul. Previously at this step, Canavis was startled awake. Therefore this time Shen Lang kept a close watch on Canavis' reactions. As long as it showed even the slightest sign of movement, Shen Lang would take action immediately. Fortunately, perhaps due to the prior intense pain, Canavis had fallen into a deep sleep. Even though Shen Lang had already touched its soul source, it showed no reaction. At that moment, Canavis' soul source lay as lifeless as a dead fish, allowing Shen Lang to manipulate it without any resistance. With that, the remaining tasks became simple. Shen Lang spent about 10 minutes planting his imprint in the source of Canavis' soul. After completing this, Shen Lang's complexion grew quite haggard, clearly indicating that the effort of imprinting the soul source was not trivial. However, thinking of how he had temporarily gained control over this giant creature, Shen Lang felt a wave of happiness. The consumption was significant, but as long as he subdued Canavis, all the effort would be worth it. Moreover, with the SS level blessing of the Tao, he was constantly restoring his physical strength and spirit. The fatigue on his face lingered only for an instant before he regained his vivacity. Once revitalized, Shen Lang couldn't wait to awaken this giant creature before him. Wake up, wake up. He continuously called out in his mind, while his voice resonated deep within Canavis' soul. After about 20 seconds of calling, suddenly, the previously motionless Canavis trembled. Its enormous eyes snapped. Shen Lang stood close by, his gaze fixed on this scene. It was his first time using the beast control skill, and he had no idea how effective it would be. Moreover, he didn't possess a beast control ring. He had merely left a soul imprint and temporarily subdued Canavis. Thus, he couldn't be certain whether Canavis would attack him again upon awakening. 1 second, 2 seconds, the large and small pairs of eyes locked in the dark waters. As they stared at each other for more than 10 seconds, Shen Lang suddenly felt a wave of relief. The beast control skill worked. Canavis showed no intent to kill him, and its gaze no longer held brutality. Lower your head, Shen Lang silently commanded in his mind, continuing his experiment. As his thoughts spread out, Canavis responded with a clear sense of resistance. This was the drawback of not having a beast control ring. Without it, Canavis was at risk of backlash. Only with the beast control ring could Shen Lang completely make this giant creature submit to him. Lower your head, Shen Lang commanded again. Perhaps realizing the reality or sensing danger under Shen Lang's strong command, Canavis, though reluctant, slowly lowered its massive head. Given its size, Canavis' head resembled a small island, equally astonishing. Watching Canavis submit, Shen Lang nodded in satisfaction. Then he stepped forward and stood directly on Canavis' head. Feeling the sensation from above, Canavis' body trembled. Its previously calm eyes began to fill with brutality and killing intent once more. Although divine beings cannot be compared with gods, their pride is no less. Now with Shen Lang standing on its head, it was as if he had completely trampled its pride and dignity underfoot. For a divine being, this was an absolute humiliation. It was akin to a man being dominated by a woman, a humiliation that transcended even that for a divine being. At that moment, Shen Lang felt Canavis' agitation emanating from its soul. A surge of madness and brutality flowed into Shen Lang's mind through their connection. This was the backlash from Canavis, a consequence of lacking the beast control ring. However, under the protection of the blessing of the Tao, a refreshing sensation continuously flowed into Shen Lang's mind, easily dispelling the feelings of brutality. Meanwhile, Shen Lang remained steadfast on Canavis' head. Did he not know that standing on Canavis' head was a humiliation? He didn't know, but that was exactly what he wanted. Taming a beast means finding ways to eradicate its rebellious nature. Otherwise, how could Shen Lang trust to command it? Having dealt with the brutal emotions backlash, Shen Lang did not idle. He promptly activated the imprint left in Canavis. Instantly, a soul-rending pain erupted, and the previously murderous Canavis was engulfed in intense agony. Hiss, hiss. Canavis' pain screeches echoed continuously, yet it still did not beg for mercy. Instead, the resistance within its mind intensified. Sensing this, a cold smile appeared on Shen Lang's lips, and he amplified Canavis' pain tenfold. Roar. As soon as the emotions were amplified, Canavis immediately collapsed. The pain of the soul was far more intense. If the pain of the body amplified tenfold was unbearable for Canavis, the pain of the soul would be even more unimaginable. The key was that the pain of the soul was something Canavis couldn't escape from even by fainting. Therefore, when the pain exceeded its limits, Canavis succumbed, completely capitulating, and a wave of pleading and appeasing emotions surged into Shen Lang's mind. Sensing the pleading intent emanating from Canavis, Shen Lang remained unmoved and continued to activate the soul imprint, administering punishment. Taming a beast is like training a dog. It requires inflicting pain deep enough to instill fear in its very soul, so that it dares not bare its teeth at you again. In the blink of an eye a minute passed, and the brutality and killing intent in Cannabis' eyes completely vanished, leaving only a trace of pleading. At this moment Shen Lang finally ceased his action, stepping on its head, as he thought, from now on I am in charge. Cannabis let out a resentful roar as if to indicate its understanding, no longer exhibiting the previous ferocity. Alright, since you understand, follow me. Let's leave the bottom of the lake and head to the opposite shore, Shen Lang commanded. With that, Cannabis' massive body immediately moved. Boom. As Cannabis moved, a thunderous sound echoed instantly. In the center of the lake, a massive whirlpool of water formed automatically with Cannabis' actions. Standing atop Cannabis, Shen Lang felt his figure rising continuously, breaking through the water's surface and ascending to the lake's surface. Thus they continued to rise, with Cannabis advancing toward the opposite shore. By the time it completely exited the lake, Shen Lang had already reached an altitude of 50 meters. Looking down at the dense jungle below, a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Shen Lang's mouth. He quickly identified the direction and waved his hand, prompting Cannabis to carry him deeper into the jungle. Boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed endlessly through the jungle. Cannabis walked heavily through this. Within the jungle, all the infected undead beasts trembled in fear, sensing the aura of superiority radiating from Cannabis. Undead creatures are formed by the influence of the god's powers. Cannabis, however, is a true divine spawn. With a rich divine aura surrounding it, naturally no foolish undead creature dared to provoke. They passed through the jungle without obstruction, and upon stepping out, Shen Lang was instantly stunned by the sight before him. Bones, endless bones. It was as if this place was a vast cemetery burying countless beings, with skeletal remains forming mountains and seas. How many lives have perished here? Shen Lang murmured in astonishment. He found it hard to imagine how many lives must have been lost to create this sea of bones. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Shen Lang suppressed his shock, patted Cannabis' head beneath him, and said solemnly. Suddenly beneath Shen Lang, Cannabis conveyed a sense of fear. Noticing Cannabis' emotions, Shen Lang's brow furrowed slightly. Are you saying there's an immortal monster inside here? Is it the one that imprisoned you? Roar. Cannabis responded with a roar, conveying a sense of affirmation. Seeing this, Shen Lang, standing atop Cannabis, fell into deep thought. He could almost confirm that the nightmare demon mentioned in the mission description should be within this place. If nothing went awry, the one guarding Cannabis would also be this nightmare demon. Shen Lang had witnessed Cannabis' unimaginable strength. The fact that this nightmare demon could instill fear in Cannabis made him feel a flicker of uncertainty. Should he still venture inside? If that nightmare demon truly proved to be an insurmountable challenge, then he might have to seriously consider stepping down from the position of village chief. There was no way around it. If he was really no match, Shen Lang would never rush to his own demise. But to flee without a fight was something he found hard to accept, especially since defeating the nightmare demon would grant him the position of village chief. Just the presence of Cannabis beneath him made it impossible for Shen Lang to give up. If that nightmare demon was indeed Cannabis' warden, would it allow him to take Cannabis away? If that being refused, would he just abandon what he had worked so hard to achieve? It was impossible. There was no way Shen Lang would let the duck that was almost in his grasp escape. Thus he found himself with no way to retreat. After all, even if he turned back, he would still face the nightmare demon. Clarifying his thoughts, Shen Lang took a deep breath and ordered enter. Ugh. Cannabis was somewhat reluctant. What do you want to experience that taste again? Shen Lang said calmly. With that, Cannabis' massive body trembled beneath him, and without another word it stepped into the land of bones. Compared to the nightmare demon, the fear Shen Lang instilled in it was far more profound. Thus, as Shen Lang's words fell, Cannabis immediately made its choice. Crack, crack. As Cannabis stepped into the land of bones, a sound of crunching echoed beneath its feet. The ground covered in bones turned to dust as Cannabis walked over it. Meanwhile, deep within the land of bones, there was a throne constructed of bones upon which a figure with an indistinct visage sat upright, resembling a statue. As Cannabis entered the land of bones, the figure on the throne suddenly trembled and then awakened. A fierce aura spread with the awakening of this individual, and the countless bones now emitted a series of eerie sounds echoing throughout. This situation persisted for a while until the figure sitting on the throne finally spoke. The divine spawn has emerged from the Black Lake. What is going on? The figure murmured in confusion to itself. Suddenly before it, a skeleton abruptly pieced itself together, revealing a 5-meter-tall skeletal giant. Lord Nightmare Demon, not only has the divine spawn emerged from the Black Lake, but a human has also entered from outside the secret realm. A human? How is that possible? 30,000 years ago, weren't all beings from the outer continent slaughtered? Are the bones scattered here fake? Upon hearing of the visitor from outside the secret realm, the Nightmare Demon's tone grew even more astonished. In response, the skeletal giant knelt on the ground and continued in a fearful tone, I don't know, and that human strength is quite formidable. The undead beasts I previously dispatched to attack him were unable to kill him. Moreover, the divine spawn in the Black Lake seems to be with that human, and it appears that the divine spawn has acknowledged the human as its master. Boom. With a loud crash, the figure on the throne slammed its palm onto the armrest, its voice turning cold as it stared at the skeletal giant. Are you saying the divine spawn has submitted to a human? Exactly, my lord. How it seems the years of imprisonment have thoroughly worn down the pride within the divine spawn. But regardless, that human daring to make the divine spawn acknowledge him is blasphemy against the divine. He must die. Go bring them before me. As you command, my lord. Before the throne of bones, the bone giant responded respectfully, and then its body shattered once more, turning into a pile of ordinary bones. On the other side, within the land of bones, Shen Lang stood atop canopies, continuously surveying the eerie landscape before him. He discovered that aside from its terrifying appearance, this place seemed to hold little danger. At least so far, neither he nor canopies had suffered any attacks. Yet the more it was, so the more Shen Lang dared not to let his guard down. To him it felt like the calm before the storm. Perhaps to validate Shen Lang's intuition, suddenly the ground littered with bones trembled. Then under Shen Lang's gaze, many bones quickly began to assemble together. In the blink of an eye, a towering bone giant standing 50 meters tall appeared before Shen Lang. The bone giant was clad in tattered armor, wielding a white bone dagger, exuding a fierce aura that erupted from it, enveloped in black malevolence, making it appear akin to a legendary lord of the underworld. Human, you dare to trespass into the forbidden land of the undead, you shall pay. A hoarse and piercing voice echoed in the land of bones as the oil-green flames of the undead flickered in the bone giant's eye sockets, giving a chilling impression. Watching this scene, Shen Lang narrowed his eyes, activating his Eye of Insight, and immediately the information of the bone giant appeared in his vision. Undead Cursed Soul, level 15, talent bone manipulation, combat power 20-star, first stage description, a bluffing paper tiger, do not be deceived by its appearance. Undead Cursed Soul, level 15, talent bone manipulation, combat power 20-star, first stage description, a not to mention its towering height of several dozen meters was enough to intimidate. Moreover, this creature had all the effects maximized, armor, bone dagger, and crucially, it was shrouded in a black malevolent aura. Had it not been for the Eye of Insight, Shen Lang might have truly been tricked by this creature. After all, in such a bizarre place, the appearance of a powerful being would be normal. On the contrary, a paper tiger like this was rather rare. Were it not for his belief that the Eye of Insight would not make mistakes, Shen Lang could not help but doubt whether his skill was flawed. Understanding the true nature of the creature before him, Shen Lang's wariness dissipated completely. He then dismissed the bone giant's words with indifference, commanding, "Canopies, crush it." As soon as he spoke, canopies sprang into action. A powerful tendril lashed out, creating a thunderous sound of air being. Seeing canopies attack, without hesitation, the bone giant, who had just posed dramatically, was instantly taken aback. This was not the scenario it had envisioned. It had imagined a grand battle, with Shen Lang feigning defeat to lure the enemy deeper. But now canopies struck directly, and the sharp sound of air slicing through the atmosphere rushed toward it. It had no time to react. A whip struck it violently. Crash! Instantly, the towering body of the bone giant exploded into fragments. Bones flew everywhere as canopies cleaved it in two with a single tendril. Abba abba. On the ground, the bone giant, now with half a mouth, continuously opened and closed as if trying to say something. Unfortunately, Shen Lang did not even glance at it, directing canopies to continue forward. A shadow loomed over the bone giant's head, and the next second the shadow fell, instantly shattering the bone giant's head. At the throne of bones, the nightmare demon awaited the bone giant's report. Suddenly, the bones before him began to coalesce once more, and soon the bone giant reappeared before the nightmare demon. "Lord Nightmare, I have returned." The bone giant cautiously spoke. "Did you accomplish the task?" The nightmare demon glanced at it, casually inquiring. "It should be done right." The bone giant replied uncertainly. Although it had been killed, upon its appearance it had seen Shen Lang's direction before its demise, and it seemed to be coming this way. Should it be? The nightmare demon frowned, its gaze on the bone giant suddenly turning dangerous. Seeing this, the bone giant's heart trembled. It was a soul, normal damage could not completely kill it. But the nightmare demon was different. If it truly became enraged, a mere soul, like it would be nothing more than a morsel for the nightmare demon. Thinking of this, it quickly replied, trembling. "It has been done, it has been done. They are on their way now. Please wait a moment, Lord." After saying this, it was filled with anxiety, hoping that Shen Lang and the others were indeed heading here, otherwise it would be. As for telling the nightmare demon the truth, did it dare to admit it had been killed the moment it appeared? It was certain that its fate would be even more tragic, as the nightmare demon had no need for useless beings. "Is that so? Then I shall wait." Hearing the bone giant's words, the nightmare demon's dangerous gaze once again softened, and the scene fell into silence. As time passed, when the nightmare demon reopened its eyes and found no one arriving, it suddenly raised its hand and seized the nearby bone giant, which offered no resistance. "Where are they?" "My lord, please wait a bit longer." The bone giant replied, somewhat terrified. "Are you trying to deceive me?" This time the nightmare demon no longer believed it. "My lord, how could I dare deceive you? I have truly led them here. They should arrive very soon. Haha, my patience is limited. Either show me the people now, or die this moment." As it spoke, the nightmare demon's hand tightened, causing the bones of the bone giant to begin cracking, but that was not the most critical part. What mattered was that the soul attached to this body was also starting to be erased under the nightmare demon's power. Once its soul was completely obliterated, it would entirely vanish from existence. "My lord, please. I beg you, my lord." The bone giant desperately pleaded for mercy, but the nightmare demon remained unmoved. Just as the bone giant was about to be erased, a rumbling sound suddenly came from afar. Hearing the commotion, the nightmare demon looked up and immediately saw a giant beast approaching across the ground. And atop that giant beast's head stood a human treading upon it. Observing this scene, the nightmare demon instantly narrowed its eyes, then casually tossed aside the bone giant, as if discarding trash. "Finally arrived, but why do I smell something that disgusts me?" The nightmare demon muttered to itself in confusion. The nightmare demon muttered to himself in confusion, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching figure of canopies. He first scrutinized Canavis, confirming that the nauseating aura he felt did not emanate from him, and then directed his gaze toward Shen Lang. To be honest, given Shen Lang's status, if it weren't for his connection to the divine aberration, he wouldn't even bother to glance at it. Merely an ant, a sacrificial offering, what is there to pay attention to? Yet when his eyes fell upon Shen Lang, the repulsive aura grew strong. Blasphemer. The nightmare demon's icy voice slowly uttered the 3 words, a wave of uncontrollable killing intent emanating from him. At this moment, he finally realized what that loathsome aura was. It belonged to the blasphemers of years past. So was this human before him a descendant of those blasphemers? While the nightmare demon cast a cold gaze at Shen Lang, he pondered silently. Meanwhile, Shen Lang, positioned atop Canavis, had finally spotted his greatest target in this endeavor. Divine Servant Nightmare Demon Growth Stage Level 20 Sealed Talent, A Grade Talent Copy Skills, B Grade Skill Dream Ruler, A Grade Skill Soul Impact Combat Power, 50 Stars Segment 1 Description, A Lackey under the God's Source of Pollution in the 114116 Novice Village, eliminate him. Upon seeing the information revealed by the Eye of Insight, Shen Lang instantly gasped in shock. Not for any other reason, but because of those 3 words, sealed. Being sealed, yet possessing level 20 strength, if he weren't sealed, this guy would be utterly monstrous. His previous intuition had indeed been correct. There was a big shot hiding here. However, his luck was also quite favorable. This one only had level 20 strength, slightly exceeding his own basic combat power, but he still had a chance against him. Thinking silently, Shen Lang soon mounted Canavis and ascended Bone Mountain, approaching the throne. Human Ant Kneel. As Canavis just settled before he could speak, a cold reprimand erupted from the nightmare's mouth. Accompanying it was an invisible shockwave, the nightmare's A Grade Skill Soul Impact. Buzz. In an instant, Shen Lang felt as if his head had been struck hard by a brick, his consciousness plunging into a haze. At the crucial moment, a refreshing sensation surged into his mind, pulling his awareness back. It was the effect of the great Taoist blessing on him. Upon regaining consciousness, a wave of killing intent surged within Shen Lang's heart. He had been ambushed, however. He had always been the one to ambush others, yet now he had been ambushed himself. While this was undoubtedly due to the unpredictability of soul impact, Shen Lang couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Seeking death. Shen Lang roared furiously, then raised his hand, causing the water elements in the air to swiftly converge towards his palm. Then a water dragon cannon was launched directly by Shen Lang, hurtling towards the nightmare demon. Boom. A violent roar echoed. At this moment, the nightmare demon's expression slightly changed. He had not expected that using his ultimate technique to ambush a human would actually fail. For countless years, he had roamed the ancient continent, and many enemies had perished under his ambush, including being yet now he had actually failed, which was utterly unbelievable. However, although he found it hard to accept this reality, he did not lose focus. Facing Shen Lang's counterattack, he quickly devised a response. The struggles of ants are laughable. With a disdainful snort, the nightmare demon conjured a black, glowing energy sphere in his hand, formed from gathered necromantic energy. The sphere was released, meeting the water dragon cannon, and the two collided midair. Boom. A thunderous explosion resounded, and the surrounding bones were reduced to dust by the shockwaves of their attacks. Above Canavis, Shen Lang observed this scene, his expression unchanging. He was not surprised that his attack was blocked. Energy attacks were not his forte. Compared to that, he preferred close combat. Kill. With a fierce shout, Shen Lang's figure shot out like a sharp arrow, charging directly at the throne. The nightmare demon, witnessing this, instantly rose from the throne, a terrifying aura erupting. He resembled an unparalleled demon king charging at Shen Lang. In less than a breath's time, their figures collided fiercely. Both exchanged blows, with each strike possessing the power to shatter mountains and split seas. The sound of explosions reverberated through the land of bones. While they clashed, Canavis also set his sights on the bone giant, a tentacle suddenly whipping out, crashing towards the bone giant with overwhelming force. The bone giant, previously feigning death, was startled out of its act upon seeing Canavis launch an attack against it. It knew its own strength all too well. It was fine with bullying the weak, but fighting against a divine aberration was tantamount to seeking death. Thus, upon sensing Canavis attack, the bone giant immediately attempted to abandon this body, shifting into but soon its expression changed dramatically. It found itself unable to abandon this body. Realizing this, it abruptly looked up at the battling nightmare demon in the sky. It was he who had locked its body when attacking it earlier, preventing its escape. Understanding this, the bone giant felt an urge to vomit blood from distress. If the destruction of its body had previously affected it, not at all now that its spirit was locked within this body. Once the body was destroyed, its spirit would also perish. Thinking of this, it couldn't help but curse the nightmare demon's ancestors. Unfortunately, the situation on the scene left it no time to vent its anger. Canavis' attack was already imminent. Seeing this, the bone giant felt a chill in its heart, quickly turning to flee. Although its strength was average, its speed was decent, allowing it to evade Canavis' attack. Yet Canavis, whose attack had missed, was furious, unable to defeat the freak named Shen Lang. He couldn't handle this. Feeling somewhat angry, Canavis struck again, tentacles shooting out towards the bone giant, who was now crying out in distress. In the land of white bones, the sounds of battle echoed incessantly. High in the sky, Shen Lang and the nightmare demon collided rapidly. Shen Lang possessed multiple talents, and his foundational attributes were astonishingly high, making him immensely powerful. Although a portion of the nightmare demon was sealed, his battle experience and mastery of skills were among the pinnacle of his level. Their combat resembled a needle against a wheat, on with neither willing to concede an inch. Neither Shen Lang nor the nightmare demon paid any mind to the farce created below by Canaves and the white-boned giant. At this moment their eyes were solely focused on each other. I never expected that after all these years remnants of the God Slayers still exist. If you had hidden well, perhaps you could have preserved your life. But now you dare to show yourself. Today shall be your death day. While battling, the nightmare demon coldly articulated these words, attempting to unsettle Shen Lang's emotions. Upon hearing the nightmare demon's words, Shen Lang's heart stirred slightly. It seemed that his profession as a God Slayer was quite notorious. Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind, yet Shen Lang remained silent, launching a frenzied offensive. Shen Lang had few strengths, but one of them was never inquiring about matters he wasn't confident in. The nightmare demon before him was a divine servant, and it was evident that the profession that elicited such a strong reaction from him harbored a significant secret. But so what? No matter how great that secret was, it was of no concern to him for the time being. He only wished to slay the nightmare demon and claim his reward, nothing more. Thus, regardless of how the nightmare demon babbled before Shen Lang, he remained unfazed, simply attacking again. Seeing that his words had failed to disrupt Shen Lang's attack rhythm, the nightmare demon ceased speaking and focused in the blink of an eye. After over 100 exchanges, the nightmare demon glared at Shen Lang with a sullen expression, realizing he could not deal with this human before him. Although part of his power was sealed, the fact that a mere human could withstand his assault for so long was enough to demonstrate. And for such a formidable human, the nightmare demon harbored only one thought: kill without mercy. Feel the fear. Suddenly the nightmare demon spoke with a sinister smile. In the next moment, a wave of dreamlike power surged from him, enveloping Shen Lang. As this dreamlike force surrounded Shen Lang, he felt an intangible power tugging at his consciousness. In the following instant, Shen Lang felt as if the entire world before him had transformed. "Hey Shen Lang, the supervisor is looking for you," a young man's voice rang in Shen Lang's ear. Shen Lang turned his head in a daze and glanced at him. "Zhao Li, it's me. What's wrong? Have you been daydreaming?" Zhao Li looked puzzled, causing Shen Lang's brow to furrow. He felt as if he had forgotten something important. "What are you thinking about? The supervisor is still waiting for you in the office. Hurry up, or you'll be in trouble again." Zhao Li urged him, and Shen Lang nodded, rising to head toward the supervisor's office. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." A middle-aged man with a gloomy expression was seated in the office chair. As Shen Lang pushed the door open and entered, he glanced at the middle-aged man and was about to speak, but before he could utter a word, the supervisor had already begun to berate him. "Shen Lang, what have you been doing? 8 out of the 10 deliveries you made yesterday received complaints. Do you even want to keep this job? If not, get the hell out." The supervisor shouted furiously, and upon hearing this, a surge of murderous intent suddenly rose within Shen Lang. He suddenly found this man before him utterly detestable and felt a strong urge to kill him. The supervisor's tirade continued, and Shen Lang's murderous intent grew more intense, as if a layer of red haze had enveloped his eyes. Just when he could no longer suppress his rage and was about to lash out, his anger suddenly felt as if it had been siphoned away by something, instantly calming the almost out-of-control Shen Lang. "What is happening? Why did my emotions suddenly spiral out of control?" Upon regaining clarity, Shen Lang's expression shifted slightly. Although the man before him was uttering harsh words, how could he suddenly have thoughts of murder? Under normal circumstances, he would merely throw a few punches. It was impossible for him to consider killing someone over this. And why was he feeling such urgency? Moreover, why had his emotions calmed down so abruptly? Shen Lang quickly pondered the changes he had just experienced. Meanwhile, seeing Shen Lang daring to ignore him, the supervisor's gloomy expression intensified. He stood up from his chair and strode directly towards Shen Lang. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" The supervisor shouted loudly, then raised his right hand and swung it towards Shen Lang. Slap! A crisp sound echoed. Yet it was not Shen Lang who was struck, but the supervisor facing him. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a preemptive strike. The supervisor was stunned by the slap, and his eyes immediately filled with a hint of red light. "You dare to hit me?" The supervisor roared with a ghastly expression, then attempted to charge forward. Witnessing this, Shen Lang suddenly placed a hand on the supervisor's shoulder to halt his movement while speaking. "Calm down." As he spoke, Shen Lang abruptly felt as if he had extracted something from the supervisor. With that extraction, the supervisor's fierce expression vanished, and his face quickly turned serene. Looking at the supervisor's peaceful face, Shen Lang smiled instantly, and the supervisor also smiled at that moment. "Interesting, good tactic. You almost succeeded. Don't you think so, Zhao Li?" Shen Lang remarked with a smile, then turned to look at the office door. Just then the office door was suddenly pushed open, and a grim-faced Zhao Li walked in. "How is this possible? How could you break free from the influence?" "Nothing is impossible. You don't really think you're invincible in this dream, do you?" Shen Lang wore a hint of a smile, mocking. Yet despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he was already drenched in cold sweat behind the scenes. He was Shen Lang the supervisor, and also Shen Lang, or rather a part of Shen Lang. When the nightmare demon pulled him into this dream, it divided Shen Lang into 2 individuals and simultaneously planted seeds of anger and murder deep within him, attempting to lure him into confronting himself. However, he did not anticipate that Shen Lang possessed the skill of 7 emotions and 6 desires. This ability could not only control others' emotions, but also digest his own. After Shen Lang erased the emotional seeds from himself and the supervisor, he naturally regained his memory. In this dream space, only Zhao Li and the supervisor had contact with Shen Lang, And now that the supervisor was a part of himself, Zhao Li's identity became questionable. Thus, Shen Lang not only regained his memory in the dream, but also uncovered the hidden identity of the nightmare demon. Impossible. Within this dream realm, I am the god. How could a god ever be defeated? The nightmare demon struggled to accept the reality before him and roared aloud in disbelief. Shen Lang rolled his eyes at the outburst, deeming it unworthy of response, and merely gestured to the supervisor beside him, who instantly dissolved into a wisp of azure light and merged seamlessly into Shen Lang's body. I've no patience for your rambling. Just die quietly. Having reintegrated the supervisor, Shen Lang cracked his neck with casual ease and spoke with unruffled calm. At that moment, he activated the 7 emotions and 6 desires, stirring the nightmare demon's inner emotional currents. A master of emotional manipulation, the demon sensed the subtle shift within himself immediately, and his expression darkened in alarm. Yet moments later he burst into a wild, mocking laugh. Human, don't mistake victory for triumph. Yes, your techniques are numerous. I concede that. But now, I possess them too. His voice turned icy as he spoke, and in the next breath his form shimmered and transformed. In an instant he assumed Shen Lang's exact likeness, radiating an aura indistinguishable from Shen Lang's own. Witnessing this, Shen Lang's expression flickered, just as the nightmare demon's eyes blazed with sudden incandescent light. How is this possible? You possess so many innate talents, so many abilities. This is the 7 emotions and 6 desires, the very power that shattered my techniques. I never imagined such a terrifying talent could exist in this world. The nightmare demon spoke in stunned disbelief. Hearing those words, Shen Lang's composure finally fractured. His mind raced, recalling the demon's stat panel A-rank talent, replication. Could it truly be? Had the creature actually replicated his skills? He knew himself better than anyone, and he knew with chilling certainty just how overpowered his own abilities were. If the demon had indeed copied all his talents, today might well end in catastrophe. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Shen Lang suppressed his rising unease and activated Insight Eye upon the nightmare demon. As emerald light flared within his irises, the demon's stat panel materialized before him. Nickname Nightmare Demon. Level 10 57850120000. Fate value 52. Strength 425 C rank strength enhancement. Agility 490 D rank agility enhancement. Constitution 405 30 E rank constitution enhancement, immunity to all poisons. Stamina 403 F rank auditory enhancement, frank olfactory enhancement, drank mental enhancement, frank visual enhancement. Special talents S rank 7 emotions and 6 desires, inactive C rank iron skull and brass limbs, crank heartfire, rank hydro elemental mastery D rank geo elemental manipulation, E rank blood boil. Crank pyro elemental control. Skills S rank active skill Insight Eye, inactive crank beast taming, E rank nether flame combustion, crank aqua dragon cannon, crank aqua dragon spiral. Combat power 40 stars tier 2. Gazing upon this eerily familiar stat sheet, Shen Lang nearly choked on his own breath. Good heavens, it was a stat sheet down to the last digit, only with a different title. Shen Lang stared in silent disbelief, his heart sinking slightly. But soon he noticed discrepancies. The profession field was missing, and both his innate talent and his SSS rank Tao bestowed blessing were absent. Though the S rank Insight Eye and 7 emotions and 6 desires appeared on the panel, both were marked inactive. Was it because the nightmare demon's A rank replication talent lacked the capacity to fully replicate S rank abilities? Even his SSS rank talents and skills hadn't been copied at all, not even their names appeared. Realizing this, Shen Lang exhaled in quiet relief. Fortunately, the situation wasn't as dire as it first seemed. For Shen Lang, among his many talents, only 2 formed the bedrock of his power: the SSS rank innate talent, divine extraction, and the SSS rank skill, Tao bestowed blessing. These 2 abilities constituted the core of his overwhelming strength. So long as they remained intact, even if the nightmare demon perfectly replicated his entire arsenal, Shen Lang would still stand unshaken. And yet, the demon hadn't even succeeded in replicating his S-rank talents and skills properly. He'd only copied their. Viewed thus, the demon's replication was utterly futile. He'd failed to seize the essence, and worse, had diluted his own original power in the process. Grasping this truth, Shen Lang smiled, a strange knowing smile. Meanwhile, the nightmare demon, having finished scanning Shen Lang's talents and skills, wasted no time attempting to test them. He first activated the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Nothing happened. He tried Insight Eye next. Still no response. His face hardened with dawning dread. What's going on? For the first time, he faced a replication that existed in name alone, yet refused to function. Confused why you can't wield my abilities. A sardonic glint flashed in Shen Lang's eyes as he spoke. Did you sabotage me? The nightmare demon's gaze sharpened instantly. He suspected Shen Lang without hesitation. It's not sabotage, it's simply your own inadequacy. Nothing to do with me. With disdainful finality, Shen Lang ceased conversation and launched his assault. Boom. In a thunderous flash, Shen Lang materialized before the nightmare demon. The demon raised his arms to block, but froze in horror. Shen Lang's speed had surged far beyond his own. Before his hand could even rise, Shen Lang's fist struck his face, launching him violently backward through the air. The nightmare demon crashed deep into a nearby skyscraper, rubble cascading around him. He clawed his way out of the debris, staring at Shen Lang with the wide-eyed shock of one who'd just witnessed the impossible. He couldn't comprehend it fine, he couldn't activate Shen Lang's S-rank talents. But why given identical physical stats and talent enhancements was his speed so drastically inferior? In that instant his confidence began to crumble. His infallible replication talent, once his greatest weapon, had inexplicably faltered. Watching the demon's existential crisis unfold, Shen Lang suppressed a quiet inward chuckle. True, the Nightmare Demon had replicated all of Shen Lang's base attributes and all talents ranked below S rank, but he could not replicate the 153 points of unallocated attribute points Shen Lang had stockpiled. And the moment Shen Lang confirmed their stats matched exactly, he poured every last point into agility. Thus Shen Lang's current agility stood at 643, while the demon's replicated stat remained fixed at the earlier value of 490. Given that each level grants 10 attribute points, Shen Lang's agility now surpassed the demon's by over 15 levels. If the demon could still keep pace, that would be the true miracle. How could this be? Why? Yinma stared at Shen Lang in utter disbelief, his voice hoarse and ragged. Alas, Shen Lang had no time to explain. He blurred forward in an instant, launching another assault. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions erupted one after another as Yinma was driven into frantic retreat, shielding his head with both arms. Of all martial arts under heaven, none is impervious. Only speed is invincible. Though not an absolute truth, this adage holds profound wisdom. When your speed surpasses all limits, you strike without reply. Your opponent cannot even lay a finger upon you. Thus, supreme velocity alone places you by nature beyond defeat. As Yinma crumbled beneath Shen Lang's relentless barrage, utterly defenseless, a sudden surge of black mist erupted from his body, swiftly enveloping Shen Lang in its suffocating shroud. Shen Lang instantly tensed, leaping backward, but the mist spread with terrifying swiftness, blanketing the entire dreamscape in the blink of an eye. What is this? Shen Lang frowned. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yinma's raucous laughter boomed from within the darkness. You enjoyed striking me just now, didn't you? Then try landing another punch. At his arrogant sneer, Shen Lang's brow furrowed, but he remained motionless. Yet after standing still for what felt like an eternity, he realized the mist obscured vision, but inflicted no or perhaps its danger remained hidden unseen. While Shen Lang pondered, Yinma slowly advanced from the shadows, his face twisted in mocking derision. Why have you stopped? Are you afraid? Hearing those words, and seeing that insufferable smirk, Shen Lang's gaze turned glacial. In the next breath, he surged forward once more. He was never one for patience, and certainly not when mocked so brazenly to his face. Yet to his astonishment, Yinma made no attempt to evade or resist. Instead, he stood frozen, watching Shen Lang approach with a chilling, contemptuous smile. Shen Lang could not fathom the source of such arrogance, though it surely stemmed from the black mist. Still he pressed on, and he needed to uncover its true effect. At last Shen Lang's fist crashed squarely into Yinma's chest. Boom. Yinma flew backward, violently, blood erupting from his mouth. Yet Shen Lang too was hurled away in recoil, spitting crimson onto the dream's oil. Ha ha ha. Felt it, didn't you? Lying prone, blood staining his lips, Yinma laughed with manic triumph. This is the breath of the undead. Within its veil, all living beings share damage equally. So every blow you land upon me strikes you as well. Kill me, and you seal your own doom. Don't waste effort trying to dispel it. So long as I draw breath, this aura will never fade. As Yinma crowed, a wave of euphoric vindication swelled within him. After enduring humiliation for so long, he had finally seized the upper hand. Hearing Yinma's boast, Shen Lang recalled intelligence gleaned from cannabis. The creature was said to be immortal, words Shen Lang had dismissed as nonsense. Now, however, it seemed cannabis had spoken true. This was the power Yinma wielded. Yet why had it remained absent from his information panel? Shen Lang frowned, troubled. Shared damage meant he could no longer deliver a killing blow. Each strike would wound him, and self-annihilation alongside Yinma held no appeal for him. Nor could he stomach watching the fiend gloat. Frustration flickered across his features. Suddenly realization struck him: if damage was shared, might healing be shared too? In the brief pause that followed, Shen Lang's wounds had already been fully restored by the Grand Tao's blessing, while Yinma's pallor remained deathly unchanged. So only damage, not vitality, was linked. Understanding this, Shen Lang's eyes gleamed. To confirm, he resolved to test it once more. In a flash, Shen Lang vanished, reappearing behind Yinma in an instant, seizing his wrists with both hands. Whether emboldened by the breath of the undead, or deluded into believing himself invincible, Yinma neither dodged nor flinched, meeting Shen Lang's gaze with open defiance. Shen Lang wasted no courtesy. Gripping Yinma's arms, he wrenched them sharply. Bones snapped like dry twigs, and both limbs shattered utterly. Instantly, Shen Lang's own arms contorted grotesquely, their bones threatening to snap under identical force. At the critical moment, the Grand Tao's blessing activated, its invisible grace sweeping over Shen Lang's limbs, restoring them to perfect wholeness. Yinma, bracing for Shen Lang's agony, froze mid-gasp, staring dumbfounded at Shen Lang's unbroken arms. Recovering, a torrent of fury exploded within him, raw, seething despair bursting through his chest as he gritted his teeth and snarled, why are you unharmed? Meeting Yinma's murderous glare, Shen Lang arched a single eyebrow, and a faint knowing smile curled his lips. Want to know? I'll tell you, after you're dead. His tone was laced with mockery. The true reason, of course, remained his alone, even if in his eyes Yinma was already a corpse. Without hesitation, Shen Lang swung his palm toward Yinma's skull. Though his arms were shattered, Yinma refused to surrender, twisting sideways to evade. He leapt back, but even at full strength, he'd been outmatched. Now maimed and desperate, escape was impossible. Boom. There was no reprieve. Shen Lang's palm struck true, crushing Yinma's skull like a ripe melon, scattering bone and gore across the dreamscape. The moment Yinma perished, the breath of the undead dissolved like smoke, and the fabricated dream shattered. Shen Lang's consciousness surged back into his physical form. In the bone waste, Shen Lang opened his eyes to behold Yinma's lifeless corpse sprawled before him. His skull obliterated, the black mist dissipated, revealing his true form. A serpent. With a swift glance, and the chime of a kill notification echoing in his ears, Shen Lang turned his gaze toward the distant chase, Canavis fleeing and the bone colossus in pursuit. Watching Canavis and the skeletal giant chase each other in a playful manner, Shen Lang immediately withdrew his gaze and opened the prompt from the Tao. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the nightmare demon, eliminated the source of pollution, and gained the position of village. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the nightmare demon and gained 2,000 experience. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the nightmare demon and gained 5,000 slaying god experience. Looking at this series of notifications, Shen Lang's eyes sparkled slightly. As expected of a big boss, it directly awarded him 2,000 experience and another 5,000 slaying god experience. With an additional 2,000 experience, he was now closer to the 1,000 experience required for level 11. As for the 2 silver chests, Shen Lang wasn't too excited. Perhaps it was because he had opened too many chests. This time Shen Lang didn't store the chests away or make any preparations. He opened the 2 silver chests right on the spot. Congratulations, you have obtained an 8th tier weapon breaking army. Shen Lang swore that he really didn't have high hopes for these 2 silver chests, but unexpectedly they brought him such a big surprise. Weapon breaking army. Rank 8th tier. Attributes: strength 500, sharpness 700. Special attribute: power of breaking army cuts through all defenses. Looking at the attributes of breaking army, Shen Lang's face was filled with a smile. As for the other silver chest, it only yielded a 3rd tier armor. Shen Lang glanced at it and tossed it into his backpack to gather dust. After toying with breaking army for a while, Shen Lang took out the blood drink mad blade from his backpack. Holding breaking army in one hand and gripping the blood drink mad blade in the other, he struck them together with force. But ultimately they didn't collide. After all, it was a 5th tier weapon. If it truly broke, it would be a waste. If he had to say what he was most looking forward to, it would naturally be extracting something from the nightmare demon. The nightmare demon had plenty of good things on it, whether it was dream mastery, soul impact, or the ability to copy skills. If he had to say what he was most looking forward to, it would naturally be extracting something from the nightmare demon. The nightmare demon had plenty of good things on it, whether it was dream mastery, soul impact, or the ability to copy skills. All were rare treasures. Although Shen Lang already possessed many skill talents, no one would refuse to have a few more skills. May the Tao bless me, please don't extract any attribute points. With his hands clasped together, Shen Lang bowed to the sky, then looked at the corpse of the nightmare demon and thought, extract. Extraction successful. Congratulations, you have obtained soul impact. As the prompt from the Tao sounded, Shen Lang couldn't help but excitedly pump his fist. Awesome. If he had to choose his favorite among the 3 talent skills, it would definitely be soul impact. Firstly, soul skills are quite rare. Secondly, while copying skills seems good, in reality, it holds too much uncertainty. Although it appears formidable to Shen Lang, it seemed rather ordinary. As for dream mastery, this skill also relates to emotional manipulation. Shen Lang already possessed the skill of 7 emotions and 6 desires, so he was not very interested in dream mastery. In summary, soul impact was the skill that suited Shen Lang best from the nightmare demon. After organizing all his gains on the other side, the battle between Canavis and the skeletal giant finally reached a conclusion. No matter how fast the skeletal giant could run, it would eventually falter. Under the continuous onslaught from Canavis, the skeletal giant made a mistake and was finally struck on the body by Canavis' long whip. Canavis' strength was so immense that even a small mountain could be shattered by a single strike, let alone the skeletal giant. After enduring just 1 lash, the skeletal giant's body was directly obliterated by Canavis' strike. A terrifying roar echoed throughout the land of bones, and accompanied by the skeletal giant's unwilling roar, its body along with its soul was instantly annihilated. Having dealt with the skeletal giant, Canavis immediately let out an ecstatic roar. Not only was it because it had defeated its opponent, but also because it had vented all the anger it had endured from Shen Lang earlier through the skeletal giant. At this moment, it seemed to transform back into the ruler of the Black Lake, the uncrowned king of the ancient ruins. But just as it was filled with excitement, Shen Lang's figure descended onto its head. Feeling the unusual movement on its head, Canavis' eyes flashed with murderous intent as it looked up. Upon seeing Shen Lang, its body abruptly shuddered, and the surge of pride that had just risen in its heart instantly vanished. It quickly projected a fawning emotion resembling a loyal dog. Sensing the submissive aura emanating from it, the corners of Shen Lang's mouth curled up slightly. Then he patted its large head and waved, saying, "Let's go, it's time to leave." Roar. Canavis let out a roar in response, then took huge strides, slowly walking out of the land of bones. And just as Shen Lang completely dealt with the nightmare demon and gained the position of village chief, the Daos prompt echoed in the minds of all players in the 114116 beginner village. Announcement. 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 The 114116 beginner village has established a village chief with the position held by player Dark Knight. All players in the 114116 beginner village are to cooperate with the village chief's work, otherwise the village chief has the right to expel players from the village. The prompt rang out 3 times, and immediately all players in the 114116 beginner village, no matter what they were doing, temporarily set aside their tasks and flooded into the chat channel. That's great. The Great Dark Knight has become our village chief. Awesome, awesome. I've always wanted to cling to the Great Dark Knight, but never had the chance. I never expected that one day the Great would come knocking on my door. I don't care, I will hug him first out of respect. I want a hug too. Make some room up there, I'm clinging tightly to the Great. You all go ahead. Ooh, I want to be a decoration for the Great. I've been looking forward to this for so long, and now I can— Great Dark Knight, where are you? Come out quickly. Ooh, I want to bear your children. Yuck. Don't be shameless upstairs. How could the Great Dark Knight be interested in you? Let me do it. Riding on canopies, Shen Lang swept through the entire ancient ruins, completely exterminating the numerous polluted undead beasts under the rampage of Shen Lang and canopies. Once the undead beasts in the ancient ruins were nearly cleared, Shen Lang's rank as a Godslayer rose from level 4, nicknamed Dark Knight. Profession level 5 Godslayer, 100200000. With the successful upgrade of his profession, Shen Lang's attributes each increased by 20 points, becoming even more powerful. Let's go, it's time to leave. Shen Lang glanced regretfully at the ancient ruins, then patted canopies on the head. There are not many dungeons that can upgrade professions, and he wondered when he would encounter fallen creatures next. With some regret, Shen Lang stood atop canopies and left the ancient ruins. In the moon worship wilderness, it had been 6 hours since Shen Lang entered the ancient ruins, and the sky began to brighten slightly. The beasts living in the moon worship wilderness started to venture out in search of food. Although the beasts would attack humans, they were never united and would also fight among themselves. Suddenly, a massive portal of light appeared at the edge of a plain in the moon worship wilderness. In the next moment, a gigantic tentacle reached out from the portal. Subsequently, tentacles continued to surge out from the portal, and finally, a colossal entity completely emerged onto the plain. Roar! A roar filled with excitement erupted, and Canvas roar instantly shook the entire moon worship wilderness, especially as it recklessly emitted its own aura. Countless beasts felt fear in an instant. It was as if a snake encountered a dragon. Even a wisp of the aura from an upper being was unbearable for lower beings. Undoubtedly, compared to Canavies, all the beasts in the moon worship wilderness were mere younger brothers. Just as Canavies felt excited from breathing in the outside air, suddenly a calm voice from Shen Lang resonated in its head. Be quiet. At these words, Canavis' excited roar was immediately cut off, and it reluctantly closed its mouth. It had completely learned its lesson and dared not contradict Shen Lang, for the previous pain was etched deeply in its memory. As Canavis quieted down, Shen Lang also opened the task panel. He began searching for the locations of the last 2 keys. Gathering 5 keys would completely unlock the seal of the novice village and allow communication with the outside world. Now Shen Lang had obtained 3 keys, and only 2 remained, so he naturally wanted to hurry and complete this task. Soon Shen Lang found the location of the 4th key, according to the map, the Gale Canyon. The Gale Canyon was completely outside the range of the moon worship wilderness, located at the southernmost part of the novice village. The 4th key was on the Gale Wolf King within the Gale Canyon. Having confirmed the task location, Shen Lang noted the map to the Gale Canyon, then closed the panel and imprinted the map leading to the Gale Canyon into Canavis' mind. Go to this place. Roar. Canavis let out a roar in response, then began to move, controlling its massive With Canavis as a free labor force, Shen Lang no longer had to worry about the journey. Comfortably sitting on top of Canavis, he closed his eyes and rested. To reach the Gale Canyon, they would need to traverse the entire moon worship wilderness. While Shen Lang was comfortable sitting on Canavis' head, the beasts in the wilderness were not so fortunate. Just after emerging from the ancient ruins, Canavis acted like a curious child, fascinated by everything. Though it had to hurry and could not stop to play, its numerous giant tentacles were not merely for show. Along the way, anything that caught its interest, whether beasts or plants, would be swept closer by its controlling tentacles. Plants were mostly ignored after a glance, while beasts were toyed with for a while before being tossed into its mouth as food. As a divine aberration, Canavis' strength was undoubtedly unquestionable. Aside from the freak that was Shen Lang, there was simply no other rival in the entire novice village. So many beasts along the way were doomed. Those who were merely hunting in their territory ended up being targeted by Canavis, and not only were they toyed with, but their very lives became Canavis food, a truly tragic fate. In the area of level 6 beasts, Shen Lang's strength had skyrocketed during this time, and the players in Novice Village 114116 were also not idle, each working hard. Moreover, with Shen Lang leading them to win several village battles, their attributes greatly increased, allowing even ordinary players to hunt in the level 6 beasts activity area. I Love Long Legs is an ordinary player from Novice Village 114116. Today he was hunting in the level 6 beast area with a few teammates. Their team consisted of 5 members, and they were currently surrounding a level 6 porcupine. The porcupine was not only tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, but its immense strength made it difficult for them to handle. In an instant, their situation became dangerous. Suddenly, the level 6 porcupine charged forward, its speed increasing by 30%. To cover the other teammates, I Love Long Legs deliberately slowed his pace to lure the porcupine into attacking. With the porcupine's speed boosted by 30%, it led to a miscalculation on his part. Before he could react, the porcupine was already upon him, its sharp fangs thrusting fiercely into his abdomen. Watching this scene, I love Longleg's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly raised a wooden shield to block in front of himself. Then came a loud bang, and he was sent flying. Pain spread throughout his body, and he coughed up blood. Lying on the ground, I love Longlegs looked up at the level 6 porcupine charging towards him. His face turned pale, and a wave of despair washed over him. But at that moment, a heavy sound of footsteps came from the distance, shaking and growing stronger with time. The once aggressive porcupine seemed to sense something. The fierce color on its face disappeared, replaced by extreme fear, and it cowered on the ground trembling. Quickly, I love Longlegs found the source of the tremors, and when he saw the massive figure approaching from afar, his breath caught in his throat. A monster. I love Longlegs stuttered, nearly scared out of his wits. Until he saw that a figure was seated atop the massive creature's head, he was completely stunned. The enormous monster appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly. In just over 10 seconds, it left the area where I, along with my long-legged companions, were situated, disappearing into the distance. At this moment, a few of my long-legged teammates arrived by his side. Captain, are you all right? With the call of the teammates, I finally came to my senses and shook my head. I'm fine. Did you all see that? We saw it. How could there be such a powerful beast in the wilderness? Luckily, that giant didn't notice us. It might have noticed us, but chose not to pay us any mind. After all, the combined strength of the few of us wouldn't even be enough to fill its teeth gaps. Someone said with a bitter smile. Listening to their discussion, I was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but say, "Did you not notice that there was a person riding on top of that monster?" Really? A few teammates were taken aback. From their previous position, they could only see the side of Canavi's and not what was atop its head. I saw it. There really was a person sitting up there, I confirmed. How could that be? Such a powerful monster, would it really allow itself? The tone of the teammates was filled with shock, but I was in no way surprised. They discussed a bit more, and then finally remembered that there was still a porcupine they hadn't dealt with. The group turned to look, and they saw that the porcupine was already collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Seeing this scene, their eyes lit up. "Captain, it seems we got a big catch. Don't waste time, let's finish this thing off. What almost killed me just now." "Okay." The group responded in unison, then rushed forward, stabbing it dozens of times before finally killing the porcupine. After collecting the spoils, they hurried back to the novice village. After a life-and-death struggle, they all needed a moment to rest. Upon returning to the novice village, I immediately logged into the chat interface. Extra. A monster over 10 meters tall has appeared in the wilderness. Hey, race the picture. This was a photo I took after seeing Canavi's. The picture was somewhat blurry, but it did not diminish the shock that Canavi's appearance brought to many players. Damn. Someone up there tell me, is this picture edited? Yes, say it quick. How could such a terrifying beast exist in the wilderness? If we encounter it, wouldn't that mean certain death? With that physique, I want to ask who could possibly be a match for that giant. What are you panicking about? When facing such a monster, let me teach you, just slide in directly, and it's easily handled, doghead. Up there, I want to ask, is your method reliable? Am I going to deal with it, or is it going to deal with me? Laughing to death, do you still need to ask? Even if the whole village comes together, we would just be a snack for it. By the way, is that giant supposed to be the boss of the novice village? Are we going to have to fight a boss later? If that thing is really a boss, then I might as well lie down and wait for death. It's not a game where you can respawn after dying. To deal with that thing, I'd rather end it myself. Hey, did you notice? The giant in the picture seems to have a person sitting on its head. Laughing to death, are your eyes playing tricks on you? This is a big boss. Who do you think would dare sit on its head? Exactly, if you don't need your eyes, you can donate them to someone in need. Actually, I also want to say that black dot on the monster's head really looks like a person. Is there anyone else who sees it like I do? Bro, you're not the first to think so. I think it's a person too. Impossible with that monster's physique. I don't believe anyone can. As the chat continued, the discussion among the people in the chat channel gradually grew heated, debating whether the black dot on Canavi's head was a person. Unfortunately, after arguing for a long time, no one could convince anyone else. Fortunately, at the critical moment, I who posted the picture stood up to confirm. The photo was taken by me. I can testify that there was indeed a person on that giant's head. At that moment, I was completely, oh my, who is that, brother? Come out and let us see. Could it be some big shot who has awakened the beast taming talent? No way, I haven't heard of anyone with beast taming talent. Even if there is beast taming talent, would such a huge beast really I don't believe it. Agreed, this is like someone asking me to be their dog, who I would just slap them away. How could I agree to that? Then there's only one possibility, that is a powerful player happens to have the beast taming talent. Funny face. Hey, if you're saying it like that, then there really is a possibility. But who could that person be? Blindly guessing it's the Dark Knight Big Shot. +1. I also add 1. Hey, you guys are going too far. The Dark Knight Big Shot is indeed strong, but I haven't heard that he has beast taming talent. +1. Yeah, it doesn't matter who it is as long as it's the Dark Knight Big Shot, then I think everything is normal. +1. Do you worship the Dark Knight that much? I'm just laughing. Dark Knight Big Shot calling the Dark Knight Big Shot, is that giant monster yours? Come on, let us know. Someone started to Shen Lang, and Shen Lang, who was on the move, saw the heated discussion in the chat channel and just entered. After glancing at the content of their conversation, Shen Lang couldn't help but smile wryly. He didn't expect them to discover Canavi so quickly, but then again, Canavi's size was too large to hide, and he never intended. Yes, you guessed correctly, that person is indeed me. As more and more people tagged him, Shen Lang, who had a bit of free time, replied. After his direct confirmation, even though the crowd had already had some guesses, they couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Wow, the Dark Knight Big Shot actually tamed such a large monster. In the wilderness, won't he be able to walk around freely? Dark Knight is awesome. Dark Knight forever. So envious, I also want to have such a large pet. Dark Knight Big Shot, I can groom it. Look, can I help you take care of your pet? What the hell do you mean by take care of it? Are you planning to feed yourself to that big cutie? Due to Shen Lang's reply, the enthusiasm in the chat further escalated, and soon the chat channel was filled with various praises. Shen Lang skimmed through the messages, a smile appearing on his face. Everyone loves to hear good words, and he was no exception. Just watching the lively chat lifted his spirits. Unfortunately, the happy times are always short-lived. After being in the group for a while, he had to log out because he was approaching the Gale Valley, also known as the Wind Wolf Valley, derives its name from the Gale Wolf pack that resides here. This place is a forbidden land for many ferocious beasts, as even powerful creatures are reluctant to set foot in it. After all, the ferocity of the wolf pack is enough to deter any beast. Today, however, the Gale Valley welcomes two uninvited guests. Shen Lang stood atop canopies gazing at the Gale Valley, which appeared concave in shape, flanked by steep cliffs, with only a long fissure visible. The cliffs blocked the sunlight, making the Gale Valley quite dim. From time to time, a howling sound would echo from within the Gale Valley, not the howl of the wolf pack, but the sound of wind whistling through the valley, a constant presence. Go ahead, tear this place down. After surveying for a while, Shen Lang finally commanded canopies. There was no other way. Canopies was too large, and without demolishing it was impossible to enter the Gale Valley. As for entering himself, he could manage it when he was alone, but now that he had subordinates, Shen Lang refused to endure that. He directly ordered canopies to demolish the Gale Valley. Upon receiving Shen Lang's command, canopies showed no hesitation. With a roar, it dragged its massive body towards the boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous sounds erupted as Canovis' numerous gigantic tentacles under its control struck fiercely at the cliffs on both sides of the Gale Valley. In no time, a rumbling noise filled the air as the cliffs began to crumble under Canovis' assault, gradually revealing a passage wide enough for Canovis to enter. Deep within the Gale Valley, hundreds of Gale giant wolves lay resting, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, the booming sounds from outside the valley disturbed their sweet dreams, and the Gale Wolf pack opened their eyes. If they could speak, they would surely curse angrily at whoever was making noise, interrupting their sleep. In front of the Gale Wolf pack, on a stone platform, a giant wolf, standing 3 meters tall, slowly opened its green. Hearing the commotion from outside, the Gale Wolf King let out a displeased roar. At that moment, 30 giant wolves broke away from the pack and headed towards the valley entrance to investigate. The dark environment posed no trouble for the Gale Wolf pack, as the 30 giant wolves swiftly navigated through the Gale Valley, quickly approaching the entrance. At the entrance, Canovis' violent demolition continued. In just a few minutes, it had already created a passage 50 meters wide enough to accommodate its size. Shen Lang stood atop canopies watching the scene unfold with a relaxed expression, showing no signs of urgency. Though he was eager to complete the task quickly, he understood that haste makes waste, therefore, he didn't mind taking a bit more time. Oh whoa, oh whoa. Just as Canovis was hard at work, a series of wolf howls suddenly echoed from within the Gale Valley. The next moment, pairs of green eyes appeared in the darkness, resembling clusters of will-o'-the-wisps. Before Shen Lang could speak, Canovis lashed out with a tentacle. Bang! A loud explosion rang out as Canovis' tentacle plunged into the darkness. By the time the Gale Wolf pack could show themselves, more than half had been reduced to mush by Canovis' strike. Oh whoa! Seeing their companions instantly turned to mush, the surviving Gale Wolves let out enraged howls. Deep within the valley, the Gale Wolf King, lying on the high platform, heard the distant howls and sprang up from the platform, leaping towards the valley entrance. The surrounding Gale Wolves followed suit, forming an imposing presence. Meanwhile, Shen Lang looked at the wolf pack emerging from the darkness, raising an eyebrow with a slight smile. It seems there's no need to go in, they are coming out themselves. Let's wait a moment. Shen Lang stepped on Canovis, causing it to stop. The Gale Wolves in the distance, though unsure why Canovis had ceased its assault, instinctively prepared for confrontation. As time passed, after about a minute, a deep roar resonated from afar. Just as the sound reached them, a massive figure leaped out of the darkness. The Gale Wolf King had arrived on the scene. Along with it came hundreds of Gale Wolves. Upon seeing Canovis, the wolf pack appeared momentarily daunted, hesitating in their advance. Seeing this, the Gale Wolf King let out a dissatisfied roar. With its voice falling, the previously intimidated Gale Wolves regained their vicious nature. Shen Lang observed this scene with a hint of surprise. He was well aware of how strong Canovis' suppression was against ferocious. Throughout the journey, other ferocious beasts had not only refrained from attacking Canovis, but also struggled to stand before it, which was quite remarkable. Now, however, this Gale Wolf King not only seemed immune to Canovis' suppression, but could also control the wolf pack to shake off the pressure, which was indeed exceptional. Thinking of this, Shen Lang's gaze immediately shifted to the Gale Wolf King. As a flash of green light passed, a string of information appeared before Shen Lang's eyes. Ferocious Beast Gale Wolf King. Level 16. Talent class Talent, Fearless class Talent, Son of the Wind. Skilled class Skill Sharing. Combat Power 28, Star 9th Stage. Description: Ruler of the Gale Valley. Drop rate 100. Looking at the information of the Gale Wolf King, a glimmer of understanding crossed Shen Lang's eyes. No wonder it was fearless. It turned out to be due to its talent. As for the wolf pack's ability to shake off Canovis' influence, it was likely due to its skill sharing. With this thought, Shen Lang shook his head and lost interest. Had it been before, such a wolf king might have posed some trouble for him, but now this kind of wolf king was no longer something he regarded. At that moment, Shen Lang casually waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone is here, let's take action." As soon as the words left his mouth, Canovis, already boiling with fury, sprang into action. Whoosh! A piercing sound rang out as Canavis raised its tentacle, charging towards the Gale Wolf pack. Seeing this, the Gale Wolf King refused to back down, commanding the pack. Under its control, the wolves formed into small squads, charging towards Canavis. The great battle was about to erupt. At the entrance of Gale Canyon, the battle between Canavis and the Gale Wolf pack erupted instantly. Canavis wielded its massive tentacles, sweeping across the battlefield. With its formidable strength, the Gale Wolf pack was no match for Canavis. Many Gale Wolves didn't even have time to react before being flattened into meat patties. However, the Gale Wolves were clearly not to be underestimated. Under the command of the Gale Wolf King, many of them maneuvered around Canavis attacks and lunged at its body. Their expressions were ferocious as they bit down, and given Canavis' massive size, they were not worried about missing their target. In the blink of an eye, Canavis was covered in Gale Wolves. However, these creatures clearly overlooked one thing: was Canavis' defense so easily breached. Even Shen Lang couldn't break through its physical defenses, let alone this pack of Gale Wolves. The bites from the Gale Wolves only made Canavis feel a slight itch. They inflicted no real harm. The commanding Gale Wolf King noticed this scene, and a look of human-like seriousness flashed across its face. It let out a howl. As the Wolf King's voice echoed, the Gale Wolves began to retreat rapidly, leaving behind dozens of corpses before dispersing from Canavis. Shen Lang watched this scene with no visible reaction, as if he were watching a play. Meanwhile, he secretly speculated whether the Wolf King planned to flee upon realizing it couldn't breach Canavis' defenses. If that were the case, Shen Lang wouldn't sit idly by, for the Wolf King possessed something he desired. Yet the situation was evidently not as Shen Lang imagined. After recalling the pack, the Gale Wolf King did not retreat. Instead, its expression became even more brutal. At that moment, the Gale Wolf King howled again, and in the next second, its body visibly began to expand. A powerful aura gradually emanated from it. Shen Lang was instantly shocked by this sight, thinking, what in the world is happening? The information from the Eye of Insight indicated that the Gale Wolf King did not have a talent or skill for gigantism. Shen Lang furrowed his brow in thought, but before he could ponder further, his gaze was drawn to the pack behind the Wolf King. He saw that this pack, which had just been lively, now appeared droopy like frostbitten eggplants. Many Gale Wolves even collapsed on the ground, unable to stand. Seeing this, a glimmer of insight flashed in Shen Lang's eyes, and he started to guess at the changes in the Gale Wolf King. Shared skills. Who says what is shared must be one's own? Can one not share another's abilities for oneself? So this transformation of the Wolf King is due to it sharing the strength of other Gale Wolves. With this thought, though lacking evidence, Shen Lang felt 90% sure. He activated the Eye of Insight again to check the current information of the Gale Wolf King. Beast Gale Wolf King, enhancing level 16 talent level, fearless level, son of the wind skill level, shared combat power 60, stars 9 stage description, ruler of Gale Canyon, drop rate 100. Its data panel showed little change except for the combat power section, which surged from 28 stars to 60 stars, more than doubling. Upon seeing this, Shen Lang gasped in shock. Is this skill really that overpowered? He muttered to himself. Meanwhile, feeling the surge in strength, the Gale Wolf King regained its confidence. It then elegantly strode forward with its inflated 20-meter-tall body, quickly charging at Canavis. The level talent Son of the Wind activated instantly, making the Gale Wolf King appear as a gust of wind, suddenly materializing in front of Canavis, and then it opened its massive jaws wide, lunging to bite at Canavis. Just as its attack was about to land on Canavis, a sharp sound rang out, and Canavis' tentacles quickly appeared in front of the Gale Wolf King, swinging down hard. Sensing the tentacles slicing through the air, with a sharp whistle, the Gale Wolf King's expression changed slightly, and it dared not take the hit. It swiftly turned its body, evading the blow. With the gift of the Son of the Wind talent, its speed was a notch faster than Canavis, so evading its attack was not difficult. However, Canavis was displeased by this sight. How dare you dodge when I strike? Anger surged within Canavis, and it simultaneously triggered several tentacles, sending them howling toward the Gale Wolf King. The relentless assault surged toward the Gale Wolf King. Helpless, the Wolf King could only keep dodging. Fortunately, it did not lack patience. On the contrary, as the Wolf King, it had ample patience to hunt its prey. Indeed, in its eyes, Canavis was now its prey. As time passed, the battle between Canavis and the Gale Wolf King spread wider and wider. The once straight entrance to the canyon had now transformed into a vast area. Under Canavis' relentless bombardment, the terrain here was forcibly altered by its sheer power. However, as it continued to fail to reach the Gale Wolf King, Canavis grew increasingly enraged, and its once sharp rhythm of attack began to falter. This confusion, however, provided an opportunity for the Gale Wolf King. The Gale Wolf King keenly seized this moment of attack gap, instantly appearing before Canavis. Its terrifying jaws opened wide, lunging to bite at Canavis. A slick sensation emerged in the Gale Wolf King's mouth, and before it could feel joy at hitting its target, it suddenly realized that its attack still couldn't breach Canavis' defenses. Instantly, the Gale Wolf King was stunned. It attempted to retreat, only to find that Canavis, which had previously been angered and thrown off its rhythm, had now completely sealed off all its escape routes. It turned out that the earlier anger and the exposed flaws in its attack rhythm were all part of Canavis' cunning strategy. It knew it would be difficult to catch the elusive Gale Wolf King, so it simply played along, laying a trap to ensnare the Gale. Without any surprise, dozens of tentacles wrapped around the Gale Wolf King, tightening immediately and causing it to scream. As the death bind activated, dozens of tentacles tightened around the body of the Storm Wolf King, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds as its bones shattered under the terrifying force of Canavis, causing the Storm Wolf King's body to visibly collapse. A whoop. A mournful howl escaped the Storm Wolf King's mouth as it thrashed its body, struggling to break free from Canavis' grip. Yet all its resistance was futile before Canavis, and ultimately the Storm Wolf King was strangled to death in midair. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Storm Wolf King. Experience 3000. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Storm Wolf King. Obtained a key. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the Storm Wolf King. Obtained a silver treasure chest. Just after Canavis killed the Storm Wolf King, a prompt from the Tao echoed in Shen Lang's mind. Hearing the notification, Shen Lang showed no surprise on his face. He had known since Canavis killed other ferocious beasts that those kills would count towards him as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood by while Canavis killed the Storm Wolf King. After all, the key he needed was still on the Storm Wolf King. After collecting the fourth key, Shen Lang casually opened the silver treasure chest, revealing another third-tier dagger, which was disappointing. Shaking his head, he ignored it and activated the super extraction on the Storm Wolf King. He was quite interested in the shared skill of the Storm Wolf King. Unfortunately, after 3 extractions, he only gained 6 attribute points, 2 in strength and 4 in agility, without obtaining any skills, clearly indicating that his luck was on a break again. Casually discarding the Storm Wolf King's corpse, Shen Lang looked at the half-destroyed Storm Wolf pack not far away and immediately ordered kill them. As soon as he spoke, Canavis sprang into action, with dozens of tentacles reaching out towards the Storm Wolf pack. In just a few minutes, the entire Storm Wolf pack was killed at Canavis' hands, and Shen Lang earned another 10,000. However, before Shen Lang could perform super extraction on the Storm Wolf pack's corpses, Canavis had already started devouring them, chewing with great enthusiasm. Blood trickled from the corners of its mouth, and the excited expression of Canavis as it feasted made it look particularly ferocious at that moment. Watching this scene, Shen Lang furrowed his brows slightly, thinking to himself, it seems I need to prioritize making the beast. Though Canavis' current behavior seemed merely greedy, in Shen Lang's eyes it represented an uncontrollable impulse. Initially, Canavis was intimidated by Shen Lang's ruthless demeanor, but just a few hours later it had begun to display it. Clearly, the intimidation Shen Lang left in Canavis' heart would diminish over time. Eventually, there would surely be a risk of. Although Shen Lang was confident that he could still intimidate Canavis, even if it rebelled, why not use a permanent solution? In the few seconds he pondered, hundreds of Storm Wolf corpses had completely vanished into Canavis' belly, including the Storm Wolf King he had just discarded. Shen Lang, coming back to his senses, glanced at Canavis with a speechless expression, saying nothing more. As his strength grew, the ferocious beasts that differed from him increasingly provided him with less experience and valuable items. Thus he was too lazy to care. Ignoring Canavis' blood-smeared visage, Shen Lang opened the system tasks to search for the last ferocious beast that held a key. After waiting for a few seconds, the information of the last ferocious beast was quickly refreshed. Looking at the location provided by the system, a hint of surprise flashed in Shen Lang's eyes. The endless deep sea. The next ferocious beast was actually hidden in the endless deep sea. Shen Lang truly had no idea where that was. He had been mingling in the moonlight wilderness and was not familiar with the terrain of the novice village. After noting down the target route provided by the system, Shen Lang transmitted the route to Canavis through their mental link and then said, "Let's go to the endless deep sea." With that, Canavis let out a roar in response and then moved its massive body to start the journey. The pair of man and beast left the Stormwind Canyon, heading north at a slow pace, leaving behind a ruined Stormwind Canyon. The endless deep sea was an ocean with no visible edge, and as Shen Lang and Canavis reached the edge of it, looking at the boundless sea, a sense of curiosity arose within Shen Lang. Did this sea really belong to the novice village? Although he had no time to explore the novice village's map himself, there must be players among the 1-1-4-1-1-6 group who were curious about how large the novice village was. If this endless deep sea truly belonged to the novice village, how come there was not a single whisper about it? Shen Lang, puzzled, couldn't help but ask the Tao. In response to Shen Lang's question, the Tao did not hesitate to provide an explanation. The endless deep sea is the world beyond the novice village. Only by gathering all 4 keys can one enter it. If you want to unlock the seal of the novice village early, you must pass the trials. After quickly reading through this, a look of understanding flashed in Shen Lang's eyes. The seal of the novice village was undoubtedly meant to protect the novice village's players, and for Shen Lang to unlock it early, he naturally had to prove he possessed the qualifications to survive in the outside world. Thus, among the 5 keys, the ferocious beasts that possessed the first 4 keys served as a trial for Shen Lang, and obtaining the 5th key would be the true test for him. Having thought this through, Shen Lang immediately called out to Canavis and began to step into the endless deep sea. As the figures of the man and beast submerged into the endless deep sea, looking back at the path they had taken, it was now obscured by layers of white mist. Before entering the endless deep sea, Shen Lang had always been curious about just how dangerous the outside world was, capable of prompting the Tao to set up a seal to protect the players. Upon entering the endless deep sea, Shen Lang was instantly awestruck by the scene before him. In the shimmering depths of the sea, various corals and vegetation covered the nearshore seabed, but that was not the most outrageous part. The most outrageous part was that all these corals and plants were level 10 or above. When the Eye of Insight relayed such information, Shen Lang was left utterly dumbfounded. Was it really this dangerous outside? Even the coral vegetation had a level above 10. Not one to take it lightly, Shen Lang turned his gaze to the swimming fish in the near sea, and after checking the specifics of these creatures, the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. He had underestimated the situation. Beast Gentle Drifting Fish. Level 12. Talent Class Talent Control over Water Elements. Combat Power 16 stars Stage 5. Description: in the endless deep sea, the most humble creatures, perhaps you can test their strength. Looking at the information provided by the Eye of Insight, Shen Lang gained a deeper understanding of the dangers beyond the novice. It is important to note that many players possess only E-class talents, while in the endless deep sea, a drifting fish at the bottom of the food chain possesses strength and talent far superior to ordinary players. No wonder the novice village was sealed off. If there were no seals in place, would these creatures have killed them before they even left the novice village? Shen Lang stood atop Canavis, continuously complaining in his heart, while Canavis faithfully executed Shen Lang's commands, heading toward the location of the final key. Compared to the environment on land, the deep sea was actually more comfortable for Canavis. Now back in the depths of the sea, Canavis sped along, frolicking madly. The aura of the underwater overlord was fully unleashed without any restraint, causing all the deep-sea creatures they encountered to retreat in fear under Canavis' oppressive presence. Thus the man and beast rampaged without knowing how long they had been advancing until they finally attracted attention. If one were to ask what the biggest difference between underwater creatures and land creatures is, it would be that land creatures have their own territories, especially the more powerful beasts. Underwater creatures, however, are different. Regardless of their strength or weakness, they do not remain fixed in a specific area, but drift and hunt throughout the endless deep sea. Unfortunately, Shen Lang and his companions encountered a roaming overlord-level creature, the ferocious great white shark. Level 30. Talent Class Bite. Skill Class Charge. Combat Power 60 stars Stage 6. Description: one of the nearshore overlords, a top predator. Drop rate 15. As a ruler, every creature in its sight is considered prey, and most importantly, as a divine anomaly, the aura emanating from Canavis, while effectively deterring weaker creatures, serves as a temptation for stronger beings. After all, it possesses the bloodline of a deity, and powerful creatures can sense that consuming it would bring them tremendous benefit. Under such temptation, the great white shark completely lost its rationality and charged directly at Canavis. A series of hurried sounds echoed from the depths of the sea as the great white shark controlled its massive body, rapidly charging toward Canavis. Its body stretched over 10 meters, and its sharp fangs were enough to send chills down anyone's spine from a distance. As Shen Lang watched the great white shark approaching, before he could even give the order, Canavis beneath his feet had already become enraged. It could sense that the great white shark was targeting it, and even felt the intense desire to devour emanating from the shark. This creature actually wanted to eat it. This was intolerable. Without hesitation, Canavis charged forward, unleashing several thick tentacles straight at the great white shark. Boom, boom, boom. A series of collision sounds erupted as the tentacles struck fiercely against the great white shark. The shark, however, was not to be underestimated. Although the blows caused it immense pain, they also awakened its inherent ferocity. It opened its mouth and bit down on one of Canavis' tentacles. Its sharp fangs sunk deep into Canavis' appendage. With a crunch, Canavis' tentacle was severed on the spot. Roar! A pained howl erupted as Canavis' body trembled violently, and it became even more frenzied in its battle against the great white shark. At this moment, the two deep-sea behemoths were completely consumed by their violent emotions, neither taking a step back, both intent on killing the other. Shen Lang stood firmly atop Canavis, closely experiencing the fierce battle between the two ocean giants. It must be said the thrill of witnessing such a close-quarters struggle was overwhelmingly intense. Even Shen Lang felt his emotions stirring slightly at this moment. Unfortunately, this battle came swiftly and ended. Although the great white shark was formidable and managed to inflict some minor losses on Canavis, its overall strength still fell short compared to Canavis, the divine anomaly. When Canavis finally unleashed its full power, a death grip erupted instantly, ensnaring the great white shark, and with Canavis' terrifying strength unleashed, the great white shark, one of the top overlords of the near sea, was choked to death. Congratulations, you have killed an underwater overlord for the first time. Experience 8,000. Congratulations, you have killed an underwater overlord for the first time. Luck 3. Congratulations, you have killed an underwater overlord for the first time. Received 1 silver treasure chest. As the great white shark died, the sound of the system's notification echoed in Shen Lang's mind. Looking at the rewards, Shen Lang was momentarily stunned, not expecting the great white shark to be so valuable. After a moment of surprise, Shen Lang composed himself and casually opened the silver chest. Congratulations, you have obtained a rare material 5 essence of the great white shark. Originally indifferent, Shen Lang's expression changed upon hearing the term essence. To craft a beast taming ring, several materials are required, among which the essence of living beings is one of the main materials. The higher the quality of the essence, the better the effect of the crafted beast taming ring. Previously in the novice village, Shen Lang had been unable to find any essence, yet now he had encountered it in the deeps. In an instant, Shen Lang couldn't help but ponder many things. Could it be that the beasts in the novice village simply cannot produce essence? He harbored some doubts, but quickly buried this thought for the time being. For now, obtaining the 5th key was the most important task. Coming back to his senses and looking at Canavis, who still exuded a brutal aura, Shen Lang did not hold back and activated the soul mark. Roar! The pain from the soul immediately pulled Canavis out of its violent emotions. The waters of the Central Sea compared to the nearshore are even more unfathomable, as sunlight cannot reach the seabed, resulting in an exceptionally dark abyss. Stepping into this place, Shen Lang's expression turned serious. Having witnessed the powerful creatures of the endless deep sea, he felt confident in his own strength, yet dared not to be complacent. Based on the fact that the previous keys had all been obtained from dominant species, the fifth key was likely also in the possession of a group of sovereign races. Moreover, regarding the races that could dominate the Central Sea region, one could easily deduce their immense power, hence Shen Lang naturally increased his vigilance upon entering this area. However, contrary to his expectations of rampant creatures in the nearshore area, he had seen various different marine life. Here, it was only darkness devoid of any signs of life. Seeing this, Shen Lang's heart sank slightly. The absence of life in this area could only mean two things: either this region is unsuitable for life, or it harbors great dangers that prevent any being from surviving here. Of these two reasons, Shen Lang leaned towards the latter. Suddenly a shriek erupted from Canavis, its cry sharp and piercing as if it were enduring immense pain. Startled by the sudden scream, Shen Lang hurriedly looked down at Canavis. He saw Canavis' numerous tentacles thrashing violently in the dark seabed. With loud splashes, adult-sized figures were flung up from the seabed by Canavis, revealing terrifying fish with grotesque appearances before Shen Lang's eyes. Seeing this, Shen Lang immediately activated the Eye of Insight, a vast array of information flooding his vision. Fierce beast, devilfish, piranha, level 13 talent, grade talent, steel teeth, combat power, 30 stars, description, a terrifying species from the endless deep sea. Drop rate 15. Looking at the information panel before him, Shen Lang's brow furrowed. It wasn't that the devilfish was powerful, but rather their strength was far weaker than he had imagined. The only noteworthy aspect was their grade talent. This shouldn't be the case. Shen Lang muttered in confusion. According to the system's hint, the fifth key was with the piranhas. But weren't these piranhas a bit too weak? Shen Lang couldn't make sense of it. Coupled with the darkness of the seabed, he could only see Canavis' tentacles thrashing wildly, unaware of what lay below that could evoke such a pitiful cry. Despite his confusion, Shen Lang didn't hesitate and immediately commanded Canavis, "Go up, rise to the surface." Upon receiving the order, although still in excruciating pain, Canavis obediently obeyed Shen Lang's command, its massive body ascending toward the surface. As Canavis left, something in the dark seabed seemed to stir, directly pursuing after them. With a faint ray of sunlight penetrating the surface when the creature from the seabed emerged, Shen Lang finally got a clear view of what it was. It was the piranha he had just encountered, and shockingly its strength matched exactly with the piranha he had just identified. The only difference was that the number of piranhas surging from the seabed was overwhelming, seemingly endless. Looking around, Shen Lang found that the water was almost filled with piranhas. Seeing this, Shen Lang instantly gasped in shock. The sheer number was enough to make his scalp tingle. However, what shocked him even more was when he glanced at Canavis' tentacles. Although Canavis' tentacles were the weakest point of its defenses, it depended on who it was compared to. Ordinary creatures had no qualifications to breach Canavis' tentacle defense. Yet now Canavis' many tentacles were utterly mangled and bloodied. Dense clusters of wounds covered Canavis' tentacles, and its tentacle length had been reduced by half, clearly indicating that the other half had been devoured by this swarm of piranhas. Swallowing hard, Shen Lang found it hard to fathom that these creatures possessed such lethal power. This was a divine aberration, yet these little ones nearly consumed it whole. Simply unbelievable. While pondering this, Shen Lang quickly scanned the school of fish, hoping to locate the leader of the piranhas and swiftly obtain the key to make his escape. With so many piranhas, he estimated there were at least 10,000. Shen Lang did not want to confront them directly. However, much to his dismay, he couldn't find the leader of the piranhas, nor even an elite-level piranha. Just as he was puzzled by this, suddenly a system prompt arrived belatedly. Piranhas, the scourge of myriad races, can devour all. Due to their overwhelming devouring power, they cannot gain wisdom. Defeat the swarm of piranhas, and the key will manifest. Current kill progress, 512-000. Looking at the prompt given by the system, Shen Lang was dumbstruck. Wow, it can be played like this. Because they could eat so much, did the piranha race also eat their own brains? No wonder there was no leader, not even an elite-level piranha. These creatures were likely doomed to their limits from birth. Yet even so, with their insatiable appetite and immense numbers, the piranhas had become a dominant force in this endless. Having figured out the reason, Shen Lang abandoned the idea of taking shortcuts. The only solution now was to kill. Kill enough to reach 25,000, and he would obtain the fifth key. However, even saying that, Shen Lang felt a bit of a headache. Considering the madness of these creatures, killing 25,000 piranhas was anything but a trivial task. In fact, if he wasn't careful, Shen Lang might even become a meal for these creatures himself. But with no other choice, Shen Lang steeled himself. Kill. Shen Lang commanded, and with the rebirth of its severed limb, Canavis, having just healed from its injuries, launched another attack on the piranha race. Canavis was powerful, and the piranhas displayed their tenacity in overwhelming numbers. Not long after the engagement began, a sense of fear emanated from Canavis. This left Shen Lang speechless. Come on, you are a divine aberration. Is it necessary to be so timid? Shen Lang glared at Canavis with a hint of frustration, then took a deep breath, no longer remaining idle, and took the initiative to strike. Water Dragon Tornado. Standing atop Canavis, Shen Lang formed seals with his hands and called out, instantly channeling the power of water elements around him to create a massive water tornado that howled toward the piranha tribe. Boom. The terrifying sound of vibrations echoed continuously. The power of the water tornado was immensely strong, capable of turning metal into mere fragments. However, the piranhas able to survive in the endless deep sea had a resistance to water elements even stronger than Shen Lang had imagined. Except for a few piranhas that disappeared into the abyss under the sudden impact, the remaining piranhas felt the impending threat and huddled together for warmth, resisting most of the tornado's force, with some even remaining completely unaffected. Seeing this, Shen Lang was astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. How is this possible? Unfortunately, the piranha tribe did not leave him much time to be surprised. Soon the vast majority of piranhas surged towards Shen Lang. At this critical moment, Shen Lang shouted, "Canavies!" Canavies beneath him suppressed its inner fear and struck back at the piranha tribe once more. His numerous tentacles swiftly surrounded and entwined the area before him, layering upon one another to block the piranha tribe's charge. Many piranhas crashed headfirst into Canavies' tentacles, immediately biting down with terrifying force, causing Canavies to roar in pain. But the pain temporarily subdued its fear, awakening the ferocity within. Roar, death entanglement. With a silent roar, Canavies unleashed the death entanglement. The terrifying power erupted, and the area ensnared by Canavies trembled violently. Tens of thousands of piranhas were surrounded by the death entanglement, all feeling the impending deadly crisis. At this critical moment, the piranhas like ants began to huddle together, ultimately forming a gigantic sphere. When the power of the death entanglement completely erupted, the outermost piranhas were naturally killed, their bodies turning to dust, while the second layer fared no better, each one bloodied and battered from the tremors. However, after the shock absorbed by these two layers of piranhas, the remaining ones were able to withstand the death entanglement's explosion, suffering little harm. As Canavies retracted its attack, revealing the scene, within, Shen Lang's expression grew serious. Damn, although these piranhas lack intelligence, they have become exceptionally adept in battle. Surprised by this realization, Shen Lang's speed did not falter. He was not playing a turn-based game, so he wouldn't allow the piranha tribe any respite. At that moment, Shen Lang positioned his hands before him and unleashed a water dragon cannon, which erupted with force. Unlike a typical water dragon cannon, this time he infused it with a trace of nether fire. This nether fire merged into the water dragon cannon would be more than enough to deal with the piranha tribe once it touched them. Additionally, besides the water dragon cannon, Shen Lang had prepared another method, soul shock. The combat strength of the piranha tribe indeed exceeded his expectations, but regardless, they could not change one fact: their individual strength was exceedingly weak. Furthermore, considering their low level of intelligence, their soul power surely wouldn't be strong either. Thus, soul shock was Shen Lang's second major killing move prepared for them. Boom. A loud explosion echoed in the deep sea. The impact of the water dragon cannon far surpassed that of the water tornado. With the piranhas huddled together into a sphere, Shen Lang's shot hit the mark perfectly. As the water dragon cannon detonated, flecks of nether fire rained down on the many piranhas. This nether fire, possessing the characteristic of being unquenchable, although it wouldn't kill the piranhas immediately, was akin to igniting them, causing them to bleed continuously, an utterly disgusting affair. Withstanding this combination attack left them no breathing room. A shrill wail emanating from the depths of their souls rang. Chirp. Shen Lang's immense energy erupted, transforming into an invisible shockwave that spread over all. Having already been rendered battered by the previous two attacks, the piranha tribe could no longer withstand the shock at the level of their souls, and one by one their bodies exploded. Bang, bang, bang. With each muffled sound, the piranha tribe suffered massive casualties, and in the blink of an eye, the once proud piranha tribe was decimated. Watching this scene, Shen Lang exhaled a breath of foul air. Beneath him, Canavies excitedly waved its tentacles simultaneously, conveying a sense of closeness to Shen Lang. However, Shen Lang had no time to attend to Canavies. At this moment, his focus was on the progress of his kills against the piranha. Piranhas, the scourge of all races, capable of devouring all, cannot attain intelligence due to their overwhelming devouring power. Killing the piranhas will reveal the key. Current kill progress, 235-602-5000. Seeing the progress bar still a bit short of completion, Shen Lang suppressed his inner joy and commanded Canavies to continue searching for the piranha tribe's whereabouts. This command aligned with Canavies' current mood. Having been bitten so badly earlier, it naturally wouldn't let the opportunity to strike back slip by diligently searching. The ocean was its domain. While it might struggle to find someone on land, it was exceptionally skilled at locating piranhas, and since the main force of the piranha tribe had been thoroughly wiped out by Shen Lang, the remaining piranhas were merely scattered stragglers, hardly worth mentioning. There was no need for Shen Lang to intervene. Canavies alone slowly pushed the progress bar forward. Seeing this, Shen Lang felt relaxed, busily cleaning the battlefield and organizing his spoils. Thinking about super divine extraction was out of the question. The piranha corpses were mostly mangled, with some even missing intact bodies, making extraction impossible. Collecting all the black iron boxes into his backpack, Shen Lang glanced at the quantity, which totaled over 120. Even if the treasures from these black iron boxes were not significant, a smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of his mouth. Without hesitation, Shen Lang sat cross-legged atop Canavies and began opening the boxes 10 at a time. Whoosh! Accompanied by a flash of light, 10 black iron boxes vanished before Shen Lang, replaced by 10 luminous orbs. Shen Lang checked the information of these orbs, and surprise immediately filled his eyes. Item: Xianyang grass, level 2nd rank. Description: a pure yang flower born in extreme. It is a rare and excellent material. Item: cold jade essence, level 2nd rank. Description: a certain essence from deep sea veins. It is one of the best materials for crafting weapons. Item Piranha Essence Description obtained from the Piranha tribe. It possesses mysterious effects. Looking at these items, Shen Lang suddenly began to doubt whether the boxes he opened were black treasure chests or silver treasure chests. So many good items could be found in a black treasure chest. Feeling somewhat surprised, Shen Lang stored the numerous materials and then looked at the remaining black treasure chests, his gaze gradually becoming fervent. He had roughly figured out why similar treasure chests yielded such vastly different items. It was likely due to the scarcity of resources in the novice village. The resource scarcity in the novice village naturally led to the treasure chests there being unable to yield good items. The endless deep sea was no longer within the novice village's range, and the ocean's bounty was always abundant. This was what led to the black treasure chests yielding items that could only be found in silver treasure chests before. Understanding this, Shen Lang's heart ignited with excitement as he continued to open boxes. As batches of boxes continued to be opened, the reality indeed matched Shen Lang's expectations. Various materials poured out of the black treasure chests, as if they were free. On the contrary, the daggers that could previously only be obtained from black treasure chests had now become scarce items, though out of over 100 treasure chests, only 3 daggers were finally opened. But what made Shen Lang even happier was that he had actually obtained a considerable amount of auxiliary materials for crafting beast-taming rings from these black treasure chests, which delighted him, as he had been struggling to gather materials. As he was opening the boxes, thanks to Cannabis fierce hunting, the progress bar for hunting the Piranha tribe finally filled up. Suddenly the prompt sound from the Tao began to resonate in his mind. Congratulations, you have hunted a Piranha Swarm. Experience 15,000. Congratulations, you have hunted a Piranha Swarm. Golden Key 1. Congratulations, you have hunted a Piranha Swarm. You have obtained the title Piranha Slayer. With a series of prompt sounds, Shen Lang slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and finally gathered the 5 keys to unlock the Novice Village seal. The time consumed for this task was the longest among the many tasks Shen Lang had completed, and he had even encountered considerable dangers during it. Fortunately, the outcome was good. Now that he had finally gathered everything, he could open the seal of the Novice Village immediately if he wished. However, he was no longer in a hurry to unlock the Novice Village's seal. Having experienced the creatures of the endless deep sea, Shen Lang had gained a certain understanding of the world outside the Novice Village. The world outside the Novice Village certainly contained a wealth of dangers. While he was not afraid himself, if he were to open the seal now, there would likely be very few other players in the Novice Village who could survive. He had already obtained the position of village chief and could ascend to power upon returning to the village. Those players were all villagers of the village, in other words, Shen Lang's subordinates. Naturally, he had to consider them as well. Temporarily suppressing the thought of unlocking the seal, Shen Lang glanced at the endless deep sea, not wanting to leave just yet. The resources here were clearly far richer than those in the Novice Village, and he planned to gather enough materials to craft the beast-taming rings here. Additionally, his current experience had already reached over 110,000, and he was not far from leveling up, so he wanted to level up here as well. Having made his decision, Shen Lang immediately called to Cannabis and headed towards the near sea. Compared to the near sea, the middle sea area was more fraught with danger. Shen Lang wasn't confident enough to push through the middle sea, so it was better to take a step back and develop in the near sea. After all, life is precious, and if he pushed too far, he could lose it. Cannabis naturally would not contradict Shen Lang's orders, and immediately turned its massive body towards the near sea. As they left the middle sea area, the originally dim environment became bright again. Watching various underwater creatures swim before his eyes, Shen Lang's mood improved significantly. The environment in the middle sea area was too oppressive, especially in the sea where the Piranha tribe resided. It was akin to a dead sea. In comparison, the near sea looked like paradise. Let's go. Cannabis activate hunting mode. In high spirits, Shen Lang momentarily played the role of an excited youth standing atop Cannabis' head and shouting loudly. Listening to Shen Lang's words, Cannabis let loose and ran rampant in the near sea, constantly hunting the underwater creatures within the area. With the wild hunting of the duo, many underwater creatures met their tragic end, some dead, some injured. Their combination was like a chaotic king rampaging without fear, even against the overlords of the near sea. In such a frenzied hunt, Shen Lang's experience and materials for crafting the beast-taming rings began to grow rapidly. Finally, accompanied by a sound of the Tao prompt, Shen Lang leveled up once again. Congratulations, you have reached level 11. All attributes 10. Free attributes 5. Nickname Dark Knight level 11. 1200 150000. Profession level 5. Godslayer 120,000. Fortune value 60. Strength 457. Level talent strength enhancement agility 677. Level talent agility enhancement constitution 435/30. A level talent constitution enhancement immune to all toxins energy 433. Level talent hearing enhancement level talent smell enhancement level talent spirit enhancement level talent vision enhancement innate talent SS level super divine extraction special talents level talent 7 emotions and 6 desires C level talent copperhead iron arm level talent heart fire level talent water element control D level talent earth element manipulation a level talent bloodline boiling level talent fire element control skills SS level passive Tao blessing level active skill eye of insight a level skill soul impact level skill beast taming a level skill nether fire burn level skill water dragon cannon level skill water dragon whirlwind combat power 50 stars first stage distributable free attribute points 5 items various potions 451 spatial ring blood drinking mat Blade 1 rank 5 Thunderlight armor, 1 rank 3 Swift boots, 1 rank 3 Bloodbreaking dagger, 1 rank 2 Sharp short, Blade 1 rank 3 Iron dagger 7 Golden key 5. Golden Lion armor rank 5 Light boots rank 5 Cloth clothes, 3 Straw sandals 4. Break army rank 8 Unnamed armor rank 3 Great white shark essence 5. Chinyang grass 1 Cold jade essence 1. Piranha essence 1 Beast taming ring materials 56. Roar. In the nearshore waters, accompanied by a mournful cry, a two-headed shark was directly dismembered by canopies. As one of the dominant creatures in the nearshore area, the two-headed shark was always at the top of the food chain. Unfortunately for it, its luck ran out when it encountered Shen Lang and canopies, abruptly ending its reign. Listening to the sound of a Tao prompt echoing in his mind, Shen Lang showed no expression on his face. During this time, he and canopies had hunted numerous overlord-level sea beasts in the nearshore waters, and he had long become numb to it. However, when he saw a silver treasure chest floating where the two-headed shark had died, Shen Lang's expression finally became. With a wave of his hand, the silver treasure chest instantly landed in Shen Lang's grasp. After such a long time of hunting, although many sea beasts had dropped treasure chests, most of them were black chests. This was his first silver treasure chest obtained from the endless deep sea. Filled with a hint of anticipation, Shen Lang focused his thoughts and directly opened the silver treasure chest. A burst of light flashed, and soon the silver chest vanished, leaving only a black compass floating before him. Reaching out to grasp the compass, a glimmer of green light flashed in Shen Lang's eyes as the Eye of Insight activated, instantly revealing detailed information about the compass right before him. Item: Doom Compass. Rare item description: a gift of fate with a price marked in the shadows. The Doom Compass can guide you to find various people or items you desire, but beware, it will also bring you misfortune. Use with caution. Looking at the information that appeared before him, Shen Lang's expression changed slightly. This item seemed rather terrifying. He blinked and began to ponder. The effects of the Doom Compass were, needless to say, it was certainly powerful, capable of guiding him to find the people or items he needed. It was akin to the laws of causality, absolutely terrifying. That such a terrifying object would emerge from a silver treasure chest was simply unbelievable. In Shen Lang's view, it wouldn't be surprising even if it had come from a golden treasure chest. Eliminating various unreasonable explanations, only one remained: the side effects of the Doom Compass were so horrifying that it resulted in such a powerful item emerging from a silver treasure chest. With a general idea in mind, Shen Lang didn't dwell on the issue further, but instead gazed at the Doom Compass, lost in thought about whether or not to use it. After continuous gathering, he had now collected all the auxiliary materials needed for refining the beast control ring. He had also obtained one of the main materials, the essence of living beings. Now he was only missing two main materials, Dream Tier and Soul Nurturing Wood. Initially, he planned to slowly gather them later, as he was unsure if these two materials existed in the endless deep sea, and even if they did, he didn't know their locations. However, with the Doom Compass, if it truly was as miraculous as described, it should help him find these two materials. Yet the misfortune it brought made Shen Lang hesitant as should he use it. As time passed, Shen Lang's face was troubled in thought, and after a long while he finally made a decision in his heart. Fortune favors the bold and stars the timid. I want to see just how miraculous this thing is. With that, Shen Lang held the Doom Compass, and his left index finger suddenly stung, causing a drop of blood to emerge. As he dripped the blood onto the Doom Compass, it seemed to come alive in an instant, quickly consuming the drop of blood. Observing this scene, Shen Lang quickly spoke the names of the materials he needed: Dream Tier and Soul Nurturing Wood. As he finished speaking, the needle of the Doom Compass began to spin rapidly, as if searching for something. He did not have to wait long. In the blink of an eye, the needle stopped, and a blood-red light emerged from the Doom Compass, which then surged into Shen Lang's mind. Within the blood-red light was the exact location of the Dream Tier and Soul Nurturing Wood. After doing all this, the Doom Compass calmed down again, causing Shen Lang's brows to furrow slightly. Isn't it supposed to bring misfortune? But is that all? Shen Lang thought uncertainly, quickly checking his own condition, feeling as if nothing was amiss. He looked at his luck, which remained at 60 points, and there was no deduction of luck points. For a moment, Shen Lang was truly, after thinking for a long time, and unable to comprehend where the misfortune brought by the Doom Compass was, Shen Lang shook his head, no longer pondering, and instead transmitted the potential locations of the Dream Tier and Soul Nurturing Wood to canopies. Let's go to these two locations. Roar. Canopies let out a roar in response. Then its numerous massive tentacles swiftly moved, dragging its body as it quickly swam away. Mermaid Valley, a small settlement of the shark people. The shark people have the bodies of humans with fish tails and fish heads. The female shark people resemble human women, while the male shark people are extremely ugly. The legend of mermaids that has circulated among humans actually refers to the female shark people. However, unlike the legends where mermaids symbolize various human fantasies of beauty, the truth is that the shark people have a taste for human flesh. Often the female shark people act as temptresses, luring humans into their trap, while the male shark people lurk nearby. Once a human is enchanted by the female shark people, the male shark people will rush in and devour the human. Thus, although the shark people are the source of the mermaid legend, they are utterly unrelated to the mermaids of the tales, instead being bloodthirsty and brutal to the extreme. And the Dream Tier is the tier that female shark people condense with their lives, possessing an extremely strong hallucination. Mermaid Valley is located at the junction of the nearshore and midsea areas, and the shark people are a major clan in the endless deep sea. The closer one gets to the deep sea, the more terrifying the strength of the shark people becomes, while Mermaid Valley, existing at the boundary of the nearshore and mid-sea, is considered a particularly weak branch of the shark people. When Canaves brought Shen Lang to the outskirts of Mermaid Valley, Shen Lang immediately spotted the shark people living with. At once a green light flashed in Shen Lang's eyes as the Eye of Insight activated, and the information about the shark people quickly appeared before him. Race shark people, ferocious level 15 talent, clevel talent, to control water elements, skill, clevel skill, to turn the tide, combat power 35, 6-stage description, followers of the sea god of fallen race, drop rate 15. The strength of the merfolk tribe did not exceed Shen Lang's expectations. What truly caught his attention was the phrase in the introduction, the followers of the sea god of fallen race. Are these merfolk similar to the corrupted beasts from the novice village? Shen Lang, who already intended to take action against the merfolk of the Siren Valley, now had an additional reason to do so. He is the God Slayer, inherently opposed to all members of the divine factions. Initially, he had some concerns about where he would find so many fallen beasts to level up his profession. Now it seems if his speculation is correct, and he can gain God Slayer experience from the merfolk, then he need not worry at all. Canaves, do you see that Siren Valley? Go and destroy it. Shen Lang instructed Canaves, who was beneath him. Aren't you going? Shen Lang's eyes flickered for a moment, speaking calmly. They'll support you. Don't tell me you can't handle just a few merfolk. Roar. Canaves let out an angry roar, somewhat dissatisfied. Who does he look down upon? These little snacks are not enough for me to swallow in one bite. Provoked by Shen Lang, Canaves no longer questioned why Shen Lang did not join him, and immediately controlled his massive body to head straight for the Siren Valley. Shen Lang then left the top of Canaves, quietly standing at a distance to observe the battle. Although he had not yet found where the misfortune brought by the Doom Compass lay to be safe, Shen Lang naturally needed to observe a bit more. It also allowed Canaves to test the strength of the merfolk tribe. After all, unlike the beasts he had hunted before, the merfolk are an intelligent race. Although their apparent strength seemed limited, any intelligent being would not reveal all their means openly, thus letting Canaves take the lead was quite advantageous. If only Canaves were not so naive and could see through Shen Lang's intentions, he would surely plead with Shen Lang to act as a person and not just rely on him as a beast. In the Siren Valley, the merfolk were as busy as ever, and the atmosphere appeared harmonious. Suddenly the merfolk guards spotted the slowly approaching Canaves, and immediately the sound of a conch horn echoed. The sound of the conch spread throughout the Siren Valley, causing all the busy merfolk to stop their tasks, both men and women, and gather their weapons at the outskirts of the Siren Valley. The merfolk tribe leader Jonas emerged from his dwelling, swiftly appearing at the outer defense line of the Siren Valley. Seeing Jonas, numerous merfolk bowed in respect, and Jonas nodded in acknowledgement to them before turning his gaze towards the distant Canaves. Gazing at Canaves' massive form, a hint of seriousness flashed in Jonas' eyes. Unlike the various beasts on land, the sea monsters still followed the evolutionary trend that bigger means stronger. Therefore, any large sea monster must not be underestimated. Activate the illusion formation and guide this sea monster away. After assessing Canaves, Jonas quickly issued the order. The merfolk tribe's survival in the depths of the ocean meant they could not just engage any sea monster they encountered. Skilled in illusions, they set up illusion formations around their territory. Generally, whenever a sea monster appeared near their domain, the merfolk would activate the formation to guide it away. Although the sea monsters that made them wary were indeed powerful, most of them were in a confused state, incapable of distinguishing between the illusory and the real, making this tactic very effective. Had Canaves not been so large, triggering the highest level alarm from the conch, Jonas would not have appeared here at all. After all, he was the leader of the tribe, and was not so idle as to appear every time a sea monster showed up. Understood. The several female merfolk responsible for controlling the illusion formation replied, then joined forces to activate the formation that had already been set up in the Siren Valley. As the formation was activated, the Siren Valley suddenly vanished from Canaves' perspective, replaced by a massive underwater map. Seeing this scene, Canaves was momentarily stunned, not understanding why his destination had disappeared. If it were another sea monster, it might have turned back right now, but Canaves was different. Although his intelligence was naive, he still possessed wisdom and did not act solely on instinct. Even though his target had vanished, it had only just been there, so he thought he could just continue along the predetermined path. As for that underwater mountain, what could it be? If necessary, he could just destroy it. With this in mind, Canaves continued forward. Seeing that Canaves was not affected by the illusion, many merfolk in the Siren Valley changed their expressions on the spot. Even Jonas' expression turned somewhat grim. What was going on? Why was this sea monster unaffected? Had the illusion failed? Impossible. The illusion formation was the foundation of the merfolk's existence, and could not fail. Since the illusion formation had not failed, it meant that there must be something on their side attracting this sea monster, preventing it from willing to change its course. Jonas quickly cleared his thoughts, but unfortunately this did not help the current situation at all. He could only order the surrounding tribesmen, prepare for battle. Roar. Following Jonas' command, the merfolk, regardless of gender, issued a loud battle cry. As intelligent beings of the sea, their living environment dictated that there could be no useless members among them. Thus the merfolk tribe was generally bloodthirsty and violent, with all able to fight. Therefore the arrival of war did not instill fear in them. Instead, it completely ignited the brutality deep within their bones. Under the stringent preparations of the merfolk tribe, Canaves finally arrived at the outer defense line of the Siren Valley. Seeing this scene, Jonas no longer hesitated and let out a fierce shout, "Kill!" As he spoke, hundreds and thousands of merfolk charged forward brandishing their spears. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of piercing air rang out as spears flew from the hands of the merfolk tribe, shooting towards Canavis like arrows. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clashes echoed as the merfolk's attacks were entirely blocked by Canavis. Although Canavis could only see a massive underwater mountain after being attacked, he felt a surge of violent emotions even if he did not know where the attacks were coming from. Dozens of tentacles began to lash out simultaneously, crashing directly into the Siren Valley. Boom, boom. The terrifying sounds echoed as several unfortunate merfolk were directly crushed to death by Canavis. As the terrifying tentacles of Canavis smashed into the Mermaid Valley, the illusion array within shattered instantly. Suddenly, the underwater peaked before Canavis disappeared, and the Sharkmen clan reappeared before its eyes. Watching the Sharkmen clan reappear, the brutality in Canavis' eyes intensified. It then waved its numerous tentacles to seal off the Mermaid Valley, intending to unleash a deadly entanglement. At that moment, Jonas moved. As he did, Shen Lang, who had been watching from a distance, also turned his gaze towards him while activating Alien Race Sharkmen Clan Jonas. Level 30. Talent Grade Talent Favor of the Sea God. Grade Talent Water Element Manipulation. Skill Grade Skill Sea God Storm. Combat Power 65 5th Stage. Introduction Clan Leader of the Sharkmen in Mermaid Valley, a devout believer of the Sea God. Drop Rate 15. As Shen Lang examined Jonas' basic information, Jonas' attack whistled towards Canavis. He was no ordinary Sharkman. As the strongest of the Sharkmen clan in Mermaid Valley, his foundational combat power was even greater than Canavis. Although his true combat power might not be as high as Canavis, when his attack struck Canavis, it interrupted Canavis' deadly entanglement. A long spear stabbed into Canavis' flesh. A surge of pain assaulted Canavis' mind, causing it to involuntarily let out a painful howl. Beast, retreat now. After landing a hit, Jonas immediately shouted loudly, hoping to scare Canavis away in this manner to reduce the losses of the Sharkmen clan. However, he had no idea that Canavis was bound to a master, and without Shen Lang's command it would never retreat. Thus Jonas' self-righteous intimidation not only failed to subdue Canavis, but instead thoroughly enraged it. Suddenly, a large amount of black liquid spewed forth from Canavis, rapidly enveloping the Mermaid Valley. Jonas believed that if he could block his own deadly entanglement, Canavis would not be able to stop the poison he released. As the poison spread within just a few breaths, many Sharkmen, who undoubtedly inhaled the poison, collapsed with darkened. Moreover, the poison continued to spread rapidly. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Jonas' expression changed. Their clan's population was already small, and losing even one was enough to cause him immense heartache. Now, with so many clan members falling one after another, how could he accept this? You seek death. Jonas gritted his teeth and said. Originally, he intended to make Canavis retreat, but now he had changed his mind. He wanted to keep Canavis here for good. Supreme Sea God, you are the sovereign of the ocean and our faith. Please assist your believer in slaying the enemy. Sea. After the anger subsided, Jonas quickly calmed down and began to chant softly. As he finished his chant, the sea within 100 miles surrounding Mermaid Valley became tumultuous. In the next moment, the ocean seemed to rage as endless seawater crazily pressed towards Canavis. Although Canavis' physical body was extremely strong, it could not withstand the immense pressure of the seawater. Suddenly, the once mighty creature began to wail in despair. Woo! The sounds of whimpering echoed as Canavis' body visibly shriveled. In an instant, Canavis could not help but spew a mouthful of fresh blood. In the distance, Shen Lang observed the battlefield with a calm gaze, although Canavis' situation appeared dire. Through the soul link between him and Canavis, Shen Lang could clearly sense that while the power of the seawater was terrifying, it was not enough to pose a fatal threat to Canavis. Therefore, he did not rush to act, but continued to watch the spectacle. He wanted to see just how many trump cards Jonas had. In fact, Jonas did indeed have more trump cards. Seeing that Canavis was suffering from the pressure of the seawater, but was not in any imminent danger, Jonas weighed his options, and then painfully revealed an object in his hand. It was a piece of cloth the size of a palm, inscribed with mysterious patterns, looking quite extraordinary. Holding the cloth, Jonas hesitated for a moment before suddenly tearing it apart. In the next second, a phantom figure appeared in the sky above Mermaid Valley, its features indistinct, wielding a giant sword. After being summoned, the phantom immediately raised the giant sword and swung it down towards Canavis. Boom! A terrifying sound echoed. Canavis, pressed by the seawater and unable to move, could only bear the blow from the phantom's sword. Roar! A howl more miserable than before erupted from Canavis. Its massive body was nearly cleaved in half, with blood pouring out continuously. Although Canavis had been quite vigorous after withstanding just one strike from the phantom, its health was almost depleted. This scene was unexpected not only for Canavis, but also for Shen Lang. He knew how strong Canavis' defenses were, even he might not be able to breach them. Yet that phantom, with just one sword strike, nearly brought Canavis to death. While Shen Lang was shocked, he also felt a wave of relief, thankful that he had been cautious and let Canavis take the lead. Otherwise, he was certain that sword strike would have undoubtedly landed on him. With a sense of relief rising in him, Shen Lang's reactions were swift. Seeing Jonas about to move in for a finishing blow to eliminate Canavis, his figure instantly vanished from the spot. The seawater aided him, and coupled with his natural speed, Shen Lang appeared before Canavis just as Jonas was about to strike. Clang! A metallic clash rang out as Jonas' spear attack was directly blocked by Shen Lang's broken army. The terrifying force transmitted from the spear caused Shen Lang to remain motionless, while Jonas was pushed back repeatedly by the recoil from their collision. Regaining his footing, Jonas looked at Shen Lang, astonishment filling his eyes. "Who are you?" he asked in a grim tone. Previously, he had wondered why Canavis was not affected by his intimidation. Now, with Shen Lang's appearance, he immediately understood the underlying reason. Only instinctual sea beasts would naturally be intimidated by him, but a sea beast with a master would never retreat unless its master commanded it. This meant that the sudden appearance of this sea beast in their Mermaid Valley was not an accident, but rather a targeted act. While Kiana's glared at Shen Lang and demanded answers, Shen Lang said little. His sole objective had always been the wasteland, and he still had to be wary of the misfortune the Doom Compass had warned of. He had no time to squander and wanted to resolve everything at once. So Shen Lang gave no reply to Kiana's questions and struck decisively. The Pajun manifested in his hand. Shen Lang's form blurred into a dozen spectral afterimages as he lunged toward Kiana's with astonishing speed. Seeing Shen Lang burst forth at a velocity that left him helpless to react, Kiana's was thoroughly shaken. With no time to ponder, Kiana's reflexively activated his talent, the sea god's favor. In an instant, he seemed the ocean's favored sun, a distinct shroud of seawater unlike the surroundings coalescing around his body. Before he could finish, Pajun had already sliced through the water and descended upon him. Boom. The impact thundered. Shen Lang's strike carried no mercy. He unleashed his full strength from the outset. Although Kiana's ranked higher than Shen Lang, his basic combat power was not so superior. Coupled with the array of talents Shen Lang possessed in true combat, Kiana's was by no means his equal. Moreover, Shen Lang's terrifying speed caught Kiana's completely off guard. As the blade fell, Kiana's was cleaved and sent. Even the protective barrier Kiana's had formed through the sea god's favor was rent apart after bearing the full force of a mouthful of blood burst from Kiana's lips. Facing the impassive Shen Lang, fear for the first time crept across Kiana's features. So strong, too strong. He had not the slightest strength to retaliate, and had been grievously wounded by a single strike. And this was while he had the sea god's favor active. Had he not reflexively invoked that protection, this strike might not have merely maimed him. It could have cleaved him in two. Kiana's could not fathom when he had incurred such a formidable enemy. Why at first meeting would someone aim to slay him? He could not comprehend it. He never considered the idea of a treasure brings its curse. After all, the Jaren tribe of Renew Valley was but a small clan. They might possess some resources, but surely nothing that should draw a death sentence. Realizing he could not match Shen Lang, Kiana's quickly pleaded for his life. "My lord, please. If I must die, let me at least die with understanding. I do not know whether Renew Valley has offended you, or whether you seek something of us. Whatever the reason, I will apologize and make amends. Oh, I only beg you to spare our lives." He spoke in a panic. The murderous intent that had burned in his eyes was gone. Even the hatred for those of his clan who had been slain was discarded from his mind. He only wanted to live. Everything else no longer mattered. Had Shen Lang been after the wasteland alone, there was a chance he. But the Jaren were devotees of the sea god, and were by nature opposed to the god-slaying envoy. Between them, there was innate enmity. In such a case, Shen Lang would not show clemency. Thus Shen Lang turned a deaf ear to Kiana's pleas and advanced with his blade. At Shen Lang's movement, Kiana's face. Having witnessed Shen Lang's power, he knew the gulf between them. He could not possibly withstand a second strike. In other words, unless something changed, his death would come within moments. Rage, resentment, despair, and other emotions surged within him as he fixed his stare on Shen Lang. "Bastard, if you want me dead, I won't make it easy for you." He snarled fiercely, then began to chant rapidly and lowly in words Shen Lang could not comprehend. As soon as he spoke, a white radiance bloomed around him. Shen Lang's blade struck it with a resounding clang. The light didn't. At this sight, Shen Lang's expression changed for the first time. "A sacrifice," he murmured, frowning. Though unfamiliar with much of the world's affairs, his encounters with Yinma had taught him much about how deities acted. Deities shepherd mortals and harvest faith. Believers not only worship, but also present offerings at appointed times. The nature of those offerings varies according to the god's tastes. Some gods may be content with a few wild fruits, while others demand vast quantities of souls. Among the sacrificial rites, there is a particularly extreme practice called self-sacrifice. It means offering oneself to the deity. Typically, only fanatics resort to such measures, sacrificing themselves in hopes of ascending to the divine realm. Additionally, some beings desperate to realize a wish will offer their own lives as tribute to elicit divine aid. Yet in most cases, such offerings elicit no response. After all, why would a god trouble itself with such trifles? Thus, the second type, even when they self-sacrifice, usually receive no help. Their intent is impure, and they are barred from the divine realm, dying in vain. Of course, legends tell of those who through such means indeed gained a deity's favor. Thus, despite the slim odds, many desperate souls still offer themselves to the gods. Ordinarily, with Kiana's having offered himself, Shen Lang should not have been unduly worried. After all, there was a 99% chance the ritual would fail. But at that moment, Shen Lang recalled the Doom Compass side effect. If ever he needed fortune to tip in his favor, it was now. He did not want Kiana's sacrifice to succeed, nor did he want to. Yet the more one frets, the more fate conspires to answer. Above Kiana's head, a portal slowly materialized, and Shen Lang's pupils constricted. Kiana's sacrifice had succeeded, what God had answered, and opened a gate into the. A cold sense of crisis rose in Shen Lang's chest. Gods, even a mote of their power could overwhelm him. And Shen Lang suspected that Kiana's success might be tied to the Doom Compass side effect, meaning he had drawn ill fortune upon himself. Faced with that, Shen Lang would not foolishly tarry. He turned and fled carrying Canavizi, and swiftly vanished. Shen Lang turned and fled with Canavizi, but at that moment it felt as if he had stepped on something. His foot slipped, causing him to stumble forward rapidly. At a critical moment, Shen Lang supported himself with one hand and flipped over, regaining his balance. Looking back, he found a patch of green seaweed where he had just stepped. Seeing this, Shen Lang's heart sank, his expression turning from calm to volatile. As a powerful cultivator, a single step from him could leave a crater in the ground, yet now he was unable to control his body due to a piece of seaweed, which was utterly ridiculous. What was once a mere suspicion for Shen Lang was now a confirmed reality. The side effects of the misfortune compass had taken effect. His luck had likely plunged to its lowest point since he began his journey, unable to even rely on his identity as the chosen one from the novice village. What he didn't know was how long this state of misfortune would last. A day, 2 days, a month, 2 months, or even longer. If it were the former, that would be acceptable, but if it were the latter, Shen Lang's troubles would escalate significantly. Of course, his current predicament was already quite dire. He could already sense behind him as Jon's figure turned into shimmering light and melded into the divine realm gate. A terrifying aura was slowly coalescing. Shen Lang took a deep breath, remaining calm as he continued to flee away from Jonas. This time he was cautious, even employing his affinity for water element manipulation to clear any obstacles in his path. He hoped that by doing so he could shake off the state of misfortune. However, the reality proved that the side effects of the misfortune compass were not easily resolved. As he cleared all debris leading to an unobstructed path, suddenly a massive figure drifted in from the distance. It was a giant shark, one of the rulers of the coastal waters. Damn! Shen Lang couldn't help but curse, fully realizing how nauseating the effects of his misfortune had become. In an environment devoid of any advantageous elements, a giant shark had appeared to block his way. Perhaps the giant shark's original destination was not here, but due to Shen Lang's bad luck, it had deviated from its course and appeared before him, obstructing his path. Realizing this, Shen Lang took a deep breath and finally stopped trying to escape the battlefield. At this rate, he would have no way to escape and could even attract more dominant creatures. Since that was the case, he might as well focus on confronting the massive creature behind him. Although the situation created by Jonas was terrifying, he didn't believe that a mere sacrifice by Jonas could summon a true god. Resolute in his decision, Shen Lang turned to face the ever-coalescing phantom behind him, leaving the giant shark to camp. Soon Canavizi and the giant shark engaged in a fierce battle. Both figures were enormous, and their clash in the water created a tumultuous uproar, the intensity terrifying to behold. Unfortunately, Shen Lang had no time to watch their battle. His gaze was fixed on the area where Jonas had been, where a massive phantom finally coalesced from numerous light points. The phantom stood over 10 meters tall, its upper body bare muscles like granite exposed to the air, while its lower body trailed a fishtail, resembling a merman, its face shrouded in a mist that obscured it. In its right hand it wielded a massive trident, looking quite imposing. As Shen Lang beheld this scene, a glimmer flickered in his eyes and information began to appear within his sight. Divine phantom projection of the sea god level. Talent. Skill. Combat power. Description: a projection lacking intelligence. Nevertheless, it is still a god, and gods cannot be observed. Drop rate 100. As Shen Lang gazed at the scene before him, his heart sank slightly. It was the first time he encountered a situation where his eye of insight failed. He couldn't even observe the basic information. As for the section indicating unobservable, Shen Lang didn't take it seriously. After all, it was still due to his insufficient strength, merely a level 11 small fry. If his strength were adequate, he believed he could observe it. Fortunately, aside from the bad news, there was also good news. This projection of the sea god lacked intelligence and would only act. This eased Shen Lang's heart somewhat. After all, there was a significant difference between having intelligence and lacking it. In fact, if the combat power of an intelligent being is 10, the combat power of an unintelligent being might not even reach. With a bit of confidence, Shen Lang no longer hesitated. At the moment the phantom opened its eyes and unleashed a powerful aura, Shen Lang moved. Gripping the breaking army, he transformed into a streak of light and charged toward the sea god phantom. His talents in strength, agility, constitution, and energy all activated simultaneously, instantly doubling his base attributes, with strength and speed increasing more than threefold. In that moment, an unparalleled strength surged within Shen Lang's heart, and he felt as if he could do anything. With a loud cry, Shen Lang rapidly appeared above the sea god phantom, striking down with a powerful blow. The terrifying blade light sliced through the seawater, splitting it in two, radiating an unstoppable momentum as it descended upon the sea god phantom. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the sea god phantom wielding the trident blocked Shen Lang's full-powered strike. The terrifying shockwave spread outward, shaking the Merman Valley, and the remaining mermen were directly obliterated by the force of the shockwave. They truly became collateral damage caught in the crossfire. After the initial strike was blocked, Shen Lang was not surprised. He continued to wield the breaking army, delivering blow after blow toward the sea god phantom. Simultaneously, the grade skill Soul Shock was unleashed, charging toward the sea god phantom. This caused the actions of the sea god phantom to become slightly rigid. Seeing this, a gleam of light shone in Shen Lang's eyes, and his fighting spirit surged even higher. At this moment, he seemed tireless, continuously unleashing Soul Shock, while relentlessly attacking with the breaking army. He was frantically pouring out his strength and energy. If it were anyone else, they would have long since collapsed under such a frenzied onslaught. An all-out burst like this could easily drain a person's inner strength. Yet Shen Lang, relying on the SSS-Grade Tao blessing, transformed this extreme burst into a regular offensive, momentarily suppressing the sea god phantom into a disadvantageous position. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sound of explosions reverberated through the ocean depths as the phantom of the sea god was firmly suppressed by Shen Lang. Watching this scene, a sharp glint flashed in Shen Lang's eyes as he immediately activated his A-level talent bloodline boiling, causing his already peaked strength to rise even further. Slash! Shen Lang roared, his momentum surging. The terrifying wave of energy created by the swing of his weapon directly cleaved a vacuum around him. With an unwavering and resolute belief, Shen Lang slashed down from the top of the sea god's phantom's head. The trident in the sea god's phantom's hand was directly severed by his weapon, and then from head to tail it completely split the phantom into two halves. The sea god phantom has perished. Its body cleaved in two, transformed into countless blue light spots, and vanished from sight. The surrounding phenomena, once stirred by the phantom, gradually faded away. Breathing heavily, Shen Lang stood in place, gazing at the spot where the sea god phantom had disappeared, and a silent smile spread across his face. Under the blessing of the SS-level Daos favor, his stamina and energy remained at their peak, but the intense life and death struggle had drained a substantial amount of his mental strength, leaving a profound sense of fatigue lingering in his heart. After resting for a while, Shen Lang regained his spirits and turned to glance at the battlefield of canaries in the distance. Over there, the battle between canaries and the oceanic giant shark was nearing its conclusion. Though the giant shark was the overlord of the near shore, it was still inferior when faced with a being like canaries, and their duel only confirmed this. The giant shark was covered in wounds while canaries remained imposing and powerful. Determining that canaries had secured victory, Shen Lang dismissed the thought of rushing to assist. Just then the Daos notification finally rang out in his mind. Congratulations, you have slain the Sea God Phantom. Divine Experience 1 of 0. Congratulations, you have slain the Sea God Phantom. Experience 1 of 0. Congratulations, you have slain the Sea God Phantom. Unlocked hidden achievement: slay a deity. Reward 1 golden treasure chest. Congratulations, your first slay of a deity. Phantom luck points 20. A series of notifications rang out, leaving Shen Lang momentarily stunned. Wow, a huge bounty. Experience golden treasure chest luck points. Looking at the series of rewards from the Tao, the fatigue that had lingered in Shen Lang's heart was instantly swept away, replaced by excitement on his face. He had not expected that slaying the Sea God Phantom would yield so many rewards, especially the golden treasure chest. At that moment he wished he could bring the Sea God Phantom back to life, just to slay it again. Indeed, fortune favors the bold, Shen Lang exclaimed excitedly. And this did not even account for the spoils that dropped after defeating the Sea God Phantom. Looking at the 3 silver treasure chests he had collected, Shen Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unfortunately, the Sea God Phantom left no corpse, though otherwise with his super extraction ability his haul could have been even greater. While he was greedily pondering this, the new 20 luck points arrived, and another notification from the Tao rang in his ears. Detected that player in Yi is in a state of misfortune. Would you like to spend 10 luck points to dispel the misfortune? Moi. Shen Lang was taken aback, not expecting the Tao to have this function. Dispel. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Lang chose to dispel it. That state of misfortune was too terrifying. It was as if even drinking a sip of cold water would cause a toothache. If it could be dispelled, he naturally wanted to do it quickly, otherwise who knew what else might be triggered. 10 luck points deducted. Misfortune dispelled successfully. The Dao's emotionless voice rang out, and hearing this, Shen Lang curiously asked, "Can anyone use luck to dispel misfortune?" "Only the child of luck can utilize luck." Upon hearing this, Shen Lang was enlightened, then shifted his focus back to the treasure chests in his backpack. 1 golden and 3 silver chests. He wondered what good items he could open this time. First, he decided to open the 3 silver treasure chests. With a thought, the 3 silver chests slowly opened. As a burst of light flashed, 3 dazzling beams of light appeared before Shen Lang. As the light dissipated, he could finally see the items within. Item: Sea God Armor, rank 8, description: defense 500, water element affinity increased by 120. Item: Premium Dream Tier, description: high grade material effect is 10 times that of ordinary Dream Tier. Item: Premium Soul Nurturing Wood, description: high grade material effect is 10 times that of ordinary soul nurturing wood. Looking at the detailed information of the 3 items, Shen Lang's eyes shone brightly, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Truly, he found fortune in unexpected places, effortlessly obtaining what he desperately needed from the 3 silver treasure. Additionally, he had received an A-rank Sea God armor. It felt as if he had been blessed by luck. Decisively, he stored the Premium Dream Tier and Premium Soul Nurturing Wood, then changed out of his Golden Lion armor and donned the Sea God armor. In that moment, he felt a surge of security wash over him. After calming his emotions, Shen Lang solemnly took out the golden treasure chest, a mix of anticipation and nervousness on his face. Although the golden and silver treasure chests differed by only 1 rank, the quality of the items they yielded was almost one. Obvious difference was that the golden treasure chests contained rank items at the very least, but just this point alone could easily overshadow the silver treasure chests. Thus, while Shen Lang could remain calm when opening silver treasure chests, his emotions were completely beyond his control when it came to the golden ones. Sanching God Tathagata, whichever gods there are, please bless me, open. After a series of mutterings, Shen Lang finally ordered the opening of the golden treasure chest. As the treasure chest opened, a golden light spread out, and Shen Lang fixed his gaze on the center of the radiance, not blinking. In the next second, as the light dissipated, a burst of golden light suddenly merged into Shen Lang's mind, leaving him moment. Time passed, and after what felt like the duration of a stick of incense, Canavis finished his battle, and Shen Lang's dazed expression gradually returned to normal. Once fully regained, a hearty laugh erupted from Shen Lang, echoing out toward the distant sea. Having dealt with the giant shark, Canavis, who was eating, turned to glance at Shen Lang, a flicker of confusion passing through his bell-sized eyes. Has my master gone mad again? Daos favor SSS rank. I made another mistake in the last chapter. Oh. Skill dominant blade. Level S. Description: an ancient technique of the blade ancestor comprising 9 sword forms capable of slaying gods. Each form doubles the power, reaching a maximum of 9 times. The dominant blade is this level skill that Shen Lang obtained from the golden treasure chest. Unlike previous level skills, which were somewhat auxiliary in nature, this one is purely an attack skill. Each strike can double his attack power. The dominant blade is solely an offensive skill consisting of 9 forms, each capable of exponentially enhancing his. Had Shen Lang possessed the dominant blade during his battle with the sea god's phantom, he would have needed no effort, as a single strike would suffice to deal with the phantom. Thus, the emergence of the dominant blade represents a qualitative transformation in Shen Lang's strength. Originally, he harbored some concerns about the world after the seal was lifted, but now he felt no apprehension. This was also the reason for Shen Lang's earlier emotional outburst. After a prolonged period of excitement, he finally regained his composure, glancing at the destroyed Mermaid Valley and the nearby Canavis, who was still feeding. Initially planning to search for the dream tier, he now found it unnecessary and instead began to take out various materials from his backpack, preparing to refine the beast control ring. The primary materials required for the beast control ring include the essence of life, dream tier, and soul womb wood, along with 108 auxiliary materials. After gathering all the materials and organizing them, Shen Lang prepared to begin the refinement of the beast control ring. Although there were many sea beasts in the depths of the ocean, the terrifying force unleashed during Shen Lang's battle with the sea god's phantom had scared away all sea creatures within a 100-mile radius. At this moment, no creature dared to approach, so although it felt somewhat hasty, refining the beast control ring here was actually. Moreover, with Canavis standing guard nearby, Shen Lang was not worried about being disturbed. Recalling the refinement method for the beast control ring described in the beast control skill, he calmed his mind and began the process. He dispersed the surrounding seawater, creating a vacuum around him. With a thought, a blaze erupted in front of him. As the temperature of the flames soared, it quickly surpassed 1,000 degrees. Once the temperature reached an appropriate level, Shen Lang began to throw in various auxiliary materials, continuously purifying and blending them according to the method provided by the beast control skill, followed by the essence of life, premium dream tier, and premium soul womb wood. Though it was his first time refining, Shen Lang's movements throughout the process appeared remarkably skilled. Gradually, under the intense flames, the beast control ring began to take shape. After an hour, a burst of radiance erupted and Shen Lang extinguished the flames, gazing with delight at the ethereal beast control ring floating before him. Item: beast control ring, high quality. Description: refined from high-grade materials, the beast control ring boasts power far exceeding that of ordinary rings, perfectly controlling creatures below level 60. Looking at the description of the beast control ring, the joy in Shen Lang's eyes deepened, feeling that all his efforts were worthwhile as the ring was completed. Canavis, come here. After admiring his creation, Shen Lang suddenly called out to Canavis. Hearing Shen Lang's summons, Canavis immediately approached. Roar. When Canavis reached Shen Lang, it let out a curious roar. Observing its demeanor, Shen Lang smiled and said, I have prepared a gift for you, accept it into your soul. Upon finishing, Shen Lang pushed his hand forward, and the beast control ring floated towards Canavis. Watching the ring, Canavis's pupils constricted. Although it did not recognize the ring, it sensed that this object was not friendly. At that moment, Canavis instinctively wanted to refuse. However, before it could voice its protest, it saw that although Shen Lang was smiling, his gaze was filled with a chilling intensity. Seeing this, Canavis shuddered and let out a pitiful whimper, reluctantly beginning to accept the beast control ring. They say that life is precious and freedom is worth even more. Yet even ants strive to survive. How could Canavis resist? It knew that if it dared to oppose, it would truly face death. Having stayed by Shen Lang's side for so long, it had never seen this man show any softness. Compared to its life, freedom was something to be cast aside. Moreover, during this time, it had discovered that being with Shen Lang wasn't so bad. There was food and drink and a strong ally. If it couldn't fight, it could always call for help. This feeling wasn't too bad. With this thought, Canavis' resistance waned significantly, and the speed at which the beast control ring integrated into its soul increased. Before long, the beast control ring completely merged with Canavis' soul, perfectly integrating with its essence. As the beast control ring integrated, Shen Lang felt his control over Canavis had significantly strengthened. In the past, to punish Canavis, he had to use his own power along with the soul imprint he had placed on it to achieve his goals. Now that was no longer necessary. He only needed a thought to make Canavis wish it were dead. It could be said that Canavis' life and death were entirely in Shen Lang's hands. Well done. Having completely mastered Canavis, the coldness in Shen Lang's eyes dissipated, and he praised Canavis. Now I have a task for you. I need you to stay in the endless deep sea. Do you accept? Shen Lang asked Canavis. During the time spent looking for materials to refine the beast control ring, Shen Lang had also been contemplating Canavis' role. Although Canavis was a divine spawn, it had not yet reached its full potential. The reason Shen Lang took it in was because he valued its potential, thus he needed Canavis to grow rapidly. The endless deep sea was undoubtedly the most suitable environment for Canavis to mature. Placing it here would accelerate its. Additionally, he was quite envious of the resources in the endless deep sea. While he currently couldn't occupy it, that didn't mean he couldn't in the future. By arranging for Canavis to be here now, it was equivalent to driving a nail into the endless deep sea. When his strength was sufficient later, he could directly invade and seize territory and resources, saving a great deal of preparation time. Listening to Shen Lang's plan, Canavis blinked in surprise. This turn of events was unexpected. To think it could remain in the endless deep sea. Although it was unsure of what its master was thinking, being able to thrive in the endless deep sea naturally made Canavis happy, and it nodded enthusiastically. Seeing this, Shen Lang wasted no time. He set several goals for Canavis and gave it a firm warning. Then Shen Lang left the endless deep sea alone. In the Gale Canyon, as Shen Lang emerged from the endless deep sea, he immediately appeared in this place. Without a doubt, this was the power of the great Tao. Unable to break the seal, he could not leave the novice village. His entry into the endless deep sea was solely due to the fifth key. Shaking his head and dismissing further thoughts, Shen Lang identified the direction and directly left Gale Canyon, heading towards the novice village. He was now returning to the novice village to officially assume the position of village chief. At the entrance of novice village 114,116, many players were bustling in and out, busy with their activities. During this period, Shen Lang's strength had rapidly increased, and they had not been idle either. Everyone was striving to level up. Now even the lowest level player in novice village 114116 had reached level 6. And now less than 4 days had passed since they entered this world. It was foreseeable that once the novice assessment time arrived, they were likely to pass it as a group and reach level 10. Their rapid leveling was largely due to Shen Lang. If it weren't for his leadership in winning victory after victory in village battles, plundering a wealth of resources for novice village 114,116, their levels would not have increased so quickly, let alone achieving level 10 for all. While everyone was working hard to level up, Shen Lang's figure slowly approached from a distance outside the novice village camp. As Shen Lang appeared, many players coming in and out began to notice him. Hey, look at that, who is that guy? This person looks very unfamiliar, right? I think so too. This shouldn't be you. I've seen everyone from novice village, but it seems there's no one like him. Could he be a spy sent from another novice village? A player's expression changed. As soon as he finished speaking, his companion next to him slapped him on the head, saying, "Spy. We're not connected to any other novice village. Where would a spy come from?" Ahem, you're right. But I really haven't seen this guy before. The two of them whispered, and their footsteps initially prepared to. Not only them, but other players also noticed Shen Lang looking at him in confusion. With only 1,000 people in the novice village, and with the dead accounted for, there were currently 753 players remaining in novice village 114,116. To hunt fierce beasts, these 753 players generally teamed up and interacted daily. Therefore, most players in the novice village were acquainted with each other. In contrast, since leaving the novice village, Shen Lang had not returned even once. Although he had a significant reputation, the number of people who knew him could be counted on one hand. Thus, upon his return, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Shen Lang calmly walked into the novice village. As he stepped through the village gate, suddenly a mechanical voice echoed in the minds of all players. Announcement, announcement, announcement. Player Yi has returned to the novice village and is about to inherit the position of village chief. All players of novice village 114,116, please gather quickly at the camp square. Announcement, announcement, announcement. Player Yi has returned to the novice village and is about to inherit the position of village chief. All players of novice village 114,116, please gather quickly at the camp square. Announcement, announcement, announcement. Player Yi has returned to the novice village and is about to inherit the position of village chief. All players of novice village 114,116, please gather quickly at the camp square. The great Daos notification rang out 3 times consecutively, instantly causing all players in novice village 114,116, regardless of what they were doing, to frantically abandon their tasks and rush back to the novice village. Not for any other reason, but because of that line in the great Daos hint, and Yi has returned. Since Shen Lang made a name for himself, he had been elusive, and with all the significant deeds he had accomplished, he had accumulated an unimaginable amount of prestige among the players. In fact, within the novice village, some even regarded Shen Lang as a deity. Now that Shen Lang was back in the village, it instantly caused a sensation. All players displayed excitement on their faces, rushing towards the novice village just to catch a glimpse of him. As players outside the novice village rushed back in a frenzy at the entrance of the novice village, many players who had just paid attention to Shen Lang now stood dumbfounded. Although novice village 114116 was protected by Shen Lang, making life a bit easier than other novice villages, the players who adapted so quickly to this world and survived were hardly fools. The unfamiliar face and the return of Yi were immediately linked together in their minds. After a long silence at the novice village gate, someone finally spoke in a dry tone. "So that person just now is the esteemed..." "It should be, probably," someone replied uncertainly. As soon as the words were out, a wail immediately erupted. And Yi, my idol, my deity. I just brushed past my god. Kill me." The player who spoke first went mad, his face filled with regret. Not only him, but others felt the same. They had just been so close to the esteemed Yi, yet they had missed him, and they could hardly forgive themselves. It was akin to a fan who suddenly brushed past their idol one day. The feeling was unbearable enough to make one wanted. After a flurry of cries, a player suddenly shouted, "What are you still doing? Hurry up and chase after him." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately snapped back to reality, and one by one they transformed into shadows and rushed into the novice village. The Great Dao notified all players, but it did not notify Shen Lang, resulting in him entering the novice village while still casually wandering around. Reflecting on the scene of secretly extracting the attributes of the safe house since his arrival in this world, he felt but soon he realized that a large crowd of players had gathered around him, all staring at him with fervent eyes. Shen Lang felt a bit uneasy. "Do you need something?" he asked, stopping to look at the many players. Hearing this, the crowd of players all shook their heads, but their gazes towards him grew even more fervent, making Shen Lang feel a chill run down his spine. No way, these guys in his village can't have a thing for him, right? Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sound of explosions reverberated through the ocean depths as the phantom of the sea god was with over 100 players surrounding Shen Lang. Looking around, it was a dark mass, making Shen Lang feel the urge to be on guard, ready to take action at any moment. "Hail Lord Dark Knight, and hail Lord Dark Knight, and hail Lord Dark Knight." A chorus of voices reverberated across the skies above the novice village. Shen Lang stood motionless, stunned as the crowd bowed deeply before him. He had never anticipated such formal homage. Fortunately, having weathered countless storms in life, he recovered instantly from his brief daze. A gentle, composed smile graced his lips as he raised his hand slightly into the air and said calmly, "Please, no need for such formality. Rise, all of you." At his words, the players slowly straightened, their expressions burning with even greater fervor. Unable to bear the intensity of their adoring gazes, Shen Lang spoke again. "I have returned to assume the position of village chief. Kindly inform everyone else to gather at the central square." "No need. We've already received official notification from the Grand Dao. Everyone is rushing toward the village right now, Lord." And Shen Lang paused, then suddenly recalled why these players had recognized him so swiftly. So it was the Grand Dao's doing after all. And muttering inwardly, he merely nodded serenely. "And very well. Then let us proceed together to the square." "Understood." And voices roared in unison, enthusiastic, resounding, electric. And surrounded by a throng of admirers, Shen Lang strode toward the novice village square. By then the square teemed with players, their faces alight with exhilaration. "And what do you suppose Lord Dark Knight looks like? Is he handsome? What if he isn't my type? Should I still accept him?" "It's truly agonizing," murmured a female player. As her words hung in the air, those nearby cast her wary, bemused glances, then subtly edged away, fearing contagion from sheer eccentricity. Another player sighed wearily. "Just get more sleep. You wouldn't be daydreaming like this otherwise. And whether you'll accept Lord Dark Knight is your affair, but rest assured he certainly won't accept you." "Nonsense. How could that be? I'm stunning." And her voice sharpened with indignation. And then a sudden cry erupted from the periphery. "He's here. Lord Dark Knight has arrived." Instantly the crowd parted like a river yielding to its sovereign. In the next breath, Shen Lang stepped into full view, calm, poised, commanding. A wave of excitement surged through the assembly. And Dark Knight, Dark Knight, Dark Knight. And no one knew who began the chant. But soon every voice joined in roaring his epithet like a sacred incantation. That celestial sensation of being cradled by adoration briefly stirred even Shen Lang's disciplined heart. Call it vanity if you will. Yet before his transmigration, he'd delivered takeout meals. So who among us doesn't yearn deep down to stand at the radiant center of attention? Though momentarily entranced, Shen Lang remained anchored in clarity. His stride never faltered as he advanced steadily toward the elevated platform at the square's heart. Along the way, he passed a female player whose features were pleasant, her cheeks flushed crimson, eyes shimmering with hopeful anticipation. He glanced once, then walked on without pause or glance backward. Women only hinder the pace of one's ascension. Nods he'd passed someone nearby mimicked her earlier tone with theatrical flair. "What do you suppose Lord Dark Knight looks like? Is he handsome? What if he isn't my type? Should I still accept him? It's truly agonizing." And ha ha ha. And laughter erupted instantly, bright, unrestrained, contagious. The young woman froze, mortified beyond measure, her head bowing so low she seemed ready to vanish into the earth itself. And unaware of this minor commotion below, Shen Lang had already traversed the crowd and ascended the platform. Facing the multitude meeting dozens of feverish, expectant gazes, he raised a hand, just slightly. And silence fell upon the square like dusk descending, absolute, immediate, profound. "Citizens, I am Dark Knight, and many know my name, yet few have laid eyes upon my face. But it matters not. From this day forward, I shall serve as chief of our novice village. Time is vast. Acquaintance will deepen with each passing day. By the way, one among you wishes to contest this appointment." In curiosity laced his final query. And no reply came. Only mutual silent glances flickered across the crowd. Certainly others had harbored ambitions for the chieftainship. Yet comparison was merciless against Shen Lang. They possessed neither strength nor presence. To challenge him would be no different than mounting the stage as a clown. And moreover, none had even completed the prerequisite quest, disqualifying them outright. Seeing no challenger step forth, Shen Lang's smile widened. "And, since none oppose me, it seems consensus has been reached. I shall assume the mantle without hesitation." Lord Dark Knight jests. "Who else but you could possibly lead Of all the novice villages ours, village 114116, acknowledges no chief, but you. Brothers, am I not right? Right. Nah, fresh wave of clamor swelled. So Shen Lang lifted his hand once more, gently quelling the tide until silence reigned anew. Since your will is clear, I accept this duty with gratitude. Nah, courteous phrase slipped from his lips. Then inwardly he intoned, assumed the title of village chief. System alert detected player affiliation with novice village 114116. Confirm assumption of village chief title. And confirm. And congratulations, you have officially assumed the office of village chief. Novice village 114116 map unlocked. And village chief authority activated. In novice village governance system initialized. You may now establish eligibility criteria for village 114116. As Shen Lang confirmed, cascading system notifications bloomed before him, and simultaneously a village chief interface materialized in midair. Player Dark Knight and title village chief population 753 and authorities, recruit or expel villagers, experience bonus, 1 in governance system, not yet configured. Nay, flash of sharp insight gleamed in Shen Lang's eyes as he beheld the panel. The village chief interface existed independently, separate from his personal character sheet. And the greatest advantage of this title lay precisely in its authorities. Absolute discretion over recruitment and expulsion, effectively dominion over life and death within the village. After all, without the village's sanctuary, most present would perish before nightfall, slain beyond its walls. Not all possessed Shen Lang's extraordinary prowess. Yet even this power paled beside the third authority. As Shen Lang read the detailed description of the experience bonus, a spark of exhilaration ignited in his gaze. The introduction to the experience bonus is quite simple, yet the information contained within it fills Shen Lang with 753 people assuming each gains 100 experience daily. That amounts to 75,300 experience points, allowing Shen Lang to receive 753 experience points. It may not seem like much, but this is free experience that requires no effort. In a month it totals 22,590 experience points. And this is calculated based on each person gaining 100 experience points daily. The question is, can they only earn 100 experience points each day? Naturally, that is not the case. Therefore, the experience bonus Shen Lang can receive will far exceed the 753 points. Crucially, villages can be upgraded. According to the information provided by the Dao, a village can evolve into a town into a city, and even establish a nation. As the village's level increases, not only will more privileges be unlocked, but the experience bonus ratio will also rise. In summary, after taking on the role of village chief, the villagers are essentially working for him. While they may profit greatly, Shen Lang will never suffer any loss. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Shen Lang's gaze towards the crowd below turned particularly kind. No, they were diligent workers striving to help him level up. Naturally, Shen Lang did not mind showing them a bit of goodwill. As Shen Lang inherited the position of village chief, all players in the 114116 novice village also received a notification from the Dao. Announcement: player in Yi has become the village chief of 114,116 novice village. The village contribution system is now activated. Contributions made to the village's development will earn contribution points, which can be exchanged for resources from the village chief. Hearing the Dao's notification, the numerous players below erupted in discussion, buzzing with excitement. On the platform, Shen Lang also saw the announcement released by the Dao, and a thoughtful expression crossed his face. Indeed, the Dao is fair, a one must give to receive. Shen Lang received the authority of village chief, gained an experience bonus, and enjoyed many benefits. Correspondingly, he must also bear the responsibilities of a village chief. The resources exchanged with contribution points are what he needs to shoulder. There are indeed no free lunches in this world. Shen Lang mused, yet he felt no panic. When it came to other matters, he might lack confidence, but as for resources, Coffee could get as much as he wanted. Not to mention the weapons he discarded, like the blood drink frenzy blade, would send players into a frenzy if put up for sale. Of course, the key reason he calmly accepted this condition is that he is the biggest beneficiary of the contribution points. Only when the contribution point system motivates the players will they work harder to help him develop the village. As the village develops and levels up faster, the experience bonuses he receives will increase, allowing for quicker leveling. In comparison, contributing some resources he doesn't need is merely a minor issue. Once he clarified these relationships, Shen Lang looked at the crowd below and cleared his throat. Everyone, I believe you have seen the Daos notification. From today onward, I hope everyone can contribute more to the development of the village. Additionally, in a few days, I will put up a list of resources available for exchange detailing what can be exchanged and the required contribution points. I hope everyone will strive for the rise of our village. Shen Lang emphatically waved his fist, and although the crowd still seemed a bit confused under his prestige, they all cheered. Without continuing with a long-winded speech, Shen Lang motivated them and then announced their dismissal. Afterward, most players left, but a few were retained by Shen Lang. Players Nice, player Sunshine Beauty, player Gentle Breeze, player I Love a Piece of Firewood, and player Zhuang Sheng Meng Dai. These 5 are currently the strongest in 114116 novice village aside from Shen Lang. Sunshine Beauty is the strongest, having reached level 9, only 1 level away from level 10. Don't be deceived by that 1 level. The difference in experience is vast. Nice is next, having reached the critical point of level 8, and will soon reach level 9. The remaining 3 are far behind, just having reached level 8. Do you know why I asked you to stay? Shen Lang slowly asked as he looked at the five. Upon hearing this, they exchanged glances and shook their heads. Although they had their suspicions, no one dared to claim certainty, so they all pretended to be clueless. Shen Lang unfazed, I am now the village chief, but I am just a figurehead chief. Therefore I plan to establish a management team to assist me in managing the village. You five are the strongest in the village aside from me, so I now give you an opportunity to join the management team. What do you think? Shen Lang spoke calmly, and as he finished the faces of the five present showed signs of interest. Although Shen Lang is currently just a figurehead, anyone with common sense can see that he will become stronger in the future. If they don't seize this opportunity to cling to his coattails now, it will be impossible in the future. Moreover, being part of the management team gives them a higher status than other players. In a bureaucratic country like Huagua, what could be more appealing than holding a position of power? It's safe to say that whether evaluating current benefits or future prospects, they can find no reason to refuse. Thus, when Shen Lang finished speaking, Zhuang Shengmeng Dai immediately stood up. And I am willing to join. Rest assured I will do my best. Hearing Zhuang Shengmeng Dai's words, Shen Lang smiled slightly, revealing an expression of someone who is teachable. The others witnessing this scene felt regretful, thinking, why was I a step slower? As they pondered, the remaining few also stood up to agree to join, including Sunshine Beauty. Once everyone agreed, Shen Lang nodded in satisfaction and continued, great, thank you all for your help. Now I will assign some tasks. Zhuang Sheng, I need an office space. Can you handle that? Any issues? No problem. Zhuang Shengmeng Dai Then Shen Lang began to point to the others. Gentle Breeze, we need to establish rules for the village. I'll leave this to you. Can you manage it? Don't worry, village chief, I can do it. Good, I love a piece of firewood. I will prepare a list of contribution point exchanges for you shortly. Please have someone posted in every corner of the village to ensure everyone sees it. Is that alright? No problem. Sunshine Beauty and Nice, you two are the strongest. We need to form 2 guard teams to patrol during the day and at night. Can you handle that? On Yi, we have the novice barrier protection in our village, so we don't need guard teams, right? Nice hesitantly spoke. The novice barrier can only last for a time. It cannot exist forever. This is for future preparations. Any issues? Shen Lang replied calmly. None. Neither do I. Sunshine Beauty echoed. Alright, since there are no issues, let's all spring into action and get the tasks I assigned done as soon as possible. Watching the 5 depart, Shen Lang finally withdrew his gaze and began to contemplate the tasks ahead. The most pressing matter, of course, was to unlock the seal of the novice village. Having witnessed the endless resources within the deep sea, the resources that once seemed abundant in the novice village now appeared so barren. Whether for the enhancement of his own strength or for the better development of the village, the seal of the novice village must be opened. Now he had all 5 keys to unlock the seal in his possession. If Shen Lang wished, he could open it at any moment. However, there was a problem. Although the resources outside the novice village were plentiful, they were correspondingly more dangerous. Based on his experiences in the endless deep sea, only players above level 10 had a chance of survival outside the seal. Below level 10, one might not even be able to leave the village. Although Shen Lang was quite powerful, he had no interest in playing the babysitter, nor did he have the time to protect every player. Thus, if he were to open the seal now, the players within the novice village would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. If it had been before, it would have been one thing. He was not a kind-hearted person, and he did not care much whether players lived or died. But now it was different. Every player was a valuable worker to him, and the more people he had, the more support he could secure. Shen Lang did not want to witness a large-scale death of players. Ideally, none should die. This compelled him to consider their safety. It seemed that to open the seal, he would have to wait a little longer, at least until all players had leveled up to 10, which would also reduce. Silently muttering to himself, Shen Lang temporarily suppressed his curiosity about the outside world and began to wander leisurely around the village. Although he hailed from Novice Village 114116, he had not spent much time there after his birth. Now that the Novice Village had become his territory, and with nothing much to do, Shen Lang settled down and began to explore every corner of the village. After an hour of exploration, Shen Lang had a preliminary understanding of the layout of the Novice Village. The Novice Village was divided into 3 sections: the residential area, the square, and the trade market. The trade market was developed by the players themselves. When they hunted fierce beasts, they would obtain items they did not need. Although there was a trading channel, it required a certain fee. As a result, some players set up stalls in real life, which gradually developed into a free trade market. This area could be said to be created by the players. As for the residential area and the camp square, these were the buildings originally present in the Novice Village. Shen Lang wandered continuously, and players greeted him along the way, initially responding politely. Eventually, he simply nodded in acknowledgement. There were too many people. If he responded to each one, he wouldn't accomplish anything. Before long, night fell, and players who had ventured out began to return to the Novice Village, while Shen Lang also made his way back to his novice house. Just as he stepped inside, he suddenly heard voices discussing outside. Hey, I wonder what the Dao is thinking. Why do other players' novice houses accelerate energy and stamina recovery, while ours have nothing? It feels like the Dao is intentionally targeting us. Indeed, with 1,000 players, ours is the only novice house without bonuses. It only makes me more furious. Listening to the conversation outside, Shen Lang remained calm, showing no signs of guilt. Since no one knew it was his doing, in a sense it was as if he had not done anything at all. Therefore, since it wasn't his fault, he felt no guilt. It was time to sleep. Without further incident, the next day in the morning, Shen Lang stretched comfortably. Although he had the benefits of an SS level Dao blessing and no longer needed sleep, he still preferred to rest whenever conditions allowed. This was also his first sleep since arriving in this world, and to be honest it felt quite good. After getting up and washing up he manipulated the fire element to prepare himself a piece of roasted meat. After enjoying breakfast Shen Lang leisurely left his residence and headed east in the novice village. He had instructed Zhuang Shengming Dai to set up an office space yesterday, and that fellow had chosen a location on the east side of the novice village where work had already begun. Although the novice village currently had only 3 areas, its actual size was not small, capable of accommodating thousands of people with ease, let alone their mere few hundred. As a result, many places in the novice village were still vacant. Shen Lang estimated that these were likely areas the Dao had left for them to plan in advance. Before long, Shen Lang arrived at the empty space on the east side of the novice village. Upon his arrival, he noticed that this area had undergone a complete transformation. What had been an empty lot yesterday now featured a structure of over 500 modular rooms rising from the ground with more than 100 people busily working on it. Given the progress, it was likely to be completed today. Truly, it was no wonder this country was known as a construction fanatic. Such speed was impressive. Without a doubt, Shen Lang's appearance immediately attracted the attention of numerous players. As the village chief, combined with the prestige of his Dark Knight identity, it was impossible for him to remain low-key in the village. Before long, Zhuang Xiaoming quickly emerged from the crowd looking at Shen Lang with a smile and saying, "Village chief, I came to check on your progress. How much longer until completion?" Shen Lang asked directly without any pretense. "We are already in the finishing stages. It should be done in no more than an hour," Zhuang Shengming Dai chuckled. Hearing this, Shen Lang nodded. "Well done, I will reward you with an extra chicken leg later. Since it's almost done, go find the other 4 for me. We need to have a meeting." "All right, village chief, I will go find them right away." "Go ahead," Shen Lang nodded, and Zhuang Shengming Dai quickly jogged away. Once he left, Shen Lang did not linger, but instead walked into the soon-to-be-completed office space for a visit. Unlike the concrete buildings in the real world, Zhuang Shengming Dai's construction leaned towards an ancient style, primarily using wood as the material. After all, wood was the most abundant resource here. Materials like concrete and steel were simply unavailable. Due to the haste, this office residence lacked many details, missing the unique beauty of ancient styles. Fortunately, Shen Lang did not mind. He prioritized practicality over aesthetics. After wandering for a while and greeting the players working on the residence, soon Zhuang Shengming Dai returned with Yang Guang Mei Nu and a few others. "Village chief, we are here." Seeing Shen Lang bustling about in the residence, they called out to him. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang turned to look at them and smiled, "Glad to see you have come in." With that, Shen Lang took the lead and walked towards the reception hall within the residence, followed closely by the others. In the reception room, Shen Lang and a few others sat around the long table observing the other 4, who appeared somewhat tense aside from Zhuang Shengming. Shen Lang smiled lightly. "Why is everyone so serious? I'm not going to eat you." He joked casually to lighten the somewhat awkward atmosphere before shifting the conversation to the main topic. "The reason I called you here today is to inquire about your progress. After all, we don't have much time left, and we need to prepare quickly. Now who would like to report first?" "He'll go first." "I love a piece of firewood," raised his hand immediately. His task was not particularly complicated. He merely needed to post some flyers which he had completed yesterday. "Village chief, I've posted the exchange list in prominent places throughout the village, and everyone has seen it. Also, someone asked me to inquire if all the items on the exchange list can really be exchanged." As he spoke, "I love a piece of firewood's tone became increasingly cautious. The others also cast curious glances at Shen Lang. The exchange list he posted was simply too enticing. At this stage, most players in the 114-116 novice village are lucky to possess a dagger or short blade, if one could also have a piece of cloth armor that would signify a truly advanced player. Unfortunately, equipment is exceedingly difficult to obtain, and the drop rate from ferocious beasts is low. Currently, the total number of players with equipment in the novice village is less than 100, highlighting just how poor everyone is. The exchange list released by Shen Lang is filled with the equipment that players desperately need: daggers, short blades, straw sandals, and cloth armor. These are the most basic items on the list. Better items, such as the 3rd grade Thunder Light armor and the 3rd grade Swift boots, made everyone's eyes light up with greed. However, these are not even the best items on the exchange list. The top-tier equipment consists of the Blood Drink Mad Blade and the Mad Lion armor, among a few other 5th grade items, which Shen Lang had previously discarded. In front of a group of players who treated even 1st grade equipment as treasures, Shen Lang's generous offerings of 3rd grade and 5th grade items left everyone feeling dizzy. There was even a vague sense of unreality. They could not comprehend how such excellent equipment could truly be exchanged with contribution points, which prompted "I love a piece of firewood" to ask his question. "What's wrong? Don't you believe me?" Shen Lang raised an eyebrow. No, village chief, we're just genuinely curious." "I love a piece of firewood" waved his hands in panic. Seeing this, Shen Lang said no more, and simply raised his hand, revealing the Blood Drink Mad Blade in an instant. Having used this equipment for quite some time, the Blood Drink Mad Blade was indeed steeped in blood, its blade shrouded in a menace. As it appeared, Shen Lang felt nothing, but the others immediately sensed a significant drop in temperature, a chilling sensation that sent shivers down their spines. "This is the Blood Drink Mad Blade. Whoever meets the requirements can claim it. Later you can inform everyone that as long as they have the contribution points for the items on the exchange list, they can come to me to exchange for them. Additionally, the exchange list will be updated with new equipment from time to time, so everyone need not worry about running out of items to exchange for after they redeem their points." Gulp. After Shen Lang finished speaking, a chorus of gulping sounds echoed in the hall. Several people stared eagerly at the blood drink Mad Blade, including the Sunny Beauty, as players who wouldn't want good equipment, not to mention the significant boost a great weapon could provide to one's strength. The key point is that the blood drink Mad Blade looks cool, its attributes may not matter much, but looking good is a lifetime affair. Hehe, village chief, can we also participate in the exchange? Zhuang Shengmeng smiled foolishly. Of course you are also members of the village. As long as you have sufficient contribution points you can redeem items. That's great. He'll go see what tasks are available right away. Village chief, can I take a picture? I love a piece of firewood, asked somewhat shyly. Go ahead. Shen Lang nodded nonchalantly. Soon a photo of the blood drink Mad Blade appeared in the chat group accompanied by I love a piece of firewood's excited sentiment. Wow, wow, wow. Look, this is the 5th grade blood drink Mad Blade, isn't it stunning? First row, wow, this blade is awesome. The Night Lord is actually generous enough to offer such equipment as a reward for us. First row 1, wow, I really wanted this blade, is so cool. Night Lord, I don't want to work hard anymore. I'm beautiful and charming, do you think I have a chance? Blurry photo. Superficial, how could the Night Lord be tempted by beauty? Night Lord, I don't mind being a submissive one, just give me a chance. Muscle photo, damn, upstairs you are so blinding. But to be fair, Night Lord, can we stop being so rigid about gender? Consider me, am super white, glowing white photo. What initially seemed to be a normal situation gradually spiraled into chaos under the antics of the players. However, none of this affected Shen Lang. After resolving I love a piece of firewood's query, he turned his attention to the 3. When Shen Lang's gaze swept over, Nice felt a bit nervous, and then spoke with a dry tone. Village chief, I still need some time to form the guard team. I'm selecting suitable candidates. I feel the same way. The Sunny Beauty chimed in. As a holder of S-class talent, she had been confident. Usually she presented herself with an air of superiority. However, compared to Shen Lang, she felt utterly inferior and couldn't hold her head high. Therefore, now facing Shen Lang, she was no different from the others, more reserved and unable to relax. Listening to their reports, Shen Lang nodded and did not criticize them. After all, their tasks indeed required more time. The members of the guard team cannot simply be assembled by gathering a few people. At the very least, they need to be disciplined, which is the hardest aspect to achieve. As for players, you can expect them to do anything, but you cannot expect them to follow rules. Qingfeng, how's the development of the village regulations going? Hearing Shen Lang call his name, Qingfeng could only smile wryly and stand up. Village chief, I have drafted the initial version of the regulations, but am not sure about the scope. Could you please help me review it? Qingfeng's eyes held a hint of expectation. In response, Shen Lang looked at him expressionlessly, rolling his eyes internally. He had formed the management team to delegate work, yet this guy wanted him to work as well. Impossible. Everyone, I want to quickly raise the level of all players in the village to above level 10. Do you have any thoughts on this? Shen Lang spoke calmly, revealing the true purpose of gathering everyone today. A village chief, isn't that a bit hasty? At the current pace, most players in the village should be able to reach level 10. Nai Si said in confusion. That's too slow, why can't wait 7 days? Shen Lang knocked on the table again. Today is only the 4th day with 3 days left until the 7th day. Time may not seem long, but Shen Lang had already improved his strength to the current level in just 3 days. Now he couldn't afford to waste the same amount of time waiting for new players in the village to level up to 10. Of course, he could continue hunting fierce beasts to gain experience. However, with his current strength, the experience provided by the beasts in the novice village was merely a drop in the bucket. Having experienced the rocket-like speed of leveling up, he could not accept going back to a slow grind. Therefore, the only way now was to unlock the seal and hunt the fierce beasts outside the novice village. Yet he also needed to find a way to ensure the safety of the novice village players, which posed a dilemma. Hearing the disdain in Shen Lang's tone, everyone present could not help but smile wryly. Is it really slow to reach level 10 in 7 days? Compared to other villages, that's practically a cheat. Are there even 2/3 of players in other villages who can reach level 10 in 7 days? There are hardly any, right? Only their 114,116 novice village can achieve this. Yet when this was said from Shen Lang's mouth, it carried an air of inevitability. Although they did not know Shen Lang's level during the village fight earlier, Shen Lang had already reached level 9. Given his leveling speed, he was probably already at level 10. As a result, they had no way to refute Shen Lang's words, and for a moment, they could only respond with wry smiles. What's wrong? No ideas. Seeing that no one was speaking, Shen Lang frowned. At this moment, Zhuang Shengmeng hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and said, actually, there is a way. Speak. Ahem, as everyone knows, when hunting fierce beasts in a team, the person who kills the beast receives the most experience. So village chief, if you are willing to lead us, you can injure the beasts, and we will kill them, achieving a rapid leveling effect. After saying this, Zhuang Shengmeng immediately lowered his head, slightly afraid to look at Shen Lang. His suggestion felt like treating Shen Lang as a tool, and he feared Shen Lang would hit him. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang revealed a hint of suspicion. Don't I remember that team hunting distributes experience based on contribution? As he spoke, Shen Lang stared at Zhuang Shengmeng with a doubtful gaze, wondering if this kid was trying to trick him. As if sensing Shen Lang's thoughts, Zhuang Shengmeng was startled and stammered. Village chief, too, I'm not trying to trick you. There are actually 2 modes for team hunting. One is the mode you mentioned where experience is distributed according to merit. Everyone assumes this option when teaming up. The other mode, which I am talking about, distributes experience based on who kills the beast, and then it is divided according to effort. So that's how it is. Shen Lang seemed to understand. He truly did not know about this mode since he had never teamed up with anyone and had no way to learn about it. In that case, let's set off. I will help you reach level 10 first. However, this is not for free. After you reach level 10, each of you must bring me at least 3 level 10 players. This rule will also apply to any players you bring out in the future. Can you do this? Yes. Everyone responded in unison, their faces lighting up with excitement. Shen Lang was the strongest in the novice village. With him leading the way, hunting would feel like soaring. Although they were confident that they could reach level 10 within the remaining days, achieving it earlier would be even better. Not only would it lift the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, but there were also rewards to be earned. Although the reward for ranking first on the level leaderboard had already been claimed by Shen Lang, there were still the second and third places. Thinking of this, everyone's gaze towards Shen Lang turned eager, all wanting to be the second to reach level 10. However, Shen Lang ignored them and directly led 5 people out of the novice village into the wilderness area. Without stopping in the low-level fierce beast area, Shen Lang took them straight to the Baiwei wilderness. Along the way, the 5 began excited, but their faces gradually turned pale. There was no way. The Baiwei wilderness was terrifying, with level 8 and 9 beasts everywhere, and level 10 beasts frequently appearing, not to mention the terrifying beasts that exceeded level 10. Although they had decent strength in such a place, they could hardly survive for a minute. If it weren't for Shen Lang leading them, they wouldn't even make it to the wilderness plain before being devoured by the beasts here. In an instant, the 5 could only tremble and huddle around Shen Lang, seeking a bit of security. In contrast, Shen Lang felt nothing. He was the symbol of invincibility in the novice village now. The fierce beasts that looked terrifying could hardly provide him with any experience. If it weren't for needing to help the others level up, he wouldn't even bother coming out. Alright, let's stop here. Zhuang Shengmeng Dai. Entering the Baiwei wilderness, Shen Lang stopped and said calmly. Hearing this, Zhuang Shengmeng Dai, who had been somewhat fearful, suddenly widened his eyes in excitement. I'll go first. What's wrong? Don't wanna? Of course I do. Zhuang Shengmeng Dai nodded vigorously like a chick. To be honest, he never expected that such a good fortune of being the first to level up would fall on him. After all, his talent was not outstanding among the 5, and he thought the first to level up would be either the Sunny Girl or Nai Si. Similarly, not only did he not expect this, but the other 4 also did not foresee that the first opportunity to level up among the 5 would fall on Zhuang Shengmeng Dai. In an instant, the Sunny Girl and Nai Si had very complicated expressions, while Qing Feng and I Love a Stick looked at him with envy. Shen Lang naturally noticed the changes in their expressions, but he did not care. To him, it didn't matter who leveled up first. In his eyes, the 5 were indistinguishable. Perhaps the Sunny Girl had the highest talent, but so what? Could she surpass him? Thus, helping whoever leveled up first completely depended on Shen Lang's mood, without considering other factors. Zhuang Shengmeng Dai being the first to level up was not only because he was the first to stand up and support Shen Lang, but also because this method was proposed by him. There are rewards for contributions and penalties for faults. Shen Lang understood this without needing anyone to teach him, so choosing Zhuang Shengmeng Dai was the fairest choice, otherwise it would be genuinely unfair. In the moonlit wilderness, as a massive saber-toothed tiger crashed heavily to the ground, the onlookers around gaped in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They were aware of Shen Lang's strength, but this level of power had always existed only in concept without a clear understanding. Only now, as they witnessed Shen Lang severely injuring a level 12 saber-toothed tiger with a single move, and then easily harvesting it by Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming, they were utterly dumbfounded. Village Chief, what level are you now? Qing Feng asked, somewhat stammering. Level 11, Shen Lang replied, candidly showing no signs of concealment. But that saber-toothed tiger seems to be a level 12 beast. What's the problem with that? Shen Lang looked at Qing Feng with confusion, as if saying, isn't it basic to kill a level 12 beast at level 11? Qing Feng suddenly found himself at a loss for words, for he saw the look of puzzlement on Shen Lang's face, which implied that killing a level 12 beast at level 11 was merely a standard operation. What's so strange about that? No problem. Ultimately, Qing Feng decided not to press further, and Shen Lang also brushed off his question, continuing to lead the group in monster hunting. In the next half an hour, they gained a completely new understanding of Shen Lang's strength. Level 13 beasts, instant kill. Level 14 beasts, instant kill. Level 15 beasts, continued instant kills. It was as if in Shen Lang's eyes these formidable beasts were no different from those of level 2 or 3. Regardless of how strong they were, they all faced the fate of being killed in one blow. And the expressions of the crowd shifted from initial shock to a gradual numbness. Only Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming at this moment was grinning widely, feeling what it was like to ride on someone's coattails. It was exhilarating as they continuously defeated beasts, and their levels skyrocketed like a rocket. Soon a notification sound echoed in Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming's mind. Congratulations, your level has increased to 10. 4-dimensional attributes 10. Free attributes 5. Detected that you are the second player in the 114116 novice village to reach level 10, rewarded with 2 silver treasure chests. Level 10. Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming was momentarily stunned, then felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Now that he was at level 10, he could no longer ride the coattails of Shen Lang. He felt like crying. At this moment, Shen Lang also turned to look at him. With his eye of insight, he could easily see through Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming's level. Alright, since you've reached level 10, let's disband the party. Yes, village chief. Although disappointed, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming decisively nodded. As for the other 4 who had become numb upon hearing this, they all widened their eyes again. Wait, how long has it been? Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming is already level 10. This is too fast. The others couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. Meanwhile, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming, after disbanding the party, flipped his hand and took out the 2 silver treasure chests awarded by the Great Tao from his backpack. He, village chief, this is for you. What for? Shen Lang raised an eyebrow. I know my own abilities. If it weren't for you, village chief, I would never have gotten these 2 treasure chests, so these 2 chests should belong to you, village chief. As he spoke, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming respectfully handed over the 2 chests. Looking at his demeanor, a hint of appreciation flashed in Shen Lang's eyes. He realized this guy was truly clever. Whether it was standing up to support him at first or now presenting the treasure chests, anyone else would have hesitated, but this guy did not hesitate at all. Though it couldn't be ruled out that he might be trying to flatter, judging by actions and not intentions, Shen Lang felt that he had not. All right, keep them for yourself. Shen Lang shook his head, refusing. Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming. If they were golden treasure chests, he might have accepted them. But silver treasure chests, to be honest, were completely dispensable to Shen Lang. He didn't need to rely on plundering resources from his subordinates to enhance himself. Sunshine Beauty, next you will team up with me. Calling out the name of Sunshine Beauty, Shen Lang initiated a new round. With Shen Lang around, it was only natural for the others to level up to 10. In less than 2 hours, the remaining group also all reached level 10. Excitement lit up every face, and they were immensely grateful to Shen Lang. Although Shen Lang led everyone in leveling up, he did not come away empty-handed. Firstly, his experience increased by 10,000 points, and secondly, he also extracted a significant number of attribute points from the bodies of those beasts. Strength 10, Agility 12, Constitution 8, Stamina 9. Compared to his current attributes, these were naturally not much, but even a mosquito is meat, and Shen Lang did not mind. Alright, let's return to the village. Looking at the energized group, Shen Lang smiled and spoke. Yes, village chief. The group responded respectfully. If they had previously respected Shen Lang for his past reputation, now it was purely due to his help. After reaching level 10, everyone's strength had significantly increased. The stronger the talent, the more the strength enhanced. On the way back, when they encountered beasts, there was no need for Shen Lang to intervene. The 5 of them handled it directly. Upon returning to the village, they did not idle, immediately starting to select suitable individuals to take on upgrades. In the meantime, Zhuang Sheng Mengdai suggested that while they could bring others to level up, they should require them to spend contribution. After pondering this proposal for a moment, Shen Lang agreed. Firstly, he could not possibly take all players to level up at once. It was not about having few, but about inequality, and a condition was indeed necessary. Secondly, giving too much favor to these players might backfire. That was a scene Shen Lang definitely did not want to see. After finalizing the specific regulations, the plan to bring people to level up officially began to be implemented. When this news broke, all players in the 114116 Novice Village were instantly in an uproar. A group of level 10 veterans leading people to level up. This is the rhythm of giving them cheats. Ask anyone who plays games if they don't want cheats. In no time, all players in the Novice Village became excited, especially for those who were unsure of reaching level 10 in the coming days. This news was like a lifeline, making them eager to grab it tightly. At this moment, the correctness of Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming's suggestion became evident. Because of the contribution point restriction, even though many players were not selected at the first opportunity, there was no major uproar. They simply worked harder to contribute to the village and accumulate contribution points. Without this restriction, if all players rushed in at once, it would undoubtedly cause a significant stir over who would be chosen. While Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming and others were busy leveling up, Shen Lang, who had some free time, had already strolled to the village. The contribution value system in the village was personally crafted by the Tao with the primary purpose of facilitating the village's rapid development. In this system, contributing labor to the village is a form of development, earning contribution points. Similarly, submitting resources also aids in the village's growth, granting contribution points as well. In short, any action that benefits the village's development can yield contribution points. Currently, the village has yet to find its footing, thus, there are not many tasks available for players. Consequently, the only way for players to earn contribution points is to help gather resources for the village. Therefore, the warehouse is now piled high with a plethora of spiritual herbs, beast corpses, various materials, and more. When Shen Lang saw the accumulation of resources in the warehouse, he was momentarily taken aback. After the moment of surprise, a faint smile could not help but spread across his face. He realized that he had not fully utilized the potential of the workers. With so many resources, if he had to gather them himself, it would have taken an unimaginable amount of time. Yet now, thanks to the efforts of numerous players, so much had been collected in such a short time. The key point is that the ownership of these resources belongs to him, allowing him to take everything without expending anything. After all, the resources needed for exchange come from him, so naturally the resources collected by the players also belong to him. As for the Tao, it merely provided a contribution value system and does not directly participate in the village's development. Thus, Shen Lang had complete freedom in how to manage these resources. Taking a glance at the various materials for forging weapons piled in the warehouse, Shen Lang merely swept his eyes over them and disregarded them. These materials offered no help in enhancing his strength. Even with divine extraction, they could only augment the attributes during weapon crafting. Therefore, these materials were the least useful to Shen Lang. Next came a large pile of beast corpses, who, although they were undoubtedly useful, the level of these beasts was far too distant from Shen Lang's, making divine extraction impossible. Excluding these two types, only various spiritual herbs remained. For Shen Lang, spiritual herbs were nearly the most profitable items, as he could extract potions that enhance his 4 attributes, and crucially, he could also derive potions with special effects. If utilized well, these could completely turn the tide. While they might not be of great benefit to Shen Lang, for other players they could potentially be life-saving items. Moreover, their novice village had the most resources of any novice village in the 9th district, so the quantity of spiritual herbs collected was naturally considerable. After divine extraction, he could list some potions that he found unappealing for player exchanges. This would create a positive cycle, incentivizing players to gather more resources in exchange for contribution points. At that moment, Shen Lang felt as though he had evolved, transitioning from an inexperienced capitalist to a novice-level capitalist. With a smile, he reined in his scattered thoughts and began to get to work. Without touching the beast corpses and forging materials, Shen Lang performed divine extraction on all the spiritual herbs. After working for over half an hour, he finally emptied the warehouse of spiritual herbs, yielding a total of 1,800 drops of potion. Among them, 300 drops were potions that enhanced the 4 attributes, while the rest were potions with various special attributes, such as deadly poison potions, corrosive potions, healing potions, and so on. After consuming 251 drops of the attribute-enhancing potion, Shen Lang's strength increased by 65 points, agility by 82 points, constitution by 35 points, and energy by 56 points, making him feel as though he had leveled up 4 or 5 times. What a delight! As for the remaining 49 drops of potion, Shen Lang decided not to use them. He planned to list these for exchange to encourage players to work harder in earning contribution points and collecting spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, such a massive collection of spiritual herbs would not become the norm. The speed of collecting spiritual herbs would undoubtedly decrease moving forward, as they also required time to grow. Under the leadership of Zhuang Xiaoming and the others, all 15 players had reached level 10. This also meant that there were now over 20 level 10 players in the 114. Before he knew it, 4 hours had passed, and the first batch of players who had gone out to level up returned. According to the rules Shen Lang had previously established, each person was to bring back 3 others, resulting in a total of 15 players returning. Under the leadership of Zhuang Xiaoming and the others, all 15 players had reached level 10. This also meant that there were now over 20 level 10 players in the 114-116 novice village. If this continued to multiply, it would not be long before all players could reach level 10. As Shen Lang had anticipated, after the first batch of players returned, they immediately began to take others out to level up. This was the rule he had set previously. What surprised Shen Lang was that Zhuang Xiaoming and the others, who could have taken a break, did not rest after bringing back the first batch of players, but instead continued to lead a second batch for leveling up. This puzzled Shen Lang for a moment, until he realized that these individuals were likely motivated by contribution points. The 3 players they brought back in the first batch did not contribute to their points. Those were for Shen Lang. From now on, every player would follow this pattern for their first batch. However, the contribution points earned from those they brought later would naturally go into their own pockets. The various items on the exchange list were coveted by other players, and naturally they too were envious. Now that they had a rare opportunity to earn contribution points in bulk, they would not let it slip away. From this perspective, as the number of level 10 players increased, it might not even take 2 rounds to upgrade all the players in the 114-116 novice village. Having understood the intricacies of the situation, Shen Lang smiled with satisfaction. However, looking at his panel, where contribution points had exceeded 4 digits, he felt a mix of amusement and confusion, unsure of what use this would have for him. While other players could exchange valuable items with their contribution points, he could not simply exchange with himself. Shaking his head, he did not dwell on it too deeply. While it seemed useless for now, it might prove useful later. Thus he decided to hold on to it for the time being. And so Shen Lang spent another day idly wandering around the village. As time passed, the strength of the players in the village became increasingly formidable. A multitude of level 10 players began to appear in the village, while those below level 10 became increasingly scarce. An amusing incident even occurred. To earn contribution points from players below level 10, players who had already reached level 10 began to lower their prices voluntarily. As a result, the situation changed. It was no longer a case of too few monks for too much porridge, but rather too many monks for too little porridge. Naturally, they started to compete to earn more contribution points. Regarding this, Shen Lang did not pay much attention. The current competition was merely due to the limited number of players. Once the player count increased, such scenarios would become unlikely. Right now, he was focused on the opening time of the novice village's seal. If everything went as expected, after tonight the seal of the novice village would be completely lifted. In the early morning on the 5th day of the novice assessment, Shen Lang had just finished breakfast when the sound of the Daos prompt echoed in the minds of all players. Announcement from District 9 in the 114-116 novice village. All players completed the novice assessment 3 days in advance, with everyone reaching level 10. The top 100 will receive a reward of 10 for each of their 4 attributes. The top 50 will receive 20 for each of their 4 attributes. The top 10 will receive 30 for each, and the first place will receive 50 for each. Players ranked 100 and below will receive 5 for each of their 4 attributes. The sound of the Daos prompt reverberated 3 times in the minds of all players in the novice village of District 9. Everyone was bewildered by this sudden announcement. Especially for the numerous players in the 114-116 novice village, each person's aura was surging wildly, and everyone felt a corresponding boost. Shen Lang was particularly astonished. He never expected that completing the assessment tasks ahead of time would come with rewards. At that moment, he instinctively opened the system panel. Nickname Dark Knight. Level 11, 2120-015-0000. Profession Level 5 Godslayer, 101-002-0000. Fortune Value 70. Strength 582 Level Talent Strength Enhancement. Agility 821 Level Talent Agility Enhancement. Constitution 528, 500 a Level Talent Constitution Enhancement Immune to all poisons. Energy 548 Level Talent Auditory Enhancement, Level Talent Olfactory Enhancement, Level Talent Mental Enhancement, Level Talent Visual Enhancement. Innate Talent SS Level Super Divine Extraction. Special Talents Level Talent 7 Emotions and 6 Desires Level Talent Iron Fist Level Talent Water Element Controlled Level Talent Earth Element Manipulation a Level Talent Bloodline Boiling. Level Talent Fire Element Manipulation. Skills SS Level Passive Tao Blessings Level Active Skill Eye of Insight Level Skill Dominating Blade a Level Skill Soul Impact Level Skill Beast Mastery a Level Skill Hellfire Level Skill Water Dragon Cannon Level Skill Water Dragon Tornado. Battle Pet Canavis. Battle Power 50 stars Stage 1. Allocatable Free Attribute Points 5. Items Special Potion 1951 4-dimensional Attribute Potion 49 Spatial Ring Blood Drinking Mad Blade 1 Stage 5 Thunder Light Armor 1 Stage 3 Fleet Footwear 1 Stage 3 Blood Breaking Short Blade 1 Stage 2 Sharp Short Blade 1 Stage 3 Iron Dagger 7 Golden Key 5 Golden Lion Armor Stage 5 Lightfoot Boots Stage 5 Clothing 3 Grass Shoes 4 Breaking Army Stage 8 Nameless Armor Stage 3 Sea God Armor Stage 8. Looking at the increase of 50 points in his 4-dimensional attributes, Shen Lang couldn't help but feel delighted. After all, it was a reward for free. How could he not be happy? Not just him, but the other players in the 114-116 Novice Village were the same, each with a joyful expression on their faces, having scored a free reward early in the morning. Who wouldn't be happy? However, while they were happy, some others felt quite uncomfortable. In the chat channel of District 9, ever since Shen Lang launched a series of blows, the chat had become much quieter, with very few people speaking, as everyone was busy enhancing their strength. But now the Tao played such a trick, directly bringing out players from various villages. Why is it always this wash? Are they the darlings of the Tao? Why are all the benefits theirs? We the people of my beautiful country refuse to accept this. Baka. I protest, I want to protest. Our Yamato people are the most outstanding people in the world. Why are such rewards not given to us? SHD. That Huaxiao village actually has everyone reaching level 10. How is this possible? The Tao is unfair. The Tao is unfair. In the chat channel of District 9, a flood of messages surged in an instant. Although players from various countries had different focuses, their emotions were the same. They were jealous of why the 114-116 Novice Village could continuously receive rewards. In fact, it wasn't just them. Another Huaxiao village and the previously allied Beibang Country village were also silent at this. Although they were on the same side as the 114-116 Novice Village, facing such good fortune, they were not saints. How could they not feel envious? Soon within the 114-116 Novice Village, some players noticed the commotion in the chat channel of District 9. At once, a large number of players from the 114-116 Novice Village flooded into the district chat channel. Yo, a bunch of defeated opponents, what are you sour about? If you have the ability, you all reach level 10 too. I believe the Tao won't be stingy, and will give you some rewards as well. Hey, upstairs, you can't talk like that. Aren't you making it difficult for them? Their village is so poor, can they even have one person reach level 10? Surviving the assessment task is uncertain, and yet you want them all to reach level 10. That's too much to ask of these foreign friends. That's right, you're right, it's my fault. I shouldn't make it difficult for them. I completely forgot. They are so poor that they probably can't even fill their stomachs, let alone resources to level up. As the saying goes, don't hit the face when beating someone, don't expose the shortcomings when scolding someone. However, players from the 114-116 Novice Village continued to rub salt into the wounds of players from various countries, repeatedly digging up their buried scars and tearing them apart. Baka. A series of curses began to flood the chat screen in District 9. At this moment, players from all countries were furious, as this was not how to treat others. In an instant, the national curses from various countries appeared on the chat screen. Seeing this, players from the 114-116 Novice Village were not angry at all. Instead, they watched with amusement as players from various countries spoke with laughter echoing. Until someone in the district quietly typed a line of text. Are you the ones who are drifting away, or is our 114,116 Novice Village unable to wield a blade? What gives you the audacity to mock us so recklessly? What? Haven't you had enough of village battles? Do you want to have enough? As soon as these words were spoken, the various curses in the chat channel of District 9 immediately came to an abrupt halt. Players from each Novice Village looked at these words, their faces turning pale, in an instant filled with fear, clearly recalling unpleasant memories. Although the Tao had previously stated that there would be no more village battles, they were still afraid. Who could guarantee that what the Tao said was definitely true? Moreover, the Tao is so biased towards the 114-116 Novice Village, who knows if there will be any props to initiate village battles this time. Thinking of the terrifying aftermath of losing a village battle, the entire chat channel of District 9 fell into silence, and no one dared to speak another word. Regarding the events occurring in the chat channel of the 9th District, Shen Lang was completely unaware, and even if he had known, he would not have cared. After receiving the confirmation from the Tao, he immediately left his room and sought out Zhuang Shengxiaoming. Notify everyone to gather at the square. Remember, it's everyone, not a single person less. Yes, village chief. Zhuang Shengxiaoming responded loudly. Although he did not understand Shen Lang's intention in calling everyone early in the morning, he was not concerned. He just needed to unconditionally execute Shen Lang's orders. Soon, with the assistance of the guard team, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming informed all players to gather at the square. The notified players did not dare to be slow and hurried to the square. If previously only a few players regarded Shen Lang as their faith, now, as they all broke through to level 10 under Shen Lang's arrangement, he became their unquestionable belief. Thus the gathering order was executed smoothly. In less than 20 minutes, all 753 players from the 114116 Novice Village had arrived and were silently waiting. At that moment, the atmosphere in the square felt somewhat oppressive. Time passed, and the wait was not long. Soon Shen Lang's figure appeared on the high platform at the front of the square. His speed was astonishing. The crowd barely perceived a blur before Shen Lang appeared. Many were secretly astonished at how strong Shen Lang was. Even though they were all level 10, they could not capture his figure. At that moment, more people gazed at Shen Lang with fervent eyes. "Everyone, it's good to see you again." Shen Lang looked down at the crowd and then spoke with a smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd became even more excited, yet remained silent, listening attentively to Shen Lang's speech. "Today, the reason I gathered you all is not for anything major, just a small matter I need to inform you about. First, congratulations to all of you for passing the novice assessment and reaching level 10. You should be quite excited and thrilled, but I want to tell you level 10 is merely the beginning. Next, I will be opening the seal of the Novice Village. Many of you should know that the place we are in is sealed, and beyond the seal lies the true face of this world. We are currently like Truman in the Truman Show, facing the same choice to remain in our comfort zone or to confront the unknown. Truman chose to escape his comfort, and my choice is the same. I will open the seal and experience the truth of this. I believe some of you are unwilling to open the seal, just wanting to linger in the Novice Village waiting to die. However, that is your choice, not mine. I am the village chief, and my decision is the decision of the village chief, so regardless of whether you are fearful or expectant, I hope you are prepared to join me in welcoming the new world. The new world is very dangerous, far from the comfort of the Novice Village. All of us, including myself, may die. To this I can do nothing but advise you, be cautious, and let's survive together in the new world. Do not think that breaking through to level 10 makes you invincible. Here's a little secret: level 10 is merely the starting point for creatures in the new world. We are still weak and not as powerful as you might imagine. Alright, I have finished speaking. Now I will open the seal of our Novice Village. Everyone prepare yourselves." After a series of reminders, Shen Lang had done everything he could. If under these circumstances someone still could not survive in the new world, then he could do nothing more. Dao opened the seal of the Novice Village. Having made the decision, Shen Lang no longer hesitated and contacted the Dao to open the seal. Detecting that player Anya is about to open the seal of the Novice Village, do you wish to consume 5 keys to open the seal? Friendly reminder: once the seal is broken, the novice protection will disappear, and the functionality of the wooden house will also be cancelled. Compared to previous straightforwardness, this time, even the Dao added a cautionary note. However, Shen Lang, who had already thought everything through, was not affected at all, and calmly replied, "Confirm to consume 5 keys, and open the seal." As soon as he finished speaking, the great power of the Dao descended, and 5 keys flew out automatically from Shen Lang's backpack. Then under the power of the Dao, the keys were activated, and 5 white pillars of light shot up into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of booming sounds, a spectacular scene unfolded before the many players. Everyone had yet to fully digest Shen Lang's earlier words when they witnessed this scene, and for a moment, they all involuntarily held their breath. Soon the 5 beams of light shot into the sky, and a red grid appeared in the originally blue sky. The grid enveloped the entire novice area, appearing very tightly woven. However, as the 5 beams of light entered the grid, the originally tight grid began to visibly loosen, and under the influence of the beams started to disintegrate, fully connecting with the world outside the grid. Boom. An energy storm blew into the novice area from the shattered grid, causing the energy in the novice area to surge. Flowers, grass, trees, ferocious beasts, and various creatures of nature began to change with the influx of mass. The only ones who remained unchanged were the players in the novice village. The red grid continued to disintegrate, and the speed of disintegration increased. The barrier that had originally enveloped the novice village gradually faded, and then slowly disappeared due to the disintegration of the red grid. Everyone, including Shen Lang, seemed like clay statues, dazedly watching these changes. Finally, 10 minutes later, the red grid completely fell away, and the novice area suddenly shook. Instantly, a sense of enlightenment rose in everyone's heart. They had escaped the protection of the Dao and officially begun to integrate into this world. At the same time, the prompt sound of the Dao echoed in the minds of all players across all districts. Congratulations to the 114,116 Novice Village of the 9th District for being the first to complete the novice assessment, integrating into the true 9th world, and becoming the premier novice village in the 9th world. All players in the 114116 Novice Village gained 20 fortune. Congratulations to player Anya, as the village chief of the 114116 Novice Village. Your village is the first to integrate into the 9th world. You have gained the unique identity of the administrator of the World Chat channel. Shen Lang listened to the Dao's prompt in his mind, his expression calm as he gazed at the sky, which had become completely different from before. He knew that he had finally opened a new chapter of the era. Suddenly, a sharp cry echoed from the distant sky as Shen Lang gazed upwards, and a dark spot appeared within everyone's line of sight. Looking at the dark spot, a player in the novice village shouted, drawing the attention of other players. As everyone turned to look at the dark spot, it drew closer to the novice village, and a shadow gradually emerged in the sky. Damn, what a huge bird. As the dark spot approached, someone finally got a clear view of its form. It was a gigantic bird with wings spread wide, nearly 20 meters long. Even from a distance, its massive size created a stir among the players. Shen Lang looked at the giant bird, and a glint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Beast, Golden Winged Eagle Elite, Level 25 Talent Grade, Talent Super Speed Skill Crate Skill Storm Combat Power 75th Rank 8 Stage Description Predator of the Southern Wilderness of the 9th World Drop Rate 15. The mention of the Southern Wilderness intrigued Shen Lang, even though he did not regard the strength of the Golden Winged Eagle as a significant threat. He lacked specific knowledge about the outside world, only aware that he was in the 9th world with little else to go on. Now the appearance of the Golden Winged Eagle clarified the location of their novice village, sparing him from being completely lost. As Shen Lang pondered, the Golden Winged Eagle, having spotted the novice village, decided to hunt, eyeing the bipedal creature's below. Its figure, originally soaring in the sky, suddenly dove downwards towards the novice village, its wings flapping violently. Boom! A terrifying sound of sonic boom erupted as the Golden Winged Eagle's wings flapped wildly. A powerful tornado began to form and swept towards the novice village. The storm assaulted the novice village. Without the protection of the main roads barriers, the buildings within were immediately swept. Many players watched this scene, some turning pale with fear, while others, undeterred, launched attacks in an attempt to stop the goal. However, their strength was vastly inferior to that of the Golden Winged Eagle. Their attacks were torn apart by the whirlwind before they even approached. Seeing this, many players turned pale. They never expected that just after leaving the novice village they would face total annihilation. As despair washed over many, a sharp sound of a blade echoed, accompanied by Shen Lang's cold shout, seeking death. As he spoke, Shen Lang wielded his weapon, the Broken Army, and with a powerful swing, a terrifying force erupted, releasing a sharp blade aura that struck directly at the Golden Winged Eagle. The white blade aura sliced through the storm, and to everyone's disbelief struck the Golden Winged Eagle, splitting its massive boom. The corpse of the Golden Winged Eagle crashed into the novice village with a loud thud. Everyone stared at the bloodied carcass, their eyes wide with shock. Many had thought that having reached level 10 their strength was not far behind Shen Lang. But now one strike from Shen Lang revealed the vast gap between them. The Golden Winged Eagle, which could wipe out their entire group, could not withstand a single strike from Shen Lang, indicating that even if they all attacked together, they would likely meet the same fate. Realizing this, many players gasped in awe, their gazes towards Shen Lang filled with reverence. Unaware of the players' sentiments, Shen Lang turned his attention to them after dispatching the Golden Winged Eagle and called out, "Where is here?" With a resounding voice, Nice and the Sunshine Beauty led their guard team members in unison, responding loudly, "The guard team is here. Please give your orders, village chief." Sunshine Beauty, take your guard team and quickly scout the surroundings of the village. Also clear out all the beasts around the village. If you encounter any beasts that are too strong, note their location and report back to me. Yes, village chief. Sunshine Beauty replied, then led her guard team members outside the village to eliminate the beast. After giving instructions to Sunshine Beauty, Shen Lang wasted no time and called out to Nice. Nice, take your guard team and secure the perimeter of the village to prevent any stray beasts from attacking and maintain order within the village. Can you do that? Don't worry, village chief, I will complete the task. Nice replied solemnly, then immediately left the square with his team members to guard the village. As they departed, Shen Lang looked at the bewildered players below and called out to Zhuang Shengxiaoming. Zhuang Shengxiaoming. Village chief, I'm here. Zhuang Shengxiaoming raised her right hand among the crowd. I have a task for you. Gather everyone in the square to repair the village. Rebuild the collapsed structures, discard what needs to be discarded, and Qing Feng and I Love a Stick will assist you. Any issues? None. Zhuang Shengxiaoming shook her head decisively, then began calling out to the players in the square. Thus, although Zhuang Shengxiaoming had little authority, with Shen Lang's backing, all players were quite respectful. After arranging everything and ensuring that the novice village would not face any disturbances for the time being, Shen Lang let out a quiet sigh of relief. He was not overly concerned about external threats. His current strength was enough to handle most dangers. What worried him was internal discord, which would render even the greatest abilities ineffective. Fortunately, though a minor incident had occurred, the worst-case scenario did not unfold. He handed over the village's affairs to Zhuang Shengxiaoming and the others for the time being. Shen Lang did not remain idle either. He left the novice village alone and ventured into the outside world. Since they had settled here, he naturally wanted to learn more about the situation, so he planned to see if there were any races nearby that could provide him with information. Additionally, he wanted to witness the beasts of the 9th world and see how they compared to those in the novice village. Thus, while everyone was busy, Shen Lang quietly left the novice village. Outside the novice village, the once familiar wilderness had completely vanished, with the breaking of the seal replaced by a lush and vibrant forest. After leaving the village, Shen Lang chose to explore eastward, as the Golden Winged Eagle had come from that direction. Along the way, he encountered numerous ferocious beasts and members of the escort team, clearing them out. It was unclear whether it was luck or a favor from the Tao, but the ferocious beasts around the village were not particularly strong, most being at level 10 or 11. Although the members of the escort team were slightly lower in level than the ferocious beasts, their numerical advantage made these beasts no match for them. After observing in the shadows and confirming the escort team could handle the situation, Shen Lang did not reveal himself and continued on his way. Throughout the journey, he kept a low profile as his main purpose was to scout the area. Of course, if he encountered a blocking ferocious beast, he would not hesitate to eliminate it. Thus, an hour later, Shen Lang emerged from the dense forest into a vast open plain. Standing at the edge of the forest, Shen Lang furrowed his brow as he gazed over the endless plain before him. During his journey, he had encountered numerous ferocious beasts, but he had not come across any intelligent races. This was both a blessing and a curse. The blessing was the absence of other intelligent races, allowing the village to develop safely without facing too many crises. The downside was that without intelligent beings, it meant Shen Lang and his companions could not gain immediate understanding of. From the seal placed on the novice village by the Tao, it was clear that this world should be quite dangerous for them, otherwise there would be no need for such a seal. In such a perilous environment, the unknown posed the greatest danger. You never knew when you might encounter a threat, and Shen Lang disliked this passive feeling. Standing at the boundary between the forest and the plain, he hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to continue exploring. However, he set a goal for himself. If he did not discover any intelligent races within 100 kilometers, he would have to turn back. The novice village still depended on his presence, without the protection of the Tao. Strong fighters needed to guard the village. Otherwise, if another powerful beast like the golden-winged eagle appeared, the other players would have no ability to resist. Having made up his mind, just as Shen Lang was about to set off, a violent tremor suddenly shook the ground beneath him. Sensing the vibrations, Shen Lang's heart stirred. He swiftly vanished from his spot and concealed himself. After patiently waiting in the shadows for a while, Shen Lang quickly identified the source of the tremor. At the edge of his vision, a group of robust beings with beast heads and human bodies rode on a massive ferocious beast charging towards his direction. Seeing these obviously non-human entities, a flicker of curiosity crossed Shen Lang's eyes, and he activated his insight. Name: Kimika, race half-orc, level 35, talent level talent, fury level talent, bloodthirst, skills a level skill, savage charge a level skill, blessing of the savage god, combat power 98 stars, 3rd tier, description a follower of the savage god of fallen race. As the information appeared before him, Shen Lang's thoughts became more contemplative. It seemed that the Tao held no good feelings towards these races that worshipped the gods, the previous merfolk, and now the halforcs were both labeled as fallen races. Thinking this way, Shen Lang suddenly felt that the profession of Godslayer might be a bit of a trap. At this rate, it seemed he would be at odds with the entire world. Feeling a bit of a headache, Shen Lang quickly suppressed his chaotic thoughts, deciding to deal with the current situation first before worrying about the future. Calming his mind, Shen Lang turned his gaze back to the group of halforcs. During his contemplation, the group, led by Kimika, had already arrived at the edge of the forest. The originally charging group gradually came to a stop. Lord Kimika, ahead lies the Beastmaster Forest. With our strength, entering the Beastmaster Forest is exceedingly dangerous, advised a halforc with a lion's head beside. No need to advise me. That golden-winged eagle is mine for the taking. Once I have it, I want to see if that scoundrel Kane dares to flaunt his azure-scaled eagle in front of me. Unfortunately, in the face of the advice, Kimika appeared quite unconcerned. He was the third son of the chief of the Mad Lion tribe, born noble, and had always had his way. However, not long ago, during a competition with the younger generation of the Moon Wolf tribe, his beast pet was directly slain by Kane, the second son of the Moon Wolf tribe's chief, causing him great humiliation. Thus, after returning to the tribe, he had been seeking a beast that could counter the azure-scaled eagle. Perhaps fortune was on his side. Today, he spotted a golden-winged eagle on the bloodied plain. Excited, he immediately led his escort to capture it, but unexpectedly lost it to the golden-winged eagle. Naturally, he was unwilling to give up, which was why he had followed his escort all the way to this point. The conversation between the two was not quiet, and Shen Lang, hiding in the shadows, listened in and gathered plenty of information. So they came here for that golden-winged eagle. What a pity you arrived too late, Shen Lang thought to himself, quickly scanning the group with his inside eye to assess their strength. The strongest among them was the halforc who had just advised Kimika, named Lex, the captain of the escort team, at level 40 with a combat power of 108 stars. Although the other halforcs were not weak either, they were simply minor characters who could not even compare to Kimika. After evaluating the strength of both sides, Shen Lang quickly concluded that he could handle them. Without further hesitation, just as Kimika and his party were about to enter the Beastmaster Forest, Shen Lang, hidden in the shadow, with his weapon-breaking army, Shen Lang struck towards Lex. A terrifying blade light flashed in the air, causing the surrounding halforcs to change color. Lex reacted immediately, drawing the broadsword at his waist without a moment's thought, and swinging it towards Shen Lang's breaking army met the broadsword in midair with a loud clang. A crisp and thunderous sound rang out, causing Lex's expression to change dramatically as the broadsword in his hand was abruptly severed by Shen Lang's breaking army. The sharp blade continued its momentum, striking him in the chest and sending him flying off his mount. Boom! Lex's body crashed heavily onto the ground, and only at this moment did the other surrounding halforcs react, shouting loudly, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" On the boundary line between the beast forest and the bloody plain, a dozen half-beastmen were screaming in terror, while Chi-Mika looked at the scene before him with a grim expression. An assailant who appeared out of nowhere had severely injured the strongest guard beside him. In an instant, Chi-Mika was both shocked and furious, his anger boiling over as he shouted, "Who are you? Do you know my identity? How dare you attempt to assassinate me? Do you believe I can ensure that neither you nor your entire race will see the sun rise tomorrow?" Chi-Mika spoke with a firm tone, trying to intimidate Shen Lang with his words. He did not take action as he was well aware of his own strength. He couldn't even defeat Lex let alone face Shen Lang, who had severely wounded Lex with a single blow. Thus he directly brought out his greatest trump card, his identity and background, in an attempt to instill fear in Shen Lang. Unfortunately, his words were like casting pearls before swine, utterly ineffective. Not to mention that Shen Lang was already unaware of the situation and did not know how powerful the forces behind Chi Mika were. Even if he did know with Shen Lang's temperament, once he took action, he would not hesitate. Ignoring Chi Mika's words after knocking Lex away with a slash, Shen Lang continued to strike at the other guards without pause. With a devastating strike, those guards were no match for Shen Lang. In the blink of an eye, all of them were clutching their necks in disbelief, slowly collapsing to the ground. As for Chi Mika, he didn't even see how Shen Lang had attacked. He was the only one left standing at the scene. Seeing this, Chi Mika's heart trembled violently, a sense of fear rising within him as he sensed the breath of death. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Chi Mika dared not make any movement, fearing that it would provoke Shen Lang into striking him. He stood there frozen, a look of panic on his face as he stared at Shen Lang. At this moment, Shen Lang nonchalantly wiped his hands on the broken blade and sheathed it behind him before finally looking at Chi Mika. Name. Stank. Hearing Shen Lang's inquiry, Chi Mika shuddered and blurted out a name without thinking. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang smiled. Then he flicked his finger, and a strand of flame shot out from his hand, landing directly on. This was the underworld fire that Shen Lang had mastered, possessing the characteristic of being nearly indelible. As the underworld fire burned, a look of agony immediately appeared on Chi Mika's face, and a series of horrifying screams erupted. Oh! Watching Chi Mika rolling on the ground in pain, Shen Lang calmly continued, "You can keep lying. I would like to see whether your stubbornness is stronger, or if my underworld fire is more ruthless." "Oh! Chi Mika, I am Chi Mika, please stop." Chi Mika wailed while pleading for mercy, but Shen Lang remained unmoved, silently watching him being continuously burned. After a full minute, when Chi Mika was burned beyond recognition, Shen Lang finally waved his hand and extinguished the underworld fire on him. As the underworld fire extinguished, Chi Mika's nearly charred form was revealed. However, the vitality of half-beastmen was evidently stronger than that of humans. Even after being burned for so long, Chi Mika's life force remained vigorous. "Which tribe are you from?" Shen Lang gave him no time to rest. After extinguishing the underworld fire, he immediately inquired. Upon hearing Shen Lang's words, a flicker of fear flashed in Chi Mika's eyes, and he quickly answered without any hesitation, "The Savage Lion Tribe. I am the young patriarch of the Savage Lion Tribe." "Good, continue. How many strong warriors does the Savage Lion Tribe have?" In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Under Shen Lang's interrogation, Chi Mika had revealed everything he knew, which allowed Shen Lang to gain a general understanding of this world and a deep insight into the Savage Lion Tribe. The ninth world is divided into two continents, East and West, and Shen Lang was located on the Western continent. As for the Eastern continent, Chi Mika was not well informed. He only knew that there was an ancient and mysterious unified empire that was the enemy of all races on the Western continent. In contrast, the Western continent seemed a bit chaotic, with numerous races and various forces and conflicts frequently. In the face of external enemies engaging in internal strife, it would seem that the Western continent should not be a match for. However, the reality was exactly the opposite. The Western continent was the dominant force in warfare, while the mysterious ancient nation on the Eastern continent could only defend against the Western continent's aggression. The reason for this was entirely due to the support of the deities for all races in the Western continent. It was precisely because of the deities' backing that the Western continent could gain the upper hand in the wars against the Eastern continent. Unfortunately, the deities resided high in the heavens and could not descend to the mortal realm. They often only manifested in the form of projections, because although wars between the Eastern and Western continents were incessant, neither side could truly harm the other. According to Chi Mika, although the Western continent was home to numerous races, the real power was held by the 7 dominant clans of the Western continent: the Dragon Clan, the Elf Clan, the Demon Clan, the Half-Beast Clan, the Undead, the Humans, and the Dwarves. These 7 dominant clans were the true rulers of the Western continent, while the other myriad races were merely vassals to these 7 races. The place where he was located was called the Bloody Plain, which was the border of the Half-Beast Clan. The Beast Forest, where the Novice Village was situated, served as a buffer zone between the territories of the Half-Beast Clan and the Elf Clan. As a result, it was home to many powerful and terrifying beasts, and neither the Half-Beast Clan nor the Elf Clan were willing to pay the price to flatten the Beast Forest, which allowed it to remain intact. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that the cultivation system of the Western continent is not divided according to the Great Daos ranking system, but has its own cultivation framework. Spirit, awakening, magic power, extraordinary master, etc. Shen Lang carefully inquired about the differences between each realm, then deduced that according to the Great Daos level system, roughly every 10 levels correspond to a realm. In other words, according to the Western continent's terminology, Shen Lang was still a low-level warrior at the spirit awakening stage, unable to even condense magic power. Yet he was already capable of slaying a master with a blade, which was indeed absurd. If Chi Mika and the others knew Shen Lang's true realm, they would undoubtedly be shocked to the point of their eyes popping out. "Respected sir, I have told you everything I know. I hope you can spare me." After the interrogation, Chi Mika looked at the pensive Shen Lang and spoke anxiously. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang glanced at him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Don't worry, I will naturally let you go, but I am very interested in your Savage Lion tribe. I wonder if you could take me to visit it." Shen Lang's tone was gentle, making one think he was speaking to a close acquaintance. However, as his words fell, Chi Mika trembled, fear etched on his face as he exclaimed, "I've said everything I needed to say. What more do you want from me?" Though he was naive, he was not foolish. Naturally, he would not believe Shen Lang's words about a tour. This guy was clearly planning something detrimental to his tribe. "Oh, so you are unwilling to guide me? That's truly unfortunate," Shen Lang said with an apologetic expression. In the next moment, the broken army appeared in his hand, once more a sharp gleam of the blade faintly visible under the sunlight. Watching this scene, Chi Mika felt a chill run through him. A wave of great terror surged within. "Wait, I can lead you, but you must promise to let me go afterward, or otherwise I would rather die." Chi Mika gritted his teeth, filled with frustration. But he had no choice. He did not want to die. He was only 100 years old, and according to the average lifespan of half-beasts, he had another 200 years to live. If he could break through in power, he might even live longer. He was still in the prime of his life, and certainly did not wish to die easily. As for betraying his tribe, he could only offer an apology. The one must look out for oneself, lest heaven and earth conspire against him. Perhaps there were those in the world who would not fear life and death for their tribe, but clearly he was not one of them. "Don't worry, we are friends. How could I harm a friend? As long as you lead me to the location of the lion tribe, you can leave freely," Shen Lang said with a smile, exuding a warm demeanor. Chi Mika could not determine whether his words were true or false, but at this moment he had no choice but to trust. He suppressed the pain throughout his body, slowly rising to his feet, intending to lead Shen Lang to the lion tribe. However, just then Shen Lang suddenly turned his head to the side, speaking calmly. "How long do you plan to pretend?" As he spoke, Chi Mika's face showed astonishment. While not far away, the previously motionless Lex suddenly leaped up from the ground, quickly dashing towards the beast forest. Watching Lex flee without a backward glance, ignoring him entirely, the joy Chi Mika initially felt at Lex's survival was now replaced with a hint of confusion. Snapping back to reality, Chi Mika's face shifted to one of murderous intent as he said, "He must have heard our conversation. We can't let him get away, or he will surely inform the tribe." Hearing this, Shen Lang cast a glance at Chi Mika. Without speaking, his figure instantly vanishing from sight. The next second, Lex, who was desperately fleeing, suddenly felt a chilling murderous intent coming from behind. He did not dare to be careless, turning around and throwing a punch directly at the back, attempting to fend off Shen Lang. However, Shen Lang, intent on delivering a fatal blow, unleashed all his strength and even activated the level skill dominating blade. The blade emerged with a shocking ferocity. With one strike, Lex was cleaved in two by Shen Lang. Not far off, Chi Mika, who witnessed this scene, flashed a look of fear across his face, then quickly bowed his head. All the lingering thoughts he had were completely obliterated by Shen Lang's strike. That was a master, albeit just at the beginning stages, but still a legitimate powerhouse in the lion tribe. If he were not so favored within the tribe, he would not have a master guarding him. Yet now even a master could not withstand Shen Lang's blade, which filled him with terror, while simultaneously sparking a flicker of curiosity in his heart. Just how powerful was this person before him? Was he at the peak of the master realm? Or perhaps even beyond that? As chaotic thoughts raced in his mind, Lex dared not make any moves until Shen Lang's voice rang out. "Let's go, lead the way." "Yes, esteemed sir." Chi Mika nodded and turned to guide Shen Lang towards the lion tribe. Shen Lang followed behind him at a leisurely pace, organizing his gains. "Congratulations, you have slain a master-level powerhouse. Experience 20,000. Congratulations, you have slain a follower of the fallen god. Slaying experience 5,000. A continuous series of prompts echoed, significantly increasing Shen Lang's leveling experience and godslaying. Unfortunately, these guys did not drop any skills or talents, leaving Shen Lang a bit disappointed. However, it was no matter. There was still the entire lion tribe ahead, and if he wiped out the whole tribe, he should be able to level up. Thinking silently, Shen Lang was filled with anticipation for the upcoming venture into the lion tribe. Logically, he should adopt a low-profile approach as a newcomer. But alas, the rewards from these divine followers were simply too plentiful. Killing them not only granted leveling experience, but also god-slaying experience. Compared to hunting ferocious beasts, slaying these divine followers allowed him to elevate his power much more rapidly. Thus, it wasn't that Shen Lang did not wish to keep a low profile. It was simply that being low-key would mean a slow progression in strength, which he could not tolerate. Reluctantly, he could only choose to slaughter the lion tribe. Of course, his decision was also influenced by the information he gathered from Chi Mika, who revealed that the strongest individual in the lion tribe was the 8th-stage master, who happened to be Chi Mika's father. Had he not encountered a master before, Shen Lang might have felt some trepidation, but having just slain one, he viewed masters as merely that, nothing he could not handle. As they ventured deeper into the bloody plains, although the two were on foot, their combined strength meant they could not go very slowly. After walking roughly 100 kilometers, a massive tribe suddenly appeared within Shen Lang's line of sight. Upon reaching this point, Chi Mika abruptly halted, looking anxiously at Shen Lang, saying, "Ahead is our lion tribe. You promised to let me go, right? Can I leave now?" "Yes, of course," Shen Lang replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chi Mika was momentarily taken aback. He did not expect Shen Lang to truly keep his promise, as he had prepared himself for Shen Lang to renege. Although surprised, Chi Mika felt immense joy at the prospect of leaving safely, continuously expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed sir, thank you." With that, Chi Mika turned and ran, and Shen Lang did not stop him, watching him leave with a smile on his face. Chi Mika dashed away, not daring to rest for even a moment, the joy of surviving flooding his heart, making him ecstatic. Once he was completely out of Shen Lang's sight, he couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. His laughter echoed across the plains, growing ever more boisterous. Though he was laughing heartily, a sense of indescribable terror lingered in Chi Mika's eyes at that moment. He could not stop. His laughter continued, and just like that, Chi Mika laughed for a full 3 hours, literally laughing himself to death. Of course, that was a matter for later. After watching Chi Mika leave, Shen Lang withdrew his gaze and turned his attention back to the tribe not far ahead, slowly making his way forward. In the lion tribe, half-beasts with lion heads and human bodies were bustling about. Although this world possessed extraordinary powers, the lowly individuals still had to toil for their livelihoods. The half-beast tribe was no exception. In battle, they were extremely bloodthirsty, yet they appeared quite simple-minded in their... As Shen Lang approached the lion tribe, he immediately attracted the attention of many within the tribe, and a guard team directly raised their hands to stop him at the entrance. "Human, what brings you here?" The guard looked at Shen Lang with suspicion. The half-beast tribe was resource-poor, and human merchants often came to trade. However, those previous visitors always arrived in large groups laden with goods. They had never seen someone like Shen Lang. Hearing the guard's question, a smile appeared on Shen Lang's face, and in the next moment, his weapon, the broken army, appeared in his hand, slicing through the necks of 2 half-beasts. In an instant, 2 heads soared into the air, and blood gushed from their necks like columns. "I am here to kill," Shen Lang whispered softly, as if responding to the question of the fallen guard. The other half-beasts who witnessed this scene were all stunned, momentarily unable to react. Their tribe was the most powerful in the surrounding 10,000 miles. They had only ever bullied humans and had never been brazenly attacked like this. Moreover, Shen Lang's attack was so sudden that it seemed to come without warning. Thus, although the crowd saw what happened, their minds couldn't process it immediately. It wasn't until the 2 severed heads fell heavily to the ground that the remaining half-beasts were jolted awake, and shrill screams quickly spread throughout the lion tribe. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The cries echoed as the bewildered half-beasts, now filled with rage, charged towards Shen Lang, who still stood at the entrance. At this moment, they shed their simple appearances, their faces twisted with ferocity, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. "Roar! Roar!" The half-beasts howled as they rushed towards Shen Lang, wielding knives and axes ready to strike. Shen Lang calmly watched this scene, his broken army swinging backhandedly as he unleashed a single strike. A thunderous blast resonated, and in an instant the first wave of charging half-beasts was sent flying back at an even greater speed, crashing into numerous buildings, with some even cleaved in half by Shen Lang's blade. Faced with such a terrifying sight, the half-beasts below did not retreat. Instead, their eyes glowed with red light, and they fearlessly continued to charge, as if intending to overwhelm Shen Lang with sheer numbers. Seeing this, Shen Lang did not evade. He stood firm like a rock, welcoming wave after wave of the half-beast tribes. In a short time, a layer of corpses covered the ground at the entrance of the lion tribe, and a nauseating stench of blood filled. "Congratulations, you have killed a large number of half-beasts. Experience 25,000. Congratulations, you have killed a large number of half-beasts. God-slaying experience 12,000. Congratulations, your profession level has risen to level 6. With each of your attributes increased by 20. As Shen Lang was mired in endless slaughter, his experience and god-slaying experience rapidly grew, and before he knew it, his profession level increased once again, a surge of heat rising within him, enhancing his strength. Meanwhile, deep within the lion tribe, several well-dressed half-beasts were hurrying towards the entrance of the tribe. Upon arriving, they immediately spotted Shen Lang, who was crazily slaughtering their kin. Instantly, their eyes turned red with rage. "Human race, you shall die." The 3 leaders of the lion tribe roared frantically, then without a word they charged into the fray. Compared to ordinary half-beasts, the 3 leaders all possessed strength at level 45, which was the mid-stage of the Master Realm in the 9th world. 2 of the 3 wielded axes, while 1 wielded a knife, all lunging at Shen Lang, an overwhelming aura erupting from them. Before their attack even reached him, a terrifying pressure swept towards Shen Lang. Even with Shen Lang's physical prowess, he felt a pain akin to being cut by knives on his skin. Seeing this, Shen Lang wasted no time and activated his strength skill, Overbearing Blade. Instantly, Shen Lang's already terrifying strength doubled once more. With a single strike, everything perished. The half-beasts surrounding Shen Lang were utterly torn apart by the surging sword energy, limbs and blood flying everywhere. The terrifying sword energy barreled towards the 3 leaders, cutting through the air completely. Watching this scene, the furious 3 leaders felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, a chill rising in their hearts. The aura of death enveloped the 3, causing their expressions to drastically change. Yet at this moment, propelled by the pressure of fate, the 3 had no way to retreat. Knowing the danger, they could only grit their teeth and charge forward, each voicing a loud cry to rally their spirits. "Kill." As the words left their mouths, the attacks of the 3 collided with Shen Lang's strike in an instant. Boom! A series of explosive sounds erupted, and the massive door of the lion tribe, which was several dozen meters wide, exploded apart in the aftermath of their collision. Amidst the smoke and dust, 3 screams echoed, and in the next second, to the disbelief of the tribe's onlookers, the 3 leaders of the lion tribe flew out from the dust, simultaneously crashing heavily to the ground. Warm blood poured from their mouths, their bodies riddled with countless knife wounds, looking like tattered dolls. Although the powerful vitality of the Master Realm kept them alive, it was evident to anyone that they could not hold on for long. A death could come at any moment. Seeing this, the remaining half-beasts in the lion tribe fell silent. The madness and bloodthirst in their hearts ebbed like a tide, and the fear and rationality that had been suppressed returned. Many dropped to the ground, displaying fear on their faces. The earlier casualties of their kin hadn't frightened them, nor had Shen Lang's previously displayed power made them waver. But now seeing their 3 leaders nearly cut to death, they finally understood what it meant to be afraid. They were not mindless beasts, but sentient beings. Even ferocious beasts knew fear. Faced with someone like Shen Lang who could not even be withstood by their leaders, they genuinely had no idea how to win. As the morale of the troops was about to collapse, one of the 2 half-beasts who had appeared earlier with the 3 leaders, but had not yet joined the fight, suddenly shouted angrily, "What are you doing? When did our lion tribe's warriors become so cowardly? Xinus is not dead yet. Are you planning to surrender to the enemy?" Xinus, the chief of the lion tribe, glared at the terrified crowd, reprimanding them. As the reprimand of kindness echoed, the halforcs in the savage lion tribe trembled, their previous cowardice dissipating, replaced by a thirst for blood and madness in their eyes. At that moment, a series of crisp footsteps emerged, and through the dust a figure slowly walked out, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Hearing the sound, Kindness turned his head instantly, his expression becoming exceptionally grave. Soon Shen Lang emerged from the dust wearing a brilliant blue armor that shone under the sunlight. His tousled hair danced in the breeze, resembling a clean, harmless young lad from the neighborhood. But who could have thought that this seemingly harmless human would silently invade their savage lion tribe, slaughtering a large number of their kin, nearly killing their 3 great leaders with a single strike? Reflecting on everything this human had done, the morale of the halforcs was once again stirred, yet a slight fear still gripped their hearts. "Who are you? My savage lion tribe has no enmity with you. Why have you come to slaughter us so mercilessly?" Kindness could not help but roar at Shen Lang. Even now he was still bewildered, completely unable to comprehend why someone would suddenly attack them. The savage lion tribe, though not overly famous in this bloody plain, rarely encountered conflicts, whether in trade with outsiders or among their own kind. But why had they been targeted? Hearing Kindness' question, Shen Lang initially did not want to answer, but the consumption of his dominance blade was indeed terrifying. Although the SS-level Great Tao Blessing restored his consumed power immediately, the mental pressure still needed some time to alleviate, and he didn't mind delaying a bit. "We have no enmity or grievances." Shen Lang shook his head slowly. "Then why?" Upon hearing Shen Lang's answer, Kindness became even angrier. "It's merely the survival of the fittest. I am strong, thus I am justified. Conversely, if you can kill me on the spot, I have no complaints," Shen Lang said calmly. Unlike those protagonists in novels who seek excuses for killing, Shen Lang had no interest in finding any. The savage lion tribe could provide him with more experience, allowing him to level up faster, which is why he came. It's that simple. As for any ideological opposition, it was utterly unimportant. From start to finish, the only thing he cared about was his own self-interest. The world is bustling for profit. This is his motivation, and anything else is merely incidental. Good. So it's true that the strong are justified. I was too naive. Kindness, upon hearing Shen Lang's words, was so enraged that he laughed in fury. "You slaughter my kin and kill my friends. Today, even if I am shattered to pieces, you shall never leave this place." Kindness' voice was filled with intense anger, each word pronounced clearly. After saying this, he turned to the halforc beside him, who had been silent. "Elder priest, help me channel the power of the wild god." Tribe leader. This. Hearing Kindness' words, the elderly priest's face showed astonishment. Although the savage lion tribe worshipped the wild god, they also understood that the power of the divine was toxic. Once the power of the god was channeled into the body, even if the enemy was defeated, one would ultimately be replaced by the god, becoming a vessel for the god to walk the earth. Therefore, apart from some fanatic believers, very few were willing to channel the power of the divine. "Elder priest, there's no need to hesitate. If this is not handled well today, it will be the end of my savage lion tribe. I am the leader of the savage lion tribe, and cannot bear to watch it perish today." Looking at Kindness' determined gaze, the elderly priest sighed softly and nodded slowly. "Very well." After speaking, the priest raised the staff in his hand, and a beam of light descended upon Kindness, causing him to emit muffled groans, as if enduring immense pain. At the same time, Kindness' aura surged violently. Not far away, Shen Lang watched this scene, and couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't understand whether these people were mentally ill. They had a trump card, but didn't prepare it in advance, instead waiting until now to get ready, truly treating him like a dead man. Slash. Without a hint of hesitation, Shen Lang directly swung his blade, aiming straight for Kindness and the priest of the savage lion tribe. Seeing this, the priest of the savage lion tribe suddenly began to chant a string of mysterious ancient words, and a barrier, emitting a ghostly glow, appeared in front of the two. Clang. A sound akin to metal clashing rang out as the barrier constructed by the priest was directly struck by Shen Lang's blade, revealing a myriad of cracks, almost shattering completely. As the barrier was damaged, the priest of the savage lion tribe spat out a mouthful of blood, his aged face turning pale. Those who had never faced Shen Lang's blade would never understand how terrifying it was. The priest, who had originally thought he could block Shen Lang, turned pale after experiencing the power of his strike, immediately turning to the other tribesmen and shouting, "What are you all waiting for? Hold him back. Don't let him disturb the tribe leader." Roar. As the priest's words fell, many halforcs from the savage lion tribe let out a tremendous roar in response. Then everyone charged at Shen Lang in a suicidal rush. At this moment, they no longer sought to kill the enemy. They only hoped to use their lives to delay Shen Lang's steps, buying time for their tribe leader to take revenge. As he watched the halforcs of the savage lion tribe fall one after another, Shen Lang's expression turned serious. This courage to face a strong enemy and still wield their blades, earned his respect. Having channeled the power of the barbaric deity, Kindness felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him, as if he had become invincible in the world. In that moment his heart was filled with excitement and joy. However, when he opened his eyes and beheld the scene before him resembling a hellscape, he was instantly taken aback. At that moment it felt as if he had been struck on the head by a heavy hammer, and the joy in his heart vanished, replaced by shock and fear. Just then behind him the weak voice of the priest of the wild lion tribe rang out, "Chieftain, you must avenge our kin." With that the priest slowly closed his eyes, losing the breath of life. Everything comes with a price, let alone the power of the gods. If it were merely channeling the power, the priest of the wild lion tribe might not have met with such a fate. But as he aided Kindness in channeling the divine power while constructing a defensive barrier to block Shen Lang's attack, the immense sorrow from witnessing the death of numerous tribesmen overwhelmed him. This ultimately led to his demise after completing the channeling. Kindness trembled as he looked at the priest who had completely closed his eyes, and an anger erupted within him like a volcano. The extreme rage turned his eyes crimson, and suddenly a long howl burst forth from his mouth. "Oh!" The howl resonated throughout the wild lion tribe. A terrifying aura emanated from his body, instantly blowing everything. Meanwhile, Shen Lang had just slashed down the last batch of half-beasts, but before he could deliver the final blow, he felt a wave of terrifying energy approaching. He immediately halted his attack and turned to face Kindness, his gaze fixed firmly on Kindness' back as a flicker of green light danced in his eyes. Name: Kindness. Raging state. Race: half-beast. Level 68. Divine power. Infused talent: A-class talent. Blood battle. Divine power. Infused A-class talent. Rapid regeneration. Divine power. Infused skills: B-class skill. Blood control. C-class skill. Mountain cleaving axe. Combat power 244 stars. Third stage. Description: Chieftain of the wild lion tribe, the earthly avatar of the barbaric deity. Gazing at Kindness' detailed information, even though Shen Lang felt somewhat prepared, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. First, regarding strength, after infusing divine power, this fellow's power had skyrocketed by 20 levels. Secondly, his talents were dual A-class, the most elite among A-class. Blood battle: the heavier the injury, the stronger the power. Rapid regeneration: as long as there is energy within any injury, can be rapidly healed. With both of these combined, their effect was hardly weaker than an S-class talent. In comparison, Kindness' skills were relatively lackluster, 1B and 1C, just average. As for base combat power, Shen Lang glanced at it and could only smile wryly. It was 4 to 5 times his own. This was Shen Lang relying on numerous talent enhancements, with actual combat power far exceeding the paper stats. In such a situation, anyone else would be completely overwhelmed. Yet even with confidence staring at Kindness' inhumanly strong stats, Shen Lang couldn't help but feel a slight heaviness in his heart. This guy could be said to be the strongest opponent he had faced since his debut. Just as Shen Lang was scrutinizing Kindness' strength information, not far away Kindness had also laid down the body of the priest of the wild lion tribe, and slowly turned to face Shen Lang. His scarlet eyes were fixed intently on Shen Lang, resembling a demon crawling out of hell eager to swallow Shen Lang met his gaze calmly. Though he felt the pressure, he maintained a relaxed demeanor. "If you want to kill me, then make your move." Shen Lang spoke softly, raising his hand to beckon. Seeing this, Kindness, already overwhelmed by rage, could no longer suppress the killing intent within him. Gripping a massive axe, he let out a fierce roar and dashed towards Shen Lang like a flash of blood. Boom! A terrifying sound of an explosion echoed as Kindness appeared before Shen Lang like a bolt of lightning, raising his giant axe to strike down. In an instant, immense power erupted, creating a powerful shockwave that struck the ground, causing it to sink, and a terrifying crack spread across the earth towards the distance. Locked onto by Kindness' killing intent, Shen Lang had nowhere to retreat, yet he had no intention of backing down. Gripping the broken military, Shen Lang swung his blade upwards, and in an instant the giant axe clashed violently with the broken military. Clang! A horrific roar erupted across the bloody plains. Both of their powers exploded simultaneously, each feeling the immense force radiating from the other. Shen Lang's figure sank slightly, while Kindness staggered backward. In this clash, both were evenly matched. Again, Shen Lang roared, his battle intent surging. In that moment, he advanced rather than retreating, taking the initiative to attack. With the broken military in hand, Shen Lang held nothing back and activated his strongest battle skill, Dominating Blade. First move, Overlord of the World. In an instant, all of Shen Lang's power condensed at a single point, erupting with full force, directly doubling his combat power. A terrifying aura swept through, startling Kindness, but he did not show any weakness, raising his axe to meet the attack. Boom! The weapons clashed, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that obliterated countless structures within the wild lion tribe. Kindness was sent flying by Shen Lang's blade, the blade energy tearing through his chest, and steaming blood gushed out as if it were free. Flying back 100 meters, Kindness finally steadied himself, glancing down at his torn chest. There was no sign of distress on his face, but instead the redness in his eyes intensified. Being slashed away by Shen Lang did not diminish his combat power. On the contrary, with blood battle activated, his aura surged even higher. Die! Kindness roared, stomping the ground and creating a massive pit over 100 meters wide. His body then launched forward, hands gripping the axe, aiming a cleave directly at Shen Lang's crown. Seeing this, Shen Lang lowered his gaze, exuding a terrifying aura, and intoned second move, Blade Slaughter of All Beings. As he spoke, Shen Lang's aura surged once more. A massive blade energy cleaved forth from the broken military. Boom! A series of explosions engulfed the surroundings as kindness was once again cleaved away by Shen Lang's blade. This time he was injured, even more severely, nearly cleaved in two. Rapid regeneration swiftly healed his body, while blood battle only intensified his aura. I do not believe you are truly invincible. After being cleaved away twice in succession, kindness found it hard to accept, and roared in anger. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang remained silent, unleashing the third style of the dominant blade, slaughtering immortals and slaying gods. The 9 styles of the dominant blade each doubled Shen Lang's attack power, and by the third style his strength had already increased 8-fold compared to before he wielded the dominant blade. As slaughtering immortals and slaying gods was unleashed, everything within 100 miles seemed to freeze, the wind ceased to blow, the clouds remained still, and even kindness' face held an expression of rage and disbelief. Only Shen Lang and the broken army in his hand continued to move. Boom. A deafening sound shattered the stillness, the wind resumed its howling, the clouds began to drift, and only kindness in disbelief looked down at his own body, where he saw that the flesh below his head had completely evaporated, leaving only a cracked skeleton teetering on the brink of collapse. With great difficulty, kindness twitched his lips and looked up at Shen Lang, wanting to say something, but ultimately, he didn't even have time to leave his last words before he fell heavily to the ground. Crash! His skeleton shattered into pieces, and his head rolled away like a ball. Until his death, a trace of disbelief remained on his face. He couldn't understand why, after channeling divine power into his body and evolving his talent, he still fell to Shen Lang's 3 strikes. And the originally handsome Shen Lang, seeing that kindness was finally dead, felt a wave of relief wash over him, and then he collapsed to the ground. A sense of weakness surged in his heart. Even with the blessing of the SS level skill, he remained in peak condition. However, the consumption of the third style of the dominant blade was terrifying. In that instant, it had drained him entirely. Although the Tao blessing quickly replenished his energy, the feeling of being drained lingered in his mind. Thus, even though he was still in peak condition, he felt an overwhelming sense of weakness. After resting for a while, Shen Lang finally dispelled that feeling of weakness. Putting away the broken army, he got up and walked towards kindness' head, preparing to activate the super extraction on it. The prompt of the Tao resonated. Shen Lang felt no surprise. Kindness had been completely obliterated, leaving nothing to extract. However, despite anticipating the outcome, Shen Lang still felt a bit downhearted. After all, both blood battle and rapid regeneration were excellent abilities. Just then, Shen Lang paused, realizing that he wouldn't be able to utilize these 2 talents at all. With the SS level Tao blessing, even getting injured was difficult, making it impossible to utilize the effect of blood battle. As for rapid regeneration, it was a grade A waste, not even comparable to the Tao blessing. With this thought in mind, the feelings of regret that had just arisen in Shen Lang's heart immediately dissipated. Casually tossing kindness' head aside, he began to walk towards the corpses of the other half-beasts. After finding a few relatively intact corpses, he extracted 8 attribute points, 3 in strength, 3 in speed, and 2 in constitution. Satisfied with the 3 slots for super extraction, Shen Lang did not continue. He originally wanted to find the corpse of the priest for extraction, hoping to obtain something valuable. Unfortunately, the priest's corpse from the Mad Lion tribe had been completely destroyed during the aftermath of his battle with kindness, leaving not even a trace behind for extraction. After extracting the attributes, Shen Lang opened the Tao prompt panel, finally having the time to check the experience points he had gained. He had nearly annihilated the entire Mad Lion tribe, and his leveling experience had directly increased by over 1,200 points. He also gained over 6,000 points from slaying gods experience. With this influx of experience, Shen Lang undoubtedly leveled up. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 12, with all attributes 10 and free attributes 5. Congratulations, your job level has risen to level 7. With all attributes 20. Listening to the Taoist prompt, Shen Lang opened his information panel. Nickname Dark Knight, level 12, 2000-020-0000. Occupation, level 7, Godslayer, 243-008-0000. Fortune value, 90. Strength, 6, 35. Level talent, strength enhancement, agility, 874. Level talent, agility enhancement, constitution, 580-500. A level talent, constitution enhancement, immune to all poisons, energy, 598. Level talent hearing enhancement, level talent smell enhancement, level talent spirit enhancement, level talent vision enhancement, destined talent SS level super extraction special. Talents, level talent 7 emotions and 6 desires. C level talent copper, head iron arm, level talent heart fire, level talent control of water elements, D level talent earth element manipulation, a level talent bloodline boiling. Level talent control of fire elements skills, SS level passive Tao blessing, level active skill Eye of insight, level skill dominant blade, a level skill soul shock, level skill beast control, a level skill infernal fire burning, level skill water dragon cannon, level skill water dragon tornado. Battle Pet Canavi's Battle Power 67 stars, second stage assignable free attribute points 10 items, special elixir 1951, 4-dimensional attribute, elixir 49 storage ring, bloodthirsty mad, blade 1 5th tier thunderlight armor, 1/3 tier swift boots, 1/3 tier blood break short, blade 1 2nd tier sharp short, blade 1/3 tier iron dagger 7, golden mad lion armor, 5th tier light spirit boots, 5th tier cloth clothes 3, grass shoes 4, broken army, 8th tier nameless armor, 3rd tier misfortune compass rare item, sea god armor, 8th tier, looking at the experience needed for the next level, Shen Lang sighed in silence. Zero experience was far too daunting. Fortunately, once the village got back on track, he could simply relax and harvest experience points. If only he could raise the village's level, that would be even better along with the village's population. Previously in the novice village, a village only had 1,000 inhabitants, but now that he had left the novice village, the Tao had lifted the restrictions in this regard. As long as you have the ability, you can recruit as many villagers as you want. The premise was that these villagers could only be players, non-players could join the village, but would not provide any assistance. Unfortunately, this path was temporarily blocked. Currently, only their novice village had broken the seal and descended into the ninth world. As for other novice villages, it was still unknown how long it would take. With a helpless sigh, Shen Lang gathered his thoughts and began to clean up the battlefield. Unlike fierce beasts that could drop treasure chests, intelligent races did not drop chests. What could be harvested depended entirely on his own scavenging. Although it was a bit troublesome, there was no doubt that this method of gathering yielded more. Shen Lang searched continuously in the territory of the Mad Lion tribe. Although the half-beast resources were scarce, there were still some good items. Materials for weapon forging, spiritual herbs, and medicinal plants that had been stored over time were plentiful. For a novice village that had just descended into the ninth world and was still impoverished, the spoils from the Mad Lion tribe were already a substantial fortune. No sooner had Shen Lang departed from the Mad Lion tribe than several figures materialized atop its smoldering ruin. Who dare slaughter our half-beast kin with such brazen impunity? A muscular serpentine figure bellowed, commander of the Celestial Serpent Tribe's enforcement squad. As enforcers of the Celestial Serpent Tribe, they patrolled its vast dominion. Unlike human societies, half-beast clans lived in tightly knit tribal hierarchies. Minor tribes answered to mid-sized ones, mid-sized tribes to major ones, and major tribes ultimately to the royal. The Celestial Serpent Tribe was a paramount clan ruling over the entire Bloody Plains, while the Mad Lion tribe served as one of its subordinate mid-sized clans. Recently, an ominous surge of energy had rippled across this land. To investigate, the Celestial Serpent enforcers hastened here without delay. Yet they arrived too late. The Mad Lion tribe lay utterly obliterated, reduced to rubble and shattered stone beneath a pall of silence. Fury erupted from the Celestial Serpent cultivator, then swiftly subsided into icy composure. Return, now, he commanded. At once two subordinates blurted, Captain, are we abandoning the investigation? How can we investigate? The entire tribe has been erased. The captain snapped back, and the questioned enforcer fell speechless. We shall report to the Grand Shaman. Whoever dared massacre a vassal tribe within our sovereign territory will not escape retribution. He uttered this with a contemptuous snort, then turned sharply and strode back along the path whence they came. His two subordinates hurried after him, vanishing into the distance. After their departure, wave upon wave of observers converged on the site. Neighboring tribes drawn by the lingering upon witnessing the Mad Lion tribe's annihilation, their expressions darkened, especially those of minor tribes whose faces, as the weakest factions on the Bloody Plains, they drifted like rootless reeds, vulnerable to any gust, any tide. Now that the Mad Lion tribe had fallen, calamity loomed. Unease coiled through every scout's heart, a silent dread tightening like a noose. Shen Lang remained oblivious to the aftermath. Having left the Mad Lion tribe behind, he swiftly re-entered the 10,000 beast forest and made straight for the novice village. Upon his return, players within the village had largely acclimated to their new surroundings, hunting ferocious beasts, grinding levels, immersed in relentless pursuit of strength. Yet the beasts of the ninth world dwarfed those native to the novice village in ferocity, rendering even leveled-up players incapable of solo hunts, forcing them to rely on coordinated parties. Shen Lang possessed no ready solution. He could shepherd players below level 10, but beyond that the experience curve grew steep. Too steep for him to spare time guiding others upward. Moreover, he bore no duty as their nursemaid. What he required were warriors, not infantilized dependents. Thus, true growth would demand self-reliance. Still, he permitted elite players to charge fees for leveling services, so long as the village's currency contribution points circulated freely and retained value. A robust contribution point economy would directly accelerate the village's advancement. Without stirring notice, Shen Lang slipped back into the novice village, deposited his spoils from the Mad Lion tribe into the communal warehouse, and stored all surplus items, transforming his cluttered inventory into pristine order. Having completed this, he retreated to his residence to scrutinize the conditions required for village ascension. With each tier, the experience threshold climbed ever higher. The most efficient path forward lay in elevating the village itself, thereby increasing the percentage of experience it siphoned from players. He opened the Grand Tao interface and navigated to the Village Upgrade tab, whereupon the criteria shimmered in Name Novice Village 1 Renameable. Rank Tier 1 Settlement. Ascension Requirements Condition 1. Village Chief reaches level 30 Condition 2. 10 cultivators within the village attain level 20 or higher. Condition 3. Sovereign control over no less than 100 li of territory. 3 conditions, none yet fulfilled. Conditions 1 and 3 demanded effort, yes, but were attainable. Condition 2, however, posed the true hurdle: 10 level 20 plus players residing within the village. At their current pace, fulfillment would take no less than a year. A dull ache bloomed behind Shen Lang's temples. Indeed, being village chief was no trivial burden. It demanded foresight not only for oneself, but for every soul under one's stewardship. Just as Shen Lang wrestled with this dilemma, a glacial voice resonated within his mind. The Grand Tao's proclamation. Detected Novice Village 1 has fully adapted to the ninth world. Commencing village quest cycle. Village chief may elect to accept or decline. Accept village quest cycle. A smile flickered across Shen Lang's face. The moment his thoughts grew heavy, providence delivered relief. Like a pillow arriving just as sleep beckons. Activate the village quest cycle. He murmured softly. Instantly cascading announcements thundered through his consciousness. Village quest phase 1, land reclamation. Description: the village requires a secure haven, but danger festers in every shadow. Mobilize forces to cleanse a 100-li radius surrounding the settlement, forging a sanctuary from chaos. Reward: all experience gained from slaying creatures during land reclamation is multiplied tenfold. Accept quest. At the reward's magnitude, Shen Lang shot upright from his seat, heart pounding, pulse surging. Accepted. Without hesitation, he embraced the quest. To refuse such an obvious boon would require utter folly. Announcement: Village Chief and Yi of Novice Village 1 has accepted the Grand Village Quest Cycle. Note: once accepted, the quest cycle is irrevocable. Broadcasting to all players within Novice Village 1. Shen Lang's elation curdled instantly. A strange, uneasy twist tugged at his expression. Had he just stepped into irrevocable upon acceptance? And if land reclamation was merely phase 1, what trials awaited in the unseen depth? He exhaled sharply, lips curling wryly. Of course, the Grand Dao wouldn't bestow such lavish rewards without strings. It had lain in wait, patient and precise. But it mattered little. Strength once attained would open doors yet unimagined. Tomorrow's burdens could wait until tomorrow. As Shen Lang accepted the task, a prompt from the Great Way echoed in the minds of all players belonging to the Know. 1. The prompt from the Great Way rang 3 times in succession, sparking the curiosity of many players who began discussing it in the chat channel. How strange, this task actually requires finding the village chief to accept it. This is the first time I've encountered something like this. It feels like the Great Way is passing the buck, even having someone else handle task releases. I don't see it that way, though. I think the Great Way is nurturing the Night Overlord to stand on his own. You upstairs, your words are too unreliable. Does the Night Overlord still need nurturing? I think we are the ones who need nurturing. Agree, the Night Overlord is already exceptionally powerful. Unlike me, just a small shrimp, it's really tough for me. Do you still have time to chat? Smart as I am already on my way to accept the task. Come on upstairs, is it really that competitive? King, roll away. Damn, who says I'm competitive? Guess what I saw? Image. At this moment, the entrance to Shen Lang's residence was already surrounded by a large group of players. Ha ha ha, you really think we are foolish? We were already waiting at the door. One. The clown turned out to be me. Incredulous. In the room, as more and more players gathered outside, Shen Lang also noticed the commotion at the door. When he opened the door and saw a large group of eager-eyed players staring at him, Shen Lang was taken aback. What do you want? Village Chief, we came to accept the task. You don't need to block my door to accept the task. Everyone disperse. Help me find Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming, and those guys, they will notify you of the specific task later. Shen Lang said impatiently. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand was raised in the crowd. Village Chief, I'm here. Hearing this, Shen Lang focused his gaze and saw Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming squeezing forward, his face turning incredibly red. Behind him, I Love a Stick and Qing Feng closely followed. Where are Nice and the Sunshine Girl? Seeing only the 3 of them, Shen Lang couldn't help but ask. Village Chief, they are still outside the village hunting fierce beasts. Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming quickly replied. Send someone to have them stop and come back. Yes, Village Chief, they'll go right away. Qing Feng volunteered, and then turned to squeeze out of the crowd. Shen Lang, with a pained expression, led Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming and the others back to his residence, while the other players continued to wait outside. What a loss, what a loss. Sitting at the table, Shen Lang kept muttering. Had he known there was a pioneering task, he wouldn't have let Nice and the others clear the fierce beasts around. That was 10 times the experience. If those fierce beasts hadn't been cleared, how much experience would he have gained? Shen Lang thought painfully, his expression darkening, and he fell silent. Seeing this, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming and I Love a Stick also sat quietly beside him, not daring to speak, and a silent atmosphere filled the room. Not long after, Qing Feng, Nice and the Sunshine Girl walked into the small room. Village Chief. They greeted Shen Lang one by one, and Shen Lang nodded, signaling them to sit down before he began to discuss the details of the pioneering task. After explaining that this task's reward was 10 times the experience, Shen Lang clearly felt that the 5 people present. Seeing this, Shen Lang felt no surprise. There was no player who could refuse the temptation of abundant experience. You all know what the situation is. Now I will assign tasks. You 5 will divide all players in the village into 5 teams, each leading a team to execute the pioneering task. Remember, centered around the Novice Village within 100 miles, I do not want to see any potential threats to our village's safety. Understood. The 5 nodded in unison and then eagerly stood up to leave the Novice Village. At this time, Shen Lang also conferred task eligibility to the 5. As long as players joined their teams, they would be able to execute the pioneering task. Under the temptation of 10 times the experience, the players' enthusiasm surged to unprecedented heights. Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming and the others brought efficiency to its peak. After stepping out, the few quickly divided the players into 5 teams and then headed straight for the outside of the Novice Village. When Shen Lang walked out of his small room, the entire Novice Village had become extremely quiet. At this moment in the vast Novice Village, he was the only one present, while the others had long gone outside to hunt fierce beasts. Of course, Shen Lang would not be idle. Although he hadn't joined any of the 5 teams, he could hunt fierce beasts on his own. Moreover, he wanted to see if the 10 times experience from the pioneering task had any range limitation, or if he could gain 10 times experience from any creature he hunted as long as the task was not completed within a day. With his thoughts in mind, Shen Lang left the novice village and headed straight for the depths of the 10,000 beasts forest. Half an hour later, Shen Lang left the 100-mile range of the novice village and randomly found a level 35 fierce beast and killed it with one slash. Congratulations, you have slain the thunder leopard and gained 30,000 experience points. The prompt from the Great Way rang out on time, and hearing the experience points he had gained, Shen Lang couldn't help but laugh. As expected, his guess was correct. As long as the pioneering task had not ended, any fierce beast he hunted would provide 10 times the experience. Thinking of this, Shen Lang immediately entered kill mode. At this moment, he no longer despised any fierce beast. Along the way, every fierce beast he encountered fell victim to his sword. In less than half an hour, another prompt sounded in his ear. Congratulations, your level has risen to 13, and your 4-dimensional attributes have each increased by 10, with 5 free attribute points. Feeling the surging warmth in his body after leveling up, Shen Lang couldn't help but smile broadly. Looking at the personal information panel, the experience points needed for the next level was 2,500,000. Shen Lang, still smiling, continued to search deep within the 10,000 beast forest. Meanwhile, as Shen Lang was frantically hunting fierce beasts, the players in No. 1 novice village were not idle either, each hunting fierce beasts as if possessed. Because they were hunting in teams, their leveling efficiency was not as high as Shen Lang's solo hunting. However, even so, under the 10 times experience, many quickly surpassed their current levels. The players in the No. 1 novice village unleashed their potential in the wild, leaving destruction in their wake, as if the heavens themselves were merely 3 feet high. Yet amidst such frenzied slaughter, the players finally faced a backlash. In the beast forest home to ferocious beasts, the scent of blood was perceived far more acutely than by ordinary creatures. Moreover, under such large-scale carnage, the stench of blood in the air was almost overwhelming. In such circumstances, it was difficult not to attract the attention of the beasts. Soon a group of uninvited guests led. This was a pack of Qingfeng wolves, all above level 15, known for their speed and ability to ride the wind. Their bodies were entirely green, resembling the gale wolves that Shen Lang had encountered in the novice village. The Qingfeng wolves swiftly approached Nei's team, drawn by the scent of blood. Although their number was only 30, each wolf moved like a shadowy assassin, coordinating their movements silently. Even when the Qingfeng wolves reached the nearby thicket, Nei's and his companions remained blissfully unaware as all the players continued to excitedly search for prey in the woods. Suddenly, a player stumbled into the bushes where a Qingfeng wolf was hiding. He thrust his sword, repeatedly searching for his target. The concealed Qingfeng wolf observed this scene, allowing the player to probe without making any move. At times, the tip of the player's sword nearly brushed past it, yet any ordinary beast would have long succumbed to the urge to. But this Qingfeng wolf remained crouched motionless until a resounding wolf howl echoed from the dense forest behind. In an instant, the previously still Qingfeng wolf sprang to life, transforming into a dark shadow that pounced on the player outside the bushes, its sharp teeth sinking precisely into his neck. Blood gushed forth, and the player writhed in terror, letting out whimpers. This was not an isolated incident. At the moment the wolf howl sounded, shadows erupted from all directions around Nei's group, accurately taking down players and swiftly ending the lives of 30. The sudden turn of events left the fortunate players who had narrowly escaped momentarily stunned. Once they regained their senses, a chorus of cries erupted. "There are beasts! Everyone be careful!" As the shouts grew louder, the players finally reacted, rushing towards the Qingfeng wolves with weapons drawn. When the beasts first descended upon the novice village, they had already eliminated the weaker-willed players. Those who remained were mostly survivors of life and death trials. Although they had been caught off guard and had lost 30 comrades, the surviving players were not deterred. On the contrary, they were even pleased by the appearance of the Qingfeng wolves. Soon Nei's team clashed with the pack of Qingfeng wolves. The wolves were stronger while the players had the advantage of numbers. Even after losing over 30 men, there were still more than 100 players remaining. Surrounded by the players, the Qingfeng wolves, after initially displaying their ferocity, soon found themselves outmatched as the players retaliated. Ultimately, after leaving over 20 corpses behind, the Qingfeng wolves retreated under the call of their wolf king. Once the pack left, the players finally calmed down, gazing silently at the bodies of their fallen comrades. A quiet atmosphere spread among the crowd. Seeing this, Nei's took a deep breath and said loudly, "Do you see? We are still very weak in this world. A pack of wolves has caused us to lose so many comrades. Don't think that because there are many of us we are invincible in this jungle. If you remain as careless as before, I cannot guarantee that the next one lying on the ground won't be one of you." Nei spoke coldly, seeming distant, yet he was helpless. Everyone was a player, and apart from the knight, none true. Although he was nominally the leader during the battle, everyone acted independently and even competed for prey. Now that such an incident had occurred, while he regretted the loss of comrades, he needed to use this opportunity to firmly guide. It proved effective. In the following encounters, many players began to coordinate better and the competition for prey diminished. Apart from Nei's team, the other 4 teams experienced similar situations. After suffering losses, everyone began to. Though they lost many players this time, the survivors gradually formed a stronger bond, enhancing their combat effectiveness, making it hard to say whether it was a loss or a gain. Shen Lang was unaware of what transpired among the players, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. As he often said, he was not a babysitter. He couldn't guarantee his own safety in this world, let alone others. Thus death had become a commonplace occurrence for Shen Lang, not something worthy of astonishment. He might feel regret over the dwindling player numbers, but he would never be saddened by it. It may sound cold, but it was the truth. He had rampaged through the forest, ruthlessly cutting down beasts for 3 full hours, sparing none whether strong or weak. Finally, after 3 hours, the system's notification sounded again, indicating that he had leveled up. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 14, with all attributes increased by 10, and you receive 5 free attribute points. Feeling the surge of power within, Shen Lang lightly clenched his fist, a smile appearing on his face. Such large-scale village tasks indeed offered rich rewards, allowing him to level up 2 levels in one go. However, as his strength increased, the experience required for leveling up grew significantly. Now if he could level up in 2 days, he would be grateful, let alone leveling up 2 levels in just a few hours. Suppressing the joy of leveling up, Shen Lang looked towards the depths of the beast forest. This cursed place was truly unfriendly to players like them. The deeper they ventured, the darker it became. Especially now, as Shen Lang gazed into the depths of the beast forest, it was completely shrouded in darkness never seen. Although Shen Lang could see in the dark, he hesitated and chose not to enter the deepest part of the beast forest. Leveling up was important, but life was even more precious. Since the beasts here could satisfy his need for experience, Shen Lang was naturally unwilling to venture deeper to face more monsters. While the players in the first novice village were busy exploring, a city stood on the bloody plains 1,000 miles away from the 10,000 beast forest. This is the city of the Tian Snake clan, named Tian Snake City, inhabited by many members of the Tian Snake clan. Of course, besides the clan's people, there are also other races within Tian Snake City. Humans, elves, half-beasts from other tribes, and so on. At the city gate, the captain of the law enforcement team, Jesse Mi, who had previously gone to scout the lion tribe, slowly walked into the city with 2 team members. After entering the city, Jesse Mi separated from his 2 team members. They returned to the law enforcement team station to rest, while Jesse Mi headed straight for the temple. Upon arriving outside the temple, seeing the guards at the temple gate, Jesse Mi stepped forward slowly and declared his identity, saying, "I am Jesse Mi from the first law enforcement team, here to see the high priest." Upon hearing this, the 2 guards glanced at Jesse Mi, and then one of them turned and entered the temple to report. Seeing this, Jesse Mi patiently waited at the entrance. About 10 minutes later, the guard who had gone in came out and coldly said to Jesse Mi, "The high priest is waiting for you in the hall." Jesse Mi nodded and then stepped into the temple. As the residence of the deity, the temple was always filled with a rich scent of incense. Jesse Mi walked through the temple corridor, heading straight for the hall. Upon entering the hall, a statue over 10 meters tall appeared before him. The statue was clad in animal skin, its muscular lines full and imposing, an inexplicable aura of authority enveloping the statue, making it difficult to look directly at it. Jesse Mi first bowed to the statue, then turned his gaze to an old man sitting cross-legged beneath the statue. He was the high priest of the Tian Snake tribe and the strongest among them. Unlike other tribes where most are managed by a chieftain and a priest oversees the faith, in the Tian Snake tribe, both the tribe's affairs and the faith are entirely controlled by the high priest. As for the chieftain of the Tian Snake tribe, one could say that he is the chieftain in name, only a mere puppet. I pay my respects to the high priest. Looking at the high priest, Jesse Mi knelt on one knee. Upon hearing this, the high priest slowly opened his eyes. As he did, the originally benevolent expression surrounding him was shattered by the coldness in his gaze. In an instant, the temperature in the hall seemed to drop several degrees, and a chill rose from Jesse Mi's heart. "What is it?" the high priest asked in a flat tone. Upon being questioned, Jesse Mi dared not beat around the bush and briefly recounted the events concerning the lion tribe, then stated the purpose of his visit. "High priest, the lion tribe has been completely destroyed, leaving behind very few clues. I asked the high priest to intervene and identify the culprit. The lion tribe's priest was quite capable. How could they be destroyed so easily, without even having time to convey a message?" The high priest expressed his doubts, while Jesse Mi kept his head down, not daring to speak. "Well, I would like to see who has such boldness to dare slaughter the subordinate tribes of the Tian Snake clan within our territory. Do you have the guiding object?" "Yes, I brought it. Please take a look, high priest," Jesse Mi respectfully said, then turned his palm over, revealing the head. To Shen Lang, kindness head was completely useless. Naturally, he would not collect waste. As a result, the head ended up in Jesse Mi's hands and eventually made its way here. Seeing the incredulous expression on kindness' face, a look of solemnity appeared on the high priest's face. "I can sense the power of my deity. It seems the one who acted is not simple." After saying this, the high priest raised his hand and summoned kindness' head into his hand, then took out a bronze mirror. Looking at the mirror's surface, the high priest whispered softly, and with a tremor of his palm, kindness' head instantly exploded into a mist of blood, which in the next moment surged into the mirror under the guidance of a mysterious force. Instantly, the mirror, which previously only reflected the high priest's image, began to ripple slightly, and a forest gradually appeared within the bronze mirror. Then the image continuously changed, and finally Shen Lang's figure surfaced in the bronze mirror. "Found him," the high priest said to himself, intently gazing at Shen Lang in the mirror. Seeing Shen Lang's appearance with black hair and black eyes, the high priest furrowed his brow. How is this possible? People from the Eastern Ancient Kingdom appearing here. At this moment, the high priest's previously calm emotions finally showed a hint of turbulence. The Western continent and the Eastern continent were engaged in continuous warfare, and among the half-beast clans, only large tribes were qualified to participate in the war. Therefore, with just one glance, the high priest could tell that Shen Lang was different from the people of the Western continent. After all, black hair and black eyes were too conspicuous. It can't be. Could there be a problem with the defense line? No, if there were a problem with the defense line, the royal family would definitely take action. The high priest's mind raced with thoughts, but he could not find the answer. Not far away, Jesse watched the changing expression on the high priest's face and couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. Who exactly was the culprit that destroyed the lion tribe? How could they cause such a change in the high priest's demeanor? Jesse pondered silently. Just then the high priest's voice, Jesse. Yes, high priest, I am here. Jesse, momentarily distracted, suddenly snapped back to reality, a layer of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He wished he could slap himself. How could he dare to be distracted at such a moment? Fortunately, the high priest did not pursue the matter, but said with a serious face, gather the law enforcement team, bring 3,000 warriors, go to the 10,000 beasts forest, find this person, and bring him back. After finishing, the high priest waved his hand, and Shen Lang's image instantly appeared before Jesse. Looking at Shen Lang's appearance, Jesse's face immediately showed a look of shock. This is a person from the Eastern Ancient Kingdom. In that moment, waves of shock surged through Jesse's heart as he finally understood why the high priest had changed color. That's right, it is indeed a person from the Eastern Ancient Kingdom, only they have black hair and black eyes. Remember, try to capture him alive, even if you can't bring back the corpse. Do you understand? The high priest spoke sternly. Yes, high priest, I understand. Jesse responded and was about to leave, but at that moment the high priest called him back. Wait, go find Kateson and have him gather a team of divine guards to accompany you. Hearing this, Jesse's heart trembled. The divine guards, the elite force of the temple, were said to be capable of slaughtering a team of law enforcement officers with ease. However, they generally would not take action and only guarded the temple. Never did he expect that the divine guards would be mobilized this time. But thinking about the young man's identity, Jesse felt it was quite reasonable. After all, he was a person from the Eastern Ancient Kingdom, the most favored offering of the deities. After leaving the main hall of the temple, Jesse first went to meet the temple leader Kateson to convey the orders of the high priest, and only then did he summon his subordinates. An hour later, at the gates of Tian Snake City, 3,000 soldiers of the Tian Snake clan, 300 members of the enforcement team, and an additional 100 members of the temple guard, totaling 3,400 people, marched out of Tian Snake City towards the beast forest. At this moment, within the beast forest, after several hours of continuous slaughter, the area within 100 miles centered around the No. 1 beginner village was completely cleared, marking the end of the exploration task. When Shen Lang returned to the beginner village and checked the number of players left, only 640 remained after. This meant that over 100 players had perished during this exploration task. Shen Lang felt a slight regret in his heart, but quickly brushed it aside. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, rather everyone was in a precarious state, uncertain if they would see the sun rise tomorrow. In such circumstances, he truly had no time to indulge in melancholy. Other players felt the same. Having experienced the trials of the beginner village, they were well aware of the dangers of this world. In the past, in a peaceful society, life and death were significant matters, but now in a chaotic world, life and death were separated daily, and everyone had long since grown accustomed to it. Therefore, for the fallen players, everyone merely sighed slightly before moving on. Despite the heavy price paid, the rewards for many players this time were quite gratifying. The 5 members of NICE had all reached level 15, with a 10-fold experience bonus. Their levels skyrocketed like a rocket. Other players leveled up slightly slower than the 5 of NICE, but they also gained 1 to 2 levels, with a few exceptional ones reaching levels 13 and 14. As for Shen Lang, he naturally leveled up the fastest among them. Nicknamed Dark Knight. Level 18, 191-80050-0000. In just a few hours, he had leveled up several times, only 2 levels away from reaching level 20. If only there were a few more tasks like this, he would soar directly. While he was greedily thinking this, a sudden knock on the door Come in. Shen Lang was momentarily stunned before he spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open, and the 5 members of Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming walked in one after another. Village Chief. The group greeted him with beaming smiles. Seeing their expressions, Shen Lang also smiled. What brings you here? Ahem, Village Chief, we wanted to ask if there are any tasks we can undertake. Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming, as the representative of the 5, took the initiative to inquire. As his words fell, the other 4 looked at Shen Lang with eager expressions. Having experienced the frenzied leveling during the exploration task, going back to the slow leveling mode was uncomfortable for both them and other players in the village, thus they all came together. Listening to Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming, Shen Lang naturally understood what they meant, but after the exploration task was completed, the second phase task had not yet begun, so he had no tasks to offer. At that moment, Shen Lang couldn't help but roll his eyes. What are you all hoping for? Such tasks are a favor from the Tao, or do you think there will be a second one? Shen Lang joked, and Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming awkwardly scratched his head. Village Chief, we just want to grow stronger quick. Haha, spare me. You guys are just eager for experience points. Don't think I don't know. Go on, I don't have any tasks right now. They'll notify you if I do. Shen Lang waved them off. Seeing this, although the group felt a bit disappointed, they could only leave helplessly. After they left, Shen Lang opened the village task. Village task, Phase 1 exploration. Task description: the village needs a safe living environment, but the current village is fraught with danger. Please organize personnel to clear a 100-mile radius around the village to create a safe living environment. Task reward: 10-fold experience for all living beings hunted during the exploration. Task status completed. Second phase, task waiting for the opportunity to commence. While others received tasks one after another, he had to wait for the opportunity to begin this one. It was uncertain how long. Shen Lang thought helplessly. In fact, he was the most anxious one. While other players coveted the tenfold experience, Shen Lang craved it even more. Unfortunately, without the Dao issuing tasks, he had no choice but to wait patiently. Time passed, and soon night fell. Shen Lang and his group finally concluded their first day in the ninth world. After midnight, suddenly Shen Lang's experience points began to skyrocket, as the experience bonus from his position as village chief was credited. Today, the total experience points gained by all players in the beginner village amounted to 64,500,000 points. Shen Lang could extract 1% of that experience, which was 645,000. Congratulations, your level has been raised to 19, with each of your 4 attributes increasing by 10 and free attributes by 5. Nickname Dark Knight. Level 19 336800550000. Feeling the surging power within his body, a smile involuntarily appeared on Shen Lang's face. The feeling of leveling up while sitting was simply delightful. Unfortunately, today was a special case. He had gained so much experience in one go, and such good fortune couldn't be expected every day. Therefore, to achieve his goal of gaining experience effortlessly from home, he still needed to work hard to level up the village and attract more players to join. With nothing more to say for the night, although blessed by the Dao, Shen Lang no longer needed to rely on sleep to recover energy. He still chose to sleep during his free time. Besides being a habit accumulated over the past 20 years, the key reason was also that there was nothing else to do. When the second day dawned, the quiet beginner village once again became lively. Players grouped together preparing to leave the village to gain experience, while the members of the guard team also began to change shifts and rest. Just as all players in one beginner village were striving for level ups, elsewhere a group emerged slowly from the jungle 100 miles away from the beginner village. The smell of blood here is the strongest, and there are traces of human activity ahead. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be very close to our target now. A member of the Tian Snake enforcement team spoke confidently, while behind him Jesse Mi led the other members of the enforcement team, quietly listening to his analysis. Finally made an appearance and informed the others to gather here quickly. After listening, Jesse Mi sighed slightly, and then instructed, "Yes, Captain." Another team member nodded, and immediately began to contact the others. Yesterday at dusk, Jesse and his team arrived at the Beast Forest. Although they knew Shen Lang was somewhere within the vastness of the forest, left them at a loss, as they did not have a specific location to search, forcing them to split up. As a result, after a night had passed, they could hardly claim to have achieved anything. It was not until Jesse's law enforcement team neared the clearing area of the new player village from yesterday that they finally found a lead. It was only because so many fierce beasts had died yesterday that the smell of blood lingered in the air, allowing them to catch a scent. Otherwise, finding Shen Lang and the others would have taken them several more days. Soon the news spread, and Jess's group waited quietly in place. They did not have to wait long. About half an hour later, a cacophony of sounds approached as Catterson arrived with the Divine Guards and 3,000 soldiers. "Have you found the target?" Upon meeting, Catterson directly inquired without any preamble. There was not a trace of politeness in his words. Jesse did not take offense. After all, the Divine Guards held a higher status than the law enforcement team. As one of the leaders of the Divine Guards, Catterson's position naturally overshadowed Jesse. The main reason was that they were not strong enough to fight back, leaving them with no choice but to submit. "We have already found a clue. If all goes well, the target should be nearby," Jesse said as he pointed to the traces left by the players' clearing efforts from yesterday. Catterson glanced without responding, then waved his hand, leading the Divine Guards and 3,000 soldiers to follow the traces left by the players. Watching Catterson's arrogant demeanor, Jesse remained silent, but the members of his law enforcement team visibly changed their expressions, feeling quite displeased. It should be known that in Tianxi City, the law enforcement team was known for being domineering, and they had never experienced such humiliation. "Captain, that guy from the Divine Guards is too arrogant." Once Catterson's team had moved further away, a member of the law enforcement team beside Jesse immediately expressed his discontent. They are the Divine Guards. It's normal for them to be arrogant. We don't need to pay them any mind." But another team member, not satisfied, tried to speak, but Jesse raised his hand to interrupt. "This task is not simple. Oh, don't be impulsive. Since they want to take the lead, let them do so. We just need to focus on our own responsibilities." "Yes, Captain." Everyone nodded in agreement. Jesse, watching the retreating figures of the Divine Guards, felt a hint of contemplation. Besides himself and Catterson, the others were unaware that they were about to confront someone from an ancient Eastern nation. He did not know much about the ancient Eastern nation, only that its people were notoriously difficult to deal with. Although the Western continent had the upper hand in their long-standing war against the Eastern nation, many believed the Easterners were not formidable. However, Jesse did not share this view. Their ability to maintain an advantage was due to the support of divine incarnation. The great deities had joined the battle, and yet they could only hold the upper hand in war, without completely eradicating the Eastern nation. Just this fact alone spoke volumes. Thus he remained vigilant regarding this mission. Now that Catterson wanted to take the lead, he was more than willing to let the other party take the forefront, naturally avoiding any conflict over trivial matters. Thus the Tianxi tribe moved closer to the new player village along the traces left behind. When they reached a point 40 kilometers from the village, they finally spotted the players. Similarly, they saw the players from the new player village, who also noticed them. Upon seeing the snakehead armored members of the Tianxi tribe, the players were momentarily stunned. Having only dealt with fierce beasts up to this point, they had never encountered any half-beast races, leaving them momentarily at a loss. However, while the players were dazed, Catterson was not. With a cold glare sweeping over the players, he waved his hand and commanded, "Go. Capture all of them." As soon as he spoke, 3,000 Tianchi soldiers sprang into action, forming teams of 5 to quickly surround the player. Upon seeing this, the players finally came to their senses, and someone shouted, "Run." Without hesitation, all the players turned and fled. Although the players were reckless, they were not foolish. While they excelled at battling fierce beasts, the appearance of a clearly organized military force made them realize that only a fool would confront them head-on without understanding the situation. And the facts proved that the players' choice was wise. Many players who could not escape in time and were surrounded initially thought they could carve a bloody path through with their strength. However, as soon as the battle commenced, the players were dumbfounded. None of these soldiers were weaker than they were. In fact, most were so. Moreover, the Tianchi soldiers had a 5-10 advantage. In such circumstances, how could the players possibly escape? Instantly, many were captured on the spot, with only a few managing to flee. As for the players who had escaped, Catterson paid them no mind, allowing them to leave, while secretly instructing a divine goal. He intended to trace the source, find the players' main base, and capture everyone in one fell swoop. Soon this sudden encounter turned into a complete victory for the Tianchi soldiers. The captured players looked at the indifferent members of the Tianchi tribe, their faces filled with unease. However, what puzzled them was that these beings, who clearly did not appear human, did not kill them, but merely detain them. This caused them to breathe a slight sigh of relief, and they hurriedly began seeking help in the chat channel. "Village chief, help. Village chief, come save us. A group of snakehead beings has appeared outside the village. They are not fierce beasts, but an intelligent race. We have been captured, and the situation is urgent. Please help us quickly." "Not fierce beasts. Aren't there only fierce beasts in this forest? Where did you wander off to?" "Wander off? We just stepped out to hunt some wild beasts and got captured. By the way, what is their strength like? Can you give us a hint? I wonder if I can take them down with a slide tackle." "Get out of here. Is this the time for your jokes? We are not sure about their exact strengths, but they are all very strong. None of them are weaker than us, and there are even some powerful ones who have not yet engaged. It feels like they are bosses." "Boss? Is this for real?" Upon hearing the word boss, the players immediately became excited. As Shen Lang opened the door, he looked outside at Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming, a hint of confusion in his eyes. What could be so urgent this early in the morning? Although he had chatted extensively in the channel, he had developed a habit of muting it, only opening it when he felt like it. "What is it?" Shen Lang asked directly. "Village chief, something big has happened. A group has appeared outside the village and has already captured many of our players." Intelligent races. Shen Lang quickly caught the subtle difference in Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming's words. "Yes, not ferocious beasts, but intelligent races." Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming nodded, giving Shen Lang an affirmative response. Upon receiving the answer, he wanted. A hint of doubt appeared on Shen Lang's face. He had not discovered the existence of intelligent races in the Wanshou forest yesterday. Where did this intelligent race come from? He didn't even consider looking outside the Wanshou forest. After all, he had completely wiped out the crazy lion tribe, and no one had witnessed it, so he never thought that this group could have been attracted by him. "Let's go take a look." Shen Lang waved his hand and stepped outside the village. For him, regardless of who it was, he could find out. By just looking and guessing blindly would be a waste of time. But just then, the previously inactive village task suddenly refreshed. Village task phase 2 activated. Task name: Survival Challenge. Task description: a group of unknown enemies has appeared outside the village. They seem to have ill intentions. To survive in this world, you must repel all invading enemies. Task reward: tenfold experience. As Shen Lang looked at the suddenly popping village task, his eyes brightened. He had not expected that the second phase of the village task would activate at this moment. For a moment, a smile appeared on his face. "What's wrong, village chief?" Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming, seeing Shen Lang stop, couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Shen Lang turned to look at him, the corners of his mouth lifting. "Notify everyone the Great Tao has issued a task. Repel the invading enemies and kill the foes for tenfold experience." As soon as he said this, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming's worries were instantly swept away and excitement appeared on his face. "Got it, village chief, I'll inform them right away." Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming excitedly said, then quickly opened the chat channel, edited the message, and sent it out. As the message was sent, the previously lively chat channel suddenly fell silent. The next second, a flood of messages surged in. "Crap. A task. There's another task. Brothers, what are we waiting for? With blades in hand, follow me, and wipe out those bastards. Let's go. How can we let outsiders bully our village? What a lively scene. Today my team will help out no matter what. Second Lieutenant, where the hell is your artillery? Bring it out, and prepare to bombard those bastards." At this moment, Shen Lang also saw the messages in the chat channel. Looking at the excited comments, he realized that the best way to motivate players was always through tasks. Closing the panel, Shen Lang and the others continued walking outside the village. At the village entrance, a large number of players had already gathered, while Nai and a few others stood at the forefront of the crowd. Without needing Shen Lang to speak, the players had already organized themselves into formation based on yesterday's expedition team. Seeing this scene, Shen Lang smiled in satisfaction as Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming quickly moved to the front of his team. Then everyone turned their gaze to Shen Lang, waiting for his command. After scanning the crowd, Shen Lang didn't waste any words and directly said, "With blades in hand, follow me. I'll lead you to kill. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Lang took the lead and everyone followed suit. Meanwhile, the team led by Kateson continued advancing towards the novice village, with several captured players following behind. The players remained quiet on their way, but their eyes communicated continuously. Through the chat channel, they all understood they were currently bound and did not act impulsively. Otherwise, under the temptation of tenfold experience, they would have killed a couple of enemies just for fun. Both teams were moving towards each other when suddenly a figure rushed towards the front of the Tian-Shi tribe's march. The incoming person's speed was swift, almost like a shadow. Instantly, the Tian-Shi tribe subconsciously prepared for battle. However, as the shadow approached, they realized it was not an enemy, but a member of the Divine Guard sent by Kateson to track the players. "You're back? Did you find out where these guys are gathering?" Kateson asked calmly as he looked at the returning team member. "I found out, Captain. Those people are currently organizing forces and heading our way. It seems they want to rescue their companion." "Oh, overestimating themselves." Kateson laughed, his smile full of mockery. "They were Divine Guards, the servants of the gods, always aloof from worldly affairs. If it weren't for the order of the High Priest, they wouldn't have appeared here at all." And Tian-Shi, "They were Divine Guards, the servants of the gods, always aloof from worldly affairs. If it weren't for the order of the High Priest, they wouldn't have appeared here at all. For the Divine Guards, apart from fellow Divine Guards, they looked down upon everyone else." Therefore, when hearing that the other side not only didn't flee, but dared to come to save people, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. "Let's go meet them. I want to see just how capable these guys are." "Yes, Captain." The Divine Guards replied loudly, their faces revealing smiles similar to Kateson's. Meanwhile, at the back of the team, the law enforcement team watched the commotion ahead, and many began to feel anxious. "Captain, it seems those Divine Guards have found their target. Should we go join in?" A team member eager to make a contribution couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Jesse was also tempted, but his usual caution kept him steady. "Don't rush. Let them take the lead. If the opponent's strength is average, we'll go help out." Jesse said meaningfully, and the members of the law enforcement team understood his implication. If the strength was average, they would rush in to claim credit. If the strength was strong, they would naturally let the Divine Guards take the brunt. With this thought, sinister smiles appeared on the faces of the law enforcement team. Time never stands still for anyone. Just after the Tian-Shi tribe advanced for a while, a large crowd appeared in their line of sight. Looking at the crowd ahead, Kateson slightly raised his hand, instantly halting the footsteps of the people behind him. From movement to stillness, the soldiers of the Tian Snake tribe displayed remarkable discipline. In contrast, the discipline among the players was lacking. Shen Lang raised his hand to signal a stop, yet some players collided with those in front of them, a display worse than a rabble. Seeing the group of snakehead, human-bodied beings across from him, Shen Lang's brow furrowed slightly. "Halford? How could Halfords enter the beast forest? Or are they specifically targeting me?" Shen Lang pondered silently, his gaze shifting directly to Kateson, using his insight eye to probe into his information. Name: Kateson. Race: Tian Snake Tribe. Identity: Divine Guard. Level 65. Talent: A-Class Talent, Transcendent Perception. Skills: B-Class Skill Mastery in Combat, B-Class Skill Bloodline Burn, A-Class Skill Divine Grace. Combat Power 236, Stars 7th Stage. Introduction: Captain of the Divine Guard of the Tian Snake Temple, a born warrior, a lapdog of the fallen deity. After glancing at Kateson's information, Shen Lang's eyes narrowed slightly. This guy is indeed powerful. Judging by combat power, he seems weaker than the Chi Nusi from back then, but things aren't so simple. Chi Nusi had received divine power into his body at that time, which granted him such strength, whereas this guy before him possesses this power inherently. There is a fundamental difference between the two. Moreover, combat power is merely a reference point calculated through various data. It can only serve as a guideline. True combat strength can only be understood through actual combat. Otherwise, with Shen Lang's meager combat power, facing such an opponent surrendering outright would be the only option, not even. After reviewing Kateson's information, Shen Lang checked the data of the others. This glance startled Shen Lang. The people surrounding Kateson were almost all above level 35. The few hundred people at the back of the Tian Snake tribe, while slightly weaker, all had a starting strength of at least level 20. The leader's strength even reached level 14, not weaker than an average medium tribe leader. Fortunately, the 3,000 in the middle were still within the players' acceptable range, mostly around levels 12 and 13. Otherwise, the players would truly have no way to participate in this battle. Even so, the players were in danger. After all, the opponent had an advantage in level and numbers, with the only advantage for the players being that each person possessed a talent. It is unclear whether they could withstand these 3,000. Even if they could, how many would be left in the end? With some worry in his heart, Shen Lang quickly shared the information he had gathered in the chat channel with the players, and specifically reminded them to avoid the law enforcement team and members of the Divine Guard. Those individuals were simply not opponents the players could handle. Sending players against them would be akin to sending them to their deaths. Shen Lang could accept players dying in battle, but he absolutely would not accept them being slaughtered. Thus, he had determined his targets. Everyone above level 20 was his opponent. With this thought, Shen Lang narrowed his eyes, silently contemplating how to approach the upcoming battle. While he was deep in thought, Kateson, standing at the front of the Tian Snake tribe's formation, suddenly waved his hand. In the next moment, a member of the Divine Guard stepped forward, looking at Shen Lang and his group with an icy tone. "Our captain has said you have 3 minutes to surrender. After 3 minutes, those who refuse to surrender will be killed without mercy." After speaking, the Divine Guard did not wait for a response from the players and turned back to the formation. The entire process highlighted 2 words: arrogant. It was as if the players had become a piece of meat on their chopping board waiting to be slaughtered, completely disregarded by Katizen's side. As if allowing them to surrender was already a tremendous grace. Shen Lang was so infuriated that he almost laughed. These guys truly did not take him seriously. While thinking, Shen Lang flipped his palm, and the breaking army appeared in his hand. Attack! Shen Lang shouted coldly, and in the next second his speed reached its peak, disappearing from his original spot. At the same time, the players began to retreat, seemingly abandoning Shen Lang. On the other side, the Divine Guard member had yet to return to the formation when suddenly the sound of a blade echoed sharp. Hearing the noise, he instinctively turned around and thrust his sword. A sound explosion, proving the power of his strike. But it was useless. Shen Lang swung his blade, directly cleaving him and his sword in half. Blood spilled onto the ground, and the fallen Divine Guard wore an expression of disbelief. The other Divine Guard members momentarily froze, somewhat dazed. They had not expected that Shen Lang would be so decisive. Without a word of warning, he attacked immediately. The angriest of all was undoubtedly Katizen. He was the captain of the Divine Guard and looked down upon Shen Lang and his group the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let his teammates speak. He had no desire to communicate with Shen Lang and the others. Now, as proud as he was before, he was equally humiliated now. Under the gaze of everyone, Shen Lang had actually slain one of his subordinates right before him, utterly trampling his pride. You seek death. Furious, Katizen spat out 3 words and instantly moved, throwing a punch at the spot where his figure appeared to teleport, instantly reaching Shen Lang's previous position and delivering a punch. Suddenly, his fist landed squarely on Shen Lang, and in the next moment, Shen Lang's figure rapidly dissipated. It turned out that it was not Shen Lang, but merely an afterimage left behind due to his incredible speed. What? Seeing his attack miss, Katizen's furious expression froze momentarily, his face reflecting a mix of displeasure. Just as he was astonished by Shen Lang's speed, Shen Lang had already bypassed the Divine Guard and charged into the ranks of the 3,000 soldiers to rescue people. Even the Divine Guard couldn't stop Shen Lang, let alone the 3,000 Tian Snake soldiers. They could handle ordinary players, but dealing with Shen Lang was akin to inviting death. Amidst the sounds of gasps and screams, the originally orderly 3,000 soldiers were sliced open by Shen Lang as he carved a path through the crowd. Only after reaching the place where the players were held did Shen Lang stop. Without a word, the breaking army flashed in his hand, shattering the ropes binding the players, and then he escorted them out of the encirclement. Katizen looked at Shen Lang with a grim expression, but his initially angry mood had now calmed down. Shen Lang's strength was evidently far greater than he had imagined. With such power, even he had to take him seriously. If he still regarded Shen Lang as a soft persimmon, he would truly be a fool. Regaining his composure, Katizen quickly issued his orders. Jesse, take the enforcement team and the army to hunt down those fleeing scoundrels. The Divine Guards will assist me in capturing the person before us. His voice echoed across the battlefield. Jesse, who stood at the back of the formation, immediately prepared to lead the team to pursue the players. Having witnessed Shen Lang's might, he was not eager to confront him. However, as soon as the enforcement team moved, Shen Lang made his move as well. He swung his broken army saber in a fierce blade or a shot toward the members of the enforcement team. Before the attack even reached them, the members of the enforcement team felt a sharp pain, a wave of death's threat flooding their hearts. Instantly, the faces of the enforcement team, led by Jesse, changed, and they quickly dodged. Most of them evaded the strike, but a couple of unfortunate souls who reacted a beat too late were directly cleaved in half, with their bodies exploding and blood splattering. Shen Lang scanned the crowd with a cold gaze and calmly declared, "Those above the magical realm, whoever leaves shall die." Shen Lang threatened. Upon hearing this, Katizen's anger surged. Being slapped in the face was one thing, but now being publicly threatened meant he was being utterly disregarded. He glared fiercely at Shen Lang and said each word deliberately. "I never submit to threats. Jesse, why are you still dawdling?" The latter part was directed at Jesse. After saying this, Katizen moved swiftly towards Shen Lang, intending to intercept. However, Shen Lang had no intention of engaging him. His speed surpassed Katizen's, and ultimately, while Katizen chased him, Shen Lang escaped, even darting into the midst of 3,000 Heavenly Serpent soldiers, swinging his saber and continually reaping their lives. In an instant, the Heavenly Serpent soldiers were in grave trouble, proving the saying that when celestial beings clash more. "Bastard, you stand still? If you have the guts, fight me fair and square instead of running away. What kind of skill is that?" Katizen pursued Shen Lang closely, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up, watching helplessly as Shen Lang slaughtered the Heavenly Serpent soldiers. In a fit of rage, he couldn't help but shout. Hearing this, Shen Lang paid him no mind and continued his rampage among the crowd. Though the other Divine Guards wished to assist Katizen in stopping Shen Lang, his speed was too fast and his movements too erratic for them to intercept. They could only watch helplessly. As for the enforcement team, that was another story. They were currently gazing at Jesse with admiration. It turned out that their captain's experience was invaluable. He knew the opponent was formidable and didn't let them take the lead. Seeing that over 100 Heavenly Serpent soldiers had been killed and the remaining ones were frozen in place, Katizen finally couldn't hold back his rage any longer. "Are you all a bunch of fools? Can't you run? Get out of my way." Katizen's roar echoed throughout the battlefield. The many Heavenly Serpent soldiers, already pale with fear from Shen Lang, felt as if they had been granted amnesty and immediately scattered. As regular troops, they dared not flee without orders from their commander. Therefore, even in fear, they could only hold their ground, sacrificing their lives to delay Shen Lang's advance. Now with the order to retreat, all the Heavenly Serpent soldiers almost instantly scattered in a frenzy. Go find those who escaped and capture them all. Watching the Heavenly Serpent soldiers flee, Kateson quickly issued a second command. First, these soldiers wouldn't be of any help if they stayed, but rather would become a liability. Secondly, Shen Lang had killed so many of his men before him. How could he not retaliate? Thus, he also wanted to slaughter Shen Lang's men in front of him. With the order given, the Heavenly Serpent soldiers ran even faster, forming small teams of 5, tracking the path the players had taken to flee. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the battlefield. As the Heavenly Serpent soldiers left, the enforcement team was left dumbfounded nearby. With the Heavenly Serpent soldiers gone, what were they supposed to do? Follow them. They feared Shen Lang might charge at them in the next moment. Given the strength Shen Lang had displayed, if he truly targeted them, their performance would not be much better than that of the Heavenly Serpent soldiers. If they stayed back, they would surely have to participate in the encirclement against Shen Lang, but they were terrified. At that moment, the members of the enforcement team all turned their gazes toward Jesse, waiting for him to make a decision. Realizing everyone's gaze was upon him, Jesse silently cursed. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. In the midst of chaos on the battlefield, he could lead the enforcement team to fish in troubled waters. But now the battlefield was divided into 2 parts, and they only needed to deal with Shen Lang alone, making it impossible for him to fish in troubled waters. What are you waiting for? Get over here and help. Before Jesse could figure out what to do next, Kateson had already started calling out. Hearing this, a hint of helplessness flashed in Jess's eyes. While there was no choice left, Kateson had given the order. Unless he wanted to betray the Heavenly Serpent tribe, he had no choice but to comply. Go. After exhaling a breath of frustration, Jesse reluctantly waved his hand to give the order. Upon receiving the command, though fearful, the members of the enforcement team surrounded Shen Lang. Not only them, but the Divine Guards also formed a massive encirclement, closing in on Shen Lang. In the center of the battlefield, Shen Lang, still playing hide and seek with Kateson, noticed that all the strong fighter's attention was now focused on him. His fleeing steps came to an abrupt halt, and without a second thought, he turned around and swung his saber at what was behind him. Seeing this, Kateson, who had been hot on Shen Lang's heels, was unexpectedly delighted. Gripping his broadsword, he swung it, clang. The weapons of the two clashed midair, a loud crash resonating in the air. In that moment, Shen Lang staggered back 3 steps while Kateson retreated 2 steps. So strong. So strong. After the clash, both Shen Lang and Kateson instinctively paused, gazing at each other in astonishment, surprised by each other's strength. At this moment, the members of the Divine Guards and the enforcement team finally arrived, surrounding Shen Lang. For a brief moment, it seemed like Shen Lang had fallen into a dire predicament, encircled by hundreds, with the situation clearly unfavorable for him. Seeing Shen Lang surrounded, Kate's heart finally eased. He was genuinely worried that Shen Lang would rely on his speed to break free. If that happened, he might not be able to catch him. But now being surrounded was different. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Kate's mouth, and he coldly shouted, "Deploy the Divine Spirit formation." As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the Divine Guards swiftly took action, their breaths connecting rapidly. Soon everyone's aura became identical, completing the entire process in the blink of an eye, catching even Shen Lang off guard. When he realized something was wrong, a distinct sense of suppression had already descended upon him. At that moment, Shen Lang felt as though he was burdened by a 1,000-pound weight, his body becoming exceptionally heavy. "Ha ha, kid, this time I truly want to see how you escape." Outside the formation, Kate couldn't help but laugh heartily at this. Earlier, he had been led around by Shen Lang like a dog, and now that he had finally restrained him, how could he not feel delighted? Listening to Kate's words, Shen Lang slowly exhaled a breath of foul air and coldly said, "Don't get too happy too soon. Oh, watch how I shatter your turtle shell." After speaking, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Shen Lang's eyes as he summoned all his strength and swung his blade. The blade's light was dazzling, and the blade aura rampaged forth, striking fiercely at the formation with a thunderous roar. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sound of vibrations rang out continuously, but soon Shen Lang discovered that the formation, which had taken his full force strike, remained completely unscathed. Outside the formation, Kate watched this scene with a mocking gaze and scoffed, "Kid, this is a formation granted by the divine. With your little strength, you think you can break it by brute force? That's just a fool's dream." After speaking, Kate suddenly waved his hand and shouted, "Let him taste the power of the Divine Spirit formation." Upon his command, the surrounding Divine Guards immediately sprang into action, their strengths coalescing within the formation. Individually, they might not match Shen Lang, but when the power of hundreds merged into one, even Shen Lang felt a hint of pressure. "Who?" Shen Lang exhaled a breath of foul air. At this moment, a rainbow-colored light condensed directly in front of him. The next second, a terrifying energy shockwave erupted, rushing toward Shen Lang. Seeing this, Shen Lang's gaze sharpened as he gripped the blood-drink-mad blade with both hands, activating his strength skill, the Blade of Domination, and swung his blade fiercely. The moment this blade was swung, the entire formation jolted. When the blade light collided with the rainbow glow, a shocking scene unfolded before Kate. The combined power of 99 Divine Guards was shattered by Shen Lang's single strike. Furthermore, the blade light continued unabated, striking the formation once more. Boom. Accompanied by a terrifying roar, the formation began to shake violently. Kate, who had been so confident, suddenly changed his expression at the sight and instantly melded into the formation. With his addition, the formation seemed to become more complete, stabilizing after previously wobbling. Seeing the formation stabilize, Kate finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then looked at Shen Lang in disbelief and asked, "How is this possible? How did your power increase so much all of a sudden?" Kate looked at Shen Lang in confusion, while Shen Lang's lips curled into a cold arc, showing no intention of explaining. "There are many things you can't imagine. I want to see whether your formation is more solid today, or my blade is sharper." With that, Shen Lang raised his blade again, the second style of the blade of domination blade, slashing all beings. In an instant, a tremendous momentum radiated from Shen Lang, and even before he made a move, the mere aura he exuded sent a chill through Kate's heart. Quick channel power into the formation. Kate turned to the members of the enforcement team outside the formation. Hearing this, everyone reacted quickly, nodding eagerly, and then directed their strength into the formation. As the members of the enforcement team delivered their power to the formation, its might grew even stronger. Yet even so, Kate still felt a sense of unease. The surge of power emanating from Shen Lang was too terrifying, causing him to lose confidence. Unfortunately, at this moment he had no other options but to brace himself for Shen Lang's impending strike. Finally, Shen Lang's momentum reached its peak, and he swung his blade. As the blade fell, a pure white blade light instantly filled everyone's vision. Under this, strike time seemed to slow for everyone, allowing them to clearly see the trajectory of the blade light, yet they could not move, only watching helplessly as the blade light approached. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the divine spirit formation that Kate was so proud of. As the formation broke apart, members of the Divine Guards and the enforcement team were caught in the blast, each spitting blood and flying out. As the primary enforcer of the formation, Kate suffered the most severe injuries. His body was riddled with numerous deep cuts, and a torrent of blood surged from the wounds, completely turning him into a bloodied figure. However, despite his terrifying appearance, Kate's aura showed no signs of waning. He remained powerful. From the smoke and dust, Shen Lang slowly emerged, glancing at Kate, who was drenched in blood, and his eyes narrowed. The power of the blade of domination needed no further explanation. The fact that Kate could withstand the second style and not suffer severe injuries was indeed beyond Shen Lang's expectations. Just as Shen Lang was assessing Kate, suddenly Kate let out a low, eerie laugh. The sound was so grating that Shen Lang couldn't help but frown. "What are you laughing at?" Shen Lang inquired. Hearing this, Kate fixed a gaze full of killing intent on Shen Lang and smirked. "I'm laughing at you. Such a terrifying attack couldn't kill me. Next, how much strength do you have left? Is that all?" Shen Lang was momentarily speechless, suddenly unsure of how to respond. According to common sense, Kate's deduction was completely valid. Forcing oneself to unleash strength far beyond their limits, not to mention the side effects, would inevitably result in severe exhaustion. If it were anyone else, they would probably have no strength left at this moment. But who said Shen Lang was an ordinary person? With the blessing of the SSS Tao, he was the most enduring man. Thinking something peculiar in his heart, Shen Lang did not voice it. Instead, he raised his hand and beckoned provocatively, stating, "Since you think I have no strength left, why not come and try?" Shen Lang spoke calmly, and his composed demeanor made Kate feel somewhat uncertain. Could this guy still have power left? Kate's son stared intently at Shen Lang, attempting to detect even a hint of weakness in him, but no matter how he looked, all he could see was Shen Lang's vibrant, blood-tinged face. This did not appear to be the visage of someone who had overexerted themselves. Yet it shouldn't be. After such a tremendous outburst of power, how could there be no sign of exhaustion? Frowning in confusion, Kate's son simply could not comprehend. Helpless, he abandoned his thoughts and coldly huffed, "Humph, no matter if you can still fight or not, today is destined to be your day of death." After speaking, Kate's son suddenly turned to look at the severely injured Divine Guards and the enforcement team behind him. His gaze lingered briefly on the Divine Guards before ultimately settling on the members of the enforcement team. "Sacrifice," Kate's son growled, and then colorful threads emerged from his body, connecting to the members of the enforcement team, siphoning their lives and souls. The enforcement team members, who had been lying on the ground wailing, suddenly let out piercing screams. "Oh!" The chilling cries echoed across the battlefield, and the bodies of the enforcement team members visibly shriveled. Jesse Me, also connected by the colorful threads, felt a powerful suction, drawing the vitality and spiritual power. Immediately, Jesse Me's expression changed, and he shouted, "Kate's son, what are you doing? Sending you to meet the gods while helping me?" Kate's son replied expressionlessly, "Bastards, we are members of the enforcement team. Stop this at once. Humph, a bunch of useless trash. You should feel honored to serve as sacrifices." Kate's son coldly stated, then disregarded Jesse Me, turning all his attention to Shen Lang. "Boy, are you ready? Do you take me for a dead man?" Just as Kate's son finished speaking, suddenly Shen Lang vanished from his spot and swiftly appeared before him, swinging his sword. Seeing this, Kate's son remained unperturbed, activating his innate transcendent perception. Instantly, the world through Kate's son's eyes slowed down dramatically, and Shen Lang's formerly elusive figure became clear. As Shen Lang's blade came crashing toward his head, Kate's son sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack. Shen Lang's missed strike did not surprise him. Without a moment's pause, he brushed past Kate's son. Realizing Shen Lang had passed through him, Kate's son's expression changed swiftly. "You dare!" he bellowed, clenching his fist and delivering a powerful punch towards Shen Lang's back. Sensing the fierce wind behind him, Shen Lang paid it no mind, bracing himself against the blow. Clang! The sound resonated like metal clashing, and with the force of the punch, Shen Lang's already swift movement became even more rapid. In less than a breath, Shen Lang reached the enforcement team members, showing no hesitation as he gripped the broken army, and instantly large heads were severed from their bodies, bringing an end to their suffering. A-level skill Divine Grace communicate with the gods, offer sacrifices, and receive divine blessings. This skill was quite similar to when Shi Nusi drew the power of the gods into his body. However, that came at a personal cost, while Divine Grace resembled more of a transaction. If it were someone else, they might hesitate at Kate Sin's sudden attack on his own men, unable to make sense of the situation. But armed with the eye of insight, Shen Lang had seen through Kate Sin's true nature from the start. How could he allow Kate's son to complete the sacrifice and bring trouble upon himself? With his swift speed and sharp blade technique, Shen Lang swiftly decimated more than half of the enforcement team. With a significant portion of the sacrifices taken, Kate Sin's complexion turned pale, and he spat a mouthful of blood. This was due to the sacrifice being interrupted, resulting in backlash. As the colorful threads snapped, Shen Lang ceased his slaughter of the enforcement team. In fact, he no longer needed to. The enforcement team was already heavily injured, and now with Kate's son having extracted a significant amount of their vitality and spiritual power, although the sacrificial ritual was interrupted, the vitality and spiritual power they lost would not return. Thus, aside from Jesse Mi, who remained alive due to his strength, the rest of the enforcement team had essentially lost their breath, and continuing to fight was utterly meaningless. Damn it, you will die. Kate's son roared at Shen Lang, feeling more humiliated than ever since he became the leader of the... Every action he took seemed to be seen through by Shen Lang, continually thwarted. This nearly drove him mad, yet he found himself powerless. Whether I should die or not is uncertain, but you certainly should. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Shen Lang's mouth as he listened to Kate Sin's curses. Dominant blade, third style, slaughter immortals and gods. Gripping the broken army, Shen Lang activated the third style of the dominant path, instantly unleashing an aura of terrifying intensity that caused Kate's son, who was not far away and filled with anger, to narrow his eyes. A sense of impending doom surged from his heart, and an instinctual warning told him that if he were struck by Shen Lang's blade, he would surely perish. Where are the divine guards? At a critical moment, Kate's son summoned the divine guards. Here, for the sake of the revered god, slay him. Pointing at Shen Lang, Kate Sin's words fell, and the heavily injured divine guards, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed their final strength to charge at Shen Lang. With fervor and determination on their faces, they surged towards Shen Lang. The first rule for becoming a divine guard is to believe in the gods. Now, under Kate Sin's command, in the name of the barbaric god, all the divine guards seemed to transform into zealots fearless of life and death. However, at that moment, as the divine guards charged at Shen Lang, Kate's son turned and fled. He was afraid. Having seen his methods completely dismantled by Shen Lang, he finally felt fear. Thus, under the threat of death, he chose to let the divine guards die in his stead, while he seized the opportunity to escape. Not far away, Shen Lang calmly watched this scene unfold. Escape? Can you really escape? Slash. With a thunderous shout, Shen Lang's aura finally reached its peak, and in an instant, boom. The blade light, terrifyingly amplified compared to before, surged through the air, and before it even fell, the mere radiance of the blade caused the bodies of all the divine guards rushing towards Shen Lang to explode. Bang, bang, bang. With explosive sounds ringing out, all the members of the divine guards were instantly obliterated, turning into a mist of blood. Subsequently, the blade light fell without obstruction, descending upon Kate's son. Oh, the bloodline burns. Feeling the impending death behind him, Kate's son held nothing back and began to fight desperately. He did not turn to resist the blade's glare. He understood that even if his strength doubled, facing the blade would only lead to... Thus, the purpose of burning his bloodline was more to increase his speed. As long as he could escape Shen Lang's attack range, he would have a glimmer of hope. At this moment, his robust body had become emaciated, resembling nothing more than a layer of skin stretched over. Having paid such a hefty price, his speed surged dramatically. Ultimately, at the brink of disaster, he escaped the attack. As the sensation of being pierced by thorns faded from behind him, a wave of ecstasy surged within his heart. Just when he thought he had escaped with his life, a terrifying explosion suddenly erupted behind him. Boom. The blade's glare struck the ground, instantly shattering the earth. Though the sky did not collapse, the ground had caved in. A fissure over 100 meters long appeared, revealing an abyss of impenetrable darkness. With the earth cracking, a massive shockwave erupted, sweeping through the surroundings. If it were during Kate Sin's peak, such a shockwave would hardly have been able to shake him. But now, after burning his bloodline, he was in his weakest state. When the shockwave hit him, he was sent flying like a rag doll. Bang, bang, bang. His body crashed heavily onto the ground, rolling several times before Kate Sin completely lost the last vestige of his strength. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest proving he was still alive, anyone who saw his current state would surely... Suddenly, a sound of footsteps echoed in his ears. Kate Sin strained to turn his head toward the source of the sound. He saw Shen Lang approaching him with measured steps. Gulp, gulp. He stared at Shen Lang, letting out a whimper, as if to say something, but unfortunately his injuries were too severe for him to utter a complete sentence. Soon Shen Lang reached his side, looking down at him condescendingly, and then slowly raised his foot. As his vision was obscured, Kate Sin's consciousness faded to black, plunging him into darkness. Shen Lang looked down at Kate Sin, whose neck he had crushed underfoot, a glimmer of unexpected joy flashing in his eyes. To be honest, he had prepared himself for Kate Sin's body to shatter. After all, he couldn't fully control the power of the third strike of the Blade of Domination, making it impossible to kill without injury. Unexpectedly, Kate Sin had been so cooperative, helping him preserve his entire corpse. With a hint of joy in his heart, Shen Lang squatted beside Kate Sin's body, placing his right hand upon it. Super Divine Extraction. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the A-grade talent transcendent perception. Looking at the words that appeared before him, Shen Lang's face instantly lit up with delight. It seems my luck is quite good today, Shen Lang thought to himself. He then quickly turned his gaze to the corpses of the law enforcement team in the distance, rushing forward to extract them. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 3 points of strength attribute. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 4 points of speed attribute. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining 2 points of constitution attribute. 3 consecutive prompts sounded. Unfortunately, Shen Lang could not maintain his earlier good fortune, extracting only a few attribute points. Fortunately, with the foundation of transcendent perception, he didn't feel it was a loss. After extracting the corpses, Shen Lang finally had time to open the information panel and check the experience points gained from previously hunting the members of the Sky Serpent tribe. Congratulations, you have slain a Divine Guard. Experience points 30,000. Congratulations, you have slain a Divine Guard. Slaying God experience 10,000. A large number of experience gain notifications flooded Shen Lang's vision. Due to the tenfold experience bonus, each individual provided substantial experience points. Moreover, even the Slaying God experience had a tenfold experience bonus. When Shen Lang saw the total experience and Slaying God experience gained this time, even though he had an inkling of what to expect, he was still taken aback. For leveling up experience, having slain 100 Divine Guards, each providing 30,000 experience totals to 3. As for the law enforcement team, each member only provided 20,000 experience, and he had slain 75 of them, earning 1,500,000 experience. Adding the 200,000 experience from Kateson, he had gained a total of 470,000 experience this round. In terms of Slaying God experience, each Divine Guard provided 10,000 Slaying God experience, totaling to 1 million. Each law enforcement team member provided 5,000 Slaying God experience, totaling 375,000, while Kateson provided 100,000 Slaying God experience. All combined, he gained 147,500 Slaying God experience. To gain such a vast amount of leveling up experience and Slaying God experience in one go was unprecedented for Shen Lang. He felt a slight tremor run through him. After taking a deep breath for a while, he finally suppressed the excitement within, opened the information panel, and began to check it. Nickname Dark Knight. Level 24 48680000. Profession 13th level, Slaying God Envoy 3243035000. Luck 90. Strength 888, Grade Talent Strength Enhancement. Agility 1128, Grade Talent Agility Enhancement. Constitution 832 500, a Grade Talent Constitution Enhancement immune to all poisons. Energy 848, Grade Talent Hearing Enhancement, Grade Talent Smell Enhancement, Grade Talent Mental Enhancement, Grade Talent Vision Enhancement. Primary Talent SSS-Grade Super Divine Extraction. Special Talents Grade Talent 7 Emotions and 6 Desires, a Grade Talent Transcendent Perception. C. Grade Talent Ironclad, Grade Talent Fire of Heart, Grade Talent Water Element Control. D. Grade Talent Earth Element Manipulation, a Grade Talent Bloodline Boiling. Grade Talent Fire Element Control. Skills SS-Grade Passive, Great Way Blessings, Grade Active Skill Eye of Insights, Grade Skill Blade of Domination, a Grade Skill Soul Impact, Grade Skill Beast Mastery, a Grade Skill Netherfire Burning, Grade Skill Water Dragon Cannon, Grade Skill Water Dragon Whirlwind. Battle Pet Canavies. Battle Power 92 stars, 4th stage. Allocatable free attribute points 75. Items hidden. Gazing at the dramatically altered data panel, Shen Lang could no longer contain his inner joy and broke into a silly grin. His personal level had skyrocketed by 5 levels. His professional level soared by 6 levels. As for his agility data, it had broken through the 1,000-point barrier on the spot. Such a transformation was simply a rebirth. Moreover, there was one more piece of information that the panel did not reveal. After breaking through level 20, a mass of energy automatically condensed within Shen Lang, which according to the world's terminology, should be referred to as mana. Shen Lang thought uncertainly, his joy beyond words. Just as he was reveling in it, someone oblivious to the situation, Jesse, who was trying to sneak away, caught his attention. Shen Lang calmly inquired, "Where do you think you're going?" At that moment, the air seemed to fall silent. Feeling the gaze of Shen Lang behind him, Jesse Me felt as if his heart had leaped into his throat, ready to jump out at any moment. Slowly turning around, Jesse Me forced a humble smile on his face and nervously asked, "Sir, is there anything else?" "What do you think?" Shen Lang retorted. As soon as he finished speaking, a thud echoed, and Jesse Me fell to his knees. "Sir, please spare me. I am not a human, but I have elderly parents to support and young children who depend on me. I beg you to spare my life." Jesse Me cried out in anguish, tears streaming down his face, causing Shen Lang's lips to twitch. Indeed, even as the world changed, the faces of surrendering individuals remained eternally the same. "Enough, shut up. Tell me, why are you here? From the looks of you, it's clear you came for me. I don't have time to waste on you, so you better speak the truth. Otherwise I'll let you experience my methods." As he spoke, Shen Lang lightly snapped his fingers, and a flame appeared at his fingertips. Though the underworld fire was of lower skill level, and its power was somewhat lacking, it was an effective means of tormenting others. It was Kateson. Recently the Lion tribe was suddenly annihilated. Kateson discovered this and reported it to the High Priest. The High Priest, through divine means, sensed your presence and sent us to capture you and bring you back. Jesse Me spoke, carefully telling most of the truth while shifting the blame from himself to Kateson. He thought he could deceive Shen Lang, unaware that before someone who mastered the 7 emotions and 6 desires, lies were utterly useless. Shen Lang could easily determine the truth through Jessie Mi's emotional fluctuations. Sensing Jessie Mi's guilty emotions, Shen Lang smirked and remarked teasingly, "It seems you did not take my warning to heart." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Lang flicked his finger, and the underworld fire immediately landed on Jessie Mi, igniting with a loud whoosh. At the same time, Shen Lang amplified the pain within Jessie Mi's heart, using the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Instantly, a chilling wail echoed through the forest. "Aunt, I was wrong. Please spare me. I tell the truth. It was me who discovered your presence and reported it to the high priest. Upon realizing you were from the Eastern Ancient Nation, the high priest specifically sent divine guards to capture you as a sacrifice for the gods. Please stop. I am really telling the truth." As Jessie Mi screamed in agony, Shen Lang paid no heed to his concealed truths. However, upon hearing the words Eastern Ancient Nation, a flicker of interest passed through his eyes. "You said I am from the Eastern Ancient Nation. How did you determine that?" Shen Lang continued to question. "Black hair and black eyes are characteristics unique to people from the Eastern Ancient Nation." Jessie Mi, racked with pain, had completely broken down, no longer daring to hide anything. He quickly responded, "Black hair and black eyes. Could there be a Huaxiao here as well?" Shen Lang murmured to himself, vaguely sensing that there was a profound connection between this Eastern Ancient Nation and them, the players. As for what kind of connection it was, there was too little information for Shen Lang to deduce. He could only continue to interrogate Jessie Mi. Next, Shen Lang asked several more questions related to the Eastern Ancient Nation, but unfortunately, they bore little fruit. Jessie Mi understood little about the Eastern Ancient Nation, only knowing of its existence. In fact, he didn't even know the exact name of the Eastern Ancient Nation. Seeing this, Shen Lang felt somewhat disappointed. "Sir, I have told you everything I know. Please spare my life. Jessie Mi, please." Upon hearing this, Shen Lang's mind moved, and instantly the underworld fire burning on Jessie Mi dissipated. With the extinguishing of the underworld fire, the emotional power that had entangled him also retreated. In that moment, Jessie Mi lay on the ground, gasping for air, as if he had been rescued from drowning. "You say you want me to spare you. Then tell me, what value do you possess? They'll consider whether it's worth sparing you," Shen Lang said, folding his arms as he looked at the half-dead Jessie Mi. Upon hearing this, Jessie Mi knew the critical moment had arrived. Only the useful could survive. "I can infiltrate the tribe as a spy. After you annihilated the divine guards, the high priest, given his nature, will definitely not let this go easily. If you let me go back, you'll have an informant within our tribe. My status in the tribe is not low, and I will be aware of any actions taken, allowing you to prepare in advance with my messages." Desperate to survive, Jessie Mi continuously showcased his value. After hearing this, Shen Lang slightly nodded in acknowledgement of his reasoning. "You make a good point. I do need an informant. However, I have one question. How can I trust you?" "I can swear to the barbarians," Jessie Mi said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang let out a scoff. "Please, I don't believe in any so-called barbarian." Then, hearing Shen Lang's words, Jessie Mi was rendered speechless. Swearing to the gods was a credible means of trust in the Western continent, as no one dared to deceive the gods there. However, it was clear that Shen Lang was not from the Western continent, and did not trust such methods, leaving Jessie Mi at a loss. "I have a method, but it requires your cooperation. If you show any resistance, your head will explode. So what do you say?" Seeing Jessie Mi's expression, Shen Lang suddenly thought of a method and tempted him. Seeing Shen Lang looking at him with ill intentions, Jessie Mi wanted to refuse, but he knew that refusal meant death. He could only sorrowfully say, I am willing to try." "Very well. Remember, you must not resist at all. Not even a thought of resistance can cross your mind. Otherwise, your head will explode instantly." "I understand." Jessie Mi lowered his head. Shen Lang immediately stepped forward, placing his palm on Jessie Mi's head. Subsequently, a surge of spiritual power spread from him, entering deep into Jessie Mi's soul. Yes, he was employing the method of imprinting a soul mark from the beast control technique. Although Jessie Mi belonged to an intelligent race, he was still a half-beastman. Even if he was merely half-beast, he was still a beast. As for whether it would work, who knew? It was worth a try. After all, even if it failed, it would not be Shen Lang who died. Thus, he bore no psychological burden. It was only unfortunate for Jessie Mi. Faced with Shen Lang's invasion of his soul, he could neither resist nor dare to have even a single thought of resistance for fear that his head would explode. The situation was unexpectedly smooth, and Shen Lang felt little resistance as he effortlessly planted the imprint deep within Jessie Mi's soul. Suddenly, a distinct connection emanated from Jessie Mi. Shen Lang carefully sensed it, and a spark of understanding arose in his heart. Now, if he wished, a mere thought could make Jessie Mi wish for death. He didn't even need to rely on the Beastmaster ring to stabilize the soul imprint, perhaps because Jessie Mi was too weak. Shaking his head and dismissing the thought, Shen Lang withdrew his palm and smiled at Jessie Mi, saying, "All right." Upon hearing this, Jessie Mi opened his eyes, feeling the strangeness in his soul. A bitter smile crept onto his lips. He realized that from this moment on, his life and death were no longer in his own hands. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have ventured a single step into the beast forest. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. The die was cast, and he had no choice but to accept reality. At that moment, he suppressed his emotions and respectfully bowed to Shen Lang, saying, "I greet my master." "You don't need to call me master, just address me as honorific." Shen Lang was not fond of the title master. If it were a girl, it would be fine, but an alien calling him master felt strange. "Understood, honorific." Jessie Mi complied and changed his address. "Do you have a means of contact? It would be convenient for us to communicate later." Shen Lang looked at Jessie Mi and spoke directly. He did not possess a long-distance communication method and could only ask Fortunately, as the captain of the enforcement team, Jesse Me was not lacking in such items. Soon a white insect appeared in Shen Lang's hand. Honorific, this is the message insect I obtained. It can transmit messages over vast distances. Please keep it safe. Alright, I understand. You may leave now. Shen Lang nodded, accepted the message insect, and then waved his hand to dismiss him. Seeing this, Jesse Me did not say more, respectfully nodded, and then turned to leave, gradually disappearing from Shen Lang's sight. After Jesse Me departed, Shen Lang did not linger here either. With a flash of his figure, he vanished from the spot. While Shen Lang's battle had concluded, the battlefield where the players were remained ongoing. The strength and numbers of the Sky Serpent soldiers were superior to those of the players in the Level 1 Novice Village. Therefore, previously Shen Lang had discussed a 12-character combat strategy in the chat channel with the players: retreat when the enemy advances, disturb when the enemy is stationed, strike when the enemy is weary, and pursue when the enemy retreats. As a classic tactic of our army, the players executed it with remarkable proficiency. Additionally, being in the jungle, the environment and terrain greatly favored the players. Thus, although the overall strength of the Sky Serpent tribe soldiers was greater, they were being thoroughly beaten by the players. They had contemplated countermeasures such as setting traps and luring the enemy deeper. However, the players seemed to have awakened a divine insight, and no matter what tricks the soldiers employed, they simply would not fall for them. Conversely, once the soldiers revealed a weakness, the players would appear out of nowhere, relentlessly pursuing and attacking them. As a result, after merely half an hour of battle, the Sky Serpent tribe soldiers had suffered over half of their casualties. At this point, their morale was on the brink of collapse. Just then, Shen Lang's figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Seeing Shen Lang, the Sky Serpent soldiers already on the edge of collapse immediately changed their expressions. They had witnessed Shen Lang's power firsthand, and his appearance became the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the Sky Serpent soldiers to completely break down. Instantly, numerous Sky Serpent soldiers scattered and fled. Shen Lang quietly stood in place watching this scene unfold, and soon the players who recovered from their shock rushed to pursue. Seeing that the situation here was settled, Shen Lang did not linger and turned back towards the village. Shortly after returning to the village, a notification sound from the Great Tao suddenly rang out. Second phase of the village task completed. Glancing at the notification, Shen Lang did not pay it much mind. He had already received the experience points, so whether the task was completed or not was unimportant to him. However, just as Shen Lang thought there was nothing more to be concerned about, the voice of the Great Tao continued to sound. Announcement: the second and third Novice Village No. 20 will descend in 3 hours. Players are advised to prepare. Announcement: the second and third Novice Village No. 20 will descend in 3 hours. Players are advised to prepare. Announcement: the second and third Novice Village No. 20 will descend in 3 hours. Players are advised to prepare. Hearing this, Shen Lang's steps suddenly halted. 19 novice villages were about to descend. He wondered which country's players would arrive this time. Shen Lang pondered silently in his heart. He had initially planned to return to his residence, but he turned his steps toward the village. Arriving at the conference room of the office, Shen Lang sent a message to Zhuangsheng and others through the chat channel, then quietly waited in the meeting room. As time passed, 2 hours later, Zhuangsheng, Xiao Meng, and the others entered the conference room together. Looking at Shen Lang seated in the first position, they greeted, "Village Chief, we have arrived." Take a seat. Have those Sky Serpent tribe members been dealt with? Shen Lang inquired. They have been dealt with and not a single one escaped. All were slain by us. Zhuangsheng, Xiao Meng replied excitedly, clearly pleased with the spoils from this battle. Alright, since it has ended, there's no need to dwell on it. I called you here for another matter. You all know about the announcement from the Great Tao. Yes, Village Chief. What do you all think? A Village Chief, what does this have to do with us? Zhuangsheng and the others looked puzzled. The arrival of other novice villages was irrelevant to them, so they had not given it much. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang couldn't help but chuckle. You think the arrival of other villages has nothing to do with us? Does it? What does it have to do with us? Zhuangsheng and the others expressed doubt. During the novice village period, the Great Tao used the village duel cards to guide the conflicts between novice villages. What do you think the purpose of the Great Tao is? To nurture a gu. The sunny girl raised her hand. That's correct. Now that it is to nurture a gu, where do you guess this new novice village will descend? Here. The 5 replied in unison. Thanks to Shen Lang's hint, they all suddenly understood. Players need vast resources to level up, and if 2 villages players emerge in one territory, the outcome goes without saying, and no one would sit idly by and watch as the resources that originally belonged to their village were plundered by another. Therefore, the arrival of other novice villages is not just related to level 1 novice village, it is of great significance. Seeing that everyone had reacted, Shen Lang nodded and asked the same question again. Now what do you all think about this matter? Kill. The martial way must be contended for. Even though we do not practice martial arts, it is no different from martial arts. Whoever wants to take our resources shall be sent to meet Yin Wang. The first to speak was Zhuangsheng Xiaoming. Listening to his words, several people, including Shen Lang, looked at him with astonished expressions. It was not his words that surprised them, but his attitude. After all, Zhuangsheng Xiaoming had always given the impression of being gentle, rarely showing such a fierce demeanor. Are there any differing opinions? Shen Lang did not comment on Zhuangsheng Xiaoming's answer, but continued to look at I think Zhuangsheng Xiaoming is right. No matter which country's novice village descends, they must either leave our territory or be mercilessly killed. Agreed. Agreed. The Sunshine Girl also expressed her agreement, and the 3 from Nice echoed her sentiment. Very well, it seems everyone has reached a consensus. However, I must correct one point. If there are indeed other novice villages descending near us, not a single one shall be allowed to leave. They must either join our village or die. There is no third option. Village chief, do you want to recruit other players? Hearing Shen Lang's words, the others showed expressions of surprise. Is there something wrong with that? The village needs fresh blood. You don't think that with just a few of us we can develop the village, do you? Shen Lang rolled his eyes, and the others immediately showed embarrassed expressions. They had not really considered this point. Alright, since there are no objections, let's get moving. I want all members of the guard to spread out and extend our reach as far as possible, ideally discovering any newly arrived novice villages at the first opportunity. Additionally, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming take Qingfeng and Wa Ai to organize players to build a prison to detain players from other villages. Understood, village chief. The five nodded in unison and then got up to begin their preparations. Nice and the Sunshine Girl immediately sent their guard members to disperse within 100 miles of Novice Village No. 1. Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming organized the players to quickly set up a temporary prison. With the various materials that Shen Lang had previously plundered from the Mad Lion tribe, they were not lacking in building resources. Moreover, the players were not ordinary people, causing the speed of constructing the prison to slow down. While everyone was busy 100 miles away from Novice Village No. 1, as suddenly the space distorted, and the next moment a phantom appeared in this place. In the phantom was a village appearing quite blurry, but as time passed the phantom gradually began to solidify and descend. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. In Novice Village No. 2, 100 players from the Jiao Panji Kingdom paired up and left the village to explore this brand new world. Like Novice Village No. 1, Novice Village No. 2 also elected a village chief named De Zhengmu Wu. Compared to Shen Lang and the others, the Zhengmu Wu's group was much luckier, not encountering an overwhelming crisis upon arrival. They simply faced some powerful fierce beasts. Although the fierce beasts in this world were generally stronger than those in the novice village, they only caused minor troubles under the group's siege. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, De Zhengmu Wu and the others ended their first battle after descending. Looking at the rising experience points on the information panel, a joyful smile immediately appeared on De Zhengmu Wu's face. Yo, the fierce beasts in this world provide much more experience than those in the novice village. If I hunt a few more times, I will quickly reach level 12. Indeed, I believe that under your leadership, Mr. Mu Wu, our Dahi people will soon establish themselves on this land and let our country's flag rise on this earth. As De Zhengmu Wu finished speaking, the players around him began to flatter him. Ha ha ha, you overpraise me, everyone. This all depends on everyone's efforts. Our Dahi people are the best tribe, and I believe you all will grow rapidly. Let's work hard together. Hi. We will definitely not let you down, Lord Mu Wu. The players from the Jiao Panji Kingdom all responded, and the sight of everyone bowing their heads greatly satisfied De Zhengmu Wu's vanity. Yo, alright, let's not waste any more time. I order everyone to form teams of 7 centered around the village and hunt fierce beasts in all directions. We don't have much time left, and we need to become stronger quickly. Hi. The crowd responded again, and then the 100-person team quickly formed several teams of 7 starting to hunt fierce beasts in all directions to increase their strength. Ironically, one of the teams chose to hunt in the direction of Novice Village No. 1. Among these players from the Jiao Panji Kingdom, there was no one as abnormal as Shen Lang, who could lead the entire village by himself. It can be said that every player who could survive out of the novice village was no fool. Through their tacit cooperation, this 7-person team quickly hunted several fierce beasts, gaining considerable experience. However, as they stepped into the 100-mile radius of Novice Village No. 1, they were surprised to find that the fierce beasts seemed to have vanished. Clearly in the same forest, one side was teeming with fierce beasts while the other was eerily quiet. Captain Village Island, why do I feel something is off? One player in the team said uneasily. The captain of the team, named Village Island, frowned at this moment. Indeed, something feels off. Did we stumble into the territory of some terrifying fierce beast? Village Island speculated. As soon as these words were spoken, the others shrank their necks, unwilling to proceed further. Having survived until now, none of them were fools. Naturally, they would not continue to advance when they knew something was wrong. Even Village Island, the team leader, was wavering, thinking about whether to change direction for hunting. But just as he was about to give the order, suddenly a conversation could be heard from the nearby jungle. Hearing the noise, Village Island's expression changed, and he immediately made a concealed gesture to the others. Seeing this, the others quickly hid. Once they were concealed, 2 figures gradually emerged from the jungle. Wang Er, what do you think the Dark Knight boss is thinking? Is it really necessary for us to patrol this far? You brat, you're getting bold, daring to speak behind the village chief's back. Hee, I'm just chatting casually. Isn't it boring? There's not a single ghost around here, it's truly a bit dull. Don't forget our current identity. Patrolling is our task. If they say to do it, we just do it. Less complaining and more work. Alright, you make a valid point. How did I end up in a team with you, this wooden block? The 2 players from Novice Village No. 1 kept chatting and gradually disappeared from where Village Island and his group were hiding. After they left the hidden Village Island, and the others immediately came out, watching the direction they left with flickering eyes. At the office of the first novice village, Shen Lang and a few others stood on the rooftop, gazing at the village entrance, watching the large crowd of players from the Jiao Panji Kingdom, streaming and smiles spreading across their faces. Village chief, they took the bait. Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming exclaimed excitedly. You 2 did well. Shen Lang nodded, then turned to the 2 unfamiliar players behind him. If Village Island were here, it would realize that these 2 players were the same 2 Huaxiao players they had encountered earlier. One was nicknamed Wooden Man, and the other with tolerance comes greatness. Wooden Man possessed an E-class talent listening ear which allowed him to hear sounds within a 10-mile radius. The group assumed they were well hidden, unaware that they had already been exposed before they even laid eyes on the two. Thus Wooden Man and his companion deliberately approached their direction intentionally, revealing their identities to lure them directly into the first novice village. This was also why the players from the Jiao Penji kingdom had sailed through without detection. The patrol had long been recalled by Shen Lang, waiting for them to take the bait. It's all thanks to the village chief's excellent plan. We wouldn't dare take credit, the two replied nervously in response to Shen Lang nodded, saying nothing more. He was always clear on rewards and punishments. Since Wooden Man and his companion had performed well, he naturally would not shortchange them. Rewards would come later, but for now they needed to deal with the players from the Jiao Penji kingdom. Alright, the fish are in the net, notify the others, we can reel them in now. Understood, village chief. Nice and Sunshine Beauty simultaneously nodded, then both sent messages to their subordinate guard team members through the chat. Soon a large group of players surged into the entrance of the first novice village, quickly surrounding it. Meanwhile, the other players who had been fleeing in front also turned back, charging toward the players from the Jiao Penji kingdom. At this moment, there was no hint of panic on their faces. Instead, as they looked at the players from the Jiao Penji kingdom, their eyes glowed red and their faces were filled with ferocity. The players from the Jiao Penji kingdom at the front felt a surge of unease at this scene. They wanted to warn their comrades, but before they could speak, the Huaxiao players had already charged up to them. Boom! The battle erupted in an instant, and as soon as they clashed, the frontline players from Jiao Penji were left dazed. The Huaxiao players seemed like human-shaped rampaging bears, slamming them into the ground. At the back of the team, De Zhengmu Wu stared at this scene in disbelief, unable to believe his eyes. When did their Dehe ethnicity become this pathetic? Infuriated, he shouted, "Baka!" In that instant, he charged out, kicking a Huaxiao player who was riding on top of a player from Jiao. As the village chief of the second novice village, De Zhengmu Wu was indeed strong at level 11, with a true battle power reaching level 13. Coupled with his A-class talent Berserker, his combat power rivaled that of a typical level 15 player. However, despite his full-strength kick landing on the Huaxiao player, the player merely dusted himself off and stood up, charging angrily toward him. "You dare to hit me, you son of a turtle." As he spoke, the player nicknamed Eared was charging and throwing a punch at De Zhengmu Wu. De Zhengmu Wu hurriedly raised his hand to block, and with a series of rapid strikes, he was forced to retreat. Feeling the terrifying power coursing through his arms, De Zhengmu Wu's expression turned grave. "Are you the village chief of this village?" he demanded, believing that only another village chief could match him blow for blow. Unfortunately, the response he received was not words from Eared, but rather a fist as big as a sandbag. "Baka, you Chinese people are truly uncultured." Seeing himself ignored, De Zhengmu Wu became even more furious and activated his Berserker talent without a second. Instantly, his skin flushed red and his combat power surged by 30%. The player Eared, who had been pressing him, was driven back with a single blow. Sensing the rise in strength of the player from Jiao Penji, Eared was not foolish, immediately calling for reinforcements. "Brothers, we've caught a big fish, hurry up." As soon as he finished speaking, several Huaxiao players surged in from all directions, surrounding De Zhengmu Wu and launching a flurry of kicks. Bang! 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 Surrounded by the crowd, De Zhengmu Wu felt as if he had suddenly endured dozens of kicks. Before he could react, in that moment, he could only lie on the ground, curling up and protecting his head, enduring the circle of kicks from the Huaxiao players. Meanwhile, a question arose in his mind: how were these Huaxiao players so strong? Each of the attackers surrounding him had strength no less than that of the player he had just fought on. So he had guessed wrong. That player was not the village chief, just an ordinary player. Realizing this, De Zhengmu Wu's heart tightened. He felt as if he had walked into a tiger's den. As the village chief of the second novice village and a spiritual pillar for his people, even in battle, the players from Jiao Penji divided some of their attention to De Zhengmu Wu. Originally, they had hoped that De Zhengmu Wu would display his might as he did in the novice village, leading them to victory over their opponent. However, upon seeing De Zhengmu Wu being beaten on the ground by Huaxiao players, all the players from Jiao Penji, at that moment, many cried out and turned to flee, exerting all their strength to escape the battlefield. When they reached the village entrance, they were met with a mass of Huaxiao players blocking their way, and they fell into complete despair. With that, the battle had no more suspense. The outcome was settled. On the rooftop of the office, witnessing the battle below come to an end, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming and the others waved their hands excitedly. "Well done. Exactly this is how you fight against the Jiao Penji. Hit them hard." Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming and the others excitedly discussed until Shen Lang cleared his throat, causing everyone to quiet down. "It seems you are all quite excited. Since that's the case, let's discuss how to deal with those Jiao Penji players. Do we even need to discuss this? Just kill them. They don't deserve to live in this world," Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming said fiercely. Hearing this, I Love a Stick also nodded in agreement. However, Nice and Xing Feng expressed differing opinions. "I think we can keep them around to work. After all, we are in need of manpower right now." "I disagree, but it's best to just eliminate." Immediately, the five of them split into three factions, with Sunshine Beauty believing both methods were acceptable, while Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming and Nice insisted on their views, unable to convince each other. Ultimately, they turned their attention to Shen Lang, letting him decide. "Captain Murashima, is that a Huaxiao person?" A player from the Chicken Basin Nation spoke with a flicker in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Murashima nodded affirmatively, saying it seems so. "I never expected they would arrive before us. What should we do now?" Another team member asked. Let's go back and report to Mr. Mu Wu about the situation here. With that, Murashima turned to leave, and the others quickly followed suit, disappearing from the area in no time. In the second novice village, as the village chief Dezheng Mu Wu, like Shen Lang, enjoyed an experience bonus. Therefore, after sending players out, he did not join them in hunting ferocious beasts, but waited to reap the rewards. This was not surprising, as not everyone was as powerful as Shen Lang, confident in handling any danger. Compared to the dangers that might be encountered while hunting ferocious beasts, it was naturally easier to wait for the subordinate players to hunt, and then report back the experience points. While he was leisurely waiting, Murashima and his team returned to the village. They found Dezheng Mu Wu basking in the sun in the square, and even before they reached him, their voices had already carried to his ears. Lord Mu Wu, we have made a significant discovery. Several of them hurriedly approached Dezheng Mu Wu, who immediately frowned upon seeing them. Before they could speak, he launched into a scathing reprimand. Baka, shouldn't you be out there hunting ferocious beasts to level up? Why are you here? Are you trying to slack off? Dezheng Mu Wu was genuinely furious. His experience gain was completely tied to how much experience his subordinate. Thus he despised it when his subordinates slacked off, as it severely hindered his leveling speed. Murashima and his team were stunned by Dezheng Mu Wu's anger and didn't dare to speak. In the second novice village, Dezheng Mu Wu held a status similar to that of Shen Lang in the first novice village. Therefore, not only did they not dare to retort to his scolding, they also wouldn't resist, even if he were to strike them. Fortunately, after the scolding, Dezheng Mu Wu quickly regained his composure. Although he still wore a displeased expression, he was not as volatile as before. You rascals, tell me, what important discovery did you make? I warn you, if what you found is trivial, you will experience my methods. Dezheng Mu Wu spoke, coldly, frightening everyone into shivering. They quickly turned their gaze to Murashima. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Murashima had to steel himself and said, Lord Mu Wu, we have discovered traces of a Huaxia village. After speaking, Murashima nervously glanced at Dezheng Mu Wu, uncertain if this news would satisfy him. Originally somewhat annoyed, Dezheng Mu Wu's expression immediately stiffened upon hearing this, and he pressed further, are you sure you found the Chinese? I am quite certain, my lord. Murashima answered with confidence. How is it possible that a Chinese village could arrive in this world even earlier than us from the Chicken Basin nation? Where is their village? How many people are there? Lord Mu Wu, we only discovered Chinese players and did not see their village. I was afraid of alerting them, so I didn't take action, but returned immediately to report the situation. Yoshi, well done. Dezheng Mu Wu praised Murashima, then his expression turned serious as he said, the Chinese are a significant threat to the empire. Decades ago they won that holy war by chance. This time we absolutely cannot give them any opportunity to develop. Murashima can gather all personnel back immediately. Hi. Murashima responded excitedly. The more Dezheng Mu Wu emphasized the Chinese threat, the greater his own merit would be, so how could he not be thrilled? At once Murashima quickly issued Dezheng Mu Wu's order in the chat channel. Upon seeing the order, the players from the Chicken Basin nation, who had just left not long ago, began rushing back. Time passed quickly, and soon all the players from the Chicken Basin nation returned to the novice village. Dezheng Mu Wu gathered everyone in the square of the novice village to announce the news reported by Murashima. As soon as the news broke, the square erupted in an uproar. The enmity between Huaxia and the Chicken Basin nation could not be easily summarized. However, one thing was certain, both nations found each other intolerable, and if given the chance, neither would hesitate to eliminate. Watching the excited crowd below, Dezheng Mu Wu nodded with satisfaction and said, everyone, you all know the situation now. I have decided to launch a blitzkrieg against that Chinese village to annihilate them in one fell swoop and restore the glory of the Holy War. Is there anyone opposed? Holy War! Holy War! As Dezheng Mu Wu finished speaking, most of the people below immediately cheered. Although some players were reluctant, in the face of overwhelming momentum their opinions were insignificant, and they could only be swept along with the tide. Very well, I command you to set off immediately and raid the Chinese village. Seeing the attitude of the crowd, Dezheng Mu Wu, although the first novice village descended before them, according to his estimates they arrived at most just a day earlier than his side. A day was not enough to bridge the gap in strength between the two villages. Moreover, he believed they were in the dark while the first novice village was in the light, giving them the advantage of the initiative. At that time, with a sudden ambush, the first novice village would undoubtedly be caught off guard, and they could easily eliminate the first novice village. Feeling pleased, Dezheng Mu Wu couldn't help but chuckle. Soon under his lead, all the players from the Chicken Basin nation began heading towards the direction of the first novice village. Upon entering the vicinity of the first novice village, they immediately discovered traces of previous clearing efforts. Then a large group of people headed straight for the first novice village. Along the way, they carefully concealed themselves to avoid being detected. To their surprise, things went even smoother than they had imagined. They encountered no Chinese players at all until they reached a spot not far from the first novice village where they saw relaxed Chinese players coming and going. Seeing that they were indeed unguarded, Dezheng Mu Wu was overjoyed and no longer concealed themselves, directly shouting. With his words, the hidden players from the Chicken Basin nation rushed out, each face filled with excitement, charging into the interior of the first novice village. At the village entrance, the players entering and exiting the first novice village appeared startled by the sudden appearance of the enemy and immediately turned to flee into the village. This scene only fueled the excitement of the players from the Chicken Basin nation as they followed the players from the first novice village directly into the first novice village. Watching the two opposing groups, Shen Lang felt a bit of a headache. However, compared to Nice's approach, he personally preferred Zhuangsheng's method of a direct and permanent solution. At that moment he had made a decision in his heart, but just as he was about to speak a sudden sound echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have annexed Newbie Village now. 2. Reward 1 chance to set village rules. Moi. Hearing the words, Shen Lang was taken aback. A chance to set village rules, what was that? Shen Lang was a bit stunned, but he quickly remembered something and hurriedly opened his village chief information panel. Player Yi. Position village chief. Number of villagers 640. Village chief authority recruit villagers, expel villagers experience, boost 1. Village system not set can add 1 village rule. Looking at the village system section, a glimmer of realization flashed in Shen Lang's eyes. He had tried to set the village system before, but the system always prompted insufficient authority. He didn't expect it to wait for him here. So this means that by annexing a newbie village he could set a village rule. Thinking of this, Shen Lang became interested and began. Meanwhile, Zhuangsheng and the others who were eagerly waiting for Shen Lang to make a decision noticed that he suddenly fell into a trance, and a strange expression flashed across their faces. Due to Shen Lang's authority, they dared not disturb him and could only wait quietly. Time passed, and half an hour went by in the blink of an eye. Just as everyone was about to wake Shen Lang, he suddenly let out a long breath, a hint of excitement appearing on his face. After half an hour of experimentation, he finally figured out the scope of setting village rules. Firstly, village rules are equivalent to regulations, once set they cannot be changed. All players belonging to newbie village know. One must strictly adhere to the village rules and violators will be punished by the system. Secondly, the scope for setting village rules is very broad, almost limitless. Even setting a rule stating that killing is not a crime is acceptable. Of course, while there are almost no restrictions, it does not mean there are absolutely none. There are still some constraints, but compared to the effects of the village rules they are utterly trivial. Suppressing the excitement within, Shen Lang clicked on the village system section and began to write the village rule. First village rule from this day, 4th newbie village no. 1 will implement a player grading system divided from high to low into 5 levels. Level 1 players can enjoy all welfare benefits within the village. Level 2 players can enjoy all welfare benefits, but cannot participate in politics. Level 3 players enjoy partial welfare benefits, but must pay 20 of their daily experience. Level 4 players enjoy partial welfare benefits, but must pay 30 of their daily experience. Level 5 players receive no village welfare benefits, and must pay 50 of their daily experience. Player level upgrades require the village chief's consent. Looking at the village rule he set, Shen Lang nodded in satisfaction, and then directly clicked confirm. Congratulations, you have successfully set the first village rule. Would you like to immediately notify all villagers? Notify. Shen Lang nodded, and at that moment, all players from Huaxia and Newbie Village know. 1 heard the system's announcement, and the first village rule set by Shen Lang. A few minutes later, Zhuangsheng and the others who were in front of Shen Lang came back to their senses from the system's notification, looking at Shen Lang with surprise. Village chief, this village rule. That's right, I said it. How does it feel? Shen Lang replied with a smile. I feel like we are regressing in history. Is this a return to slavery? That's right, Zhuangsheng said with a bitter smile. The village rule set by Shen Lang was not just acceptable, it was simply too harsh, completely a form of slavery disguised under different terms. Levels 1 and 2 players were fine as they were not much different from the current system. However, starting from level 3 the exploitation became increasingly severe, so much so that it was hard to describe it with just the phrase squeezing. This left everyone who had always advocated for equality feeling somewhat unable to accept it. Understanding Zhuangsheng and the others' thoughts, Shen Lang smiled and said, the experience points submitted by level 3 and below players will become your salary. Every month a batch of experience points will be distributed to you. Now do you still think there are problems with this system? Upon hearing this, the few who had initially found it hard to accept were momentarily stunned. There is a saying that you dislike the privileged class because you are not part of it. If you were a part of the privileged class, you would only wish for more privileges. Ahem, village chief, I think this system is still somewhat flawed. The experience points they submit are a bit too low. Can we increase the submission ratio a little more? Zhuangsheng said with righteous indignation. As soon as he spoke, the others cast him scornful glances, but then they looked at Shen Lang with hopeful eyes. Previously, they also thought this system was somewhat inhumane, but now all they wanted to say was that it smelled great. Dream on. This is already the maximum range permitted by the system. Seeing how honest you look, I didn't expect your heart to be darker than mine. Shen Lang teased him with a smile. Zhuangsheng immediately scratched his head with a silly grin. You all understand that the world now is not the same as before. If we want to survive in this world, we must become strong as soon as possible, and the best way to become strong quickly is to plunder. Only by allowing more people to support us can our strength rapidly increase. So what to do next, I shouldn't have to tell you, right? Shen Lang looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. Immediately, everyone nodded in understanding. They naturally understood Shen Lang's meaning. Quickly find other villages, and then plunder players to nourish themselves. Alright, since you all understand, then go get busy. How high you can reach in the future depends on how hard you work now. Yes, village chief. Everyone responded in unison, and then got up to leave. As for how to deal with those players from the Chickenfoot country, no one mentioned it again. After all, the obvious things do not need much explanation. After a few people left, Shen Lang opened his village chief information panel again. Player Yi. Position village chief. Number of villagers 640. Village chief authority recruit villagers, expel villagers experience, boost 1. Village system 1 village rule. Experience pool 0. The village system now had an additional village rule, and Shen Lang's information panel also had an experience pool added to store the experience submitted by the players in the future. The updates in the previous 2 chapters were reversed. Please forgive. The experience pool controlled by Shen Lang stores all the experience submitted by players. Naturally, Shen Lang desires to claim all the experience within the pool for himself. Unfortunately, there are limitations imposed by the rules. He can only acquire up to 5% of the experience from the pool each day. After all, this is a byproduct of the village regulations which were primarily established for the development of the village. Moreover, this 5% remains constant and does not increase with the village's upgrades. Fortunately, he still has the experience boost from his position as village chief, which will be the main source of his future experience income. With this in mind, Shen Lang opened the conditions for upgrading the village. Name no. 1 beginner village renaming allowed level 1 village upgrade conditions. Condition 1, the village chief's level must reach level 30. Condition 2, the village must have 10 strong players above level 20. Condition 3, must control an area of no less than 100 miles. For the 3 conditions, he is already at level 24, which means he is not far from reaching level 30. The same applies to Condition 2. The previous village tasks had allowed players to gain a substantial amount of experience points. Currently, the highest level player, the Sunshine Beauty, has already reached level 16. While others are slightly behind, they have also reached level 15. Moreover, many players have attained level 14, making it not too difficult to fulfill Condition 2. Let alone the fact that there are now players from the Chicken Kingdom assisting in acquiring experience, the upgrading speed of Huaxiao players will only increase. As for Condition 3, the No. 1 beginner village has already explored an area of 100 miles. By all reasoning, it should count as controlling a 100-mile region, but in reality it does not. Shen Lang clicked to check the specific information and discovered that this 100-mile territory has certain requirements. That is, it must be a place where intelligent life exists. Desolate areas do not count. Evidently, the territory within the Beast Forest does not meet the requirements. Although Shen Lang felt somewhat disappointed about this, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, completing Conditions 1 and 2 will still take some time. There is no need to rush completing Condition 3. Instead, searching for other beginner villages is currently the most important task. Fortunately, he has some free time now, so Shen Lang decided to venture out and resolve this matter as quickly as possible. Although there are players searching below him, their efficiency cannot possibly compare to Shen Lang's. With Shen Lang's current strength, as long as he does not venture deep into the Beast Forest, he can traverse through any other area without hindrance. With him taking action personally, as long as there are new beginner villages appearing in the Beast Forest, it is impossible for them to escape his notice. Without alarming anyone, Shen Lang quietly left the village and entered the Beast Forest. To the east of the Beast Forest lies the Bloody Plains, while to the south is the territory leading to the Elven Kingdom. Although the main purpose of this journey is to search for the beginner village that has descended in the Beast Forest, if given the chance, Shen Lang also wants to see if the legendary elves are as described in his home world. Heading south after leaving the 100-mile range, Shen Lang encountered many fierce beasts blocking his path. If it were any other players, they would have to proceed cautiously in such a place and try to conceal themselves. However, Shen Lang is evidently not ordinary. He moved through the Beast Forest without any concealment, attracting many fierce beasts with his aura, which led them to launch surprise attacks against him. But whether it is a dominant fierce beast or an ordinary one, they all met their end with a single strike from Shen Lang, with few able to withstand a second blow. After traveling for 2 consecutive hours, Shen Lang had traversed several thousand miles within the Beast Forest, but unfortunately did not encounter any other beginner villages. Instead, he arrived at the boundary between the Beast Forest and the Elven Kingdom. The Elven Kingdom is a much more lush jungle with ancient trees towering high and filled with the fragrance of nature. Although the Elven Forest connects with the Beast Forest, anyone could easily sense the differences between the 2 forests. Elves cherish nature and worship the god of nature, leading to the Elven Forest being filled with a natural aura. In contrast, the Beast Forest is entirely a paradise for fierce beasts governed by the principle of survival of the fittest. This has resulted in the Beast Forest being pervaded by a faint bloody scent year-round, with both trees and vegetation leaning towards dark colors, unlike the Elven Forest, which is predominantly vibrant green. Thus, although the 2 forests are adjacent, any discerning eye can easily discern the differences between them. Standing at the edge, gazing towards the Elven Forest not far ahead, even without entering it, Shen Lang could feel a harmonious aura of nature emanating from that direction. However, he also noticed a blind spot. Whether in the Bloody Plains or the Elven Forest, it seems there are no personnel stationed at the border. Aren't they afraid of the fierce beasts from the Beast Forest coming out? Or is there some secret he does not know? After pondering for a moment without finding an answer, Shen Lang did not dwell on it and directly stepped towards the Elven Forest. Having come this far, he naturally wanted to take a look. Soon Shen Lang crossed the boundary line and entered the range of the Elven Forest. As Shen Lang entered, he immediately felt a sense of repulsion emanating from the Elven Forest. It was as if this place did not welcome him. This piqued Shen Lang's interest. Could this forest be alive? How could it not welcome him? While contemplating this, Shen Lang chose to ignore the repulsive feeling and continued to advance through the Elven Forest. As Shen Lang delved deeper, the sense of repulsion grew stronger. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air. Whoosh. The next second, an arrow brushed past his ear and lodged itself firmly into a tree behind him. Shen Lang halted his steps, frowning as he looked in the direction the arrow came from, and immediately spotted a beautiful and tall elf holding a wooden bow and aiming at him. Outsider, leave this place. The Elven Kingdom does not welcome any bloodthirsty and brutal beings. As Shen Lang noticed the visitor, the elf's ethereal voice rang out. Looking at this person, a glint of azure light flashed in Shen Lang's eyes, and a series of information instantly floated before him. Name: Kaisa, race elf, strength level 41, master realm, talent grade, talent heart of nature, skills grade, skill elven arrow, grade, skill rain of arrows, combat power 102 stars, phase 1 description: elves who revere nature and harbor intense hostility towards anyone stained with blood. Seeing the introduction presented before him, Shen Lang suddenly understood. No wonder he was not welcomed. He had no idea how many fierce beasts he had slaughtered to reach this point, and to say bloodshed is an understatement. However, that does not give this elf a reason to shoot arrows at him. At that moment, Shen Lang looked at Kaiso. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Shen Lang's figure suddenly vanished. In the distance, Kathier watched this scene, his pupils instantly constricting as his gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings. But before he could locate Shen Lang's position, a gust of fierce wind suddenly swept in from behind him. Immediately, a sharp stabbing pain shot from the back of his head, startling him into a shudder. Without a moment's thought, he dove forward, leaping down from the tree just in time to evade the attack from behind. Suspended in midair, Kathier twisted his body and turned to look behind him, only to see Shen Lang, who had previously vanished, now standing on the tree. He was hiding and looking down at him. Seeing this, Kathier, still in midair, wasted no time. He drew his bow and shot an arrow which whizzed through the air, aimed directly at Shen Lang's face. The arrow flew swiftly, reaching Shen Lang's face in the blink of an eye. Just as it was about to hit Shen Lang, he suddenly reached out and caught the arrow firmly in his hand. How is this possible? Kathier exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging out at the sight of his attack being caught bare-handed by Shen Lang. Here, take it back. At that moment, Shen Lang, holding the arrow, let out a cold shout before casually tossing it aside. Instantly, the arrow he held shot back towards Kathier with even greater speed. In midair, with no leverage to push off from, Kathier glanced at this scene, panic etched across his face. However, in this moment of crisis, he still did not give up the struggle, twisting his body in an attempt to dodge the arrow. With his efforts, his body shifted slightly in the air, avoiding the fatal blow. Ultimately, the arrow only pierced through his bang. A dull thud echoed as Kathier's body crashed heavily onto the ground. The pain from the fall made him involuntarily emit a muffled groan. But at that moment, he couldn't care less about the pain in his body. He instantly forced himself up from the ground, gritting his teeth against the agony in his shoulder, and launched another attack. Rain of arrows. Kathier exclaimed softly, a surge of emerald energy gathering on his longbow before it erupted forth in the next moment. The energy split in midair, instantly transforming into thousands of energy arrows, which, accompanied by a whistling sound, descended upon Shen Lang's position. Gazing at the rain of arrows, Shen Lang remained unfazed. With a swift movement of his feet, his figure instantly vanished from the tree trunk. Kathier's strength was commendable, and the power of his rain of arrows was decent, but his speed was far inferior to Shen Lang's. As the saying goes in the world of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable, only speed is invincible. No matter how powerful the attack, it must hit the target to matter. If it cannot reach the target, even the strongest power is merely a flashy display. It seems your strength stops here. Suddenly, Shen Lang's calm voice echoed in Kathier's ear, causing Kathier to freeze, his entire being stunned in place. Boom, boom, boom. A series of terrifying explosions erupted, the sound generated by Kathier's attack hitting the ground. But at this moment, these sounds could not capture Kathier's attention. He turned his head stiffly, only to see Shen Lang standing beside him, appearing out of nowhere, watching the fireworks of the explosions. Who are you? Kathier asked, his tone somewhat complex as he looked at Shen Lang. Although Shen Lang had not yet demonstrated overwhelming power, just his elusive speed filled Kathier with a sense of I am merely an innocent passerby, Shen Lang replied. I heard that the elven forest has beautiful scenery, so I came to take a look. Is this how your elven clan treats its guests? As he spoke, Shen Lang turned to look at Kathier with a half-smile. Upon hearing this, Kathier's expression stiffened, but as he took a deep breath, his demeanor quickly became calm. You reek of blood. The elven clan does not welcome butchers and executioners. Shen Lang countered. Oh, does this mean your elven clan no longer kills? This retort left Kathier speechless. In such a world of survival of the fittest, how could the elven clan occupy such vast territory without killing? That is not the same. The members of our elven clan only kill those who destroy nature or pose a threat to our kind. Kathier retorted angrily. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang scoffed disdainfully. To act as though you are virtuous while being a hypocrite, is that not describing hating others for killing, while simultaneously waving the banner of nature and slaughtering others? It's truly disgusting. You are speaking nonsense. Kathier shouted in anger, unable to hold back his rage. Seeing this, Shen Lang suddenly reached out and grasped Kathier's neck, lifting him off the ground. Gurgle. The immense force on his neck made it difficult for Kathier to breathe, causing his body to struggle instinctively in an attempt to break free from Shen Lang's grip. But Shen Lang's hand was like an iron clamp, firmly gripping his neck, rendering all of Kathier's struggles futile. Whether what you say is nonsense or not is unimportant. What matters is that I despise being attacked for no reason. You will have no chance in this life, oh, be more careful in your next life. Shen Lang said in a flat tone, then exerted slight pressure with his hand. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed as Kathier's neck was broken on the spot, his face frozen in terror. Easily dispatching Kathier, Shen Lang activated the super extraction on him, gaining 3 points in agility. After squeezing out the last bit of value, he casually tossed Kathir aside, as if discarding trash. Having completed all this, Shen Lang looked towards the direction of the elven forest, and contemplated for a moment. He chose not to delve deeper, and turned back towards the beast forest heading north to continue searching for the whereabouts of other novice villages. He had initially planned to explore the interior of the elven forest. However, Kathir's appearance made him aware that he was not welcomed in the elven forest. If he had nothing else to do, he wouldn't mind witnessing just how unwelcome he was in the elven forest. However, at present he had a multitude of tasks to attend to, and could only postpone it for later. Soon Shen Lang departed, swiftly vanishing from sight. Half an hour later, in the elven forest, several beautiful-looking elves suddenly emerged. They arrived at the boundary line, and quickly spotted Kathir's lifeless body lying on the ground. The expressions of the elves changed immediately, and after a series of furious roars they could only carry Kathir's corpse back to the elven forest, without finding the culprit. In the beast forest in the northwest, lies a novice village belonging to the players of the beautiful country, known as the Third. Unlike the first and second novice villages which had already unified upon arrival, the two villages began exploring the world as soon as they descended. However, in the third novice village, due to several exceptionally talented players, none of them were willing to submit to each other. Even upon arriving in the new world, they were not in a hurry to explore, but instead were busy vying for control of the village. This behavior, to put it mildly, perfectly reflected the national character of the beautiful country, where chaos ensues daily. When Shen Lang discovered the third novice village, a fierce battle was erupting among the players within. Watching the chaotic scene in the village, Shen Lang was left speechless. He never expected that despite the strong threats from outside, the players of the beautiful country could still act so recklessly. If it were in the past, Shen Lang would have been more than happy to watch them fight to the death. After all, even if they all perished, it would have. However, his village was currently in dire need of excellent laborers. How could he bear to watch these outstanding workers die over such meaningless matters? Thus, after observing for a while, Shen Lang's figure appeared within the third novice village. Stop! A loud shout erupted from Shen Lang, instantly echoing throughout the entire village. The resounding voice reverberated in the village, and the players of the beautiful country who were engaged in the fierce battle instinctively halted their actions and turned to see where Shen Lang's voice came from. Upon seeing Shen Lang's appearance, many players from the beautiful country displayed looks of confusion. This was their village, so who was this black-haired, black-eyed man? Amidst the confusion, 3 players furrowed their brows upon seeing Shen Lang. They were the masterminds behind the chaos in the third village, John, Tom, and Jack. All 3 possessed the grade talents, making them exceptionally strong among the players. It was precisely because of this that none of them were willing to yield to the others, each wanting to seize control of the village. However, this contention was, to put it bluntly, more an internal struggle. Regardless of who won or lost, they all shared the same. But now Shen Lang's appearance was undoubtedly an unexpected variable. Although they were unclear about Shen Lang's intentions, his identity as an outsider instinctively made the 3 of them feel rejected. Especially Jack, who was an extreme racist, rejecting all people of color. "Who are you, and where do you come from?" John asked Shen Lang directly. "Who I am is unimportant, and where I come from is irrelevant. What matters is that there are numerous crises outside. Why are you still continuing to fight among yourselves?" Shen Lang said somewhat discontentedly, immediately criticizing them. Those who didn't know would think he was the village chief of the third novice village. Instantly, many players in the third novice village displayed displeasure after hearing Shen Lang's words. "Who do you think you are to meddle in our affairs?" Especially Jack, who began to curse loudly. "You yellow-skinned pig, get out of here. This is no place for someone like you." Jack cursed wantonly, his demeanor arrogant, and his words crude. Shen Lang, who initially planned to resolve matters peacefully, felt his expression turn cold upon hearing this. The broken army suddenly appeared in his hand, and without a word Shen Lang swung the blade. In an instant a flash of light emerged, and Jack, who had just spewed foul language, found one of his arms severed right there. A sudden wave of excruciating pain hit Jack, leaving him utterly stunned. Not just him, but everyone else was equally shocked. Throughout the process, Shen Lang's speed was unparalleled. Even the masters of this world couldn't keep up with his pace, let alone these average level 10 players. Watching Jack wail in agony after losing his arm, the players of the third novice village were both astonished and furious. John in particular was filled with rage. "How dare you!" Before he could finish, Shen Lang turned his gaze towards him, his cold eyes devoid of any emotion, only a chilling indifference. Under Shen Lang's frigid stare, the furious John suddenly felt a chill rise from his back, causing him to quickly calm down. Once calm, a hint of fear appeared on his face. Jack was a powerhouse of his level. If Jack could be so easily defeated and have his arm severed, he feared he would meet the same fate. Realizing this, he suddenly regretted speaking up, taking a step back in trepidation. Seeing this, Shen Lang withdrew his gaze, and under the watchful eyes of many players in the third novice village, stepped forward towards Jack. Looking at Jack lying on the ground, clutching his severed arm, and wailing, Shen Lang expressionlessly asked, "What did you just say? Could you repeat that?" "A yellow-skinned pig, you damned yellow-skinned pig." One must admit this guy had a hard head. Even at this point, he still had the guts to curse at Shen Lang. After hearing this, Shen Lang couldn't help but chuckle. "I admire your courage, but I wonder if your bones are as tough as your tongue." Saying this, Shen Lang suddenly lifted his foot and stomped on the wound of Jack's severed arm. The already agonizing wound now felt as if salt was being poured into it, and the pain multiplied tenfold in an instant. The pain surged like a tidal wave, engulfing Jack entirely. Under the invasion of pain, his consciousness became hazy, and for a moment, he could utter nothing but wails. However, Shen Lang was still not satisfied. He swung the broken army once again, and in a flash, 3 more slashes appeared, severing 3 more limbs from Jack's body. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from his wounds. His face turned utterly pale, and the extreme pain was so intense that it robbed him of the ability to scream. All that remained was his infinitely twisted visage. Now repeat what you just said. Shen Lang spoke again. Hearing this, Jack, who was at Shen Lang's feet, flashed a glimmer of fear in his eyes. He was afraid, thoroughly afraid. Compared to the continuous pain, he would rather die. Two was wrong. Please grant me a swift end. Jack sobbed, tears streaming down his face. He no longer hoped to survive, he only sought a quick release. What you're saying is quite something. Am I really such an unreasonable person? Though your words are unpleasant, they don't warrant death. Rest assured I won't kill you. Shen Lang revealed a faint smile as he spoke, and those around him, upon hearing his words and seeing the smile on his face, couldn't help but shiver. As the people around felt a chill in their hearts due to Shen Lang's words, Jack, standing beneath him, suddenly twitched, and in the next moment his breath ceased, the sparkle in his eyes instantly extinguished. He actually scared Jack to death. Looking at this scene, Shen Lang was momentarily speechless. Was he really that terrifying? While pondering this, Shen Lang raised his head to look at the crowd, seeking an answer. However, before he could even speak, as his gaze swept over them, the players from Village No. 3 all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Seeing this, Shen Lang's lips twitched slightly as he cursed inwardly, a bunch of cowards. Excuse me, sir, may I ask what brings you to our village? Just as Shen Lang was silently cursing, Tom, who had been silent among the 3, finally spoke up to inquire. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang recalled the matter at hand, quickly dismissing earlier thoughts, and donned a smile. He considered friendly, saying, actually, it's nothing major. Since we all come from the same place, we might as well be fellow townsfolk in this world. I plan to invite you to team up and survive together here. Shen Lang's words were quite tactful, but Tom and John were no fools, immediately grasping the underlying meaning of Shen Lang's words. I intend to annex you, so you'd better surrender obediently. Instantly, the expressions of Tom and John turned grim. The beautiful nation was a dominant power in Blue Star, and as citizens of the beautiful nation, they naturally felt proud. They could annex others, but they were unwilling to be annexed themselves. However, what could they do about it? Turn hostile. Jack, who was comparable in strength, was still lying on the ground, and the scene of him bleeding profusely served as a stark reminder that they had no confidence to turn hostile. Submit and accept annexation. Thinking back to the tense relationship between China and the beautiful nation in Blue Star, and recalling the fate of some forces controlled by the beautiful nation in the Middle East, it was clear that accepting annexation was hardly a favorable choice. For a moment the two were left dumbfounded, unsure of what choice to make. Observing their conflicted expressions, Shen Lang did not rush them, simply watching them with a faint smile. He was curious to see what these two would choose: a resounding resistance followed by his violent conquest, or obediently accepting their annexation. In any case, the outcome was predetermined for him. It didn't matter which choice they made, merely the process would differ. And as reality proved, these players from the beautiful nation were not as valiant and unyielding as portrayed in movies. Faced with the threat of death, they ultimately chose to compromise. Sir, you make a compelling point. We indeed should unite. How about forming a mutual aid alliance? Tom cautiously suggested, still attempting to negotiate for more autonomy at this point. Unfortunately, all his efforts were in vain. From the very beginning, Shen Lang's goal was merely to find a group of laborers. What autonomy did laborers need? There's no need for a mutual aid alliance, it's just superficial. Have your people pack up and come with me. From now on you will all reside in the same village. This way, if any trouble arises, we can look out for one another. Sir. Tom wanted to argue further. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang's expression immediately turned cold. I don't like to repeat myself. Do you understand? With that, Tom's expression stiffened, and he forced a smile, nodding slowly. I understand. Good, since you understand, let's take action. Pack your things and come with me now. I will take you to my village. Understood, sir. Tom replied with a bitter smile, knowing the matter had been settled. He decided to be straightforward and began instructing the players to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. What is your name? Suddenly Shen Lang looked at a player under Jack's command. Stephen Sues, Stephen nervously replied. At that moment the two groups busily went about their tasks without interfering with each other, leaving only Jack's crew standing there looking bewildered as they watched the other two groups hustle. What is your name? Suddenly Shen Lang looked at a player under Jack's command. Stephen Sues, Stephen nervously replied. Nice name. From today onwards these people will be under your command. Have them pack up and prepare to leave. Stephen was taken aback, not expecting Shen Lang to suddenly designate him as the person in charge, leaving him utterly shocked. However, once he regained his composure, a wave of ecstasy surged within him. He excitedly said, I understand, sir. You can rest assured I will not let you down. Stephen repeatedly bowed to express his gratitude, but Shen Lang waved his hand dismissively, no longer paying him any mind. It was merely a casual decision. If this guy could do well, that would be great. If not, he could easily replace him. At this point, all the players from Village No. 3 busily began to gather their belongings and the resources from the village. Knowing they were about to leave the village for good, they scavenged everything of value, creating a scene akin to a swarm of locusts. Regarding this, Shen Lang did not stop them, allowing everyone to scavenge as they pleased. After all, once they returned to the village, these things would eventually belong to him. Thus, after about an hour, the players from Village No. 3 finished tidying up and left the village under Shen Lang's lead, heading. Although this group of beautiful nation players was the third to arrive, their numbers were twice that of Village No. 2, totaling over 300. Advancing with such a large group in the beast forest was akin to a sun in the night, drawing immense attention. Along the way, countless fierce beasts were attracted by this group, leading to continuous ambushes. In this regard, Shen Lang was responsible for dealing with all the stronger beasts that they could not handle. The weaker beasts that Shen Lang thought they could manage were completely ignored, and he allowed them to ambush the team without intervention. Fortunately, these players from the beautiful nation were reasonably competent, able to handle the fierce beasts without much hassle. By the time they returned to village No. 1, there were still 298 players left, having only lost a few. As the players from the beautiful nation appeared outside the village, the Chinese players inside responded immediately. Large numbers of players surged out of the village, rushing toward the beautiful nation players. Had it not been for Shen Lang's timely appearance at a critical moment, the two groups might have clashed. At the village office of No. 1 village, Shen Lang handed over the players from the beautiful country to Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming for arrangements, while he himself came here to enjoy some leisure. Unfortunately, before he could rest for a while, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming quickly knocked on the door and walked in. Village chief, where did you find so many players? I haven't even arranged the previous batch from the Foot Basin Chicken Country, and now there are so many more. We don't even have enough accommodation in our village. As soon as he entered, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming couldn't help but complain. Listening to his nagging, Shen Lang maintained a nonchalant posture and said, leisurely, young people lack experience. This is the organization nurturing you. I believe this small matter won't hold you back. Keep it up. Hearing this, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming rolled his eyes. I can handle this bowl of chicken soup, but village chief, what level of status do you plan to give these players from the beautiful country? After chatting for a while, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming finally asked the main question, which was the purpose of his visit to Shen Lang. The complaints were just incidental. Let's give them the status of level 3 players. Shen Lang thought briefly about Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming's question before providing an answer. Alright, I understand, village chief. I'll go back to my work now. Go ahead. Shen Lang waved his hand, and then continued to rest with his eyes closed. After Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming left the room, he immediately headed towards the village square, where there were beautiful country players waiting for him. Soon Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming arrived at the square, looking at John Tom, and others. A polite smile appeared on his face. Welcome everyone to join our No. 1 village. From now on we will be companions in the same village. Moreover, since you voluntarily joined our village chief has specifically granted you the status of level 3 players. Next, let me introduce you to the basic situation of our village. Just as Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming was speaking eloquently, John interrupted and said, wait a minute, what do you mean by level 3 players? John looked puzzled, and it wasn't just him, the other players from the beautiful country were the same. They were all players, and they had never heard of levels among players. It's like this. For the sake of management, our village has implemented a player grading system. Players of different levels can enjoy different welfare benefits as well as rights and obligations. For example, as level 3 players, you can enjoy certain welfare benefits within the village while also bearing corresponding obligations. Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming explained with a smile, his tone quite polite. However, even so, John was not deceived by his attitude. Corresponding obligations. I would like to know what exactly are those. John continued to press for answers. Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming raised an eyebrow, hesitated for a moment, and finally explained that as 20% of the experience points you earn daily will be automatically submitted. This is the obligation of level 3 players. What? With Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming's words, an uproar erupted in the square. Experience points were the source of everyone's power. It's safe to say that there are no players lacking experience points. Now they were being asked to submit experience points. Oh, what was the difference from cutting off their flesh? At this moment, many players from the beautiful country became enraged. Fuck, this is oppression, this is exploitation, damn. Oh my god, are we being treated as slaves? We the people of the beautiful country will never submit. You bastards think you can earn experience points from me. Dream on. A torrent of vulgarities erupted from the mouths of the beautiful country players. They looked at Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming with extremely ugly expressions as if they wished to kill him on the spot. Seeing such a scene, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming's smile gradually faded, and he looked at them with a blank expression and said, so you... That's right, we absolutely disagree. John led the charge, shouting in anger. With his voice, the players following him also began to express their stance. Seeing this, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming didn't waste time with words. He waved his hand, and in the next second, a large number of Chinese players surged out from around the square, immediately surrounding the many beautiful country players. What are you trying to do? Seeing his side surrounded, John shouted angrily. What do you mean? Since you don't want to join our village, I will now arrest you under the charge of intruding into the village. Is there a problem? Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming explained calmly. As soon as the words came out, it instantly infuriated John, who had been holding back due to fear of Shen Lang. At this moment, the last thread of restraint snapped. Fuck, this is too much. Brothers, let's attack together and kill them. With that, John led the charge against the encirclement. The beautiful country players under him followed suit, and a battle erupted instantly. Meanwhile, the two groups of players led by Tom and Stephen looked towards the two of them, clearly waiting for orders. Stephen thought about the promotion Shen Lang had given him and Shen Lang's terrifying strength. After hesitating for a while, he ultimately chose to do nothing. Those behind him either agreed with his choice or simply left the team to join the fight. As for Tom, although he was also afraid of Shen Lang, he was even less willing to become a toolless slave. Therefore, he forcibly suppressed his fear of Shen Lang and waved his hand, saying, let's go together. With that, he charged forward with the players behind him. A chaotic battle erupted in the square as John and Tom aimed to lead their teams out of No. 1 village. However, they overestimated themselves and underestimated the Chinese players. The Chinese players were not only stronger than them, but also outnumbered them. Moreover, with the help of the thoroughly subdued foot basin chicken players, the beautiful country players began to suffer a complete defeat as soon as the battle started. Although Tom and John were stronger than ordinary players compared to the Chinese players, their strength held no advantage. Therefore, as they watched their side suffer defeat after defeat, they shouted in anger, but it was of no use. Ultimately, in less than 10 minutes the battle ended with all the beautiful country players lying on the ground. Watching the fallen players from the beautiful country, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming, who had been watching the show from a high platform, couldn't help but show a hint of mockery. A bunch of ungrateful people refusing to accept kindness and insisting on making everyone embarrassed. Take them all to the prison and wait for the village chief's decision. Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming ordered, and the Chinese players immediately took action to escort the players from the beautiful country away. Once order was restored at the scene, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming put a smile back on his face and looked at Steve and others who had not participated in the melee. So do you have any questions? Once order was restored at the scene, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming put a smile back. Questions? What questions could they have? With the examples set by John, Tom, and others before them, even if they had doubts, they would not dare to voice them. In fact, many players from the beautiful nation were filled with relief at this moment, grateful that they hadn't acted out. Otherwise, not only would they lose their status as level 3 players, they would likely end up as prisoners. Thinking this way, they suddenly felt that surrendering 20% of their experience points every day was not an unbearable problem. After a moment of self-persuasion, the remaining players from the beautiful nation all accepted the treatment of level 3 players. Seeing this, Zhuang Sheng smiled in satisfaction and began to allocate accommodations for everyone. Originally, the accommodations were somewhat insufficient, but now they were more than adequate. Upon entering Tianxi City, Jesse Mi nervously approached the temple. Stepping into the temple hall with a thud, Jesse Mi knelt directly on the ground, his forehead touching the floor. Upon entering Tianxi City, Jesse Mi nervously approached the temple. Stepping into the temple hall with a thud, Jesse Mi knelt directly on the ground, his forehead touching the floor, motionless. At the front of the temple hall, the high priest of Tian, she was sitting cross-legged on a mat watching Jesse Mi kneel in silence. His gaze was incredibly cold, and after a long while he slowly spoke, "The soul fire of Kaitsen has extinguished, and the soul flames of 100 divine guards have also collapsed. So why are you still alive?" As the words fell, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the high priest of Tian, she pressing down on Jesse Mi like a bang. Under the pressure of the high priest's imposing aura, Jesse Mi felt as if he were bearing the weight of a giant mountain, instantly losing all power to resist as he was pinned to the ground, a mouthful of blood spurting from his mouth, his expression one of extreme pain. "I have acted incompetently. How the high priest chooses to punish me, I have no complaints. However, I have some intelligence to report and hope the high priest can spare my life for now." Enduring the pain in his body, Jesse Mi struggled to speak. Upon hearing this, the high priest of Tian, she remained unmoved, his aura surging even more violently, as if he wanted to crush Jesse Mi to death. By the end, Jesse Mi's face turned as pale as paper, giving the impression that he could collapse at any moment. Only at this moment did the high priest of Tian, she suddenly retract all of his aura, and his demeanor became calm again. Without the pressure of the high priest's aura, Jesse Mi felt as if he had emerged from drowning, gasping for breath on the ground. Huff, huff. Glancing at his disheveled appearance, the high priest of Tian, she raised an eyebrow and spoke again. "Speak. If what you say does not satisfy me, do not blame me for being rude." "Yes, I understand, high priest." Jesse Mi hurriedly responded and began to recount the events of his journey. In his account, Shen Lang and his group entirely became spies sent by the Eastern ancient nation to the Western continent, not only numerous, but also powerful. They were caught off guard and fell into Shen Lang's trap, resulting in their complete annihilation. He himself barely escaped. After listening to his account, the high priest of Tian, she's expression immediately turned grave. "Are you certain what you said?" In response to the high priest, "I would not dare to speak a single falsehood. If you do not believe me, I can swear in the name of the barbarian god," Jesse Mi declared solemnly, which immediately convinced the high priest of his words. He waved his hand. "No need for that. Since things are this way, I cannot blame you. However, how could the influence of the Eastern ancient nation extend into the continent? Is it possible that there is a problem with the divine barriers?" The high priest mused aloud, his face full of confusion. Below, Jesse Mi listened, his heart racing, fearing that he would be discovered lying. If possible, he would not want to fabricate such an identity for Shen Lang and the others, but there was no alternative. If Shen Lang and his group's strength was not strong enough, solely the annihilation of the divine guards with only him returning alive would be enough for the high priest to kill him. As for whether they could withstand the weight of the fabricated identity he had placed upon them, that was no longer his concern. However, he thought there shouldn't be much of a problem. He had only fabricated an identity and not their strength. They should be able to endure the high priest's wrath. Jesse Mi thought uncertainly. At this time, the thoughtful high priest finally came back to his senses. "All right, I understand this matter. You have worked hard. Go and rest for now. Thank you for your understanding, high priest. I just wonder, how do you plan to deal with those from the Eastern ancient nation?" "Deal with them? There is no need to deal with them for the time being. The people from the Eastern ancient nation have actually entered the Western continent. This matter I must report to the royal court. Moreover, the barbarian god festival is about to commence, and at this time it is not wise to create further complications. We will discuss it after the festival concludes." "Understood. In that case, I will take my leave." "Go on." The high priest of Tian, she waved his hand, and Jesse Mi respectfully exited the temple. After leaving the temple hall, Jesse Mi finally let out a breath of relief, realizing that his clothes were completely soaked through without him even noticing. Upon leaving the temple and returning to the law enforcement team's base, since his law enforcement team had been completely annihilated in the Beast Forest, the current base was exceedingly quiet. Looking at the empty base, Jesse sighed and returned to his room. Once inside, he took out a voice bug and conveyed the high priest's stance to Shen Lang. Having completed all this, he finally felt at ease to focus on healing. Previously, he had sustained serious injuries in the Beast Forest, but he had been suppressing them. Now that he finally had time, he naturally needed to quickly recover from his internal injuries. Meanwhile, in the Beast Forest in Village 1, Shen Lang also received the message transmitted by the voice bug. After listening to the intelligence conveyed by Jesse, Shen Lang put away the voice bug. Not dealing with it for now. That's good, just enough time to develop in peace. Regarding this outcome, Shen Lang was quite satisfied. Since descending into the 9th world, he had faced continual troubles. Now he could finally develop in peace for a while, which relieved him. Though he appeared invincible, now Shen Lang knew that he had yet to encounter a true powerhouse. To say nothing of the depths of the Beast Forest, there were several terrifying auras that made him hesitant to approach. Therefore, for now, he needed to seize the time to enhance his strength. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, the village was remarkably peaceful. Players diligently hunted fierce beasts to gain experience and level up without any other intelligent races causing trouble, nor any new villages arriving to compete for resources. It was a time of tranquility. Of course, the so-called absence of new villages arriving only meant that no villages had descended into the Beast Forest. It did not imply that no other novice villages had appeared. Over the past 3 days, almost every day, Shen Lang and his companions received notifications about other villages arriving in the 9th world. The numbers began in the 20s, then surged to the hundreds of thousands, and eventually reached millions. By the end, Shen Lang was too lazy to calculate exactly how many villages had descended. He only knew that during these 3 days, new novice villages were appearing in the 9th world almost every moment. With so many villages arriving in this true 9th world, Shen Lang had no idea what the outside world had become, but it must surely be quite lively. However, none of this was his concern for now. What he cared about was his own level and the village's upgrade tasks. After annexing villages 2 and 3, Shen Lang's village had now surpassed 1,000 players. Every day, Shen Lang received a 1% experience bonus from the experience gained by these players. Additionally, with over 400 players contributing a portion of their experience, Shen Lang was able to siphon off another 5% from the experience pool. Thus, despite not venturing out to hunt fierce beasts, his level had been soaring rapidly. Nickname Dark Knight. Level 368001850000. Profession level 13 Godslayer 324300350000. Fortune value 90. Strength 948 grade talent strength enhancement. Agility 1188 grade talent agility enhancement. Constitution 892 500 grade talent constitution enhancement immune to all poisons. Energy 908 grade talent auditory enhancement grade talent olfactory enhancement grade talent mental enhancement grade talent visual enhancement. Innate talent SS-Grade super god extraction. Special talents grade talent 7 emotions and 6 desires a grade talent transcendent perception grade talent iron arms grade talent heartfire grade talent water element manipulation grade talent earth element control a grade talent bloodline boiling. Talent grade fire element control. Skills SS-Grade passive grade Tao blessings grade active skill Eye of Insights grade skill dominating blade a grade skill soul shock grade skill beast tamer a grade skill nether fire burn grade skill water dragon cannon grade skill water dragon tornado. Battle pet Canavies. Combat power 92 stars 4th stage. Distributable free attribute points 105. Items omitted. In just 3 days, thanks to the experience provided by the players, his level had risen by a full 6 levels. It should be noted that he needed over 1 million experience points to level up, which shows just how powerful the players were. With such a significant boost, the players also benefited considerably. Zhuang Sheng, Xiao Meng, and the others had all reached levels 20 or above. Apart from the 5 of them, there were also 10 players who broke through level 20, while the rest, who hadn't, had all reached above level 15. The players from the Foot Basin Chicken faction fared somewhat poorly as they had to surrender half of their experience and only managed to reach around level 12. Additionally, Tom and John from the Beautiful Country, along with the players who followed them, were in an even worse situation as they did not receive the treatment for level 3 players and were directly reduced to level 5. Not only did they have to surrender half of their experience, but also due to hunting fierce beasts a day later than the Foot Basin Chicken players, they had barely broken through level 11. Only Tom and John managed to reach level 13, relying on their previous foundation. It seemed like their improvement was not insignificant, but it depended on who they compared themselves to. For instance, Stephen, who was just an ordinary player from the Beautiful Country. Having gained the treatment of level 3 players, he had now broken through level 13, and the players under him had also reached. It should be noted that before their arrival, Stephen was just one of many players, but now his level was on par with theirs. Whenever he thought of this, both John and Tom wished they could go back and strangle their past selves. You refused to accept the status of a level 3 player, and now look where you are. Not only have you become a level 5 player, but even the former little brother is now on equal footing with you, and it won't be long before he officially surpasses you. This made both of them feel immense regret. Even the players who followed them now looked at the two with considerable resentment. However, none of this concerned Shen Lang. As a capitalist enjoying the benefits, who would care about how the working class fared? After reviewing his attribute information, Shen Lang opened the village upgrade conditions. Name Novice Village 1 Renameable. Level 1 Village. Upgrade conditions. Condition 1 Village Chief's level reaches 30 completed. Condition 2 The village must have 10 level 20 or above strong players completed. Condition 3 Control of no less than 100 miles of territory. Incomplete. Currently the village upgrade has met the first two conditions, leaving only the third to control a territory of 100 miles. This condition had been tested before. The territory within the Beast Forest did not count as there were no other intelligent life forms living there, and the Great Tao did not recognize such territory. Thus, to fulfill this condition, Shen Lang had only one choice: to leave the Beast Forest. At present there were two destinations outside the Beast Forest. One was the Elf Forest, and the other was the Bloody Plain, the territory of the half-beasts. As for where to go specifically, Shen Lang had not yet made up his mind. Moreover, once he established control over a territory outside the village could no longer remain in the Beast Forest and would have to be relocated. Otherwise, if the territory he conquered had no force to guard it, it would soon be reclaimed by others. The Beast Forest, while safer than the outside world, had little interaction with it, which was not ideal. For the village to develop, it not only needed manpower, but also material resources. Up to now the village lacked even decent supplies, having only some fierce beast pelts and bones. Therefore it was essential to venture out and communicate with the intelligent races outside. Contemplating the future of the village, Shen Lang gathered Zhuang, Sheng Xiaoming, and the others through the chat channel. After waiting for a while in the office, soon Zhuang, Sheng Xiaoming, and others pushed the door and entered. Village chief. Upon seeing Shen Lang, they all bowed respectfully. Shen Lang nodded at the crowd, gestured for them to take a seat, and then spoke. The reason I called you all here today is for one thing: to discuss how the village should develop next. Feel free to share any thoughts you have. There's no need to hold back. Shen Lang slowly began. Even though he already had ideas in mind, he was open to hearing others' opinions, as perhaps their ideas would be even better. As Shen Lang's words fell, the conference room immediately fell silent, and Zhuang, Sheng Xiaoming, and others instinctively lowered their heads, pondering over Shen Lang's statements. Seeing the silence among the crowd, Shen Lang lightly tapped the table with his right index finger and continued, "Currently the village's development has reached a bottleneck. We must venture out to seek greater opportunities for growth. Now we have two paths to take. One is to head to the Bloody Plains east of the 10,000 Beast Forest, but that area is occupied by the Half-Beast tribe. The very intelligent race that previously encircled us originates from the Tian Snake tribe in the Bloody Plains. The other path leads to the Elven Forest south of the 10,000 Beast Forest. The elves there are extremely xenophobic, especially towards players like us who have committed numerous acts of slaughter. We are not welcomed by the Elven race. Therefore, let's discuss which location is more suitable for our development." Shen Lang explained all the basic information he knew. The few individuals who were initially confused finally gained a clearer understanding of their situation after hearing this. "We are outsiders, and being targeted is quite normal, just as we would not welcome other villages encroaching upon us. The local forces in this world, we are outsiders, and being targeted is quite normal, just as we would not welcome other villages encroaching upon us. The local forces in this world will not welcome us either. Thus we must fight, seize, and carve out our own territory." Shen Lang spoke with a serious expression, causing the others to feel. Having come to terms with reality, Zhuang, Sheng Xiaoming quickly stood up and said, "If we must choose between these two places, I believe the Bloody Plains may be more suitable for our development. What is your reasoning?" "The reasoning is simple. We have dealt with the Half-Beast tribe and have some understanding of them. Moreover, developing in the plains does not give us an advantage in terrain, but it does not give the Half-Beast tribe an advantage either. In comparison, the geographical disparity in the Elven Forest is too great. I do not believe we would be more adept at forest combat than a group of elves who have lived in the forest for years. Based solely on this point, I believe the Bloody Plains is more suitable for us. Furthermore, village chief, you mentioned that the Elven race is rather xenophobic, which makes the Elven Forest even less suitable for our choice. The development of the village requires resources from the outside world. Once we enter the Elven Forest, the only source of resources would come from those elves, which contradicts our purpose of relocating." Zhuang, Sheng Xiaoming spoke at length, and Shen Lang did not express his stance, but turned to look at the others. "Do you have any differing opinions?" Upon hearing this, Nais and the others exchanged glances and ultimately shook their heads in unison. "All right, since there are no differing opinions, we will proceed according to Zhuang, Sheng Xiaoming's suggestion. Next, prepare to relocate the village. Nais, you lead the guard team to the Bloody Plains to scout for suitable locations for establishing the village. Is there any problem?" "No." Nais shook his head. However, he hesitated before speaking. "Village chief, what if we encounter resistance from the Half-Beast tribe?" "Kill." Without hesitation, Shen Lang gave his stance. "Then I request to have the Sunshine Beauty join the mission. Her strength exceeds mine, and if a battle occurs, having her around gives me more confidence." "No problem, let her act alongside you. Additionally, you can also draft some players from the Pot Bowl Chicken Kingdom and the Beautiful Kingdom to act as cannon fodder. My only requirement for you is to select a base before the main force arrives and ensure the surrounding environment is safe." "Understood, village chief." Nais responded loudly. Shen Lang nodded and waved his hand. "All right, let's proceed. Start the operation." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison and swiftly turned to leave the conference room to get busy. After Nais and the Sunshine Beauty left, they immediately took a team of guards and some players from the two kingdoms out of the village towards the Bloody Plains. The remaining three, Zhuang, Sheng Xiaoming, and others, were also busy planning the relocation of the village. Although the village was not large, relocating involved many troublesome matters that needed to be prepared in advance. It could not be done spontaneously. While everyone was busy, Shen Lang was not idle either. He left the village alone and headed towards the Bloody Plains. He needed to fulfill the third condition for upgrading the village, which was to control a 100-mile territory. Although this could wait until the village had relocated, Shen Lang did not want to wait that long. The quicker the village upgraded, the more experience points he could gain. He was not willing to wait for the players to sluggishly meet the upgrade conditions. Rather than sit and wait, it was better to take the initiative. Separating the two tasks, players would relocate the village, while by the time the village's relocation was complete, he would likely have already secured his territory, allowing both tasks to proceed without delay. Although he left the village a step behind Nai's and the other, Shen Lang's speed was clearly unmatched by them. When they were still halfway to the Bloody Plains, Shen Lang had already exited the 10,000 Beasts forest and reappeared in the Bloody Plains. The Bloody Plains stretched endlessly. It was named Bloody due to the dark red color of the land, as if the earth had been soaked in. Although the village needed to relocate from the 10,000 Beasts forest to increase its external communication, for the time being the players' strength improvements still relied on hunting the fierce beasts within the forest. This made it impossible for the village's base to be too far from the 10,000 Beasts forest. Thus, Shen Lang easily planned out a territory near the edge of the forest. Next, he simply needed to conquer the half-beast tribes that existed within this area. With a clear idea in mind, Shen Lang began searching within the Bloody Plains near the 10,000 Beasts forest. The area of 100 miles is neither too big nor too small. Soon Shen Lang traversed this area and ultimately discovered the existence of 3 half-beast tribes. He casually captured a half-beast and interrogated him, quickly understanding the situation of these 3 tribes. The tribes were the Porcupine tribe, the Black Panther tribe, and the Bison tribe. Among them, the Black Panther tribe was a medium-sized tribe, while the other 2 were small tribes subordinate to the Black Panther tribe. The first tribe Shen Lang set his sights on was the Porcupine tribe. Without a hint of probing or hesitation, after deciding to take action, Shen Lang directly summoned the breaking army and wielded his knife as he approached. When he arrived outside the Porcupine tribe's camp, the breaking army in his hand slashed out, and a sharp blade aura instantly shattered the tribe's gate. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly erupted as the 7 to 8 meters high gate of the Porcupine tribe was shattered into fragments by a single strike from Shen Lang. The immense noise attracted all the tribesmen of the Porcupine tribe. Immediately, several burly half-beast porcupines sporting pig heads turned their gazes toward the entrance, their faces full of shock. A furious roar echoed at that moment as Slark, the chieftain of the Porcupine tribe, dashed out from deep within the tribe. "Who dares to shatter the entrance of my noble tribe? Do you have any idea how many gold coins this gate costs? You will pay for it." With that, Slark's massive figure quickly appeared at the entrance. "Who dares to shatter the entrance of my noble tribe? Do you have any idea how many gold coins this gate costs? You will pay for it." Standing at the entrance, Shen Lang gazed at the pained expression on Slark's face, a flicker of surprise crossing his own. This pig willing to sacrifice its life for money was a first for him. Could he not see the power of my strike? Pondering in confusion, Shen Lang couldn't be bothered to think too much. He simply strode into the Porcupine tribe's encampment, looking at Slark with a half smile, and said, "I was the one who broke the gate. You want compensation? Of course you will pay. Let me tell you, if you don't compensate today, you won't be leaving here." Slark glared at Shen Lang with a fierce expression, and Shen Lang could tell he was serious. Could this guy be a hidden powerhouse? Shen Lang thought uncertainly, and a flash of blue light passed through his eyes, instantly revealing Slark's information before him. Name Slark. Race monster. Level 25. Talent A-class talent, tough skin and flesh. Skills B-class skill size control, OA-class skill wealth of gods. Combat power 56, stars 3rd stage. Description: a special pig with a mysterious origin. Seeing Slark's information, Shen Lang let out a slight gasp. The race was actually listed as monster instead of half-beast, and there was no deity he believed in. This pig was a bit unusual. Feeling somewhat puzzled, Shen Lang did not rush to act. He curiously asked, "Aren't you a half-beast? What does it matter to you whether I'm a half-beast or not? Kid, just say how much you plan to compensate for this today. I tell you, if I am not satisfied with the amount, don't blame me for being rude." Slark said arrogantly, completely ignoring Shen Lang's. Seeing this, a cold smile appeared on Shen Lang's face. Originally, he wanted to give this guy a chance to chat due to his peculiar. Unexpectedly, this fellow was pushing his luck. Let's deal with him first. With that thought, Shen Lang stopped speaking and directly swung his blade. Boom! A violent sonic boom erupted. Unsurprisingly, Slark was sent flying by a single strike from Shen Lang. His massive frame smashed heavily into the ground, creating a huge pit. Seeing this, Shen Lang averted his gaze, knowing his own strength. Even a powerhouse above level 40 could not withstand a direct blow from him, let alone Slark, who was only level 25. However, just as he was about to turn his attention to others, a commotion suddenly arose from the pit. The next moment, Slark's massive body staggeringly stood up from the pit, grimacing as he rubbed his chest. So painful. So painful. Kid, what kind of knife do you have in your hand? Why does it hurt me so much?" Slark said with a hint of trepidation. Hearing this, Shen Lang abruptly turned his head to look at him, seriously assessing his body. When he saw that aside from his torn clothing there were no other injuries, Shen Lang could no longer contain his astonishment. How is this possible? He muttered to himself, unable to believe his eyes. His full-force strike had left not a single mark on Slark's body, which was simply beyond his imagination. Damn, this guy is really tough, he thought to himself, but Shen Lang was curious to see how many strikes this fellow could endure. Thus, Shen Lang struck again, disregarding Slark's intentions. Bang! 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 This time Shen Lang showed no hesitation, striking one after another on Slark. It was evident that this guy's strength was truly average. Under Shen Lang's relentless assault, he had no ability to fight. Yet the more this was the case, the more it highlighted how terrifying this guy's talent was. Relying on his tough skin and flesh talent, he withstood over a dozen of Shen Lang's strikes, without any injuries. In the end, perhaps provoked by Shen Lang's relentless attack, Slark suddenly let out a roar, and his already massive body began to swell. In the blink of an eye, he reached a height of over 10 meters, looking like a small mountain. Bastard, after taking so many cuts, after his form enlarged, a terrifying aura surged from Slark, and he threw a punch towards Shen Lang. The fierce gust from his fist blew towards Shen Lang, causing his robes to rustle. Seeing this, Shen Lang did not dodge or avoid it, even displaying a hint of defiance in his eyes. I want to see how many strikes you can withstand, Overlord of the world. Shen Lang silently shouted, finally getting serious. Instantly, his already powerful blade aura doubled, unreservedly striking Slark. Boom. With a series of loud crashes before Slark's fist could even reach Shen Lang, he was sent flying by a single. Due to his enlarged size, this time the commotion was even greater, kicking up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, Slark reappeared before Shen Lang. Upon seeing Slark's appearance, the previously tense Shen Lang let out a long sigh of relief. Before him was a massive wound that had finally appeared on Slark, nearly splitting him in half, with blood pouring out profusely, making him look utterly miserable. The defense that had given Shen Lang such a headache was finally breached. Otherwise, if he could still endure without injury like this, Shen Lang would have to consider retreating, as engaging with someone whose defenses he could not penetrate was indeed not a wise choice. Fortunately, although the journey was arduous, the ending was quite favorable. Watching the torn body of Slark not far away, Shen Lang looked at this scene expressionlessly, then raised his broken spear again, intending to completely eliminate this guy. However, just as Shen Lang was about to take action, Slark suddenly shouted from the ruins, "Stop! I am willing to surrender." Hearing this, Shen Lang paused in his movements, his gaze filled with surprise, as he looked at Slark, who was climbing up from the ruins. "You are willing to surrender?" Shen Lang's words were filled with astonishment, as the disparity in Slark's attitude before and after was too great, almost as if he had two faces. Previously so arrogant, now at the first sign of trouble, he immediately surrendered. This gave Shen Lang an indescribable sense of peculiarity. Nevertheless, no matter what, Slark's willingness to surrender was certainly a good thing, as the third condition for upgrading the village required controlling 100 miles of land. And to control 100 miles, manpower was undoubtedly essential. Initially, Shen Lang planned to divide the players in the village into two groups to achieve the goal of controlling 100 miles. If Slark was willing to surrender, he would not need to exert effort to separate the players, and in the future, he could even rely on the Porcupine tribe to subdue other Halford races on the Bloody Plains, thus enhancing his influence over the Ninth World. After all, although the number of players was large, one had to admit that players were like rootless duckweeds. Their numbers seemed considerable, but they were continuously being consumed, and over time their numbers would only decrease. Moreover, not all players were under Shen Lang's command, and the reduction in player numbers greatly affected Shen Lang's strength. Therefore, subduing a local race would greatly aid him. "If you wish to surrender, I need to implant some control measures on you. How about it?" Shen Lang said calmly. Upon hearing this, Slark's expression instantly became uncertain. Deep down, he naturally did not want to. His prideful defense had been cleaved apart by Shen Lang, which instilled a hint of fear within him. He knew best how strong his defense was. As long as his defense was intact, he was not afraid of anyone. This was also why he had acted so arrogantly at first. But now that his defense had been breached, he had lost his confidence. If the battle continued, he did not know what would happen to the future of the Porcupine tribe, but he knew for certain that he would die. As a small tribe, the Porcupine tribe had no strong warriors to speak of. If he died, even if Shen Lang did not attack the Porcupine tribe, it was likely that the Porcupine tribe would not be able to survive on the Bloody Plains any longer. Thus, he had no choice in this. "I humbly request you to use your methods. I am willing to submit." After weighing the pros and cons, Slark ultimately lowered his proud head and spoke to Shen Lang with a somewhat helpless tone. Seeing this, Shen Lang was not polite, instructing Slark not to resist. Then his soul power immediately invaded the depths of Slark's soul, and amid Slark's terrified expression, he finally left a soul imprint deep within his soul. Soon Slark felt the connection that had formed between him and Shen Lang. Although Shen Lang had not explained, he understood that from now on his life and death were no longer in his own hands. "I pay my respects to my master." Slark respectfully bowed. Hearing this, Shen Lang waved his hand. "From now on, just, yes, master." Slark readily changed his wording. After all, for him what he called someone did not matter. It was all about "I have something to ask you, and you must answer truthfully." Just after Slark submitted, Shen Lang suddenly spoke with a serious "What does my master wish to ask?" "As long as I know, I will surely speak without reservation." "I want to know what that ability was that you used to grow larger just now, eh?" Shen Lang fixed his gaze on Slark's eyes. Upon hearing this question, Slark wore a puzzled expression, unsure why Shen Lang suddenly asked such an unrelated thing. However, since Shen Lang was in charge now, and since he had asked, Slark naturally could not refuse to answer. "In response to my master's inquiry, the ability I used is called Size and Shape, as desired, a secret technique that has been passed down in our Porcupine tribe for generations." "Where does your Porcupine tribe originate from?" Shen Lang immediately followed up. However, this time Slark did not provide an answer right away, but showed a troubled expression, saying, "My master, please see clearly. Our Porcupine tribe has been passed down for over 1,000 years, and we do not know the origins of our ancestors. Please forgive us, my master." After speaking, Slack clasped his fists and bowed, adopting a posture of admitting guilt. Shen Lang waved his hand and did not continue to inquire. The name of Slack's ability obviously carried a flavor of an Eastern ancient nation completely different from the names on the West. Originally, Shen Lang thought he might know something and wanted to learn more about the Eastern ancient nation through him. But it seemed that the ancestors of the Porcupine tribe might have had some connection with the Eastern ancient nation, yet by this generation they had already been completely assimilated into the native races of the Western continent. Apart from retaining a trace of the Eastern ancient nation's characteristics, they had essentially no differences from the native races of the Western continent. But there was still one question: why do you not worship any deities? This was also one of Shen Lang's points of confusion, as he had encountered quite a few intelligent races, and nearly all of them were followers of some deity. Yet the Porcupine tribe was an exception, having no worship of any deity. My master may not know, but our Porcupine tribe was also considered a great clan over 100 years ago. However, for some unknown reason we have not received the recognition of the deities, and thus we gradually faced oppression and exclusion from other Halford tribes, ultimately falling to our current state. As he spoke, Shen Lang could clearly see the look of disappointment on his face. Seeing this, Shen Lang could not help but raise an eyebrow, and said meaningfully, not receiving the recognition of the deities does not necessarily mean it is a bad thing. On the contrary, if you had received the recognition of the deities, perhaps today would be the day of your Porcupine tribe's annihilation. Shen Lang had to admit one thing: the reason he could accept the surrender of the Porcupine tribe was not only due to their slight connection with the Eastern ancient nation, but more critically, because they did not worship any deities. Otherwise, even if they had some connection to the Eastern ancient nation, Shen Lang would never accept their surrender. After all, he was destined to be in an irreconcilable situation with those lofty deities, and he had no interest in taking in the followers of his enemies. This connection truly is a matter of fate determined by heaven. With the surrender of Slack, the entire Porcupine tribe fell completely under Shen Lang's control. Under Slack's guidance, Shen Lang began to tour the Porcupine tribe, while the other tribe members observed him with curious eyes, already aware that he was the one they would pledge their loyalty to in the future. Due to the small size of the Porcupine tribe, it wasn't long before Shen Lang had completed a thorough tour with Slack's guidance and arrived at the tribe's reception hall. Inside the reception hall, guided by Slack, Shen Lang took the seat of honor, while Slack himself stood beside him with a respectful demeanor resembling a bodyguard. My objective in this journey, aside from your Porcupine tribe, also includes the Black Panther tribe and the Green Bull tribe. What do you know about these two tribes? Although Shen Lang had previously gathered information about these three tribes from other Halforks, those Halforks were merely marginal characters far inferior to Slack, the leader of a tribe. Therefore, Shen Lang specifically inquired about the other two tribes' situations. Naturally, Slack did not dare to hide anything and immediately shared everything he knew about the two tribes. Shen Lang listened in silence, occasionally nodding in agreement. Half an hour later, Slack concluded his report, and Shen Lang's understanding of the other two tribes deepened. First, regarding the Green Bull tribe, although it is a medium-sized tribe, its strongest member's strength is far inferior to that of... In Slack's words, the Green Bull tribe is nothing more than an ant-like tribe. If it weren't for the pressure from the Black Panther tribe above them, the Green Bull tribe would have long been swallowed by his Porcupine tribe. In contrast to the Green Bull tribe's frailty, when Slack mentioned the Black Panther tribe, his expression noticeably became more. As a medium-sized tribe and the direct superior of the Porcupine tribe, the Black Panther tribe boasts 4 top-tier powerhouses. The 4 include the priest, the tribe leader, the grand elder, and the guard captain. All 4 are basically masters in strength, and it is precisely because of their presence that they suppress dozens of small tribes within thousands of miles from daring to act recklessly. In fact, among medium-sized tribes, the Black Panther tribe ranks at the top, as the only requirement for becoming a medium-sized tribe is to have a master-level powerhouse in charge. Thus, many medium-sized tribes only have one master-level powerhouse, highlighting just how formidable the Black Panther tribe is with 4 masters in combat. However, this strength is merely relative to ordinary people. To Shen Lang, masters are nothing more than easy prey unless they are extraordinary geniuses or part of a large tribe that might warrant his caution. May I ask which tribe you intend to target next, master? After providing his insights, Slack respectfully inquired. Hearing this, a smile flickered on Shen Lang's face as he turned to Slack with a hint of amusement. What? Do you have other ideas? Master, you jest. What ideas could I possibly have? The Porcupine tribe is willing to share your burdens. No matter which tribe you wish to deal with first, we are prepared to take the lead. I must say, even though Slack is a pig, his ambition is quite impressive. Just after pledging allegiance, he is already thinking about how to... This attitude towards his newfound identity made Shen Lang appreciate him greatly, and he did not mind giving him a chance. Since you are so earnest, gather the troops. Yes, master. Slack nodded and promptly left the meeting room to gather the tribe members. After waiting for about an incense-stick's worth of time in the meeting room, Slack returned. Master, we are ready and can depart. Good efficiency. In that case, let's set off. Shen Lang praised Slack's efficiency before directly ordering their departure. At that moment, Shen Lang, who had arrived alone, left with 500 warriors from the Porcupine tribe. These 500 warriors were strong and robust, clad in leather armor and wielding sharp blades, clearly representing the entirety of the Porcupine tribe's resources. Given that the Porcupine tribe has fewer than 10,000 members, to raise an elite force of 500 is already the limit. This also reflects Slack's decisiveness. Having just surrendered, he immediately bet everything on Shen Lang. If it were someone else, even placing a bet would require multiple hesitations. Although the strength of these warriors offers little help to Shen Lang, their attitude greatly satisfies him. With Slack, a local guide, leading the way, they soon reached the outskirts of the Green Bull tribe. Since this time, they came in a large group. As soon as they approached the Green Bull tribe, the tribe members noticed their movements. Immediately, hundreds of soldiers from the Green Bull tribe surged out, led by a tall Minotaur, directly approaching Shen Lang. When they were within 100 meters of Shen Lang's group, the tall Minotaur raised a hand, and instantly the soldiers behind him, "Slack, you pig, what are you doing bringing so many people into the territory of my Qinglu tribe?" The Minotaur's gaze swept over and immediately locked onto Slack, then loudly questioned. Hearing this, a dismissive smile appeared on Slack's face. "Do I need to explain to you where I take my people? Who do you think you are? You dare question me, you ant-like creature?" Slack truly had a knack for sarcasm. Those two brief sentences infuriated the tall Minotaur to the point of rage. "Bastard, don't think you can do as you please just because you are strong. I give you 1 minute to leave my Green Bull tribe's territory. Otherwise, I will report to the Black Panther tribe that you intend to incite civil war." The Minotaur spoke with a grim tone. If possible, he would want to teach Slack a good lesson, but alas, he was not strong enough, so he could only threaten with the Black Panther tribe. He had used this tactic many times before, and it usually worked. But today he was destined to be disappointed. Seeing the Minotaur bring up the Black Panther tribe again, the cold smile on Slack's face deepened. "Today not even the Black Panther tribe can intimidate me." The battle erupted instantly. Soldiers of the Boer tribe surged forward like ravenous wolves and ferocious tigers, unleashing overwhelming martial prowess. Though the Ox tribe soldiers fought with desperate valor, the gulf between them yawned as vast as heaven and earth. Each clash ended in immediate catastrophic collapse. Watching the battlefield unfold, the Ox tribe chieftain's face darkened with grim realization. This was no ordinary conflict. It had devolved into a one-sided massacre. And as the one condemned to slaughter, how could his expression possibly be anything but ghastly? "Slark, do you truly intend to ignite civil war?" His voice trembled with fury as he locked eyes with Slark, enunciating each word with searing intensity. He could not fathom how the traditionally restrained Boer tribe had without warning or restraint launched such a reckless assault. Did they truly fear no reckoning from the Panther tribe afterward? The chieftain was baffled, and Slark offered no aid. Slark cast a cold, dismissive glance at the chieftain before turning deferentially towards Shen Lang beside him. "My lord, permit this servant to act, to slay this aged ox." His tone was reverent. Shen Lang nodded once in silent assent. "Proceed." At that command, Slark hesitated no longer. Planting his foot upon the earth, his massive frame launched forward like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward the chieftain. The chieftain's pupils contracted sharply at the sight, then a savage fury bloomed across his visage. "Very well. If you seek death today, I shall obliterate you, swine." With that, he lowered his head, baring his lethal horns, and charged headlong at Slark. Yet Slark neither flinched nor evaded, only sneered, letting his body crash full force onto those sharpened points. A sharp, brittle snap echoed across the field. The chieftain's vision of piercing Slark clean through never materialized. Instead, his own horn, unable to withstand the sheer force of impact, shattered outright. Arg! The agony of broken horn wrenched a guttural roar from him. Slark seized the opening without mercy. His colossal fist arced downward and slammed into the chieftain's chest with devastating force. A thunderous impact. Then the chieftain flew backward, ribs collapsing inward. He had not even endured a single blow. His body crashed into the earth with cataclysmic force, carving a massive crater. Lying broken within it, he writhed. In the next breath, Slark loomed over him. No words wasted, only a raised boot descending with brutal finality. Explosive force detonated across the chieftain's frame, cleaving his body cleanly in two. "Our chieftain is dead. Our chieftain is dead." Though still locked in combat with Boer tribe soldiers, many Ox tribe warriors had kept watch on their leader's duel, and now witnessed his fall. At that sight, the last vestiges of resistance shattered. Soldiers turned and fled en masse, their will to fight utterly. The Boer tribe warriors seized the moment without hesitation, pursuing relentlessly, cutting down the fleeing Ox tribe soldiers until rivers of blood stained the earth. As his warriors pursued the route, Slark returned to Shen Lang's side, bowing deeply. "My lord, the Ox tribe's resistance has been eradicated. What are your further instructions?" "Round up all remaining Ox tribe members for confinement pending disposition." "Understood, my lord." Slark nodded and led his warriors toward the Ox tribe encampment. Shen Lang did not join them. His cultivation level had ascended. Ox tribe half-beasts no longer yielded experience points for him. Their participation therefore held no personal consequence. Yet he ordered their capture not for himself, but for the players. Though he gained nothing from them directly, players could harvest experience, and from that experience he would claim a portion in turn. Thus wasting these captives was unthinkable. Amidst rising cries of resistance from the Ox tribe, silence finally settled over the encampment after 1 hour. Slark emerged alone and approached Shen Lang. "My lord, all Ox tribe members have been secured and are under guard by our warriors." "Well done." Shen Lang acknowledged him with a nod, then shifted tone deliberately. "Let them remain confined here for now. Take me to the Panther tribe." At those words, Slark's pulse quickened. He knew the main course had arrived. Compared to the Panther tribe, the Ox tribe had been merely an appetizer. He drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing his inner tension. "Yes, my lord. Please follow this servant." Without delay, Slark led Shen Lang directly toward the Panther tribe. Unburdened by stragglers, their pace accelerated markedly. And since the Panther tribe lay close to the Ox tribe, they arrived at its gates within half an hour. Gazing upon the Panther tribe's sentries stationed at the main gate, Slark stepped forward respectfully. My lord, please wait momentarily. I shall draw forth their elite warriors. No need for such formalities. I shall handle it myself. Shen Lang waved his hand, lightly halting Slark mid-motion. Instantly his palm flipped upward, and Pujuan materialized in his grasp. With a swift, decisive motion, he raised the blade high and brought it crashing down upon the Panther tribe's gate. A blinding arc of light tore through the air, trailing dread and devastation, then struck the gate with apocalyptic force. Crockham! An explosion roared outward. The two Panther tribe guards standing sentinel were cleaved into crimson fragments. The gate itself disintegrated into rubble and ash. The cataclysmic blast shook the entire camp. Panther tribe warriors poured forth, eyes blazing with shock and fury. Who dares assault the Panther tribe? Show yourself, now. Their roars filled the air as Shen Lang and Slark advanced calmly into view. Their emergence instantly arrested every gaze. Feral predatory stares locked onto them with lethal intent. Under that storm of hostile scrutiny, Shen Lang remained serene, his mind still as deep water, while Slark felt a subtle tremor rise within his chest. It was not cowardice, not at all. Rather, the Panther tribe had long been his superior clan. Never had he imagined confronting them openly, yet now beneath the tremor pulsed an undeniable, intoxicating thrill. Compared to the complex emotions swirling within Sea Lake, Shen Lang appeared much more straightforward. With a flicker of his form, he instantly vanished from his original position and reappeared among the members of the Black Panther tribe. The broken spear in his hand swung like the scythe of death, and before the members of the Black Panther tribe could even react, they witnessed heads soaring into the sky. Hot blood sprayed across the bloody plains, instantly staining the ground an even deeper red. Damn it, who are you? A loud roar emanated from within the Black Panther tribe, and Shen Lang turned to look, seeing three leopard-headed figures. They exuded a terrifying aura, their faces contorted with rage, their eyes fixed on Shen Lang, as if they wished to swallow. Shen Lang coldly observed this scene, having no intention of wasting words with them. With a firm grip on the broken spear, he executed a horizontal slash, sending forth a terrifying wave of blade energy towards the three. As the blade energy approached, an extremely sharp sensation caused the three to change color. Without a moment to think, they scattered to evade the attack. As high-ranking members of the Black Panther tribe, they were not indecisive. Seeing that Shen Lang showed no intention of speaking, they decided to take action themselves, aiming to subdue him. The three attacked Shen Lang from three different directions, launching fierce assaults. In response, Shen Lang's expression remained unchanged as he pushed his speed to the limit, disappearing from sight just before the three attacks could engulf him. What? The three stared in disbelief at their empty attacks. How could he be so fast? The chieftain of the Black Panther tribe wore a puzzled expression. At that moment, Shen Lang's cold voice echoed, "Fast. I can be even faster." With that, Shen Lang swung his blade, and under the terrified gaze of the Black Panther tribe's chieftain, his blade swiftly swept across the chieftain's neck. Instantly, a head soared into the air, and a fountain of blood erupted from the severed neck. The sight left the Black Panther tribe's grand elder and the captain of the guard dumbfounded, utterly unable to believe that what they were witnessing was real. Their chieftain had been decapitated by this brute in one encounter, leaving both of them in disbelief. Yet the reality lay before them. They had no choice but to accept it. "Bastard, you shall die." The grand elder of the Black Panther tribe roared at Shen Lang. Without hesitation, he charged at Shen Lang with a desperate look on his face. Unfortunately, in the face of such a vast disparity in strength, desperation was nothing but a joke. Shen Lang's blade flashed, claiming another soul. In an instant, only the captain of the Black Panther tribe's guard remained staring blankly at the scene. When Shen Lang turned his gaze towards him, he suddenly trembled, snapping out of his daze. Finally, without a second thought, the captain turned to flee. He was terrified. After witnessing his chieftain and grand elder fall so easily to Shen Lang, fear consumed him. Unfortunately for him, trying to run meant he had to ask for Shen Lang's permission. Observing the fleeing captain, Shen Lang stepped forward and instantly caught up, his fierce blade light slicing through the air. As one of the strongest forces of the Black Panther tribe, the captain met his demise in an instant. A gentle breeze swept across the bloody plain, and outside the Black Panther tribe there was now a deathly silence. Whether it was the surviving members of the Black Panther tribe or Sea Lake, who had accompanied Shen Lang, they all looked at him with fearful eyes, awed by his strength. "Sea Lake!" Suddenly Shen Lang's voice rang out. Sea Lake, momentarily startled, was quickly jolted back to reality. "Master, you command." Without a hint of hesitation, Sea Lake rushed to Shen Lang's side, a look of awe on his face. His attitude was even more respectful than before. Although Shen Lang had previously displayed great power without a point of reference, Sea Lake had not possessed a clear concept of Shen Lang's strength. However, now with the three top powers of the Black Panther tribe as comparison, he realized just how formidable Shen Lang truly was. "Did you not say there is still a priest in the Black Panther tribe? Where is he?" Shen Lang inquired in a calm tone. But the question made Sea Lake's heart tremble. He didn't know what was happening, but he clearly dared not respond. Immediately, Sea Lake's gaze shifted to a member of the Black Panther tribe, and he quickly walked over, grabbing the person. "Where is your tribe's priest?" Sea Lake bellowed, exuding a terrifying might. The Black Panther tribe member he held trembled in fear, stuttering. "The priest was summoned away by the elders of the Heavenly Serpent tribe. He is not in the tribe." Having obtained the desired answer, Sea Lake casually tossed the person aside and hurried back to Shen Lang's side. "Master, the priest of the Black Panther tribe was summoned away by the Heavenly Serpent tribe." "The Heavenly Serpent tribe, is it? Alright, I understand. You handle the rest. Is there any problem? Shen Lang asked. No problem. Master, rest assured I will handle it well. Sea Lake nodded repeatedly. Shen Lang said no more and stepped into the Black Panther tribe's rest area. As for Sea Lake, he quickly became busy starting to detain other members of the Black Panther tribe. These individuals had long been terrified by the might Shen Lang had displayed earlier. Thus, even though Sea Lake was alone, they dared not resist, and instead cooperatively confined themselves. Shen Lang paid no mind to these matters as he was currently seated within the main hall of the Black Panther tribe assessing his gains. He didn't even mention the experience points. Collectively, these individuals had only provided him with 20,000 experience. In the past, 20,000 experience would have been considerable, but now for Shen Lang, it was merely a drop in the bucket. As for the Godslayer experience, these individuals had only granted him 4,000 experience, which was also why Shen Lang had inquired about the priest's whereabouts. As a priest, he might not offer much upgrading experience, but the Godslayer experience would certainly be substantial. Unfortunately, the priest was not present. Aside from the experience gains, Shen Lang also extracted 13 attribute points using his super god extraction technique from the members of the Black Panther tribe, including 3 points in strength, 5 points in agility, 3 points in constitution, and 2 points in vitality. After organizing his gains, Shen Lang immediately opened the chat channel to inquire about the progress on the player's side. However, before he could speak, a flurry of messages mentioning him appeared in the chat. Village Chief, where are you? We have discovered a human here. He is not a player, but seems to be a native of this world. What should we do? Seeing his own mention in the chat channel, Shen Lang's expression subtly changed. The humans from the ninth world. This is the territory of the half-beasts. How could the natives from the ninth world suddenly appear here? Could they be merchants here for trade? Shen Lang pondered in confusion, ultimately deciding to go back and take a look. Anyway, the matters here have been resolved. As long as the players settle in, the third condition for upgrading the village will be fulfilled, and there is no need for him to stay here any longer. Having made a decision, Shen Lang immediately replied in the chat channel, keep a close watch on the people, I will be back. Village Chief, you are finally online. Understood, we will definitely keep a close watch on them. As soon as Shen Lang spoke, many players in the chat channel eagerly started to respond. However, Shen Lang paid little attention to this, directly closing the chat channel and walking out of the hall. Once outside, Shen Lang immediately spotted the busy Slake. He waved to him, and Slake quickly jogged over to Shen Lang's side. Master, is there something you need? Just give the order. I need to leave here for a while. The Black Panther tribe will be under your watch for now. I will send someone over later to take over, and you just need to cooperate well. Understood? Understood. Master, rest assured, I will guard the Black Panther tribe well until you send someone for the handover. Alright, it's in your... As he spoke, Shen Lang patted Slake on the shoulder, then, without hesitation, turned and left. Shen Lang moved quickly, disappearing from Slake's sight in the blink of an eye. As Shen Lang left, Slake finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Shen Lang always appeared kind, having witnessed his strength firsthand, Slake still felt immense pressure when in his presence. It was akin to being with a lion. Even if the lion did not show its teeth, one would still worry about when it might suddenly pounce and swallow them whole. This was how Slake felt, so he remained extremely cautious and did not dare to be careless while Shen Lang was around. Now, with Shen Lang gone, his previously anxious heart began to calm down. Retracting his gaze, although Shen Lang had left, Slake did not dare to slack off and continued to organize the Black Panther tribe's personnel. Shen Lang, oblivious to Slake's thoughts, hurried along his way and soon reached the boundary between the Beast Forest and the Bloody. Just as he was about to enter the Beast Forest, a sudden disturbance arose from the forest ahead. In the next moment, Nyes and the others slowly walked out from the Beast Forest. Upon encountering each other, both sides were momentarily stunned. Nyes and his group did not expect to see Shen Lang here, while Shen Lang was surprised that they had just now emerged from the Beast Forest. The two groups exchanged silent glances for a few seconds before Nyes and his companions were the first to react, quickly greeting him with respect, Village Chief. As everyone greeted him, Shen Lang also came back to his senses. Why did you all arrive here so late? He frowned. Hearing this, Nyes and the others' hearts skipped a beat, and they hurriedly began to explain, Village Chief, we weren't slacking off. We encountered a powerful beast when we came out, and it took us some time to deal with it. Oh, I see. Shen Lang nodded, the frown on his face instantly easing. Indeed, unlike him, the other players could walk outside, but their strength was not enough to make them act with impunity. Alright, since we met here, I have something to instruct you. You will walk 50 miles in this direction. There is a half-beast tribe there currently guarded by a guy named Slake. Go there, report my name, and take over that place. From now on, that will be our village's new base. Understood? Shen Lang instructed the group. They all nodded in response, saying, Understood, Village Chief. Seeing this, Shen Lang stopped wasting words, directly leaving the area to continue heading toward the village. After Shen Lang left, the players led by Nyes all breathed a sigh of relief, and then they couldn't help but start guessing curiously. Captain, how strong do you think the village chief is? In front of him, I feel like an ant. My whole body can't help but tremble. Hearing this, Nyes turned to look at the speaking team member, immediately responding curtly, If you want to know how strong the village chief is, it's simple. Just go and try it out for yourself. Upon hearing this, the team members all shrank back, and the one who spoke even awkwardly chuckled, Captain, are you joking? With my weak physique, if I provoke the village chief, I might just be sent back home with a slap. Since you know that, then don't think about these frivolities. Completing the task assigned by the village chief is the most important thing. I'm just curious. Curious about what? Hurry up and get moving, Nyes scolded, then led the way forward, and everyone followed. As Nyes walked ahead and saw that the others had finally stopped their questioning, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In truth, he also did not know how strong Shen Lang really was, and his feelings in front of Shen Lang were no different from those of the regular team members, so he could not answer the question. On the other side, after half an hour of travel, Shen Lang finally returned to the village. At this moment, most of the players in the village were still busy organizing various supplies in preparation for the move. Seeing this, Shen Lang wasted no time and directly headed to the office. When he entered the office building, he saw Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming, who had been waiting in the building, immediately come up to greet him. Village chief. Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming greeted him, and Shen Lang nodded in response, directly asking where is the person. The person is upstairs, who I arranged for him to stay in the lounge. Additionally, 2 other players are watching over him. Hearing this, Shen Lang nodded, not rushing to go up. Instead, he found a place to sit down and said, tell me everything about your contact with this person and where you met him. Do not conceal anything. Looking at Shen Lang's serious expression, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming felt a wave of tension and immediately organized his thoughts, starting to recount the events. Under his narration, Shen Lang quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter. A few hours earlier, shortly after Shen Lang left the village, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming, who was organizing supplies for the players, suddenly heard a report from a player that a person had appeared outside the village. According to that player, the person had fallen out from a spatial rift. Upon hearing this news, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming did not dare to delay and hurriedly took people over. By the time he arrived, the person was already unconscious. Seeing that the person had black hair and black eyes, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming hesitated for a moment and decided to bring him back to the village, finding a few players skilled in controlling wood elements to help treat his injuries. After controlling the injuries for an hour, the person woke up and Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming immediately began to inquire. However, unexpectedly, upon seeing Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming and the other players, this person appeared extremely agitated and asked a series of baffling questions such as, how did you get here? Why are you here? To these questions, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming did not answer at all and instead began to ask about his origins. However, this guy's wariness was even stronger than Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming had imagined. Facing his questions, he stated that he needed to see the person in charge of the village before he would speak, which led to the subsequent events. After understanding the ins and outs, Shen Lang nodded. Alright, I understand. Take me to see that guy. Yes, village chief, please. Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming gestured for him to enter and then led the way ahead. Shen Lang strolled behind him and the two arrived at the lounge on the 3rd floor of the office. Standing outside the lounge door, Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming halted while Shen Lang unhesitatingly pushed the door open. Inside, a man dressed in armor with short hair and sharp eyes was sitting cross-legged. Upon hearing the noise from the doorway, the man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the entrance with vigilance. As Shen Lang entered, his gaze quickly fell upon Shen Lang, observing him closely. Similarly, after entering, Shen Lang also directed his gaze at him, scanning him up and down. For a moment, neither of them spoke, simply sizing each other up. Bang! The sound of a chair dragging on the floor echoed as Shen Lang pulled out a chair and sat opposite the man, then calmly said, I am the person in charge of this village. You wanted to see me, and now I am here. Can we talk? You are the person in charge. The man replied with a hint of suspicion on his face, unable to help it, as Shen Lang's age was too young, which raised doubts. Shen Lang had no intention of explaining this, and simply stared at him quietly. The two locked eyes for about a minute, and finally the man chose to believe him, and opened his mouth saying, Who are you? Why are you here? The man voiced the doubts in his heart, but Shen Lang did not answer him, merely looking at him coldly, and lightly tapping the table, saying, Please understand one thing, I am the one asking you questions, not the other way around. I do not wish to hear any more questions from you. If you cannot accept that, then our conversation ends here. Do you understand? As Shen Lang spoke in a cold tone, feeling the undeniable aura emanating from him, the man's expression slightly stiffened. A momentary silence enveloped the room, and after a long while the man finally exhaled slowly and said, Understood, you can ask. Name? Li Rue. Where do you come from? Shen Lang asked. The man, or rather Li Rue, visibly hesitated when he heard Shen Lang inquire about his origins. Finally, he reluctantly spoke, I come from the Eastern Ancient Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang's eyes narrowed and a hint of danger appeared on his face as he said, Eastern Ancient Kingdom. Wait a minute, if I remember correctly, people from the Eastern Ancient Kingdom should not be able to enter the Western continent, right? Indeed, it used to be like that, Li Rue said with a wry smile. But just recently, the gods' blockade of the Western continent suddenly weakened for some unknown reason. To investigate the specific situation of the Western continent, our superiors ordered several teams to infiltrate the Western continent. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang fell into deep thought. The gods' blockade of the Western continent has weakened. Why would such a situation occur? From what he understood, the gods had never weakened their blockade of the Western continent in thousands of years, but now the blockade had indeed weakened. What unknown event had transpired? As he thought of this, a sudden flash of inspiration crossed Shen Lang's mind. Players have descended. Could this be the reason for the gods' weakened blockade of the Western continent? No one could answer this question, but Shen Lang felt he had guessed the truth of the matter. After all, if something could influence the power of the gods, he would not remain oblivious. Thus, the descent of players might be the reason for the weakened blockade of the Western continent. Suppressing the conjectures in his heart, Shen Lang continued to question. You mentioned that you have several teams, so why are you the only one here? Actually, I don't know about my team's situation, but in my team, everyone except me has died. The Western continent is not only blocked by the gods, but also surrounded by various major races. Although the gods' blockade has weakened, the various major races have not relaxed their defenses along the borders at all. Therefore, in order to enter the Western continent, we had to confront them. As he spoke, a hint of pain clearly appeared on Li Rui's face, evidently mourning the sacrifice of his comrades. Shen Lang paused for a moment, then continued, "The deceased cannot be brought back, my condolences. Furthermore, although I do not know how far we are from the border, it must be quite a distance. So I want to know how you got here. Of course, if you do not wish to answer this question, that is fine. You only need to answer the next question. That is, will people from the Western continent follow you here?" As he spoke, Shen Lang's expression grew extremely serious. He did not understand the means of this world, but he did not believe that Li Yu and the others would be entirely safe after entering the Western continent. Sure enough, Li Rui's next response confirmed Shen Lang's suspicion. "I arrived here because I tore a random spatial As for whether people from the Western continent will chase me here, I can only say that they won in the short term, but sooner or later they will definitely find this place." "Understood. Thank you for your cooperation. This round of questioning ends here. You should rest well." After speaking, Shen Lang stood up and walked towards the door. As Shen Lang was about to leave, Li Rui suddenly asked, "You shouldn't be from the West continent either, right? Can you tell me?" Hearing this, Shen Lang paused slightly, but did not answer, exiting the lounge directly. Observing this scene, Li Rui not only felt no disappointment, but rather a smile appeared on his face. In fact, what he wanted to ask was not the second question, but the first, whether Shen Lang and his companions were indeed from the West continent. Shen Lang's silence made the answer clear, relieving him of his last trace of worry, and he slowly put away a forbidden technique scroll hidden in his palm. Outside the door, as Shen Lang stepped out of the lounge, Zhuang Shengxiaming immediately rushed forward to lock the door, then curiously asked, "Village chief, who exactly is that guy inside? Why are you so free?" Shen Lang glanced at Zhuang Shengxiaming, who instinctively shrank back, waving his hands repeatedly. "No, I'm not free. Keep an eye on him and treat him well." With that, Shen Lang left slowly while Zhuang Shengxiaming nodded thoughtfully. Although Shen Lang did not disclose the identity of the person inside, it was evident that the individual was a friend, not a foe. Understanding this, Zhuang Shengxiaming stopped pondering, and after leaving the office began to immerse himself in the village. In reality, there wasn't much to tidy up in the village, it was merely some supplies. Once all the materials were gathered, counted, and arranged for a few players to carry into their bags, the work was considered finished. With the preparations complete, Shen Lang did not waste any time and directly ordered the relocation. Immediately, hundreds of players departed the village, marching towards the bloody plains. This time, Shen Lang did not sneak away early. Instead, he chose to advance with the team. There was no choice, the number of players was too large. Once gathered together, the aura of vitality they emitted resembled the sun in the darkness, making them exceedingly conspicuous in the beast forest, attracting numerous ferocious beasts. Along the way, reckless beasts charged at the team. Those with weaker strength fared no better. Before even getting close, they were swiftly taken down by the many players in the team. However, some formidable beasts, particularly the wolf packs, caused considerable headaches for the players. These creatures would not relent until they caught their prey. The players encountered at least 3 waves of wolf packs along the way. While there were no casualties, they still ended up covered in dirt. Fortunately, everything was still under control. Shen Lang remained at the center of the team, not making a move throughout. However, as they journeyed halfway, they approached a region near the depths of the beast forest, which was a necessary route to the bloody plains, and typically a safe zone. This was because no ferocious beasts dared to approach here. Yet this time, as the team passed, suddenly a giant beast rushed out from deep within the beast forest. It was a massive tiger towering over 10 meters, completely black, with eyes glowing red. Clearly, it was attracted by the immense vitality of the large team. The appearance of this beast made the players in the team panic. There was no choice. The aura emanating from this ferocious beast was too terrifying. Just a hint of its presence sent chills down the spines of many players. In fact, quite a few were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Forget about fighting back, they could hardly even stand. As the black tiger seemed poised to inflict great casualties on the player team, Shen Lang, who was positioned in the center of the team, suddenly struck, wielding his weapon-breaking army, and unleashed a move called Overlord's Domination, directly slashing at the black tiger. Boom. A terrifying sound erupted as the black tiger, lunging at the players, didn't even have time to evade before being instantly its massive form was sent flying, and the players who had previously been shrouded in the shadow of death saw this scene, their faces lighting up with excitement, unable to help but shout, "Village chief is mighty." Faced with the crowd's flattery, Shen Lang glanced at them with displeasure. "What are you all still standing there for? Are you planning to stay and be this big guy's dinner?" After hearing this, the players finally snapped out of their daze and hurriedly fled. The players quickly left, but Shen Lang did not go, as he could sense that the black tiger was still alive. If he left and allowed it to chase after the players, there would inevitably be heavy casualties. Thus, he chose to stay behind as the last line of defense. Soon, heavy footsteps echoed from the ruins, and the next moment, the enormous form of the black tiger reappeared before Looking at Shen Lang, the black tiger let out a fierce roar, its roar shaking the forest and instilling fear in all beasts. Shen Lang looked on expressionlessly, gripping breaking army, ready to strike. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed something lurking in the shadows. Frowning slightly, he turned to look deeper into the beast forest. After hesitating for a moment, Shen Lang ultimately abandoned the idea of attacking and said to the black tiger, "I know you can understand what I'm saying. Now you have 2 choices, either leave or die." Shen Lang was not afraid of the black tiger, nor the lurking creature, but they were too close to the depths of the beast forest. Once a battle broke out, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of many creatures, potentially drawing out some terrifying existences from deep within. Those terrifying beings were something Shen Lang did not feel confident in facing even now, which is why he changed his. However, it was clear that his good intentions were all in vain. Faced with the choice, Shen Lang presented. The black tiger roared without a second thought and lunged at Shen Lang, its massive body instantly blocking the light above him, bringing with it an extreme sense of threat. Seeing this, Shen Lang's expression turned cold, and he coldly looked at the black tiger, saying, "You're seeking death." With that, he no longer hesitated and directly executed the second form of Overlord's blade cuts all beings. A terrifying blade light appeared, accompanied by an intense sense of impending death. The black tiger widened its eyes witnessing this scene. The rage that had filled its heart was completely extinguished, replaced by overwhelming fear, making it want to turn and flee. Yet having already committed to its charge, it could not retreat. In the end, it could only charge towards Shen Lang, facing the blade. The result was predictable. If even Overlord's domination could not withstand it, how could it endure blade cuts all beings? With a ripping sound, the colossal body of the black tiger was split in two. Its corpse crashed heavily to the ground, and the warm blood spilled generously, splattering all around. As the black tiger was cleaved in two by Shen Lang's blade, the number of watchful eyes lurking in the shadows clearly increased. Gripping his weapon, Shen Lang cast his fearless gaze deep into the depths of the beast forest, and though he said nothing, his intent to confront was unmistakable. "If you want to fight, then come out. I'm ready to accompany you to the end." Whether it was due to the intimidation from Shen Lang's display, or some other reason, no ferocious beasts emerged from the depths of the beast forest, and all prying eyes eventually vanished. Only after all the gazes had disappeared did Shen Lang turn to leave, and with his extraordinary speed, he quickly caught up with the player team. With Shen Lang's return, the players who had initially been anxious all breathed a sigh of relief, their faces breaking into relief. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Lang had become the stabilizing force in their hearts. As long as he was unharmed, the players felt. On the journey ahead, although minor troubles persisted, these were easily resolved by the players themselves, requiring no intervention. Having successfully left the beast forest, the player team walked for over half an hour across the bloody plain, finally arriving at their destination, the Black Panther tribe. As the player team approached, Nyes and others who had taken charge of the tribe immediately came out to greet them, while Slark followed closely behind, watching the scene before him with caution. Village Chief, Nyes and the others greeted Shen Lang, who nodded slightly before leading everyone into the As many players entered the Black Panther tribe, a notification sounded in Shen Lang's mind. "Congratulations, all conditions for village upgrade have been met. Confirm upgrade." Hearing the notification in his mind, a hint of joy appeared on Shen Lang's face. After all his hard work, wasn't this moment what he had been striving for? Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Lang confirmed the upgrade, and instantly the village panel transformed into that of a town. Player Dark Knight. Position Town Chief. Number of town residents 753. Town Chief authority: recruit villagers, expel villagers, experience boost 10. Village system: player ranking system. An additional system can be established. With the village upgrade, the changes were minimal, the most significant being that the experience boost increased from 1 to 10. This change was undoubtedly a qualitative enhancement, and additionally the town could now add another system. However, Shen Lang had not yet thought of a suitable new system, so he decided to set this opportunity aside for the time being until he could devise an appropriate system. Meanwhile, as the village upgraded, players began to settle down in the Black Panther tribe under the guidance of Zhuang Sheng and his companions. At this moment, Shen Lang suddenly said to Zhuang Sheng and the others, "Come, let's hold a meeting." Hearing this, Zhuang Sheng and the others did not dare to hesitate, and quickly followed Shen Lang into the meeting hall that belonged to the Black Panther tribe. Inside the meeting hall, the 6 of them took their seats in order. Shen Lang's gaze swept across the faces of Zhuang Sheng and the others, and then he tapped the table gently before slowly speaking. "Now that we have left the beast forest and arrived at the bloody plain, this is the territory of the half-beasts. We will inevitably have conflicts with them in the future, and your current strength is too weak. We can't have you calling on me to solve every enemy encounter, can we?" Shen Lang spoke in a calm tone with no hint of reproach, yet Zhuang Sheng and the others couldn't help but feel a wave of shame wash over their faces after hearing his words. "Of course, I know that your strength increases slowly, and I can't blame you entirely, so I've decided to give you an opportunity. Before you arrived, I captured quite a few half-beasts, and I will distribute all of them to you now. I hope you can bear this responsibility. Do you understand?" "Understood, Village Chief." Upon hearing that Shen Lang intended to allocate half-beasts to them, the excitement was evident on their faces. What do half-beasts represent? They represent experience. Such an action in the future would essentially be equivalent to handing them experience for leveling up. Thinking of this, they felt both touched and ashamed, and silently vowed to grow at a faster pace to alleviate Shen Lang. Alright, having discussed that, let's move on to the second matter. The village has upgraded and become a town, so from now on you shall address me as Town Chief. Also starting today, the town will be named Morning Dawn. Oh, does anyone have any objections? Only Shen Lang knew about the village upgrade, and now that he announced this, new surprise appeared on the faces of Zhuang Sheng. As for the town name, they did not voice any objections. "Town Chief, we have no objections." They all shook their heads in unison. "Since there are no objections, then go ahead and get busy. After arranging the players, go find Slark. He will take you to the holding location of the half-beasts." "Understood, Town Chief." "By the way, Town Chief, who is Slark?" Zhuang Sheng scratched his head and asked, upon which Shen Lang patted his head, realizing that the others did not know Slark. "You can find that pig-headed guy outside. He is Slark. Also, Slark is one of my people, so don't entertain any funny ideas." Upon hearing this, the others burst into awkward laughter. Town chief, you really think we would have any thoughts about a pig? Shen Lang merely shrugged, knowing that while others may not understand the nature of the players, he certainly did. In the eyes of the players, any creature that could provide experience points was considered prey. Slark clearly fell into this category, and if he didn't remind them, who knew when Slark might be killed by this group of players? Ignoring the players' unease, Shen Lang waved his hand, signaling them to leave. The group quickly rose and exited. Once everyone left, they immediately began to busy themselves with settling matters, assigning housing to the players, arranging patrols for the guards, and other miscellaneous tasks. After over an hour of busy work, they finally finished all tasks, and then Zhuang Sheng and the others eagerly sought out. Lord Slark, the town chief, asked us to find you, saying you have a batch of half-beasts for us to take over. Having been idle, Slark nodded quickly. I understand. Please follow me. With that, Slark led them to the prison of the Black Panther tribe, where many members of the tribe were held captive. In the prison, upon seeing the halferks crammed inside, the faces of Zhuang, Sheng, Xiao Ming, and the other three revealed a glimmer of greed. Slark, who had been closely observing their expressions, couldn't help but shiver at the sight of their intense greed. He didn't understand why these people wore such expressions, but he could tell that Zhuang Sheng and the others completely did not regard the creatures in the prison as living beings. They might not even consider them as sentient beings. At that moment, Slark suddenly felt a wave of panic. He didn't know if siding with Shen Lang was right or wrong, but at this point he had no choice but to press on. Gentlemen, the people of the Black Panther tribe are already here. Since I have no business, I will take my leave, Slark said with it. Hearing this, Zhuang Sheng and the others waved their hands directly, signaling him to leave. Seeing this, Slark turned to leave, but after passing the corner of the prison door, he suddenly stopped, cautiously turning his head to look back inside. After his departure, Zhuang Sheng and the others eagerly opened the prison, and then with grins of malice on their faces, they approached the creatures of the Black Panther tribe. Soon accompanied by a cacophony of screams and wails, a massacre unfolded within the prison, as the imprisoned creatures of the Black Panther tribe, stripped of their strength, were mercilessly slaughtered by Zhuang Sheng and the others. Having witnessed this scene, Slark's entire body trembled, as if a heavy hammer had struck his heart, sending it into a frenzy. He was no novice unaccustomed to bloodshed. In fact, he had personally killed more beings than Zhuang Sheng and the others combined. However, his killings had always been meaningful, unlike the pure enjoyment of slaughter that Zhuang Sheng and the others seemed to Of course, this was merely his interpretation. He was unaware of the existence of the Tao, and did not realize that Zhuang Sheng and the others were excited due to the increase in experience points, not out of enjoyment for the slaughter. In short, this was a perfect misunderstanding, and Slark hurriedly ran out of the prison. After waiting at the entrance for about half an hour, Zhuang Sheng and the others, covered in the scent of blood, emerged from the prison. Looking at Slark standing at the entrance, Zhuang Sheng smiled and asked, "Is there more?" Hearing this, Slark's heart trembled, and he nodded repeatedly. "Yes, but that part is not here. It is in another tribe." "Lead the way," Zhuang Sheng said slowly. Upon hearing this, Slark quickly nodded, and then led them away from the Black Panther tribe to the Qingyo tribe. Ultimately, he witnessed another massacre within the Qingyo tribe. Meanwhile, Shen Lang, who had remained in the Black Panther tribe, received the appropriate feedback as Zhuang Sheng and Xiao Ming's experience points rapidly increased. It must be said that 10% is far superior to 1%. The experience gained solely from Zhuang Sheng and the other slaughter allowed Shen Lang to level up directly. Nickname Dark Knight. Level 31 85600190000. Profession level 13 Godslayer 32832035000. Fortune value 90. Strength 961 Grade Talent Strength Enhancement. Agility 1203 Grade Talent Agility Enhancement. Constitution 905 500 a Grade Talent Constitution Enhancement immune to poisons. Energy 920 Grade Talent Hearing Enhancement. Grade Talent Smell Enhancement. Grade Talent Spirit Enhancement. Grade Talent Vision Enhancement. Innate Talent SSS-Grade Super Divine Extraction. Special Talents Grade Talent 7 Emotions and 6 Desires a Grade Talent Transcendent Perception. Grade Talent Iron Fist. Grade Talent Heart Fire. Grade Talent Water Element Control. Grade Talent Earth Element Manipulation a Grade Talent Bloodline Boiling. Grade Talent Fire Element Manipulation. Skills SS-Grade Passive Tao Blessings. Grade Active Skill Eye of Insights. Grade Skill Domineering Blade a Grade Skill Soul Impact. Grade Skill Beast Control a Grade Skill Infernal Fire. Grade Skill Water Dragon Cannon. Grade Skill Water Dragon Whirl. Combat Pet Canavies. Combat Power Level 92, 4th Stage. Distributable Free Attribute Points 110. Items Special Potion 1951 4-dimensional Attribute Potion 49 Storage Ring Blood Drinking Mad Blade 1/5 Stage Thunderlight Armor 1/3 Stage Swift Boots 1/3 Stage Blood Breaking Short Blade 1/2 Stage Sharp Short Blade 1/3 Stage Iron Dagger 7 Golden Frenzied Lion Armor 5th Stage Light Boots 5th Stage Cloth Clothes 3 Straw Sandals 4 Breaking Army 8th Stage Nameless Armor 3rd Stage Doom Compass Rare Item Sea God Armor 8th Stage. Seeing his level rise from 30 to 31, a smile spread across Shen Lang's face. He would no longer need to painstakingly hunt for experience points. As long as the number of players was sufficient, he could swiftly enhance his strength without leaving home. This made him even more eager for the town to upgrade, and he couldn't help but check the conditions for upgrading the town. Name Dawn Town. Level 2 Town. Upgrade conditions. Condition 1. The mayor's level must reach level 50. Condition 2. The town must have 10 individuals above level 30. Condition 3. Control over a large region. Looking at the conditions required for the town's upgrade, Shen Lang's mouth twitched. Indeed, the difficulty of true upgrades is exponentially increasing. Helpless Shen Lang shook his head. He didn't expect the town to upgrade anytime soon, but of course upgrading the town remained his goal. After all, once the town upgraded, the experience boost he could gain would reach a staggering 30. Not to mention anything else, just this alone made him determined to push for the town's upgrade. As Shen Lang pondered how to upgrade the town far away in the divine hall of Tianxi City, the high priest of Tian, she looked at the young man with the head of a leopard kneeling below him and slowly spoke. I heard you have important matters to report. You may speak now. High priest of Tian, please ensure justice for my Black Panther tribe. Just a few hours ago, the leader of the Porcupine tribe, Slark, attacked our Black Panther tribe with a human. My father died in battle. All the strong members of my Black Panther tribe perished, and even all the people in my Black Panther tribe fell into the hands of those two. Please, High Priest of Tian, you must uphold justice for me. As the young man cried out, the High Priest of Tian, furrowed his brows. His frown was not due to the attack on the Black Panther tribe, but rather because of the mention of a human. For Shen Lang, the High Priest of the Heavenly Serpent, harbored a deep-seated hatred fueled by the fact that his team of divine guards had perished in the Beast Forest, making him wish he could flay Shen Lang alive. However, due to the impending divine ritual, he had chosen to hold back from taking action until now. But the recent breach of the Black Panther tribe had left the High Priest unsettled. He had not forgotten that Shen Lang might have the backing of an ancient Eastern kingdom, a presence that no race in the Western continent dared to underestimate. Now that Shen Lang had breached the Black Panther tribe, what was he planning? What did the ancient Eastern kingdom intend to do? The more he thought, the more alarmed the High Priest became. No, he could not continue to let this go unchecked. Whatever they intended to do, he must stop them. Resolute in his decision, the High Priest's mind was filled with determination. He planned to act personally, bringing with him an elite force to annihilate Shen Lang with overwhelming force. However, should he inform the royal court about this? This sudden doubt arose in the High Priest's mind, causing his expression to fluctuate between dark and light. Logically, such matters should be reported. The invasion of the ancient Eastern Kingdom was not something anyone could overlook. Yet behind the crisis, the High Priest also saw an opportunity. If he could capture Shen Lang directly, this accomplishment would surely elevate the status of the Heavenly Serpent tribe. If he chose to report it while he would still receive credit, it would certainly be diminished. Thus, he found himself hesitating, unsure whether to report it. After much contemplation, his ambition overshadowed his rationality, leading him to decide to keep this matter hidden until he had dealt with Shen Lang, at which point he could report it. Having made his decision, the High Priest once again turned his gaze to the young man from the Black Panther tribe, who was kneeling below. I did not expect such a grievous incident to occur within the territory of my Heavenly Serpent tribe. Rest assured, I will give you a satisfactory explanation. You may leave now, and rest well. Since he had decided to take action, the High Priest naturally did not mind winning some hearts. It was not merely about winning over this young man, but also about gaining the favor of others in the tribes. Thank you, High Priest. Thank you, High Priest. With the High Priest's promise, the young man from the Black Panther tribe was overwhelmed with joy, expressing his gratitude repeatedly before departing the temple. Once he had left, the High Priest quickly summoned Jesse. After a brief wait, the sound of footsteps soon echoed from outside the temple hall, and the next moment Jesse entered with a steady stride. Greetings, High Priest. Looking at the High Priest, Jesse bowed respectfully. Is there something important you wish to discuss with me? The High Priest looked at Jesse and spoke in a calm tone. I plan to take action against the human race in the Beast Forest. You have had contact with them, so I called you to gather some information. Taking action against the humans in the Beast Forest, High Priest. Did you not say you would wait until after the divine ritual? Jesse's expression was one of surprise. I have changed my mind now. Is there a problem with that? The High Priest's gaze was calm as he looked at Jesse, his eyes seemingly holding profound meaning. As Jesse met the High Priest's gaze, he felt a sudden chill in his heart, realizing his words had aroused the High Priest's suspicion. He quickly remedied the situation, saying, No problem at all. I was just surprised that you changed your mind suddenly, High Priest. The humans in the Beast Forest killed my kin. I would gladly devour their flesh and drink their blood. This time, High Priest, please allow me to take the lead in the assault. Upon finishing, Jesse knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in a respectful manner. Observing this scene, the High Priest revealed a slight, almost mocking smile. So that's how it is. I thought you would disagree with my assault on them. How could that be? High Priest, you jest. Jesse's heart surged with tumult, nearly believing the High Priest had sensed something amiss, causing him to feel weak all over. Fortunately, at this critical moment, he steadied himself and feigned calmness. Seeing this, the High Priest waved his hand. All right, since you are so eager, I will let you lead this time. Go prepare, gather the army, and summon the enforcement team. This time I aim to completely eradicate the humans in the Beast Forest. Understood, I will handle it right away. Jesse replied, respectfully bowing as he slowly exited the temple hall. Once he was out of the High Priest's sight, he could no longer contain himself and let out a deep breath. Coming back to his senses, he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, he dared not linger any longer and hurriedly left the temple to gather the army and convey the High Priest's orders. After completing all this, he quickly found a secluded spot and used a sound-transmitting insect to send a message to Shen Lang. Meanwhile, within the Black Panther tribe, upon receiving the message, Shen Lang's brows immediately furrowed. The High Priest of the Heavenly Serpent planned to personally assault them, which was not good news. Especially now having lost the natural barrier of the beast forest. If the Heavenly Serpent Tribe's army came to encircle them, he was not afraid, but his players would be. Although the players' strength had improved rapidly, it had yet to reach a point where one could take on 10. If they fell into the encirclement of the army, the losses would be severe. Moreover, if too many players were lost, Shen Lang's strength would undoubtedly suffer a significant setback, which he could not accept. Thinking of this, Shen Lang couldn't help but furrow his brows, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. No, he could not sit idly by. Suddenly Shen Lang clenched his fists, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He decided to take the initiative and eliminate them on the road before the Heavenly Serpent army arrived. This way at least he could maintain control over the situation, deciding how and where to fight. Waiting for the Heavenly Serpent army to attack would mean surrendering the initiative to others, which was unacceptable to Shen Lang. With a plan in mind, Shen Lang immediately called for Zhuang Sheng and Xiao Ming through the chat channel to discuss the battle strategy. The mayor entered the meeting hall, and Zhuang Shengxiaming and others greeted Shen Lang, catching a whiff of the bloodstains on everyone's clothes. Shen Lang frowned slightly, but said nothing further. Alright, now that everyone is here, let me tell you something. The Tianxi tribe, which I'm sure you are all familiar with, is about to launch an attack on us. This time, they come with great force, and if we are not prepared, we will surely suffer countless casualties. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhuang Shengxiaming and the others turned pale. How could this be? Why is the Tianxi tribe suddenly attacking us? The information is definitely reliable, you don't need to worry about that. Now the situation has become a fixed reality, and what we need to do is think of ways to respond. The information is definitely reliable, you don't need to worry about that. Now the situation has become a fixed reality, and what we need to do is think of ways to respond. Do any of you have good ideas on this matter? Shen Lang asked the crowd. Though he had already made a decision, he was still open to hearing others' suggestions, just in case they had any good thoughts. Unfortunately, it turned out Shen Lang was overthinking. Upon hearing his question, Zhuang Shengxiaming and the others exchanged glances, unable to come up with any good ideas. Finally, they all turned to Shen Lang and said, "We will follow the mayor's arrangements." Hearing this, even though he was somewhat prepared, Shen Lang couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Shaking his head and casting aside his disappointment, Shen Lang continued, "Alright, since you have no ideas, let's go with my plan. I have decided to take the initiative and intercept the Tianxi army midway. Now I need you to select a group of players with water elemental affinity. Oh, I will have great use for them. Additionally, you must also prepare for battle ahead of time. If any changes occur in the situation, retreat immediately and return to the Wanshou forest. Do you understand?" "Understood." The crowd responded in unison. Shen Lang waved his hand, signaling them to go prepare. After they left, Shen Lang did not remain idle either. He walked out of the meeting hall and directly left the Black Panther tribe. He needed to scout the terrain in advance and prepare. Although this matter could be handled by the players, their strength was insufficient, and it would take a long time for them to accomplish it. Shen Lang did not know when the Tianxi army would arrive, but the sooner he completed his preparations, the better. Therefore, he could only work hard himself. As time passed within Tianxi City, the army was gathering. Outside Tianxi City, Shen Lang continuously scouted the terrain, selecting the battlefield. Both sides were busy preparing, and in the blink of an eye, a day passed. When the sun rose the next day, over 10,000 Tianxi troops had gathered outside Tianxi City. This was the entirety of the military force within Tianxi City. In addition, there were divine guards from the temple and members of the law enforcement team accompanying them. This time, to completely eliminate Shen Lang and his group, the Grand Priest of the Tianxi tribe had spared no effort. The reason it was said to be almost was naturally because the Grand Priest had not summoned all other forces. As a major tribe, the Tianxi tribe not only governs many small and medium-sized tribes, but can also mobilize the armies of these tribes to join the battle at critical moments. However, this time he did not do so in order to claim all the credit himself. Otherwise, Shen Lang and the others would not be facing just 10,000 Tianxi troops, but rather a coalition of hundreds of thousands of tribes. When the first ray of sunlight shone into Tianxi City in the morning, the seemingly old Grand Priest slowly drove a carriage out of the temple. Surrounding the carriage were over 100 divine guards escorting it on both sides. When the carriage reached the city gates of Tianxi, Jessamy, who was waiting there dismounted without a word, knelt on one knee and said, "I pay my respects to the Grand Priest." As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous cheer erupted, and all members of the law enforcement team and 10,000 Tianxi soldiers shouted in unison, "We pay our respects to the Grand Priest." The crowd's cheers shook the heavens, startling the ordinary half-beast people in Tianxi City. As the voices of the crowd faded, the Grand Priest of the Tianxi tribe lifted the curtain of the carriage and stepped out. Looking at the mass of people kneeling before him, a faint smile appeared on the Grand Priest's lips, and he said, "Everyone, this time we are to hunt down the rebels, and we need your strength. For the sake of the barbarian god, I ask you all to bravely kill the enemy. For the barbarian god. For the barbarian god." As soon as the Grand Priest's words fell, a wave of enthusiastic responses erupted from the crowd. Seeing this scene, the Grand Priest nodded in satisfaction and turned back to the carriage. Witnessing this, Jessamy mounted his horse, waved his hand, and said, "Let's move out." With that, the army immediately set off, and with the sound of heavy footsteps, the Tianxi army gradually left Tianxi City, heading towards the location of the Black Panther tribe. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from Tianxi City in a lowlying plain, Shen Lang looked at the terrain before him, a smile gracing his face. Having received news of the Tianxi army's departure, he turned to look at the 100 players behind him. These players were all selected by Zhuang Shengxiaming, skilled in water elemental affinity. Looking at the crowd, Zhuang Shengxiaming slowly spoke, "Next, I need you to begin to gather the power of the water element. Remember, keep gathering. Only when I say release can you all release it together, understood?" "Understood, Dark Knight boss." The players shouted loudly, their faces filled with excitement, showing no signs of concern for the impending battle. In the past, it was always Shen Lang taking care of them, and they had long wanted to help him with something, but the opportunity had never presented itself. Now that Shen Lang finally needed their help, it felt to them like their idol had asked for their assistance, so all they felt was excitement. As for the tension regarding the approaching war, they had none. Seeing the carefree demeanor of the players, Shen Lang couldn't help but shake his head and smile helplessly. He hadn't expected that he had become so idolized in the hearts of the players. Asking them to do something not only drew no complaints, but rather made them eager to volunteer. This made him feel a twinge of emotion rise within him. But precisely because of this, he couldn't let this group of players suffer excessive casualties. Not only for his own benefit, but also to live up to the admiration they held for him. Time flowed slowly, and under Shen Lang's command, numerous players began to gather the water element. At first, everyone felt quite relaxed, but as time passed, the water elements each person gathered increased, causing many players to show signs of discomfort. It felt as if they were full from eating, but still had to continue a once delightful activity, now turned into a torment with every additional mouthful. Shen Lang observed all this, but had no good solution, only encouraging everyone, saying, "Everyone, you must hold on. If you endure a little longer, our chances of victory in this battle will increase." Hearing this, the many players, although uncomfortable from the swelling water element, smiled and replied, "Dark Knight boss, don't worry. Just as you have never let us down, we will not let you down either." "That's right, Dark Knight boss, rest assured. Without your orders, we wouldn't give up even if it kills us." Seeing this, Shen Lang said nothing further, only solemnly nodded, then turned his gaze to the distance, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Tianxi army. Just as Shen Lang was filled with anticipation, 20 miles away, the Tianxi army was steadily advancing towards their, led by Jesse Mi with 1,000 vanguard troops, followed by the chariot of the high priest in the center with divine guards and law enforcement members flanking it. The main army followed closely behind. The army marched on. Although numerous, their pace was not slow at all. They covered 20 miles in just 15 minutes. Shen Lang, who had been watching from the hill, immediately spotted their massive formation as the Tianxi army came into view. His eyes brightened instantly, quickly concealing his form. He whispered, "Get ready, the enemy has arrived." At these words, the players hidden in the hills with their faces flushed from gathering the water elements felt their spirits lift. Just when they were about to collapse, a surge of motivation arose within them, and they gritted their teeth to endure. Soon under Shen Lang's watchful gaze, Jesse Mi's vanguard entered the lowlying plains, causing Shen Lang's heart to tighten with anxiety, fearing something might go wrong. However, reality is not like a novel. Such sudden changes are rare. Especially for the Tianxi army, this attack had been kept under wraps without Jesse Mi's knowledge. In such a scenario, they naturally did not anticipate an ambush along the way. Thus, without any surprises, the entire Tianxi army, including the high priest, entered the lowlying plains. Upon seeing everyone enter the lowlying plains, the light in Shen Lang's eyes surged, and he bellowed, "Release." With that command, over 100 players who had reached their limits seemed to find a release, sending the gathered water elements rushing towards the lowlying plains. Boom! A sound like roaring waves suddenly erupted, and a massive surge appeared in the direction of the Tianxi army's advance. Seeing this, Jesse Mi's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "It's a trap." With that, he leaped into the air. After his voice fell, members of the divine guards and law enforcement reacted immediately, leaping off the ground. 4 divine guards quickly raised the chariot while leaping into the air. However, despite the swift reactions of the Tianxi tribe strong, the soldiers were not as quick. Due to their lesser strength, even if they reacted, they couldn't float in the air like the strong. Consequently, under the impact of the massive wave, the Tianxi soldiers faced dire consequences. "Oh, oh, oh." The sounds of screams rang out as many were directly swept into the tide. The once orderly formation was instantly thrown into chaos. Their weapons, carried by the massive waves, impaled many unfortunate souls. Watching this scene, the strong members of the Tianxi tribe in midair turned pale. Especially seeing their weapons that should have been used against the enemy now killing their own, they were furious beyond measure. Meanwhile, from a distance on the hill, many players laughed heartily at the sight of the Tianxi soldiers being engulfed by the mass. Seeing the enemy's predicament, they instantly felt that the discomfort they had previously endured was worth it. However, some sharp-eyed players frowned at the chaotic scene below and said, "Dark Knight boss, I feel like those guys down there aren't suffering too badly, are they?" This remark immediately garnered agreement from many players. In an ordinary world, a sudden wave would be enough to complete, but this was a world with extraordinary powers, and the soldiers of the Tianxi tribe were also extraordinary warriors. They were physically strong and possessed extraordinary abilities. Although caught off guard, it was impossible to inflict significant casualties through such a sudden wave. Seeing the puzzled looks on the players' faces, a smile appeared on Shen Lang's lips. "Don't worry, things are far from over." Calmly speaking, Shen Lang suddenly raised his hand, and instantly under his control the massive waves transformed into huge whirlpools. This was Shen Lang's mastered skill, water tornado. The massive waves might not deal significant damage to the Tianxi soldiers, but combined with the whirlpools, how could those soldiers withstand it? Sure enough, as the water tornado appeared, soldiers of the Tianxi tribe were immediately swept into the whirlpool, and the terrifying tearing force tore them apart. As the range of the water tornado expanded, the casualties among the Tian-Shi soldiers increased. This scene made the strong members of the Tian-Shi tribe in midair tremble with rage. "Damn it, you hiding coward, you're asking for death." The strong of the Tian-Shi tribe roared angrily, with some rushing to rescue their own, while others charged towards Shen Lang's position. Previously, the massive waves had surged from Shen Lang's direction, and they naturally sought the culprit here. "Dark Knight boss, those guys are coming over." Seeing the strong of the Tian-Shi tribe rushing towards their hiding place, the players grew anxious and quickly spoke up. Only Shen Lang remained calm, even reassuring everyone, "Don't panic." As Shen Lang's words fell, the previously tense players immediately fell silent. Shen Lang was their anchor. With him speaking, their anxiety naturally dissipated. The members of the Tian Snake tribe, although capable of momentarily floating in the air, could not truly fly. Thus, every few steps they took, they would descend lightly, tapping the water's surface to advance again. Shen Lang watched this scene with a cold smile, keenly seizing the moment when the others landed on the water to regain their strength. He directly manipulated the giant wave, forming a massive hand that reached for one of them. The Tian Snake tribe expert who was attacking Shen Lang and the others had no idea that the giant wave beneath him, before he could react, he was caught by the giant hand formed by the wave and pulled into the water. Once submerged, the tearing force of the water vortex violently acted upon him, and in an instant the Tian Snake tribe expert was torn to pieces on the spot. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the remaining Tian Snake tribe experts collectively gasped in shock, quickly stopping in midair, afraid to land on the water's surface. With no place to gain strength, they could only rely on sheer will to hover in the air, unable to advance any further. For a moment, they could only glare at the direction where Shen Lang and the others were hiding, their faces filled with anger. Seeing the Tian Snake tribe's many experts rendered helpless by Shen Lang alone, an elderly voice suddenly resonated from the carriage, shaking the surroundings. "In the name of the divine, retreat." As the words fell, the raging giant waves below began to recede rapidly, and the earth seemed to transform into a sponge, crazily absorbing the water. Instantly, the water level dropped at a visible rate, and within just a few breaths, the giant waves completely vanished. If it weren't for the numerous disheveled Tian Snake tribe soldiers lying on the ground, the others might have thought that the giant waves were merely an illusion. Meanwhile, Shen Lang, who had been smiling, changed his expression slightly upon witnessing this. As the saying goes, destruction is easy, but construction is hard. While releasing a massive torrent is simple, like gathering a group of players skilled in water element manipulation, it is another matter entirely to clear such a vast amount of water in such a short time. This indicated just how powerful the Tian Snake high priest inside the carriage truly was. Thinking of this, Shen Lang suppressed the rising suspicion in his heart and calmly said, "Withdraw." Upon hearing this, the players nodded and prepared to retreat. Just then an elderly voice echoed in everyone's ears. "You all come and go as you please. Do you think too little of me?" "Stop." As the elderly voice fell, an invisible force suddenly bound everyone in place. Feeling an immediate loss of control over their bodies, panic spread across the players' faces as they looked to Shen Lang. Shen Lang's expression darkened upon seeing this scene. He too felt the binding power, but his strength allowed him to break free with a mere flick. However, the players clearly did not possess such abilities and were powerless to escape the binding. At that moment, Shen Lang stepped forward, leaping into the air, gazing at the distant carriage, and whispered, "Old fool, you're seeking death." With that, Shen Lang flipped his palm, and the breaking army appeared in his hand. Without further ado, he unleashed the dominating blade, swinging a mighty strike toward the carriage. The dazzling blade light appeared in midair, and the terrifying blade aura, even before getting close, made everyone feel an overwhelming sharpness. In an instant, the many experts of the Tian Snake tribe changed color. Yet despite this, they quickly positioned themselves in front of the carriage, attempting to block the blade aura. However, Shen Lang's blade was not something that just anyone could block. As the guardian in the front was about to perish under Shen Lang's blade aura, a sigh suddenly came from the carriage, followed by a green barrier appearing before the blade aura, stopping it. Clang! A resonant sound like a great bell rang out as the blade aura struck fiercely against the green barrier, which began to shatter inch by inch. The blade aura dissipated as its power was exhausted. Although the high priest managed to block the blade aura, he no longer had the strength to continue binding the players, allowing them. Seeing this, Shen Lang did not linger and commanded retreat. Upon hearing this, the players began to flee, quickly disappearing from the scene. The many experts of the Tian Snake tribe, witnessing this, initially intended to pursue. However, before they could act, the voice of the high priest came again from the carriage. "Enough, do not pursue. Let us reorganize the ranks first." "Understood, high priest." Upon hearing this, the members of the Tian Snake tribe naturally dared not oppose and responded with cupped fists. Subsequently, they began to organize the disordered ranks below and tally the casualties. Soon the ranks were organized and the casualty figures were reported. This time, among the tens of thousands of Tian Snake troops, over 2,000 were killed or injured. This was still with the timely intervention of the high priest, otherwise the losses for the Tian Snake tribe soldiers would have exceeded half. Looking at these casualty figures, all the experts of the Tian Snake tribe felt a heavy sinking in their hearts. To suffer over 20% casualties without even encountering the enemy was not a good omen. In an instant, a somber atmosphere enveloped all the members of the Tian Snake tribe, causing their breathing to slow involuntarily. "Jiexami." Suddenly the high priest inside the carriage spoke. Hearing this, Jiexami, who had been inconspicuous, trembled and quickly approached the carriage, kneeling on one knee. High Priest, I am here. You are the vanguard of this army. With such an incident occurring, you must take full responsibility. Do you have any objections? Jiexami answered decisively, not daring to defend himself at all. Very well, since there are no objections, remember, if such a thing happens again, do not blame me for being unkind. Do you understand? Understood. Jiexami bowed his head, his tone carrying a hint of fear. All right, rise. Let us continue onward, leading your vanguard to pave the way for the army. Understood, High Priest. Nodding, Jiexami wiped the cold sweat from his forehead before getting up to leave. Returning to the vanguard, Jesse forcefully suppressed the unsettling feeling within, raising his hand to command set off. With this command, the army continued on its journey. This time Jesse seemed to truly feel the pressure, his gaze fixed on every suspicious spot along the way as he constantly surveyed the area, occasionally dispatching a small team ahead to scout. However, all of this was merely for the High Priest's observation. In fact, his attention was entirely focused on the messenger insect. Master, have I caused too much of a stir this time? The High Priest is starting to suspect me. Jesse spoke urgently to the messenger. Soon the voice of Shen Lang emerged from the messenger insect. How do you know he suspects you? Hearing this, Jesse recounted every detail of his recent experiences. After he finished speaking, Shen Lang's voice came through the messenger insect again. Don't be fooled by that old man. He doesn't suspect you, he's testing you. You were the only one who returned alive, so he doesn't trust you completely, and is merely probing. As long as you remain loyal and diligent, nothing will happen. Really, Master? Jesse felt a moment of doubt about whether his judgment was right or wrong after hearing Shen Lang's words. It's absolutely true. Just stay calm, relay information promptly, and once I deal with that old man, you won't have to be so on. I understand, Master. All right, focus on your task, and don't let the old man see any flaws. Yes, Master. After their communication ended, Jesse continued his vigilant patrol along the road. Meanwhile, Shen Lang fell into deep thought after their connection was severed. The strength of the High Priest was even more formidable than he had imagined. He knew that after using the Dominator Blade, his attack power increased at least twofold, yet even so his attacks were still thwarted by the High Priest. Such strength was something Shen Lang had never encountered before. Although this was partly due to his recent arrival in this world, it did not diminish the power of the Celestial Serpent High Priest. This realization led Shen Lang to abandon his original plan. He had initially intended to lead the players in a direct assault after laying an ambush, using his own formidable strength to carve a path and strike a decisive blow during the chaos of the Celestial Serpent army. However, when the High Priest easily blocked his attack, Shen Lang instantly realized that the situation was amiss, prompting him. Although he could withstand the High Priest, the players might not be able to fend off the numerous strong warriors from the Celestial Serpent tribe. Once battle commenced, not only would the outcome be uncertain, but the players could also suffer heavy losses, completely contradicting Shen Lang's original intention. It seems I must continue to wear them down. I refuse to believe that after exhausting them a few more times we can't defeat you all. Muttering this to himself, Shen Lang immediately contacted Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming in the chat channel, asking him to find players skilled in both earth and fire elements. He intended to set another ambush. Additionally, he instructed Zhuang Sheng Xiaoming to gather all players together, awaiting his next command. After completing these tasks, he led the players who had followed him back to the Black Panther tribe, then set off alone to find The Black Panther tribe was over 1,000 miles away from the Celestial Serpent City. Although the Celestial Serpent army moved quickly, it was impossible for them to reach the Black Panther tribe in just a few hours, so he still had time. An hour later, Shen Lang successfully located a new ambush site. It was a flat expanse of land that perfectly suited his upcoming ambush requirements. The only downside was that it was not a necessary path to the Black Panther tribe, so he still needed to find a way to lure the Celestial Serpent army over. After confirming the ambush location, Shen Lang waited in place for a while, and soon a large group of players rushed in from the distance. Dark Knight Boss Mayor. The players looked at Shen Lang, some greeted him excitedly, while others bowed respectfully. This was due to the fact that among the players, in addition to the Huaxiao players, there were also participants from the beautiful nation. Observing everyone, Shen Lang nodded, and quickly spoke. Players skilled in fire elements stand on the left, players skilled in earth elements stand on the right. Upon hearing this, the players swiftly divided into two teams. Fire element players begin to gather fire element energy from now on. Wait for my command to unleash it. Earth element players follow me. After swiftly arranging the tasks for the fire element players, Shen Lang led the players skilled in earth elements to the battlefield he had chosen. Do you see this plain? Use your talents to excavate beneath in a square shape. However, remember that after excavating, the surface must still be able to withstand some foot traffic. Do you understand? Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Seeing this, Shen Lang smiled slightly and nodded. All right, since you understand, let's get to work. With that, the players wasted no time and quickly began to act, utilizing their talents to dig pits beneath the plain. The plain chosen by Shen Lang was a full 10 miles wide. If done manually, it would be impossible to meet his requirements in less than 10 days or half a month. Let alone the fact that they couldn't move and could only dig below. How could ordinary people accomplish this? However, with the players utilizing their talents, the seemingly endless plain rapidly formed one massive pit after another below the surface, with no visible abnormalities above. Thus the group worked for 3 full hours before finally completing all the tasks. Dark Knight Boss, it's done. Exhausted, the players reported back excitedly. Hearing this, Shen Lang nodded at them. You all have worked hard, you may leave. All right. The players did not hesitate, responding in agreement. The earth element players quickly began to withdraw. Only Shen Lang and the fire element players remained. Looking at the players who had turned crimson from gathering too much fire element energy resembling a red-cooked shrimp, Shen Lang suddenly waved his hand toward the ground, and instantly a massive pit opened up. After creating the pit, Shen Lang instructed the players to hide inside. Then he himself left the area, shooting towards the direction of the Celestial Serpent Army. He needed to complete the bait mission. The success of the second wave of ambush would depend on how well he could perform his bait. Soon his figure disappeared from the plane, which returned to its desolate appearance. After Shen Lang set up the ambush location, the Tian-Shi army hundreds of miles away continued their advance towards the Black Panther tribe. Having learned from previous experiences, the Tian-Shi army no longer marched carelessly, especially with Jesse May wanting to prove himself. They had to conduct thorough searches at every interval. This greatly enhanced the safety of the troop, but also slowed their advance to a crawl. Ultimately, it was only under the impatient urging of the high priest that the Tian-Shi army's pace picked up again. Time passed, and suddenly a figure appeared directly in front of the Tian-Shi army. Seeing this, Jesse May raised his right hand, signaling everyone to halt. In an instant, the Tian-Shi army stopped in unison, as if they had received a command. As the army came to a stop, Jesse May immediately fixed his gaze on the figure in the distance. Under his scrutiny, the figure gradually came into focus, and a hint of shock appeared on his face. Why has the army stopped moving? A voice from the back inquired, belonging to the high priest. Hearing this, Jesse May stammered, "High priest, someone is blocking the way." "Who?" "It's that human powerhouse." Jesse May's tone was filled with tension. It wasn't an act, as he couldn't understand why Shen Lang would suddenly appear here. He had received no prior notice. However, before he could ponder further, the high priest inside the carriage suddenly lifted the curtain and stepped out, his old frame standing upon the carriage. As he gazed ahead, with his keen eyesight, he quickly spotted Shen Lang blocking the road ahead. "Good, I was just lamenting where to find you, and here you are voluntarily presenting yourself. Truly you refuse to walk the path to heaven while seeking the gates of hell. Since you've come, let's ensure you remain here." The high priest's sharp gaze fixated on Shen Lang, his booming voice reverberating across the area, reaching out for dozens. Shen Lang, who was blocking the way, burst into laughter upon hearing the high priest's words. "If you want to keep me here, you'd better have the ability to do so. Moreover, considering your advanced age, do you still have the strength to fight? Be careful not to be left as nothing more than bones, which would only serve as a joke for others." Shen Lang spoke with a mocking tone. Even though the distance between them was considerable, his voice still clearly reached the ears of the high priest. "Even if I am old and decrepit, capturing you is still not a problem. Young man, do not be too arrogant. Remember that there are greater skies and stronger people beyond you." "What a joke. If one isn't reckless, can they truly be called young? Besides, someone like you who ought to be swept into the annals of history is a waste of resources. I might as well send you on your way to serve your god in the afterlife. You sharp-tongued brat, later I will knock out your teeth one by one. I hope you can still be as defiant as you are now." Hearing Shen Lang's disdain for the divine, the high priest, a devoted follower, could not help but display a hint of coldness. The high priest then ceased his idle chatter, and an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from him, a terrifying pressure sweeping over the area. At that moment, the people of the Tian-Shi tribe turned their astonished gazes toward the high priest. Although the high priest had always held a revered position within the Tian-Shi tribe, and everyone knew of his formidable strength, very few had actually witnessed him fight, so they lacked a clear concept of his power. But at this moment, as the high priest's aura surged, they felt as if they were gazing upon a mighty dragon. The mere presence exuding from him sent shivers down their spines, igniting waves of fear within their hearts. It was unimaginable that if they were to confront the high priest, they might not even have the courage to make a move. However, after the shock, a strong sense of excitement surged from the depths of their hearts. Looking at the high priest, they saw him as a divine being, and their eyes became filled with fervent devotion. Such a powerful figure was now on their side, bringing an unprecedented sense of security to the people. At the same time as the high priest's aura rose, Shen Lang at the end of the road showed no sign of weakness, unleashing an infinite pressure of his own. If the high priest's aura was like an unfathomable ocean, then the aura emanating from Shen Lang was as scorching as the sun, dazzling and blinding, making it hard to look directly at. Especially the sharpness radiating from Shen Lang, which pricked the skin of those around him painfully. In an instant, the two powerful figures faced off, and the Tian-Shi army caught in between felt incredibly uncomfortable. The clash of their auras resonated in the air, an invisible force wildly tugging at the Tian-Shi tribe's people, who could only drift along with the currents of the overpowering energies. This left them feeling as if they were stranded in a vast ocean, dizzy and nauseous, wishing they could vomit right then and there. The high priest keenly sensed this and gently furrowed his brow. These were the elite forces of the Tian-Shi tribe. The high priest could accept their losses, but could not allow them to perish amidst such a clash of powers. After all, such casualties would be utterly meaningless. Thus the high priest made a move not to attack, but to change the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, when he sought to shift the battlefield, Shen Lang would undoubtedly follow, but he never expected Shen Lang to break the mold. He moved, but Shen Lang remained, and with the balance disrupted, Shen Lang's momentum surged to its peak in an instant. Without a word, Shen Lang swung his blade. The terrifying blade energy shot towards the people of the Tian-Shi tribe. Upon witnessing this, their expressions changed drastically. At that moment, the high priest cursed angrily, "Despicable." He voiced his outrage, but naturally he could not stand by and watch the people of the Tian-Shi tribe be slaughtered by Shen Lang. He could only hastily respond. A green barrier rose up in front of the Tian-Shi tribe's people. In the next second, the sharp blade energy struck the barrier fiercely. With a crack, the barrier shattered, and although Shen Lang's blade energy was partially dissipated, a remnant still recklessly surged toward the people of the Tianxi tribe. Ow! 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 A chorus of screams erupted as half of the 1,000-strong vanguard vanished in the blink of an eye, while the remaining half stood frozen in terror, staring blankly at the corpses of their fallen comrades. Shameless scoundrel, do you have any semblance of a strong person's demeanor? The high priest roared angrily at Shen Lang, gazing at the tragic state of the vanguard. Hearing this, Shen Lang sneered coldly. Strong person's demeanor. What is that? I only know the law of the jungle. The strong have their reasons, and the weak should perish. With disdain etched on his face, Shen Lang taunted, causing the high priest to tremble with rage. Good, good, good. Then let me see if you truly are invincible. Mighty God, please grant me the power to vanquish evil. The high priest cried out, and in an instant an unseen force descended upon him, rapidly rejuvenating his once aged body. His wrinkled skin regained its elasticity, and his once snowy hair turned back to deep black. As his body rejuvenated, the aura emanating from him grew increasingly terrifying, to the point where even Shen Lang felt a chill down his spine. However, despite his terrifying aura, Shen Lang did not feel fear. Feigning divinity, he shouted coldly, refusing to let the high priest complete his transformation, and directly unleashed his blade's light, dominating the world, slaughtering all beings, slaying immortals and gods. This time he did not attack as he usually did, striking once with each blade. Instead, he unleashed 3 consecutive strikes in one breath, employing the first 3 forms of the dominating blade. 3 blade lights, each more terrifying than the last, surged towards the high priest with a razor-sharp intent capable of tearing apart everything. The still transforming high priest watched this scene with icy eyes, showing not a hint of panic. Good swordsmanship, but if you think you can injure me with this, you need to train for a few more years. The high priest said with a cold smile, then he pointed a finger, instantly launching a dazzling blue beam from his fingertip. Boom! The blue light collided with the blade light, resulting in a series of terrifying explosions that swept across the sky, shredding the clouds into countless pieces. Witnessing this scene, Shen Lang's expression changed drastically. He had tried to overestimate the high priest, but upon seeing him block 3 of his blade energies with a mere finger, he realized he had underestimated the high priest by far. How strong is this old geezer? Shen Lang thought, filled with uncertainty, as a blue light flickered in his eyes. He activated his insight eye to check the high priest's information. Name: Yuluka. Identity: High Priest of the Heavenly Serpent Race. Heavenly Serpent level 80. Talent. Skills. Introduction: the level difference between you and the current being is too great to view specific information. Looking at the information panel displayed before him, Shen Lang was utterly shocked. This was the first time he encountered a being that could not be examined by the inside eye. Of course, this was not due to the inside eye being ineffective, but rather because his strength level was far too low compared to the high. He was currently only level 31, while the high priest had already reached level 80, a staggering difference of 49 levels. According to the 10-level hierarchy, they were separated by 5 realms. In that moment, even Shen Lang could not help but feel a tightness in his chest. Damn, this old fool is too terrifying. No wonder I couldn't even harm him with the first 3 forms of the dominating blade. Such power is simply inhuman. Filled with shock and disbelief, Shen Lang immediately turned to flee. His purpose for coming here was to act as bait. Although the high priest's strength exceeded his expectations, it did not affect his decision to carry out the plan. Just as Shen Lang turned to escape, the high priest's cold voice echoed around him. "Want to run? Stay here." As the high priest's voice rang out, his right hand reached towards the direction Shen Lang was fleeing. In an instant, a massive hand made of elemental energy reached out to grasp Shen Lang. Before the giant hand could get close, Shen Lang felt the howling wind rushing toward him from behind, a fierce wind that seemed intent on tearing him apart. Feeling the movement behind him, Shen Lang halted his steps abruptly, turned to look at the floating high priest, and in the next moment his eyes widened as he glared at the high priest. At the same time, the high priest let out a muffled groan, and the massive hand he had conjured shattered. It turned out that Shen Lang had suddenly activated his rank skill Soul Impact. Although the high priest was powerful, his soul had evidently not undergone any special tempering. Under the Soul Impact, he immediately suffered considerable injury, unable to even control his own attacks. After completing this, Shen Lang showed no signs of stopping and continued to flee. At this moment, the high priest was filled with rage. He never imagined he would be injured. Though his injuries were not severe, it still could not change the fact that he was wounded. Who was he? He was the high priest of the Heavenly Serpent tribe, the absolute ruler of the blood-soaked plains for thousands of miles. It had been many years since he ascended to the position of high priest, and he had not been injured in countless years. Yet now he was wounded at the hands of Shen Lang. This was a humiliation, a tremendous disgrace. With a cold expression, he stared in the direction Shen Lang fled, silently pursuing him. He aimed to erase this humiliation, and the best way to do that was to utterly crush Shen Lang. As Shen Lang and the high priest departed, the members of the Heavenly Serpent tribe, who had witnessed their battle, stood frozen, unsure of what to do. At this moment, Jesse received a transmission from Shen Lang: "Lead the members of the Heavenly Serpent tribe to follow." Hearing Shen Lang's command, Jesse was taken aback for a moment, but quickly turned to the other confused members, saying, "What are you all standing around for? The high priest is ahead battling enemies. Are we just going to watch here? Hurry up and chase, otherwise if the high priest blames us later, we'll all be in trouble." Hearing Jess's reminder, everyone suddenly came to their senses and hurriedly rushed in the direction where the high priest and Shen Lang had left. In their eagerness to catch up, they even forgot about maintaining formation, giving it their all as they pursued. Ultimately, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, the army of the Heavenly Serpent tribe strayed from their original path, chasing after the high priest and Shen Lang towards their burial ground. Thus, under Shen Lang's lead, the group did not know how long they had sprinted, but they finally arrived at the graveyard Shen Lang had. Upon reaching the ambush site, Shen Lang suddenly halted, turning to coldly gaze at the pursuing high priest and the distant members of the Heavenly Serpent tribe. "Boy, run. Why have you stopped?" As Shen Lang came to a halt, the high priest who had pursued him also paused. His voice carried a leisurely, almost mocking cadence, while his gaze swept restlessly across the surroundings, searching for any sign of deception. Though he had scarcely interacted with Shen Lang, the high priest knew well that the young man was no fool. So why would he recklessly provoke him only to lure him here? Clearly Shen Lang had prepared something. Thus, though his expression remained placid inwardly, he had already braced himself, ready to retreat at the faintest anomaly. This was not cowardice, but the very essence of survival, the principle that had kept him alive until now. In his estimation, his own strength far surpassed Shen Lang's. There was no need to gamble. Should Shen Lang truly possess some hidden countermeasure, he would turn and vanish without hesitation. Yet the battlefield Shen Lang had chosen was an endless plain, open, barren, offering no concealment for ambushers, nor emitting even a whisper of formidable spiritual energy. A flicker of doubt stirred in his mind. What then did Shen Lang intend? To confront him here with nothing but wind and sky? As he wrestled with this riddle, a thunderous rumble of footsteps echoed behind him. The warriors of the Heaven Serpent tribe had finally arrived. He glanced back once dismissively, then withdrew his gaze. He had no time for them now. He needed to uncover Shen Lang's... "Run? Why should I run? This plain is your grave, specially selected. Tell me, does the feng shui suit you?" Shen Lang spoke with a serene, unsettling smile. At those words, the high priest's wariness sharpened into razor-edged vigilance, and his escape route, already mapped in his mind, tightened into readiness. "My grave? Then let me see what power you dare claim as your shield. Spare me your theatrics. Unleash whatever you..." The high priest urged, his eyes darting ceaselessly across the horizon. Shen Lang merely nodded, a quiet, knowing smile playing on his lips. "As you wish." At that instant, Shen Lang activated his dominion over earth elemental energy. The ground convulsed violently, a seismic tremor rippling outward as if heaven and earth were tearing apart. Sensing the cataclysm, the high priest launched himself skyward without pause. Just as the earth beneath him ruptured open, swallowing the unprepared warriors of the Heaven Serpent tribe whole. Simultaneously, Shen Lang bellowed, "Now!" And from the concealed depths of the chasm, players emerged, releasing torrents of accumulated fire elemental energy in unison. A deluge of flame descended like a falling star, crashing into the pit. Within moments, the newly fallen warriors, dazed, disoriented, were engulfed by searing inferno. Wails of agony pierced the air, raw, harrowing enough to break hearts and draw tears. Above it all, the high priest hovered, watching coldly. The spectacle was terrifying, but to him trivial. Such flames could not scorch his flesh, let alone threaten his life. Thus, though his subordinates burned below, he remained motionless, composed. Certain Shen Lang still held deeper cards, yet seconds stretched into silence. Then unease prickled his senses. If Shen Lang possessed true power, why had it not manifested? Why this delay? A sudden chilling insight struck him. What if this was all Shen Lang had prepared? What if the fire, the pit, the ambush were his entire arsenal? His face stiffened. Mechanically, he turned toward Shen Lang and asked, voice stripped of inflection, "Is this truly all?" "Indeed. How do you find this dazzling fireworks display?" Shen Lang beamed, his grin radiant, guileless. Almost gazing upon that brilliance, the high priest felt like a fool, standing idle while his own elite forces were slaughtered before his eyes. Heh! A brittle, frost-laced chuckle escaped his lips, 3 soft syllables, each colder than the last. "Excellent. Truly excellent. It has been ages since anyone dared mock me so brazenly. You are without question extraordinary." His tone remained calm, yet beneath it churned a tempest of suppressed fury. Ignoring Shen Lang entirely, the high priest raised his hand, and a cascade of azure light fell, extinguishing the flames one by one as though snuffing candlewicks with divine indifference. Shen Lang made no move to stop him. Instead, he clapped his palms together sharply, whereupon the chasm groaned, its edges drawn inward by an invisible force, sealing shut with dreadful speed. The elite warriors of the Heaven Serpent tribe scrambled upward in panic, only to strike against an unseen barrier hovering above the pit. Few, those of exceptional cultivation, managed to break free. The rest, along with the entire Heaven Serpent host, were entombed alive as the earth closed over them, silent and absolute. With a deafening boom, the plain settled once more, flat, empty, cleansed of fire, of Fisher, and of the Heaven Serpent army itself. The ambush had succeeded beyond measure. Nearly the entire Heaven Serpent host lay buried. Only fewer than 10 souls remained, including the high priest himself. Among them was even Jishimi, the traitor. Such devastation defied description. Blood seemed to drip from the high priest's very soul. These were the Heaven Serpent tribe's elite, their iron fist, their unshakable bulwark across the 10,000-li bloods, and now they were gone, utterly erased, buried beneath this indifferent soil. Even after decades of cultivation, the high priest swayed, vision dimming at the sheer weight of loss. "Wretch, I swear, by heaven and hell, through the 9 nether realms and the azure abyss, I shall flay your skin, extract your sinews, tear your soul from its vessel, and refine it into ash. His voice dripped venom, every word carved from hatred, so profound it sent a chill down Shen Lang's spine. Even he, unshaken by most threats, felt that icy dread settle deep within his marrow. Yet outwardly Shen Lang showed no fear, only a wry defiant grin. You want my skin? Then work harder. Though honestly, I'd rather strip your skin and twist your sinews first. On the plains battlefield, an oppressive atmosphere lingered in the air. A faint smile graced Shen Lang's lips as he locked eyes with the high priest from a distance. With their silence, an invisible pressure suddenly enveloped the entire battlefield. Jesse watched this scene, his heart trembling. He never expected things to escalate to this point, and even more shocking was the terrifying power of the high priest. He felt immense fear, afraid that Shen Lang might fail. After all, he was the one who brought the army here, and if the entire force were to be annihilated, he would bear a significant part of the responsibility. If Shen Lang could not deal with the high priest, it would be him who would face the consequences once the high priest was free. Just thinking about this made his legs tremble slightly. However, compared to Jesse's panic, the players who had released their fire elements were brimming with confidence in Shen Lang. This confidence stemmed from Shen Lang leading them to victory time and again. No matter the difficulties they faced, Shen Lang always managed to solve them effortlessly. After witnessing so many successes, they believed there was nothing in the world that Shen Lang could not overcome. Therefore, even though the atmosphere on the battlefield was oppressive, they still laughed unabashedly. They felt certain of victory. Glancing back at the expressions on the faces of the players behind him, Shen Lang couldn't help but twitch his lips. He himself lacked confidence in defeating the high priest, and wondered where these guys got their confidence from, believing they would surely win. With a helpless shake of his head and a smile, Shen Lang turned back to face the high priest. The players had not let him down, and thus he would not disappoint them either. Let me see if you are truly invincible. Quietly thinking this, Shen Lang tightened his grip on the broadsword. In the next moment, he stepped forward, his figure soaring into the sky, rushing towards the direction of the high priest. Die, he shouted, wielding the broadsword and striking down towards the high priest. Seeing this, the furious high priest held nothing back and unleashed his full power. In an instant, their figures entwined completely. Their speed was so fast that it exceeded the limits of what the naked eye could perceive. To the onlookers, it seemed as if two beams of light were colliding, with deafening sounds echoing all around, leaving everyone dizzy and disoriented. Boom, boom, boom. As the two continued to clash, the shockwaves of their battle raged outward, causing the ground, which had been consolidated by Shen Lang's skills, to explode into massive craters. As for the spectators surrounding the battle, they no longer dared to watch any longer and hurriedly began retreating to the distance. With the intensity of their clash escalating, even the residual shockwaves posed a threat of death, making it clear to everyone that they could not stay any longer. In such a situation, any person with a sane mind would not dare to remain nearby. Just then, the few surviving strong members of the Tian Snake tribe turned their gaze towards the players. In the battle between Shen Lang and the high priest, they could not intervene, but they could profit at the players' expense. Especially with the thought that their elite forces had been completely wiped out, the surviving members of the Tian Snake tribe were filled with rage. Thus, after escaping the range of the battle between Shen Lang and the high priest, the strong members of the Tian Snake tribe rushed. Seeing this scene, the players' expressions changed drastically. Not to mention that they had exhausted their strength in condensing fire elements. Even if they were at their peak, they would not stand a chance against these strong members of the Tian Snake tribe. After all, the weaker ones had already perished in the previous ambush, and those still alive, while insignificant to Shen Lang, remained formidable opponents for the majority of players. In an instant, many players couldn't help but show signs of panic on their faces. This caused other players to frown, and someone could not help but shout, "What are you afraid of? After 18 years, we will still be heroes. Even if we die now, the Dark Knight boss will avenge us. You guys need to show some courage and stop acting like cowards. It's truly embarrassing for the Dark Knight boss." Upon hearing this player's reprimand, many frightened players shamefully lowered their heads. Then, as if they had solidified some kind of conviction, they forcefully suppressed their inner fear, each looking at the approaching strong members of the Tian Snake tribe with a face that said they were ready to face death. On the battlefield, Shen Lang was constantly engaged in combat, with the high priest finding himself at a disadvantage. There was no way around it. The gap in strength between him and the high priest was simply too great. If it weren't for his extraordinary perception allowing him to anticipate the high priest's actions, he might not have lasted this long. Even so, he still divided his attention, focusing on the players, and thus he noticed everything they encountered. At this moment, a sense of urgency welled up in his heart, wanting to leave the battlefield to save the players. The high priest, sensing his thoughts, let out a sinister laugh. "Want to save them? Don't be ridiculous. Just as you annihilated the elite of my Tian Snake tribe before, now I want you to watch how your subordinates meet their end. Not just them, but your other subordinates as well. I will spare your life and let you witness how I kill them one by one." By the end, the high priest's tone had turned exceedingly sinister. In response, Shen Lang scoffed. "You're so confident you can— The battle isn't over yet, and you already think you can take me alive. You're too naive. Stubborn brat, I look forward to seeing if you can still be so defiant later on." The high priest, uninterested in debating with Shen Lang, only wanted to subdue him quickly, not just for revenge, but also to uncover the secrets Shen Lang possessed. He could see that Shen Lang's strength was vastly inferior to his own, yet he managed to hold out for so long against him, which was simply incredible. If he could uncover the secrets Shen Lang held, wouldn't his own strength significantly increase? With this thought, the high priest's hatred diminished, replaced by overwhelming greed and a thirst for power.